Chapter 203. I'll help you forge a new pair of weapons, reasonably priced, Harry said, clapping Draco on the shoulder before turning to Ronan. Looks like your views on humans have changed a bit. The centaur named Ronan was, in truth, something of an anti-human advocate. He often kept company with the hot-tempered Bane, and since centaurs with such views were rare, Triton had once taken the time to explain this to Harry, worried that Ronan's words or actions might provoke him. From past experiences, the savior of the wizarding world wasn't exactly known for his patience when dealing with centaurs. The fates of centaurs and wizards are now intertwined, Ronan said, his face clouded with melancholy. This is the will of the elements, and I must obey. Remember, balance is what matters most, Harry replied, catching the implication in Ronan's words that he placed himself beneath the elements. Harry gave him a pointed look, offering the reminder. Whether Ronan would take it to heart was his own business. Harry's apprentices were growing steadily. Compared to the other students in the castle, they no longer froze in a blank panic when faced with sudden events. When hit with a prank spell, they now knew to counter with a spell of their own, rather than tossing their wands aside and throwing a punch at their opponent. Not that Harry entirely disapproved of the latter. When Harry arrived at Professor McGonagall's office, he was surprised to find Dumbledore there, despite having been away from the castle for some time. It seemed he was discussing something with McGonagall. In principle, I have no objections to this kind of celebration, McGonagall said after hearing Harry's Halloween plan, pausing to consider. But you must ensure the students face no unexpected dangers and nothing causes physical harm or lasting effects. Where are you planning to hold it? How about the Black Lake? Harry suggested. If it's on land, it might be harder to control. Have them carve pumpkins into warships and battle on the lake, aiming to sink each other's boats. The abundant water element and that giant squid in the lake will keep the students safe. Well, the biggest risk might be catching a cold from falling in. It's November, after all, and the water's chilly. That's not a problem, Dumbledore interjected eagerly. Madame Pomfrey can prepare batches of pepper-up potion in advance. After the event, every student can have a bottle. Wait, Dumbledore, McGonagall said, frowning. You've already agreed. Why not? Dumbledore shrugged. It sounds like fun, doesn't it? I think the children will love it. Perhaps years from now, they'll still remember this day. Though the Hogwarts professors sometimes joked in private that McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, acted more like the headmaster than the often hands-off Dumbledore. When Dumbledore made a decision, McGonagall didn't oppose him. And so, the matter was settled. Time was tight, but with magic's help, giving the students half a day to prepare wasn't too late. They needed to be informed quickly. You look like everything went well, Harry said, studying Dumbledore's demeanor as they left McGonagall's office. Your spirit feels light, vibrant even, and your body looks like it's shed a few years. Oh, Harry, you're cheating, Dumbledore said, feigning indignation. Peering into someone's soul through the astral plane and drawing conclusions is a bit too direct. But I'm not wrong, am I? Harry said with a smile. I'm glad to see you stepping out from the shadows of the past. Do you know, Harry, Dumbledore said with a mock grumble, you make me feel like you're the 100-year-old wizard here. You're sounding livelier too, Harry said thoughtfully. What's going on? Did you actually take my advice and find a partner? Are you planning to retire and officially hand the school over to McGonagall? Dumbledore stopped in his tracks, turned, and looked at Harry without speaking. Harry met his gaze, studying him carefully. In that moment, Harry realized he might have unintentionally hit a nerve, pinpointing something significant. Sorry, am I interrupting? A voice broke the silence. Harry turned to see nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, poking half his body through the wall, speaking cautiously. He could sense the tension in the air. Not at all, Nick, what's the matter? Harry asked. Well, it's like this, Nick said, visibly nervous. This Halloween marks my 500th death day. Death day? Death anniversary, Dumbledore clarified casually. Exactly, Nick said quickly. Anyway, I'm planning a party in one of the spacious dungeon classrooms. Friends from all over the country will come to celebrate. I mean, would you like to join, Professor Potter? It'd be an honor. And of course, Headmaster Dumbledore if you're willing, though I suppose you'd rather attend the school feast, wouldn't you? I'd be delighted to attend your Death Day party, Dumbledore replied without hesitation. But regrettably, Nicholas, as Hogwarts headmaster, I must oversee the school's feast. Oh, well, all right, Nick said, his expression crestfallen. He turned to Harry. I don't see why not, Harry said after a moment's thought. A ghost party in this world sounds intriguing. Harry thought of the ghostly banquets in Karajan, where, under Medivh's dark magic, the spirits feasted and reveled as they did in life. Dumbledore didn't approve. But he didn't say so. Really, that's fantastic. Nick was so thrilled he nearly did a somersault in midair. The famous Harry Potter at my Death Day party? That's brilliant. Muttering excitedly, Nick vanished through the wall, only pausing to call back. See you tomorrow night. I'm not sure you've made a wise choice, Harry, Dumbledore said after a few seconds of silence. Ghostly parties are often more than the living can handle, though if you're looking to broaden your horizons, it's fine. To Dumbledore's words, Harry responded with a single word. Partner. Dumbledore fell silent again. Why so secretive? Harry pressed, sensing something off. There's nothing shameful about it. If people found out, they'd only congratulate you for finding someone to spend your life with. Why hide it? Does your partner have some secret? Enough, Harry, Dumbledore said, finally exasperated. He sighed. You're too perceptive. Let's talk about Ariana instead. The one you felt guilty about for decades. The one you hesitated to face even when given the chance to see her again. Yes, Dumbledore said softly. You know about Grindelwald. I do, Harry nodded. The wizarding world's true Dark Lord. Voldemort's just a small-time terrorist stirring trouble in Britain compared to him. Other ministries of magic don't even recognize Voldemort as a Dark Lord. I didn't expect you to rate him so highly, Dumbledore said with a self-deprecating smile. Since you know, well, Ariana's story begins when we were young. Grindelwald and I were both young then. In an empty classroom, Dumbledore's expression grew distant. He didn't tell a polished story, but rather spoke as thoughts came to him with startling honesty. He spoke openly of his youthful arrogance and pride, even admitting that he once despised Muggle existence. Grindelwald's ideals, overturning the statute of secrecy and establishing a wizard-ruled world, had once been his own. The two of them had dreamed of a world where wizards dominated Muggles. Frankly, if these secrets were to leak, they would throw the wizarding world into chaos. To many, Dumbledore was the white wizard who stood against Grindelwald, dedicating his life to fighting dark magic. But before Harry now, Dumbledore admitted for the first time that his knowledge of dark magic rivaled his mastery of white magic, a fact he'd previously downplayed, often claiming ignorance of the dark arts. He spoke of his youthful ideals, his reckless actions, and the reasons he and Grindelwald parted ways. He revealed everything, even the bond they shared, the blood pact, with such candor that Harry wondered if this was truly Dumbledore or an imposter. You've changed a lot, Dumbledore, Harry said, moved, after hearing the full story. I thought you'd never share these things with anyone, that you'd just play the fool and dodge questions. Oh, Harry, I know how Severus describes me to you, Dumbledore said with a humorous glint. A sugar-obsessed, doddering old bee. You knew, Harry said, surprised. Of course, Dumbledore laughed heartily. My potions professor has said it to my face more than once. Your sweet tooth is a bit alarming for a man your age, Harry teased. But that's your business, so you're this. Open now because Ariana's soul forgave you both. Yes, Dumbledore said, his smile fading as he sighed deeply, his expression wistful. My sister Ariana, my angel, she's still so kind. You can't imagine the look on Aberforth's face when I brought Ariana's soul to him, he continued. Before that, every time I walked into his pub, he looked ready to shove that filthy, unwashed rag of his in my mouth. But that day, Aberforth made a proper meal. No lazily rinsing vegetables and meat before tossing them in a pot, no deliberately making the food repulsive. It was also normal, like an ordinary family dinner, no different from any other household. Dumbledore's thoughts seemed to drift back to that day, a memory so precious that merely recalling it misted his blue eyes. A family dinner like that, you didn't bring your partner along? Harry asked abruptly. Gellert is still imprisoned, bound by the magical contract we made, Dumbledore said, caught off guard and half laughing, half exasperated. And I doubt Gellert himself would be willing. Harry nodded. Thank you for taking the time to listen to an old man ramble about his past, Harry, Dumbledore said, wiping the corner of his eye. This is what I wanted to tell you. Never, never forget your purpose or where your heart lies. Those are the most beautiful parts of being human. Many things we only learn to cherish after they're gone, but by then, it's often too late to reclaim them. I understand, Harry said quietly. He suddenly realized why Dumbledore was sharing this. The old man was still worried Harry might stray down a dark path and was using his own past as a cautionary tale, not to lecture, but to guide. November in Britain had grown cold. The trees shed their leaves, the morning breeze chilled the air, and even the noonday sun's warmth felt precious. Harry's proposal had been announced to the 4 houses. On the day the notice went out, students were already teaming up, rushing to Hagrid to claim their giant pumpkins. Chapter 204. For the first time in years, Hagrid's hut was bursting with visitors, and he was basking in the unprecedented popularity among the students, all because they were desperate to snag the largest pumpkins from his patch. The students were far more enthusiastic about crafting pumpkin warships than the professors had anticipated. They couldn't wait to sail across the Black Lake and sink their rivals' vessels. Hagrid's pumpkin supply nearly ran dry, forcing Professor McGonagall to step in and magically enlarge some ordinary pumpkins to meet the demand. By noon on Halloween Day, the shores of the Black Lake were lined with an array of pumpkin ships, each more bizarre than the last. Thanks to magic, the students had unleashed their creativity, transforming pumpkins into shapes that barely resembled their original form. Under their heads of houses instructions, senior students were tasked with including a few younger ones in their crews. The magically enlarged giant pumpkins were spacious enough to accommodate everyone comfortably. Right, that's the spirit, kids. We need a battering ram. Sirius Black shouted from the edge of his pumpkin ship, his voice brimming with excitement. Not too sharp, blunt's the way to go. Speed's what matters. Only with enough speed can we smash their ships to bits. Aye, Captain. Fred and George Weasley bellowed in unison, their heads looking more crowded than ever. In addition to the bull horns they'd sprouted, they each sported a pirate hat today. Harry wasn't the least bit surprised that Sirius got along so well with the Weasley twins. Their mental ages were strikingly similar, and they shared a lively, prank-loving spirit. If the twins had been born a decade or 2 earlier, the Marauders might have been a 6-man crew instead of 4. Birds of a feather, Harry thought, rolling his eyes. He was already questioning whether letting Sirius out to play today had been a wise decision. Foolish, crass, Severus Snape drawled from beside Harry, his voice dripping with disdain. Utterly foolish. It's clear he's learned nothing from his past mistakes. One might think Sirius Black's brain is inferior even to a troll's. At least a troll might learn from a failed hunt. Do they really, sir? Draco Malfoy asked, curiosity piqued. Obviously not, Snape replied, casting a glance at his friend's son. Just as trolls can't learn from their errors, neither can our dear Mr. Black. Such basic self-reflection is apparently too challenging for him. What did you say, Snivellus? Sirius, standing on the edge of his giant pumpkin ship, clearly overheard Snape's unfiltered jab. He leapt down and stormed over, his face flushed with indignation. Thankfully, Harry's presence kept Sirius from spitting out the full insult, or Harry would have had to regretfully inform Fred and George that they'd need a new captain. Are your ears failing you now? Snape countered, stepping forward without a hint of hesitation. His lips curled into a sneer. I thought your brain was merely troll-like, but trolls have remarkably keen hearing. You, on the other hand. He didn't finish, but Sirius read the contempt in Snape's smirk loud and clear. Can't you two just stop? Harry sighed deeply. I don't get it. It's been so long and you've fought so many times. Why is it still like this every time you meet? The students were already gathering to watch the spectacle. Sirius had been living near the castle for some time now, and while he hadn't shared the full history of his feud with Snape, it was no secret that Harry's godfather, Gryffindor's dark hero Sirius Black, and Professor Snape were at odds. Truth be told, the students were used to these outbursts whenever Sirius and Snape were in the same place. They'd grown accustomed to circling up and watching the fireworks. It was mortifying. Worse, Harry realized the antagonism wasn't one-sided. The usually composed and reclusive Snape seized every chance to provoke Sirius just as fiercely. Both men were alarmingly enthusiastic about their rivalry. Perhaps because a certain mangy dog has never won, Snape continued, his sneer widening. Never having tasted victory, he clings to his resentment. What more can a defeated man say? What did you say, Snape? Sirius was practically hopping with rage. Who hasn't won? Who's the defeated man? Such excessive anger only betrays your guilt, Mutt, Snape mocked. From the day you crawled out of Azkaban to now, have you ever bested me? Or has the disgrace of the Black family abandoned even the last shred of shame, inventing victories that never happened? Arg, Sirius let out a furious roar. Snape always had a way of getting under his skin, making it impossible for him to stay calm. I challenge you to a duel, Snape. If you're any kind of man, you'll accept. Spare me, Snape said, his lips twisting into a thin, cruel smile. I have no interest in repeatedly crushing the same opponent. Unlike certain unemployed vagrants, I, as a Hogwarts professor, have actual work to attend to. Here, Harry. He handed over a small pouch. This is the cold potion I brewed with Madame Pomfrey. You asked for it on short notice, and she couldn't finish it alone. Thanks, Harry said, taking the pouch and glancing at the vials inside. I was almost too nervous to face Madame Pomfrey myself. This was a lot of extra work. She's furious, Snape said flatly. That's why I'm delivering it. I'm also tasked with ensuring these little trolls drink their potions. But it's not the urgent brewing that upset her. It's the fact that your event puts the students at risk of catching colds. You'd best not fall ill anytime soon. What's that supposed to mean? Is Madame Pomfrey going to force-feed me foul-tasting potions if I do? Harry thought, suppressing a grimace. Shaman priests know healing spells too, he muttered, then continued. Anyway, thank you both. You're a true potions master, Snape. Sirius is in much better health now than when he first got out of Azkaban. No need for thanks, Snape said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. His gaze flickered briefly toward Sirius. Unlike certain irresponsible individuals, if you ever face a problem you can't solve, you can always come to me. I assure you I won't disappoint. The words carried a pointed undertone, and it didn't take much to guess who Snape was calling irresponsible and disappointing. Harry was thoroughly exasperated with the older generation's drama. Both Sirius and Snape were people he trusted, but clearly, his trust in them didn't translate to trust between them. When Harry glanced worriedly at Sirius, he was surprised to find his usually explosive godfather remarkably calm. Scared, Snape? Sirius said, and Harry noted with amusement that the mocking smile on his face was an almost perfect mirror of Snape's earlier sneer. Can't blame you. You always act like you've won, like you're the victor. But in the end, Lily chose James, not you. You lost, completely and utterly. Whoosh! Before Sirius could finish, a red flash of light streaked toward where he'd been standing. Sirius, prepared, had already leapt aside the moment he spoke, and then. Ha too. With a theatrical flourish, Sirius spat at Snape. The white glob of spit traced a graceful arc through the air, carrying no magical aura or abnormality, and landed squarely on the hem of Snape's robe. Silence fell. Neither Snape nor the gawking students had expected such a move. Even more shocking, Snape didn't dodge. He didn't dodge. Whether due to slow reflexes or some other reason, the spit landed on him. Well, look at that. Sirius, stunned by his own success, turned to Harry with a grin. I didn't break my promise, Harry. No wand, no fight with Snape. He was practically glowing with pride. Enough of this childish nonsense, Harry said, sensing the storm brewing in Snape's silence. He took a deep breath and warned, the students are watching. Don't make Professor McGonagall step in. Of course not, Snape said suddenly, his smile forced. But if you don't mind, as payment for those potions, I'll need a pumpkin ship, Harry. As he spoke, Snape swiftly waved his wand, neatly slicing off the soiled hem of his robe. Under the terrified gazes of the students, he incinerated the fabric to ash. Don't go too far, Harry said, meeting Snape's gaze. After a moment's silence, he added, please. Snape's eyes dulled, as if he'd sealed off his emotions. Harry recognized the technique, occlumency, a spell that allowed wizards to stay calm, shield their thoughts, and prevent mental intrusion. It could also force a state of composure. Honestly, Harry hadn't seen Snape use this in a long time, not since he'd glimpsed Lily's soul last year. Snape had been in good spirits since then, until Sirius was freed. Ha, think I'm scared of you, Sirius taunted, clearly itching for a fight. Let's see it, old bat. You flopping around in the water'll be a sight. Need to borrow some shampoo while you're at it. Snape didn't respond. He merely cast a long, pointed look at the trembling Weasley twins before turning sharply, his robes billowing as he stalked away. A bloodbath was coming, Harry thought with a wry smile. At least this Halloween would be lively. "Wait, Harry," Fred whispered, sidling up nervously. "What was that look Snape gave us?" "I swear we didn't teach Sirius to call him Old Bat," George added, panicking. "He won't blame us, will he? Will he? He won't, right? Will he?" Harry paused, then patted George's arm. "Enjoy today," he said simply, walking away and leaving the twins to stare at each other in dread. "Harry, what does that mean? Are we doomed after today?" "Well," Hagrid blew a long, resounding note on his horn, laughing heartily. "Hurry up, get your ships in the lake, the battle's on. Remember, no harmful spells, no direct attacks on opponents, and no attacking anyone who falls in the lake, unless you fancy a chat in Professor McGonagall's office." "No way," the students shouted back, buzzing with excitement as they pushed their pumpkin ships into the Black Lake. They donned an assortment of peculiar outfits, pirate costumes, but not the kind pirates would actually wear. It was a classic wizard stereotype: male witches in women's clothing, convinced they were dressed like proper Muggle pirates. Only the Muggle-born students looked remotely authentic, and they didn't bother correcting their peers, stifling their laughter instead. Some students had painted their pumpkin ships jet black, carving menacing skulls onto them. Others made their ships emit blinding white light, so intense it was like staring at the sun at noon, forcing others to avert their eyes. That was probably their strategy, blinding their opponents to gain an edge in the battle. Chapter 205. Even with every student pouring their imagination into their creations, the most eye-catching ship on the Black Lake was still that of one man, Gilderoy Lockhart. He had placed a life-sized wooden statue of himself at the prow, which constantly waved to the crowd and occasionally let out Lockhart's triumphant war cry. This was Lockhart's worship in all its glory. Not to mention the dazzling decorative charms, blooming flowers, and the overpowering scent of perfume wafting from it. It wasn't just speculation. Harry was certain many older students, particularly the boys, had already set their sights on Lockhart's ship, itching to sink it. Besides Lockhart's spectacle, the two pumpkin boats carrying Sirius Black and Severus Snape drew the most attention. Sirius's pumpkin boat screamed Gryffindor pride, decked out in bold gold and crimson. A majestic lion leaped across its surface, roaring intermittently, along with the unmistakable human shout of "Snape, come meet your doom." No question, that was Sirius's voice. He stood at the helm, sporting a captain's tricorn hat conjured by transfiguration, one leg propped on the boat's edge, barking orders at his crew. Snape, too, had his own crew. Draco Malfoy and his two friends had eagerly offered their pumpkin boat, which Snape had magically transformed. It was entirely green, with a silver serpent slithering across it, a perfect Slytherin touch. To prevent the two from clashing before even leaving the shore, Harry had assigned them starting positions far apart. But that didn't stop the rival captains from steering straight for each other the moment they hit the water. To keep overly excited students from casting uncontrollable spells, Harry had supplied each pumpkin boat with dye-filled water balloons. They couldn't harm anyone, but were more than capable of damaging a pumpkin boat. And unless the proper cleansing potion was used, anyone hit would be swimming out of the Black Lake in a rainbow of colors. Hagrid blew his horn again, signaling the start of the First Black Lake War. To no one's great surprise, Lockhart's pumpkin boat was the first to sink. The boys, as if by unspoken agreement, unleashed a barrage of attacks on it the moment the battle began. Many girls, noticing this, frantically paddled toward Lockhart's ship to protect him. The boys, of course, weren't having it. In no time, two distinct factions formed, hurling spells and water balloons at each other's boats. It was starting to feel like a real naval battle. It was chaotic but thrilling. After two pumpkin boats deliberately rammed Lockhart's warship, sinking alongside it, Lockhart was left to swim ashore in disgrace, covered in a riot of colors to the deafening cheers of the boys. Perhaps caught up in the heat of battle or fully immersed in the game, by the time Sirius and Snape's boats finally closed in on each other, the rest of the students were too distracted to notice. The two captains locked eyes across their prows, not bothering with taunts. A flurry of spells shot from their wands, aimed not at the boats, as Harry's rules dictated, but at each other. Red and green spells sparked against translucent shields, while Sirius and Snape's crews relentlessly pelted each other with water balloons. Harry had to grab Professor McGonagall's arm to keep her on shore. Otherwise, the furious professor would have stormed into the lake to drag those two reckless adults out herself. She might even have locked them in detention, a rare sight indeed. Though more likely, she'd have docked their pay. The students played all day with abandon. Though Harry had enlisted wind elementals to clear the clouds around Hogwarts for sunlight, the autumn air was still chilly, and the lake water was downright icy. Yet even after their pumpkin boats sank, many students didn't swim ashore right away. Instead, they splashed each other in the water, laughing. The Black Lake's giant squid had a busy day, its tentacles gently towing one student after another. The students, in turn, playfully dodged its grasp, having even more fun. In the end, no one cared about Harry's rules, and he didn't enforce them. He stood on the shore, chatting with the other professors who'd come to watch, all of them laughing at the sight of students splashing about, their bodies painted in vibrant hues. No one saw how Snape made his exit. All they knew was that his and Sirius's pumpkin boats had collided, embedding into each other. As their crews leapt to safety, the two grown men grappled atop the sinking wrecks, fighting until the water swallowed them. Harry only saw Sirius swim back to shore, his body a canvas of colorful dyes. His once handsome brown curls were now a bizarre mix of purple and pink, and his face, Snape's favorite target, was a mess of bruises hidden under the vibrant paint. The magical dyes didn't blend into a muddy mess but stayed distinct, turning Sirius into a walking patchwork. "I didn't lose, Harry, ha!" Sirius shook himself like a wet dog, his bedraggled appearance doing nothing to dampen his smug pride. "He ran, he fled, I won." All right, I get it," Harry said, dodging the water Sirius shook off and sidestepping his attempt to grab him, lest he get stained too. "Go clean yourself up. There's hot water at home." Sirius's eyes and half his face were swollen, no amount of dye hiding it. Harry forced his godfather to down a full bottle of cold cure potion, enduring Sirius's lengthy boasts about how he'd thrashed Snape in the water. Harry had grown adept at handling Sirius's sudden bursts of enthusiasm. After calming him down and sending him to his office, he turned to find Professors Sprout and Flitwick watching him, barely stifling their laughter. "He was like this when he was a student, wasn't he?" Harry said, exasperated. "More or less," Sprout chuckled. "Though back then, he cared a lot more about his image, had plenty of girls chasing him." "Clearly, Azkaban changed him," Flitwick said with a sigh, then smiled. "But you can tell Sirius is doing all right now. You've taken good care of him, Harry." "Oh, he's doing fine, all right," Sprout said, laughing. "If we're comparing the two, Professor Potter here seems more like the godfather, doesn't he?" "That's not something to be proud of," Harry said, shaking his head. "I'd rather he start acting his age soon. At this rate, he'll have a hard time finding a witch to marry." "Worrying about that?" Flitwick roared with laughter. "You're sounding more like his godfather every day, Harry, even fretting over his love life." "Don't worry," Sprout said kindly. "Sirius is still a handsome lad. He'll find a wife. Wizards live long lives. He's got plenty of time." "I hope so," Harry sighed. As dusk fell, the students finally climbed out of the Black Lake at Hagrid's call, reluctant to leave. Their faces were flushed from the cold, hands and feet like ice, but their excitement was undimmed. Boys and girls alike chattered about the day's naval battle, bragging about how many enemy boats they'd hit or how many people they'd splattered with dye. They gulped down cold cure potions, grimacing at the taste, then puffed out clouds of white steam from their ears like locomotives as they headed to the castle with bottles of dye-removing potion in hand. They had to clean up before the Halloween feast. Ron, Hermione, and Neville finished up in Harry's office. Earlier, Hermione had gifted Ron an odd-looking cat to soothe the pain of losing his old pet. It meant Ron wouldn't get a Christmas present this year. The cat was one Hermione had picked out with Harry at a Diagon Alley pet shop. It was a half-Kneazle, with magical creature blood, making it exceptionally clever. It had striking ginger fur, a long tail, and a broad, slightly squashed face, as if it had been punched. Though the shop had plenty of other animals, and they'd initially planned to get Ron an owl, since he'd complained endlessly about his family's ancient shared owl, Errol, especially compared to Percy's new one. Hermione changed her mind the moment she saw this cat. And Ron was thrilled when he got it, despite grumbling that it was ugly and not cute at all. But Harry could tell Ron adored it. Following Hermione's suggestion, he named it Crookshanks. The proof was in Crookshanks' behavior. With its nasal blood, it could sense goodwill, and it didn't mind Ron holding it at all. That spoke volumes. Unfazed by Ron's dye-covered state, Crookshanks leapt from a high cabinet onto his back, getting stained itself. So, human and cat ended up bathing together. Looks like he's finally over Scabbers. I mean, Peter Pettigrew, Harry said, hearing Ron's laughter and Crookshanks' playful noises from the upstairs bathroom in his office. It's not the cutest, but Crookshanks is really smart, Neville agreed. It seems to know when Ron's feeling down and won him over easily, making him forget that rotten rat. I agree with the second part, Neville. Crookshanks is smart, Hermione said. But the first part, I think Crookshanks is adorable and quite handsome. If we weren't picking it for Ron, I'd have kept it myself. You're right, Hermione, Neville said, knowing better than to argue with her when she got serious. He changed the subject. By the way, Harry, are you sure we can come with you? Nick didn't invite us, did he? Don't worry, it's a birthday. Death day party. Nick won't mind more people celebrating with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited me, Harry reassured. Besides, don't you want to see how a ghost's party compares to a living one? It's a safe opportunity. A safe opportunity? Hermione quipped. What are there unsafe ones, and why do ghosts celebrate the day they were killed? I'd have thought they'd avoid talking about their deaths. If I were murdered, I wouldn't want to dwell on it. Maybe it's because it's been so long, Neville mused, recalling nearly headless Nick's behavior. Nick's never shied away from his death. Last year, when we were first years, he even used his nearly severed head to scare people. Chapter 206. It's not exactly like that, Hermione shook her head. I think Nick actually cares quite a bit about his death. Getting hacked at 44 times with a blunt axe can't possibly feel good. What are you lot talking about? Ron, freshly cleaned up, descended the stairs alongside Sirius. We're talking about the Death Day party, Neville replied casually. Honestly, I'm a bit skeptical about the ghost's taste. They can't eat living people's food, can they? So, is Nick's celebration really suitable for us? Oh, Neville, Ron plopped down carelessly. Don't worry, Harry's a professor now. He can have the house elves in the kitchen whip up food and deliver it straight to him whenever he wants. As long as we're at Hogwarts, we'll never go hungry. Ron had enjoyed this professor privilege plenty of times. In Harry's name, of course. Death Day party, Sirius's expression turned odd. You're going to a ghost's banquet. Yeah, Nick invited us, Harry said, catching the shift in Sirius's tone. Why, have you been to one? Not quite, Sirius shook his head, his face barely hiding a smirk. But I know what ghosts like. Oh, you're in for a lovely evening. Your face is practically screaming that there's a catch, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Sirius, are you planning another prank? Me? Never, Sirius said with mock seriousness. I just think it's a valuable experience for you young folks to try different things. Not every place is like Hogwarts, crawling with ghosts. He had a point, but Sirius might as well have had "I'm up to no good" written across his forehead. Still, judging by his expression, it didn't seem dangerous. They didn't linger in the office long. As night fully settled, and after Ron dried his hair, the group hurriedly made their way to the castle, carefully avoiding other students heading to the Great Hall for dinner. They followed Nick's instructions to a secluded underground classroom. Sirius solemnly declined Harry's invitation to join them, saying he'd wait in the Great Hall. Honestly, I'm starting to regret this, Ron said, his face growing paler the closer they got to Nick's party. Is it really okay for living people like us to attend a dead person's bash? You already agreed, Ron, Hermione said sharply. You can't back out of a promise. But wasn't it Harry who promised Nick? Ron muttered under his breath but kept walking. Like the rest of the castle, the corridor was lit with candles, but not the warm, orange glow that felt cozy. These were thin, black candles that flickered with an eerie blue light, casting a ghastly pallor on their faces. Even with their trained bodies, they could feel a distinct chill growing colder the closer they got to the classroom. A faint, unsettling sound, like countless fingernails scraping a blackboard, echoed in the distance. Ghosts didn't bother with conventional paths. Harry and the others occasionally saw specters drifting through walls, heading in the same direction, some casting curious glances at the living but keeping their distance. Nearly headless Nick stood waiting at the corner of the classroom's entrance. Upon seeing Harry and the others, he greeted them in a mournful tone. "Welcome, Harry, and all of you, thank you for coming. I'm truly delighted." "What's wrong, Nick?" Harry asked. "You don't seem yourself, something upsetting you." Yeah, Ron nodded eagerly. "It's your death day, you should be cheering up." Hermione shot Ron a glare. "It's just come on, be fair." Nick's voice suddenly flared with anger. "Does someone who's been hacked at 44 times with a blunt axe qualify for the headless hunt or not?" He yanked at his head as if to throw it, but the thin strip of flesh connecting it to his neck held firm, no matter how hard he tried. "Clearly you do," Ron said quickly, sensing what Nick wanted to hear. "Exactly." Nick took a deep breath, glancing at the ghosts already gathered in the classroom. His mood steadied slightly. But apparently, to Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore, it's not enough. "So that's what's been bothering you?" Harry asked. "What else would it be?" Nick shot back. "Can you help me, Harry? Everyone knows you're a dab hand with soul-related matters. No other wizard could bring souls back from that place." "Happy to help," Harry said with a light chuckle. "Can you pull your head a bit more? Let me see that last bit of connection." "Of course." Nick, momentarily stunned, burst into ecstatic joy. He dropped to the ground in front of Harry, tugging his head to one side with one hand. "This might hurt a bit, bear with it." It was a simple process. Harry condensed his soul energy into a small blade and sliced through the remaining flesh connecting Nick's head to his neck. It was like cutting butter with a hot knife. The thin strip gave way without resistance. Nick's condition plummeted instantly. He opened his mouth as if to scream, but the overwhelming pain left him silent, his once-opaque form dimming as if he might vanish entirely. "Merlin's beard," Neville swallowed hard, nervous. "Harry, Gryffindor's ghost isn't going to disappear for good, is he?" "Of course not," Harry shook his head. "This is just a reaction to soul damage. Nick just needs time to recover, and he'll be fine." "Exactly, Neville, I'm fine." Nick's voice was jubilant. He held his now fully detached head in front of him, staring at it in awe. "My word, it's off. It's finally off." Nick?" Hermione asked cautiously. Nick's behavior seemed unhinged, and he barely registered her words. "I can join the headless hunt." With a sudden, gleeful shout, Nick ignored his weakened state and kicked his head toward the center of the banquet. The flying head cackled wildly, drawing the attention of every ghost in the room. Some of Nick's friends whistled and cheered, and a few even kicked their own heads in sync. Hermione's. The scene was so surreal, she was at a loss for words. Nick's body, meanwhile, bowed politely, inviting them into the classroom before floating off on its own. "That's horrifying," Ron muttered, touching his neck. "Kicking your own head, is that the headless hunt's game?" "Probably," Neville said, looking even more nervous. "Are we sure we should go in?" The ghosts' revelry had reached a new peak. The classroom was filled with specters zipping about, and Neville had no desire to be passed through. Last year, he'd accidentally walked through a ghost and caught a terrible cold the next day. "Don't be scared, Neville," Ron said, swallowing hard and clenching his fists. "You don't want to regret missing a ghost centuries-old Death Day party in a decade or two, do you? We might only get one shot at this." Ron's words convinced Neville. With a "we're already here" mentality, they stepped inside. In the bone-chilling cold caused by the gathering of so many ghosts, their heightened senses immediately picked up a nauseating stench. Large chunks of rotting meat sat on pristine plates along the banquet table. The cake, if it could still be called that, was charred black. Pies crawled with wriggling maggots, and the cheese was covered in green mold. At the center of the table stood a massive, tombstone-shaped gray cake, adorned with blackened icing, spelling out Nick's full name and date of death. Even Harry, who'd explored Karajan with Jaina Proudmoore, felt his scalp tingle. At the time of their visit, Karajan's ghostly banquet had long since decayed to ash. And with Medivh's resurrection, the weathered guardian still resided in that dark, fel-infused tower, maintaining the eternal banquet of its spectral inhabitants, their food and drink reduced to translucent echoes. Tauren weren't exactly carrion eaters. "Hello," Harry couldn't help but ask, "can you actually taste food like this?" Before them, a lady ghost in an ancient robe drifted straight through the table's offerings, her mouth open. "Oh, perhaps," the ghost replied, her tone turning melancholic. "I like to think so." With that, she floated away from the somber scene. "So they let the food rot to make the flavor stronger?" Hermione said, pinching her nose. By that logic, could Uncle James and Aunt Lily eat something too? No way, absolutely not, Harry said firmly. Unlike these ghosts, they've never truly returned to this world. Unless it's soul energy used for attack or healing, they can't interact with anything in the living world. Besides, I doubt James would ever let himself eat rotting food, Ron quipped. Can we leave? I'm about to be sick. No sane person would argue with that. Though the ghostly banquet's food was far from friendly to the living, Harry summoned Alfred, Dobby's alias for this mission, and had him bring several hearty meat pies and warm butterbeer. Even Ron had no complaints, happily patting his stomach while curiously observing the eclectic ghosts. If you approached it with a mindset of experiencing something rare, Nick's Death Day party was actually quite fascinating. The ghosts' conversations and the banquet's entertainment were unlike anything you'd find at a living person's feast. With his head fully detached, Nick shed his earlier gloom. He floated around, proudly showing off his achievement to every ghost present. Soon, every specter knew it was the boy who'd granted Nick's wish. More importantly, that boy wielded power over spirits. Ghosts began approaching Harry's group, most out of curiosity, but a few made requests, asking Harry to work his knife on them. Under the stunned gazes of Hermione and the others, Harry performed 4 surgeries in under 10 minutes. Or rather, he successfully beheaded 4 ghosts. These departed souls seemed to lack certain emotions. Despite their ear-splitting screams or agonized expressions during the process, they eagerly gathered around, pointing and chattering, as if the louder the screams, the more excited they became. Because so much had to be cut, these ghosts' forms grew even fainter than Nick's had, teetering on the edge of vanishing. Yet, once the pain subsided, they were more thrilled than ever, kicking their heads about like footballs. I bet they're desperately short on entertainment, Neville said woodenly. Or maybe centuries of unchanging existence have left them bored, Hermione said, rubbing her stiff cheeks. Look, more ghosts are lining up for Harry's head-chopping surgery. Everything she'd seen today defied her imagination. Hermione was sure her father would love this story, ghosts kicking their own heads around for fun. Chapter 207. The line of ghosts waiting for Harry to perform his surgery had grown so long that the once quiet corner of the dungeon classroom was no longer secluded. The queue stretched all the way to the classroom door, one ghost after another. It wasn't crowded, nor did they have to wait too long, because Harry's surgical speed was astonishingly fast. He had even transformed the soul-forged scalpel into the shape of an axe, chopping one head after another with swift precision. In no time at all, the dungeon classroom was littered with ghost heads rolling chaotically across the floor. Harry worked with such skill, it was as if he beheaded ghosts daily. The pain screams of the ghosts as their heads were severed mingled with their excited cheers afterward, creating a cacophony that turned the dungeon classroom into a scene of wild, chaotic revelry. The chaotic nature of wizards seemed to persist even after death. As a group of ghosts playfully tossed and kicked their freshly severed heads, 12 spectral horses suddenly burst through the classroom walls, each ridden by a headless rider. They charged into the center of the room, halting in unison before rearing up on their hind legs, hooves kicking the air, only to freeze as they realized what was happening. Merlin socks your heads, the lead ghost, a burly figure with a bushy beard, leapt from his horse, shouting in disbelief. Nick, have I got the wrong person? Your head should still be firmly on your neck. Oh, Sir Patrick, you're not mistaken at all, nearly headless Nick replied, picking up his head with a beaming smile, his voice brimming with pride. As you can see, my head is finally free from my body, so can I join the headless hunt now? A clean, clear separation, head and body parted, Nick emphasized. Well, yes, of course you can, Sir Patrick nodded repeatedly, glancing around at the heads rolling and flying about. All right, perhaps more will want to join us. The headless hunt is about to see a serious recruitment boost. Look, Ron whispered in Harry's ear, I've never seen Nick this happy before. He's usually so glum. Hang on, what's that sound? Ron turned to look around. Thud. He wasn't the only one who heard it. Many ghosts also caught the dull, heavy sound. The ceiling trembled slightly, dust falling from above, confirming it wasn't an illusion. The walls are shaking, Harry said, frowning. Is the castle under attack? Thud. The sound grew louder, followed by a deafening crash. There was no time for the people and ghosts in the dungeon classroom to think. From the first thud to the catastrophe, barely 2 breaths had passed. Suddenly, one of the classroom walls shattered, exploding outward. Just like last year when Harry had burst a pipe in the dungeon corridor, a hidden pipe in the classroom wall now ruptured, water gushing out in torrents. Broken bricks and stones flew like cannonballs, passing through the ghosts' translucent bodies amid their startled cries. No, most ghosts couldn't even scream. A massive creature burst through the broken wall, the very thing that had shattered the castle's hidden pipes and demolished half the classroom's wall with its sheer bulk. As the ghosts turned to see what had disrupted their chaotic celebration, they froze, one by one, their minds and movements halting. Their pearlescent, milky white bodies darkened visibly, turning ashen like solidified plaster. No longer floating freely, they plummeted onto tables or the floor, heavy as stone statues. Even the ghosts whose heads had been severed underwent the same transformation, their bodies and heads alike turning lifeless. The few who hadn't looked at the creature screamed and fled, phasing through the classroom's ceiling and vanishing within seconds. Ghosts could pass through walls, but the living had no such luxury. "Don't look up, don't look at it," Harry shouted, forcibly pressing down Ron and Neville's heads while shielding Hermione's gaze with his body. "Quick, keep your heads down, get to the corridor along the wall, find Dumbledore." Harry had already seen what had attacked the classroom. The moment the creature crashed through the wall, he was ready for battle. The fallen ghosts, his instincts, and the warnings from the spirits screaming in his ears confirmed his caution. The elements themselves urged him not to look directly at the enemy. Through the omnipresent elements, Harry used his vision of the elements to glimpse the intruder indirectly. But even this second-hand view, relayed through the elements, struck his soul with a devastating blow the moment he saw the creature's glowing yellow eyes. It was a curse, a dark wizard's curse rooted in fell magic. Even seeing those eyes indirectly, through the elements, inflicted the curse. Its unreasonable power could spread through intangible connections. With just one glance, Harry knew his foe. A basilisk, massive in size, its scales a dazzling green, its back and head bristling with menacing lumps and spikes. Its hissing revealed long, venomous fangs, and its gaze turned every ghost that met its eyes into lifeless husks, falling from the air. From the moment he entered the wizarding world last year, Harry had researched the most dangerous magical creatures and spells known to wizarding society. Among the deadliest, the basilisk ranked near the top, etched deeply in his memory. Purge soul. Without hesitation, Harry cast a dispelling spell on himself, one capable of removing all curses and magical effects. It worked, to an extent. He could feel the soul-withering, petrifying sensation lessen significantly. But even so, blood tears streamed from his eyes, crimson trails dripping down his face. "Harry, your eyes, my God." Hermione's scream pierced his ears like a dagger, ignoring his earlier warning. Bang! There was no time to explain. Harry slammed his forehead against Hermione's, the sharp pain snapping the panicked girl back to her senses. "Go, don't look, tell Dumbledore it's a basilisk," Harry yelled, practically kicking Ron and Neville toward the door and shoving Hermione after them. Before he could do more, the basilisk's massive tail whipped toward him, striking him and sending him flying. Harry, Ron, still dazed from being kicked out, couldn't process what had happened. One moment, they were watching the Headless Hunt's performance. The next, the classroom was in ruins and ghosts were falling like rain. "Don't look up, Ron," Hermione shouted, yanking his hair to force his head down. "Looking at a basilisk will kill you. We have to go, don't hold Harry back." The clever girl, suppressing the pain in her body and forehead, quickly assessed what needed to be done. But in their panic, mistakes were inevitable. Neville, obediently running for the door, didn't see the chunk of rotten cake on the floor. He slipped, crashing to the ground. "Neville," Ron, who had been the fastest, heard Neville's cry and turned back without thinking, rushing to pull him up. "It hurts," Neville sobbed. "I think I twisted my ankle." As if things weren't bad enough, the basilisk turned its attention to them, clearly targeting the easiest prey. Clutching his chest, Harry staggered to his feet amid the rubble of the broken wall. He could feel a rib had snapped. Casting a quick surge of healing on himself, he saw the basilisk lunging toward his friends. "Look at me," Harry roared, his voice like thunder. But the basilisk ignored him, its gaping maw aiming for Hermione, Ron, and Neville. In the nick of time, the wall near the trio began to crumble, its massive stones shifting on their own. In a blink, they formed two thick arms, shielding the three from the basilisk's attack. Fighting in the confined space of the castle was severely limiting for Harry. Without access to the elemental plane of Earth, he had to resort to transforming the castle's stones into an earthen elemental's body. Combined with the basilisk's earlier destruction, the classroom was now on the verge of collapse, the ceiling threatening to cave in. "Move, Ron!" Hermione's voice broke with desperation, as she and Ron dragged Neville out from behind the earthen elemental. But the basilisk wasn't done. Beyond its deadly gaze, its massive, powerful body was a weapon in itself. It whipped its tail, sending the earthen elemental flying, and slithered swiftly after Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Ascension. No longer hesitating, Harry gritted his teeth through the pain and transformed into an air ascendant. His flesh and blood body vanished, replaced by a form of swirling storm elements. Crackling currents and booming thunder surrounded him. A spear of lightning materialized in his hand and was hurled with force. Devastating bolt. Crack! The blue-white lightning struck the basilisk's body, but its scales acted like shields, absorbing the blow. The attack staggered it slightly, but caused little real damage, a mere pause in its movement. Harry was certain this basilisk was abnormal. Not only was it larger than any described in books, but its glowing green scales provided exceptional resistance to magic and physical harm. A basilisk lurking in Hogwarts, likely bred and modified by wizards for some specific purpose. It completely ignored Harry, as if driven by a vendetta against Ron, Hermione, and Neville. But Harry was certain his friends could never have done anything to provoke such a creature. This basilisk was acting with purpose, as if it knew exactly what it was meant to do. Suddenly, a phoenix's cry rang out. A burst of flame appeared in the air, and with Fawkes came Dumbledore. No need for Ron and the others to raise the alarm. Perhaps the fleeing ghosts had spread the word. Dumbledore landed, his face grave, and with a flick of his wand, a fallen stone transformed into a majestic rooster, which immediately began to crow. For a basilisk, a rooster's crow was its deadliest weakness, capable of killing it instantly. But to Dumbledore's surprise, though the rooster crowed loudly, the basilisk seemed unaffected, continuing its pursuit of the three children. Harry's summoned earthen elemental was nearly shattered. Finally, under the relentless assault, the classroom's ceiling collapsed. Broken stone slabs and debris filled the air with dust, and desks and objects from the floor above crashed down in a chaotic mess. Clenching his fists, Harry unleashed a molten ball of lava toward the basilisk. Since the castle was already in ruins, there was no need to hold back any longer. Chapter 208. Since the underground classroom was already on the verge of becoming a ruin, there was no need to hold back. If they allowed such a massive basilisk to rampage through the castle, leading to the deaths of curious young wizards, it would be a failure on the part of Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Harry Potter. Fawkes was crying out incessantly, but compared to its usual leisurely, melodic chirps, the phoenix's calls now sounded urgent, accompanied by the rapid flapping of its wings. Fawkes soared above the basilisk's head, swooping down to peck at its eyes whenever it tried to attack anyone in the room, forcing the creature to dodge. Dumbledore tentatively cast a few spells, but truth be told, they weren't very effective. When his spells struck the basilisk's body, its emerald scales deflected them like smooth mirrors. "Careful, Dumbledore," Harry roared. He tore a massive chunk of stone, tall as an adult, from the castle wall. The fire elementals cheered and leaped, instantly melting the stone into a blazing mass of molten lava. The heat was so intense that even those standing several meters away could feel it radiating, making it nearly impossible to approach. Lava burst. No fancy tricks, Harry hurled the searing lava at the basilisk. The molten mass, with its oppressive heat and weight from the physical world, struck the creature's thick body, causing a section to bend unnaturally outward. The basilisk let out a pained hiss. It thrashed. It writhed violently. The basilisk's massive body twisted frantically in the cramped classroom, pulverizing desks, chairs, plates, and old wooden cabinets into dust. Its thick, serpentine form swept recklessly through the room, nearly hitting Dumbledore. The old man, however, moved with an agility that belied his age, dodging swiftly. But Harry's assault didn't stop there. Years of combat experience had taught him two things: never hold back in a fight, and always ensure the enemy is truly dead before celebrating. Before Dumbledore could say anything, Harry ripped another chunk of the wall free, melted it into a boiling mass of lava, and flung it at the basilisk. "Wait, Harry." Dumbledore's face paled, and he shouted with rare urgency, "Don't destroy the castle." But it was too late. Harry had already instinctively unleashed a full barrage of spells. He shifted from air elemental ascension to fire elemental ascension. The man now focused solely on dealing maximum damage. Elemental overload. Flame shock. Lava burst. Elemental blast. Stormlash. Harry couldn't directly look at the basilisk, fearing he might accidentally meet its deadly gaze as it thrashed in desperation. But the invisible elements could see for him. All he needed was to let them take aim. Each roaring blast of lava struck like a giant's fist, the elementals deliberately targeting the basilisk's most vulnerable spots, especially the wound already inflicted. The elements taught it the meaning of love through their magic. No blood sprayed from the basilisk's wounds as its massive body writhed. Any weak bodily fluids were boiled and evaporated the moment they were exposed, vanishing completely. When Harry finally received Dumbledore's signal to stop, the enormous basilisk had been severed into 3 pieces. Its large, yellow eyes were blinded, fox-doing. The brave and reliable Phoenix had taken advantage of the basilisk's pained thrashing, diving in to tear its eyes apart. At least now, Harry and Dumbledore could look at the creature without fear. The scene settled into an eerie calm. Harry and Dumbledore stood at what used to be the room's farthest wall, watching the basilisk's final struggles. In contrast to their composed demeanor, the 3 segments of the basilisk still twitched in their last throes. The serpent's massive body and vitality granted it extraordinary resilience, but at this moment, that only prolonged its suffering. Fox flew over, circling Harry and Dumbledore before perching on Harry's shoulder. "It seems you and Fox are closer than I thought," Dumbledore said, feigning sadness. "It doesn't even come near me anymore." With a soft trill, Fox shot Dumbledore a disdainful glance. "If you keep feeding her cockroach clusters, Fox might do more than just keep her distance," Harry said, stroking the Phoenix's long tail feathers with an exasperated look. Dumbledore turned his head, pretending not to hear. "I never imagined a basilisk this massive was living in Hogwarts alongside us," Dumbledore said, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. "It seems I'm not much of a headmaster." "Do you have any guesses about where it came from?" Harry asked. "I have some ideas," Dumbledore nodded slightly, "but now's not the time to discuss them." "We can talk later then." "Of course." In the brief exchange, the basilisk's remains grew still, lying motionless on the ground except for occasional instinctive twitches. Harry and Dumbledore approached. "What a terrifying creature," Dumbledore said, closely examining the basilisk's mangled head, particularly its exposed venomous fangs and the venom dripping from their tips. "But your magic, Harry, it's even more terrifying. It's as if it was created solely for killing." Inspecting the basilisk's wounds, Dumbledore saw flesh torn apart by the sheer force of molten lava and charred, foul-smelling injuries. Even now, faint blue arcs of electricity danced across the severed sections of its body. It wasn't an illusion. Dumbledore clearly saw small clusters of wind elementals still ravaging the basilisk's corpse, stripping away its flesh. Wild, chaotic, brutal. To Dumbledore, who had become a shaman, the elements displayed an unprecedented enthusiasm and vigor in battle, far from the usual indifference they showed when he communed with them. "The other world isn't peaceful," Harry said, sensing Dumbledore's concern but remaining unfazed. "We have too many powerful enemies to defeat, and as the weaker side, we don't have the luxury of being picky about our power." "The weaker side?" Dumbledore glanced at Harry in surprise before nodding. "I'm glad our world doesn't have enemies that require magic of this magnitude to defeat." "Indeed," Harry agreed, "the people living in this world are fortunate." As they spoke, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Soon, Professor McGonagall led a group of professors around what used to be a wall. They stared, dumbfounded, at the ruins of the underground classroom. At least 3 classrooms had been utterly destroyed, from one end of the corridor to the other. But most striking was the basilisk's corpse. The charred, foul-smelling body, its menacing face, and the dark red lava still flowing on the floor. The professors could hardly believe they were witnessing such a hellish scene in Hogwarts. "Oh, Minerva, so good to see you," Dumbledore said, his mood inexplicably cheerful now that the danger was gone. "Have the students all returned to their dorms?" "Yes, the prefects have taken them back," McGonagall replied instinctively before hurrying forward. "But Albus, what happened here? I mean, why Merlin's beard?" Clasping her hands to her chest, McGonagall looked dizzy with shock, her face pale. She recognized the creature on the ground for what it was, and that knowledge made it even harder to accept. As Dumbledore had said, how could Hogwarts, a castle meant to educate young wizards, harbor such a deadly and dangerous magical creature, a basilisk? "I know it's hard to accept, Minerva, but it's the truth," Dumbledore said soothingly. "The important thing is that the students are safe. As for the rest, we can deal with it slowly, though you'll likely have to worry about repairing the castle next." "This is no time for jokes, Professor Dumbledore," McGonagall snapped, glaring at him. "We need to strengthen the castle's defenses, or who knows what might attack next." Before she could finish, Snape strode forward, his black robes billowing. His presence alone was enough to make Lockhart step aside. "How dare you?" Snape growled, standing before Harry. He was furious, his brows furrowed, lips pressed tightly together. He grabbed Harry's face with both hands, forcing his head up. First, he checked Harry's eyes, then his tongue and body. Snape roughly pulled a leather pouch from his waist, yanking out bottle after bottle of potions and forcing Harry to drink them. "Damage from dark magic. Your soul is showing signs of instability. How dare you? How am I supposed to face your mother?" Only after Harry obediently drank a potion did Snape seem to regain his ability to speak. He growled rapidly, his voice low but audible to everyone present. His intensity even made McGonagall forget about castle repairs momentarily, while Dumbledore. The old man just chuckled, watching the scene unfold. "Severus, you don't need to be so tense," Dumbledore said after Harry shot him a look, finally stepping in. "As you can see, Harry defeated the basilisk single-handedly. I didn't contribute much to the process." "Didn't contribute much?" Snape whipped his head toward Dumbledore, advancing 2 steps in anger. "A Hogwarts headmaster, useless when a dangerous magical creature attacks the school? If your head is so full of those wretched sweets, you should step down and let someone capable take over." "Professor Snape," McGonagall said disapprovingly. "Calm down, Professor Snape. Don't let anger cloud your judgment," Harry interjected. "Headmaster Dumbledore could have handled the basilisk, but I acted faster and didn't give him the chance. Sorry about destroying the underground classrooms, Professor McGonagall." Harry glanced at McGonagall sheepishly. "When faced with danger, I trust my shamanic spells more. Without the elemental planes, my spells did cause a bit too much damage to the castle. I hate to admit it, but the basilisk didn't destroy as much as I did." "Don't say that, Harry," McGonagall said quickly. "Your eyes, Merlin, the fact that you're alive is what matters. I can't imagine if you—" She trailed off, shaking her head. "Thank you for defending me, Harry," Dumbledore said cheerfully, "though I have been considering retirement lately. Perhaps Hogwarts needs a new headmaster, someone young and strong enough to protect the school." "Oh yes, quite a responsibility, being Hogwarts headmaster," Lockhart interjected. "But I must say, you're standing before the perfect candidate. As a 3rd-class Order of Merlin recipient, an honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5. "Thank you, Professor Lockhart, for your enthusiasm, but could you please be quiet for now?" McGonagall cut him off brusquely. Normally, she'd mind her manners and collegiality, but this was no ordinary moment. Chapter 209. The number of professors who actually came to assist was small. After receiving messages delivered by ghosts, the others had already scattered across the castle to ensure the students' safety. Thus, the only ones who joined Professor McGonagall to provide support were Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape, wizards with considerable combat experience and practical skills. Well, and Gilderoy Lockhart, who insisted on tagging along, prattling incessantly the entire way. If the situation hadn't been so urgent, and if McGonagall hadn't held onto the faint hope that even Lockhart could contribute something, she would have found it utterly intolerable. But now, Dumbledore's blunt words had unintentionally stirred McGonagall's thoughts, not those kinds of thoughts. It wasn't that she, as deputy headmistress, was finally eyeing the headmaster's position. No, what she and the other professors noticed was something else entirely. When Dumbledore spoke of wanting to retire, his gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Harry. What did that mean? A young, sufficiently powerful headmaster capable of protecting Hogwarts. This wasn't even a hint, it was an outright declaration. But wasn't Harry far too young for that? As these thoughts swirled among the group, a commotion of rapid, heavy footsteps approached from the far end of the corridor. Within seconds, they burst into view. "Harry, are you all right, Harry?" The voice arrived before the person. Sirius, black face etched with panic, shouted as he ran, trailed by Hermione and Ron, who had fled earlier. "Don't worry, Sirius, I'm fine," Harry said, giving his godfather a quick hug to calm him down as he skidded to a halt. "The enemy's already dead. We took Neville to a safe place and were looking for help when we ran into Sirius in the corridor," Hermione explained rapidly. "So, that's the basilisk, the monster that attacked us." Basilisk? At the word, Sirius's face contorted with rage. "Why is there a basilisk in Hogwarts? Dumbledore, is this how you protect the students?" As a guardian of a student, Sirius had every right to question the headmaster. "I'm sorry, Sirius," Dumbledore replied, unable to deflect the accusation. He bowed his head sincerely. "I have no excuse for this. It was indeed my failure." "It's not Dumbledore's fault, Sirius," Harry interjected quickly, grabbing his godfather's arm to prevent him from doing something rash in his anger. "Hogwarts is a 1,000-year-old castle. With magic at play, it's full of secrets. Even Dumbledore can't monitor every corner. Wizarding spells could conceal far too much." "Monitor every corner," Sirius muttered, shuddering as if struck by a sudden thought. He fell silent, clearly mulling something over. Without another word, Harry exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, who nodded and began arranging the next steps. The underground classrooms in this area would be sealed off until they located the room where the basilisk had been hiding. Until the castle was deemed completely safe, students would not be allowed to move freely and would need to travel in groups. Dumbledore also assigned professors to patrol and tasked them with rebuilding the now-ruined classrooms, a considerable undertaking. For now, he made only preliminary arrangements. The professors who had come to help were dismissed, even Lockhart, who grumbled incessantly as McGonagall forcibly dragged him away. Sirius, still reluctant, was tasked by Harry with escorting Ron and Hermione to the shaman's office. Given the basilisk's relentless pursuit of the three children during the fight, Harry wasn't entirely convinced the creature had acted on its own. If it had been following someone's orders, he didn't dare leave his friends in a castle that seemed to harbor such deep secrets. At least the Great Totem, which Harry had personally established, was a place free of threats like basilisks. In the end, only Dumbledore, Harry, and Snape, who was handling the basilisk's corpse, remained at the scene. "How's it going? Can we salvage anything useful?" Harry asked, assisting Snape. A basilisk lurking in the shadows, striking when least expected, was undeniably dangerous. Even Harry had been caught off guard. If not for the warnings from the petrified ghosts, he might have looked directly into its eyes and joined James and Lily in the afterlife. But once the basilisk was fully exposed, the massive creature was nothing short of a treasure trove waiting to be mined. Basilisk bones, fangs, venom, scales. These were prime materials for crafting armor, weapons, or even selling for a fortune. "There's some, but not as much as I'd hoped," Snape said, carefully stowing a pristine scale in his bag. He stood, a touch of regret in his voice. "If the rumors are true, this basilisk was left here by Salazar Slytherin himself before he parted ways with the other founders and left Hogwarts. That means it's a 1,000-year-old basilisk, far more powerful than an ordinary one." Once assured that Harry wasn't in mortal danger and that his injuries were treatable, Snape's potion master instincts had kicked in. "I'm certain Slytherin modified this creature," he continued. "Not only did he extend its lifespan, but he also enhanced its magical resistance and scale thickness. However, your shamanic spells, particularly those lava orbs, deal primarily physical damage. The scales, designed to counter wizarding curses, didn't perform as expected." "Only about 10% of the scales are reusable," Snape added. "The bones are mostly intact, and the fangs are in good condition. The eyes, capable of producing a curse, were destroyed by Fawkes, which is a pity. They could have been used to craft a potent dark magic artifact. But your safety, Harry, is far more important." He gave Harry a pointed look. If another unknown threat arises, I'd prefer you prioritize your safety, retreat, and wait for others. For me, to provide support before acting. I will, Harry nodded. For some reason, this Snape, speaking not with his usual biting sarcasm, but with earnest, heartfelt concern, felt more like a proper godfather than Sirius ever did. Sirius would likely be furious to hear it, but Harry couldn't help the thought. What about these ghosts? Harry asked, turning to the petrified ghost statues scattered across the floor. They had been frozen after glimpsing the basilisk's eyes, a reasonable outcome for beings already dead. Even nearly headless Nick, the host of this Death Day party, is a statue now. He can't even mourn the fact that his party was ruined. Harry had already cast dispelling curses on the ghosts, but whether due to their spectral nature or the unique magic of the basilisk's gaze, the damage lingered. Full recovery would require further treatment. Don't worry, Harry, Dumbledore said, approaching from the wall where the basilisk had emerged. He smiled. As far as I know, Professor Sprout has planned a lesson on tending mandrakes this year. Their cries may be deadly, but when properly processed, they're an excellent antidote for dark magic. Nick and the others will recover, hopefully without any psychological scars. They're already dead, Snape snorted. These ghosts will probably just be thrilled to have experienced something novel. Be that as it may, they came to Hogwarts at Nick's invitation, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. I hope they don't hold it against him, but I believe I've figured out where the basilisk was hiding, Harry. It's been moving through the castle's pipes, hasn't it? Harry gestured toward the broken wall and the dripping, shattered pipes. We just need to follow them to find its lair. Two translucent ghosts suddenly phased through the wall. The person you asked for, Dumbledore. Leading the way was the Bloody Baron, Slytherin's house ghost, followed by the spirit of a young girl. Thank you, Baron, Dumbledore said, nodding. This saves us a great deal of trouble. No trouble at all, the Baron replied curtly, casting a lingering glance at the basilisk's corpse before phasing back through the wall. Myrtle? Harry asked, addressing the young girl's spirit. It was his first time meeting Moaning Myrtle, the girl who had died at Hogwarts during her school years. He'd only heard about her from Ron. Oh, Harry, so nice to see you. I mean, Headmaster Dumbledore, why did you need me? Myrtle asked, visibly nervous. I did come to Nick's Death Day party tonight, she continued. He invited every ghost in the castle, but I don't know how things turned out like this. The moment that monster appeared, I fled through the ceiling without looking back. Her thick glasses and greasy, flat hair, reminiscent of a younger Snape, gave her a distinctly gloomy air. Calm down, child, Dumbledore said gently. We just have a few questions. Do you remember how you died? With the basilisk hiding in Hogwarts and knowing from Dumbledore's research that Myrtle was the only student to die on school grounds in centuries, he had made a bold connection. Her death had occurred in a second-floor bathroom, and now, with the basilisk's use of the castle's pipes confirmed, Dumbledore had summoned her via the Bloody Baron. How I died? Myrtle's voice shot up, almost shrill. She looked as if she wanted to dive into a wall or unleash a tirade, but the sight of Dumbledore and Snape steadied her. Olive Hornby called me a crybaby, so I hid in the bathroom, she said, her face crumpling. Then I heard a boy's voice, really loud. I opened the door to tell him to leave, and then I died. You opened the door and that was it, Harry raised an eyebrow. That's all. Pretty much, Myrtle said, frowning as she recalled. I just remember seeing a pair of huge yellow eyes, and then I was floating. Then I was dead. I left, I came back, and I decided to haunt Olive Hornby for mocking my glasses. She was still indignant about her past, but Harry, Dumbledore, and Snape exchanged knowing glances, their eyes settling on the basilisk's massive head, specifically its blinded eyes, ruined by Fawkes. Harry remembered clearly. It was through his vision spell that he'd seen the basilisk's glowing yellow eyes, cursing his soul. If he hadn't dispelled it quickly, he might have ended up a statue himself. I think it's quite clear, Snape said slowly. Myrtle died years ago because she looked into the basilisk's eyes. Direct eye contact kills instantly, but indirect contact curses the soul, causing harm. These ghosts, already dead, couldn't die again, so they became statues. Basilisk, Myrtle tilted her head, glancing at the corpse. That's what killed me. That's the most likely conclusion for now. Thank you for your help, Myrtle, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. You've helped us solve a mystery. Oh, you're welcome, Headmaster, Myrtle said brightly. It was kind of fun to talk about it again. If you're all okay, I'll be off then. Of course. With Dumbledore's permission, Myrtle zipped through the wall, leaving without so much as a word of resentment toward the creature that had taken her life. Chapter 210. To Harry, the ghosts of the wizarding world were distinctly abnormal, especially in their indifference toward their own deaths, as if they were deliberately ignoring it. If the same thing happened with the ancestral spirits he summoned, James would probably have cursed up and down Diagon Alley by now. It's clear that the creature that killed Myrtle Warren was the basilisk, Dumbledore said calmly. Hagrid and his spider friend were merely saddled with a baseless accusation. Exchanging a glance with Harry, Dumbledore left unspoken what Myrtle had just mentioned about hearing a boy's voice outside the bathroom. But both he and Harry were thinking the same thing. If the basilisk, whose gaze could kill in an instant, was just outside the stall where Myrtle was, who could possibly stand unharmed in its presence? Tom Marvolo Riddle. Only the young Voldemort. I think we're in for a rather slippery journey, Dumbledore said with a smile, waving his wand to transform broken stones into a staircase. Time to explore the castle's deepest secrets. After you, Dumbledore, Snape said, giving him a look of distaste before turning to Harry. Stay behind him, Harry. I'll bring up the rear. Harry had no objections. Hogwarts' plumbing system was built in the 18th century, relatively new by some standards. Yet, somehow, a basilisk, judged by Snape to be over 1,000 years old, had managed to hide within it during those renovations and learned to navigate the castle through these pipes. The wide pipes allowed Harry to move with just a slight duck of his head, while Dumbledore and Snape had to stoop to proceed. The surrounding pipes were slick and greasy, with occasional traces of the basilisk's passage. At the front of the trio, a floating, broken scale guided their way, the result of Dumbledore's tracking charm, leading them through the labyrinthine pipes to the basilisk's lair. As we discussed before, Harry, Dumbledore's voice echoed slightly in the pipes, Hogwarts has long been rumored to house secret chambers, not just Slytherins, but ones left by the other founders as well. There are simply too many of these chambers, and magic ensures their secrecy. Unless you know the exact way to enter, they might remain hidden forever. At least we've now found Slytherin's chamber, Snape said, his voice tinged with irritation. A basilisk, ha? That a Hogwarts founder would leave such a dangerous creature in the castle. Did he never consider what would happen if a young witch or wizard was harmed? Someone was harmed, Myrtle died, didn't she? Harry said casually, scanning their surroundings. And decades ago, the school nearly closed because of it. Compared to Dumbledore and Snape, who wrinkled their noses at the foul air and filthy environment, Harry was unbothered. Sewers? He traversed them countless times. So many of his attacks against enemies had begun in sewers, fighting his way up to their thrones. It was familiar territory, almost like coming home. Yes, Harry, that's the key point, Dumbledore said leisurely. It was likely the threat of the school's closure that prompted Tom to step forward and hastily pin the blame on Hagrid. Tom, Snape's brow furrowed, sensing there was more to this. Voldemort, Harry explained simply. That's what he was called when he was young. Snape fell silent, his mind reeling. You're saying Voldemort actually cared about Hogwarts? Harry asked, pressing further. Oh, Harry, it may sound odd, but I did watch Voldemort grow up, Dumbledore said, chuckling suddenly. He grew up in an orphanage, never seeing his peers there as family, until he came to Hogwarts. I must admit, he truly considered this castle his home. So, to answer your question, yes, I believe Voldemort loved Hogwarts, however faintly. It was the softest part of his heart, and he wouldn't allow it to be shut down. Myrtle's death was probably an accident then. At that time, Voldemort wouldn't have wanted a death at the school. Such things always cause a stir. Snape. Was this something he was supposed to hear? Harry might not know, but surely Dumbledore was aware of his position. The Dark Lord's youthful past, his vulnerable moments. If Voldemort knew Snape had learned this, a killing curse would be the least of his worries. Was Dumbledore implying he was no longer needed? As a double agent, Snape's mind worked quickly, diving deep into overanalysis. Dumbledore, however, offered no explanations. That makes sense, Harry said, unaware of Snape's inner turmoil, nodding slightly. There's no such thing as absolute evil or absolute good. Everyone has both kindness and malice, showing different sides at different times or to different people. "Oh, Harry, you've robbed me of a teaching moment," Dumbledore said, his voice tinged with mock regret. "You know too much, Ham." "What is it?" "I'm afraid we've reached the end of the easy part," Dumbledore sighed, unusually serious. "We'll have to jump from here. As before, I'll go first." With that, Dumbledore leapt into the pipe, which suddenly dropped at a 90-degree angle. The world spun dizzyingly. Even for Harry, a seasoned pipe worker, the sensation of being flushed downward was overwhelming. When they finally burst out of the pipe and landed on solid ground, even Snape's perpetually grim face showed a flicker of relief that it was over. "We're at least a few miles beneath the school," Snape said, shaking off the sticky sludge with a grimace. "More likely under the Black Lake. It's far too damp here. Lumos." He wasn't the only one to cast the spell. Soon, the light from their wands illuminated their surroundings. "Strange, can a basilisk's stomach digest bones? That doesn't match its physiology," Harry said, picking up a rat skeleton from the ground. The floor was littered with similar bones, likely the basilisk's leftovers. "There's no need to rationalize a basilisk's existence, Harry," Snape said, narrowing his eyes. "You know it's a creature of dark magic, artificially created. A rooster's egg laid under Sirius's light, hatched by a toad. Such a creature defies normal logic. If you analyzed its feeding habits, this place should be paved with bones, and its hunting would have exposed it long ago." "Well said, Severus," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "A pity you've graduated, or I'd award you 10 points. Oh, it seems I don't need to reward you after all." As they ventured deeper, they came upon a massive, coiled object, a giant basilisk shed. The shed skin could be used in potions, and in the hands of a potions master like Snape, it might yield new brews. "Can I have some, Professor Snape?" Harry asked suddenly. "And some bones and scales, too. I'd like to make armor for myself and my friends to guard against accidents." "Fine, take it all," Snape replied without hesitation. "If it's for armor, I've no objections. Make it thick. Need me to contact a goblin craftsman?" Dumbledore held his breath, studying Snape closely. In all their years, he'd never seen this expression on Snape's face, indulgent, almost doting. It sent a shiver down the old man's spine. It was unsettling, like a pile of cockroaches dusted with chili powder. "What about me?" Dumbledore asked, suddenly enthusiastic. "Can I have some? This snakeskin would make a fine pair of undergarments." "Don't even think about it," Snape snapped, glaring at Dumbledore with disgust. "Stick to your cockroach clusters, old bee. That's all you're fit for." Dumbledore. What could he say? Sure, it was a joke, but such an immediate rejection. "Oh, Gellert, I miss you." An old man sighed deeply. Truth be told, even standing in what was likely Slytherin's chamber, none of them felt particularly tense. After witnessing the basilisk's death, another one popping up wouldn't be a big deal. Just more materials to collect. Turning corner after corner in the dim tunnel, they soon reached its end. A solid wall carved with 2 entwined serpents, their eyes set with valuable emeralds. "What now?" Harry asked, turning to the others. "In my experience, this is where we'd need a password." "Parseltongue," Snape said abruptly. "The Dark Lord is a Parselmouth and never hesitated to show it. Slytherin himself was one too. If this is his chamber, only Parseltongue will open that door." "Shall we just break it down?" Harry suggested. "No need to worry about safety. Even if the tunnel collapses and the Black Lake floods in, I can have Dottie protect us." Whoa, calm down, Harry," Dumbledore said, grabbing his arm. "As Hogwarts headmaster, I think the castle's taken enough damage today. Repairs are costly." Even if Dumbledore often left much of his work to Professor McGonagall, he wasn't shameless enough to burden her further. "So what do we do?" Snape asked, frowning. "We can't just leave. Now that we've confirmed the chamber's existence, we need to see what's inside. Or are you saying you've mastered Parseltongue and Murmish?" "We're not leaving, and no, I'm not a Parselmouth," Dumbledore said with a shrug. "I can't promise anything, but let me take a look." Crack. Before Dumbledore could finish, the wall split apart, parting in the middle as if someone inside had opened it, inviting them in. "This is the worst-case scenario," Dumbledore said, his tone no longer playful but grave. "The basilisk wasn't here by chance. Someone deliberately set it loose to attack you, Harry." "Tom again." Harry didn't need more clues to pinpoint the culprit. "Which piece of his soul is it this time? I wish he'd be more proactive." "At least he's proactively inviting us in now," Dumbledore said with a faint smile. "This time I'm going first," Harry said, stepping forward before Snape could object. The room was vast, dimly lit, but illuminated by magical torches along the walls. A long corridor was flanked by stone pillars carved with coiling serpents, supporting a ceiling that vanished into the darkness above. A greenish glow permeated the room, giving it the eerie atmosphere of a horror story. Fire elements were scarce in the chamber, but Harry summoned flames to brighten the surroundings. Chapter 211. The silence was unexpected. No sudden attack from a second basilisk, no flash of cursed spells, nor any other unforeseen mishaps. As Harry, Dumbledore, and Snape walked along the long stone path, they reached the final pair of stone pillars and saw a statue as tall as the chamber itself. Aged, wrinkled, with a sparse, long beard nearly dragging on the ground. "Is this Slytherin?" Harry frowned. "Would anyone make such an ugly statue of themselves?" From what I know, Slytherin wasn't this old when he left Hogwarts. By wizarding standards, he was middle-aged at most, Dumbledore mused. With the mindset of a pureblood noble, even if they commissioned a statue, they'd only immortalize their most elegant and perfect image, Snape said. "I don't believe this is Slytherin's statue." "Let's check it," Harry said seriously. "Be careful." From every pillar to the chamber's pool, including the statue itself, Harry, Dumbledore, and Snape conducted a meticulous inspection. Finding nothing else in the room, and knowing none of them spoke Parseltongue, Harry decided to destroy the statue. At the point where its head connected to the wall, a hole large enough for a basilisk's massive body to pass through was revealed. After sending a transfigured rat to scout and confirm it was safe, Harry crawled into the hole. This was likely the basilisk's true lair. Inside, he found 2 shed snakeskins and a floor littered with bones. No human remains, just the skeletons of small animals or 4-legged creatures, likely unfortunate denizens of the Forbidden Forest. The basilisk had slithered through a secret passage from the Black Lake, feeding on its fish and the forest's creatures, sleeping, shedding, and surviving intermittently for centuries. Though the Chamber of Secrets had become the basilisk's lair, Dumbledore found traces of human presence. The bookshelves were empty, not a single book or even a scrap of parchment decayed by time, as if someone had known they were coming and removed anything of value in advance. Aside from confirming the basilisk was indeed an experiment bred by Slytherin 1,000 years ago, Harry, Dumbledore, and Snape found little else. No attacks, no traps. In the end, Dumbledore sealed the chamber with his authority as headmaster and a powerful enchantment. Fawkes then carried them back to the surface. Hogwarts buzzed with life once more. The ghosts, invited by nearly headless Nick, spread the tale of Halloween night's events to anyone who asked, retelling the story with enthusiastic embellishments. There was no hiding it. 30 or 40 petrified ghosts were neatly stacked in an empty classroom near the hospital wing, and with the students' curiosity and resourcefulness, the truth couldn't be contained. Within a day, the students learned that Harry had been attacked by a monster during Nick's Death Day party, and at least 2 or 3 underground classrooms had been reduced to rubble. By the second day, when the professors eased their patrols and vigilance, everyone knew the creature that attacked Harry was a 1,000-year-old basilisk. This was Dumbledore's calculated move. Rather than letting students' imaginations run wild with fear, he gave them a concrete answer to calm their minds. He even displayed the basilisk's preserved corpse in the Great Hall for all to see. Dumbledore invited representatives from the Ministry of Magic and the Wisengamot to witness the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets. For many students, it was their first time seeing Minister Fudge in person. Unsurprisingly, Rita Skeeter seized the moment, conducting interviews and publishing a special report. The Chamber of Secrets and the 1,000-year-old basilisk became the wizarding world's new obsession. Nearly every British wizard was a Hogwarts graduate, yet none could fathom that they'd lived alongside a basilisk for 7 years. Most astonishingly, that basilisk had been slain by none other than Harry Potter, Hogwarts' youngest professor and the great savior. Among wizards, power varied starkly. For someone like Dumbledore, Voldemort, or even Snape, a 1,000-year-old basilisk was merely a challenge, tricky but manageable. For Snape, perhaps a bit tougher. But for the vast majority of wizards, 99%, a 1,000-year-old basilisk was an insurmountable foe. Its cursed eyes aside, its sheer physical strength and scales could shrug off most spells, crushing ordinary wizards with ease. Its fangs and venom were another matter entirely. Lethal beyond comprehension, the embodiment of the deadliest threat an ordinary wizard could imagine. This realization hit the wizarding world hard. Harry Potter was that powerful. Rita's photos in the Daily Prophet, showing the basilisk's corpse severed into 3 gruesome pieces, only deepened this awe. No one now saw Harry as a young wizard barely 2 years into the magical world. Even the Ministry stopped treating the boy, barely chest-high to most, as a child. He was a wizard of immense power. People no longer said Harry would be the next Dumbledore or that he'd one day rival him. Instead, they spoke of Harry and Dumbledore as equals, occasionally debating who was stronger. The 7 years I spent at Hogwarts were the best of my life, but I could never have imagined that such a dangerous, deadly dark creature lurked in the place I called home. Like those petrified ghosts, if they hadn't already been dead, we might have mourned 30 or 40 bodies lying before us when the basilisk broke through the classroom walls. We all know the legend of the chamber, and many of us even searched for it during our school years, only to find nothing. Now, I'm grateful we didn't, for what tragedy it would have been for a young wizard to meet a basilisk's gaze unprepared. I cannot fathom why Salazar Slytherin would leave such a chamber in a school meant to protect young wizards, nor why he'd leave a basilisk within it. Some might say it was Slytherin's final defense for Hogwarts, meant to protect the school, but is that truly protection? If it was protection, why did the basilisk break through walls to attack our professors and students unprovoked? My investigation reveals the chamber was opened decades ago, resulting in a student's death. Below is an interview with the late Myrtle Warren. Fudge was in a miserable spot. The revelation of the chamber and the basilisk diverted some attention from the Ministry's recent blunders, giving him a moment to breathe. But that relief was short-lived. The narrative shifted to the basilisk's killing decades prior and the Ministry's hasty scapegoating of Hagrid. If those events hadn't predated Fudge's tenure, he might have considered drastic measures to prove his innocence. Rita, however, did some good. Her reporting cleared Hagrid's name, prompting the Ministry to lift his ban on using a wand and casting magic. No longer would he need to hide his wand in an umbrella. Given the crimes this 1,000-year-old basilisk committed and the danger it posed to students, Professor Potter undoubtedly safeguarded the future of wizarding Britain by eliminating this hidden threat. His heroism unquestionably deserves a Merlin medal. Crash! A pristine newspaper, still smelling of fresh ink, was crumpled into a ball and hurled to the floor, its owner's fury palpable. A Merlin medal? Lockhart's fist slammed onto his desk, his enraged voice echoing through the office. For what? A mere basilisk. Perhaps a first-class medal, maybe a second, but never one earned through scrounged gold and overblown fame, like your pathetic third-class medal. The defense against the Dark Arts Office should have held only Lockhart, yet a second voice, a low, raspy male voice, answered his outburst. Pathetic third-class medal? Lockhart's rage flared. I worked hard to donate for that medal. Exactly, the voice sneered. You know why, don't you? Everyone knows how you got that medal and what it's worth. Did you think you could fool Dumbledore? You've said it so many times you've started believing it yourself. Enough, shut up. Fury overtaking reason, Lockhart punched his own face. A second mouth had split open on his cheek, and it was from this mouth the words had come. Ha, weak, the mouth taunted. Have you forgotten? I am you and you are me. I'm part of your soul, your flesh, your darkest side, your last shred of conscience. No one knows you better than I do. Just like that feeble punch, you can't bring yourself to punish yourself because you know I'm right. Shut up, shut up, shut up. In a frenzy, Lockhart swept everything off his desk, stomping on the latest Daily Prophet as if it bore the faces of Harry and Dumbledore. A mere basilisk, those ignorant fools, have they faced a banshee, a vampire, traveled with a hag, or a werewolf, a yeti in Tibet? They know nothing. Lockhart trembled with rage. I don't know if they've seen those things, but I know you haven't, you filthy wretch, the voice mocked again. A vile, pathetic insect, sidling up to true heroes, stealing their stories, ambushing them to make them forget, then claiming their deeds as your own. Ha! Lockhart, admit it, you're a worthless fool. Before Harry Potter, you're nothing but a clown. Boom! Intending to strike the mouth on his face, Lockhart faltered, fearing the pain. Instead, he drew his wand and blasted his desk to pieces. The voice laughed maniacally, reveling in Lockhart's impotent fury. Only when Lockhart exhausted himself, collapsing into his chair, did the mouth cease its maddening laughter. Why be angry? Its tone softened, almost tender. Why feel jealous? No one knows you better than I do. I, Lockhart. I care too much about that medal. I spent nearly every galleon I earned from my books to buy that Merlin medal, and that despicable boy did nothing to earn his so easily. It's not fair. Chapter 212. It's not fair at all. The voice repeated again, faint, soft, enchanting, and filled with a compelling allure that gripped the heart as if under a spell. Lockhart's previously wildly excited emotions suddenly calmed down. Yes, it's not fair at all. His eyes staring straight ahead, Lockhart softly echoed, I've paid everything for fame, what have you paid? Yes, he paid nothing. That mouth still murmuring, what's more, wasn't it you who pushed all this? You envy that boy, envy his power, envy his fame, envy how he's worshipped by everyone, envy his achievements. You want to kill him. And you did just that? A professor, plotting to kill another professor right in Hogwarts, using a 1,000-year-old basilisk. But he didn't die. Lockhart suddenly became agitated again. Even Slytherin's creation couldn't kill him. I saw the basilisk's corpse. It was all charred black, even brutally broken into 3 pieces. It's all your fault. All your fault. If you hadn't said the basilisk could definitely kill him. Now it's over, all over. Dumbledore will surely find me. He knows it was me. I'll die too, killed just like that poor basilisk. As if completely drained, Lockhart slowly squatted on the ground, his arms wrapping around himself, sobbing. Me, you, I am you. The voice kept declaring, even as Lockhart desperately covered his ears with his hands. It couldn't be stopped, reaching deep into his soul. You're just a cowardly wretch, Lockhart. You can't even follow through on a murder. But for now, wipe away those pathetic tears. Yes, the boy who lived, Harry Potter, did kill the basilisk, and his fame has risen once more. Yet so what? You, who once lurked in dark corners, know better than those mediocrities what the name Dumbledore truly means, and what kind of man that old wizard is. Even if he keeps saying how old he is, he still holds power firmly in his grasp. The so-called Minister of Magic is nothing but his echo. The 2 trials at the Ministry have let everyone see his true colors. The Wizengamot is Dumbledore's one-man show. Or rather, the entire British wizarding world is under his control. The great Dumbledore, a white dark lord secretly ruling over everyone, he can't tolerate things slipping from his control. So the question is, how long can he tolerate this strong-willed Potter, whose power and fame have already caught up to his? From the first moment I saw him, I knew this boy and Dumbledore couldn't coexist. They're not the same kind of people at all. The worlds they wish to build are utterly different. They'll go to war, staring blankly at the air in front of him, Lockhart muttered to himself, and I haven't lost yet. The basilisk's soul is still with me. Yes, a wretched, resentment-filled soul. That mouth suddenly chuckled lightly. Watch, wait. One day. The defense against the dark arts office fell into complete silence. The photos of Lockhart hanging on the walls oblivious to it all, their faces still bearing brilliant smiles, yet utterly silent. By dinner time, as the students were still enthusiastically discussing the basilisk incident, the great hall doors suddenly opened, and several people in traditional wizard robes with serious expressions walked in briskly. Rita was following behind them, camera in hand. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall stood up and quickly went to greet them. After a brief exchange, Dumbledore waved his wand to extend the head table and invited them to sit, then announced in a loud voice amid the students' curious gazes. I suppose, though I haven't formally informed you yet, you clever lot have probably figured out for yourselves what has been happening in the school these past days. Dumbledore's words immediately elicited a wave of laughter, and Fred shouted back loudly. Yes, Professor, a basilisk. Harry saved us all. Aha, exactly as you said, Dumbledore said cheerfully. After 3 days of careful inspection and repairs, I'm pleased to announce to you all that the West Wing basement classroom area will be reopened for passage, and after 1,000 years, we've finally unlocked another part of Hogwarts' secrets. Yes, we've found the chamber left by Slytherin. Upon Dumbledore's personal confirmation, the students excitedly whistled, and some wild ones pounded the tables forcefully. Obviously, you already knew that, Dumbledore said in mock disappointment. And you also know what's in that chamber, the very basilisk that's currently on display in the entrance hall. A friendly reminder. If you want another look at the basilisk, better hurry, as tomorrow it'll be sent to our potions professor's office, and what it turns into after that is beyond this old man's knowledge. Not minding Dumbledore's jab at all, the thought of the incoming basilisk corpse made Snape so pleased he could almost sing. Honestly, this is indeed an unimaginable event, Dumbledore said with some emotion. I've lived in this castle for nearly 100 years, but I never imagined such a dangerous basilisk was living right beside me. I'm sure you've learned from Miss Rita Skeeter's articles what crimes this basilisk committed decades ago. Miss Warren lost her young life simply because she accidentally met the basilisk's gaze, which is truly a tragic matter. And now, decades later, this basilisk attacked a member of Hogwarts once more, but this time the victim was a professor. I hate to say it this way, but fortunately, it was a professor strong enough to slay the dangerous basilisk. Harry Potter. Not just at the Gryffindor table, students from the other houses also chimed in unison with the name. Yes, Harry Potter, Dumbledore nodded and said. I have no intention of judging one of Hogwarts' founders, Salazar Slytherin, for what purpose he left a basilisk in his chamber 1,000 years ago, nor do I wish to repeat facts everyone knows, like Slytherin's ideals and such. I'll speak only of reality. In reality, Slytherin's basilisk posed a major threat to the students' safety, and it was thanks to Professor Potter's heroic battle that the basilisk didn't cause greater harm on Halloween night. To that end, I need to introduce a few guests. Dumbledore suddenly raised his voice. From the Order of Merlin, Mr. Kells Fuller, Mr. Gel Zorn, Ms. Laura Jones, and of course from the Daily Prophet, reporter Miss Rita Skeeter. As Dumbledore introduced them one by one, those named stood up in turn to greet the students. Even the most mischievous students focused their attention at this moment. They had heard that exciting term, the Order of Merlin, and since the Order was here, didn't that mean? Thank you, Albus, the leading white-haired old wizard, Fuller, said with a smile. I almost thought you'd deprive me of my final pleasure, the chance to speak with these lovely children. Oh, Kells, I wouldn't do such a thing, Dumbledore, also a member of the Order of Merlin, replied with a smile. Please go ahead. Thank you again, Albus, Fuller turned and said. Every time I return to Hogwarts, it stirs my heart. This castle holds so many of my emotions, and of course, so many secrets. I see your eager hearts. Well, if we were more familiar, you'd probably be urging me already. All right, in that case. Fuller raised his voice. As the current head of the Order of Merlin, I'm pleased to announce to you all that, in recognition of Mr. Harry James Potter's outstanding contributions in protecting Hogwarts students, we shall award him a first-class Order of Merlin as commendation. The words had barely fallen when the students jumped up, literally jumped up, especially the Gryffindors, who screamed and laughed wildly, chanting Harry's name. That's the Order of Merlin, Ron yelled to those around him. I never doubted Harry would get it, but I didn't expect it so soon. But he deserves it, Dean Thomas roared excitedly, or his voice would have been drowned out completely. And it's a first class, not like some people's third class. As someone who always bragged about his honors and was already disliked by the students, Lockhart was naturally dragged out for ridicule at this moment. Dean's voice was loud enough for those at the head table to hear. Lockhart's face still maintained a forced smile, but his hand under the table was clenched tightly. Seeing this was worse than killing him. Harry and Mr. Fuller had already come to the front of the head table. After pinning the first-class Order of Merlin on Harry's chest, Fuller gave a light pat, which made the students' cheers and applause even more fervent. The applause and cheers lasted a full few minutes, while Rita frantically took photos, constantly changing positions in the hall. Thank you, after signaling repeatedly, Harry finally got the students to quiet down. He said earnestly, I'm a professor at Hogwarts, I just did what I should do, that's all. The short speech made the students applaud even more vigorously. Oh, it may be nothing to you, but for most wizards, it's an almost impossible heroic feat, Professor Potter, Fuller said with a smile. Protecting these students is protecting the future of the wizarding world. Such merit deserves recognition, so accept it with humility. The Order of Merlin people came quickly and left quickly. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students excitedly crowded around, wanting to touch the legendary Order of Merlin medal with their own hands, and it was the first class, representing the highest honor. Rita's camera flashes were nearly blinding. It was foreseeable that tomorrow's Daily Prophet would be a bestseller again. It took Harry a great deal of effort to finally escape the enthusiastic crowd, truly enthusiastic, especially those older students. Female students, many of whom could technically be his seniors, enthusiastically, taking advantage, hugging and touching amid the crowd. And when Harry returned to his office, Sirius was waving the medal around, yelling excitedly, looking teary-eyed, constantly sighing that Harry had grown up, and urging him to summon James and Lily's souls quickly to show them. The noisy godfather was enough to raise one's blood pressure. The First-Class Order of Merlin. For British wizards, this medal basically represented the pinnacle of achievement a wizard could attain. But for Harry, what he was more looking forward to now were those basilisk materials pried from Snape's hands. In the face of such rare materials that most people wouldn't see once in a lifetime, Snape, who was usually very lenient with Harry and granted his every request, showed a bit of reluctance. However, after Harry promised to forge a set of armor for him as well, this man, who was essentially Harry's godfather, finally closed his reluctant eyes. In the Mulgore of the Trunk world, Harry finally picked up his craftsmanship again in the world where he was born, forging. Unlike potions, where lacking the corresponding herbs means you can't brew the desired effects, forging high-level armor does require precious special materials, but if they're absent, crafting a set with protective capabilities isn't difficult. In this world, the basilisk's bones and scales were excellent materials, offering strong protection against both physical damage and wizard curses. Chapter 213. Processed snake skin, intact basilisk scales, sturdy snake bones, and finished steel purchased from muggles. Beside his small cabin, Harry stoked a blazing furnace, forging new equipment, including a set for himself. In the end, he crafted a total of 7 finished pieces. For Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna, considering the young age of these 3 friends and his apprentice, the materials used were relatively modest. The design of their chainmail was similar to the set Harry had worn last year, but since these 4 were still growing, the armor would need to be dismantled and remade, or at least resized, when they got older. In contrast, the chainmail crafted for Sirius and Snape required far more materials, as adult bodies demanded larger sizes and greater protective coverage. The 7 sets of chainmail were quite similar in style, with no major differences between them. The basilisk scales, which naturally shimmered with an emerald glow under light, had been dulled to a matte finish to prevent them from glinting and giving away the wearer's position in the dark. Though, honestly, would anyone really wear chainmail for stealthy operations? No one could resist the allure of new equipment, not even Harry. Unable to wait for the freshly forged armor to fully cool, he donned his set immediately. Wow! On the other side, Ron was enthusiastically pounding his fist against the basilisk scales on his chest, his eyes practically sparkling with excitement. Even with their luster dulled, the chainmail exuded a rugged charm. Harry's craftsmanship drew inspiration from orcish techniques, and orcish creations often carried a wild, primal beauty, a style distinct from both modern society and the wizarding world. Harry had deliberately shaped the left shoulder of the armor into the form of a snarling, dark green snake head, its fangs bared. The snake's eyes glowed faintly with magical light, as if ready to strike at any moment. It was honestly a bit creepy to see in the dark. "What do you think, Harry?" Ron shouted excitedly, swinging the hammer Harry used for forging. "Do I look like a real shaman now?" "More like a blacksmith," Hermione interjected before Harry could respond, her tone teasing. "A true shaman should always be surrounded by the 4 elements, like when Harry gave us that first lesson last year." Hermione, that was just a demonstration," Harry said, a touch embarrassed as she brought up the lesson. "The suit I wore that day didn't actually have any special effects. Those elemental orbs floating around me, I asked the elements to put on a show to grab the students' attention." "Oh, to grab the female students' attention?" Sirius's ears perked up, catching a key phrase. "Merlin's beard, Harry, I'm thrilled to hear you've got such ideas in that head of yours. You're finally acting like a proper kid." If your flea-bitten ears aren't festering with sores, you'd have heard Harry say students, not female students, Snape sneered, struggling to move in his armor. But for a mangy dog like you, whose brain is perpetually in heat, I suppose that's all you can comprehend. What did you say? Sirius roared, instantly furious. Ha! Look at you, you slimy worm, barely able to move in that armor. Are you even a man? Though Harry's influence had stopped Sirius from calling Snape names like Snivelus, the two still couldn't coexist peacefully. Unlike Sirius, who was bouncing around energetically in his chainmail, Snape moved with visible effort, looking as though he might start panting after a few steps. Enough, both of you. Can't you just calm down? Harry interrupted with a weary sigh before their argument could escalate further. But Snape, you really should work on your physical conditioning. A strong body is our foundation for winning battles. Physical conditioning? Snape's expression twisted slightly. Me, you, we're wizards, Harry, wizards who cast spells. We don't need these muggle methods. You only say that because you haven't tasted the benefits of magical armor, Harry countered firmly. Imagine this. Someone sneaks up and tries to stab you in the kidney or some other vulnerable spot. This armor will protect you, and it offers considerable resistance to spells, too. Exactly, Harry. Keep going. Let that slimy snake hear more, Sirius said gleefully. They say 1,000 years ago, Godric Gryffindor dressed like this, armor on, wand in his left hand, sword in his right. Like Harry? Ron asked, eyeing the weapon at Harry's waist with a hint of envy. Except Harry's got a warhammer instead of a sword. What part of the basilisk was that made from? The fangs, obviously, Harry replied simply. That's why I don't let you touch it. If you got poisoned, it's no joke. Basilisk venom can only be cured by phoenix tears, and making Fawkes cry on demand might mess with my claim to her. Aha, you've got your eye on Dumbledore's phoenix. Sirius nudged Harry, the armor clanking loudly, a teasing grin on his face. Nice thinking, Harry. Godric Gryffindor had his sights on the goblin-made sword, didn't he? That's just a legend, Sirius? Hermione cut in, exasperated. In goblin eyes, anything they craft belongs to them. Even if a wizard provides the materials or pays for it, they see it as a loan. Gryffindor's sword was his, no matter what those greedy goblins claim. All right, calm down, little lady. We're just joking, Sirius said, raising his hands in surrender before Hermione's fervor. Gryffindor lived 1,000 years ago, Snape said, frowning. Muggles aren't the same as they were back then. I highly doubt anyone's going to try stabbing my kidney or anything else, nowadays. Wear it, Snape, Harry said, shaking his head. I'm more worried about you and Sirius than Hermione and the others. One of you lacks common sense, and the other's always poking around dangerous places. You need to train your body, Snape. Harry didn't finish the thought, but he trusted Snape understood. After all, Dumbledore had already shared the secret of Voldemort's Horcruxes with his trusted allies. If any trace of a Horcrux surfaced or caused trouble, not only would Lucius need to investigate, but Snape might also have to gather intelligence. Safety was paramount. I understand, Snape said quietly, accepting Harry's concern without further argument. Potions-based training would begin tomorrow. Wait a second, Harry, Sirius said, his brow furrowing as he sensed something amiss. Lacking common sense, that's not about me, is it? It can't be, right? Azkaban's dangerous, sure, and the Forbidden Forest counts too. By the way, Harry cut in, smoothly changing the subject, unlike the suit I wore last year to grab students' attention with fake effects, this basilisk armor actually has some unique properties. You should be able to feel them when you wear it. In more technical terms, the armor the seven were wearing could be described as 1,000-year basilisk's cuirass, epic. Chest, 284 armor. Plus 97 intellect agility. Plus 179 stamina. Plus 14 haste. Plus 7 critical strike. 1,000-year basilisk's abomination, 2-2. 1,000-year basilisk's cuirass. 1,000-year basilisk's kilt. Set bonus 2. Fragments of the basilisk's tormented soul linger within. When attacked, there is a chance to summon the basilisk's spirit to harm your attacker. Your spells also have a chance to summon the basilisk's spirit, infusing your damage with accursed serpent venom. 1,000-year basilisk's kilt, epic. Legs, 132 armor. Plus 84 intellect agility. Plus 142 stamina. Plus 19 haste. Plus 11 mastery. 1,000-year basilisk's abomination, 2-2. 1,000-year basilisk's cuirass. Thousand-year basilisks killed. Set bonus 2. Fragments of the basilisk's tormented soul linger within. When attacked, there is a chance to summon the basilisk spirit to harm your attacker. Your spells also have a chance to summon the basilisk spirit, infusing your damage with accursed serpent venom. A straightforward 2-piece set, prioritizing raw defensive power over flashy effects. Harry planned to reforge the armor later, once he gathered rarer materials from the magical world to further refine and enhance it. I can definitely feel something, Sirius said, his expression curious. I feel stronger, like my movements are quicker. Honestly, I think I could take on Dumbledore right now. Ha ha ha, Snape didn't hesitate to let out a mocking laugh. What's so funny? Sirius shot him a glare but didn't take it too personally, knowing the sensation was likely just his imagination. He shrugged awkwardly. Seriously though, Harry, why'd you make the shoulder look like a venomous snake? It's not very Gryffindor. Our house champions should have lions. Because this is armor forged from a 1,000-year-old basilisk, not some 1,000-year-old lion, Harry said, rolling his eyes at his godfather's unreasonable complaint. To properly channel the material's inherent power, the armor's shape needs to guide the magic. Stop being picky, Sirius. You're lucky to have it at all. Sorry, Hagrid, your body's just too big for me to make you a set. Oh, don't worry about that, Harry, Hagrid said, waving it off casually as he helped Neville adjust his armor. I'm quite fond o' the dagger you gave me. It's dead sharp, helps a ton in the Forbidden Forest. That's a dagger, Ron muttered under his breath. It's practically as long as my arm. Hagrid's dagger was called 1,000-Year Basilisk's Fang, Epic. Though named after the basilisk's fang, it was actually forged from snake bones and steel. Harry had been wary of using the actual fangs, fearing Hagrid's carelessness might lead to accidental poisoning. Even a half-giant's blood probably couldn't withstand basilisk venom. As for Harry's own warhammer, that was forged from the basilisk's fangs. 1,000-Year Basilisk's Bite, Epic. One-hand hammer. 239/643 damage, speed 2.6. Plus 217 agility. Plus 104 stamina. Plus 23 haste. Plus 24 critical strike. Equip, your attacks have a high chance to inject the enemy with 1,000-year basilisk venom. Simple and brutal. By the standards of combat in the wizarding world, Harry reckoned his hammer was among the deadliest weapons around. Roar! As the group eagerly tested their new gear, a dragon's bellow echoed through the air. Ragehorn swooped down and landed beside Harry, likely drawn by the commotion in the suitcase world. With a light nudge of her snout, she pushed Sirius aside, ignoring his jealous glare and nuzzling Harry affectionately, carefully, so as not to hurt him. No man could resist the allure of a living dragon, and Sirius was no exception. Unfortunately for him, Ragehorn had no interest in his charm. All right, I know you miss me," Harry said gently, stroking Ragehorn's scales. "What's that? You don't like the smell of my armor? It's just the scent of the trophy. It's dead, eaten, gone. You want a set like this? No way, you're far too big. Even if we stripped every scale off that basilisk, it wouldn't be enough to make armor for you." Under the envious gazes of the others, Ragehorn let out low, rumbling growls, but Harry clearly understood her and continued their conversation. After a year, Ragehorn had grown from a tiny, desk-bound hatchling into a magnificent, powerful dragon. Not yet fully mature, but under Harry's careful rearing, she boasted a stronger frame and more radiant scales than her kin at the same age. Most importantly, she was far smarter, able to understand Harry's words and follow his commands with precision, even if she couldn't speak like a human. Classic Tauren beast-taming techniques. Well, maybe a bit too smart. She was clever enough to demand new clothes for herself. Chapter 214. Based on Harry's judgment, Ragehorn's intelligence was roughly equivalent to that of a 6- or 7-year-old human child, and this wasn't even her ceiling. As she grew older and experienced more, Ragehorn might well become the first dragon with wisdom nearly indistinguishable from a human's. For now, though, Harry firmly rejected Ragehorn's request to be fitted with a suit of armor. It wasn't just the practical issues. Dragonhide studded with iron armor gave Harry some serious psychological baggage. The image of Deathwing came to mind. Ragehorn was a beautiful young lady, and there was no way she'd be allowed to go down the path of some malevolent dragon. It took some time, but Harry recounted the tale of Neltharion to Ragehorn. In his telling, The former Earthwarder's draconic form was grotesque, terrifying, and utterly evil. The story worked, successfully quashing Ragehorn's armor obsession, though Harry did promise to hold a ritual later to make her even stronger. Changing forms? It was much like how Harry himself would soon change forms. Every time he thought about his still undetermined animagus form, he found it endlessly fascinating. Though Harry had explicitly warned against showing off their new armor in the castle, mostly directed at Ron, if they had to wear it all the time for safety, it was only a matter of time before others noticed. Sure enough, it didn't take long for word to spread among the students that Hermione and the others were wearing chainmail crafted from basilisk hide. Severus Snape, in particular, was an enigma. For years, the man had worn the same unchanging black robes, but now, out of nowhere, he ditched the cumbersome wizarding garb for practical short robes, topped with the same basilisk armor. No student dared to question Snape about it, and with Sirius living outside the castle, the curious students could only pester Ron and the others, eagerly begging to touch the legendary basilisk scales. But all that was irrelevant to Harry. Alongside the Aurors sent by the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts underwent another sweep to uncover any dangerous secret rooms. Naturally, they found nothing. If Hogwarts' hidden chambers were that easy to locate, it wouldn't be Hogwarts. In the end, the Ministry had to settle for renovating the entrance to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. No longer would anyone need to slide through that filthy pipe. A proper staircase now led directly to it, complete with torches for illumination. Salazar Slytherin may have harbored prejudices against Muggle-born witches and wizards, left a dangerous basilisk in his chamber, and caused harm to young students through that creature. But it was still Slytherin's chamber, and Slytherin House remained an inseparable part of Hogwarts. After careful consideration, Dumbledore decided to preserve the chamber, transforming it into an open exhibition area after some repairs and redecoration. From then on, any Hogwarts student or authorized adult could visit the Chamber of Secrets, though Harry couldn't fathom why anyone would want to see that ugly old statue. The statue had been restored to its original condition, and the area behind it, where Slytherin once lived and conducted magical experiments, was also open to the public. Of course, there was nothing left there. Voldemort had long since cleared it out. So, let them look. The more they saw, the better. During this time, Hogwarts saw a steady stream of visitors, young and old, witches and wizards, all drawn to the Chamber of Secrets. No Hogwarts graduate could resist the allure of the founder's relics. For Harry, though, these were all secondary concerns. His focus was on his animagus form. Harry had kept a single mandrake leaf in his mouth for nearly a month now, never swallowing or removing it. The first stage had gone perfectly, and he was on the cusp of the second stage of the animagus ritual. But it was at this critical moment that he and Sirius realized they'd made a colossal mistake. The second stage of the animagus ritual required removing the mandrake leaf from the mouth on the day between one full moon and the next, exactly a month later. The leaf had to be placed in a crystal phial filled with saliva, left to soak in pure moonlight, only on a full moon night, and only in clear weather, free of clouds. That wasn't all. A single hair from the would-be animagus had to be added to the phial under the moonlight, along with a silver teaspoon of dew collected from a place untouched by sunlight or human presence for 7 full days. Finally, a death's head moth chrysalis was needed. The mixture then had to be stored in a quiet, dark place, undisturbed until the next thunderstorm arrived. It was an incredibly tedious process. One misstep meant starting over from the beginning, and even this stage wasn't the end. There were still more requirements to come. But the real issue, the one Harry and Sirius only now realized, was that it was winter. Halloween had passed, and the next major holiday was Christmas, obviously a snowy season. So the question was, where in Britain's winter was anyone going to find a thunderstorm? So, you went through all this trouble to track me down and drag me here, just for the animagus ritual. Inside the Great Totem, in the shaman's office on the first floor. The man sitting on the sofa by the fireplace spoke, struggling to keep his expression under control. He took a deep breath, then rubbed his face vigorously with his palms. I have to admit, Sirius, this is one I didn't see coming. You always manage to surprise me. Thanks, Sirius replied with a shrug from across the room. Glad I can still keep you on your toes. It's a surprise, all right. A surprise so big I can barely believe it. Hello, Harry. Can I call you that? The man turned to Harry, a touch of nervousness in his voice. Of course, Harry nodded. I know who you are, my father's friend Remus Lupin. To be honest, Remus Lupin, who had lived freely in the outside world, looked almost as rough as Sirius had right after his escape from Azkaban. He was painfully thin. His face was etched with wrinkles, his hair streaked with gray, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like he'd just wandered out of some wilderness, and in truth, he had been living a nomadic life for years. At a glance, he seemed exhausted, his face pale and weary. That's a relief, Lupin said, visibly relaxing. It wasn't just Harry sizing up Lupin. Lupin was observing Harry in return. He could see traces of his old friend James in Harry's face, but the resemblance ended there. Harry's demeanor was far more composed than James had been at that age. If you ignored his youth, Lupin might have thought he was speaking to an adult. And, truth be told, Harry couldn't be treated as an ordinary child. A full-fledged Hogwarts professor, creator of unprecedented new magic, a shaman, a basilisk slayer. The mere thought of the information Lupin had gathered made his head spin. He'd never imagined his reunion with his best friend's son would unfold like this. You don't look like you've had an easy time these past years, Sirius said, his tone uncharacteristically somber. Have you really been living out in the wild all this time? No wonder I haven't seen you since I got out. I thought you were avoiding me. The wild, yeah, seems like the only place in the world that suits me, Lupin said with a self-deprecating smile. As you can see, because of, well, you know why, I can't hold down a job. I don't even have enough money for decent clothes. Ha, who could have imagined life would turn out like this back when we were students? You might have noticed, or maybe you haven't, being a Hogwarts professor and a genius of the wizarding world, Harry, Lupin said, suddenly smiling at him. Yes, I'm a werewolf. Your father and Sirius knew from early on. We were close friends. I owe Dumbledore a lot. He took a huge risk letting a young werewolf attend Hogwarts. He's truly a great man. I won't argue with that, Sirius said, finally perking up. He grinned. You wouldn't believe how wild we were back then. Don't let Lupin's current, well-behaved, look fool you. He was way more mischievous than you'd think. The whole reason we learned to become animagi was because James wanted to keep Lupin company when he transformed. Those were the best memories of my life, Lupin said, a genuine smile breaking through. Even after all these years, I can't forget them. Harry, your father and your godfather were the best people in the world. As for what happened back then, what right do I have to blame you? Lupin gave a bitter smile, shaking his head. I was furious, Sirius, especially when I heard you'd betrayed James and brought Voldemort to him. I wanted to storm Azkaban and kill you myself. But 12 years later, after I left the werewolf packs in the forests, the wizarding world gave me a different story. The world's changed so much. Peter was the real traitor. Sirius was innocent. Harry's a professor now, and there's this new magic, Merlin's beard. Hard to believe, right? Sirius said, clearly enjoying Lupin's shock. He clapped Harry's shoulder hard. Harry's incredible. I've never seen a kid like him. He's practically your clone, Lupin teased. At that, both Sirius and Lupin burst into laughter, the awkwardness and distance between the old friends melting away in an instant. I owe you an apology, Lupin, Sirius said after the laughter died down, his tone serious. He paused for a moment. For not trusting you back then. 12 years ago, when we chose the Secret Keeper, James and I didn't pick you. We chose Peter, because of your werewolf status. Voldemort was recruiting werewolves, offering them generous terms, I'm sorry. Doubting Lupin because of his condition, only to have their trust in Peter cost them everything. That was the guilt buried deep in Sirius's heart, the real reason he hadn't sought out his old friend after escaping Azkaban. He couldn't face him. The room fell silent, save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth. It's in the past, Sirius, Lupin said softly. Back then, even I didn't know what the future held. I accept your apology. To Harry, Sirius, who had spent 12 years in the unchanging hell of Azkaban, seemed less grounded than Lupin, who had endured nearly 12 years of wandering in the wizarding world. Lupin's edges had been worn smooth by time and hardship. What mattered was the present. Things were good now, and that was enough. Anyway, it's all behind us. We know who the real traitor is now, and Harry's hunting him down, Sirius said, forcibly steering the conversation to lighter ground. Trust me, Lupin, things will get better for you too. I'm not planning to live off the Black family fortune forever. I want to build something of my own. Maybe you'd like to help." "Of course," Lupin said, a smile breaking through. "If you don't mind." "We've said it before, your little furry problem is just that, a little problem," Sirius said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. "Now, back to the animagus thing. Don't you want to know what Harry's form will be? Will it be a stag like James? Though I doubt it, Harry's personality is way different." A wizard's animagus form was determined by a mix of factors: personality, appearance, lineage, personal inclinations, and more. Chapter 215. "I just wish my animagus form could be what I've always wanted," Harry said, his face showing a rare expression that could only be described as yearning or hope. "That way, I'd be a true Tauren." In his many years in Azeroth, especially when he was younger, this had been the deepest desire buried in Harry's heart. Yes, he could distinguish that his true race was human, and he understood that calling himself a Tauren was merely a psychological identification. But deep down, Harry always longed to truly become one of Shehelo, indistinguishable from his kin. Even though Father Cairn's family never minded, nor did the Tauren of the Horde who supported him, some even treating him as one of their own, and even Magatha eventually came to see him as a full member of the tribe, Harry still harbored a lingering regret. But now, through the wonders of wizarding magic, it seemed this regret might finally have a chance to be mended. "Tauren this, Tauren that," Sirius groaned, unable to hold back his teasing. "All right, fine. If your animagus form really is a Tauren, then as your godfather, I'd better be one too. Get me a pair of horns, Harry, something like the Weasley twins would whip up, preferably glowing ones." "Wait, glowing, what did they do now?" Harry's eyes sharpened with suspicion. "You might want to rethink what you just said, Sirius," Remus interjected, looking exasperated. "What's this about? If Harry is, you have to be. That's not how godfathers work." "Forget the details, Remus," Sirius waved a hand dismissively. "The real question is, what do we do about the storm?" "We wait," Remus said with a helpless shrug. "There's no set time limit for this final step. The only issue is that it's going to be tough on Harry. As long as the storm hasn't arrived, Harry has to point his wand at his heart and recite the incantation at sunrise and sunset every single day, without fail," Remus continued, rubbing his forehead. "You haven't forgotten, have you, Sirius? If luck isn't on our side, waiting for the storm could take months, even years. Honestly, Professor McGonagall could probably answer this easily." Silence followed. Neither Harry nor Sirius responded, and their reaction made Remus realize something. "Wait, Professor McGonagall doesn't know, does she?" Remus's eyes widened. "Harry's a professor now, not a student. He shouldn't be bound by those restrictions." "You know how it is, Remus," Sirius said, his face souring at the mention of the ministry. "If McGonagall finds out Harry, or I, learn to become an animagus, she'll drag us to the ministry to register. I'm not doing that, and neither is Harry. Anyway, you were always the best student among us, even a prefect. Back then, we only learned to become animagi under your guidance," Sirius added with a shrug. "So, naturally, you're the first person I thought of when we hit a snag. Come on, Remus, think of something. I can't wait years, and neither can Harry." "Well, thank you very much," Remus said, rolling his eyes. "I thought you just missed me." "Oh, I do miss you," Sirius said, standing up and striding over to Remus with open arms. "But this is a great opportunity, isn't it? No matter what, I get to see you again." "Me too," Remus said softly, standing to give Sirius a tight hug. For both of them, after all the hardships they'd endured, this was the best outcome they could ask for. And so, Harry took Remus to Dumbledore's office. Fortunately, with strangers frequently coming and going in the castle lately, Remus's presence didn't draw much attention. Seeing Remus again was a genuine surprise for Dumbledore. For Remus, Dumbledore's decision to let a werewolf like him attend Hogwarts all those years ago was a profound act of kindness. The struggles he faced after graduation had nothing to do with Dumbledore, and as an adult, Remus wouldn't allow Dumbledore to coddle him forever. The two caught up briefly, and in the end, Dumbledore agreed to let Remus stay at Hogwarts temporarily as an assistant for the shamanism class, no salary required. Incidentally, Sirius was also staying at Hogwarts in the same capacity. As the top student among the old Marauders, Remus still remembered many of the challenges they faced, and the solutions they found, when learning to become animagi in their youth. After visiting the suitcase world of Mulgore, Remus suggested simulating a storm within the suitcase to complete the ritual. If it failed, they'd just start over with another mandrake leaf. Summer was still far off, after all. Harry agreed. Following Remus and Sirius's unanimous advice, Harry soaked the mandrake leaf he'd held in his mouth for a month in a crystal vial filled with his saliva. He then processed it according to the ritual's steps and placed the vial in a dark, quiet cave in Mulgore. Then it was time to wait for the magic to take effect. The animagus ritual at this stage required not just a roaring storm, but also the caster to perform the incantation daily until the transformation occurred. On the 7th day, Amato Animo Animato Animagus. As the sun set, Harry lowered the wand pointed at his heart. This time was different from all the others. When the incantation left his lips and the wand's tip touched his chest, Harry felt, for the first time, a second heartbeat pulsing deep within his chest. It was as if another person lived inside him. The new heartbeat was distinct from his own, slower, heavier, with long pauses between each beat, yet undeniably powerful. This heartbeat was stronger than his own, as if it might burst from his chest at any moment. No further prompting was needed. A clear premonition stirred in Harry's heart. It was time. The suitcase world of Mulgore was adjusted to a sweltering summer night, so dry it felt like the air could ignite. As a muffled thunderclap roared across the sky and lightning split the heavens, dark clouds rolled in. Harry raced to the cave where he'd hidden the crystal vial. Things went smoother than he'd expected. Remus's suggestion was spot on. The vial now contained only a single mouthful of blood-red potion, the sign of a successful ritual. Without hesitation, Harry took the potion to an open clearing. The suitcase world held no dangerous magical creatures. Well, except perhaps for Ragehorn. He didn't need to worry about his transformed form being eaten. Pointing his wand at his heart one last time, Harry recited the animagus incantation and drank the potion in one gulp. The heartbeat he'd heard before grew deafeningly loud. For a moment, it was the only sound in his ears. Pain surged through his body, as if his flesh were melting and his bones reshaping, not like ordinary transfiguration, but something far more visceral. Kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, Harry forced himself to recall the key points of animagus transformation that Remus and Sirius had taught him. If all went well, the image of the creature he was about to become would appear in his mind. The most important thing was not to resist or fear the change, but to embrace it. The concerned voices of the elements, audible only to Harry, echoed around him. But overwhelmed by pain, he couldn't respond clearly. Flickering flames, glistening water droplets, shifting earth, and swirling winds, these elemental manifestations surrounded Harry, soothing his flesh. The pain was so intense it felt like his body was being torn apart from the inside, as if every inch of his skin was turning outward, expanding. Yet, amidst this agony, a figure remained vivid in Harry's mind. He was strong, standing resolute when the Horde faced despair, leading his people to survive and ultimately triumph in their war against the Centaur. He was dependable, exuding a profound charisma that united the warring Tauren tribes, convincing them to accept Thunder Bluff as their shared home. Cairn Bloodhoof, the person Harry admired most in the world, his mentor, his aspiration. His form, his strength. Steam rose as the dry wind dispersed it. Harry stood, looking around in a daze. Trees he once had to crane his neck to see were now level with his gaze. He had grown taller and stronger. Harry could feel the explosive power coursing through his body. If he wanted, he could topple the tree beside him or uproot it entirely. Bewildered, he extended his hands, examining them. Broad palms, 3 thick fingers with 3 joints each, and tawny fur covering the backs. Overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembled. Harry had never felt this thrilled, even his breathing quickened. Without hesitation, he summoned the water element. The ever-present water formed a mirror, allowing Harry to finally see himself clearly. Standing in the clearing was a form he knew all too well, undeniably, unmistakably, a robust, healthy Tauren. Over 2 meters tall, his fur patterned with colors reminiscent of the clothes and trinkets he'd worn as a human, his muscles defined with striking lines. Harry reached up, trembling, to touch the horns on his head. These weren't conjured by transfiguration or crafted artificially. This time, they were real, born from his very body. They were wide, massive horns, sharp as blades, fanning out like wings, their broadest edges reaching his shoulders. Yet more striking than the exaggerated horns were the elemental orbs orbiting them. Without consciously casting a spell, these elements seemed a natural extension of his body. Beyond turning his eyes a fiery red, they drifted like gossamer around his sturdy arms, shifting with his will. For the first time on this human planet, a true Tauren stood in reality. A form Harry had fantasized about countless nights, the form he'd imagined if he'd been born among the Horde. Traces of Cairn Bloodhoof lingered in that massive Tauren face. Perfect! With that thought, a smile curled Harry's lips. Lightning cracked across the sky again, and the storm arrived as promised. Harry inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of rain and earth. Suddenly, he looked up, spotting Ragehorn's wings slicing through the clouds before diving toward him with a chorus of screams, landing heavily before him. Ragehorn cautiously studied this unfamiliar creature in the suitcase world. His nostrils flared, quickly recognizing Harry's scent and realizing this strange being was indeed Harry. Delighted, he nuzzled closer. Harry's massive frame was just right to cradle Ragehorn's draconic head, creating a strangely harmonious scene. While Harry and Ragehorn reconnected, the few people Ragehorn had carried over finally recovered from the harrowing dive. Harry, Sirius retched a few times before staring at his godson, or what he assumed was his godson. "Is that you? What is this?" Merlin's beard. "This is the Tauren you're always banging on about." Merlin's pants. "How is this possible? Animagi can only transform into non-magical creatures. I thought you'd turn into a cow at most, maybe a stronger than average one. But look at you. You're standing on 2 legs. Chapter 216. It was impressive, but not that impressive. Having witnessed a staggering and overwhelming truth with his own eyes, Sirius Black was momentarily so excited that he could barely string a coherent sentence together. Given Harry's wishes, Sirius had already mentally prepared himself for his godson's animagus form to be a cow. Whether a North American buffalo or a European bison, a robust bovine form would certainly be fitting. Sirius had even pictured transforming into his large dog form and sitting on Harry's back as they galloped off for some fun. But now, faced with this cow, his expectations were shattered. The creature was indeed burly and strong, those arms, those legs, the sheer muscle mass screamed raw power. But how was a dog supposed to ride this? What kind of cow walked upright? And just like that, Harry had become a literal Tauren. From the massive bovine face, Sirius could still faintly make out traces of Harry's features. He couldn't help but chuckle, and soon, he was laughing outright. Who would have thought? It seems even a magically conjured storm can fulfill the requirements for an animagus transformation, Lupin marveled. This is seriously cool, Harry. James would absolutely love your animagus form. He's always had a thing for big, powerful creatures since he was a kid. It turns out the essence of the animagus ritual is about embodying a conceptual symbol. Harry's bovine mouth suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resonant. As long as the imagery of a storm manifests, the ritual is a success. As for my dad, once we're back at the cliffs, we can summon him to take a look. It's not that difficult. Unlike the youthful, slightly awkward tone of his human voice, Harry's Tauren form carried a deep, rumbling gravitas. It talks, Ron, who had tagged along, shouted in disbelief. Why can it talk? Because it's a Tauren, Hermione said, finally grasping a vivid image of the Tauren Harry had been talking about incessantly. If it's a Tauren, it's not that strange for it to speak, is it? As a staunch materialist, Hermione found it easy to accept the existence of a Tauren standing before her. If such a creature existed in the real world, what was there to question? It made perfect sense. No, that's not how it works, Hermione, Lupin said, shaking his head. The animagus spell is just a wizard's charm. A wizard remains a wizard, it simply grants them another form. Although, I suppose some wizards choose to live permanently in their animagus form, treating it as their true self. Now that I think about it. Lupin trailed off, confusing himself with his own reasoning. Who cares about all that, Remus? Sirius said with his usual carefree attitude. Are you trying to become a professor or something? As long as Harry's still Harry, that's all that matters. So, how do you feel, Harry? Can you change back? I think so, Harry replied thoughtfully. Let me try. No rush, no panic, take it slow, Sirius advised, sharing his experience. Just picture your human form in your mind. If it doesn't work right away, it's not a big deal, just keep practicing. Before Sirius could finish, Harry's massive bovine frame began to shrink rapidly, as if deflating. His fur morphed seamlessly, and in less than 2 seconds, he was back in his human form, clothed as before. Impressively done, Sirius said, a touch disappointed. He'd hoped to guide Harry a bit more. But you need to be careful, Harry. If you need to point your wand at your heart to transform, it'll fall to the ground afterward instead of becoming part of you. Make sure to keep track of your wand, or you'll be in trouble if you lose it. Sirius is right, Lupin added with a smile. But if you master your animagus transformation to a deeper level, you'll be able to shift without a wand, and you won't have to worry about that anymore. No worries, Harry said, patting the warhammer at his waist. My wand isn't that important to me. Interestingly, my warhammer transformed with me, it became part of my hooves. I wonder if my punches in Tauren form could poison someone. That's pretty devious, Ron couldn't help but quip. Who'd expect a cow's fist to carry basilisk venom? That's incredible, Neville said, his curiosity piqued. Wait, Harry, what about the horns on your head? Harry reached up and removed the pair of fake horns he'd previously conjured with transfiguration. He no longer needed them. On his head now sat a pair of real horns, a smaller version of the blade-like ones from his Tauren form, distinctly different in shape. Those are my real horns now, Harry said, clearly pleased. You could say it's an incomplete animagus transformation, they're part of my body. Cool, Ron said enviously. Congrats, Harry. As Harry's closest friends, Hermione, Ron, and Neville knew how much this meant to him. Seeing their friend achieve his dream was a cause for celebration. Thanks, Harry said with a grin. He hadn't felt this happy in a long time. From that day on, everyone at Hogwarts who crossed paths with Harry could tell the young professor was in high spirits. Even the bolder students who asked where they could buy horns like Harry's weren't docked points. After a transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall stopped Harry as he was about to leave. I suspect something's happened to you, Professor Potter, McGonagall said, her expression stern. Your voice has returned to normal and that herbal scent is gone. I think you know what I mean. Harry's. As expected of a woman whose animagus form was a cat, her senses were razor-sharp. Had she known all along? It made sense. Anyone who'd practiced the animagus transformation would be familiar with the scent of mandrake, especially someone like McGonagall, who'd likely failed and restarted the process multiple times. A cat's nose was nothing to scoff at. I trust you remember my warnings, Professor Potter, McGonagall said sternly. The animagus transformation is extremely dangerous. A single misstep could be fatal, which is why it should always be attempted under supervision. Do you recall? I had someone watching me, Professor McGonagall, don't worry, Harry said, a bit guiltily. Serious? McGonagall asked. When Harry nodded, she continued, Forgive my bluntness, Harry, but as much as I respect your godfather, Sirius, lacks the steadiness of an adult. He might not be able to protect you if something goes wrong. You're right, Harry admitted, lowering his head. If Sirius heard this, the dog-like godfather would surely be furious, but Harry took McGonagall's words to heart. The old professor genuinely cared about him, and her concern stemmed from fear that Harry might injure himself practicing such magic unsupervised. Of course, as a colleague, I can't judge your actions too harshly, McGonagall said, her tone softening. Would you mind showing me? Harry blinked, caught off guard. He was almost certain he saw a glint of curiosity in McGonagall's eyes. Of course, a cat animagus would naturally be curious. Certainly, Harry said. Not one to refuse such a simple request, Harry ensured the classroom door was locked to prevent any students from barging in. Then, he swiftly transformed into his Tauren form. Those horns, McGonagall said thoughtfully, so this is a Tauren. Yes, Professor, Harry said, his voice deep and rumbling. As you can see, my animagus form is unique. It's not a non-magical animal, but a special form capable of wielding elemental magic. I see. Thank you, Professor Potter, McGonagall said with a nod. You can change back now. I appreciate you indulging my curiosity. Even after decades of studying transfiguration, its mysteries never cease. Just like Hogwarts, Harry said with a smile. Indeed, just like Hogwarts, McGonagall replied, her lips curling slightly. Ever since the Chamber of Secrets was discovered, that phrase is practically becoming a proverb. You may go, Professor Potter. That's it, Harry said, surprised. I thought you'd. Thought I'd make you register with the Ministry. McGonagall gave a faint chuckle. The Ministry requires animagi to register and mark their level, but what is an animagus? A wizard who transforms into a non-magical creature. Clearly, your Tauren is neither non-magical nor an ordinary animal. Therefore, you're not an animagus, and you don't need to register with the Ministry. Understood, Professor Potter. I understand, Harry said, grinning. Thank you for your understanding. I'll be off then. Clearly, McGonagall was cutting him some slack, bending the rules just a bit. Who said Professor McGonagall was rigid or stuffy? This was a true Gryffindor at heart. Go on, McGonagall said with a nod. And don't forget to submit next week's lesson plans. Even if the curriculum hasn't changed much, you still need to write them. No slacking. Yes, ma'am. Harry hated writing lesson plans. The Scottish Highlands were colder this winter than the last. Christmas hadn't even arrived, and 2 snowfalls had already blanketed the region, forcing Hagrid to clear a path from the castle to Hogsmeade. Harry had no time to rest either. Instead of helping Hagrid, he was busy with his godfather and assistant, Lupin, clearing snow around the Great Totem to create a space for classes. The snow was nearly as high as Harry's waist, and according to Filch, it had even collapsed the owlery. In such harsh weather, Harry couldn't send his apprentices into the Forbidden Forest to hunt acromantulas. If one of them fell into a snowdrift, it'd be a disaster. The clever centaurs weren't foolish enough to venture out in this weather either. Staying by the fire in their tribe was far more appealing. But even after clearing the snow, Harry's work wasn't done. The Forbidden Forest, buried under snow, was the perfect place to hunt a certain traitor. Scarcity of food and bone-chilling cold would force that rat to fight for survival. Harry refused to believe Peter Pettigrew would simply wait to die. After all, this was a man who'd lived as a pet rat for years, blending seamlessly into a household. Having mastered the animagus transformation himself, Harry now understood just how terrifying Peter's willpower was, or rather, how fiercely he clung to survival. A wizard living solely in their animagus form risked forgetting their human self, eventually becoming little more than a slightly clever beast until death. Yet Peter had lived as a rat for nearly a decade, still able to read newspapers, analyze his situation, and evade Harry's magical tracking with cunning precision. Setting aside his actions, that level of determination surpassed most ordinary people. In response to Peter's relentless will to survive, Harry began divining the moment the first snow fell. 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night, he sought traces of Peter Pettigrew. The snow made many landmarks in the forest indistinguishable, but as long as Peter needed food or fire to survive, he'd leave tracks. The wind and water elementals, stirred by the snowfall and chilling gusts, would sense his presence and guide Harry to his location. Chapter 217. For wild magical creatures or ordinary animals that neither hibernate nor store food for emergencies, the Forbidden Forest's winter is a time of scarcity. They must hunt to secure the nutrients necessary for survival. Peter Pettigrew, ever fearful for his life, would never dare venture out in his rat form to forage under such conditions. Unlike Harry, an ordinary wizard's animagus form cannot wield magic, relying solely on the physical capabilities of the transformed animal. A mere rat stands no chance against the magical beasts of the forest. To survive, Peter had to find food and warmth, which meant operating in his human form. But this posed a problem. A man unable to interfere with divination through magical means, without a wand or the ability to cast spells, and untrained in wilderness survival. How could he move through a snow-covered forest and perfectly conceal his hunting tracks? The answer was simple: he couldn't. Peter had never hated anyone as fiercely as he did now, even if that person was the child of someone he once called a friend. Was that person truly his friend? At this point, even Peter couldn't answer that question with certainty. Curled up in a dank burrow, the piercing cold seeping into his bones, the gnawing hunger burning through him like a fire digesting him from within, his hatred grew deeper, more visceral. Why? Why was he treated this way? Why did every misfortune in the world seem to chase him relentlessly? He had even forsaken his rights as a human, content to live as a wizard's pet rat, yet even that was denied him. Why? Hunger devours reason, and cold drives a man to madness. If he still clings to the will to live, he must fight to survive. So Peter crawled out of the burrow he'd hidden in for so long. He could no longer recall how he managed to catch that pitiful deer. Perhaps its long stillness mistook him for a withered tree, or maybe it was just dumb luck. It didn't matter. Greedily, Peter tore into the deer's neck, gulping down its scalding blood, filling his roaring, ravenous stomach. He ripped off chunks of warm venison and swallowed them whole, heedless of a decayed tooth breaking in the process. As long as he could fill his belly, nothing else mattered. The warmth of the deer's body and the satisfaction in his stomach made Peter feel alive again for the first time in ages. He even began to think, wondering if he should bury the deer's corpse and crawl inside its warm remains as a rat. Those who have endured bitter cold will cling to even a moment's warmth. The blood and flesh he consumed slowly restored his withered body's clarity. The blood that had spilled from the deer during his frenzy had frozen into red ice, sharp to the touch. Peter knew he had to move quickly. Whether it was making use of the deer's corpse or evading the pursuit of the world's most disgusting, loathsome brat, he had to act fast. Why did someone in this world have access to such vile magic? Divination magic. As a wizard, Peter had never despised magic's existence more. Countless times, he fantasized about a world without magic, where he could escape the forbidden forest unnoticed, free from the fear of that wretched boy divining his location or capturing him. If he could wake up one day and be the only one capable of wielding magic, how perfect that would be. But every time he awoke, the cold remained cold and the hunger remained hunger. Peter stared dully at his surroundings. The snow in the area was stained red with deer blood. He had no other options. He could only hope those fools would mistake this for the aftermath of a magical beast's hunt. Clinging to that faint hope, Peter grasped the deer's antlers with both hands and shakily stood. Then he turned and froze. Snow clung to his gaunt, once-plump face. His mouth hung open in shock, revealing missing teeth. His mind went blank. Behind him stood three figures, three people who had appeared without him noticing. Three faces he could never forget, especially in recent times. They were the nightmares that tore him from sleep. Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and finally Harry Potter. The three people Peter never wanted to see again were standing before him now. Suddenly, Sirius surged forward, breaking free from the snow. He landed a brutal punch on Peter's face. The snow, reaching past his knees, slowed him, but Sirius didn't hesitate, throwing himself at Peter as if terrified he might escape. "Traitor," Sirius roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. His fists pummeled Peter's cheeks, but mere punches weren't enough to sate his rage. In a frenzy, Sirius slammed his head against Peter's once, twice, with such force that blood, human blood, not the deer's, stained both their heads before a third blow was needed. Why did you betray us?" I didn't betray you." Peter's voice was almost rat-like in its shrill desperation. "Let me go, Sirius. Let me go. Remus, help me. Sirius has lost it. He's a liar. He fooled everyone." "You dare lie even now?" Sirius's fury intensified. "Your crimes are no secret, you traitor." Each word was punctuated by a heavy blow. Weakened by cold and hunger, Peter stood no chance against Sirius. Within seconds, more teeth flew from his mouth, landing in the snow. "Hold on, Sirius," Remus interjected. "Keep going like that and you'll kill him." Sirius's raised fist paused. Yes, that's it," Peter gasped, a frantic smile spreading across his tear-streaked, snot-covered face, smeared with snow. Pinned beneath Sirius, he reached desperately toward Remus and Harry. "Long time no see, old friend, my old friend. You don't really believe those newspaper stories, do you? And this boy, he's just a kid, he doesn't know anything. Sirius wants to kill me, Remus." "He deserves to be beaten to death," Sirius roared, landing another punch that left Peter's face a bloody mess. "Calm down, Sirius," Remus said soothingly. "You don't want him to die too easily, do you?" The words had an immediate effect. Sirius stopped, though he looked as if he'd heal Peter just to prolong his suffering if his position allowed him to draw his wand. "No, Remus," Peter whimpered, clawing at the snow in desperation. "He's trying to kill me again. He killed Lily and James, and now he's after me. Save me, Remus." "I've seen enough," Remus said coolly. "Peter, if you're willing, I have a few questions for you." "Questions?" Peter panted, grasping at the lifeline. "Good questions, I like questions." Sirius sneered but didn't interfere, watching Peter's pathetic struggles. Compared to the days just after his escape from Azkaban, Sirius's mental state had improved considerably. Back then, he'd have been far less composed. Well, not that composed. First question, Remus said lightly. If Sirius was the one who betrayed James, why have you been hiding as a rat for 12 years? Why would an innocent man choose that life? Because I was scared, Peter shrieked. Innocent or not, how could I not be afraid? Voldemort's followers were after me because I sent their best agent to Azkaban, that traitor Sirius Black. Bang! Another punch. Sorry, Remus, I couldn't help it, Sirius said, taking a deep breath. He was that kind of man, apologizing only after the deed was done. No worries, I forgive you, Remus replied, his tone even lighter. Second question, James's own soul has named you as the true secret keeper, the one who gave Voldemort the location of the Potter's home. How do you explain that, Peter? Peter was speechless, his cracked lips trembling. He finally realized the truth. These three had no intention of letting him go. This was all just a game to them. He's got nothing to say, Sirius crowed, his eyes glinting maliciously as he studied Peter like a butcher eyeing a cut of meat. Let's see, how should I kill you? Slice you up bit by bit, or start by cutting out that vile tongue? Tongue-lolling grotesquely, Sirius taunted Peter, reveling in the moment. Sirius, Remus said, exasperated, there's a kid here, tone down the gore. It's fine, I think it's normal, Harry interrupted, waving a hand. No punishment is too harsh for a traitor. If the setting were different, I'd say toss Peter to the hyenas on the savannah. They'd eat him alive, starting from the rear, by the way. Remus gave Harry a complicated look, momentarily at a loss for words. Great idea, Harry, Sirius bellowed approvingly. That's the kind of punishment this scum deserves. No, 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 Peter shook his head frantically, summoning strength from nowhere. He thrashed wildly, managing to throw Sirius off and lunging toward Harry and Remus, collapsing into the snow. Kind boy, kind Harry, you look just like your father, exactly like him. How dare you speak to Harry? Sirius scrambled up and kicked Peter's backside. How dare you face him? How dare you mention James? Harry, ignoring Sirius, Peter flipped over, kneeling in the snow. His bloodied, mangled face forced a fawning smile as he looked at Harry, realizing the boy might hold his fate. Harry, James wouldn't want me dead. James would understand, Harry. He'd show mercy. Even Remus couldn't stomach it anymore. He kicked Peter back into the snow. You still want to live even now? Remus said, his expression complex. Peter, you. What else can I do? Peter's spirit finally broke. Collapsing onto the ground, he wailed, Sirius, Remus, what could I do? The Dark Lord, you don't know his power. I was terrified. Sirius, I was never as brave as you, Remus, or James. I never wanted this. It was him, the one whose name we can't speak, who forced me. Liar, Sirius roared, veins bulging on his face. You were feeding him information for a year before Lily and James were killed. You betrayed us. You betrayed Dumbledore. He was winning everywhere. What was the point of resisting? Perhaps realizing escape and survival were impossible, Peter let go of all restraint, shouting, You never treated me like a friend anyway. I was just your lackey, the pitiful, ignored rat trailing behind you. Chapter 218. Friends, what a ridiculous word. Friends, Peter screamed, his voice cracking with a manic edge. Did you ever truly see me as a friend? Or was I just some lackey trailing behind you, puffing up your egos, doing your bidding? Peter, fetch this. Peter, grab that. I never wanted to do those things, those dangerous things. He pounded his fists into the snow beside him, as if the act could purge years of buried pain and fear. Peter no longer cared about the consequences, not even with the person he feared most standing right before him. He had to speak, had to let it all out. Why would anyone in their right mind want to be near a werewolf? A werewolf. One bite, and your life is ruined forever. I didn't want to become a werewolf, but did anyone care what I thought? Sirius, you didn't. James, even less. I never wanted to learn that dangerous animagus transformation either. You have no idea how terrified I was. What if I messed it up? What if I turned into an animal and got eaten by some beast? All those dangerous stunts, all those reckless pranks, those people we pranked, they'd come for revenge? Like Snape. All I wanted was to study in peace, but you lot kept stirring up trouble. I couldn't even say no. Oh, Peter, you're one of the marauders. How can you back out now? Peter's voice turned shrill, mimicking Sirius's tone. Listen to yourself, Sirius. That's all you ever said. You never cared how scared I was, never bothered to notice. You never treated me like a friend, not once. All you ever cared about was yourself." Gasping, Peter collapsed face first into the snow, his battered, bloodied face smeared with ice. He slammed his head against the ground, over and over. "Then why didn't you just leave?" Harry said calmly. "It's clear you and my father weren't the same kind of people. If you weren't on the same path, you could have walked away, lived your quiet life far from them." "Leave?" Peter lifted his head, a ghastly smile twisting his lips. "How could I dare, James? Sirius, Remus, they were so powerful." "Good boy, Harry, you're a good boy," Peter muttered, his voice rambling and unhinged. "You're so kind, but you know what happened back then, don't you? You know how James and the others treated Snape, ambushing him, ganging up on him, humiliating him in front of everyone, dangling him upside down so the whole school could see his underwear. It was horrifying, Harry, just horrifying." "If I'd said I wanted to leave, they'd have hated me," Peter said with grim certainty. "I didn't want to end up like Snape. I didn't want to be bullied or pranked, so I stayed. I joined them, became one of them. It was the only way to avoid being targeted, to avoid ending up like Snape." "So, from the very start you were a coward, pathetic, spineless, shameless." Sirius spat, his eyes blazing red. "I can't believe I didn't see it sooner. You were always a traitor. You always clung to the powerful ones, didn't you? For their protection. First it was us, me, Remus, James, and then it was Voldemort." "He would have killed me, Sirius," Peter said, his voice hollow, as if his soul had drifted away. Kneeling in the snow, he stared up at Sirius. "I just wanted to survive. I had to survive." His mind unraveling, Peter let out a sudden, eerie laugh, a smile of twisted satisfaction. The snowy clearing fell silent, save for the chilling whistle of the wind and the creak of swaying branches. Cold, desolate, deadly. Neither Sirius nor Remus spoke. Their hearts churned, overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts. For the first time, they realized they might never have truly known their so-called friend. They'd never understood Peter Pettigrew, never seen into his heart. Just as Peter had said, they'd never even tried. Anger, of course there was anger. Fury, disgust, contempt, but woven through it all was an unavoidable thread of regret. What if they'd cared just a little more for Peter back then? Would things have turned out differently? Would James and Lily still be alive? Would Sirius have been spared 12 years in Azkaban? But those were just fleeting fantasies. "You know, Peter," Sirius said, his throat tight as he fought to keep control, "that day, I didn't even tell Remus." "Because you thought I was the traitor," Remus said, his voice unexpectedly calm. "Didn't you, Sirius?" "I'm sorry, Remus," Sirius said, taking a deep breath. "Forgive me." "No need for that, Padfoot," Remus replied with a soft chuckle. "My old friend, will you forgive me for thinking you were the traitor?" "Of course." They apologized to each other again, but unlike their tense reunion before, this time Sirius and Remus were calmer, their understanding unspoken. "No matter what excuses you come up with, Peter," Remus said, crouching to meet the eyes of his former friend, "it doesn't change the truth. James, Sirius, even me, we never owed you anything. In fact, we looked out for you time and time again. You betrayed us. You betrayed our kindness, our trust. That's why you'll pay the price." "Friends don't sell each other out, Peter," Sirius growled. "Even for you, we'd have stood by you. But you couldn't do the same." "No, no, 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 no." Peter's eyes widened as realization hit. He scrambled backward in the snow, desperate to distance himself from Sirius and Remus. "You can't, Harry. I want to see James. I know you can do it. Let me see James's soul." Peter lunged toward Harry, his face desperate, but Remus kicked him square in the face, sending him sprawling back into the snow. "Don't even think about it," Sirius snarled, his voice dripping with disgust. "You know James's heart. He was always so kind. How dare you beg him for anything? How dare you even think of facing him?" "He's right, Peter," Remus said quietly. "You must have realized it yourself. You feared Voldemort's power, feared he'd kill you, so you betrayed us. But now, Voldemort won't kill you. We will. Goodbye, Peter." Wands drawn, Sirius and Remus pointed them at Peter. "Wait," Harry said suddenly. "Hold on a moment." "Harry," Peter's eyes lit up with desperate hope. "I knew it. You're the kindest boy in the world, please." "You're not thinking of sparing him, are you, Harry?" Sirius roared. "This scum got your parents killed. This groveling piece of filth wouldn't bat an eye if you died. You don't actually believe the nonsense he just spewed, do you? I know you and Snape are close, but he wasn't just some victim forced to join us." Calm down, Sirius, Harry said, trying to soothe his furious godfather. I never said I'd forgive him. Traitors deserve whatever punishment they get. Then why stop us? Sirius asked, exhaling in relief. Just making use of him one last time, Harry said, tilting his head. Mary Pettigrew still refuses to believe her son's a traitor, doesn't she? She even turned it around and accused James of lying about his own death. I get it, Sirius's eyes gleamed. Let her see her son for what he really is. Let that venomous old hag see what kind of rat her boy turned out to be. Fine by me. Though it hadn't been brought up much since, Sirius's blood boiled at the memory of Mary Pettigrew's venomous accusations in the courtroom that day. In his mind, the entire Pettigrew family was rotten. Actually, it's more about settling your case once and for all, Harry said calmly. If the culprit keeps escaping justice, it leaves things feeling incomplete. I'm fine with that, Sirius said eagerly, but he doesn't get to walk away after this. Of course not. To stop Peter from spewing more vile excuses or groveling for mercy, Harry silenced him with a spell. The group then returned to Orgrimmar. What followed was straightforward. Harry sent for Rita Skeeter and handed Peter over to the Ministry's Aurors. Everything fell into place. It was merely a matter of finalizing the trial from the previous holiday. Upholding Peter's convictions suited Fudge's interests, so he didn't interfere. With Peter captured alive, his very existence was damning evidence. Even the dimmest wizard would struggle to believe a war hero, with a clean conscience, would hide in the magical world under a false identity for so many years. At the trial, once the silencing spell was lifted, Peter began shouting about his innocence, spinning a pitiful tale to the jury in hopes of sympathy. He even accused Sirius of lying and claimed Harry had been manipulated by Sirius's deceit. Given the Potters' contributions and the controversy surrounding Sirius and Peter's cases, the Wisengamot granted special permission to administer 3 drops of Veritaserum to Peter. And that was that. Peter was no iron-willed warrior capable of resisting Veritaserum. Under its effects, he spilled everything like beans from a tipped jar: his thoughts, his actions, how he betrayed the Order of the Phoenix and the Potters, how he framed Sirius. He even confessed to being an illegal animagus and hiding as a rat in a wizarding family. Peter knew Voldemort had vanished. Some said he was dead, others that he lingered in a half-alive state. But Peter wasn't about to risk his life for a crippled, fallen wizard under Dumbledore's watch. Instead, he hid in a wizarding family, eavesdropping for news. As long as Voldemort remained the powerful Dark Lord, Peter planned to deliver Harry to him for protection. When Peter, under Veritaserum, revealed these twisted thoughts, the jury, some of whom had initially pitied him, now clamored for his execution. Mary Pettigrew, Peter's mother, fainted on the spot when her son confessed. Frankly, no one cared, neither Sirius, nor Remus, nor Harry. The trial dominated the next day's Daily Prophet, especially Peter's nauseating confessions and the vile details of his actions, which left many readers too sick to eat lunch. Peter's reputation was utterly ruined. The Wisengamot unanimously sentenced him to a century in Azkaban's deepest cell. Sure, wizards could live well over 100 years, but no one believed Peter would survive a century in Azkaban. He was as good as dead. Through Peter's despicable testimony, Sirius's heroism was cemented. The injustices he'd endured were finally righted, and he became one of the wizarding world's most celebrated figures. Some shops even approached him to endorse their products. Chapter 219. Children always admire heroes, especially someone like Sirius Black, a dark hero burdened with secrets and the quest to clear his name, who's particularly popular among them. As a result, shops like Honeyjukes and Hogsmeade specifically sought out Sirius to endorse their products. Though Sirius always grumbled that it was far too childish or some such nonsense, Harry couldn't help but notice he seemed to secretly enjoy signing the contracts. So it's all over just like that. Sitting by the fireplace in the office, with the howling wind and snow outside mingling with the crackling of burning logs, Remus Lupin's expression seemed distant, almost dazed. "What's wrong, my dear Moony?" Sirius, sprawled comfortably across the sofa, shifted to a more relaxed position. "Not a fan." "No, it's not that I don't like it. It's just that things have changed so quickly, I can hardly believe it," Remus said, shaking his head. He stretched out his hand, staring at the wrinkles etched across his palm. All of a sudden, I have a stable job. You who spent all those years in Azkaban, who I cursed countless times, turned out to be innocent. Peter was the traitor, and we've already sent him to Azkaban ourselves. Suddenly, everything's just good, Remus said with a bitter smile. Maybe I'm too used to the wandering life. This sudden turn to a good life feels strange. Being able to sit peacefully with old friends again is truly wonderful. That's how a story should end, Remus, Sirius said, crossing his legs with a cheeky grin. Like in those books, bad guys get punished, justice is served, and the good guys live happily ever after. That's how it's supposed to be. Oh, I don't think either of us qualifies as a prince or princess, so that's a bit different from fairy tales, Remus said with a touch of humor. Ha, prince or princess? Sirius burst into laughter. Didn't know you still dreamed like that. We're just a couple of dried-up old men. Well, I'm still dashing, mind you, a real hit with the ladies. You're as shameless as ever, Sirius, Remus retorted. Careful now. If Harry finds out you've been flirting with the castle's female students, he'll probably break your legs, and he'd be dead serious about it. Hey, you furry scoundrel, what kind of man do you take me for? Sirius shot back, though his voice carried a hint of guilt. I'm not like that, let's drop it. I'll admit life's pretty good right now, though it'd be even better if I didn't have to see Snape's sour face all the time. No chance of that, Remus sighed. Without Snape brewing the wolfsbane potion, I wouldn't even be able to stay near the castle. He's achieved far more than we have, hasn't he? Don't you dare speak well of him, Remus. My fists will start itching, Sirius warned. And that wolfsbane potion, Merlin's beard, I'd bet Snivellus tosses his filthy socks into the cauldron while brewing it. The smell, just thinking about it makes me want to gag. When he said Snivellus, Sirius lowered his voice to a whisper, glancing nervously over his shoulder to check if Harry was behind him. If there were really dirty socks in the potion, it'd turn into poison, Remus said with a hint of exasperation. I'm certain Snape wouldn't kill me, but he's clearly not going out of his way to make it pleasant either. Not that I mind too much, it's what we owe him. I'm content with the life we have now. Unlike Sirius, who still carried some of the brash confidence of their school days, Remus, weathered by years of hardship and prejudice, had grown more pragmatic, more accepting of the way things were. He saw things clearly. I can't believe you're just okay with it. Decades ago you would've. Harry, Remus interrupted Sirius, tilting his head toward the staircase leading to the second floor. You done up there? Without missing a beat, Sirius clamped his mouth shut and sat upright on the sofa, as if he hadn't been saying anything at all, the picture of innocence. More or less, Harry said, descending the stairs in a thick leather coat. Time to put an end to things. An end, Sirius scratched his head. To what? Peter's business, of course, Harry said with a smile. Get up, dress warmly. Where we're going, it's probably going to be cold. Peter's business, Sirius couldn't help but blurt out. That traitor's already been sent to Azkaban, hasn't he? The trial's over. The trial's far from over, Harry said, shaking his head. No matter how much Sirius pressed, Harry refused to elaborate, only urging them to change into warmer clothes and head out together. Exchanging bewildered glances, neither Sirius nor Remus could shake the strange premonition stirring in their hearts, though Harry hadn't revealed anything specific. That feeling grew stronger when Harry summoned Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes. The three of them grabbed hold of foxtail feathers, and with a sudden burst of flame that flared and vanished, they endured a disorienting journey, not much better than apparition, before their feet touched solid ground again. The briny, fishy tang of sea air hit them, accompanied by the rhythmic crash of waves. Sirius shuddered, the familiar melody etched into his memory from 12 years of survival. The overcast sky, the rancid air, and in the distance, that castle-like structure. Azkaban, Sirius yelped, stunned. He could never have imagined that Harry's destination would be this place. Not when, just minutes ago, he'd sworn to Remus he'd never set foot in Azkaban again. They stood at the edge of the island's dock, where Azkaban loomed. In the distance, they could see the guards' living quarters, lights glowing faintly within. This is illegal trespassing, Sirius hissed, instinctively lowering his voice, his eyes practically bulging. Dumbledore's phoenix can teleport straight into Azkaban? No, that's not the point, Harry. We don't have any Aurors with us. If we're caught, we're done for. You're here, Harry. A voice interrupted, snapping Sirius, convinced his godson was committing a crime, and the equally shocked Remus back to reality. They both recognized that voice. Malfoy, Sirius spat the name with disgust as he realized who it was. Don't be so rude, Sirius. I'm still your brother-in-law, after all, Lucius Malfoy said with a cold smirk. I went to great lengths to help with your case. Ha, you. He's right, Sirius, Harry cut in calmly. Lucius did help you a lot, convincing plenty of Wisengamot members. Sirius' expression looked as if he just scooped up a handful of dung and shoved it in his mouth. What's going on, Harry? Remus, who had just been marveling at how fast the world was changing, now felt it was spinning even faster than he could process. Why did Harry seem so familiar with Lucius Malfoy? What had they been up to? Remus had thought he'd come to understand Harry to some extent during their time together, but now he realized he didn't know his old friend's son at all. Don't be so hostile, Sirius, Lucius said, dropping his usual antagonistic demeanor and shaking his head slightly. You're Harry's godfather and I'm his uncle. We're family. Sirius. His expression now looked like he'd pulled that dung out of his mouth only to shove it back in. Lucius' words only made things worse. In Sirius' mind, the Malfoys were staunch Voldemort supporters, pure-blood elitists, and utterly deplorable, people he'd never associate with. Let's move on, Harry said, clearly unwilling to let the adults dredge up old grudges. Where is he? Right here, Lucius said, stepping aside and calling out Diaz. Coming, Mr. Malfoy. Two figures emerged from a small shack near the dock, dragging a short, stout man between them, Peter Pettigrew, already tried, convicted, and delivered to Azkaban. No. Whatever Lucius had said to him earlier, Peter began thrashing wildly the moment he saw the group outside, only calming slightly after Baldwin delivered a sharp blow to the back of his head. Sorry, this despicable rat's been putting up quite a fight, Diaz said, catching his breath as they dragged Peter forward. But don't worry, he's not going anywhere. Thanks and good to see you both, Diaz, Baldwin, Harry said, shaking their hands with a smile. I really appreciate your help. As he spoke, Harry slipped two small pouches into their hands during the handshake, the clink of galleons unmistakable. Oh, Harry, you didn't have to, Diaz said, feeling the weight of the pouch. We all despise this guy, this traitor. Honestly, even without you and Mr. Malfoy asking, we'd have made sure he got what he deserved in here. Diaz tried to hand the pouch back, but Harry refused. No matter what, you're taking a risk for me, Harry insisted. Keep it as a gift from a friend. All right, Baldwin said with a shrug. If you insist, Harry, we wish you a satisfying revenge. Don't worry about a thing, play as you like. Prisoners dying in Azkaban is nothing unusual. We'll bury him in the graveyard over there. Or toss him into the sea to feed the fish, if that's what makes you happy, Diaz added with a grin. We'll head off now. Great, thanks. Harry watched as the two Aurors walked away, weighing their pouches, leaving it to them to deal with their colleagues. That wasn't his concern, it wouldn't be hard for them to handle. The more pressing matter was Peter Pettigrew. Wait, Harry, what the hell is going on? Sirius demanded, unable to hold back any longer. It's simple, Lucius said, glancing at his less-than-sharp relative with a sigh. I'm working for Harry. I bribed ministry officials to look the other way regarding Peter's death, and I arranged this chance for you to take your revenge. Sirius? Everything Lucius said made sense, mostly, but that was exactly why Sirius' head was spinning even more. Why, Sirius couldn't help but ask, aren't the Malfoys, I mean? Death Eaters, Lucius snorted. That's in the past, now I serve only Harry. As he spoke, Lucius gave Harry a respectful bow, a gesture so humble it left Sirius and Remus reeling. That's about the gist of it, Harry confirmed. Lucius works for me now. You both know about Voldemort's Horcruxes. Lucius is in charge of contacting the pureblood families, posing as one of their own to gather information about the Horcruxes. If any piece of Voldemort's soul is revived, we'll know immediately and act accordingly. I brought you here to meet so you don't accidentally start a fight if you run into each other outside, Harry continued. After we leave, you'll need to keep up the pretense of being enemies. Don't mess this up. I understand, my lord, Lucius said respectfully, ignoring Sirius' gobsmacked expression. Enough about that, Harry said, turning to Peter Pettigrew, who was cowering on the ground. This is what I promised you, Sirius. A traitor's sins can only be repaid in blood. Sirius stared at Harry, his godson's words sinking in and urging toward killing. He had dreamed countless times of driving a blade through Peter's heart. Yet now that the moment was here, he felt a strange hesitation, not out of fear of killing. Anyone who'd lived through the Wizarding War had blood on their hands. What unsettled Sirius was how calmly Harry faced death. Chapter 220. Though he was only 12 years old and had never experienced the brutal wars of the past, Harry could now so easily speak words that would end a life, a traitor's life, and have him brought before him. Was it because of the mysterious experience that made Harry a shaman? Or was it? What's wrong, Sirius? Seeing Sirius remain silent and motionless, Harry raised an eyebrow and said, "Can't do it, or should I?" "No, absolutely not," Sirius said with a shudder, shaking his head firmly. "No matter how powerful you are, you're not old enough to kill." "Wait, Sirius, why do you make a caring remark sound so odd?" Lupin interjected, unable to resist. "If someone who didn't know us heard that, they might think we're some kind of assassin family." "That's definitely your problem, Lupin," Sirius said with certainty. "Enough talk. Are you with me or not?" "Absolutely with you," Lupin replied without hesitation. Stepping past Harry, Sirius and Lupin stood before Peter, each drawing their wand and pointing it at the man cowering on the ground. "Please, don't." Peter Pettigrew whimpered, crawling forward on the ground, trying to get closer. But bound as he was, he could barely move, wriggling like a maggot, his bloated, tear-streaked face smeared with snot. After his illegal animagus status was exposed, Peter could no longer transform and slip away unnoticed. He'd been forced to drink a potion that suppressed his magic, and the chains on his wrists and ankles were enchanted to prevent him from escaping in his animagus form. A complete and utter dead end. "You're finished, Peter," Sirius said softly. His expression was unexpectedly calm. No lunging to tear at Peter, no beating or spitting on him, just the detached gaze one might give a stranger. This wasn't serious at all. James wouldn't have the heart, Sirius. Peter hadn't given up, still frantically searching his mind for words that might sway them. "He was so kind. He'd forgive me. Harry's here too. He's just a child." "I don't even feel anger when you mention James anymore, Peter," Sirius said, as if he hadn't heard Peter's pleas for survival. His voice was eerily calm. "You're just a pathetic wretch, a damned wretch. James would never forgive you. Neither would Lily, nor Remus, nor I, so go ahead and cling to your desperate desire to live, and die with it forever." Remus. "I'm ready," Lupin nodded. 3. 2, Sirius said, suddenly smiling. 1. Evada Kedevra. There was no gut-wrenching scream, no surge of intense emotion. Amid Peter's increasingly frantic pleas, 2 green flashes lit the air, and his stuttering voice stopped abruptly. His eyes bulged, his face twisted with unwillingness, his mouth still open as if about to speak again. But Peter's existence froze in that moment, like a wax figure. Lowering their wands, Sirius and Lupin stared at Peter's body in silence for a long time. No matter how Peter truly felt about them deep down, for Sirius and Lupin, he had once been a friend they would have entrusted their lives to, once. "It's over," Sirius said, taking a deep breath. As if unable to believe it, he nudged Peter's body with his foot, flipping it over. There was, of course, no response. "Yeah, it's over," Lupin echoed, but before he could say more, their eyes widened in shock. Another Peter had risen from the corpse. It was Peter, identical in appearance, clothing, even the bloodstains on his shirt, but with a translucent, pearlescent body. Peter Pettigrew had become a ghost. Still adjusting to his new ghostly form, he seemed disoriented, his memories incomplete. His eyes were filled with confusion, and he didn't immediately use his ghostly body to sink into the ground and escape. Then, in the next second, a ghostly blue arrow pierced through the heart of Peter's ghost. The bewildered expression on his face turned to agony as he clutched the pierced spot, unable to make a sound. With a final, pained wail, Peter's ghost curled into a ball and vanished without a trace. "Sirius, what just happened?" Not only Sirius but Lupin and Lucius, standing nearby, were also gaping, still processing what had occurred. They turned to Harry, who calmly lowered his raised hand. "That was called a soul arrow," Harry said evenly. "I don't particularly like seeing his ghost lingering in the real world. I assume you feel the same, right?" Of course, we definitely don't, Lucius Malfoy responded, quick as ever, snapping to attention the moment Harry finished speaking. I don't have any objections, Sirius said with a sigh, shrugging. Honestly, the fact that Peter came back as a ghost after dying, was he that desperate to keep living? Maybe, Lupin said, shaking his head. His life boiled down to just that one word, living for the sake of living. Ha. Peter's ghost flickered and was gone, unnoticed by anyone. His body wasn't simply kicked into the sea to feed the fish. Out of the last shred of friendship from years past, Sirius and Lupin dug a shallow grave nearby and buried him. They even left a small stone marker with a single line, "Here lies a despicable traitor. No need to remember his name or his past. No one cares." After bidding farewell to the two beaters and Lucius, Fawkes once again transported Harry, Sirius, and Lupin back to Hogwarts. Even though I'm back on my throne, I still can't quite believe it. Peter's just gone, Sirius said, sitting by the fireplace, his voice tinged with disbelief. It feels like we just went out for groceries or something, not like we were in Azkaban. Feels too easy, Lupin said, bringing over a cup of hot tea with a smile. I don't think you need to overthink it. Harry's got it handled. Clearly, Harry has some secrets even Dumbledore doesn't know about, and no, I'm not prying. No need to be so tense, Remus, Harry said, shaking his head. So, what are your plans now? Plans? Sirius sat up straighter, glancing around. Remus and I, aren't we your assistants? That was temporary, just to help you adjust to society and recover, Harry said, exasperated. And by assistant, do you mean sleeping until 11 every morning, eating lunch, and then wandering the castle playing games with students? Adult work isn't that easy. That's just, I'm just imparting life experience to them, Sirius said, a bit embarrassed at being called out by his godson. You both need lives of your own, Harry said seriously. I know you're wealthy now, Sirius, but money alone isn't enough. You need something to do, or you'll end up bored and empty. Same goes for you, Remus, though I don't think I need to lecture you. You're way more mature than Sirius. True, Lupin said with a laugh. He's still a big kid. Hey, Lupin, I'm not letting that slide, Sirius protested. A simple big kid couldn't survive 12 years in Azkaban. Sure, you're the toughest, Lupin said, brushing him off with no sincerity before turning to Harry. So, any suggestions? Having witnessed Harry's many accomplishments, especially that spell-piercing Peter's ghost, Lupin no longer saw Harry as a child. It depends on what you want to do. Any ideas about work you'd like to pursue? Harry asked. Nope, I absolutely don't want to work, Sirius replied without hesitation. You know my situation, Harry, Lupin said with a wry smile. As a werewolf, it's hard to find a job that pays well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up with that werewolf pack in the forest. Let's put Sirius's situation aside for now. You sound like you know forests well, Harry asked thoughtfully. How were your herbology grades? Excellent, Sirius answered for Lupin. Lupin's grades were always the best among us. We survived by copying his homework. Herbology? I think it was an O, right? Correct, Lupin confirmed. I'm quite familiar with the forests of Britain and Albania too, though I haven't spent much time in Germany or France. You know, being a werewolf, I worked with Dumbledore during the war to keep the werewolf packs from joining Voldemort. After the war, I wandered a lot. So yeah, I know forests pretty well. Lupin seemed to feel a spark of that old interview nerves, stumbling over his words a bit. Relax, Remus, I'm not some Diagon Alley shopkeeper, Harry said with a hint of exasperation. You know I'm a professor at Hogwarts now, and I spend a lot of time studying wizarding magic and training my apprentices, so I can't handle everything myself. You need a helper, Lupin said confidently. Exactly, a helper, Harry nodded, but it's not limited to one specific task. For example, I need someone to gather fresh herbs for me. The ones in shops are too expensive, and I feel bad always using Snape's. Plus, some rare herbs aren't even available in stores. They get snatched up by potions masters through private channels. You need me to gather herbs in the forests, Lupin said with a smile. That's no easy job. Don't worry, I'll pay well. No, that's not what I meant, Harry, Lupin shook his head. I mean, there's no one better suited for the job than me. Plus, in the forests, I don't have to worry about hurting anyone during the full moon. Sounds exciting, Remus, Sirius said, perking up. Can I come along? A forest adventure. We used to dream about that as Gryffindor students. If you can handle sleeping rough and eating questionable food, Lupin said with a shrug. I'll warn you, the forest isn't Azkaban, but it's not exactly cozy either. Worse than Azkaban. No way. Then what's the problem? The two burst into laughter. Hold on, I said my helper's got a lot to do, Harry said, scratching his head. I also need someone mature, reliable, and steady to handle goblin-related matters. Goblins, Sirius blinked. How'd you get mixed up with them? It's a partnership, Harry explained. You're familiar with the abilities of a shaman, right? Especially divination. Of course, Sirius grinned. Your divination helped us catch Peter. The goblins want divination too, Lupin asked. Yeah, they want me to divine locations of gold mines or other mineral deposits, and even predict Muggle economic trends. They're also interested in working together to train some goblin shamans, Harry said, sounding a bit troubled. Absolutely do not agree to that, Harry, Sirius said gravely. You don't want to see the goblins start another rebellion, do you? Voldemort's mess isn't even sorted yet. If the goblins got hold of your kind of powerful, wandless magic, it'd be chaos. Chapter 221. Trust me, when the war between wizards and goblins starts again, those gold-grubbing creatures won't care about what a muggle is, nor will they give a damn about the statute of secrecy. I get your point, Sirius, Harry nodded. At first, goblins were only banned from using wands, but after that war over 100 years ago, they lost their right to bear arms and armor too. They can't even forge anything freely anymore. If they want to light a furnace, they have to submit an application to the Ministry of Magic first. Sirius opened his mouth to respond, but hearing Harry's words, he found himself momentarily at a loss for what to say. Well, all right then, Sirius finally said. Looks like you know a fair bit about goblins, Harry. They're an intelligent race, after all, Harry said, shaking his head slightly. In short, to prevent goblins from rebelling against wizard rule, wizards banned them from using weapons or armor. To placate them, they were given control over money, something goblins love most. And for the past century or so, things have been relatively peaceful. If you want to keep it peaceful, you can't agree to their demands, Lupin interjected. From what I know, shamanic spells don't exactly require wands, and elemental magic is incredibly powerful. Not to mention, those soul-based spells. I can't even imagine what goblins would do if they got their hands on that kind of magic. That's a good point, Remus, Harry said seriously. But I'm sorry to say, it's inevitable that shamans will emerge among the goblins. Or rather, among any intelligent race, even the less intelligent ones, shamans will eventually appear in the future, even if their elemental magic is basic or limited. What do you mean? Lupin's eyes widened. As my assistant, even if only for a short time, you must have read my textbooks, right? Harry said. Elemental magic elements. If a goblin happens to be exceptionally gifted or favored by the elements, they'll naturally become a shaman of their own. It's like the centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest, Harry continued. In fact, I recently discovered that the merpeople at the bottom of the Black Lake, the merman tribe, have also developed shamans, though for now they only wield water elemental powers. That sounds like quite a problem, Sirius said dryly, smacking his lips. Can't you just tell the elements not to choose goblins? Pretend you didn't hear anything. That's impossible, of course, Harry couldn't help but laugh. You have to understand, elements are a broad category. To them, whether it's humans or goblins, we're all more or less the same. Sure, some elements might favor humans, but others lean toward other intelligent races. Balancing the conflicts between these elements is one of a shaman's duties. Usually, that balancing act ends with some elements being taken out. Simple and straightforward. Take gnolls, kobolds, or harpies, races that threaten the survival of Alliance and Horde alike. They still have their shamans, but the ones that need to be dealt with get dealt with, and so do their elements. That's just how Azeroth works. Persuasion, purification, those are for your own people, or enemies you can't beat or shouldn't fight. So, after the goblins sent someone to approach me, I thought about it for a long time, Harry said earnestly. In the end, I decided to accept their request. It's the same reason I took on the centaurs as apprentices. Since it's unavoidable, rather than letting them grow wild and explore on their own, it's better to guide them properly and keep them from straying down the wrong path. Can you really guide them? Lupin couldn't help but retort. Centaurs and merpeople are one thing, they haven't clashed with humans in ages. But goblins, they've never been tame. Yeah, Sirius added, shrugging. Even now, those goblins are still yammering about how Gryffindor's sword is actually theirs, claiming Godric Gryffindor stole their king's treasure. They really believe that nonsense. The way goblins think is different from us, Lupin said, shaking his head. In their eyes, even if wizards provide the materials and pay for the crafting, anything they make belongs to them forever. Wizards are just borrowing it. Who cares about them? Sirius snorted dismissively. Any goblin who dares come up to me claiming my stuff is theirs will find my wand doesn't care who it's pointing at. To be fair, if a wizard accidentally killed a goblin, it wasn't a big deal. You wouldn't even get sent to Azkaban, just barred from Gringotts at most. The only thing to worry about would be a goblin bounty, but that be kept under the table. The ministry wouldn't allow goblins to openly put a price on a wizard's head. No goblin with half a brain would go to the Black family demanding anything, Lupin said, trying to keep a straight face but breaking into laughter. Who in the wizarding world doesn't know the Black family's style? The Black family's style, put simply, any goblin who showed up at their doorstep would have their head chopped off and hung on the wall, and the ministry would turn a blind eye. That's the reputation of a storied, dark magic pureblood family. Hey, Moony, Sirius said, exasperated. You're getting less and less charming, you know that. Thanks, Lupin replied, shrugging. A werewolf's never going to be charming. Turning to Harry, he added, Anyway, goblins aren't like your apprentices, Harry. You warn your students about rules and restrictions, but goblins, they're not likely to care. You know that, right? They're only coming to you to learn divination so they can hunt for gold mines or whatever. They don't give a damn about your talk of responsibility or balance. They just want money. Yeah, I know, Harry sighed heavily. Anything that involves goblins means you'd better watch your wallet. It's one of the lessons Harry had learned the hard way over the years. Sometimes, it's not just your wallet you need to watch. Those gold-obsessed goblins might sell you or your secrets to the highest bidder. And while this world doesn't have goblins in the Azeroth sense, the goblin race here, setting aside their appearance and talents, isn't all that different from their Azerothian counterparts. More importantly, they share a deep historical enmity with humans, bordering on racial hatred. They just happen to lose the war, which makes things complicated. More complicated than dealing with Azeroth's goblins. A race that's been barred from using magic, suddenly gaining access to a form of magic that doesn't require wands and perfectly sidesteps the oaths they swore after their defeat. Harry could guess what would happen next, even without thinking too hard. The last Goblin Rebellion was just over 100 years ago, recent enough that many of the wizards from that time are still alive. Not even a single generation has passed. Racial conflicts like these are only settled through war. So, considering the way things might unfold, to prevent the situation from escalating to the point of goblins storming Hogwarts, Harry had to prepare early. The question was how to guide them, a real challenge. Because goblins, or rather goblin-like races, think differently from others. I have a friend, Harry said after a moment's thought. He works at Gringotts right now, though he's not high up among the goblins. I was thinking of starting with him. Interested, Remus. Of course, Lupin said, taking a deep breath and sitting up straight, his tone serious. I'll do my best. No, I won't let you down, Harry. Lupin could never forget the shock he felt when he saw the basilisk's corpse, the scorch marks from flames, the flesh torn apart by molten lava. He had a clear understanding of the destruction elemental magic could cause. That's why the idea of goblins inevitably producing shamans made him so uneasy. For the peace of the wizarding world, Sirius added from the side, I'll help you, Remus. Thanks, Lupin said, clapping his old friend on the shoulder, a spark of excitement in his voice. It had been years, but this was the first time he felt like he was truly working toward something meaningful. A sense of purpose. Harry hadn't been in touch with Coppering for a while, the goblin he'd met when Hagrid took him to Diagon Alley to buy supplies before his first year at Hogwarts. So much had happened in the past year, far beyond what Harry could have predicted. Many of the plans he'd made back then were now useless or needed serious changes. Long time no see, Harry said, sitting with Sirius and Lupin at a secluded table in the corner of the pub. He looked at the goblin across from him. You don't seem to have changed much since last year, Coppering. Yeah, no change, Coppering replied, slumping back in his chair, mimicking the voices that hounded him daily. Coppering, take this over there. Coppering, escort this client to their vault. Always the same. But you, Harry Potter, he continued, you're even more famous than you were for the last decade and a half. Plenty of goblins think you'll be minister for magic someday. They're even debating whether to cozy up to you now while the going's good. And what's the verdict? Lupin asked, intrigued. Too risky, Coppering said without hesitation. They figure you're only worth 1,000 galleons of investment right now. Who knows what the future holds? For all they know, you might not become minister. You might turn into the next Dark Lord. This goblin sure didn't mince words. Harry's not going to be some Dark Lord, Sirius said, frowning. If anything, he'd be a Light Lord. What's the point of being chased and cursed at? Whatever you say, Sirius, Coppering said listlessly. By the way, does the Black family have any gold to invest? Gringotts has been doing well in Egypt lately. They dug up a few new tombs. Thanks, but I think I've got enough to spend, Sirius replied, unusually polite. Oh, come on, you can't just sit on your gold and let it gather dust, Coppering muttered. Gold doesn't jump into your pockets on its own. Why indeed? Sirius laughed, mimicking Coppering's earlier tone. Coppering, go become a shaman. Yeah, become a shaman, Coppering sighed deeply. After a year, he seemed even more laid back, practically slouching in his seat. So tiring. That's a new one. You, tired of a job that could make money? Harry said with a grin, knowing the nature of goblin-like races all too well. Time is money, my friend. Ahem, time is money, Harry, Coppering said, perking up slightly, though only just. But the big money's not for me to make. Even if I divine the trends of the Muggle economy or found undiscovered gold mines or magical ore deposits, what's that got to do with a lowly errand-running goblin like me? You want to make big money, Harry said confidently. Of course I do. Small money's no fun, Coppering said wistfully. I'm busy every month handling piles of gold, but it's not my gold. What's the point? So my boss can buy a new carriage at the end of the year. Listen, mate, Sirius cut in, exasperated. You don't sound like you're here to negotiate with us. You sound like Gringotts' competitors sent you. Weren't you lot supposed to ask Harry to teach you? Of course we want to learn, but will you teach? Will the ministry allow it? Coppering said, smirking, unfazed by the wizard's reactions. No one sees a new opportunity better than a goblin. The first time your story hit the papers, Harry, Gringotts held a meeting to analyze it. Those old fogies up top must be out of their minds, Coppering continued bluntly. Wizards won't even let us touch wands. Why would they let us learn magic powerful enough to kill a basilisk? And shamanism, your rules aren't exactly a secret, Harry. All that talk about respecting the elements, balancing them, protecting the world. Which goblin's going to care about that? If there's a mountain with a vein of ore under it, or maybe a family of earth elementals living there, goblins will blow the mountain to bits and mine it. They won't give a damn about elemental balance. Can you still be a shaman like that? Chapter 222. Gold to my pocket, to hell with the environment goblin motto. I made that up. But that's the gist of it. Goblins aren't even ashamed of it, they're downright proud. So you get what I mean, Harry, Coppering said with a shrug. Your way of doing things really doesn't work with goblins. If we followed your rules, we'd probably end up fighting you before we ever clashed with wizards. No goblin could stomach those restrictions, honestly. I know all too well, Harry sighed deeply. So, for you goblins, damn it, I hate saying this, but you really could look at the elements from a different angle. Harry made a decision that would have made his ancestors roll in their graves. If Granny Magatha ever found out he was spreading the heretical goblin shamanism, his fierce teacher would probably bash his head in with a dead cow's hoof. No joke, Magatha Grimtotem was that kind of Tauren. For a long time, Grimtotem tribe members were known to turn the corpses of enemy Tauren, legs, hooves, you name it, into weapons. Among all Tauren tribes, they were the most extreme. As the disciple of such a hardcore traditionalist shaman, Harry preaching the borderline blasphemous ideas of goblin shamanism was a one-way ticket to being disowned. But what choice did he have? Goblins, as a race, only responded to this kind of logic. A different angle, Coppering tilted his head, confused. Yes, you don't have to change anything about yourselves. Just look at the problem from another perspective, Harry said stiffly, the words coming out with difficulty. You can think of the elements as business partners. You understand that term, right? And that was the crux of what made goblin shamans so unique. Let's be clear, what Harry was about to say didn't come from the heart, nor was it his intention. It just came out muddled and messy. Of course, like you, Harry, you're my business partner, Coppering said, glancing at Sirius. The Black family, too. Some of your properties are still managed by Gringotts. His eyes flicked over Lupin, but Coppering pretended the shabby werewolf wasn't there. Exactly, Harry said flatly, spitting the words out as fast as he could, as if they'd taint him if they lingered. You can see the elements as special business partners. Only those with talent can do business with them. You can negotiate and trade for their power. Offer mineral sacrifices to get a fire elemental's help, for example, to get them to do what you need. Or find a way to persuade them with terms. You can do that, Coppering snapped awake, his whole body jolting upright. His eyes widened. Become a shaman without following your rules, make deals with elements. Yes, Harry nodded, the words heavy. Some goblin shamans in the Earthen Ring even complained that earth elementals were too stubborn, that haggling with them wasted time and rarely got results. So, if we become these deal-making shamans, how do we stack up against someone like you? Coppering stammered. I mean, in terms of power, can we still divine? What about combat? I don't know, Harry said honestly. That's up to you to negotiate. You get what you bargain for. As for power, you can at least summon your ancestors' spirits, dead old goblins, that sort, ask for their investment advice. Or collect their debts. Coppering was trembling with excitement now. Damn it, they can't take their gold to the grave anymore. This is going to be huge. No goblin could resist this. Harry's. What? Torturing ancestral spirits for profit. Harry wasn't the only one stunned. Sirius and Lupin exchanged a glance, both rattled by Coppering's bizarre logic. They made a mental note to be extra cautious when dealing with these money-obsessed goblins, 10,000 times more cautious. Something like that. It's your business, though. Normally, we'd only seek wisdom from our ancestors, Harry said, already seasoned by goblin nonsense. He sighed helplessly. That's brilliant, Coppering's eyes gleamed, unbothered by outsider opinions. Brilliant, this is going to be a goldmine. Enough to get you a seat at Gringotts' year-end meeting, Harry asked with a wry smile. More than that, I might even get to discuss where to make a fortune. Coppering burst into laughter. After a while, he sobered up and looked at Harry seriously. So, as my business partner, what do you need from me? Goblins knew better than anyone that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Simple, you have to promise not to let this power fall into the hands of goblins who hold grudges against humans, Harry said firmly. Only those who won't disrupt the world, who will take on commissions to maintain elemental balance. You get what I mean. No grudges against humans? Coppering's expression turned odd. You know, there's not a single goblin who doesn't have some beef with humans, but, deal. Coppering extended his hand, and Harry shook it. Would goblins rebel? Harry figured they probably would, someday, for more profit for their race's interests. It was unavoidable. When the time came, they'd deal with it. Another fight, another sorting of who's on top, then peace again. Harry was pragmatic about it. He was already trying to avoid the worst outcomes. Say what you will about wizards looking down on other intelligent races, but when Harry started dealing with goblins, the Ministry of Magic reacted faster than it had in decades. At a recent meeting, Fudge pushed through the creation of a new department, bluntly named the Shaman Oversight Department. It wasn't a big department yet, just a subdivision under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, tasked with handling the potential resurgence of elemental forces and managing shamans in the wizarding world. Even counting the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest and the merpeople in the Black Lake, the entire British wizarding world had fewer than 30 shamans. Still, the ministry set up this department for a profession that was clearly poised to grow. At the latest International Confederation of Wizards meeting, several African ministries reported wizards tapping into new powers that called themselves elements. This not only validated Harry's earlier claims, but also backed Dumbledore's repeated warnings, as chairman of the ICW, about the impact of an elemental resurgence. The international wizarding community's focus had shifted. They no longer wanted Harry Potter to prove himself. They wanted him to share his expertise on how wizards should handle these intelligent, newly recognized elemental beings and ensure they didn't violate the statute of secrecy. It was a messy situation. The fact that Muggles could become shamans, if chosen by the elements, wasn't exactly a secret. Ministers of magic worldwide were nursing headaches over it. Dumbledore hadn't spent much time at Hogwarts lately, constantly traveling to deal with these issues. The Shaman Oversight Department was the British ministry's hasty response. And who was its head? None other than Harry, since he was the one who'd introduced all the elemental theories and shamanism in the first place. After Fudge made a personal trip to Hogwarts, Harry agreed to take the role. Say what you will about Cornelius Fudge, but he was a textbook noble, straight out of Stormwind. The kind of human noble who'd squabble over power while orcs stormed the gates, then do nothing useful after the kingdom was rebuilt. In front of Harry, Fudge dropped all pretense of superiority, showering him with flattery to convince him to take the job. Hagrid said it reminded him of how Fudge, as a new minister, used to run to Dumbledore for everything. Whatever Fudge was like behind closed doors, Harry was now an official ministry employee. His department was small, but everyone knew it wouldn't stay that way. It might even rival the Auror office someday. Most assumed Fudge kept the department under magical law enforcement because Harry was still young. Once he came of age, it'd likely become independent, especially since every shaman in Wizarding Britain was Harry's apprentice. As the foremost expert on elements, only he could build the department's framework, its rules, and eventually its laws. When the Daily Prophet reported on the new department, the wizarding public didn't bat an eye at Harry becoming a ministry official so young. Wizards, unlike Muggles, had a high tolerance for prodigies. Those with ability were expected to shoulder more responsibility. As for Harry, the newly minted ministry official, he hadn't set foot in his office. Fudge had cleared out a spacious office for him on the ministry's 7th floor, but the Shaman Oversight Department was still a skeleton crew with no staff. None of Harry's apprentices had graduated yet, let alone been sent out on assignments. The world wasn't yet teeming with visible elements, and the statute of secrecy still held. The department had some breathing room. For now, Christmas had arrived. Let's celebrate first. Another chocolate, Ron said, tossing a box of sweets next to Harry without looking up. From Demi Rowan, 4th year, bet there's a Mortentia in it. Wanna wager, Neville? No way, Neville said firmly. What's there to bet on? Everyone knows most of these candies are laced with a Mortentia. Fine, Ron said, disappointed. It's kind of nice, though. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm just saying how it feels after eating a Mortentia. Like the whole world's sweeter, pink, and sugary. He was the only one in the room with that particular experience. That's disgusting, Ron, Hermione said, revolted. A Mortentia twists your will. It's love forced by magic fake, a disgrace to real love. I know, Ron's face reddened. I didn't say it was right, I'm just describing the feeling. A Mortentia, huh? You've got to watch out for those witches, Harry. They're banshees who'll eat you alive, Sirius said, laughing as he plopped onto the sofa. He ignored Hermione's glare and suddenly sat up straight. Wait, Harry, what's that in your hand? Your old masterpiece, Harry said, waving a piece of parchment with a grin. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs proudly present the Marauders map. That's it, Sirius grabbed the parchment excitedly. I remember we argued forever about what to write on it, though I'm not thrilled seeing that name on there. What is it, Sirius? Ron cut in. Let me see. The Marauders map, Sirius said, laying the parchment on the table without hesitation. This is Hogwarts. Hermione's eyes widened as she leaned in. A map of Hogwarts. Exactly, our perfect weapon for pulling pranks without getting caught, Sirius said, grinning proudly. Chapter 223. A detailed ink-drawn map had unfurled across the blank parchment, its lines and shapes instantly recognizable as the layout of Hogwarts. In the spaces that likely represented corridors, clear names were marked, one after another. Upon closer inspection, however, it became apparent that while the names of Harry, his friends, Sirius, and Lupin appeared where the great totem now stood, there was no indication of any structure in that spot. It was as if they were standing in an open field. That's Professor McGonagall's office, Neville pointed at a section of the map. Look, she's right there, pacing back and forth. Oh, check this out, it's Fred and George, Ron said excitedly. They're near the Forbidden Forest. What are they up to? What do you think, Ron? Hermione said with a wry look. I doubt they're doing anything good in the Forbidden Forest. Harry's already banned apprentices from hunting acromantulas in the winter. So, Sirius, is this your work? How did you make it? What kind of magic did you use? Hermione, who had never seen such an extraordinary piece of magic, peppered Sirius with questions. Anyone could see how remarkable this map was. They had even spotted Filch and his cat's names on it. With this map in hand, evading the castle's caretaker would be a breeze. Haha, pretty impressive, right? Sirius laughed heartily. The four of us, well, four back then, worked on this together. James and I dug through piles of books from our family libraries. Harry, you can probably spot some of the magic used, can't you? It was a real pain. To make the map track everyone in the castle in real time, we even had to sneak into the headmaster's office when Dumbledore wasn't around. I can see some of it, Harry nodded. A tracking charm is obvious, and there's a hint of a magical contract in there too. Exactly, it does involve a magical contract. You know about the Book of Admittance, right? Sirius asked. Yes, Hermione answered quickly. It's mentioned in Hogwarts, a history. The names of young witches and wizards in Britain are recorded in it the moment they're born, and when they turn 11, the school sends them an owl. Is this map connected to that book? Spot on, Sirius said with a shrug. The Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance. When a child first shows magical talent, the quill writes their name in the book, marking them as a Hogwarts student. We went through a lot of trouble to link this map to the book. Well, Remus would say we actually tapped into the school's own magical contract. I don't fully get it myself. If you're curious, ask Remus. He's the smartest of us. You really are a slacker when it comes to studying, Sirius, Hermione said with a disdainful look. Guilty as charged, Sirius grinned, unashamed. Honestly, Harry, I thought you'd never follow in James's and my footsteps, but finding this map, that's brilliant. What do you mean? Hermione tilted her head. This map shows every secret passage we discovered back then, Sirius explained. As long as those passages haven't collapsed, Filch can't catch anyone holding it. When we graduated, we wanted to leave it for someone who truly needed it, someone with a rebellious streak, not someone who'd misuse it. So, we hid it in Filch's office. That's where you found it, right, Harry? Actually, no, Harry said, shaking his head with a wry smile. It was found by two people who really needed it, rebels through and through. They gave it to me. Wait, Ron jolted upright. Harry, you don't mean. Exactly, Harry nodded. Fred and George, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, Sirius, they dug up all your old secrets. They only gave me the map after figuring out who those names belonged to. In their words, it's my father's legacy. 1/4 of a legacy, Sirius sighed. Those twins, huh? They're the ones who remind me most of us at Hogwarts these days. Anyway, use the map well, and whatever you do, don't let McGonagall get her hands on it. Absolutely, Ron said, his eyes wide as he imagined the horror. If McGonagall could see where every student is at any moment, we'd be done for. Even Hermione nodded gravely, for once not arguing. As the group chatted, a knock came at the Great Totem's door. When Harry opened it, there stood Dumbledore, dressed impeccably. Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry asked, surprised. Dumbledore's attire was more flamboyant than usual today. The lively old wizard had even tied a purple bow in his beard, looking particularly festive. Forgive me for interrupting your splendid holiday, Harry, Dumbledore said, though his grin suggested he was anything but sorry. But if you don't have any pressing matters today, would you mind joining an old man for a little outing? Out, Harry frowned. You're hosting the Christmas feast at Hogwarts, you'd miss that. Dumbledore loved the bustle of festivities and joking with students. Whether it was the Christmas feast or any other celebration, the old headmaster never missed them, claiming it was part of his duties. Oh, I'd never miss those cheerful faces, Dumbledore said, shaking his head with a smile. I'm merely inviting you to a gathering. A gathering? A bunch of old codgers getting together, Dumbledore said, lowering his voice conspiratorially and winking. Nicholas Flamel, whom you've always wanted to meet, will be there. Tempted, Harry? If so, go change quickly. Harry blinked. He'd only wanted to meet Nicholas Flamel out of curiosity about magic and alchemy. Why did Dumbledore make it sound so odd? All right, give me a moment, Harry said. No rush, but do hurry, Harry. Truth be told, I think we might already be late, Dumbledore said cheerfully, poking his head into the room to wave at the others, especially Hermione. Don't worry, young lady, I'll have Harry back before the feast begins. Hermione's face flushed red. This Christmas, she hadn't gone home, choosing instead to stay at Hogwarts. She wouldn't say she was having a blast, but she was happily devouring books in the library, feeling perfectly at ease. It didn't take long for Harry to change into formal wizard robes. With a swift felloop from Fawkes, he and Dumbledore appeared on a desolate cliffside, surrounded by nothing but barren rock. Deep in the Pyrenees cliffs, Nicholas Flamel's vacation retreat number 4, Dumbledore murmured. The moment Harry heard those words, the desolate, windswept cliff transformed. A grand manor adorned with an elegant Christmas tree at its entrance seemed to leap out of thin air. The snow on the ground vanished instantly, and faint sounds of laughter and chatter drifted from within. Compared to the wintry chill outside, the manor's climate felt like spring. "Fidelius charm?" Harry asked. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied softly. "Far too many people want to find Nicholas. Immortality is awfully tempting, isn't it?" "True," Harry nodded. "But if you ever get tired of living and still want to keep going, you could fully ascend into an elemental being. No natural lifespan to worry about then." Dumbledore froze, caught off guard by this sudden mention of immortality. He hadn't expected such a revelation in this moment and was momentarily thrown. "An elemental being," he said, eyes wide. "Like what you did when you killed the basilisk. Can all shamans do that?" "The spell I used that day was Elemental Ascension," Harry explained seriously. "It lets me temporarily transform my flesh into an elemental form. No need to be so shocked, you've got the talent to try it yourself. But don't get too excited. Only shamans who have mastered the mysteries of the elements can pull it off. Ascension's never easy." "Well, that's unexpected," Dumbledore said, his eyes glinting as he shook his head. "Here I thought I was the one surprising you today, but you've turned the tables on me." "You're welcome," Harry teased. "If you want to thank me, just teach me the Fidelius charm. I want to hide the Potter Manor." "Hide the Potter Manor?" Dumbledore paused, surprised. "If Voldemort's skull wasn't still sitting on my desk, I'd think we were back in wartime." "You always need a truly safe place," Harry said, shaking his head. "Fair enough if you've made up your mind," Dumbledore said lightly. "But it's a difficult spell, and hiding an entire manor requires immense magical power." "Thanks." "No need to thank me, Harry," Dumbledore chuckled. "I should be thanking you for so casually revealing a path to immortality. You know, Voldemort spent his whole life chasing that, even tearing his soul apart for it. For people like us who have lived as humans, becoming an elemental isn't all it's cracked up to be," Harry quipped. "Think about it, no more honeydukes, no cockroach clusters, no licorice wands, no chocolate frogs." The more Harry listed, the worse Dumbledore's expression became, until it was clear he was faking it. "Thank you for the warning, Harry," Dumbledore said, feigning distress. "A life without sweets, that's a nightmare, ha ha ha." By the end, even Dumbledore couldn't keep up the act and burst into laughter. "Hey Albus, I hear that laugh of yours." An elderly man, looking slightly tipsy, stumbled out of the manor. "Why are you standing at the door? Come join us." "Tiberius," Dumbledore said, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulders as they walked toward the manor. "Looks like you've had a few already. I was just chatting with Harry." "Ah, Harry Potter," said the wizard named Tiberius Ogden, setting down his glass, which promptly floated back into the house on its own. "You remember me, I hope." "Of course, Mr. Ogden," Harry said, shaking his hand. "You spoke to me a lot in the Wisengamot chamber." "Indeed, I did, until that impatient lot shooed me off," Ogden grumbled. "Anyway, welcome to Nicholas's vacation villa. Don't feel stiff or pressured, just have fun." "Don't worry, Tiberius," Dumbledore said with a grin. "Harry's far more resilient than you'd think." "I don't doubt it," Ogden said, slurring slightly. "Professor Potter's a pioneer of new magic. No student's ever done that while still at school. And don't get me started on him taking on the ministry. What kid has the guts for that?" They chatted as they entered the manor, stepping into a vast hall clearly expanded by magic. A slow, romantic ballad played, and several elderly couples with white hair danced in the center. The wizards wore outdated robes, some from decades past, giving the scene an ancient charm. Harry even spotted a few wizards older than Dumbledore, leaning on canes and warming themselves by a corner fireplace, chatting about who knows what. There were no servers. Empty plates floated to their destinations under magical influence, and teapots refilled cups on their own, a whimsical, fairy tale-like scene. Chapter 224. You know, Harry, Nicholas is a remarkable alchemist. He's exceptionally skilled at crafting magical artifacts like these, Dumbledore whispered. Quite fascinating, Harry replied, his eyes gleaming with interest as he surveyed the banquet hall. Tables, chairs, brooms, teapots, teacups. Everyday objects seemed to have come alive, literally sprouting eyes and mouths, capable of seeing, speaking, and even playfully teasing the guests they served. It was a scene straight out of a Muggle fairy tale. "Welcome to the old folks' gathering, Harry," Dumbledore said with a chuckle, clapping him on the shoulder. "I must admit, finding someone your age at a party like this is a bit of a challenge, but I suspect you won't mind." "You're right, I'd rather die than babysit kids," Harry quipped, grinning. "You'll have to introduce me around, Dumbledore." "Of course. Let's head over there," Dumbledore said, gesturing toward the window. "That's Caelthes, a former unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries. When it comes to unraveling magical secrets, he surpasses even me. You could learn a great deal from him." "Indeed," Harry agreed earnestly. "The wisdom of elders is the most precious treasure." "Then you've struck a vein of wisdom today, Harry. After all, by age alone, we're all practically crystallized knowledge," Dumbledore said, bursting into hearty laughter. Everything was much as Dumbledore had described on the way, a simple Christmas gathering of old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. These were Nicholas Flamel's trusted companions, so the usual formalities and societal constraints didn't apply. No one looked down on Harry for his youth. "In fact, this gathering was organized because of you, Harry," Ogden said, sipping his wine. "Why else would a bunch of scattered old witches and wizards choose this Christmas to come together?" "Because of me?" Harry asked, sensing a deeper meaning. "Because of elemental magic." "And your soul magic," Madame Marchbanks added, her voice raspy. Harry had met her once before. "You know, Harry, the word soul carries heavy weight. The Wisengamot held over a dozen meetings to debate whether your magic violated any laws." "Thank you," Harry said, turning to Dumbledore. "I know you helped me." "Oh, you're welcome, Harry," Dumbledore replied lightly. "Ensuring a new discovery is treated fairly is something we all want. I've been called a doddering old fool by many, but I can't afford to do anything truly foolish." "Damn it, Albus, do you think we're your students?" Ogden snapped good-naturedly. "Everyone here knows exactly who you are. Why are you playing the martyr? Here, you're drinking another glass for that." "Dumbledore." "Don't worry, Dumbledore," Harry said, suppressing a laugh as Dumbledore looked at him. "Even if you get drunk, Fawkes will make sure you get home safely." Fawkes let out a cheerful trill. "Good, that'll teach the man who mixes honey with his herbs." "He deserves it," Madame Marchbanks said with a grin, filling Dumbledore's glass to the brim. "Those are old stories, Albus. Haven't you noticed? Rita Skeeter's changed her tune. It's been ages since she's written about you being a senile old fool." "Very well, I misspoke," Dumbledore said, lifting his glass with a resigned expression. "But Skeeter has changed quite a bit. Any theories, Harry?" His gaze turned meaningful as he looked at Harry. "Maybe she had a sudden change of heart," Harry said, stroking his chin. "People change, don't they? Maybe something touched her soul, moved her deeply, and she decided to turn over a new leaf. Anything's possible." "That would be a good thing," Dumbledore said, shaking his head slightly, asking no further questions. It was clear Dumbledore suspected something. Knowing the old man's past, Harry was certain he didn't buy the idea of Rita Skeeter suddenly finding her conscience. But as long as Dumbledore didn't press his usual mantra about not abusing power, Harry was fine with it. He still disagreed with that philosophy. Guiding someone toward good, how could that be abuse? The old folks' gathering was far more relaxed than Harry had expected. The music was soothing, the dancing slow, and the food and drinks practically served themselves. Conversations in some corners grew heated at times, but the overall atmosphere remained calm. For Harry, it felt almost like being back at Hogwarts, teaching his apprentices. As the only young person in the room, he naturally drew attention. After he and Dumbledore took their seats, elderly witches and wizards kept approaching to greet him or simply to observe. When some, who'd had little contact with the outside world, learned who Harry was and what he'd accomplished, their corner of the hall inexplicably turned into a small classroom. Harry demonstrated elemental and soul magic in the simplest way possible for the curious witches and wizards. He also answered questions from those already familiar with shamanism, who'd begun studying this new magic and were struggling to communicate with the elements. As a French wizard who'd lived for centuries, Nicolas Flamel's network of friends was vast, including not only witches and wizards from Britain and France, but also from America and beyond. Harry didn't come away empty-handed either. These seasoned wizards each had their own expertise, and while they sought Harry's advice, they shared their own magical insights, experimental notes, and theoretical ideas. It was invaluable knowledge. When Dumbledore finally dragged Harry away from the crowd of elderly witches and wizards, Harry felt a pang of regret. "Oh, don't look at me like that, Harry," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "I assume you haven't forgotten the person you most wanted to meet." "Nicolas Flamel," Harry raised an eyebrow. "Exactly. Follow me," Dumbledore said, leading the way. Since he decided to give up the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas's health has been declining. "That's noble," Harry said admiringly. "To abandon eternal life, not for some grand cause like world peace, but by choice. Not many could do that." "Well, your interpretation might be slightly off, but Nicholas would be delighted to hear you think so," Dumbledore said as he pushed open a door. The room was ornately decorated, very French, as the British might say. A thick carpet covered the floor, and the windows were gilded, revealing a snowy storm outside. But something felt off to Harry. Upon closer inspection, he noticed there wasn't a single sharp edge in the room. The corners of tables and chairs were cushioned with velvet, as was the windowsill. Harry Potter, a frail, white-haired man in a plain robe, with no beard, stood shakily from his chair. "That's me," Harry said, "Mr. Flamel." "Yes, it's me," Nicholas Flamel replied, his laugh faint and reedy. "Sorry, Harry, surprised." "A little," Harry admitted. "You're much frailer than I expected. I thought old wizards were more like Dumbledore or the others out there." "Wait, Harry, are you saying I'm fat?" Dumbledore interjected, feigning offense. "That's quite an accusation for an old man." "Of course not, you're just sturdy," Harry said, stifling a laugh. Sturdy was the word. If you sliced Dumbledore in half, one half of his flesh and bones could easily make up Nicholas Flamel's entire frame. Even many of the centenarian wizards outside looked robust by comparison. Nicholas Flamel, however, could only be described as gaunt. His face and arms lacked any trace of flesh or fat, as if his skin were merely draped over bones. "Ha ha ha ha," Nicholas laughed, his spirit surprisingly lively. "You really should cut back on the sweets, Albus." "No chance," Dumbledore said firmly. "But enough about me, Nicholas. I've brought the person you wanted to meet." "Thank you, please sit. What would you like to drink?" Nicholas asked, gesturing weakly. "Water," Harry said. "Honey water," Dumbledore added. Nicholas didn't need to lift a finger. A pair of elegant teapots, accompanied by teacups, hopped over and filled themselves. "If you think I looked better last year when you saw me, Harry, you're mistaken," Nicholas said, his voice youthful despite his age. "When Perenelle and I stopped taking the elixir of life, we were in even worse shape than now. Oh, Perenelle is my beloved." "They're very devoted," Dumbledore whispered, covering his mouth. "Thank you, Albus, I can hear you," Nicholas said with a smile. "Perenelle's not feeling well, so I can't introduce her today. Anyway, you've seen me now, Harry. Are you frightened? This withered body, this aged face. Since last year, I've had to pad the room with soft materials. If Perenelle or I fall, we could be seriously hurt." "Are you warning me not to misuse the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry asked calmly. "I haven't started studying it yet, if you'd like." No, I'm not trying to reclaim the stone," Nicholas said, waving a frail hand. "You're Albus's favorite student now. I don't know how you compare to Newt from decades ago." "Nicholas," Dumbledore interrupted, exasperated. "Oh, sorry," Nicholas said, chuckling. "What I mean is, if Albus trusts you, so do I. He rarely misjudges people." "I think you could skip to the magical discussion, Nicholas," Dumbledore interjected again. "I only learned today that Harry has mastered another form of immortality." "Another?" Despite his frailty, Nicholas rubbed his hands excitedly. "Through what? Potions, spells, a ritual, or even a curse? A shaman skilled in the ways of the elements can ascend their mortal body into an elemental form, living as an elemental being until they're killed," Harry explained. "You can already do this?" Nicholas asked. "I can, but there's no need," Harry said, shaking his head. "I'm not tired of my mortal body yet, and I don't quite share the element's aesthetic tastes." "Elements," Nicholas murmured, seeming lost in thought. "One moment." With that, the frail old man shuffled to a side room, and soon returned with a small box. Take a look at this little fellow, Nicholas said, delighted, as he placed the box on the table. As he spoke, a pair of dull silver hands gripped the box's edge. A tiny creature, no bigger than a palm, climbed out. Its translucent body shimmered like mercury, but duller, resembling a water elemental yet thicker, like molten metal. "What is it?" Dumbledore asked, intrigued. "A little life that appeared at home," Nicholas said happily. "If you ever use up the Philosopher's Stone, Harry, you'll find it transforms into something like this." Nicholas pulled a stone from his pocket and placed it on the table. Irregular in shape, translucent, and nearly identical in color to the creature. "You mean, this is an elemental spirit born from a used-up Philosopher's Stone?" Harry asked, astonished. "Elemental spirit, is that what it's called?" Nicholas asked, equally curious. Chapter 225. "It's a broad category, I suppose," Harry nodded as he spoke. "If you pile a heap of galleons in a room and get lucky enough, you might find those galleons coming together to form a kind of spirit of gold, or, well, a galleon spirit, if you will, and so on." "Everything has a spirit," Nicholas Flamel said with understanding. "That's not so different from traditional shamanism, though traditional shamans could never control the kind of elemental power Albus demonstrated." "Maybe one day they will," Harry replied with a slight nod. "Compared to wizards, shamans who revere the spirits in all things are often more easily accepted by the elements." "That's quite fascinating," Nicholas said with a smile. "You know, I thought I understood everything about the Philosopher's Stone. After all, I created it and used it for centuries, until I found this little fellow in the place where discarded stones were stored. If you gathered unused Philosopher's Stones together, you might see another kind of elemental spirit," Harry suggested. "Oh, I'm afraid that's no longer possible," Nicholas shook his head slightly. "The stone in your hand is the last one that hasn't been consumed. By the way, what will happen to it?" Nicholas gestured toward the small stone he was holding. "If you're willing to feed it with the remaining blank Philosopher's Stones, its size would grow massive after absorbing them," Harry said after a moment's thought. "As for its abilities, well, the kind of elemental spirit determines its powers. Elements tend to have very singular natures." "Can you tell me more?" Nicholas asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Of course. In fact, I have plenty of questions about alchemy I'd like to ask you," Harry said with a smile. "I've been researching how to use wizarding charms to communicate with the elements." The room was soon filled with an academic atmosphere. Albus Dumbledore joined the conversation, and setting aside his prowess in combat, he was undeniably a brilliant mind in academic research. Their discussion was merely a starting point. What kind of inspiration could spark in just one day? It was more of an exchange of introductions. Harry demonstrated elemental and soul magic for Nicholas, even summoning a howling wind elemental from the Pyrenees Mountains. In return, Nicholas showcased his prized alchemy, not the kind Harry had studied in Azeroth, but the wizarding craft focused on creating magical artifacts and potions. Nicholas Flamel, this man who had lived for over 600 years, truly embodied the wisdom of such a long life. In a Tauren tribe, an elder like him would be revered. His vast lifespan had made him nearly omniscient, with time to master anything he wished, not just alchemy, but charms, potions, and seemingly every branch of knowledge in existence. "Voodoo Spirit Potion, what an odd name," Nicholas said eagerly, looking at the recipe Harry had written down. "Why voodoo? I'll admit, many ingredients here are excessively toxic. Taken alone, I'd suspect you were planning to poison someone. But voodoo? That's a different concept altogether. Truth be told, I don't know much about the magical systems of Africa or South America." "It has nothing to do with African or South American wizards," Harry shook his head. "It's called voodoo because this potion was crafted by witch doctors from a race called trolls. Its effects are as I described, but trolls and humans are vastly different. Their vitality is extraordinary, so what's tolerable for them is often deadly poison for humans." "Ah, trolls," Nicholas said with interest. "That must be the unique race from the world you visited, as Albus mentioned." "Yes," Harry explained. "To recreate the effects of the potions I learned there, I need to find equivalent materials in this world. But, as you can see, the toxins are far too potent." "Hard not to be potent, given what you've used," Dumbledore interjected with a wry tone. "Look at this list. The Strahl tail hair, Inferius nail clippings, mandrake root, Abyssinian shrivel fig juice, threads of a ghost's memory, and unicorn blood. Are you serious, Harry? It's just a theory. I'd never dare let anyone drink it, Harry said, shaking his head quickly. And don't worry about the materials, Professor. I have a unicorn herd living in my suitcase world, and they're quite cooperative. Let's just say that every ingredient Dumbledore listed was deadly, some even capable of causing a fate worse than death. Sounds like you've already made it, Nicholas asked. Without a word, Harry pulled a tightly sealed vial of potion from his dragonhide pouch and placed it on the table. Wow, Nicholas exclaimed. Such remarkable initiative. Does drinking it let you see the spirit world? No idea. I haven't dared to try it, Harry replied bluntly. I tested it on monkeys, but every one that drank it died on the spot. Before they did, they seemed dazed and panicked, as if they saw something terrifying. But it's hard to say if that was the toxins causing hallucinations. Neither Dumbledore nor Nicholas seemed bothered by Harry's use of monkeys to test the potion. Is that all? Nicholas asked. Based on my predictions, drinking this potion should logically produce one of three outcomes, Harry said confidently. First, it could allow the drinker to communicate directly with the dead, whether they're ancestors or souls lost in the twisting nether. Second, it could heighten spiritual perception, letting the drinker see and interact with all spiritual entities in their surroundings. That's my main goal. And third, it might act as a lure, possibly attracting dangerous spirits. Like Dementors, perhaps. I'm not sure. Communicate with the dead? Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Are you sure it wouldn't just turn the drinker into one of the dead? I know you wouldn't do that, Harry, but as headmaster, I must stress that Hogwarts' curriculum does not include brewing poisons or dangerous potions, not in potions class, and not in shamanism lessons either. Rest assured, this is just my personal research, Harry clarified. As a shaman yourself now, Professor, you know that a shaman's power isn't limited to the elements. The power of souls is just as crucial. I've developed a potion that lets non-shamans perceive the elements, Harry continued, sounding puzzled. But I still can't create one that lets them perceive spirits. Of all my apprentices, only Luna has shown any talent for spirit-related magic. Outside of them, only you, Professor Dumbledore, have begun to touch on soul magic. Souls, death, this world has its own unique rules, like a lid sealing it shut. Only a rare few can glimpse the other side, Harry said, frowning. If I recall correctly, when I first summoned my parents' spirits in this world, you said it caused an anomaly in the Department of Mystery's Hall of Death. The Hall of Death was a dimly lit, square chamber with a sunken stone pit about 20 feet deep at its center. Stone steps descended in tiers, like an amphitheater, leading to a raised stone platform at the bottom. On that platform stood an ancient, dilapidated archway, unsupported by any wall or rope, yet adorned with tattered black curtains that swayed despite the still, enclosed air. Correct, Dumbledore said gravely, exchanging a glance with Nicholas. The veil was disturbed. According to the Unspeakables, when they arrived, they found the curtains pulled apart, as if something had passed through, either in or out. And then, Harry pressed, something tells me it's not just the veil being opened that's got you so serious. Indeed, it's more than that, Dumbledore said solemnly. The veil wasn't just opened, it can no longer be closed. It's as if the curtains were permanently pulled apart. Even at the cost of an Unspeakable's life, they couldn't restore it. Were there any negative consequences? Nicholas asked. In the Department of Mysteries or the British wizarding world at large? None, Dumbledore said, his expression tinged with confusion. It's as if nothing happened. Everything remained calm. If not for the Unspeakable who lost their life trying to close the veil, the entire incident might have seemed harmless. That's hardly a good sign, Albus, Nicholas said wearily. You never mentioned this before. I've been to the Hall of Death myself, that archway and veil. It wasn't even called the Hall of Death back then, just a magical ruin. That was until 1692, when the Statute of Secrecy was passed and the British Ministry of Magic was built around it. The Department of Mysteries predates the ministry itself, Nicholas continued. For centuries, that ruin's safety has been more important than any wizard's life. I suspect it holds secrets older than the oldest histories of our kind. I know, Nicholas, Dumbledore said calmly. Even now, the Ministry has no real authority over the Department of Mysteries. You've done well, Albus, protecting its secrets, Nicholas said, coughing. I recall the Muggles' Gospel of Matthew, which says that when Jesus died, the temple's curtain tore in two from top to bottom, the earth shook, rocks split, and tombs opened. In the New Testament, the curtain represents the divide between life and death. The place with the archway is called the Holy of Holies, the most sacred space. Muggles? Harry asked. I thought their myths were just metaphors or fragmented records of what wizards did. Only partly, Harry, Nicholas said with a smile. It said that spirits of the dead pass visions through the veil to the minds of the living, speaking to them that way. I can assure you, no one in the Hall of Death experienced any strange or unfamiliar visions, Dumbledore said firmly. But the fact remains, Nicholas said, his voice heavy, the veil between life and death can no longer be closed. Albus, tell me honestly, is the veil still swaying? After a moment of silence, Dumbledore said softly, no. As I thought, Nicholas said, realization dawning. That's far too coincidental. What do you mean? Harry asked. I organized this gathering specifically to meet you, Harry. Forgive my caution, Nicholas said, standing shakily. He walked to a cabinet against the wall and retrieved a crystal ball the size of an ostrich egg. I don't want to sound dramatic, but the wizarding world, not just Britain, but everywhere, has seen too many changes these past 2 years. And the root of those changes is the elements you've introduced. So I performed a divination, Nicholas said, placing the crystal ball on a red velvet cushion and sliding it to the center of the table with a smile. A glimpse into the future. Can you show us? Harry asked softly, eyeing the crystal ball. That's exactly why I'm here today, Nicholas said, resting one hand beside the ball. His eyes fixed on the gleaming crystal. Slowly, it grew opaque. Lead-gray clouds swirled with yellow smoke, then sank, plummeting as if into a bottomless abyss. The crystal darkened until Harry could only make out the faint hue of stone walls, fleeting and gone. In the end, all that remained was a desolate, broken archway. The Hall of Death, Harry whispered, staring at the black curtains hanging still on either side of the arch. Chapter 226. Yes, Harry, that is the Hall of Death, Dumbledore said softly. The last time I saw it, it looked exactly like this. The veil was drawn open, and the winds that seemed to perpetually stir it had vanished. The veil no longer fluttered. I didn't expect Nicholas to have foreseen this situation so soon. Dumbledore's words cut off abruptly, his eyes widening in shock. It wasn't just him. Harry, too, held his breath in that moment. What had he seen? At the center of the archway, a shimmering blue-gray halo appeared, like a circular portal. The energy radiating from it stirred the veil once more, causing it to billow outward in all directions. But what was even more unbelievable was the sight of a pair of metal war boots, adorned with skulls, stepping heavily out of the portal and onto the ground. It didn't take long for a knight clad in plate armor to emerge fully from the portal. He wore a skull-shaped helmet, his eyes glowing with an ominous blue light, and sharp horns protruded from the top. His shoulder plates were asymmetrical, one adorned with massive bone spikes, the other wrapped in rune-etched chains. His entire body was encased in heavy armor, covered in skull reliefs that occasionally pulsed with blue ghostly light. A Death Knight, Harry muttered under his breath, hardly believing his eyes. Death Knight, death, Dumbledore and Nicholas asked in unison. You know them, Harry. We fought together to defend the world, but Harry's expression grew grave. The line between the living and the dead always kept them apart. Look at the tabard on his chest. He's a member of the Ebon Blade. The tabard was a deep crimson, emblazoned with a black runeblade outlined in blue, its hilt pointing upward and its tip downward, the unmistakable emblem of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. I didn't expect you to recognize someone stepping out of there, Nicholas said with a smile. Honestly, that makes me feel a bit more at ease. The unknown is always far more terrifying than the known. You've got a lot to explain, Harry, Dumbledore said, a faint smile playing on his lips. Why don't we start with this Ebon Blade? I'm not sure where to begin, Harry said, taking a deep breath, a rare sense of unease washing over him. I never imagined I'd see them in this world. Nicholas, this is the future you foresaw. Can you tell when this might happen? How accurate are your divinations? I only know this is something that will happen in the future, Nicholas said, shaking his head slightly. As for accuracy, based on my past experience, my divinations are quite reliable. Indeed, Dumbledore added sharply. Nicholas once successfully predicted Grindelwald's gathering in Paris, which allowed us to prepare accordingly. What's wrong, Harry? You seem tense. I thought you'd be happy to encounter familiar allies from that world, especially since you fought alongside this ebon blade to protect it. It's complicated, Harry said with a bitter smile. The ebon blade, they're all undead, raised from the dead. To put it simply, there was once a being called the Lich King, a destroyer of worlds. He slaughtered an entire human kingdom and raised the dead as his minions. He also killed powerful paladins and resurrected them as his death knights. The ebon blade was originally the Lich King's thralls. They had no will of their own, existing only to obey their master's commands. That is, until the Lich King's power began to waver and his control over them cracked. A lot happened during that time, too much to explain in a few words. But in the end, the Death Knights who regained their free will, along with other undead, betrayed the Lich King. They joined our side and sought vengeance against him. Resurrected undead, Dumbledore's expression grew complex. In that world, magic can achieve such things. No offense intended, but it sounds like the ebon blade is on the side of justice, Nicholas said, lifting his hand from the edge of the crystal ball, causing the image within it to vanish without a trace. Undead, well, as a member of the Horde, I shouldn't say things that could harm unity, Harry said, frowning. But the truth is, the living don't exactly flock to Undercity. That's the undead's capital, by the way. Why do you discriminate against them? You wouldn't understand. Honestly, I don't fully understand either. The undead and the living are just different, Harry explained. As the great prophet of the Tauren and the Horde, I've traveled to many places and dealt with plenty of undead. They're just too twisted. When the Lich King was alive, the undead were driven by vengeance, which kept their minds intact. But after he was defeated, it's like they lost the tether holding their sanity together. They see themselves as a distinct race, but in my eyes, their race has a fatal flaw. They can't reproduce naturally. Do you understand? Harry emphasized. The undead have lost the blessing of life. To grow their numbers, they have to raise the corpses of other races, turning them into new undead. That's the fundamental, irreconcilable conflict between the undead and the living. I think I understand what you mean, Dumbledore said, his tone turning serious. So, you're saying you can't be certain what purpose this Death Knight from the Ebon Blade has in coming to this world? Exactly, Harry said, his face heavy with concern. I don't even know why he emerged from the archway in the Hall of Death. I don't know what's happened in Azeroth since I left, but I do know what the undead are like. They've lost their sense of taste, touch, smell, all of it. They don't breathe, they don't laugh, they can't feel the warmth of the sun. All they know is eternal cold and their rotting bodies. And because of that, they're filled with hatred for the living. Jealousy, Nicholas said softly. I'd guess they're jealous of everything they've lost, just like ghosts. Death has taken something from them forever, Harry said. It's made them cold and ruthless. Some undead even believe that killing the living and raising them as undead is granting them freedom. That's truly horrifying, Dumbledore said quietly, staring at the now empty crystal ball. The room fell silent. Dumbledore and Nicholas were processing the information Harry had shared, while Harry's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. He was grappling with why a Death Knight from the Ebon Blade would appear in the Hall of Death, what connection this world had to Azeroth, and what it meant for people like the Kane family, Magatha, or even Jaina. If the Ebon Blade could come here, what about his friends and loved ones? The weight of these thoughts left Harry struggling to think clearly. And then there was the most pressing concern. I might have brought a danger to this world that you can't even imagine, Harry said suddenly, breaking the silence. If the Ebon Blade is here because of my travels between worlds, then I'm this world's greatest sinner. Even though the Burning Legion has been defeated and the Dark Titan Sargeras is imprisoned in the Pantheon, that world is still full of dangers and scheming warlords. And the Death Knights, I don't know if they've discovered this new world or if they have malicious intentions toward it. They might even see it as a source of new soldiers. Don't overthink it, Harry, Dumbledore interrupted, his tone more serious than before. You didn't choose to travel between worlds, did you? From what you've told me, you woke up one day in Azeroth, spent decades there, and then returned to this world in your sleep. None of this was under your control, was it? Albus is right, Nicholas added, nodding. You're just a passive participant, child. Even if you did bring danger to this world, the responsibility isn't yours to bear. Instead of dwelling on that, we should discuss how to handle this. Death Knight's arrival, Dumbledore said with a hint of humor. I'm not sure the Department of Mysteries would allow you into the Hall of Death, even if you were the head of a ministry department. If they don't realize the gravity of the situation, we can't just let them handle it on their own. I need to make preparations in the Hall of Death, at the very least, to restrict these unfamiliar guests, Harry said, regaining his composure. I don't know what kind of power the Department of Mysteries holds or what wizards' magic is capable of, but I'm absolutely certain that ordinary wizards can't stand against them. Every Death Knight is a master of dark magic. They're harbingers of frozen doom, masters of decay and blight. They can manipulate and corrupt life energy, wield rune magic to strike their enemies, spread magical plagues, and summon undead minions. That last part is especially dangerous. Ordinary people can't resist their plagues or endure the pain of seeing their loved ones killed and raised as enemies in the blink of an eye. Only a master of magic like you, or someone close to your level, could face a Death Knight in direct combat, Harry said to Dumbledore. Honestly, I don't know your odds since I've never seen you fight at full strength. It sounds like you've already placed them in the role of enemies, Dumbledore said, studying Harry's face with a serious expression. I thought you'd feel more loyalty to Azeroth, your comrades, your family, perhaps even a loved one. Forgive me for being so blunt, Harry, but your straightforwardness is what convinced me to trust you, Dumbledore said earnestly. From your reaction, it's clear you're approaching them with caution, which is surprising. No one can stand by and watch slaughter and war unfold, Harry said quietly. I stand only on the side of justice. Mortal wars are already brutal enough, and the peace that follows is worth cherishing. This world doesn't need more external forces to make it crueler. That's all. Even as a member of the Horde, perhaps even one of its leaders, Harry knew all too well the dynamics between the Horde and the Alliance. If either side discovered a new, unknown world, they'd ignite a war here, if only to keep the other from gaining an advantage. That's how arms races begin. Well, it seems you've reached a conclusion, Nicholas said shakily. I'm glad Perenelle and I no longer have to worry about such complicated matters. I have something for you, Harry. Nicholas stood again, though the effort seemed to tax him more than usual, his steps faltering as he made his way to the next room. Eventually, he returned, carrying a book. You're a good lad, Harry, Nicholas said weakly. This isn't just Albus's opinion, it's mine, based on what I've seen. You respect elders like me, not just for our age, but for our wisdom. You value knowledge. That's a rare and admirable quality, Nicholas said, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he looked at the book. I regret that I can't teach you myself, Harry. In my remaining years, I want to spend my time with Perenelle. So, take this. Nicholas slid the book across the table toward Harry. I'm willing to give you all the books I've treasured over my 600 years, including my personal notes. But for now, of all the knowledge I possess, I want to personally hand you this one. The Book of Abraham the Jew. Harry read the title softly. Chapter 227. It was an ancient book that radiated a pure sense of history just by its presence, bound in leather wrapped with copper foil. Even Harry couldn't discern what kind of animal hide it was made from. He only felt its smooth texture under his fingers. Yes, the Book of Abraham, Nicholas Flamel said, his eyes tinged with nostalgia as he gazed at the book in Harry's hands. That was the beginning of everything, the root of my achievements. Even I don't know how it came to me. I had a dream, an angel told me of its arrival. An angel? Harry asked. I can't quite remember, Nicholas shook his head. But it was because of this book that I unraveled the secrets of alchemy. On the evening of April 25, 1382, at 5 o'clock, I created the Philosopher's Stone. I'll never forget that moment. It's as if it's etched into my very bones. As Nicholas rambled on like an ordinary old man recounting his past, Harry ran his fingers over the book. He could make out symbols on the cover, an Ouroboros, the sun, and the moon, but most of the other markings were unrecognizable to him, still a realm of unknown knowledge. Harry opened the book's cover, but unlike its exterior, the pages inside weren't made of leather. They were fragile parchment, covered in unfamiliar symbols. It must be protected by spells, Harry thought. Otherwise, a book made of parchment, left in the natural world for centuries, would crumble to dust with the slightest touch. In Nomen Elohim, qui crevit caelum et terram, Dumbledore said with a chuckle, noticing Harry staring at the text on the title page. That's Hebrew, meaning in the name of the God who created heaven and earth. Ancient magical texts were often written in this language. If you want to delve deeper into the ways of magic, you'll need to master it. I understand, Harry sighed. Learn the language before the magic, right? He quickly flipped through a few pages and noticed the book was structured in sets of 3x7 allegorical illustrations, colored with alchemical symbols like mercury and sulfur. That was about all he could decipher. One image struck him, a copper crown hovering above a furnace with a stream of mercury flowing beneath it. At their intersection, silvery mist rose, condensing into 3 roses, one blooming red as blood, one withered like bone, and one suspended between reality and illusion. Above it was a line of text: Ex rex rubius in solio ignis sedet, et regina alba in lacuna luni ploret. Behold, the red king sits upon the throne of fire, and the white queen weeps in the abyss of the moon. Harry couldn't read it. What he could understand was Nicholas's handwritten note tucked into the page. When the Lord of Sulphur and the Lady of Mercury unite in the glass womb, thou shalt hold the staff of dragon's blood in thy left hand and the ashes of the phoenix in thy right, reciting, Solve terram et invenis occultum lapidum, dissolve the earth, and thou shalt find the hidden stone. Harry closed the book and looked at Nicholas. As a wizard, a former shaman, and now a part-time mage, Harry had thought he'd escaped the days of being mocked by Jaina Proudmoore. Yet, opening this book made him realize, with startling clarity, how little he truly knew about magic. It was, he supposed, like the difference between a Dalaran apprentice and Archmage Antnidas. Feeling overwhelmed? Dumbledore asked, as if he'd been waiting for this moment, his eyes twinkling with a smile. Realizing your understanding of magic is still shallow. A bit, Harry admitted with a self-deprecating sigh. I thought I was already a proper mage. Dumbledore and Nicholas burst into laughter. You're still young, Harry, Dumbledore said after the laughter subsided. When I first saw that book, I felt the same way, suddenly aware of how little I knew about magic. There's no need to rush, Nicholas added, shaking his head. It took me 600 years to study everything in that book, for you follow your heart. I know, Harry said, taking a deep breath. I just don't understand why you'd give this book to someone you've just met. Simple, Nicholas said with a soft chuckle, because it said, it wanted to go to you. By the time Harry returned to Hogwarts for the Christmas feast that evening, he was lost in thought. Because of Nicholas's words. There was no doubt Nicholas meant the book had a will of its own, even if it couldn't speak or scream when slammed on a table. It could decide its own path. Just as it had appeared by Nicholas's side 600 years ago, without him knowing why he'd been chosen to hold a book containing the world's mysteries. To be honest, Nicholas's comment about the book wanting to go to Harry felt a bit eerie. In Harry's experience, magical objects or weapons with their own will weren't exactly pleasant, like the priest's artifact, Whispering Blade of the Black Empire, or Apocalypse. But what truly unsettled Harry was Nicholas's divination. Unlike Harry, Nicholas, a native of this world, had likely never heard of a Death Knight. Yet his divination had clearly shown one, lending chilling credibility to the prophecy. So after the Christmas feast, Harry returned to Mulgore as quickly as he could. This time he performed his own divination, but saw nothing, a blank void. The elements and spirits couldn't foresee that future, the one seen through the unique divination of wizards. And that made it all the more unsettling, didn't it? A sense of urgency, an intangible feeling of crisis, pushed Harry to act. As a grown Tauren, a mature tribal prophet, and a high-ranking member of the Horde, Harry was all too familiar with this feeling. He needed to bolster his strength. Starting with Ragehorn. No longer was she a weak lizard flopping on a table, trying to breathe fire only to singe Hagrid's beard. That pitiful image was gone, forgotten even by Ragehorn herself. Now she was majestic and robust, her body covered in tight, gleaming scales polished to a mirror-like shine under Alfred's meticulous care. Her size was a full head larger than others of her kind at the same stage. Female dragons were already larger than males, but Ragehorn stood out even among them, making other female dragons look like juveniles in her presence. Yet she was still a child. Adulthood meant reproductive maturity, and for a Norwegian ridgeback, that took at least 10 years from hatching, a fact Harry saw as a blessing. It meant Ragehorn was still in her growth phase, her potential unshaped, her development far from complete. Potions that would kill a human were mere trifles to a dragon's constitution. Food and survival were no concern, and when bored, Harry would summon massive elementals for Ragehorn to spar with, honing her claws and combat instincts to keep her from becoming a lazy dragon who only ate and slept. In short, even if Newt Scamander evaluated Ragehorn now, he'd have nothing to say beyond healthy and thriving. And most importantly, there was her intelligence. She wasn't quite on Dumbledore's level, but Ragehorn's intellect rivaled that of a 5th or 6th year Hogwarts student. Her only limitation was her dragon's throat, which prevented her from speaking. Standing in Ragehorn's mountaintop lair, Harry stroked her snout as she nuzzled him affectionately, patting her scales. "It's about time," Harry said seriously. "Remember my promise? To make you the most powerful dragon in the world. I have a way to make you stronger, and to free you from some of the limitations of a dragon's body, so you can speak." At this, Ragehorn snorted excitedly, nudging Harry's hand so hard she knocked him to the ground. "Easy, easy," Harry laughed, patting her snout to calm her down. "Let me finish. This transformation carries risks." Standing up, he let his flesh and blood body ignite into a fire elemental form. "You've seen this form," Harry's voice, now a deep rumble, came from the blazing flames where his head had been. "This is called ascension. The method to make you stronger is similar. It involves transforming your Norwegian Ridgeback body into an elemental one. If it succeeds, as an elemental dragon, you'll be able to speak or communicate as an elemental would. You'll also wield elemental powers freely, powers that could let you crush your kin, even the fiercest Hungarian horntails." Ragehorn snorted indignantly. She didn't like the idea of Hungarian horntails being called the fiercest fire dragons. She should hold that title. "Don't decide so quickly," Harry said, soothing his eager battle partner. "The ascension ritual is dangerous, especially since you're not a shaman and know little about the elemental ways. Your only advantage is your massive size and vitality, but that means enduring immense pain during the ritual." "Roar!" Ragehorn lifted her head and bellowed, undaunted. Growing stronger was her instinct. Why grow stronger? That didn't matter. If she could grow stronger, why wouldn't she? Pain was tolerable. Even with near-human intelligence, her draconic instincts and unique perspective set her apart from humans. Harry knew this, so his question was more ceremonial than practical. Transforming Ragehorn from an ordinary Norwegian Ridgeback into an incarnate dragon, honestly, even for a true Dalaran mage, this was advanced work. Incarnate dragons were a closely guarded secret among the dragon aspects, and anyone who spoke too much about them risked a visit from an enraged blue dragon. Harry had never seen an incarnate dragon, only heard whispers of their existence from a dragon companion. Unlike the Titan-empowered dragon aspects, incarnate dragons embraced elemental power. What Harry was attempting was to combine his knowledge of the shamanic ascension ritual with these whispered possibilities, creating a unique ascension ritual for Ragehorn. It wasn't without challenges. Harry's own ascension had required the aid of many powerful shamans, but in this world, he'd struggled to find shamans of his caliber. Another hurdle was Ragehorn's species. She wasn't an Azerothian proto-dragon, malleable and able to evolve based on environment. She was a purebred Norwegian Ridgeback, unchanged for centuries. A proto-dragon could have adapted into multiple forms in that time. Still, Harry had made a promise, and it was Ragehorn's will. There was no backing out, not when he needed a powerful ally to face Death Knights should they appear in this world. They might come with good intentions, but Harry needed the strength to counter them, to speak as their equal. He didn't need to use it, but he needed to have it. "So," Harry said, waving his wand, "let's start by choosing what form you'll take." Pearly smoke streamed from the wand's tip, shifting in the air to form illusions of Ragehorn's likeness. At first, they mirrored her current form, but then they began to transform, each taking on a different elemental visage. Chapter 228. Flames erupted from every inch of its body, as if part of its skull had been blasted away, molten fire spewing forth like a volcano. Its entire form was wreathed in heavy, lava-like flames, and even the mere illusion radiated an oppressive heat. Using Ragehorn's current form as a base, Harry roughly simulated what a fire elemental version of her might look like. It was only a simulation, of course. He had no idea what Ragehorn would truly become if she transformed into an ascended dragon. "What do you think?" Harry asked. Right now, you'd just be a fire-breathing dragon, but if you accepted the infusion of fire elemental essence, you'd become fire itself, a force to be reckoned with, even in the Firelands. Ragehorn snorted, clearly intrigued, but her attention quickly shifted to another illusion nearby. This one barely resembled a dragon anymore. Its form was a vague outline of limbs, wings, and a tail, entirely composed of stone, moving like a living mountain range. Ragehorn swatted the illusion, shattering it into fragments. All right, looks like earth elemental isn't your thing, Harry said with a nod, letting the illusion dissipate without reforming. It wasn't surprising. Ragehorn craved greater power and was willing to endure pain to achieve it, but she was, after all, a dragon who prided herself on her pristine, beautiful scales. An earth elemental dragon, covered in tumorous rocks or jagged stone spikes, was hardly appealing to her. Harry moved on to the next vision, another imagined ascension, this time as a wind elemental. As expected, it was cloaked in storms and lightning, parts of its body transformed into elemental essence. But just like the Earth version, Ragehorn dismissed it without a second thought, no scales, no appeal. The water elemental was an even quicker rejection. Swirling currents of water enveloped the dragon's form, and Ragehorn's disappointment was palpable. Soft, fluid, and utterly unappealing. Sure, Norwegian ridgebacks could hunt underwater, but as a fire dragon, water was far from her preference. She was picky, to say the least. Harry didn't stop at the 4 primal elements. He even tried mercury or magical metal ascensions. The gleaming magical metal version caught Ragehorn's eye for a moment. She lingered on its shimmering surface, but the others were dismissed with a glance. At first, it was amusing, but as the process dragged on, it became exhausting. Harry tried to reason with her. If you choose something rare like adamantine for your ascension, he said, you'd need to consume more of it to grow stronger. Where are you going to find that much adamantine in this world? Eventually, perhaps tired of the endless options, Ragehorn circled back to an element she'd initially rejected, ice. The ascension ritual required a place rich in the chosen element. Unlike the 4 primal elements, ice was a hybrid of water and wind. Even in Azeroth, ice elementals didn't have their own elemental plane, they resided within the plane of water. Given Ragehorn's massive size, fully transforming her into an elemental creature would demand an immense amount of elemental essence. Anything less would result in an incomplete ascension. Harry wasn't about to half-ass this. His goal wasn't just to fulfill Ragehorn's wish, but to bolster his own forces. Cutting corners now could spell regret later, especially if Death Knights came knocking. So, he chose a low-lying valley in the Mulgore region of his suitcase world. He placed rune-carved elemental stones throughout the valley to gather the necessary energies and cast a weather charm to shroud the area in a perpetual blizzard. With Mulgore's high elemental activity, Harry estimated it wouldn't take long for ice or blizzard spirits to naturally form in the valley. Once the elemental concentration deepened further, it would be time for Ragehorn's transformation. Things had taken an urgent turn. Just last year, Harry had thought this world was peaceful. Sure, Muggle and wizard wars had scarred the past few decades, but without the chaotic powers of Azeroth or individuals wielding godlike strength, even someone like Voldemort seemed manageable. This world felt safer. At least it wasn't teetering on the brink of annihilation. How naive. Harry had even entertained the idea of never returning to Azeroth, settling down in this tranquil world to raise a family, spread the ways of shamanism, and become a wise old mentor with disciples across the globe. But not even 2 years had passed before danger reared its head. He was no longer the cautious novice who just entered the wizarding world, wary of its society. Now, Harry knew most wizards here were powerless against true threats. When push came to shove, it would fall to him to stand in the gap. So much for retirement. Driven by a sense of urgency, Harry threw himself into his studies. Alongside refining wizarding spells, he delved into the books gifted by Nicholas Flamel. He even pushed deeper into the path of the elements. He was stretched thin. Nicholas hadn't just given him the Book of Abraham the Jew, but an entire library, housed in a manor on the outskirts of Paris. Beyond the books Nicholas had collected over 6 centuries, it contained his own research. Harry hadn't yet taken full possession of this treasure trove. Under Nicholas's guidance, he'd only selected a few books to bring back to Hogwarts. For now, the wizarding world remained unaware that Harry, a British wizard, had inherited Nicholas's greatest legacy. If the French wizards found out, they'd likely cause a stir. But setting aside external matters, life at Hogwarts was no less demanding. Harry juggled teaching apprentices, attending his own classes, charms, transfiguration, herbology, and more. He felt busier than when he'd managed an entire Tauren tribe in Azeroth. Back then, he'd had reliable allies. Now, he was largely on his own. Hermione and Ron wanted to help, but they were just second-year students with limited abilities. Sirius and Lupin, having recovered their health, had been sent off by Harry to work with the goblins alongside Coppercoil. He wasn't about to let his godfather squander his inheritance lounging around. Since the Christmas holidays ended, Harry had been swamped. So when Gilderoy Lockhart approached him, he was momentarily baffled by the flamboyant professor's intentions. "A dueling club?" Harry asked. "Yes, Harry, a dueling club," Lockhart said enthusiastically, clad in an ostentatious robe. "You know, Hogwarts hasn't exactly been calm these past 2 years. Last year's Death Eaters, this year's, basilisk, dangerous times for students." Harry nodded. He knew the truth behind those events better than Lockhart did. "See, you agree, don't you?" Lockhart beamed, thrilled by Harry's acknowledgement. "So, to teach the students something truly useful, I thought we'd start this club. You never know when they'll need to defend themselves." "Makes sense," Harry said after a moment's thought. "And it'd be perfect if you'd agree to be my dueling assistant," Lockhart said, grinning widely. "I've already got Dumbledore's approval, so if you're in, shall we meet in the Great Hall tonight?" "All right, see you then," Harry replied without hesitation. He had no objections. A dueling club would teach students to apply their knowledge practically, boosting their self-defense skills. Given the uncertain future of this world, Harry thought Lockhart had actually come up with something worthwhile for once. When danger struck, survival often depended on one's own strength. By 8 o'clock that evening, Harry arrived at the Great Hall. The 4 long dining tables were gone, replaced by a gilded stage along one wall. Hundreds of candles floated overhead for illumination, and the enchanted ceiling, usually displaying the night sky, was now a solid, opaque black. The turnout was massive. Nearly every student from all 4 houses, regardless of year, had shown up. The word dueling held undeniable allure for teenagers eager for action. Who hadn't dreamed of wielding incredible power, firing off spells with ease, defeating enemies, and walking away victorious? Magic, by its nature, invited comparisons of strength. With a dangerous basilisk having roamed the school this year, and who knows, what lurking in the future, the students were buzzing with excitement. As Harry entered the hall, he overheard their chatter. Some speculated that Professor Flitwick, a former dueling champion, would lead the lessons. Others whispered that Snape might teach them, given rumors he'd actually killed before. The theories were wild and varied. The chatter died down when a man in a garish purple robe, sparkling from head to toe, stepped onto the stage. Lockhart looked like he was dressed for a blind date, not a dueling lesson. Many students' faces fell, some visibly regretting their decision to attend. But it was too late to leave. "Hey, hey, hey, everyone gather round," Lockhart waved enthusiastically. "Come closer, that's it, surround the stage. Can everyone see me? Hear me? Excellent." Even Harry was starting to regret this, but since it was a dueling club, results would come down to skill, not showmanship. For now, Lockhart's tendency to turn everything into a self-promotion fest could be ignored. "Here's the thing," Lockhart announced loudly. "We all know Hogwarts hasn't been peaceful these past 2 years. Last year's Death Eater, Quirrell, for example. And this year's Basilisk. I must say, even as one of Ravenclaw's most distinguished graduates in recent years, I could hardly imagine a creature that dangerous lurking in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets." Yes, I know what's going through those clever little heads of yours," he continued, shaking his head with mock regret. "The basilisk attacked Professor Potter, didn't it? And it's already been slain by him. I'm delighted no one was seriously harmed in the ordeal, but is that enough? No offense, Professor Potter," he added quickly. "Even I couldn't have handled that basilisk better. But if you've been to the second-floor hospital wing, you've seen the poor petrified ghosts in the empty classroom nearby. You don't want to end up like them, do you? Or worse, buried in the ground." Despite his usual self-aggrandizing tone, Lockhart's words struck a chord with many students. When danger comes, the only thing we can rely on is ourselves, he said solemnly. That's a lesson I learned through countless adventures, and now I'm sharing it with you, free of charge. Anyway, he went on, seamlessly slipping in a plug, I'm grateful to Professor Dumbledore for allowing me to start this little club. Here, I'll train you to defend yourselves using methods I've employed countless times. For more details, see my published works. After his shameless advertisement, he continued, Of course, a dueling club needs opponents. Allow me to introduce my assistants, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and of course, our most popular and celebrated professor, Harry Potter. Chapter 229. Harry had no idea how Lockhart had pulled it off, but the lineup of assistants he'd assembled was undeniably impressive. Apart from Professor Sprout, who was preoccupied with her expertise in herbology, 3 of Hogwarts' 4 house heads were serving as his assistants. The 4th was Harry himself, widely recognized in the British wizarding world as a combat-savvy professor who had mastered powerful elemental magic. To put it bluntly, if Lockhart wanted to upgrade his roster any further, he'd have to drag Dumbledore himself into it. When the students heard who these assistants were, they erupted into cheers. Having seen through Lockhart's true colors, they had no expectations of learning anything from him directly. But the other professors, they were the real deal. By comparison, Lockhart, the supposed founder of the dueling club, seemed more like the assistant who handled the odd jobs. Brilliant, it's Professor McGonagall, we're saved. Fred was still clapping excitedly. Thank you all for your support. Lockhart, oblivious to what the students were actually cheering for, waved smugly. Yes, I'm delighted that Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and especially our Professor Potter agreed to be my assistants. I'm certain that under our guidance, you'll learn a thing or two. For once, the students thought he'd said something accurate. Let's get started, Professor. We can't wait, someone shouted from the crowd. Whoa, I know you're eager, but hold your hippogriffs, Lockhart said with a cheerful grin. Before we begin, there are a few ground rules we need to establish. First, you absolutely must not use any magic other than what you've been taught in class. You're bright kids, you know what I mean, spells that cause serious harm, like curses, hexes, or Merlin forbid dark magic. Students don't know dark magic, Professor Lockhart, Professor McGonagall said icily from the side of the stage. Nor would they aim such spells at their classmates. Of course, Professor McGonagall, we're all in agreement, Lockhart nodded hastily. I'm just stating it for clarity. Now, the second rule, dueling must be done with wands. Hey, no laughing. The students' laughter grew louder. Lockhart's words sounded as absurd as saying you needed noodles to eat noodles. What else would you use in a wizarding duel, if not a wand? I know you think it's funny, Lockhart wagged a finger. We're wizards, after all. What else would we use in a duel if not wands and spells? But don't forget, even a wizard as great as Gilderoy Lockhart was your age once. No one knows better than I do what kids your age might do in the heat of the moment. Compared to a master wizard like me, your repertoire of spells is limited, and your magical power isn't fully developed. You might be surprised to learn that trading spells for a few minutes could cause less damage than dropping your wand and throwing a punch. Don't laugh, I'm serious. Even Professor McGonagall can't deny that. McGonagall's face remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard a word. So that's the second rule, no punching your opponent, Lockhart continued, chuckling to himself. Though, I suppose when a wizard loses their wand, it's their last resort. And now, the most important rule of all. Since most of us here are wizards, and likely will remain wizards, we want you to learn something practical, something you can use in the future. So, Professor Potter, I'm afraid I must regretfully inform you that you and your apprentices won't be allowed to use your exotic magic. Lockhart suddenly turned the conversation toward Harry, grinning widely. After all, not everyone can become a shaman, and not everyone can learn your kind of magic. We're wizards, so we should learn to duel like wizards. But don't worry about Professor Potter. I invited him to be my assistant, and he generously agreed to help me give you a little demonstration before class begins. Lockhart hadn't explicitly banned shamanic magic, he'd only invited Harry to assist. But the students didn't know that. They were too busy debating whether Professor Potter could beat Lockhart without his elemental magic. It was a heated discussion. If Potter were allowed to use his elemental spells, the students unanimously agreed Lockhart would end up like that basilisk, burnt to a crisp. But without them. Raised by Muggle relatives and only entering the wizarding world last year, Professor Potter was, technically, just a second-year Hogwarts student. He'd become a professor because of his groundbreaking new magic. But when it came to traditional wizarding spells, well, the fact that he still attended other professors' classes spoke for itself. A close match, perhaps. A second-year student versus a pompous professor. It sounded thrilling. That old windbag? Ron, Harry's diehard supporter, grumbled loudly. He's only doing this because you're new. Why shouldn't you use the magic you mastered? I see through him. He just wants an excuse to humiliate you, as if that'll prove how great he is. Hit him with a lightning bolt, Harry, Hermione said viciously, showing no trace of her former admiration for Lockhart. Just say it's a new spell you invented. Lockhart could hear the students' murmurs, but chose to ignore them. No need to worry, he said loudly. Professor Potter is renowned across the wizarding world for his skill and fame, and I, Gilderoy Lockhart, am a celebrated master of magic. This is just a friendly spar between us. He raised his voice further. But I'm not some villain. To avoid any accusations of bullying the young, or, well, I'll start with a demonstration against my other assistant, Professor Snape. Snape, who'd been glaring daggers at Lockhart, reluctantly stepped to the front of the stage. Thank you for your cooperation, Professor Snape, Lockhart said, not sparing him a glance as he addressed the students. Don't worry, I won't let you lot fret. After our demonstration, I'll return your potions professor to you in one piece. No need to be alarmed. Snape's glare was no longer just murderous. One hand was now rubbing the handle of his wand, his eyes lingering on Lockhart's neck like a butcher, sizing up his next cut. The students were already cheering for Snape. Lockhart, still smiling, walked to one end of the dueling stage, while Snape took the other. Following wizarding dueling etiquette, they gave each other a cursory nod, barely a bow. Pay attention, Lockhart said. Professor Snape and I are now performing standard wizarding dueling etiquette, a bow to show respect, then gripping your wand in the standard dueling stance. On the count of 3, we cast our spells. Let me emphasize, this is proper dueling etiquette. If you're facing danger in the wild, don't bother bowing to your enemy or waiting for them to bow back. The students roared with laughter. They weren't stuffy fools. Gryffindor and Slytherin rivalries often started with ambushes in corridors or bathrooms. Get on with it, Snape snapped irritably. All right then, Wand. Lockhart counted quickly. On the third count, Snape whipped out his wand and bellowed, Expelliarmus. A brilliant red light shot from the tip of Snape's wand toward Lockhart, blindingly fast. Many students didn't even have time to react. Clang. A sound like metal striking metal rang out. The red light was deflected back at Snape with even greater speed. Caught off guard, Snape barely dodged his own spell, stepping aside just in time. The Gryffindors sighed loudly, disappointed that Snape hadn't been hit. But what made them gasp was the deflected spell hitting a decorative stone statue on the side of the Great Hall, shattering it to pieces. Though McGonagall quickly restored it with a reparo charm, everyone could see the raw power of Snape's spell. Even without its intended effect, the sheer force was enough to pulverize stone. What would it do to a person? Snape had clearly cast that spell with the intent to end Lockhart. Well done, that's the spirit, Lockhart said casually, as if Snape's near miss was nothing. He didn't press his advantage, instead turning to teach. The spell Professor Snape used is called the disarming charm with the incantation Expelliarmus. If I'd been hit, my wand would have flown out of my hand, or maybe I'd have been flung across the room. Lockhart glanced lightly at the shattered statue. I know you're all wondering how I blocked Professor Snape's attack, aren't you? But explanations come after the duel. Let's finish this, Professor Snape, unless that last one rattled you. Snape didn't respond. He shot a glance at Harry, feeling he'd lost face in front of his, well, not quite godson. His face was ashen with fury. Fumos. With a casual flick of his wand, Snape cast a smoke charm. The Great Hall filled with thick, grayish mist, obscuring everything. The students couldn't see, and neither could the duelists. Snape was getting serious. After that brief exchange, he realized he didn't know his colleague as well as he thought. The spell Lockhart used to deflect the disarming charm wasn't complex. It was Pratigo, a shield charm that fifth years could theoretically learn. The spell was simple, but to cast it so quickly and deflect a spell perfectly, few wizards could manage that. What was going on? Snape was puzzled. That reaction speed, that flawless shield charm, was this really the boastful buffoon Lockhart? He'd test him further. Lockhart, meanwhile, seemed unfazed by the loss of visibility, grinning even wider. Not dark magic or a forbidden spell, but if the students can't see, how can we teach? Lockhart waved his wand. Finite incantatem. The mist vanished instantly, countered by Lockhart's spell, but Snape had already achieved his goal. Stupefy. Clang. Pratigo. Incarcerus. Clang. Still pratigo. Depulso. The stage's broken stones couldn't breach Lockhart's shield. He stood like a final boss awaiting a challenger, countering every spell Snape threw with the same shield charm. From the start of the duel, Lockhart hadn't moved a single step. The students watched, dumbfounded, as if they'd seen a ghost. Lockhart was toying with Snape. Yes, Lockhart hadn't used a single new spell, and Snape was the one on the offensive. But seeing Lockhart's calm, composed demeanor against Snape's grimacing frustration, the students had already decided who was superior. Lockhart was even teaching mid-duel. The shield charm was normally invisible, but after he cast a secondary spell to summon a cloud of silvery dust, the students could clearly see how Pratigo formed and blocked Snape's spells. Chapter 230. It was an invisible shield, not particularly large, certainly not a great bulwark, just big enough to protect the chest area. It only revealed itself with a flash of color corresponding to the spell it deflected, shimmering briefly when it repelled one of Snape's incoming curses. Pay attention, Professor Snape is trying to exploit weaknesses in the Pratigo spell, Lockhart announced during his dueling lesson. Look at those gleaming eyes of yours. I know what you're thinking, that Pratigo is invincible, right? But I'm sorry to tell you, Lockhart continued, his words rapid, Pratigo is not invincible. It doesn't appear automatically, nor does it defend on its own. He gestured animatedly. It might look like I'm effortlessly countering every spell Professor Snape throws at me, but in truth, I have to focus intensely to summon the shield in the path of his curses, and I must constantly adjust its position myself. Professor Snape, of course, knows the spell's flaws, Lockhart went on. That's why he's been trying to sneak attacks from different angles, like that sandstorm jinx just now, or that transfiguration spell. Trying to catch me off guard with an attack from below while I'm explaining, Professor Snape? Nice try, but no dice. Correct. The students couldn't even tell what magic Lockhart had used. With a single flick of his wand, Snape, shielded by his own Pratigo, was sent flying backward, now struggling to pick himself up from the floor, looking disheveled. Another victory. Lockhart raised an eyebrow, turning to bask in the students' cheers with both arms raised. The Gryffindors cheered the loudest. It didn't matter who it was, as long as they took down Snape, Gryffindor would back them up. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in, though their cheers were quieter. Only the Slytherins looked sour, unsurprising since Snape was their head of house and usually favored them, except when it came to Harry. No worries, children, Lockhart said, flashing a smile at the Slytherins. As I promised at the start, I'm returning your potions professor to you in one piece. He's just a bit dusty, that's all. The students' laughter grew louder. Pratigo is quite fascinating, isn't it? Lockhart continued. It feels like nothing can get through it, but if you all think that way, you're mistaken. Even adult wizards, ministry employees included, can't always cast an effective Pratigo. Lower year students might not grasp the spell's complexity, he added, but upper years, you've studied it in class. You should know where the difficulty lies. Reaction speed and precision, a Ravenclaw student called out, and the speed at which the shield forms. Correct, 5 points to Ravenclaw, Lockhart nodded approvingly. And there's one more crucial thing, Pratigo cannot block the killing curse. If you leave Hogwarts and someone casts Avada Kedavra at you, don't just stand there behind a Pratigo, thinking you're safe. I guarantee you'll meet a swift end. Some students chuckled, but many fell silent at the mention of the killing curse. Thankfully, this is just a friendly dueling demonstration, which somewhat limits Professor Snape's full strength. I have no doubt he knows plenty of dark. Professor Lockhart, McGonagall cut in sharply, her tone a warning. Sorry, Lockhart shrugged, unfazed. Anyway, come on up, Professor Potter. You must be eager to teach the students more, aren't you? Now it wasn't just Ron casting worried glances at Harry. Many students turned to look. If Lockhart were still the bumbling fool they thought he was, no one would have worried for Harry. But Lockhart had just proven his skill, defeating Snape head-on. It was as if he'd turned the duel into a casual lesson, effortlessly toying with Snape, the dark bat, as if he were a plaything. The students might not know as many spells as the professors, but they could sense the confidence that came from overwhelming strength. "Don't worry," Harry reassured his friends before stepping onto the stage. "Same as before?" he asked. "Just like I did," Lockhart replied, locking eyes with Harry and barely containing his excitement. "First, we bow." Harry and Lockhart gave a quick nod, barely fulfilling the first rule of a wizard's duel. "Excellent, I'll count to 3, 2, 3. The moment the words left Lockhart's mouth, both he and Harry fired spells at each other and simultaneously moved from their spots. Clang! Harry's spell, a simple stunning spell, struck the pratigo Lockhart had left in place, producing a sharp, clear sound. Lockhart raised an eyebrow. Harry's spell was weaker than he'd expected. He might not even need to dodge. Unlike his relaxed demeanor against Snape, Lockhart was visibly tenser facing Harry. The banter he'd kept up earlier was gone. Their exchange was swift. Within seconds, they'd fired 4 spells at each other, all ones the students could recognize, like Stupefy or Impedimenta. Harry even used Transfiguration to conjure a barrier large enough to shield himself on the stage. But Lockhart, equally adept at Transfiguration, countered. Before the barrier could block 2 spells, it sprouted writhing, claw-like vines that lunged at Harry. The duel became a contest of magical control. The students watched as a wooden crate on the stage suddenly sprouted countless vine-like tendrils resembling human hands, only to harden into stone moments later, swaying as if caught in a schizophrenic dance. It was tougher than Harry had anticipated. He was certain Lockhart's transfiguration skill rivaled McGonagall's. Not only was Lockhart vying for control of the conjured objects, but he also demonstrated the ability to transform multiple targets of varying sizes simultaneously. Stones and wooden fragments danced across the floor, quickly morphing into tiny blade-wielding figures charging at Harry like an army. "Frost shock!" Harry shouted, thrusting his wand into the ground. Instantly, a wave of icy blue mist radiated from him, like a surging tide of frost, freezing every transfigured creation in its path and shattering them into dust, leaving nothing behind. Lockhart didn't pursue further, merely raising an eyebrow. "If I'm not mistaken, Professor Potter, we're conducting a wizarding duel demonstration, and we're limited to spells commonly used by wizards," Lockhart said, twirling his wand. "But that spell of yours, is it really a spell?" "It's not conjured ice or a temperature-altering effect," Lockhart continued, shaking his head. "It's elemental casting, as you claimed in your paper. I understand your competitive streak, Professor Potter. After all, setting aside your achievements, you're still just a 12-year-old boy." Lockhart's condescending tone was unmistakable, even to the students watching. "Wanting to win isn't shameful," he went on, "but this approach won't teach the students anything. They're not shaman, and they can't commune with those mystical elements. You've failed them, Professor Potter." "Oh, I don't think so, Professor Lockhart," came a voice. It was Professor Flitwick, Harry's mentor, colleague, and friend. The white-haired little wizard beamed with pride and excitement. "It is a spell, one Harry and I invented together," Flitwick declared enthusiastically. "It's essentially a summoning charm that allows non-shaman wizards to selectively communicate with and receive responses from elements. It consumes a wizard's magic, uses a wizard's wand, and is cast with a wizard's incantation. It's wizarding magic. The spell's mechanics and magical structure will be published in a journal," Flitwick added cheerfully. "Interested students can read it later, but I can confirm that the spell Harry used is a wizarding spell. Watch Frost Shock." Flitwick demonstrated, swiftly waving his wand. Unlike Harry, he didn't thrust it into the ground, but a wave of icy blue mist trailed his wand's path. Students close by could feel the chill. Everyone knew Flitwick had drunk countless elemental binding potions without becoming a shaman. Yet, by Lockhart's own logic, Flitwick was now wielding, or rather, calling the elements. And the elements had answered. "Professor Potter, can we do it too?" a student shouted eagerly. "Can we call the elements with this spell?" Of course, Harry nodded. But so far, Professor Flitwick and I have only developed a few spells that can elicit elemental responses, and we haven't fully verified the patterns. Professor Flitwick will teach you more in Charms class. Since revealing his abilities shortly after starting at Hogwarts last year, Harry had been collaborating with Flitwick to recreate shamanic magic through wizarding spells. They'd only recently made progress. The Frost Shock spell corresponded to the elemental magic of Frost Shock. Truth be told, eliciting elemental responses this way was challenging. Harry and Flitwick had experimented with numerous casting gestures and magical pathways, submitting their findings to Mysteries of Magic magazine just last week. Suddenly, the dueling club seemed less important. The students were far more excited about learning new spells. "Professor Potter," another student shouted, "does this mean we're shamans too? Can we divine or summon ancestral spirits?" "Shamans? Definitely not," Harry shook his head. "We're just replicating some shamanic abilities with spells. Maybe in the future, we could divine or summon spirits, but wizards already have spells for summoning spirits or divining, don't they? No need to take the long way around. For now, since this is Dueling Club, let's focus on learning some dueling techniques." Without further explanation, Harry signaled to Lockhart to continue the duel. Lockhart's expression had visibly darkened. The students' attention had shifted entirely to the new magic. They'd long envied the shaman apprentices who could call storms and lightning. In the end, Harry and Lockhart's duel felt somewhat anticlimactic. Lockhart was clearly frustrated as he guided the students through their own duels. His earlier warning proved true. When Gryffindors and Slytherins were paired, their duels started with harmless prank spells like Rictusempra. But as tempers flared and they found the spells lacking, some students tucked their wands into their belts and resorted to fists. Surprisingly, a well-timed punch did more damage than those prank spells. Thankfully, Lockhart had invited McGonagall as his assistant to show off his prowess. Her presence kept the Great Hall from descending into chaos, reigning in the hot-headed students. By the time the lesson ended, and Harry returned to the Great Totem, Ron was still bruised and boasting about how fiercely he'd fought the Slytherin scum and his glorious victory. Even Hermione had joined the fray, finally getting a chance to teach Pansy Parkinson a lesson. Neville, encouraged by Harry, had also confronted the boys who constantly mocked him. Fighting exhilarating. Chapter 231. Compared to his excited friends, Harry was far more preoccupied with the familiar feeling he sensed from Lockhart, a sensation he couldn't quite put into words, as if he were meeting someone he already knew. The tone and cadence of Lockhart's speech, the effortless confidence he displayed during his duel with Snape, these were qualities Harry had never associated with the Lockhart he knew. It was almost like Quirrell. The sudden thought of the enemy he'd killed last year sent a shiver through Harry. He couldn't shake the feeling that he saw traces of Quirrell in Lockhart's demeanor, much like how Quirrell had acted in defense against the dark arts classes. Years of experience had taught Harry not to ignore his gut instincts, and now suspicion gnawed at him. Could Lockhart be a Death Eater, like Quirrell, possessed by a fragment of Voldemort's soul? Each soul fragment had its own will and plans, yet they all shared the same way of thinking, choosing to possess a body to carry out their schemes. From this perspective, many unanswered questions suddenly fell into place. Dumbledore had said Voldemort always considered himself Slytherin's heir, and all signs pointed to Voldemort as the one who unleashed the basilisk to kill Myrtle and frame Hagrid decades ago. Now, decades later, the basilisk had reappeared in the castle, brazenly slithering through walls to attack students. Neither Harry nor Dumbledore believed the creature would suddenly go mad and destroy the castle after years of dormancy. Someone had to be commanding it. If a fragment of Voldemort's soul had possessed Lockhart and was controlling the basilisk to attack people, everything would make sense. Lockhart himself likely had no idea that Harry was growing suspicious based on such a vague feeling. The next day, Harry sought him out, using his astral vision to examine Lockhart's soul. To Harry's confusion, Lockhart's soul appeared untainted under astral vision. There were no signs of life force being drained or the chaotic aura of multiple souls intertwined. The only thing noticeable was a pure, intense jealousy directed at Harry during their conversation. Harry didn't care about Lockhart's envy. After all, the man's ambitions were always on display. Ultimately, Harry chose not to accuse a colleague without evidence and politely left Lockhart's office. What do I do? He's definitely onto me. The moment Harry left and Lockhart locked the office door, the ever-present smile vanished from his face. In a panic, he rushed to a cabinet, pulling out a crown adorned with a massive gem and an eagle motif, and placed it on his head. Like a drug addict relapsing after withdrawal, Lockhart's panic eased slightly, though he still clutched the crown tightly, as if it were the only thing anchoring him. "You're too obvious, you fool," a voice snarled, tearing through Lockhart's face as though it were no longer his own. "Vanity, arrogance, the moment you gained a sliver of power, you couldn't wait to show it off, huh? How pathetic. You thought setting rules to ban other magic would let you humiliate that boy, only to be utterly crushed. No one cares about you, poor Lockhart. No one cares that you defeated Snape or about your supposed strength. They only care about themselves and learning that boy's new spell." One voice after another berated him. Lockhart's face twisted, no longer human, as 3 or 4 mouths sprouted from his cheeks and neck. They attacked the deepest, most vulnerable parts of his psyche, fueling his pain, anger, and shame. "Nonsense," Lockhart screamed. "The students, the Gryffindors cheered for me. I'm their hero. I defeated Snape effortlessly." "Oh, a hero," one mouth mocked, while the others laughed hysterically. "Weren't the Gryffindors the ones who branded you a useless buffoon? You think they'll respect you now, for your empty boasts, for your incompetence?" "I'm not incompetent," Lockhart's face flushed red. "I'm powerful. I defeated Snape. I'm no longer the man I was. With Ravenclaw's wisdom, I'm smarter than anyone. I'm the smartest person in the world. Neither Dumbledore nor the Dark Lord can match me. I'm the one who'll advance magic, not that ridiculous boy." "Give it up, Lockhart," a mouth sneered. "No one knows you better than we do. We see your soul clearly. You really think you could handle Snape so easily? Would you dare remove those absurd rules, stop using underhanded tricks to limit your opponent, and face Snape in a real duel, unrestrained? A true wizard's duel, man to man. We all know the truth. Snape's the real magical genius, a master of dark magic," another mouth chimed in. "Even the Dark Lord admired his talent. Unlike you, a weakling, Snape is a true Death Eater, personally trained by the Dark Lord. Do you dare face his dark magic?" "You don't." Before Lockhart could respond, a mouth voiced his true thoughts, amplifying his shame and rage. "Snape is a master of dark magic, and it's not your pathetic rules that restrain him, it's Dumbledore's orders. How much do you even understand about the allure of dark magic? Nothing. All you care about is fame, fame, fame. You set the stage to win the students' admiration, but they're not fools. They see through Chinese letter tactics you used to limit Snape and that boy. They know if you fought without restrictions, you'd never beat them. You know it too, deep down. What a foolish thing you've done," the mouth continued, needling Lockhart's soul. "A basilisk bred by Slytherin himself, a creature no ordinary wizard could face, far stronger than you, destroyed in a blaze because of your vanity and jealousy. A meaningless death, utterly laughable." "Enough," Lockhart roared, tearing at his hair and face as if he could rip the mouths away and shred them to pieces. His screams drowned out their voices. Finally, the mouths fell silent, seemingly satisfied with their mocking laughter. The crown Lockhart wore was none other than Ravenclaw's diadem, said to enhance the wearer's wisdom, but that power had long been lost. Years ago, Voldemort had found the diadem and turned it into a Horcrux. Now, firmly atop the frenzied Lockhart's head, the diadem's massive blue gem gleamed. This fragment of Voldemort's soul was pleased, delighted with the creation born from its influence. A soul consumed by jealousy, fallen into madness. There could be no better sacrifice. Mulgore, the suitcase world. What was once a vibrant valley filled with birdsong and blooming flowers had transformed into a crystalline blue realm, reminiscent of the mana-soaked lairs of the blue dragonflight. The only difference was that this valley wasn't infused with arcane magic, but with biting frost and snow. An invisible barrier seemed to encircle the valley. Inside, it was a frozen wasteland. Outside, the climate remained temperate. Ragehorn, she was already having second thoughts. Harry had to nudge her several times, but she refused to step into the valley. It was too cold. Except for certain rare breeds, most dragons loathed the cold. Low temperatures made them want to curl up and sleep. Despite her student-level intelligence, Ragehorn succumbed to a common student mistake. She balked, but Harry would help her through it with dignity. Several sturdy earth elementals forcibly escorted Ragehorn into the valley. The biting cold quickly made her want to close her eyes and drift into slumber. Though reluctant, she eventually cooperated under Harry's reassurances and began the ritual. Ice and snow elementals danced through the valley, some with arms and legs, their translucent blue forms capable of reducing a troll to tears with a single punch. But what drew their attention was the dragon standing in a cleared patch at the valley's center. Snowflakes clung to Ragehorn's head, tail, and the gaps between her scales. At first, she shook them off in discomfort, but when she realized the blizzard would paint her white no matter what she did, she gave up. In no time, the snow had coated her entirely, making her look like a white dragon from a distance. Centered around Ragehorn, 3 massive runic rings were nested within each other, forming a larger, complete circle. Carved in the elemental tongue, the runes bore meanings like soothe, calm, flow, sublimate, merge, and coalesce. The Ascension ritual, the ultimate transformation for a high shaman, was the greatest affirmation of their life's work. It required not only a deep communion with the elemental spirits, but a transformation of mind and body, capable of wielding primal elemental forces. The most extreme form of ascension could turn a flesh and blood shaman into a pure elemental being, abandoning talk of elemental balance or equality. In the elemental hierarchy, the strongest fist ruled. Elemental lords were born this way. Harry wasn't mad enough to abandon his mortal form, but Ragehorn was about to take that step. Her scales were vanishing, or rather, becoming transparent under the infusion of countless ice elementals. Not the polished, metallic gleam Alfred had achieved through grooming, but a crystalline transformation, like ice, more beautiful, bluer, and seemingly more fragile. As Harry chanted the ritual incantations, he could see through Ragehorn's translucent scales to the flesh, bones, and writhing organs beneath. Her boiling dragon blood thickened, forming sharp ice spikes, intensifying her pain. But truthfully, the physical pain wasn't what tormented Ragehorn. In this freezing cold, her dragon body was numb, barely registering the agony. The true torment came from within, an indescribable cold, like a giant hand gripping her soul, a deeper, more profound suffering. According to the warnings of the old shamans of the Horde, ascension was not glory but a shackle. From that moment on, the elements would forever gaze upon your soul. For Ragehorn, her soul felt stripped bare, exposed to the primal elements. The ice elementals were becoming part of her soul, making the changes to her body seem trivial by comparison. She was becoming a dragon-shaped ice sculpture, crafted from snow and frost. Unlike a typical ascension ritual, where the shaman controls and halts the elemental power, Ragehorn's transformation was permanent. She needed more elemental power to flood her body and soul, to become a force she could wield, a part of her very being. It was impossible to track how much time had passed. Harry only knew that the ice elementals in the valley had thinned, the temperature was rising, and the frozen snow was melting. Everything was thawing, except for the colossal figure before him. Chapter 232. Harry had never seen such a magnificent dragon, and that was saying something. He'd seen red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, bronze dragons, black dragons, void dragons, proto-dragons, storm dragons. The list went on. He'd encountered far too many dragons to count, but the one standing before him was different. She was breathtaking. If a newborn Norwegian ridgeback resembled a small lizard, even a fully grown Ragehorn hadn't entirely shed that reptilian form, just scaled up so massively that the comparison felt absurd. But now, things were different. Sharp, translucent, icy blue spines cascaded along Ragehorn's neck. Her head had elongated, not gaunt but robust, brimming with a vitality Harry had once described to her. Ragehorn's body had transcended the innate limitations of a Norwegian ridgeback. During the ascension ritual, her own will had profoundly shaped her transformed state. The most striking change was her new pair of forelimbs. Her wings no longer doubled as front legs. The tips of her wings, once tipped with dragon claws, now ended in glistening, razor-sharp ice spikes. Her overall size was staggering, twice that of even the eldest Norwegian ridgebacks. The valley clearing where they stood seemed almost too small to contain her. The soul-piercing chill that had once tormented her was gone, as if it had never existed, but Ragehorn knew better. She could still feel the cold, woven into her skin, her bones, her very core. It no longer hurt her. To Ragehorn, that icy chill was now a comfort, something she'd mastered as naturally as breathing. She wielded it effortlessly, as instinctive as drawing breath. After all, who could be harmed by their own breath? Well, Harry asked, eyeing the reborn Ragehorn with admiration. What do you think? A roar. Hearing Harry's question, Ragehorn opened her mouth to respond, but instead, a burst of snow erupted from her throat, blanketing Harry head to toe in a personal blizzard, turning him into a snowman. Harry's roar roar ha ha ha, elemental tongue. Seeing Harry's plight, Ragehorn froze for a moment before throwing her head back in laughter. Her initial dragon roars gave way to a clear, resonant laugh in the elemental tongue. You can speak, Harry exclaimed, shaking the snow off his clothes. And in the elemental tongue, try again, Ragehorn. Ragehorn didn't immediately catch on, but at Harry's urging, she tried again in the elemental tongue. Harry. No learning required, just intent. The elemental tongue was a natural gift for elementals, and Ragehorn, at her core, was no longer a dragon but an elemental being. That's me, Harry said, thrilled. Not bad, what about other languages? English. Ragehorn strained, her throat catching, but no English words came. Harry wasn't disappointed, though. Speech itself was a massive leap, and with time, she could learn English or any other language. Going from 0 to 1 was the real breakthrough. Still a young dragon at heart, Ragehorn was like a child with a new toy, eagerly testing her newfound powers. It didn't take long for the valley, which had begun to warm, to succumb to an icy catastrophe. Ragehorn summoned a blizzard that swept through the entire valley, and she gleefully shaped ice into various sculptures. Harry initially watched her antics with fond amusement, but his expression soon turned to horror. He watched as Ragehorn's massive dragon form shattered into countless ice fragments, becoming a swirling ice storm that streaked across the sky before reforming atop a distant cliff. She was part of the landscape itself, existing here, existing there. Ice was her flesh, snow her blood. Was this right? Harry wasn't sure anymore. Something felt off. He racked his brain, trying to recall what his green dragon friend had said. No matter how guardian dragons or proto-dragons mutated, aside from storm dragons created directly as elemental beings, even ascended dragons retained some flesh and blood. But Ragehorn? She was pure elemental. It didn't add up. Smacking his lips, Harry realized this had ventured into uncharted territory, even for an experienced shaman like him. For safety's sake, he called down Ragehorn, who was gleefully turning the Mulgore, whether in his suitcase whirled from a blazing summer to a stormy, snow-filled gloom, and insisted on a thorough examination. The report, perfectly healthy for an elemental being. Her power was immense. Harry estimated Ragehorn could easily unleash a frost storm capable of freezing the entire Scottish Highlands into a frozen kingdom. In Azeroth, she might not rival Neptulin the Tidehunter, but she was at least on par with a water elemental duke. In the wizarding world, Ragehorn was practically invincible. No wizard's spell or muggle bomb could defeat her. She lacked a fixed form, able to dissolve into pure ice or water elements at will. By all accounts, Ragehorn could no longer be called a dragon. So can Ragehorn go outside now? Hagrid asked, panting. Theoretically, yes, Harry replied, thoughtful. The Ministry's dragon restrictions apply to dragons, but Ragehorn's an elemental being now, or something entirely new. There's no law for elemental beings yet, so she's unrestricted. That's brilliant, Hagrid slapped his thigh, beaming. I've been wantin' to take her out for ages. Flyin' in the suitcase ain't exactly freedom. I don't think this suitcase is small, Hermione said, glancing at the blue sky and clouds around them. It's big enough for a dragon to fly around. Well, a dragon her old size anyway. As she spoke, Hermione's gaze lingered on Ragehorn, struck by her crystalline, ice-blue beauty. A dragon-like that was impossible not to love. I thought you'd be upset about Ragehorn's change, Harry said, studying Hagrid. I'm glad you're taking it so well. Why'd I be upset? Hagrid laughed. You've created a brand new magical creature, Harry. It's my greatest dream. One day I'll breed a new one myself. Oh, Merlin, Neville paled. No one knew Hagrid's passions better than his friends. You just got your wand back and cleared your name, Hagrid. Please don't make something that'll land you in Azkaban. Oh, relax, Neville, Hagrid said dismissively. No one cares, and Professor Calbert'll back me up. Professor Calbert, Hermione's expression tightened. Professor Calbert, the care of magical creatures teacher, was even more obsessed with dangerous creatures than Hagrid. Hagrid was practically standing on the shoulders of a giant. "Well, at least there's Professor Dumbledore," Hermione sighed, sounding far older than her years. Giving up on reigning in Hagrid's enthusiasm, she turned to Harry, lowering her voice so only he could hear. "Harry, I need your help." "What's up?" Harry asked, curious. Then Hermione opened her mouth, revealing a green leaf inside. A mandrake leaf. In an instant, Harry realized what she was planning. His eyes widened. Hermione was only in her second year. Unlike Harry, who'd faced countless trials and had considerable magical talent, Hermione was a genuine second-year student. If Professor McGonagall found out he'd set a bad example and lured a second year into studying animagus magic without permission, she might actually kill him. "Are you serious?" Harry's voice trembled with rare anxiety. "Animagus magic isn't ordinary, Hermione. It demands advanced transfiguration, and once you start the ritual, there's no turning back." Failed animagus transformations often left wizards neither human nor beast, grotesque and broken. "I know, Harry," Hermione whispered. "Don't worry, I've consulted Lupin and Sirius. They started learning animagus magic around my age. They're experienced." Lupin and Sirius, Harry's temper flared. What was wrong with those two? Two middle-aged men who'd spent their youth causing trouble and dabbling in dangerous magic were now teaching a clueless teenager to do the same. Was this how adults were supposed to behave? For a moment, Harry wanted to storm over to Sirius and Lupin and show them the full force of his Tauren fist. But Hermione, sensing his thoughts, grabbed his hand. "Don't blame them, Harry," she said nervously. "I begged them to help me. They didn't want to at first, and I made them keep it from you." "And they agreed," Harry ground out, already imagining how to string up those two unreliable men. He was starting to understand how McGonagall felt when she learned he was studying animagus magic, like watching a young fool court disaster, out of ignorance. "Because I want to help you, Harry," Hermione said, gripping his hand tighter, her voice earnest. Her words disrupted his anger, forcing him to pause and consider what she meant. "I don't know what you've been dealing with lately, Harry." Hermione glanced at Ron and Neville, who were excitedly circling Ragehorn with Hagrid. Her voice faltered. "But you haven't done homework with us in ages, or played wizard chess or exploding snap with Ron and Neville." Harry froze, silent for a long moment. "I'm sorry," he sighed. "I've been caught up with some things." He couldn't share his worries, it would only burden his friends. "I know," Hermione said with a small smile. "You're better than all of us, Harry. More knowledgeable, more powerful. Even Professor Dumbledore considers your ideas and asks for your help. I've always believed you'll become a wizard greater than Dumbledore, doing things even he couldn't." Harry remained quiet. "But how do I put this?" Hermione twirled a lock of her hair, looking away as she mumbled. "I'm not as clever as you, Harry. I can't learn spells as fast or create powerful new magic like you. But I'm your friend. I can't just watch you struggle alone. I want to help, even if it's just a little." "I know my limits," she added, turning to face him. Her cheeks and neck flushed with embarrassment, her voice trembling but determined. "I know it sounds like I'm boasting, but I don't think animagus magic is as hard as people say. I believe I can master it. And the ritual's almost at the next stage. I need you to turn Mulgore's weather into a thunderstorm." Her words came in fits and starts, a stream of thoughts spilling out as if she couldn't stop herself. Chapter 233. "All right," Harry said with a nod after a long silence. "I'll help you, but on one condition. I have to be there to keep an eye on you, just in case something goes wrong." "That's great," Hermione exhaled in relief. She took a few quick steps, then turned back to him. "So it's settled then. Oh, and don't tell Ron or Neville. I mean, I don't think they'd be able to learn the animagus transformation even if they knew, but anyway, I'm going to play with Ragehorn." She dashed off toward Ragehorn without looking back, casually joining Ron and the others in conversation. They were pleading with Ragehorn to let them ride on her back for a flight through the sky. It had to be said, Ragehorn's personality seemed to have grown much steadier since her ascension. Perhaps it was the influence of the ice element. After all, water and earth elements were widely regarded as the calmer ones among the elemental forces, at least compared to the volatile wind and fire elements. In Ragehorn's case, it was as if she'd transitioned from the restless agitation of a young dragon nearing maturity to the serene composure of an elder worm. Back in the day, she would have never allowed Hermione and the others to step on her sleek, beautiful scales, let alone ride on her back, or, worse, take them flying. But the Rage Horn of today didn't seem to mind such trivialities. She was already flapping her massive wings, carrying a few of the kids, and even clutching Hagrid in her claws as he let out a series of startled yelps while soaring into the sky. Staring at the enormous draconic silhouette against the clouds, Harry's mind wandered. He thought about what Hermione had just said, and about how Ragehorn's flight no longer seemed to rely solely on the strength of her wings. He thought about a lot of things. He had no intention of letting Ragehorn leave the suitcase world to roam freely in the outside world just yet. Not only because her massive size would easily draw Muggle attention, but also because Harry was starting to understand Mr. Weasley a little better. Just as Mr. Weasley had left certain loopholes in the law for his own convenience, Harry felt he needed to do the same. He'd have to carve out some legal wiggle room in the yet-to-be-passed Shamanic Rights Act, or elemental law, at the very least, to ensure no one could accuse him of recklessly using magic to alter creatures just because he had the power to do so. But before that, when the full moon rose later this month, it would be time for Hermione's transformation ritual. The key is to stay calm, stay determined, and visualize. Visualize. Hermione's voice faltered, her words becoming fragmented amid the booming thunder. She stood in a forest clearing, the sky above crackling with lightning. "Don't be nervous," Harry said, suppressing a grin. "Think of it like going for a walk, just take it one step at a time." "How am I not supposed to be nervous?" Hermione snapped, then quickly corrected herself. "No, wait, I have to stay calm. Harry, stop talking." It was hard not to be nervous. Hermione's mind raced, recalling every detail Harry had reluctantly shared about his own animagus transformation. Amid the thunderclaps, she could hear the second heartbeat pounding in her chest. Closing her eyes, she downed the potion in one swift gulp. There were no surprises. At first, Hermione's expression twisted in pain. Her body seemed to melt, reshaping itself. Unlike Harry's transformation, which had made him larger, Hermione's form shrank rapidly. Blue-gray fur sprouted across her body, her clothes vanishing and reforming into a pelt patterned with the faint outlines of her original garments. In the end, the creature standing on the grass was a chartreux cat, also known as a British blue. Its dense, soft fur gleamed a beautiful blue-gray under the light of Harry's wand. The cat seemed dazed, as if it hadn't quite processed what had happened. It stood there, motionless, until Harry crouched down in front of it. "Meow." A panicked, perhaps even hysterical, yowl erupted from the cat. Maybe it was the disorienting shift to a smaller perspective, but Hermione's transformed self was clearly startled. As if her paws were spring-loaded, the blue cat launched into the air, executing a perfect backflip before landing. But that wasn't the end of it. Within seconds, Harry watched as the cat's four legs seemed to rebel, each one twitching in a different direction as if possessed. Her back arched dramatically, her mouth gaped wide, and her head whipped left and right in a frenzy. "Harry's." He bit back a laugh. Hermione was clearly struggling to control her new animal instincts. The key to the animagus transformation was maintaining composure, especially during the first shift. Human minds weren't accustomed to animal bodies, and it was all too easy to be overwhelmed by the instincts of the new form. And cats, well, cats were very instinct-driven creatures. "Calm down, Hermione," Harry called out, worried that if he didn't intervene, the blue cat might twist its own head off. "Don't move. Take a moment to settle your mind, then slowly try to control your body. Remember, you're still human. Don't give in to your instincts." After the initial panic, Hermione seemed to realize what she was doing and what she needed to do next. Harry watched as the blue cat gradually regained control of its four legs, standing up bit by bit. Her fluid, water-like body stopped contorting into bizarre poses and settled into a normal stance. She took a tentative step, then another. "When you want to change back, just picture your human form," Harry said as her movements grew more confident. "Oh, and do you want to see what you look like?" As he spoke, Harry summoned a water elemental to create an opaque curtain of water, perfectly reflecting Hermione's current form. The cat's face twisted into an expression of shock. Hard to believe a cat could manage such a look. She stood up on her hind legs, pressing her front paws to her cheeks in disbelief. No further prompting was needed. The upright blue cat quickly transformed back into an upright Hermione, who shouted, "Why did I turn into a cat?" "What's wrong with that? Is there a problem with being a cat?" Harry asked, taken aback. "My animagus form is unique, but you know normal wizards don't turn into magical creatures. You're aware of that." No, that's not what I mean. I didn't expect to turn into a magical creature or anything," Hermione said, pacing back and forth. "I just didn't think I'd Merlin's beard. It's just like Professor McGonagall." "It's not exactly the same. McGonagall's a silver tabby American shorthair, and you're a chartreuse," Harry pointed out calmly. "I think the blue cat's a bit cuter, though." "Watch your words, Harry. How can you use breed when talking about two ladies?" Hermione shot him an exasperated look, then turned away. "But, do you really think, is the blue cat cuter?" "Yeah, it's got a round face, kind of adorably clumsy," Harry said with a brief nod. This time, he was met with a murderous glare from Hermione. When Harry and Hermione returned to the Great Totem, Sirius was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a muggle handheld gaming device. "Oh, you're back," Sirius said without looking up as he heard Harry open the door. "I bet you pulled it off. I told you, Harry, you're making a big fuss over nothing. We learned that spell back in our lower years, and even that dimwit Peter managed it. Hermione's way too clever to mess it up." "Why are you here?" Harry asked, his face blank. "Don't you have a job? How's things going with the goblins?" The sight of Sirius lounging on the sofa, playing games like a lazy dog, made Harry's fists itch. He couldn't stand people who just idled away their time. I was just a bit worried about you too, that's all. It's Hermione's first transformation after all," Sirius said, catching the edge in Harry's tone. He sat up straight, his posture suddenly impeccable. "As for the goblins, Remus is handling it. Honestly, it feels like they don't even need me there. Those goblins are tough nuts to crack. They're so stubborn, they won't budge an inch." "So, no progress then?" Hermione interjected, steering the conversation away to spare Sirius, considering Harry's irritation was partly her fault. "Pretty much," Sirius said with a shrug. "Goblins live forever, so they're happy to drag out negotiations for ages unless you stick a wand to their heads. But obviously, neither the Ministry nor my lovely godson would let me do that. So, why not show off your animagus form, Hermione? That's way more interesting than boring goblin talk." With that, Sirius leapt off the sofa, transforming midair into a large black dog. "Woof, woof, woofs." Barking a few times, Sirius wagged his head, urging Hermione to join in. Hermione took a deep breath, glanced at Harry, and transformed into the blue cat, hopping onto the back of the sofa. "Aha, a cat." Sirius transformed back in a flash, pointing at Hermione, "just like McGonagall." "Not quite. Different breed, for one," Harry said, unsurprised by the slow progress with the goblins. He scooped up the blue cat and sat on the sofa, stroking her fur. "Also, Hermione's not going to register with the Ministry like McGonagall did." "Aha, none of us are exactly model citizens," Sirius said with a sly grin, noticing how stiff and tense the blue cat was in Harry's arms. "Be careful, Harry." Harry didn't respond. Instead, he conjured a ball of water and lobbed it at his incorrigible godfather's head. Hermione might not have immense power yet, but her determination to help Harry in any way she could touched him deeply. Mastering the animagus transformation had unlocked a tremendous leap in her transfiguration talent. Now she could effortlessly turn a rock into a chirping bird that could fly on its own, a feat many 5th and 6th year students couldn't manage. And Hermione was only in her 2nd year. Thanks to this, Professor McGonagall had started giving Hermione and Harry some very pointed looks. The seasoned professor had good reason to suspect certain people were once again skirting the edges of the law. Or, well, not just the edges anymore. But McGonagall didn't call them out. Instead, she invited Hermione to join her Transfiguration Club and gave her extra lessons, exactly what Hermione had been hoping for. Harry's tense preparations for what lay ahead now included someone who, for reasons he didn't entirely understand, was throwing herself into self-improvement with all her might. Before long, even Ron, Neville, and Harry's apprentice, Luna, were being pushed by Harry to study practical magic more diligently. This wasn't just because of Nicholas Flamel's ominous prophecy. Harry had noticed the elemental activity in this world was surging rapidly. Around Hogwarts, elemental spirits were appearing everywhere, even in places no one would expect. Water elementals danced across the surface and depths of the Black Lake. Earth elementals rumbled through the meadows. Wind elementals howled past the castle's turrets. And fire elementals in the kitchens had the house elves screaming in panic. Not to mention the elemental spirits popping up around the students out of nowhere. Ink from their quills would suddenly leap out of the bottle, forming tiny ink elementals that left footprints across parchment before scampering off, leaving students staring in stunned silence at their ruined assignments. At breakfast, milk elementals dashed from one end of the table to the other, diving into buckets of water and turning them into milk amid the students' cheers. Hogwarts had become a lively, chaotic place overnight. And it wasn't just Hogwarts. Similar changes were happening across Britain, though the elemental spirits elsewhere weren't as active as those in the Hogwarts region. Fudge even rushed to Hogwarts in the dead of night to consult Harry, the minister of the Department of Shamanic Rites, for solutions. Forget Fudge panicking, even Harry was starting to feel the pressure. Chapter 234. There was no doubt about it. This was the resurgence of the elements, and it could no longer be considered a mere sign. The elemental spirits in the Hogwarts region were so active they could spring into action at any moment. Yet this was an extraordinarily unusual phenomenon. According to Harry's initial estimations, it should have taken at least 2 to 3 years, perhaps even 5, for the elemental resurgence to reach this level. But now, every morning brought the sight of various elemental spirits wandering the streets, which explained why Fudge stormed in looking like the sky had fallen. The Ministry of Magic was suddenly under immense pressure, with every employee, from top to bottom, working harder than they had during the war years over a decade ago. The Memory Modification Squad was woefully understaffed. Many Obliviators hadn't slept in 2 days, racing to wipe the memories of Muggle witnesses who had inadvertently glimpsed the elemental spirits across Britain. The situation was akin to magical accidents erupting simultaneously and randomly across the country. The Ministry's Memory Modification Squad was stretched thin, forcing them to pull personnel from other departments to assist. They also had to constantly dispatch teams to deal with the chaos and destruction caused by the elemental spirits. Honestly, Fudge was seriously considering resigning and fleeing. The only silver lining was that the elemental resurgence wasn't as severe in other parts of Britain as it was around Hogwarts. At least elsewhere, people could pick up a glass of milk without worrying it might leap out or splatter their face. The first time this happened, the students found it amusing and novel. But when everyday objects started coming to life, or when their homework was repeatedly ruined by ink that moved on its own and turned pages black, even the most mischievous students began to lose their patience. Many students fled to the Great Totem for refuge, where the elemental spirits, at least, followed some semblance of order. Harry finally witnessed the consequences of elemental spirits living freely in the real world rather than the elemental planes. True to their chaotic nature, they embodied the primal disorder of prehistoric Azeroth. No wonder Fudge was overwhelmed. Even Dumbledore had sought Harry's counsel multiple times before zipping across the globe. As the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, Dumbledore had to address the accelerating elemental resurgence on an international level. The last time Harry saw Dumbledore, the century-old wizard looked noticeably more haggard. This abnormally rapid progression of the elemental resurgence felt as though someone had kicked the slumbering elements awake. It made Harry tense, more so than he'd been in the past year. For the first time, he sternly urged Ron and Neville to take their studies seriously, refusing to let them copy his homework. Doing what Hermione would normally do, Harry left Ron so despairing that he ate 2 fewer sausages at dinner. As for Luna, his obedient apprentice didn't need much supervision. Her progress in the ways of shamanism was remarkable, and Harry found himself advising her to spend less time in the spirit world and more in the real one. Some were parched, others drowned. The entire wizarding world, not just Britain's, but the global wizarding community, was thrown into a frenzy. Under the statute of secrecy, they had to conceal the wizarding world from Muggle eyes, even as elemental spirits popped up unexpectedly in the most inconvenient places. It was fortunate that high-ranking Muggle government officials were aware of wizards and willing to help cover things up. Otherwise, with the limited number of wizards, maintaining secrecy would have been nearly impossible. At the first sign of this intensified elemental resurgence, Harry performed several rituals to commune with the elements and seek answers. Their responses, however, were baffling. According to the elements, they had simply woken up. Their bodies no longer felt heavy, their minds were clear, as if some unseen force had infused them with energy. As for why this happened, the elements had no clue. The result was favorable for them, so they embraced the change. From the elements' perspective, this was indeed good news. Ragehorn, Harry's elemental companion, had been in a better mood lately. But from the perspective of humans, or any other creatures living in this world, things were far less rosy. An environment comfortable for elemental spirits was often uninhabitable for other beings. Within a single week, Harry had seen reports of multiple volcanic eruptions causing catastrophic disasters, with many island dwellers unable to evacuate and perishing in flames. After quickly calming the elemental spirits in the Hogwarts region, particularly those he'd grown close to over the past year, Harry asked them to help restrain the other elements in the area and ensure the students' safety. Then, using the Flu network, he began traveling across countries. As the world's only recognized master of elemental magic and the founder of the new shamanic priesthood, Harry had both the responsibility and the duty to investigate the global elemental resurgence. He also needed to teach local wizards methods to soothe elemental spirits and prevent their wrath from causing destruction, while assisting magical governments in drafting emergency laws. The situation escalated so quickly that Harry was dizzy with exhaustion, far busier than he'd been in Azeroth facing world-ending crises. Back then, he had other knowledgeable shamans to share the burden. In this world, his apprentices were far from ready to stand on their own, so Harry had to handle most tasks himself. Never treat the elements as a unified whole. Their nature is chaotic. Even among earth elementals, one might be inclined toward humans, while another might prefer a world of nothing but stone and rock, Harry said, addressing a room full of employees in the New Zealand Ministry of Magic's meeting room in Wellington. Of course, earth elementals are generally more docile. This is just an example. I'm warning you not to apply lessons learned from one elemental to another. Conflicts and competing interests exist among them as well. Effective spells against earth elemental attacks include, for wind elemental attacks, use. Each elemental has its own core, akin to a human brain or heart. That's their weak point. When eliminating hostile elementals, always locate and destroy their damaged core after the battle to ensure they're truly defeated. This process of sharing knowledge and key points had become so routine that Harry had lost count of how many times he'd done it. Honestly, he could recite these points backward by now. When the meeting ended, Harry grabbed his suitcase and prepared to leave. Time was tight. He had to hurry to the Burkina Faso Ministry of Magic next, an inland African nation. According to the information he'd received, things there were particularly messy. Africa and South America retained strong traditions of primal magic, with many native shamans who, until recently, had received no responses to their rituals. But as the elemental resurgence intensified, many shamanic healers suddenly found their ceremonies or summonings answered, often with chaotic results. The problem was, it wasn't just wizards with magical abilities who were answered. Many Muggle shamans, whose practices had previously amounted to little more than theatrics or herbal remedies, were now gaining actual spellcasting abilities. It was a mess. "Wait, Professor Potter, please, just a moment," a voice called out, stopping Harry in his tracks. He turned to see a witch who had been sitting in the front row of the meeting room. "Yes," Harry asked, racking his brain, "I believe you're." "Eliza," the witch said with a smile, extending her hand. "I'm the Minister for International Magical Cooperation at the New Zealand Ministry." "Oh, right, I remember," Harry nodded. "Is there something you need? I'm sorry, but I'm on a tight schedule. The world's a big place and there are too many ministries. I need to spread these guidelines as quickly as possible." "Just a quick moment, Professor Potter. You're a great and selfless man like Dumbledore," Eliza said hurriedly. She could see the exhaustion in the young man, barely taller than her, carrying the weight of an adult's responsibilities, the kind of fatigue that came from overwork. By now, ministries worldwide knew of Harry Potter, Hogwarts Professor Potter, the British ministry's shamanic priesthood minister, racing across the globe to share his methods for handling the elemental resurgence. From what Eliza had heard, those methods were highly effective, preventing countless casualties among ministry employees. They allowed wizards to approach this unfamiliar territory with proven strategies rather than fumbling through trial and error. My question is, well, last year I read your paper on discovering the elements, and at an international conference, I even asked President Dumbledore if elementals truly existed, Eliza began. So I thought you were on the side of the elements. I mean, your paper leaned heavily in their favor. Why then am I teaching you how to defeat or even kill elementals and revealing their weaknesses? Harry interrupted, guessing her question. Yes, Eliza admitted, a bit embarrassed. She hadn't meant to be so blunt. Look at me, Harry said, pointing to the blade-like horns on his forehead. I know many in the ministries think I'm some eccentric who loves oddities, and I often call myself a Tauren. But at my core, I know I'm still human. To the elements, I'm human, you're human, we all are. Humans have specific needs for our survival, which means we can't coexist with certain elementals. It's that simple. With a final nod to Eliza, Harry turned and left without looking back. He had a Flu Network departure to catch. Eliza stood there, mulling over his words. That was pretty cool, a male wizard said, stepping up beside her. He'd overheard their conversation and was now watching Harry's retreating figure. Kind of, Eliza agreed with a nod. It's like seeing the next Dumbledore. Strange, isn't it? Why do talents like that always come from a place like Britain? Who knows? The wizard shrugged. Come on, we need to deploy our people according to those guidelines. Harry didn't know what specific measures the New Zealand ministry would take, but he'd done his part as best he could. The convenience of wizarding travel proved invaluable in these critical times, allowing him to crisscross half the globe in mere days, lecturing batch after batch of ministry officials in different uniforms. But before he could cover the world, Dumbledore sent Fawkes to fetch him. The International Confederation of Wizards was holding an emergency meeting to address the escalating elemental resurgence and the looming risk of the wizarding world's exposure. As a recognized expert in shamanic priesthood, Harry's presence was required. So he traveled from Asia to North America, where the meeting was held at the Magical Congress of the United States of America. New York, Woolworth Building. It was Harry's first time in the U.S., but as with every other country he'd visited recently, he had no time for sightseeing. To be honest, Harry found the American Magical Congress. No, correction, the MACUSA's decor more impressive than the British ministries. At least here, you didn't have to squeeze into a dingy telephone booth or descend underground. Sharing a building with Muggles, wizards only needed to step through the entrance to reach MACUSA's offices. The Grand Hall greeted them with sparkling chandeliers overhead and witches and wizards bustling about. Chapter 235. The atmosphere was lively, with American wizards dressed far more like Muggles than their British counterparts. Harry meant that at least they didn't have wizards wearing skirts on their heads as a joke. But what truly caught his eye was the massive golden Thunderbird statue suspended in midair at the far end of the hall. It was strikingly lifelike and undeniably impressive, its outstretched wings nearly eclipsing the entire domed ceiling, making the crystal chandeliers seem insignificant by comparison. Streams of light flowed between its feathers, shimmering with patterns that foretold future weather. Then there was the enormous clock positioned at the center of the hall. Unlike ordinary timepieces, its face bore no numbers from 1 to 12. Instead, it displayed a spectrum of colors: green, yellow, orange, red, each marked with distinct inscriptions. That's the magical exposure level clock, said Dumbledore, who had appeared at Harry's side unnoticed. He tilted his head to study it. Let's see. Oh, it's already reached high threat, has it? Magical exposure level? Harry asked without turning, his eyes still on the clock. Can something like that really be quantified? How do they measure it? It's a secret of the American Magical Congress, Dumbledore said with a light chuckle. Unlike in Britain, American wizards are very particular about distinguishing themselves from Muggles. This clock is a product of that mindset. The more Muggles become aware of the magical world, the higher the exposure level climbs, and the pointer moves up from the green, safe, zone. So it's orange now, high threat, Harry said, studying the clock. I didn't think much of it before, but seeing it marked like this makes it feel unsettling. Beyond high threat, there were two even more severe levels: unexplainable, critical, and emergency. Harry figured that if the pointer reached those, the magical world might as well be fully exposed. I suspect that's precisely what the president of the Magical Congress wants most wizards to understand, Dumbledore said, patting Harry's shoulder. Come along, the meeting room is upstairs. I must say, it's fortunate you're here, Harry. I'm not sure I could handle all the technical questions on my own. After all, while I may be a shaman, I'm still just an apprentice at heart. No need for modesty, Dumbledore, Harry said reassuringly. The best teachers for a shaman are the elements and spirits themselves. I'm confident your talent will carve its own path. The two strode down a corridor, Dumbledore moving with a vigor that belied his century-plus years. Thank you for the compliment. I'll accept it graciously, Dumbledore said with a smile. But you've changed more than I expected, Harry. You look utterly exhausted. When was the last time you had a proper night's sleep? Harry stopped in his tracks. Hey, Dumbledore turned, curious. Something wrong? No, nothing, Harry said, letting out a deep sigh. I just suddenly remembered how I used to drag you out of bed in the middle of the night for work. Sorry. Now I'm in your shoes, Harry added with a self-deprecating smile. The retribution wasn't exactly swift, but it wasn't slow either. Dumbledore blinked, momentarily caught off guard, before his expression morphed into one of barely suppressed laughter. I'm delighted you've realized how much your antics tormented a 100-year-old man, Harry, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling as he fought back a grin. But even with that apology, I'm not letting you off to rest at Hogwarts. Come now, those with ability must bear the greater burden. I just hope things don't get worse, Harry sighed, quickening his pace to keep up. The Americans lived up to their reputation as wealthy upstarts. Of all the ministries of magic Harry had visited, the American Magical Congress's meeting room was by far the most opulent. Many of the statues were gilded or crafted from pure gold, though spatial concerns were secondary. Wizards could always expand a room with an undetectable extension charm. Standing at the podium, Harry looked out at the crowd below, recognizing many faces, ministers of magic or key personnel from various countries' magical governments, people he'd met during his recent travels. Good day, everyone. I'm Harry Potter, he said, keeping his introduction brief. Time and energy were in short supply, and he couldn't visit every ministry personally. Some of you already know me, but for those who don't, that's fine. I'm here to deliver a warning. This was an emergency meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards, where decisions would become binding conventions for all ministries, unless a nation found specific provisions utterly unacceptable. Even then, the statute of secrecy remained universally upheld, with no exceptions. Violators were imprisoned, or worse. The statute of secrecy had held firm, its success evident in the magical world's continued concealment from Muggle eyes. I regret to inform you all, Harry began, his voice steady despite the weight of his words, that the magical world is on the verge of being exposed to Muggles. Ignoring the murmurs rippling through the crowd, he continued, we cannot control the will or actions of the elements. The foundation of the statute of secrecy is crumbling, that's the core issue. Wizards can no longer conceal the traces of increasingly active elemental spirits. We must start planning for a world where magic is exposed. His speech was interrupted as the room erupted into chaos. Even Dumbledore's repeated bursts of loud fireworks from his wand couldn't quell the uproar as wizards turned to their neighbors, frantically discussing the implications. Many ministry officials had already sensed something was amiss during Harry's earlier visits to their countries, where he'd outlined measures to address the elemental resurgence. Though some were reluctant to admit it, every forward-thinking wizard had considered the statute of secrecy's vulnerability. It was hard to describe the feeling. A fundamental part of daily life, a law of the world, a societal necessity, something assumed to be unchangeable, like a permanently enchanted spell, was now facing its end. It was about to vanish. For many older wizards, raised under the statute's protection, this was unthinkable. It felt as if a piece of their lives had been ripped away. The dominant emotions were confusion and fear. Fear of how Muggles would react, fear of war. War. From the dawn of recorded history, war had been a constant. Peace was merely a fleeting bubble. Less than 50 years had passed since the last great war that threatened the entire magical world. Was even this brief peace too much to sustain? Harry exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, then leaned against the podium, resigned to wait. The wizards below were too agitated to continue, their behavior at odds with their prestigious titles. Many were ministers of magic, after all. Harry spotted Fudge, gesticulating wildly to another wizard, his hands flailing up and down. It took some time before Harry could restore order with a loud burst of wand fireworks. Whispers lingered, but at least he could continue. "Thank you," Harry said with a nod. "I'm relieved no Aurors rushed up to arrest me when I said the statute of secrecy is nearing its end." A few nervous laughs broke out. "Is that funny?" Harry asked pointedly. "We all know how ministries worldwide have dealt with those who threaten the statute over the past century, arrest and imprisonment without question." "Can't we just lock up the elements that threaten the statute?" shouted the Ethiopian minister of magic, standing abruptly. "It's no different from what we've always done." "Good question," Harry replied, meeting his gaze. "So tell me, how do you imprison the environment itself? Or rather, how do you arrive in time to whisk away a milk elemental that leaps out of a Muggle family's breakfast glass and erase their memories? You might manage one family, but 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, Harry pressed. "Let me be clear. In 1991, last year, the global Muggle population was 5.383 billion. I can honestly say I've never seen that many people in my life." The minister fell silent. He'd personally dealt with elemental spirits popping up in Muggle homes and knew Harry's scenario was all but inevitable. No one laughed. The staggering figure 383 billion stunned the room. For wizards, it was hard to fathom such a number, whether it counted people or even pigs. No need to doubt the data's accuracy. Muggles track their population meticulously every year. You can verify it yourself, Harry said briskly. My question is this: do you have enough people, time, or energy to monitor 5.383 billion individuals, to watch for elemental spirits manifesting around them, to wipe their memories? Silence. No one could answer. The question itself was devastating. No one could bear the burden of surveilling everyone. Even the Soviet Minister of Magic couldn't respond. It wasn't just impossibility. In the international magical community, such surveillance was deemed unethical, rejected by mainstream values. We all know the answer, Harry said softly, scanning the room. That's why I called this a warning, a future that will come, whether wizards accept it or not, as inevitable as the sun rising and setting. And I must regretfully add that what you're facing now is only the beginning, except in areas I've flagged as experiencing accelerated elemental resurgence, he continued. If you doubt the future I'm describing, I invite you to visit Hogwarts. The entire Hogwarts region is teeming with awakened elemental spirits, now a part of the students' daily lives. As the world's elemental forces continue to awaken, one day the entire globe will resemble Hogwarts, a world brimming with elemental spirits. What does that mean? Asked the Bulgarian minister. It means you'll be far busier than you are now, Harry replied after a moment's thought. And no matter how busy you are, you likely won't be able to stop ordinary muggles from noticing elemental spirits. In recent weeks, more than one person has asked me why, as the discoverer of elements and the founder of elemental magic, I seem to oppose their resurgence. I've answered this before, and my stance hasn't changed. I'm human, and a balanced elemental environment is essential for human life. Any extreme imbalance is catastrophic for ordinary people. We've witnessed too many disasters in recent weeks to ignore this. It's not about rejecting the resurgence, but about proactively managing it, keeping changes within a reasonable and acceptable range, Harry said earnestly. I'm just an ordinary Hogwarts professor, perhaps, as some of you say, a master of elemental magic. As that master, I've given you my most professional advice. The rest is up to you, the ministers of magic. Chapter 236. Having said all he needed to say and done all he could in that moment, Harry Potter coolly picked up his suitcase and stepped away from the podium. He still had to rush off to calm the regions where elemental spirits were as restless as those at Hogwarts. As for how to handle the specifics, that was for Dumbledore and the various ministers of magic to figure out, not something a mere professor like him needed to worry about. Harry came quietly, and after the meeting ended, he left just as quietly, leaving behind a conference hall in disarray. By now, whether the international statute of secrecy could still hold was an undeniable issue laid bare for all to see, and an urgent one at that. Negotiations with Muggle governments and specific countermeasures were enough to give anyone a headache. Harry had bluntly forced the ministers of magic, who'd been dragging their feet, to confront this serious issue head-on. Truth be told, many of them had been hoping to delay things. After all, the elements hadn't yet awakened to the point where they were impossible to hide from Muggles. Their plan was simple: stall until their terms ended and let the next minister deal with the mess. Unfortunately, that approach was no longer viable. Perhaps to shatter the illusions of those still clinging to hope, Dumbledore, as president of the International Confederation of Wizards, invited the ministers to visit Hogwarts after the meeting. There was no doubt about it. Hogwarts, where Harry had been actively awakening elemental spirits, was a sight to behold. Even on a global scale, the resurgence of elements here was among the most intense. The ministers, speaking a cacophony of languages, stood under the curious gazes of Hogwarts students and staff. They'd barely lingered at the edge of the Black Lake when the water near the shore began to churn. A water elemental coalesced from the lake, its form shimmering as it regarded the uninvited guests before sinking back into the depths. And that wasn't even the half of it. When the German minister's aide's briefcase, stuffed with documents, suddenly bulged, a paper elemental, its body formed from scribbled parchments, leapt out in plain view. It bolted without a backward glance, leaving the ministers, who should have been accustomed to grand spectacles, gasping in shock. "Do they have to make such a fuss?" Ron Weasley muttered, watching the adults' exaggerated reactions from a distance. "I thought these ministers would be a bit more composed. What's the word for it?" "More dignified," Fred Weasley chimed in, slinging an arm around Ron's shoulders with a teasing grin. "Didn't expect our little Ronnie to start throwing shade like this." "Exactly," George Weasley added, popping up beside them with a wide smile. "These ministers are embarrassing themselves, getting looked down on by Ronnie of all people." "Hey, you two, I can tell you're taking the mick," Ron said, furrowing his brow. "Weren't you supposed to be helping Professor McGonagall calm those elemental spirits? Why are you even here? Oh, you're slacking off." "We're not slacking, Ron, you prat," Fred shot back, rolling his eyes. "We're just students. McGonagall's not going to order us around like she does the other professors." "Yeah," George said with a shrug. "Though I wouldn't mind dealing with those weird elements. Did you know we found a mana elemental in an empty classroom? McGonagall says it's probably formed from the castle's excess magic. Honestly, it's way more interesting than lessons." "Enough," Hermione Granger snapped, slamming the book she'd been using as a shield onto the table. "Don't you lot have anything better to do? The wizarding world's undergoing massive changes, and I thought you'd feel at least some urgency, not stand around chatting or mocking ministers. I'll have you know, your reactions to the elements the first time weren't much better than those ministers," Hermione said pointedly. "You're only acting smug because you got a head start on the rest of us." "What's gotten into her?" Fred whispered, nudging Ron in the ribs. "Don't mind her," Ron said calmly. "She was like this when Harry left Hogwarts, and it's just gotten worse. You get used to it." "This isn't something you just get used to, Ron." Hermione's voice rose, her anger flaring. "While we're here enjoying ourselves at school, Harry's out there running himself ragged. He doesn't even have time to rest. If we knew more, if we were stronger, we could be out there fighting alongside him," she said, her expression deadly serious. "Instead, we're stuck here, just watching." "Honestly, Hermione," George interjected, "no matter how hard we try, we're not going to be like Harry. He's a genius, you know, the next Dumbledore. How many Dumbledores can there be in the world?" "At least Dumbledore had Grindelwald to match him." Hermione's voice wavered for a moment before hardening again. "But who does Harry have? He must be so lonely." George fell silent, glancing at Ron, who merely shrugged. He'd long since developed a thick skin for these outbursts. "Lonely," Fred repeated, giving Hermione an odd look. 2 seconds later, her face flushed crimson, and she propped her book back up to hide behind it. "From what I hear, Harry hasn't exactly been lonely lately." Smack! In an instant, Hermione slapped the book back onto the table, glaring daggers. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You don't know," Fred grinned mischievously, sensing he'd stumbled onto something juicy, though, on second thought, maybe it wasn't such a secret after all. His enthusiasm dimmed slightly. "Know what?" Hermione demanded, utterly bewildered. "Haven't you chatted with the elements lately?" George asked, chuckling. According to them, Harry's been busy calming down their overly energetic kin who have just woken from their slumber. Huh? Hermione's eyes widened. The elements, wait, how do they know? Aren't they just Hogwarts elements? Elements have their own way of communicating, Fred explained. They're curious, waking up from a long sleep, they're bound to gossip with their neighbors. Exactly, George said. We heard it from an earth elemental on the other side of the hill. Those guys, always buried in the ground, spread news faster than you'd think. Apparently, Harry's in some country in Asia right now, dealing with a volcanic eruption. Oh, and some fire elements causing trouble. And then, Hermione leaned forward, fists clenched. Is Harry okay? Of course he's okay. Have some faith in him, Hermione, Fred said. The earth elemental said Harry took down a bunch of rogue fire elements. Though, his reputation's taken a bit of a hit among some of the newly awakened ones. Not my words, don't glare at me like that. Most elements still think well of him, George added thoughtfully. He's been helping them adjust to the world after waking up confused, so no need to worry so much. I understand, Hermione said, exhaling deeply as she sank back into her seat, looking a bit lost. I still need to learn more. Damn it, I've been focusing too much on charms lately, and I haven't had time to improve my shamanic spells. There's never enough time. Merlin's socks, Hermione, you're already the best apprentice I've got, Ron said, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Luna, who Harry says has real talent, can't keep up with you. What more do you want? 2 years ago, you were a muggle who didn't even know the wizarding world existed, Ron continued, not meaning any offense. You've only been at this for 2 years, how much better do you expect to get? Harry's only been in the wizarding world for less than 2 years too, Hermione countered. But he's admitted he went on some adventure in a magical world none of us could access, Ron said, grabbing a newspaper from the sofa armrest and pointing at the headline. Why can't you accept that we're not on the same level as him? Look at the kind of people he's dealing with. Professor Potter's warning, is the statute of secrecy doomed? The bolded, enlarged headline was accompanied by a moving wizarding photograph of Harry speaking at the International Confederation of Wizards emergency meeting, capturing his demeanor and the stunned expressions of the ministers below. Even the most oblivious wizard could sense the gravity of the situation. The statute of secrecy failing. For every wizard, the International Statute of Secrecy was the law that shaped their lives most profoundly. Since its enactment in 1689, the Muggle-repelling charm had become a spell every wizard mastered, hiding their world from Muggle eyes. From homes to workplaces, every action adhered to this rule. Young witches and wizards were raised to conceal their magic, a habit ingrained from childhood. But now, this instinctual rule was suddenly at risk of collapsing. It was as unthinkable as no longer needing to breathe, disorienting and deeply unsettling. Penned by Rita Skeeter, the Daily Prophet's star reporter, the article detailed the origins of the statute of secrecy, why it was now faltering, and what might happen if the elements continued to awaken and the law failed entirely. Wizards worldwide, save for those hermits tucked away in remote mountains, were abuzz with debate. Hermione, naturally, had read the article the moment it was published. The professors have been swamped too, Neville Longbottom piped up, having stayed quiet until now. Some students overheard Professor McGonagall complaining about not having enough staff. With all the elemental spirits running around, anything could spring to life at any moment. The patrolling professors can't cover the whole school. I know a bit about that, Fred said. McGonagall gave up on hiring more staff. Apparently it's too expensive. Ha, your info's outdated, Ron said, grinning smugly. McGonagall asked us about hiring elements to help patrol, using elements to manage elements, to stop the new ones from causing chaos. Actually, her first idea was to have us shaman apprentices handle it, Neville added sheepishly. But Harry wouldn't let us half-baked shamans go stirring up trouble. You're right, Hermione said suddenly, her voice hollow, ignoring the others. We really aren't in the same world as Harry anymore. Look at what we're doing all day. Chapter 237. While we were busy studying, pacifying the elementals in the castle, every day was either spent playing with fun things or searching for more fun things. And then there's Harry, busy with the future of the wizarding world, making decisions that could affect countless ordinary wizards. Ha! Hermione suddenly grew despondent, staring blankly at the ceiling above. Then, Without a word, she packed her things into her bag and left alone, leaving only a forlorn silhouette behind. "Aren't you going to follow her?" George asked, turning to Ron and Neville. "I thought she could use some comfort right now." "Oh, Hermione probably does need some comforting, but definitely not from us," Ron said with a casual shrug. "Don't worry about it. Neville and I are used to it. She's been like this for a while now." "Hermione, she doesn't mean any harm, Fred, George," Neville stammered, trying to explain. "She just wants to help Harry so badly." "Don't worry, you little rascals," George said, ruffling his younger brother's hair without a care. "Who do you think we are? We're the big-hearted Weasley brothers. Of course we wouldn't fuss over something so trivial. Seriously, though, why don't you just write to Harry?" "Write to him?" Ron scratched his head. "It's not like we can't, but isn't Harry busy?" "What George means is that Harry could write to cheer Hermione up, you dimwit," Fred said with a grin. "In the state Hermione's in, I reckon only Harry could get through to her." "Brilliant idea," Ron's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, unaware of the events unfolding at Hogwarts, Harry was still bustling across the world, constantly traveling to regions where elementals were more active, much like the areas around Hogwarts. The situation was unraveling far faster than he and Dumbledore had anticipated. Muggles had become distinctly aware of the existence of elementals, to the point that even while grabbing a meal at a roadside diner, Harry would see news broadcasts on the telly endlessly reporting on these bizarre new phenomena. Well, they weren't exactly new phenomena, but just as they troubled wizards, Muggles were equally disturbed by familiar objects around them suddenly coming to life, even attempting to communicate in some unknown tongue. Even though wizards worldwide had temporarily banded together, working tirelessly to keep the existence of elementals hidden from Muggles, the numbers just didn't add up. Compared to the sheer volume of Muggles, wizards were far too few. Against the overwhelming number of Muggle eyes, wizards couldn't possibly conceal the elementals. Some had even proposed extreme measures, like referencing the 1962 incident in the American wizarding world, where an entire city's Muggle population forgot about magic after rainfall laced with the venom of a swooping evil. But such drastic measures were ultimately rejected. For one, even if Muggles temporarily forgot about elementals under the influence of swooping evil venom, the constant emergence of new elementals would eventually draw their attention again. Surely, they couldn't keep dosing Muggles with memory-erasing rain every day. The other reason was that times had changed. Muggles now had far more ways to spread information. A single rain couldn't erase everything like it might have decades ago. For wizards, the only silver lining was that ordinary Muggles still hadn't discovered the existence of the wizarding world. To them, the world had simply undergone a strange change, objects in their storage rooms suddenly coming to life, or tiny creatures scampering and hopping about their homes. This was indeed astonishing and caused widespread panic and concern among Muggles. Many feared their houses might suddenly animate and crush them, or that some other catastrophe might occur. In short, Muggle society was in utter chaos. If things continued this way, Muggles were bound to discover the wizarding world eventually. After all, it had already been confirmed that some pure Muggles had become shaman priests. Harry's earlier predictions were coming true. Even without other methods, through mere communication with elementals, these Muggle shamans would eventually learn of the wizarding world's existence. Ministries of magic worldwide couldn't possibly allow these Muggles, now wielding tangible power, to run amok unchecked. Ordinary people suddenly gaining immense power was a recipe for disaster. Muggle government officials had already sent numerous urgent signals to the ministries of magic, and Aurors had been dispatched, detaining many Muggle shamans who fancied themselves future rulers of the world. As for the rest, superpowers, Qigong, magic, these Muggle shamans who had suddenly gained elemental powers came up with all sorts of claims. Some even believed themselves to be the chosen ones, the second coming of Jesus, destined creators meant to guide the new world. In short, the entire world was in complete disarray. Muggle government leaders had even issued notices to the ministries of magic, stating that to maintain stability, they could no longer help conceal the wizarding world's existence. They needed to categorize these mysterious elementals under magic, whether by letting scientists study them or having wizards deal with them. But an official explanation was necessary. Muggle shamans who had gained sudden power needed to know they weren't unique, and that someone could still hold them accountable. As for the ministries of magic, it was hard to say whether they or the Muggle governments were busier at this point. Because, in this moment, when chaos had quietly engulfed the entire world, a man stepped forward silently once more. He had once gathered followers, wielded immense magical power and influence, and harbored grand ambitions. His methods were ruthless, earning him the title of Dark Lord, a master of dark magic. Shunned by ordinary wizards and ultimately defeated, yes, he was none other than Gellert, Grindelwald. Grindelwald was out of prison. Or rather, Grindelwald had merely been imprisoning himself. Disillusioned, he had abandoned his former ideals, locking himself away in Nurmengard, Austria, the former stronghold of his pure-blood supremacist movement, his old lair. But now, he was no longer confined. He was free. Not only was he free, but Grindelwald had also delivered a public speech, effortlessly defeating the German ministry's Aurors who came for him before disapparating. My poor brethren, trapped in the shadows, look here. If your loved ones were ever punished for revealing magic in front of Muggles, if they were forced to suppress themselves under Muggle oppression, turning into obscurials, if you were forced to part with those you love, even having to wipe their memories yourself, then look here. The world has changed. Since the International Statute of Secrecy took effect in 1689, we've vanished from the world, like vermin, unable to appear openly anywhere, forced to hide our every action, with violators facing deadly consequences. Yes, some ministries of magic have even enacted laughable laws, like the Muggle Protection Act, So I ask you, this so-called Muggle Protection Act, this International Statute of Secrecy, who do they truly protect? Muggles or wizards? There has never been a rule in this world where the strong must hide while the weak roam freely in the sunlight. The answer is simpler than you think, and deep down, you've always known it. You just haven't wanted to accept it. You see yourselves as strong above Muggles, believing they need protection, but look at the world now. Do Muggles really need protection? An elderly man with white hair stood atop the most prominent statue in a plaza, surrounded by wizards and even a few bewildered Muggles who had somehow stumbled in, too frightened to speak or reveal their oddity. So this is Grindelwald, Harry turned to Dumbledore beside him, your old flame. Harry, you may have some misconceptions about us, Dumbledore coughed a few times. Let's keep listening. I don't agree with his rhetoric, but I must admit, Gellert has always had a certain persuasive charm. Persuaded your heart, did he? Harry said with an exasperated look. And he's not exactly wrong, is he? He's just stating the truth. Is that what you call persuasive? I'm not surprised you feel that way, Harry. You two are quite alike in many ways, Dumbledore sighed deeply. Let's keep watching. This memory isn't over yet. Harry and Dumbledore weren't in the real world at this moment. They were inside a memory viewed through a pensieve, belonging to a wizard who had witnessed Grindelwald's return. Shaman priests, I must admit, are indeed a legacy distinct from wizards, a new form of magic. Many may not yet realize its true significance. It opens a new path, one that allows even ordinary Muggles to wield magic. What does this mean? It means wizards are no longer special. I am no longer special. You are no longer special, and it means an unprecedented war is coming. This is not fear-mongering, but a foretelling, a future that will come to pass. Muggles have their technology, wizards have our magic, but now Muggles possess both their world-destroying bombs and powerful magic. So tell me, how are wizards to bridge that gap? Those brutal, savage Muggles, capable of slaughtering thousands of their own kind, what kind of attitude will they have toward wizards? So rise up, while we still hold the advantage, while the Statute of Secrecy no longer holds, while Muggles are still unaccustomed to this new world. The truly noble shall rule all. If wizards refuse to become slaves to Muggles again, if we refuse to be hunted as heretics like in the Middle Ages, burned by flames, or destroyed by guns and bombs, then rise up. You still have your wands, don't you? Let everything return to its rightful place. Let magic no longer be a secret. Let wizards no longer hide. Let our children walk openly in the sunlight, no longer seen as monsters or freaks. I have seen a prophecy. Grindelwald, his white hair flowing, spoke calmly. He took a deep breath, pressed his wand to his throat, and exhaled slowly. Wisps of pale blue smoke poured out, vibrant and rolling like clouds, soon covering the entire plaza's sky before transforming into vivid images. The first scene was an explosion that seemed to obliterate an entire city. Screaming fire and air elementals surged through the flames, their joy or panic evident even to wizards unfamiliar with elemental forms. But there were countless more elementals. From the sea, a giant rose, striding forward, a walking tsunami that eclipsed a glittering city. The scene shifted. Volleys of spell orbs flew through the air, followed by fireballs and molten lava. Undoubtedly, this was war, its oppressive force causing many timid wizards in the plaza to scream in panic. Grindelwald continued revealing his visions. The images leapt to another level. Armored warhorses, their exposed flesh replaced by stark white bones, carried knights wielding blue glowing swords, charging in formation. Then came hulking stone creatures wreathed in vibrant green flames, spiked and clawed, embodying the very image of demons from both wizarding and Muggle mythologies. They appeared in hordes, battling in war after war. Grindelwald was unveiling the future, a future so grim it drained the color from Harry's face. No one knew better than he what these things were. Chapter 238. Damn it, why is the Burning Legion still chasing me? That's fell energy, those are demons. The backdrop in the prophecy was unmistakably this world's towering skyscrapers. Or rather, in the vision, they were reduced to shattered ruins, collapsed buildings, and screaming crowds fleeing in panic. Harry's entire body stiffened instinctively, his fists clenched, muscles taut. This is the future, Gellert Grindelwald's voice echoed across the plaza. Though he spoke softly, his words thundered, piercing every mind present. I don't know what these creatures are. Some are elemental, others unknown, but I can say with certainty they are not benevolent. This world is about to change. Wizards, rise up, grip your wands tightly. Protect yourselves. Grindelwald's speech ended abruptly as Aurors from the German Ministry of Magic stormed the scene. Without so much as a warning, streaks of red and green spell light shot toward him. The old man, with hair and beard as white as Dumbledore's, merely flicked his wand with ease, deflecting the curses. With a few precise counterspells, he sent the Aurors sprawling to the ground. He could have fled immediately, but perhaps to avoid the Ministry hounding him endlessly, Grindelwald stayed long enough to dispatch every Auror. Only then did he offer an elegant bow before disapparating with a flourish. The memory ended there. A dizzying whirl of vertigo followed, the surroundings twisting and blurring as if Harry and Dumbledore were surfacing from water. They found themselves standing on solid ground again, a pensive between them. This wasn't Hogwarts, it was a room in the German Ministry of Magic. I must admit, even after all these years, Gellert's words haven't changed much, Dumbledore said, his expression complex. He's always been like this, using grand, noble slogans to mask his true intentions. For the greater good, Harry recalled the descriptions he'd read of Grindelwald and his purest followers. Something like that, Dumbledore sighed. Perhaps this time he'll use a different rallying cry, like the one he just gave, urging wizards to protect themselves, standing for the safety of ordinary wizards. Who knows? You don't look well, Harry, Dumbledore said, studying his face closely. It's the same look you had when you saw Nicholas Flamel's prophecy. Those creatures, you know them, don't you? Yes, Harry took a deep breath. Give me a moment. I never imagined this world could end up like this. Dumbledore, those creatures wreathed in green flames, they're called demons. Demons, Dumbledore repeated, a familiar word that seemed to carry new weight. I suspect the demons you're referring to aren't the same as the ones I know, are they? Correct, Harry nodded, his voice low. They're demons of the Burning Legion? Or maybe not. The Twisting Nether is already full of demons. In any case, their goal is to destroy and conquer entire worlds, corrupting planets in the process. But how can this be? Harry's face twisted in confusion. Even Sargeras, the Dark Titan and leader of the Burning Legion, is imprisoned in the Pantheon. So why are these creatures still appearing in droves? Is this just some chaotic invasion driven by their nature? Demons were inherently chaotic. Not all in the Twisting Nether were part of the Burning Legion. Some were even hostile to it, though they were usually too weak to resist. Harry fell into deep thought, and Dumbledore didn't interrupt. Sorry, Harry said after a while, shaking his head. In any case, if these demons do appear, we need to be cautious of those green flames. Fel energy is one of the fundamental forces of the universe, but it symbolizes destruction. It's highly corrosive. Anyone touched by fel energy, body or soul, will gradually be corrupted, possibly even transformed into a demon. Fel energy devours life force and causes all things to fall, Harry said with a self-deprecating smile. In another world, one of the main duties of shamans is cleansing lands tainted by fel energy. I thought I'd left all that behind. So, like the Death Knights, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Not quite, Harry sighed. At least some Death Knights can be allies. If demons from the twisting nether show up here, I'd rather have the Ebon Blade show up instead. At least they're a reliable force against demons. There were too many unanswered questions. Why had the Ebon Blade managed to open a portal to this world? And why the Death's Hall? Had the undead caused some new catastrophe in Azeroth after Harry left? It sounds promising, Harry, Dumbledore said, surprisingly calm. Even after witnessing a prophecy filled with monsters and war, he managed a smile. At least you know them well. We won't have to pay a heavy price to learn about our enemies or face them blindly. That's a good thing, Harry. Maybe, Harry said, running a hand through his hair, his composure returning. You're right, Dumbledore, it's a good thing. Have you gone to see Grindelwald? You mean Nurmengard? Dumbledore replied. Not yet. I only learned about this shortly before you did. Shall we go together? Of course. Faster than a firebolt, they were off. Austria, Nurmengard. The castle's exterior and courtyard were blanketed in snow. Harry had to use his wand to clear a path through the drifts. It didn't take long for them to reach the top floor, where Grindelwald had lived in self-imposed confinement. No search was necessary. Grindelwald had anticipated visitors. As Harry and Dumbledore entered the room, they immediately saw a message formed by air elementals, their bodies shaping words in midair. Trust me, Albus. A message from your old flame, Harry couldn't help but laugh. Feeling touched, Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Honestly, even with Dumbledore's vast experience and thick skin, being teased by someone nearly a century younger, a friend and junior made him, well, slightly blush. I wasn't finished earlier, Dumbledore said, pretending nothing had happened. I must admit, much of what Gellert said hasn't changed from years ago, but his prophecies have always been accurate. Decades ago, he foresaw the Muggle World Wars and the explosion of the atomic bomb. That's what it's called, right? Go on, I'm listening, Harry said, pointing at the floating words. Looks like things aren't as bad as they could be. If Grindelwald isn't planning to deceive you strategically, then his escape isn't about starting a wizarding revolution amid global chaos. Gellert wouldn't deceive me, Dumbledore replied without hesitation. But these air elementals, it seems, unbeknownst to me, he's become a shaman. How intriguing. You know, Dumbledore, Harry said suddenly, you've got this really happy smile on your face right now. Egg cough cough cough. Harry's words nearly made Dumbledore choke. I'm kidding. Your beard hides most of your expression, Harry added quickly. Dumbledore. For once, Dumbledore was at a loss for words, a rare occurrence, considering he was usually the one leaving others speechless. Let's move on to Gellert, Dumbledore said after a pause, changing the subject. What do you think he's up to, Harry? I think he's seen something. He's a seer, after all. But after seeing these elementals, I wonder if he got information from them, Harry said thoughtfully, then stopped. No. His expression turned grave. If Grindelwald foresaw the demon's arrival, or received information from some unknown source, were those really elementals speaking to him? What do you mean? Dumbledore asked, momentarily puzzled before catching on. You mean demons? In every mythology, demons were tied to honeyed words and temptation. They could peer into a person's deepest desires and use them to manipulate, leading to actions one would never consider otherwise. Whether through verbal traps or twisted wishes, demons always delivered a future far different from what their victims expected, claiming regretful, fallen souls in the process. That's what demons were. Exactly, Harry nodded seriously. Some demons in the twisting nether are masters of disguise. They can appear as the thing you trust most, whispering seemingly truthful words to tempt you. Except for brainless brutes like pit lords, demons like dreadlords, Eredar, or succubi were experts at this. Even the lowliest imps were skilled at manipulation. They just couldn't shapeshift, so their attempts often failed. After all, most species judged based on appearances. A pretty face made words easier to believe. In another world, Azeroth's sister world, Draenor, the orcs' homeland, the Burning Legion destroyed everything, corrupting it all. But when the demons first appeared, they disguised themselves as the orcs' ancestors, subtly corrupting them. To make Dumbledore understand the danger, Harry recounted a story from that world. How Kil'jaeden, a great demon of the Burning Legion, disguised himself as the spirit of Ner'zhul's late wife. He gradually led the orc shaman to corruption, turning him against the ancestral spirits and elemental forces, ultimately ushering in the demons. Even when Ner'zhul later regretted his actions, the damage was irreversible. He could only watch as his people fell to demonic enslavement, their world shattered into fragments. It was a stark warning. Dumbledore's brows furrowed, just imagining it. To be thorough, Harry began listing every demon type and ability he could recall, worried that Dumbledore might be swayed by their guile. After all, from a demon's perspective, someone like Dumbledore, respected, influential in the international magical community, would be a prime target for corruption. If Dumbledore fell, demons could use him to spread their disguised power rapidly. They were experts at this. After hearing Harry's knowledge, even Dumbledore, who had been somewhat optimistic, mostly pleased by Grindelwald's trust me, lost his cheer. He was certain Grindelwald would never intentionally harm him or cause him pain. But what if, objectively, something had fed Grindelwald false information? What if he'd been misled into believing he was doing something great? Dumbledore's heart grew uneasy. He knew all too well that Grindelwald's heart held a grand, unshakable ideal. They had to find Gellert quickly. Dumbledore made up his mind. And then let Harry, the expert shaman, determine if Grindelwald had been deceived. Chapter 239. For demons skilled in illusion and disguise, they could weave visions so vivid and convincing that they could lead their targets toward a desired outcome. Such visions were especially persuasive to those whose prophetic abilities had never failed and who were utterly confident in their own prowess. This described someone like Gellert Grindelwald, that stubborn old man. Come to think of it, Albus Dumbledore was much the same. Perhaps it was a glimpse of some vision or the whisper of a voice, but whatever the cause, it was enough for Grindelwald to abandon Nurmengard. Harry wasn't worried that Grindelwald's intentions were pure. He feared they were orchestrated by some malevolent force pulling the strings. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was once again swept up in a whirlwind of activity, forced to relive a decades-old chase, scouring the world for Grindelwald, a memory that still set his heart racing. As for Harry, it wasn't long before he returned to Britain after nearly 2 months abroad. In the Minister for Magic's office, Cornelius Fudge dismissed everyone irrelevant to the conversation. What, you want to go to the Department of Mysteries? Fudge's eyes widened in shock. I thought you came back to help the ministry deal with the growing number of elemental spirits. Why the Department of Mysteries? It's important, Minister, Harry sighed. Unlike with Dumbledore, he hesitated to share such critical information with Fudge, a man who lacked the courage to bear such weight. Telling someone like him too much wouldn't help, it might even make things worse under pressure. I need to inspect the death chamber. Inspect? Fudge's expression turned peculiar. The unspeakables won't let an outsider poke around, Harry. They don't answer to anyone, not even me, the minister. Perhaps because of their past cooperation during the Crouch affair. At least, Fudge saw it as cooperation. And because Rita Skeeter had exposed certain truths when contacting him, Fudge was surprisingly candid when alone with Harry. In truth, Fudge's tenure as minister had been anything but authoritative. He'd been battered by criticism from the start, never given the chance to cultivate any real gravitas. Not to mention ministerial pride, that simply didn't exist. The world, Muggle and wizarding alike, was spiraling into chaos, and Britain was no exception. If his term wasn't still ongoing, and if he hadn't dreaded the humiliation of resigning in disgrace, Fudge would have fled the job long ago. That lot might as well not be ministry employees, do you understand, Harry? Fudge sighed deeply. I don't know if you've heard, but the Department of Mysteries existed long before the ministry itself was founded. Of course, it wasn't called that back then. I don't know what it was called, and frankly, it doesn't matter. They have their own rules, he continued, and it's not just me who's powerless against them. No minister in history has ever managed to control them. It's not my fault. Fudge took a disgruntled sip from his teacup before asking, why not go to Dumbledore? A wizard like him would surely know a way to get you in. I can't reach Dumbledore, Harry said gravely. I've tried calling for Fawkes, but there's been no response. The last time we spoke was about a week ago, but I don't know exactly when I lost contact. Wait, hold on. Fudge sat up straight, eyes bulging. You're saying Dumbledore's missing? Exactly, Harry nodded. Dumbledore. Yes. The headmaster of Hogwarts, president of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wisengamot. Yes. The greatest wizard of our time, the modern Merlin. I didn't know he'd earned that title, Harry said dryly, but yes, we're talking about the same person. That's impossible, Fudge declared, his voice firm. Even I mean Dumbledore can't be in trouble. He's Dumbledore. Much like Ron's blind faith in Harry, Fudge, despite resenting Dumbledore's overshadowing presence and craving true authority, still believed in him. I'm not here to debate how great Dumbledore is, Harry said, exasperated by Fudge's agitation. I'm telling you the facts. I can't reach Dumbledore, and even Fawkes hasn't responded. Normally, when I call for her, she appears. Sounds like your Phoenix, Fudge muttered. All right. I don't know what you cryptic types are planning, but Dumbledore, Merlin's beard, if he's really gone, what's Britain supposed to do? What's Hogwarts supposed to do? Could he, Cornelius Fudge, truly shoulder the weight of the British wizarding world? Was he capable, truly? I can't tell you much, Minister, Harry said, sensing Fudge's uselessness as the man fidgeted nervously. But the world, Muggle and wizarding alike, is facing a crisis. As the leader of wizarding Britain, you need to stand. Crash. The door to Fudge's office burst open, and a frantic Auror stationed outside rushed in, shouting, Emergency, Minister. Professor McGonagall sent her patronus. Hogwarts is under attack. Fudge choked, spraying tea everywhere. What? An attack on Hogwarts was no small matter. As the only designated wizarding school in Britain, any harm to its students would be tantamount to destroying the future of the wizarding world, a responsibility no one could bear. Fudge, as the minister who failed to protect Hogwarts, would be etched in magical history as a disgrace. Why does this keep happening? Fudge wailed, still reeling from the shock. Who's attacking Hogwarts? How many enemies? Harry asked, grabbing his suitcase and standing up, ignoring Fudge's meltdown. Professor Potter, thank Merlin you're here. The Auror, despite his age, visibly relaxed at the sight of Harry. We don't know the details. Professor McGonagall's patronus only said to send help immediately before it vanished. Got it. Does the Ministry have a flu connection to Hogwarts? Harry asked quickly. Yes, to the headmaster's office, Fudge stammered, sweating profusely. Harry, what if the Ministry is attacked too? Now's not the time for that, Minister, Harry snapped, glaring at him. I'll head to Hogwarts via the flu network immediately. Send Auror reinforcements as soon as possible. Why yes, of course, Fudge mumbled, wiping his brow, but the Ministry. If anything happens to those students, and the Ministry does nothing, you'll face the wrath of every wizard in Britain, Minister. With that, Harry strode out, suitcase in hand, leaving Fudge behind. Before Harry reached Hogwarts, let's step back for a broader perspective. The Scottish Highlands, Hogwarts. Gilderoy Lockhart had never felt so alive. Never. Not even when he'd ambushed that limping old wizard, stolen his stories, his adventures. Bah, some adventure master, unable to resist a simple memory charm. He'd never forget the thrill and terror of stealing someone's life for the first time, nor the satisfaction and triumph that followed. All glory and honor belonged to Lockhart, for he was the center of the world, and the world should revolve around him. Yet Lockhart was a thief, and somewhere deep in his heart he knew it. The fear of being exposed, of being confronted by his victims, of losing everything, it haunted him. But not anymore. For the past 6 months, ever since he became a Hogwarts professor, Lockhart had felt like he was living in hell. But now, it was finally over. As he strolled along Hogwarts stone paths, his gaze darted over the elemental spirits, some darting through the courtyards, others streaking through the gaps between castle towers. Students' belongings had come to life, chasing their owners, who shouted in panic. Chaos, the only word that filled Lockhart's mind. This was the state of Hogwarts lately. No, the state of the entire world. Such chaos. And yet, in this moment, that chaos felt beautiful to Lockhart. Chaos was good. Chaos was opportunity. Only in chaos could he seize what he wanted. When the dust settled, perhaps he'd even write another book. My Year as a Hogwarts Professor, he'd already chosen the title. The content didn't matter much except for the climax, Lockhart saving Hogwarts, saving its clueless students. It would be the perfect ending, one no one could challenge or change, absolutely not. Let's see, this part of the design seems off. Humming casually, Lockhart sprawled on the floor of a cleared-out dungeon classroom, inspecting a pattern etched into the ground. Nearby, a group of students, wands confiscated, hands and feet bound, mouths gagged, writhed in terror, tears streaming down their faces, muffled pleas escaping their throats. But Lockhart ignored them, focused entirely on the pattern. It was drawn in blood, not his own, of course, but the warm, magic-infused blood of the captured students. Their faces were pale from blood loss, but their fear was even greater. Even the youngest, most inexperienced students could tell that their defense against the dark arts professor was wielding no benign magic. What kind of spell required human blood? It was unmistakably dark magic, the kind only the most wicked would use. The symbols forming the pattern weren't the elemental runes or Torah script Harry had shown them, nor the familiar runic alphabet of wizards. This unknown terror pushed the students' sanity to the breaking point. Lockhart had lured them to secluded spots with various excuses before ambushing them. They'd watched, fully conscious, as he drew their blood to create this sinister magical array. They prayed he was the incompetent fool they'd always thought him to be, but the faint green glow emanating from the unknown symbols told a different story, one that worked. The array was a reverse pentagram formed by 3 concentric circles, inscribed with demonic script. If Harry were here, he'd recognize it instantly as text written in the language of demons. A faint sulfurous smell, its source unknown, began to permeate the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. As Lockhart completed the final blood-soaked rune, the dimly glowing symbols seemed to come alive, rising from the floor in swirling green patterns. The lines, which should have been straight or smooth, twisted unnaturally, as if growing. Yet, when stared at closely, they remained still, etched into the stone. Lockhart stood at the center of the array, his eyes glazed, as if listening to an unseen voice. "You are ready," it said, reverberating through his soul. It wasn't his voice. Lockhart knew that with absolute certainty. It wasn't his true self, nor words he'd spoken. But it was real, not a delusion. "Is it true?" Lockhart's voice grew strange. "If I sacrifice them, I'll gain all their magical talents." Chapter 240. Gilderoy Lockhart was never a gifted man. Even back when he was a student at Hogwarts, Lockhart wasn't exactly the likable sort. He knew it, too. Others didn't care for him much. But so what? He was well aware that his antics, even as a young student, rubbed people the wrong way. Sending hundreds of owls to deliver love letters to himself on Valentine's Day, carving his signature in 20-foot letters across the Quidditch pitch with magic, or even mimicking the dark mark to project a giant, glowing image of himself in the sky. He'd convinced Dumbledore to start a school newspaper, only to plaster his name and face at the top of every issue. Unlike the typically reserved Ravenclaw students who preferred to observe quietly, Lockhart always put himself front and center. This habit only grew worse after he graduated. Lockhart knew the secret to his success: a thick skin. Sure, plenty of students found him annoying, dismissing his words as lies, but didn't some still believe him? He'd learned this truth early on. If he kept pushing, kept proclaiming his greatness, even if only a few bought into it, there'd always be someone who believed him, admired him, trusted him. This tactic matured after he left Hogwarts and entered wizarding society. The praise began to drown out the criticism. Lockhart carefully curated his image, using galleons and memory charms to sway opinions. Eventually, he achieved his childhood dream, becoming a celebrated figure in the wizarding world. But even for someone like Lockhart, in the quiet of the night, regrets lingered. He knew, deep down, that he was only pretending to be powerful, not truly powerful. To maintain this facade, much of the gold he earned from his books went to schmoozing influential figures. What was left in his pockets was pitifully small. What if he were truly powerful? What if he had Dumbledore's strength, or even the might of the mysterious figure just below Dumbledore, the Dark Lord himself? Would he still need to pretend? No more exhausting efforts to craft an image of strength. He could be bolder, more flamboyant, more like the Dark Lord than the Dark Lord himself. The thought of Voldemort's fearsome presence filled Lockhart with longing. To become another Dark Lord, what a glorious thing that would be. But alas, the old Lockhart lacked such talent. Until today. Today, he would finally get his wish. Puh! Another gob of spit hit the ground. Ron, bound tightly to a sturdy totem pole, could only attack with his mouth. And it worked like a charm. Good heavens, what are you doing? Lockhart, who'd been fussing over a magical array for ages, spun around to see Ron spitting furiously at the intricate pattern near his feet. He clutched his head, shrieking in agony. I worked so hard to draw that array. You have no idea how difficult it is to craft something this precise. Ron's spit had indeed sullied the blood-drawn symbols, smudging them into the neighboring runes. The green glow of the array dimmed noticeably. Worse, it was disgusting, a pile of saliva pooling together. For someone as fastidious as Lockhart, the sight made his skin crawl. Ha, serves you right, Ron spat again, flashing a defiant grin. Just wait, Harry and Dumbledore will beat you to a pulp. You bastard, I'll make you pay for Hercules. Hercules was Ron's earth elemental companion. Tears streamed down Ron's face as he spoke. He'd been captured after a struggle. Lockhart had lured him under the pretense of needing a shaman apprentice to deal with troublesome elemental spirits in his office. The moment Ron stepped inside, Lockhart ambushed him. Caught off guard, Ron should have been easy prey with his limited combat experience. But Lockhart overlooked one thing, the earth elementals that always trailed shaman apprentices. To most wizards, these small creatures were mere pets. Yet it was this very companion, whom Ron saw as a true friend, that stepped up at the critical moment, buying Ron a fleeting chance to fight back. But Lockhart's spell blasted the elemental to pieces, and Ron, overwhelmed soon after, was knocked unconscious. He'd even pulled out his carefully carved totem, but now that same totem was being used to bind him. When Ron came to, Lockhart was already drawing blood from him with a knife. It hurt, terribly so, but the physical pain paled in comparison to the ache in his heart. Ron never imagined he'd lose another companion in just a year. Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew, was a whole other mess. The thought of sharing a bed for years with a balding, greasy, middle-aged man, even kissing him, vomit. Thank Merlin Pettigrew was rotting in Azkaban now. Ron had barely recovered from the pain of losing a pet and being betrayed when he lost another companion. The grief made him want to tear Lockhart apart with his teeth, starting from the feet. Crucio. Furious at Ron's words, Lockhart raised his wand without hesitation. A red flash shot out, and Ron screamed in agony. Even for an adult, a Cruciatus curse fueled by malice was enough to drive someone mad with pain. For Ron, a child yet to come of age, untested by life's harsher trials, it was unbearable. Tears and snot couldn't even flow. The excruciating pain, searing every part of his body, left Ron gaping in a silent scream. If not for the ropes holding him, he'd have been writhing on the floor. The infamous unforgivable curse, cast openly by a Hogwarts professor on a student, horrified the other bound students nearby. The girls, in particular, screamed. Enough, enough. Lavender Brown, a second-year Gryffindor, shrieked desperately. Let him go, Professor Lockhart. Please stop, he's going to die. For Lavender, the day's events were a nightmare. She'd been one of Lockhart's biggest fans. Despite most students calling him a talentless fraud, she'd always believed he had real skill, just nervous as a first-time professor, unsure of how to teach. So when Lockhart asked for her help, she agreed without a second thought, only to be met with ropes and her own blood being drawn. Learning her idol was a wicked dark wizard crushed her. She hadn't even processed the betrayal when the sight of Ron's torment under the Cruciatus curse shattered her sanity. Ron's agony was so palpable that the bound students felt pain just watching, but Lavender's screams had some effect, snapping Lockhart out of his sadistic trance. Realizing it wasn't time to kill Ron, he stopped the curse. His paw. Drenched in sweat, looking like he'd been pulled from a lake, Ron weakly lifted his head. His throat worked, and with effort he spat again, aiming at Lockhart with the same defiant glare. That's it, Ron panted, sneering. Go on, kill me, Harry'll avenge me. He'll smash you to pulp with his warhammer, fry you to charcoal with lightning, and burn you to ash with magma. Ron's voice grew wild. Even Fang wouldn't touch you. The overwhelming pain left Ron no room for clear thought. He spoke on instinct, forgetting Lockhart wouldn't even know who Fang was. But Lockhart understood the intent and the contempt. Crack. Enraged, he stormed over and punched Ron in the face. "How dare you mock me?" His face flushed red with fury. "How dare you scorn someone far greater than you, someone as powerful as me?" Ron was his captive, helpless against his magic. How dare he look at him like that? How dare he mock and threaten him? Pa, this time it was blood that Ron spat out. Lockhart's punch had swollen his right cheek, but Ron acted as if he felt nothing. He raised his head, staring defiantly into Lockhart's eyes. "Keep going? Ha, your punches are weaker than Snape's insults, soft as a slug." Cracked. Lockhart lost it. Ron's words hit his deepest insecurities. He couldn't stand being told he was lesser than anyone, especially Snape. "Snape's nothing," he roared. "How dare he be compared to me? Is he as beloved as I am? No. I've already beaten him, in front of everyone. At the dueling club, I sent him flying. He's my defeated foe." Lockhart's frenzied shouts echoed through the underground classroom. As he ranted, he pummeled Ron with his fists. Lavender and another girl screamed again. "Please stop, don't." For these young students, watching a peer being beaten to death was too horrifying, too unthinkable. "He's going to die." Lavender's scream finally pulled Lockhart back to some semblance of reason. Breathing heavily, he stopped, staring at his handiwork. Ron's face was a bloody mess, his nose likely broken, now crooked to one side. "Ha, you're stalling," Lockhart said, his mood shifting with unnerving speed like a madman. One moment he was a raging beast, the next he was the calm, elegant Ravenclaw. "I see it now. You're spouting nonsense, obvious lies to buy time, aren't you?" He turned to the other students, who nodded frantically, terrified of what might happen if they hesitated. "See, everyone agrees." Lockhart stepped back, taking a deep breath and shrugging. "I've always known." He even picked up his wand and cast 2 healing charms on Ron. "Clever boy," he said, his tone mockingly sweet. "I must say you're very clever. If I weren't Gilderoy Lockhart, you might have succeeded." He feigned admiration. "But I can't let you die here, not yet. Not before my grand ritual is complete. I can't exactly go grabbing another shaman apprentice, can I? A perfect ascension requires the perfect flourish. I'm not like those common fools who can't commune with the elements. Your shamanic talents are essential, boy, so buck up, stay alive a bit longer." Lockhart patted Ron's swollen cheek, urging him on. Ron, on the verge of passing out, forced his swollen eyes open at Lockhart's words, now mere slits. "Wah, what do you mean?" A missing front tooth made his voice whistle, but Lockhart understood him clearly. He'd been waiting for this moment. If he didn't share his brilliance, who would know of his greatness, his genius? If he didn't speak, wouldn't all his hard work be for nothing? "Good question," Lockhart snapped his fingers, slipping back into his cheerful, charming professor persona. "Truth be told, I didn't originally plan to use you. That Luna girl, she's got far more talent. Even that Neville, always tagging along with you. His wizarding skills may be lacking, but his shamanic gifts, far superior to yours." Chapter 241. "But let's forget it. Mr. Longbottom is just too dim," Lockhart said breezily, waving his wand with a vanishing spell to clean up the spit Ron had left on the floor. "I'm a bit worried that if I took his magical talent, I'd end up dim myself. So even though he'd be easier to catch than you, I passed on him. I must say, it's a pity for him." "Neville's not dim," Ron roared, though his ears, buzzing from the ordeal, could barely make out Lockhart's words. "He's 100 times smarter than you, 100 times greater." "Him?" Lockhart let out a scornful chuckle. "Oh, Mr. Weasley, that kind of taunt is so juvenile it wouldn't even, make Longbottom mad. No one would believe you if you said he's better than me. Honestly, that's hilarious." "You've got a lot to learn about provocation, Mr. Weasley," Lockhart continued, adopting a mock professorial tone. "Let me teach you what real provocation looks like. For instance, aren't you curious about what I meant when I said I'd take your talent?" Lockhart was practically itching to boast. Keeping something like this to himself felt like buying a stunning new robe only to leave it hanging in the wardrobe, unworn, a terrible waste. And there was a twisted thrill in revealing it to his soon-to-be-sacrificed victims, one that made him giddy. "That's exactly why you're here," Lockhart declared, throwing his arms wide. "This is a grand sacrifice. Because of your selfless contribution, the world will gain a true protector. You'll have the supreme honor of helping the great Gilderoy Lockhart become the most powerful wizard in the world, reaching the pinnacle of greatness. Oh, and thank you for that. Are you dreaming? Ron burst out laughing, a genuine, heartfelt laugh. The most powerful wizard. Have you asked Professor Dumbledore about that? Or Harry? Oh, such narrow-mindedness, Lockhart replied, surprisingly calm, wagging a finger. I'll admit, Headmaster Dumbledore and our Professor Potter possess talents and power most wizards can't even fathom. One person's talent isn't enough, but what about 2, 3, 4, 5? Unlike you naive, clear-eyed, foolish young witches and wizards, Lockhart went on, I've been clawing my way through the magical world for over a decade, smugglers, poachers. No one knows better than I do how vast the gap is between wizards. In your eyes, studying hard might make you stronger. Ha, what a joke, Lockhart sneered. Let me be blunt, every wizard's magical capacity is set the moment they're born. No matter how much you study, all you can improve is your technique. But no matter how hard you try, an ordinary wizard's magic will never match someone like Dumbledore. Yes, a wizard's mind is critical to advancing magical study, Lockhart ranted, raising his arms in fervor, but even more critical is their magical power. Those legendary wizards, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or you-know-who, their magic, in both quality and quantity, far surpasses that of ordinary wizards. Their spells are so potent that no ordinary wizard's magic can stand against them. That's the secret of their power. So, do you understand? Lockhart took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. With enough magical power, even a simple stunning spell could defeat an army of Aurors. Once I've absorbed your magical talents, the great Gilderoy Lockhart will wield power to rival Dumbledore himself. When Lockhart's voice finally fell silent, the underground classroom grew eerily quiet. His words were so far beyond the students' comprehension that, while their ears had heard him, their minds were still catching up. But they would catch up eventually. Then, Professor Lockhart? A Hufflepuff student stammered, voice trembling with tears. What'll happen to us after you take our magical talents? You might become squibs, Lockhart said with a dismissive shrug. But no need to be upset, your sacrifice is noble. As if savoring the cries he knew were coming, Lockhart gleefully used the leftover blood to complete the missing parts of the magical array on the floor. No, I don't want to be a squib. The students, who had tasted the wonders of magic, erupted in panic. The thought of losing it forever was unbearable. They thrashed against their bindings, desperate to escape, but Lockhart merely flicked his wand, tightening their restraints. Ignoring their cries, he turned to Ron. Well, you're about to become a squib, Lockhart taunted, hoping to hear the defiant boy beg for mercy. You'll die horribly, Ron said, his swollen eyes straining to open, his voice unnervingly calm. I'm Ron Weasley, and I'm not afraid of you. You should be afraid, Lockhart exploded, hammering his fists into Ron, heedless of his own knuckles splitting open. Suddenly, a green aura flared around Ron, enveloping Lockhart as well. The next moment, Lockhart let out a blood-curdling scream. To the students' astonishment, the swelling and bruises on Ron's face began to fade. Not just fade, but transfer to Lockhart's body. I've been waiting for this moment, Lockhart, Ron shouted, his voice clearer now, brimming with excitement. Your biggest mistake was tying me to my totem, Spirit Link Totem. Under the mysterious power of the shamanic spell, Ron and Lockhart's life forces were forcibly equalized. Or rather, they weren't. Ron hadn't mastered this shamanic magic. The green aura flickered out after barely 2 seconds, and the injuries manifesting on Lockhart were far worse than Ron's had been. Unlike the true Spirit Link Totem, which evenly redistributes life force to mitigate damage across a group, Ron's imperfect spell had turned its flaw into an advantage. Ag, Lockhart wailed. He had never endured such agony, especially not to his prized face. His screams grew hoarse, almost whistling, as panic and fury consumed him. I'll kill you all. Scrambling to his feet, Lockhart lunged to teach Ron another lesson, but he froze under Ron's fearless gaze, terrified that another blow would only worsen his own pain. What kind of disgusting magic is this, he thought. Who learns a spell that takes damage and transfers it to their enemy? Lockhart couldn't fathom the point of such a spell. Haha, come on, hit me, Ron laughed wildly, his eyes flicking subtly toward the classroom door in a corner Lockhart hadn't noticed. What's wrong, Lockhart? Scared. Muttering curses to dull the throbbing pain coursing through his body, Lockhart didn't dare strike Ron again. The piercing agony radiating across his body even made him hesitate to use the Cruciatus curse. Instead, he gritted his teeth and began dragging the students onto the magical array. Ron's increasingly brazen laughter only deepened Lockhart's frustration. He had only wanted to gloat before ascending to Dumbledore's level of power, but now everything had gone wrong. No longer in the mood to talk, Lockhart irritably positioned the students one by one on the array. Taking a deep breath, he began chanting the incantation given to him by some unknown entity. Ired Etcher, Havoc Revos Il Oke Mordanas Archim Maz. As Lockhart chanted, the eerie green glow in the underground classroom intensified. The students' cries and pleas seemed to accelerate the strange transformation, the very air warping around them. "Harry, you're finally here," Ron shouted, twisting his head to look behind Lockhart, his face alight with joy. "Take him down, Harry." "Archim Zy Anti-Mazri, miss?" Lockhart's incantation couldn't be stopped mid-chant. His eyes widened in panic as he spun around, only to find nothing. Crash! A wall near the corridor exploded inward. A pair of earth elementals' fists tore through it as easily as ripping bread. Before Lockhart could react, Neville Longbottom leapt from behind the elementals, wielding a massive brown totem as thick as his thigh. He swung it with all his might, the weapon hurtling toward Lockhart's face. Lockhart barely raised his wand in time. A red flash erupted as a severing charm struck the wooden totem, splintering it into fragments. But the remaining shards still slammed into him with enough force to send him sprawling. Crack! The sickening sound of breaking bone echoed through the room. "My arm!" Lockhart shrieked, his body crashing into the magical array. His wand arm hung at an unnatural angle, pain forcing him to scream. "Destroy the runes on the floor," Ron shouted. "I know." Hermione's voice was shrill with tension as she waved her wand repeatedly. "Defindo, defindo." To everyone's shock, Hermione's severing charms, powerful enough to shatter the classroom floor, hit the magical array and fizzled. The glowing runes remained untouched. "This is impossible," Hermione cried, switching spells. "Depulso." Lockhart's incantation had been interrupted, so the runes should have lost their magical protection. They should have been destructible now. "The spell, my spell," Lockhart stammered, clutching his broken arm, his face pale. "I have to keep going, but why is it still working?" An unseen wind stirred in the classroom. Far from fading, the runes glowed even brighter. Snap! The air itself seemed to twist. Old desks in the corner were wrenched apart as if by invisible hands, the space around them warping into a translucent distortion. "This can't be happening," Lockhart muttered, his voice growing hollow, almost as if another being, or something else, spoke through him. His words deepened, taking on a beastly, guttural tone that sent chills through the room. The students, bound on the array, had fallen silent, their screams replaced by bated breath as they stared at Lockhart. His voice was no longer his own. Unaware of the change, Lockhart was lost in his own world. Hermione frantically gestured to the others who had stormed in with her, signaling them to free the bound students and get out. Chapter 242. It was impossible to stay put, because Lockhart's behavior was becoming increasingly terrifying. Terrifying in a way that anyone with eyes could see was far beyond what students could handle. Alongside Hermione, Neville, and a few other shaman apprentices, Professor Flitwick burst into the scene. The spry little wizard swiftly waved his wand, unleashing a barrage of flames, lightning, ice, and pure wizarding spells aimed at Lockhart. Flitwick was rapidly testing which of Lockhart's defenses were strongest, but he soon realized that no matter what spell or type of damage he used, it seemed to have no effect on Lockhart at this moment. Little could be seen of Lockhart's body, but his exposed skin was covered in jagged cracks, as if he were a porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. Yet from those cracks, no blood flowed. Instead, there was green light. Something was lurking within Lockhart's body, and Lockhart himself seemed completely unaware of it, as he was sprawled on the floor, frantically tracing magical runes, muttering incessantly. "This can't be, this can't be." There was no time to deal with Lockhart's issue. This was clearly not something easily resolved, so Flitwick decided to leave it to Dumbledore or Harry Potter when they returned. For now, his priority was to rescue the bound students. Lockhart was possessed, so far gone that he didn't even notice the students he'd painstakingly tied up being freed one by one as their ropes were cut. His mind seemed trapped in that earlier moment, unable to break free. To the others, Lockhart's condition was growing more severe by the second. "This can't be, something's gone wrong. I need to check. This can't be, you fool." Lockhart's voice grew stranger, less human, more like the roar of a beast or some other bizarre creature, until he let out a sudden, guttural bellow. "Because you are the sacrifice, mortal. You are the beacon to mark this world's coordinates for me." That voice, lurking within Lockhart's body, finally separated from him. As he roared, Lockhart's consciousness seemed to snap back into his body. He stared in horror at his hands now corrupted by fell magic, cracked and withered. "This can't be." Lockhart let out a piercing scream, clawing at his hair. The locks he'd once prided himself on fell like dried leaves. "Why? This isn't how it's supposed to be. I was meant to be the next Dumbledore. Why? Why?" There was no time to linger on Lockhart's transformation. Flitwick had already led the students out of there, racing to warn the rest of the castle. Ah, such a tantalizingly corrupted soul, the voice within Lockhart mused with relish. "If I didn't need a beacon to open a portal between the twisting nether and this reality, I'd savor its taste." As the voice spoke, Lockhart's pained cries weakened, and the underground classroom filled with green light. Amid his wails, a portal wreathed in green flames materialized at the center of the magical array. Soon, a creature stepped through the portal, a being with massive, sharp hooves, reverse-jointed knees, and a pair of grotesque, trisegmented bone wings on its back. If Harry were here, he would have instantly recognized it, an Aranasi. This spider-like demonic race had their homeworld conquered by the Burning Legion long ago, transformed into a new kind of demon, and scattered across the twisting nether for eons. The twisting nether was the home of all demons. When they died in the physical world, unless special measures were taken to intercept and destroy their souls, they would return to the nether, reviving over time. Yet, even the demons of the Burning Legion were but a fraction of the nether's vastness. "Hiss, such clean air," the demon inhaled deeply. "No stench of the light, no repulsive shadow. This place will make a perfect nest for the spider mother." "Lannex, don't forget your promise to me." A male voice suddenly erupted from Lockhart's body. "Ah, my little partner." The female Aranasi demon flashed a dangerous smile, her mouth full of razor-sharp teeth that belied any friendliness. "Of course I remember our deal, but you're just a soul fragment, aren't you?" Without warning, Lannex struck. Her bone wings pierced through Lockhart's body, or rather, through something hidden in his robes, a pitch-black diary. "What are you doing?" The male voice roared, now furious. "Are you breaking our pact?" "Breaking pacts is a demon's nature, human. Though, for a mere soul fragment, you're impressively steeped in darkness and madness." Lannex paused, surprised, as the black diary faintly dissolved into the air. "I knew demons had no honor," the voice said, "but it doesn't matter. Your presence here is enough." "Is this world's magic?" Lannex flicked her bone wings, as if shaking off a filthy rag. Finding nothing else, she tossed Lockhart's body to the ground in boredom. "Interesting, but only mildly so." Lannex raised a hand, and Lockhart's corpse suddenly exploded into a pool of yellowish-green liquid. From it, countless translucent, palm-sized yellow spiderlings erupted. "Go, my children, claim this world for the Spider Mother." Like a tidal wave, the swarm of spiderlings surged out of the underground classroom, upward and outward. Hogwarts, ever plagued by calamity. Looking back, it seemed that since last year, Hogwarts had been under constant attack by all manner of people or things. And the enemies were only growing stronger, from Death Eaters to the Basilisk, and now, demons. Professor McGonagall was grateful that, since the Basilisk incident, the school had established a permanent patrol of professors. With the aid of magic, students were being evacuated as quickly as possible, with alarms amplified by sonorous charms echoing through every corner of Hogwarts. In such an emergency, Hogwarts' small student population turned out to be a blessing. McGonagall couldn't imagine how they'd manage to protect thousands of students, like in Muggle schools, during a crisis like this. Some bold students might even think the professors were playing a prank. After all, in the wake of the Basilisk attacks, Hogwarts had conducted several emergency evacuation drills, and held classes on how young witches and wizards could protect themselves in dangerous situations. Those drills were initially just a precaution against further basilisk attacks. Once it was confirmed there was no second basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, they'd stopped. No one expected they'd actually need them again. The lively elementals, often seen as nuisances due to their sheer numbers, proved useful now. When Hermione and her fellow shaman apprentices reported Ron's disappearance, and Luna's divination revealed he was in Lockhart's clutches, McGonagall had already begun addressing the professor-turned threat. But when Flitwick burst onto the grounds with a group of rescued students, shouting for everyone to evacuate, Hogwarts Castle revealed its wartime face for the first time in ages. When Filch used a scrying spell to show McGonagall the state of the underground classroom, she didn't hesitate. In Dumbledore's absence, as Hogwarts deputy headmistress, it was her duty and her responsibility to protect every young witch and wizard. Gargoyles activate. From the top of the astronomy tower, McGonagall waved her wand, triggering the castle's defensive systems. As the shrieking spider demons surged from the underground corridors into the Great Hall, they were met with heavy stone and steel axes and blades, cleaving several in half. The castle's countless suits of armor and statues, lining the corridors and courtyards, came to life, transforming into soldiers that held the line against the demonic onslaught. They could be killed easily, even. These creatures weren't intangible spirits or undead like Dementors, which gave McGonagall some relief. Spells like Stupefy or Reducto worked on them. The only problem was their numbers. The swarms of tiny spiderlings were no issue. Each movement of the statues crushed dozens. The real threat came from the larger spiders and the humanoid-arachnid hybrids mixed in with the swarm. These creatures not only skittered freely along the castle's ceilings with their webbing, but were also covered in hard carapaces. Some armor swung weapons only to snap their own handles against the demon's shells. These weren't purpose-built combat constructs, and their weapons weren't legendary artifacts. Their only advantage was their disposability, truly expendable. They could be transfigured at will. Even when broken or shattered, their fragments would reform under transfiguration into new soldiers wielding knives, spears, or axes. Yet, despite these convenient disposable troops, the castle's defenses were collapsing rapidly. The spider demons didn't just have tough carapaces, they wielded corrosive venom and magic. Green fell flames wreathed some of the humanoid spider demons. Cackling wildly, they used the fire to obliterate everything in their path. Statues consumed by the fell flames couldn't rise again, as if their very essence had been drained, reduced to ash. Minerva, the students are fully evacuated, Flitwick shouted, blasting a lunging spider demon to pieces with a reducto. Where's the backup? We can't hold much longer. The demons were stronger than the professors had anticipated. Even the transfigured statues and steel soldiers, which started with clear features and details, were now reduced to vague, blurry shapes to conserve magical energy. It wasn't just a feeling. As deputy headmistress with partial control over Hogwarts systems, McGonagall could sense the castle's magic waning, or rather, being devoured. Whatever the demons had done in the underground classroom, they'd somehow shielded it from scrying spells. No one knew exactly what they'd done to the castle, but Hogwarts was undeniably suffering an invisible assault. "Dumbledore," Professor Sinistra shouted. "We need Dumbledore, or Professor Potter, anyone. What about the Ministry?" "I've sent for help, hold on," McGonagall gritted her teeth, shouting back. "We can't lose Hogwarts." This 1,000-year-old school held unparalleled significance to the British wizarding world. McGonagall couldn't bear to imagine what history would say of Dumbledore if Hogwarts fell on her watch. Just then, a massive wind elemental smashed through the Great Hall's high windows, carrying a student, Luna. "Professors, we're here to help," Luna shouted. "The elementals hate these creatures, they're polluting Hogwarts land." Along with Luna came not just the wind elemental, but a host of earth and fire elementals. From high above the castle, one could see translucent water elementals leaping from the Black Lake, climbing the cliffs, and reaching Hogwarts in no time. Chapter 243. Truly powerful creatures don't need to adapt to their environment. The areas they tread upon are corrupted into a form that suits their comfort. If any Hogwarts staff or students could visit the castle's underground classrooms at this moment, they would be astonished to find that these once familiar rooms had transformed into something utterly unrecognizable, a demonic lair. The stone floors were corroded, pockmarked with craters, and dotted with puddles of yellowish-green pus. Massive white spider webs stretched from the ceiling to the outer corridors, with tiny spider-like Nerubians skittering across them from time to time. Clusters of spider eggs were piled on the ground, pulsing faintly as if new monsters might burst forth at any moment. For fel-infused demonic creatures, whose very essence was carved with slaughter and destruction, waging war and launching invasions in a short time was almost second nature. This Nerubian clan operated with practiced precision, as if following a well-rehearsed playbook for invading another world. Adult Nerubians occasionally emerged through a portal blazing with fel flames, some in half-human, half-spider forms, others humanoid with bony wings. The mere presence of these demons spread fel corruption across the world. The air grew foul, the land withered, and because of this, the elemental spirits that had come to life in the Hogwarts region were the first to retaliate. They could not tolerate their territory being defiled in such a way. For the awakened elementals, this was also a war, and they were eager to fight alongside humans. When Harry caught sight of the castle's silhouette from afar, he immediately recognized the situation. It was a scene he had witnessed far too many times. Fel magic, demons are here. Even though he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of demons, the reality of Dumbledore's mysterious disappearance and demons attacking Hogwarts weighed heavily on Harry's heart. It meant the world's current chaos might truly be orchestrated by demons behind the scenes, and the intensity of the battles would escalate. Even he might fall in combat. But there was no time to dwell on such sorrow. Harry drew his warhammer and raised it high, shouting, "For Hogwarts! Charge with me!" "For Hogwarts!" The response was deafening. Behind Harry stood Fudge and a contingent of Aurors and hit wizards from the Ministry of Magic. He had originally planned to use the Flu network connection between the Ministry and the Headmaster's office to reach Hogwarts directly, but no matter how the Flu network authority staff tried, the usually seamless connection refused to work. Thus, Harry and Fudge had to apparate to Hogsmeade first, then, run toward Hogwarts on foot. Demons were pouring out from the castle's lower levels, having already overrun the Great Hall and the main entrance. The defenders, led by Professor McGonagall, had retreated to the astronomy tower. Some Nerubians had even broken out of the castle, charging toward the Great Totem and the Forbidden Forest. For a demonic race like the Nerubians, laying their eggs in foreign soil meant the war was already half won. If not for the endless stream of elemental spirits answering the call, rushing from the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake to engage the Nerubians on the open ground outside the castle, the situation would likely have deteriorated beyond salvation before the Ministry's forces arrived. Earth elementals thundered across the ground, the very embodiment of the land itself. The churning earth buried Nerubians beneath stone and soil, or their massive fists pummeled the Aranasi warriors into pulp. Merlin's pants, what kind of monsters are these? It wasn't just Fudge who let out such an exclamation. For many hit wizards and Aurors living in a world dominated by humans, they could scarcely imagine a day when they'd have to fight creatures like these, not dark wizards or smugglers, but beings straight out of myth and legend, like demons. "Stay calm, these demons aren't invincible," Harry shouted, charging at the front line. With a swing of his warhammer, he smashed the head of an Aranasi Nerubian into pieces. "Use the most lethal spells you can think of. Ordinary wizarding magic won't do enough damage, Minister Fudge." "I know," Fudge gritted his teeth and declared, "In the name of the Minister for Magic, I declare a state of emergency wartime measures. Effective immediately, all Aurors and hit wizards are released from restrictions on the unforgivable curses. Defend Hogwarts." Truth be told, Fudge's voice was trembling, almost breaking into a sob. He deeply regretted coming along and wished he'd resigned and fled days ago. It was far too late now. Unlike the visibly shaken Fudge, Rufus Scrimgeour, the grizzled head of the Auror office, was far braver than his minister. He fought on the front lines alongside Harry, directing the Aurors with precision. None of the Aurors shrank from the fight. Once Fudge lifted the restrictions, many didn't hesitate to unleash spells that were unmistakably dark magic. During the war against Voldemort 12 years ago, To counter the ruthless and unscrupulous Death Eaters, Aurors had been permitted to bend the rules. Even the unforgivable curses were excusable, provided they could prove afterward that their targets were confirmed criminals or known Death Eaters. Now the ban was lifted again, but this time, their enemies weren't fellow wizards, they were legendary demons. With no further hesitation, the Aurors unleashed their full power, a force meant for moments like this. Harry flung his suitcase to the ground and kicked it open, shouting, "Come out, Ragehorn." As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of icy air surged from the suitcase's opening. To the stunned gazes of the Aurors, a massive ice-blue creature burst forth from the seemingly narrow suitcase mouth. Thanks to a certain magizoologist who frequently let magical creatures escape, Ministry employees were no strangers to such spectacles. But even so. Is that a dragon? An Auror couldn't help but cry out. What kind of dragon is that? I've never seen a dragon like that. My God, it's gorgeous. And gorgeous it was. Emerging from the suitcase's pocket dimension, Ragehorn reveled in the true air of the natural world. Sunlight gleamed off her ice-blue body, refracting into dazzling colors. She roared, then dove from the sky. Her jaws opened wide, unleashing not the fiery breath of a typical dragon, but a pale, galaxy-like cascade of frost, bringing cold and sub-zero temperatures. Frost breath. Such a massive creature, not a summoned beast, but a living entity, dominated the battlefield. Ragehorn paid no mind to the elementals still fighting, as they, being elemental themselves, couldn't truly die. Her frost breath blanketed both the Aranasi Nerubians and the elementals. In an instant, the Nerubians were frozen into shimmering ice sculptures, shattered into fragments by the elementals' attacks. With a single breath, Ragehorn had cleared every demon from the castle's entrance. Soaring through the sky, she roared in satisfaction at the devastation she'd wrought. "Is that a dragon, Professor Potter?" Scrimgeour asked, smashing a frozen demon with a stunning spell as he approached Harry. "Why did a dragon come out of your suitcase?" As head of the Auror office, tasked with apprehending smugglers and poachers, Scrimgeour's expression was understandably complex. "Of course not," Harry replied without missing a beat. "Ragehorn is an elemental creature. You saw her body, it's made of ice crystals. She just looks a bit like a dragon. There's no dragon like this in the wizarding world, right? So she's not a dragon." "You're not the first to say something like that, Professor Potter," Scrimgeour said flatly. "Another troublemaker says the same thing, but fine. Don't scatter, coordinate your attacks." Scrimgeour didn't spare a glance at Fudge, who was cowering behind the group. Instead, he turned to Harry. "Professor, you seem to know these monsters well." In such a critical moment, Scrimgeour wasn't about to waste time on trivial matters, especially when they had a positive impact. "I do, but now's not the time for details. We need to support Professor McGonagall," Harry said gravely. "Your Aurors are impressive fighters." Harry had noticed several times how the Aurors took advantage of the demons' clashes with elementals to land sneak attacks with dark magic, efficiently eliminating their foes. Compared to ordinary wizards, these Aurors were formidable. "Moody taught us well," Scrimgeour said, a faint smile crossing his lion-like face. He didn't elaborate, instead asking, "Since you know these demons, Professor Potter, what should we do next?" If it were an ordinary wizard, Scrimgeour wouldn't have been so deferential, let alone take orders during such a tense wartime situation. But Professor Potter was exceptional. His accomplishments and the sight of him charging ahead, smashing a demon's skull with his warhammer, had thoroughly impressed the Aurors and Scrimgeour. He knew he couldn't have done the same at Harry's age, neither in magical prowess nor courage. Leave professional matters to professionals. Since Professor Potter understood these demons, Scrimgeour would follow his lead. "The elementals told me Professor McGonagall's group is holding out in the astronomy tower. You remember how to get there, right?" Harry asked. "Of course, I'll never forget Hogwarts," Scrimgeour replied. "Good, take the Aurors to reinforce McGonagall. Leave the fighting outside to the elementals, they're better suited for open terrain. We must reclaim Hogwarts," Harry said firmly. "Don't worry about the castle's damage. As long as the people are safe, we can rebuild." "Understood. What about you, Professor Potter?" Scrimgeour asked. "I need to get to the headmaster's office," Harry said, his expression grave. "I don't know why the flu connection to the office is severed. Dumbledore kept something important there, and I need to check on it. The demon's presence at Hogwarts is no accident, it's a planned attack. Someone inside the castle must have guided them here, otherwise, they couldn't have crossed into this world. I see, Scrimgeour said, giving Harry a long look. Be careful, Professor Potter. No time for hesitation. Scrimgeour decisively led the Aurors toward the astronomy tower. The open ground outside the castle had been cleared by Ragehorn and the other elementals, though demons continued to pour out from within. Unstoppable, the frost-incarnate dragon, or rather, ascended elemental, had fully awakened her bloodthirsty instincts. She craved more opportunities to unleash her power. With Harry's permission, Ragehorn soared above Hogwarts' perimeter, her frost breath sweeping over demons emerging from the castle, as well as those exposed in outer corridors and courtyards. With the situation tentatively under control, at least the demons hadn't reached Hogsmeade or corrupted the Forbidden Forest, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He'd feared Hogwarts was already lost, fully overtaken by demons and transformed into a fel-fortified stronghold for their invasion. After coordinating with the elementals, Harry rushed into the castle, taking a different path from the Aurors and heading toward the 8th floor headmaster's office. The areas Harry passed through were completely overrun by demons. Everywhere he looked, he saw armor iron or stone, destroyed by fel magic. Demon corpses littered the ground, though naturally there were far more living demons than dead ones. Chapter 244. Harry's chainmail was already soaked with the yellowish-green blood of the spider demons, and even armor crafted from the hide of a 1,000-year-old basilisk couldn't withstand the corrosive bite of this demonic ichor for long. He had carved a bloody path through the enemy single-handedly. By the time Harry reached the headmaster's office, his body was drenched in demon blood. With a flick of his wrist, he shook the gore from his warhammer. Forged from the venomous fang of a basilisk, the weapon had performed to Harry's satisfaction. Even the most resilient demons couldn't struggle for long after a blow from this hammer. The basilisk venom ensured their swift demise. Still, by the time Harry fought his way to the 8th floor of the castle, the demon's fel magic had pitted and scarred the surface of his warhammer. Fortunately, as a blunt weapon, such wear didn't diminish its destructive power. Smash and done. For the spider Mother Aranasi. A snarling Aranasi spider demon warrior, humanoid from the waist up, spider below, charged at Harry with a battle cry. Harry dodged its barbed thrust and smashed its skull to pieces with a single swing of his hammer. For the spider mother? After slaying so many demons, Harry had begun to sense something off about their behavior. Not for the Burning Legion or Sargeras. He quickly recounted every demon he'd faced since entering the castle. Though they didn't speak English, their demonic chants hadn't once mentioned the Burning Legion. So, it wasn't Sargeras escaping the Pantheon to restart the Great Crusade. The timing was wrong for such thoughts, but the realization brought Harry a sliver of relief. If this wasn't the Burning Legion's resurgence, but merely a band of rogue demons from the Twisting Nether attempting an invasion, then the situation wasn't yet the worst-case scenario, though it was still dire. Staring at the shattered remains of the gargoyle statue that once guarded the entrance, Harry noted it would never speak again. A quick inspection revealed it hadn't been destroyed by fel magic or brute force, but by a powerful severing charm that had reduced it to fragments. So, someone inside the castle had summoned these demons after all. It didn't take long for Harry to pinpoint the likely culprit. Who else could it be but Voldemort's soul fragment? When he'd learned the Ministry's flu network couldn't connect to the headmaster's office, Harry had already suspected, given the sensitivity of the location, that Voldemort's soul fragment was attacking Hogwarts to free his main soul. Dumbledore hadn't kept Voldemort's main soul with him, but had stored it in a drawer in the headmaster's desk. Harry had seen it many times. What he hadn't expected was that the assault on Hogwarts came not from Death Eaters, but from a horde of demons. Remaining vigilant, Harry ascended the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. He soon stepped over the shattered inner door and entered the circular room. Dumbledore's collection of trinkets remained untouched on the desks and cabinets. The books on the shelves and the items on the desk showed no signs of disturbance. Everything seemed perfectly normal, except for the figure standing beside the desk. Ginny, Harry's eyes widened. He hadn't expected to find Ron's sister here of all places. Truthfully, Harry's memories of Ginny were sparse, mostly from the previous summer at the Burrow. He recalled her seeming to idolize him, always shy when speaking to him. As for what happened after the school term began, Harry had barely spent any time at Hogwarts this semester. Even when he was here, he stayed in the Great Totem. "No, you're not Ginny," Harry corrected himself, gripping his warhammer tightly. "You're Voldemort. If you have even a shred of honor, come out of that girl's body." He didn't know what had happened at Hogwarts in his absence, or how Ginny had become entangled with Voldemort's soul fragment. All Harry knew was that he had to destroy this fragment, this demon summoner, here and now. Why so serious, Professor Potter? Gone was the shy demeanor Harry remembered. Ginny smirked, her expression unfamiliar. Is it because of this girl, or because of this? As she spoke, she raised her hand, dangling an object, the unmistakable trinket Harry had crafted last year from Voldemort's main soul and Quirrell's spirit. He'd already gotten his hands on it. "Careful, young Harry," a voice interrupted. From atop a nearby cabinet, the Sorting Hat shouted, "Something's not right, watch out for that diadem. This old hat remembers clearly, that's Ravenclaw's." "You mean the legendary diadem that grants wisdom?" As a Hogwarts student, Harry was well versed in the lore of the four founders. "You turned Ravenclaw's diadem into a Horcrux." "Hat, does Ravenclaw's diadem have any offensive magical abilities?" Harry asked immediately. "Offensive abilities?" The Sorting Hat looked puzzled. "No idea, it just makes you smarter. It can't talk well except for me. I'm Gryffindor's hat after all." "Thank you for the explanation, Hat," Ginny said with a slight smile. She tapped the diadem perched on her head. "You're right, Potter. Isn't it beautiful? Only something this precious and significant is worthy of being my Horcrux. You know far too much. Dumbledore really doted on you, didn't he? He told you everything." Harry didn't respond. He raised his warhammer and lunged. There was no need for words with an enemy like this. No matter how powerful Voldemort was, his soul fragment still needed a host body to wield magic. Harry planned to subdue Ginny first. Clang! A shield wreathed in fell flames blocked Harry's warhammer. To his shock, he realized this fragment of Voldemort's soul had mastered fell magic. "No rush, Potter," Ginny said, stepping back with a cold smile. "Look at that wicked hammer of yours. Don't you want to save this poor girl's life? How heartbreaking. I can already hear her soul weeping. Oh, a child with a secret crush only to be killed by the one she loves. How cruel. I must say, you're far more ruthless than I imagined, Potter." "I'm no paladin, and I'm not some rigid fool," Harry said, his face impassive. "But even I know there's no compromising with evil. If I let you go because of Ginny and allow your wicked plans to proceed, I'd be failing everyone else." "If you think you can use Ginny's life to manipulate me, give it up, Voldemort," Harry said, taking a deep breath. "I understand the weight of life better than you, and I know the meaning of sacrifice. I'll kill you. I'll make you die in the most painful way possible for Ginny." This was no joke or idle threat. Voldemort's soul fragment could sense the truth in Harry's words. The boy who lived had already wrapped his cursed hammer in storm energy and was leaping toward her again. Storm strike. Infusing his warhammer with the raw power of the elements, Harry didn't care about fell shields or threats. His swing shattered the fell barrier and descended on Ginny without hesitation. In that moment, Voldemort realized this boy was serious. He was truly capable of ignoring his friend's sister's life. With a scream, Ginny was yanked backward by an invisible force, still clutching the trinket tightly. Having suffered few setbacks in life, Voldemort's soul fragment couldn't let go of the humiliating defeat from 12 years ago that had cost him everything. That hatred for Harry Potter drove this fragment to torment the boy. The plan was to trap Harry in a moral dilemma, to torture his soul and break his spirit, then kill the girl at the moment of his agonizing choice, leaving him drowning in guilt and pain. Voldemort had it all planned out. He knew of his main soul's catastrophic failure last year, not only failing to resurrect, but being turned into a ridiculous trinket in Dumbledore's collection. For the proud Voldemort, this was an unbearable humiliation. The demons had given him a chance to free his main soul, and the ever-prepared Lord Voldemort had no intention of letting these random demons conquer the world. They were merely tools in his hands. Time to reap the fruits of victory. But before he could savor that victory, a hammer crackling with lightning was coming for him. With a reluctant glance at Harry, Ginny's hand, clutching the trinket, erupted in fell flames. The soul fragment possessing her had no intention of freeing the main soul through normal means. The destructive nature of fell energy was enough to destroy the trinket in moments. In an instant, a cloud of black smoke burst from the trinket, Voldemort's main soul. Strangely, though, it made no further movements. The smoke coalesced into Voldemort's hideous face, but even with fell flames flickering within, the main soul made no sound. It was as if he were dead or catatonic. Main soul, the fragment possessing Ginny shouted in disbelief. It couldn't fathom seeing its own face with such a blank, vacant expression, like the foolish look of the Longbottom boy. "Looks like he's already received the ultimate punishment," Harry said, unable to suppress a laugh. Trapped in a lightless, soundless void, surrounded by nothing but darkness. Ha! Voldemort, he seemed to have been driven mad. At least to this soul fragment, the main soul appeared insane. Even seeing Harry, his hated enemy, elicited no anger. Freed from its prison, it neither cursed nor rejoiced. It was alive, yet it might as well have been dead. Even the pain of fell flames burning its soul didn't draw a sound. In contrast, Quirrell's soul, also released from the trinket, screamed the moment it touched the fell flames. Harry didn't subject Quirrell to the same fate as Voldemort. In the trinket, Quirrell had merely been in a state of slumber. Voldemort's main soul floated in the air like a walking corpse, a term unimaginable in connection to Voldemort. "Your main soul is dead," Harry said coldly, ignoring the rage on Ginny's face. "You're next." Execute. A Voldemort-wielding fell magic was no longer human. In the hands of a ruthless monster, such destructive magic could wreak unimaginable havoc. Harry couldn't let this soul fragment escape, or the future devastation would be catastrophic. "Sorry, Ron," Harry muttered under his breath. Activating his Ascendant's form, Harry transformed into a wind elemental ascendant. A raging storm tore through Dumbledore's office, and Harry sealed the windows with elemental power. James Potter's spirit appeared behind him, using soul magic to lock down the room, preventing Voldemort's soul from phasing out. "Me, you're the one who'll die," Ginny roared in fury, raising her wand. "Avada Kedavra." A green beam of light streaked through the confined space, laced with killing intent and mingled with other dark spells. The cabinet Harry kicked forward blocked the killing curse, but not the other dark magic. Or the fell magic. It was clear this soul fragment's mastery of fell magic was rudimentary. It wielded fell flames crudely, as if trying to set the entire room ablaze. In no time, the headmaster's office was engulfed in flames. Chapter 245. It was impossible to know what treasures Dumbledore kept hidden in his office, but one thing was clear. If he ever returned, he'd have to redecorate the place from scratch. Hopefully, the old man wouldn't weep too bitterly over the losses. Probably not. "Hey, Harry, save your old hat," the Sorting Hat cried out in a panic. "Merlin's beard, these flames are getting too close. No, wait, they're already burning me." Accio Sorting Hat. With Harry's summoning charm, the Sorting Hat flew to his side, just before the fell flames could reduce it to ashes. "I owe you one, lad, though I'd prefer being on your head rather than tucked at your waist," the Sorting Hat grumbled. "Over 1,000 years ago, that's how I fought alongside Gryffindor himself." The Sorting Hat kept chattering away, its spirits surprisingly high for something that had nearly been incinerated by fell flames. It was far more resilient than Harry had expected, even cracking jokes in the face of near destruction. A blast of frost breath from Ragehorn roared through the shattered remains of the office's massive window. Even fell flames had to obey the laws of physics, and in the face of such extreme cold, they were being snuffed out in great swathes. Quirrell's soul had long since vanished into the fell flames. If not for one of Voldemort's Horcruxes pulling his main soul to safety, the dazed spirit hovering in place would likely have been consumed by the infernal fire as well. "Enough chatter, Hat. Didn't Dumbledore set any traps in his office, or do you know of any special defenses unique to the headmaster's office?" Harry interrupted, his voice sharp with urgency. Green flashes of light streaked across the room as Voldemort, far more comfortable with the unforgivable curses than fell magic, unleashed a barrage of spells backed by years of dark expertise. "Oh, good question," the Sorting Hat muttered. "I knew you'd be focused on saving that girl. Well, the answer is no, You see, some bold little witches and wizards have been known to sneak into the headmaster's office, so for their safety, no headmaster would leave dangerous defenses lying around. I can vouch for that, Harry. James Potter's voice chimed in from nearby, where he was channeling spirit energy to try and destroy Voldemort's main soul. When we sneaked in back in the day, it was perfectly safe. But that Ravenclaw diadem, it's definitely a Horcrux. It's controlling that girl, Ginny. You'd be better off destroying the diadem yourself. Destroy the diadem? Flitwick would have a fit, the Sorting Hat muttered again. But, fine, desperate times and all that, I'll keep it hush-hush. Ginny's body couldn't withstand Voldemort's relentless drain on her magic much longer. She was just a child, after all. Harry knew that if he didn't act fast, even if Ginny was saved, she might never wield magic again, a fate too cruel for a child who'd tasted the wonders of wizardry. Harry, now ascended and wielding the primal elemental power, far stronger than ordinary elementals, faced a Voldemort whose soul fragment was limited by its frail host. Without a proper body, the Dark Lord couldn't unleash the full extent of his unknown curses. Before long, Ginny, still under Voldemort's control, tried to flee the headmaster's office but was forced back by a raging storm. Unable to apparate, her physical body couldn't break through the tempest. Voldemort didn't dare gamble on whether Harry would hold back if he abandoned Ginny's life to charge through the storm. After all, this cold, relentless boy had already looked ready to smash her skull with his warhammer. Without a body to act through, a Horcrux alone was powerless. Unlike the main soul, these fragments couldn't operate independently. "It's over, Voldemort," Harry's voice whispered in Voldemort's ear. As a storm ascendant, Harry had transcended his mortal form, becoming a new kind of elemental being. His body was no longer flesh and blood, but a core of elemental energy. He existed in one corner of the headmaster's office, yet his essence flowed through the winds swirling within it. He could be tangible or intangible. Right now, a wisp of wind materialized near Ginny's ear, an extension of Harry's body, like a delicate hook. As he spoke, that hook deftly plucked the Ravenclaw diadem from her head. "No." Ginny's face twisted in terror, or rather, the soul fragment within the diadem screamed. She reached desperately to reclaim her anchor, but faster than her hand was a warhammer, wreathed in storm energy, whistling through the air, clang. The diadem, caught midair, was smashed backward. Neither physical force nor most magic could destroy a Horcrux, especially not one fortified by Ravenclaw's protective enchantments. Yet, in that moment, all those defenses crumbled. "This is impossible," Ginny screamed, collapsing to her knees in agony. Harry clearly saw the diadem hit the ground, a deep dent now marring its surface. From the gash poured a flood of milky white, translucent liquid, like blood, as if the diadem itself had been mortally wounded. "I am immortal. Nothing can destroy a Horcrux, impossible." "Nothing's impossible," Harry said coldly, raising his right hand. A chain of lightning yanked the warhammer back to his grip. "You're already dead." It was a peculiar kind of magic. If a Horcrux was the vessel for a soul fragment, then judging by the sheer volume of blood spilling out, Harry figured the diadem was akin to a human with half their chest caved in, roughly speaking. "Basilisk venom? You used basilisk venom?" The soul fragment, realizing the truth, shrieked as it glared at Harry's warhammer. Weakness overwhelmed the fragment's consciousness as it screamed and clawed toward its dying vessel. The blood-like liquid slowed to a trickle, growing thinner and dimmer. Less and less, until it vanished entirely. Crawling across the floor, the diadem's consciousness couldn't reach its corpse before Ginny's body collapsed, one hand outstretched but unable to close the distance. "Basilisk venom does special damage to Horcruxes," Harry muttered, glancing curiously at his weapon. That was useful to know. Striding through the wrecked headmaster's office, Harry reached the diadem's corpse. The description felt odd, but it was, in a way, a piece of Voldemort's remains. Carefully, he used a hand encased in earth elemental energy to pick up the diadem. Until he was certain it was safe, he wasn't about to touch such a dangerous dark artifact with his bare hands. Who knew what vile traps Voldemort might have left behind? The translucent, blood-like liquid that had coated the floor near the wall was now fading, as if it had never existed. Could a soul bleed? Harry didn't know the answer. Perhaps it was part of Voldemort himself. These questions would have to wait until he faced the Dark Lord again. For now, he placed the diadem in a box crafted from earth elemental energy and turned to check on Ginny. The idea of killing Ginny to destroy Voldemort was, of course, a bluff. Mostly. If Voldemort had refused to leave her body and used her as a hostage, Harry would have struck her down without hesitation, regardless of his loyalty to the Weasleys. But if he could save her, he'd never willingly break his friend's heart. His gambit had paid off. Voldemort hadn't dared to hold a wand to his own throat and demand Harry's surrender. Ginny was frail, her breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. But it was steady, not erratic or fading, which gave Harry some reassurance. Healing Wave, Spirit Cleanse, Riptide. With time running short, Harry cast a series of rapid healing spells to stabilize her condition. The purifying and restorative power of water visibly helped. The deathly pallor from having her life force and magic drained began to ease slightly. For now, this was all he could do. Restoring her lost vitality would have to wait until the crisis was over. Once he confirmed Ginny's condition was stable, Harry prepared to move her to the safety of his enchanted suitcase world. With demons rampaging through the castle, it was the only secure place left. Slipping his arms under her knees and neck, Harry lifted her. But just as he stood, Ginny's eyes snapped open. They weren't the shy eyes Harry knew. These were cold, malicious, Voldemort's eyes. No, it was Voldemort. Without hesitation, Ginny drew a dagger from her robes and plunged it toward Harry's heart. There was no time to dodge or throw her aside. In a split second, Harry released her and leaned back. The wind elements swirling in the air surged toward his chest, attempting to form a protective wind wall. But the dagger in Ginny's hand gleamed with malevolent energy. Neither the wind barrier nor the chainmail Harry wore could stop it. The blade sliced through both as if they were nothing, its edge only slightly slowed. Blood sprayed. It splattered across Ginny's face, inches away. After Harry flung her back, she waved a hand, levitating herself briefly before landing lightly on the ground, a manic grin spreading across her face. Ha 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 ah. Ginny, or rather Voldemort, cackled wildly. Potter, oh noble Potter, you were far too careless. Ah. Seeing Harry clutch his chest and collapse to one knee, her laughter grew even more unhinged, her body shaking with glee. Wiping tears of mirth from her eyes, Ginny reached into her robes and pulled out a black-covered notebook, waving it triumphantly at Harry. Didn't see that coming, did you, Potter? She taunted. Not one Horcrux but two. The notebook was another Horcrux. I owe Lucius a thank you, the utter fool, Ginny said, shaking her head in mock pity. All to settle a petty grudge with the Weasleys, he dared to give away what I entrusted to him. If he were here, I'd show him true suffering. Sheathing the bloodied dagger at her waist, Ginny's face twisted with rage before breaking into a grin again. But thanks to his stupidity, I have the chance to rid myself of you, the boy who lived, and Dumbledore in one fell swoop, and take another step toward true immortality, to become even stronger. Certain of her victory, this new Voldemort shouted with fervent zeal. No one knew better than Voldemort the power of the dagger now lodged in Potter's body or the dark enchantments woven into it. The boy's life was ticking away. How foolish! As if shedding a cloak, this new Voldemort abandoned Ginny's body, manifesting as a spectral figure in the real world. Ginny's form collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. This Voldemort appeared younger, more handsome, at least compared to the main soul Harry had seen before. Chapter 246. Why would such a foolish person be my future self? The younger soul fragment circled the main soul, which hovered in midair as a cloud of black smoke, sneering with disdain. Defeated by Dumbledore, fine, but to be bested by a newborn baby. And even after 12 years, you've made no progress. You've been turned into a trinket, ha. You're a piece of Voldemort's soul, split off when he was younger, Harry said with certainty, his voice steady despite his pallor. One hand clutched his chest as he knelt on the ground. Harry was stalling. The dagger that had pierced his armor carried a dark magic curse he didn't fully understand. He focused on casting Purify Spirit to cleanse the curse, while simultaneously channeling the healing power of Riptide to mend his wounds. He hadn't expected two of Voldemort's Horcruxes to appear at Hogwarts at the same time. From what this fragment was saying, it seemed Lucius Malfoy, one of Voldemort's followers, was involved. Something Voldemort had entrusted to Lucius, why hadn't Lucius given it to him? Harry had plenty he wanted to say to Lucius, but right now, The priority was defeating the enemy before him. The battle wasn't over yet. The only thing Harry could take some comfort in was his quick reflexes. The moment he sensed something was wrong with Ginny, he had leaned back to dodge, and the basilisk-scale mail he wore, though it hadn't offered much protection, bought him just enough time. At least the dagger hadn't pierced his heart. "You're stalling, Potter," the younger Voldemort turned, flashing a malicious smile. "But that's fine, I'll allow it. Struggle all you want, it'll only make it sweeter when you realize it's all futile, ahahaha." Voldemort erupted into maniacal laughter, convinced he had already overcome the problem that had stumped even his main soul, the one that had failed repeatedly. "Let your final moments bear witness, foolish Potter," Voldemort said gleefully, showing no sorrow for the destruction of the diadem, another Horcrux. "You're about to see my ascension. Like you, shedding the constraints of a mortal body, I will become stronger, more perfect. Yes, I will become a new demon." Voldemort raised his arm triumphantly, his right fist crackling with fell energy. He gripped the hovering, demented main soul tightly. "Main soul, no, you're no longer the main soul," Voldemort said softly, staring at his future self. "You, who failed time and again, who became so pathetic you lost all wisdom, you're unfit to be called the main soul. Just as I intended when I created my first Horcrux, I am the true main soul." Vivid green fell flames spread like a spider's web, enveloping the original main soul. The new Voldemort was drawing power from his past self, siphoning its essence. For the first time, the main soul, long imprisoned in a dark cell and driven to madness, seemed to regain a flicker of awareness. The agony of having its essence forcibly extracted by fell energy made it wail. "No, don't, no." No further sounds came. The younger soul fragment, now more accurately the new main soul, acted swiftly and ruthlessly. In less than 2 seconds, he had completely absorbed everything from his future self. Harry knew exactly what this new Voldemort was doing. As Voldemort had proudly declared, he was transforming into a demon. Fell energy was seeping into Voldemort's soul, the destructive force reshaping him into one of its creatures, a demon. His once youthful, handsome face was gone. Voldemort's translucent form was solidifying, his pale skin turning a dull, decayed green, marred with grotesque tumors and spines. Bright green fell runes stretched from his head down his body. It didn't take long for Voldemort to lose all traces of humanity. His legs morphed into massive reverse-jointed limbs, his feet replaced by enormous hooves. His arms, now spiked, bore 2 sharp, blade-like appendages. Voldemort had fully transformed into a demon, a bona fide member of the Burning Legion. Though, to be honest, he wasn't much different from the demons Harry had killed before. Ugly, powerful, and repulsive. "Ah, how marvelous!" Voldemort's voice grew deeper, more guttural. "This is power, such incredible power." He studied his demonic hand, utterly enthralled by its grotesque beauty. He could feel the magic, or rather, the fell energy, coursing through him, a power so immense it seemed he could destroy the entire tower with a thought. But what satisfied Voldemort even more was the intangible connection he now felt, the bond every demon shared with the source of fell energy, the twisting nether. "I've truly achieved immortality," Voldemort's expression bordered on reverence. "The demons didn't lie, I can feel it, even if I die here I can be reborn in the twisting nether, I am immortal." Harry watched Voldemort's ecstatic display coldly, focusing on healing his own injuries. He knew Voldemort was right. Demons of the Burning Legion, like all demons, were immortal in the material world. Mortals could only destroy their physical forms, but their souls would return to the twisting nether, nourished by endless fell energy until they revived. But Voldemort wasn't entirely correct. To truly kill a demon, one had to destroy it in the twisting nether, preventing its return. Alternatively, killing a demon in a high-concentration fell zone could also end it permanently. Holy light, the antithesis of fell energy, could do the job, as could high-level arcane magic or void energy. There were plenty of methods. In a sense, Voldemort had achieved the immortality he'd always craved, along with immense power. The only cost, perhaps, was his appearance, but given the transformation from his youthful self to his future form, he likely didn't care about that. Harry was certain the Eredar hadn't bothered to tell Voldemort that even demonic immortality had its limits. The problem was, Harry couldn't currently employ any of the methods to permanently kill a demon outside the twisting nether, which was why his expression was so grim. As a shaman, purifying land tainted by fell energy and restoring life was well within his capabilities. But permanently killing a demon in the material world? That was a tall order. He couldn't exactly let a demon create a high-concentration fell zone just to kill it. That would defeat the purpose. "You'll die here," Harry said, forcing himself to stand despite the weakness spreading from his chest wound. He leaned on his warhammer for support. "Immortality? Maybe. But do you know how long it takes a demon to revive in the twisting nether? 10 years, 100. "I regret to inform you, Voldemort," Harry taunted. "I've killed more demons than you've ever seen, and even among them, you're the weakest of the lot. A pathetic demon like you? In the twisting nether, you'd be one of countless others, cannon fodder to fill the front lines. You're not even fit to be a demon commander," Harry continued, his words cutting deep. "Forget the named demons whose infamy spans worlds. You're not even on the level of a Felguard or a succubus. With your fell energy, you're barely stronger than an imp. Oh, do you even know what an imp is?" "Lies." As expected, Voldemort exploded with rage. For him, his appearance didn't matter, nor did the changes to his personality wrought by this power. But weakness? Weakness was unacceptable. He had to be strong, had to dominate. "You're jealous of my power," Voldemort roared, his fury uncontainable. He had to kill this clown who dared mock him. Clenching his fist, he summoned a ball of fell flame and hurled it at Harry with a deafening blast. "Earth Elemental, heed my call," Harry shouted. There was no time to worry about the damage to the castle. The walls of the headmaster's office rumbled, and a pair of massive earth elemental fists smashed toward Voldemort. Harry didn't seize the moment to attack. Instead, he endured the pain, encasing Ginny's body in layers of stone and sending her into the suitcase world for safety. It was time to go all out. The wound in his chest was worsening. Harry had no choice but to enter Ascension form again. In this state, temporarily transformed into an elemental being, his injuries wouldn't deteriorate further, and his combat ability remained intact. Prolonged ascension would inevitably turn him into an elemental creature permanently, but he couldn't afford to think about that now. The castle walls, torn apart, melted into searing lava in an instant. Truth be told, facing Voldemort now, free from Ginny's body, felt easier. At least Harry could unleash his more powerful spells without restraint. What was there to say to a demon? Death was the only fitting end. Lava burst. Lightning bolt. Elemental blast. Earthquake, no, scratch that. It was undeniably easier. Voldemort, now truly a demon, was already sprawled on the ground. This fight could have been described with more epic flair, but even infused with fell energy and transformed into a demon, Voldemort wasn't particularly impressive. His fell energy was barely above an imp's, though his physical form was significantly stronger. Still, that was it. Without Ginny as a hostage, facing Harry's relentless onslaught, Voldemort quickly fell. "This can't be," Voldemort muttered, his voice barely audible. The mental blow was worse than the physical one. He had achieved his greatest desire, immortality, and gained immense power. This should have been a moment of double triumph, so why had it all gone wrong? He was questioning everything. So much so that he couldn't muster the will to struggle. Most of his body was gone. All that remained of Voldemort's demonic form was his right arm and part of his torso. The rest had been consumed by the molten lava, reduced to ash. "Just as I said, even among demons, you're nothing special, just cannon fodder," Harry said, reverting to human form. He clutched his chest with one hand and held his warhammer in the other as he approached Voldemort. "You're finished." Without waiting for a reply, Harry raised his warhammer and smashed it down on the black diary that had fallen from Voldemort's body. It was much like when the diadem was destroyed. But instead of a translucent, milky substance, the diary oozed black ink, spurting like blood. At the same time, Voldemort coughed up a mouthful of demonic blood. Yet, even with his Horcrux destroyed, he didn't die instantly like the diadem's soul fragment. He only grew weaker. "That was just my old body. I am immortal now," Voldemort said, struggling to prop himself up with one hand, refusing to let his gaze fall below Harry's. "You can't kill me, Potter," he sneered. "Just this once," Harry said, catching his breath. He tightened his grip on the warhammer and brought it down with a resounding crack. Voldemort died. He died quietly, calmly, knowing he wasn't truly dead, so he showed no fear or reluctance. The higher the rank of a demon, the longer it took to revive. A demon like Archimonde might need nearly 10,000 years. For a weakling like Voldemort, a few days at most. But the Twisting Nether was a vast, incomprehensible place. Harry didn't know if Voldemort could find his way back to this world. It didn't matter. Chapter 247. Harry would find a way to truly kill a demon in the real world, even without energies opposing fel magic or high-energy zones, sealing the demon completely. After all, since demons he was familiar with had already appeared in this world, returning to Azeroth might no longer be just a fantasy. He wasn't afraid of someone like Voldemort showing up again. If that dark wizard somehow found a way back from the Twisting Nether, Harry, now prepared, would ensure his permanent demise. Compared to the threat of a single demon imp, the demons and fel corruption within the castle were far more pressing concerns. Harry knew that to defeat a demon army, he first had to shut down the portals supplying their endless reinforcements, then execute a decapitation strike against their commander, and finally clear out the remaining demons while purging the land of its corruption. In terms of demon containment, Azeroth had long established a proven strategy. After regaining some strength, Harry briefly bandaged the wound on his chest and purified it again with the power of water, restoring enough combat ability for now. The curse on Voldemort's dagger was a unique form of dark magic exclusive to wizards. He planned to seek out Snape and Dumbledore for a proper fix after the battle. For now, suppressing the curse to prevent it from flaring up would suffice. Not intending to venture into the castle's lower levels alone while injured, Harry left the headmaster's office and headed toward the astronomy tower to rendezvous with Professor McGonagall and the others. He couldn't afford to lose this battle. No matter what, he wouldn't let the demons establish an invasion foothold in this world. The war raging at Hogwarts felt like something out of a mythical legend to many professors and students. Real demons, straight out of stories, were actually here. The sounds of combat, shouts, clashes, and explosions echoed everywhere, with elemental spirits joining the fray as reinforcements. Like raindrops, elementals poured into Hogwarts, battling grotesque monsters with fire, frost, water, and falling stones. Even though the students had been evacuated to Hogsmeade, they could still see the chaos at the castle from afar, especially the massive ice dragons soaring around the castle's perimeter, prompting screams of awe. Truth be told, many students still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. To them, it was just too cool. Imagine, the elemental spirits they were so familiar with from daily life at Hogwarts were now displaying such incredible combat prowess. Even now, more elementals were emerging from the Forbidden Forest, the sky, and the Black Lake, charging toward the castle. Many students, mostly Gryffindors, naturally, were clamoring to return to the castle to fight alongside their professors and protect their school. Professor Sprout had to harshly discipline a few particularly rowdy ones to keep the excited students in check. As Harry hurried through the corridors between the towers, he even saw centaurs from the Forbidden Forest charging out, some wielding bows and spears, others carrying massive totems. These were warriors from the Trito tribe, rushing to aid Hogwarts after learning of the attack. Things were going better than Harry had expected. When he reached the astronomy tower, he was surprised to find that Professor McGonagall and the Ministry's forces had already pushed back the demon frontline. After a quick assessment of the wizards' combat, Harry understood why they were faring so well. Yes, the magic of this world had weakened over years of decline, lacking raw destructive power. Even Aurors, trained for combat, had spells with limited lethality. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, could drain a target's life force instantly, even a demon's. But the problem was that Avada Kedavra demanded immense magical energy, making it costly to cast. Moreover, the Aurors' killing curses were single-target spells, which struggled against swarms of spider demons, their power insufficient. In Harry's mind, Avada Kedavra would be ideal if it could split and attack multiple targets, draining the life force of all enemies around a single hit, or even designate an area to sap life force en masse. Wait, that sounded disturbingly like fel magic. And it was green, too. Even though the killing curse felt almost too gentle against demons, and the professors shunned unforgivable curses and dark magic. Their spells were wonderfully versatile and unpredictable. It was precisely these spells that allowed the wizards to hold off the demon assault and begin a counterattack from the astronomy tower. Harry watched as a half-human, half-spider demon warrior roared and charged, only to be transformed into a teacup mid-stride, shattering upon hitting the ground. It was truly dead. Even though the demon's bloodline allowed it to resist the transfiguration and revert to its original form, a shattered corpse was useless regardless. Utterly absurd. Harry often found this world's magic baffling. It wasn't powerful enough to destroy a mountain with a single spell, yet it could manipulate time or suppress a demon's magic resistance to transform them. The bizarre effects were endless. Even a seemingly mundane spell like the Severing Charm could effortlessly slice a spider demon into pieces, not by physically cutting with external force, but through a conceptual power. Once hit by the spell, the target was simply divided. A normal spellcasting process would be: cast spell right arrow magical energy, performs the cut right arrow cutting complete. But the wizard's Severing Charm was cast spell cutting complete. It skipped a step entirely. The only drawback was that the spell's projectile had to hit the target directly, but once it did, the effect was guaranteed. No reasoning required. As for transfiguration, which could transform targets from a distance, that was even more ridiculous. The long corridor Harry stood in was littered with shattered tables, chairs, wooden blocks, and porcelain fragments, all of which in theory were demon corpses. It was oddly poetic. It almost felt like the demon's corpses, which would normally pollute the environment, had become eco-friendly. Using human transfiguration on sentient beings, other wizards, was a one-way ticket to Azkaban's deepest cell. No one would dare do such a thing in normal times. But demons, they weren't human. Honestly, Harry wondered if Professor McGonagall was using these demons as practice dummies for malicious transfiguration. A rare opportunity, perhaps. Even more absurdly, Harry saw a ball of fell fire hurled by a spider demon warlock toward the wizards, only for it to change direction midair, morph into a green fell phoenix, and turn back to incinerate the warlock who cast it. Fell magic didn't care about masters or casters. If you weren't strong enough, you died. This scene repeated itself multiple times, making it seem as though the wizards, not the warlocks, were controlling the fell magic. Truth be told, Harry hadn't expected wizards to be able to transmute magic cast by others, effectively seizing control of it. Just by observing Professor McGonagall and the Auror's combat, Harry felt he'd gained a new understanding of wizarding magic. "Harry, you're here." As Harry swung his warhammer, charging from the other end of the corridor and smashing 3 or 4 demons, the wizards noticed him. Professor Flitwick shouted in his high-pitched voice. "We need to shut down their portal at the source. Otherwise, we'll never clear out these demons." Harry yelled, urgency in his voice. "The dungeons, they're in the dungeon classrooms," Flitwick called back. "I know where they are, but I can't get there alone. I need help." "We'll go together, Professor Flitwick," Scrimgeour decided instantly. "Aurors to the dungeon classrooms, attack." No guide was needed. The British Ministry's Aurors were all Hogwarts graduates. They knew exactly where to go. After quickly clearing the nearby demons, Harry joined the group and charged toward the dungeon classrooms. It wouldn't take long. Stairs were the fastest route. "Take us to the first floor." As the group reached the castle's moving staircases, Professor McGonagall called out. The next moment, as if understanding her command, the staircases stopped their mischievous shifting and obediently carried everyone straight from the top floor to the first. "Merlin's beard. I always thought the idea of Hogwarts having a consciousness was a myth," an Auror said, leaning against the banister to catch his breath. "Hogwarts still has many secrets, doesn't it?" McGonagall said with a small smile. "We're here." The first floor of the castle had become a chaotic battlefield of elementals, demons, and animated armor statues clashing. McGonagall's face paled at the sight. The intense fighting had wrecked the castle's decorations and walls. The cost of rebuilding, in galleons, would be astronomical. "Don't worry, Professor," Harry reassured her. "If need be, we can launch a fundraiser in the wizarding community. I'm sure the alumni would be happy to contribute to their alma mater." "Let's hope so," McGonagall sighed softly. "As long as we drive the demons out, everything will be fine," Harry said, then turned to Scrimgeour. Where's Fudge? Wasn't he with you? Don't tell me he's. Fudge fled, and Auror interrupted angrily before Scrimgeour could respond. That damned coward. How dare he run from a battle to defend Hogwarts? He's unfit to be minister. Enough, Jenkins, Scrimgeour said, clearly furious but trying to maintain the ministry's dignity in front of outsiders. Rest assured, even without Fudge, our fighting strength is more than enough. He no longer referred to Fudge as minister. True, you lot are far better than him, Harry nodded. These Aurors, seasoned from years of battling dark wizards and magical creatures, were indeed a formidable force among wizards. Thanks to the staircases, the group quickly reached the castle's lower levels. Crunch! An Auror squashed a small spider scuttling across the floor, looking as though he might vomit at any moment. Sorry, he's got a thing about spiders, Scrimgeour said, defending his subordinate. I get it. For most people, this scene is a bit too much, Harry said, nodding. But you'd better get used to it fast. You don't want to die in battle over something this small. If it's too much, you can head back upstairs to clear demons there. The castle's underground corridors had become a nest for inhuman creatures. Bone-white spider webs draped everywhere, with unknown pus and pools of fell-tainted water scattered across the floor. Yellow-green spider eggs, some as large as a person, others smaller than a thumb, pulsed and twitched in dense clusters. The only thing they had in common was their sheer number. Harry wasn't the only one thinking about the consequences if even one of these spiderlings escaped, and the demons gained a foothold in this world. Not a single one could be allowed to escape. That was the unspoken agreement among them all. Incendio. Crimson flames roared to life. No one was foolish enough to wade into the enemy's territory or touch the toxic-looking webs. Blazing fire purified everything, from the webs to the eggs. The popping of bursting egg sacs and the shrill screeches of newborn spider demons dying filled the air, a sound straight out of hell. The sheer volume was enough to make many feel uneasy. Their new home was being destroyed, driving the adult spider demons pouring out from the corridor's depths and nearby classrooms into a frenzy. Though many could wield fell fire, that didn't make them immune to flames. Especially fiendfire. Some Aurors, unable to withstand the intense mental strain, had resorted to this forbidden dark magic. Chapter 248. This was an indisputably dark form of magic, on par with the unforgivable curses. It was a sentient flame, or more precisely, a malevolent living entity capable of actively pursuing its prey until it consumed everything in its path. No amount of water could extinguish it, for this fire could use water itself as fuel. From inorganic matter to organic life, even magical constructs, all were targets for its ravenous hunger. As the flames grew stronger, they became increasingly restless, yearning to devour even their creator. Only the most skilled wizards could fully control this dark magic. It had to be said that using fiendfire in such a confined space, filled with flammable objects, was an extraordinarily dangerous act. The corridor and the underground classrooms on either side were brimming with things that could burn. The dark magical flames morphed ceaselessly into shapes of fantastic beasts, phoenixes, dragons, and the like, roaring as they consumed every demon that dared to appear in their path, without exception. Control it, Dawson, Scrimgeour bellowed, unable to restrain himself. Everyone else be ready, follow my orders, grip your wands tightly. I know, Minister, Dawson, the Auror, replied tensely. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, a testament to the strain of the spell and the searing heat of the fiendfire. The other Aurors remained silent. As elite wizards who had faced dark wizards wielding fiendfire multiple times in the past, they understood Scrimgeour's intent. They needed to prepare to cast a spell together to rein in the out-of-control fiendfire. The more spider eggs or Aranasi demons the fiendfire consumed, the weaker Dawson's control over it became. It wasn't an illusion. Moments ago, a phoenix-shaped flame had lunged toward them. If Scrimgeour hadn't urgently repelled it with a spell, someone might already have been incinerated. These flames were alive, but Harry could clearly sense they were not elemental in nature. They were a form of magical life, unbound by the elements. Utterly malevolent, Harry could even hear the wails of the elements. The ever-present elemental forces were being devoured by this evil fire. The entire underground corridor, except for the area where Harry and the others stood, had become a no-man's land for the elements wherever the fiendfire reached. This realization weighed heavily on Harry's heart, but he had to admit the spell had saved them considerable effort. At the very least, Harry and his companions no longer had to worry about the spider demons that could burst through the walls at any moment, or the countless eggs and tiny spiders crawling everywhere. It also conserved their strength and magical energy. It was hard to say which was more formidable, the destructive energy of fell magic or the all-consuming flames of fiendfire. Aranasi demon warlocks were hurling fell spells to combat the fiendfire, but the local flames were, frankly, a bit rude. There were simply too many of them. The desks, chairs, and teaching tools once stored in the underground classrooms, the decorative armor and statues lining the corridor, even the stone walls themselves, everything had been licked clean by the fire, stripped bare. The remains of demons and magical constructs alike had become fodder for the fiendfire. In the face of this now colossal inferno, the fell flames seemed woefully inadequate. It would take Killian himself to make a difference. "It's in that classroom ahead," Professor Flitwick shouted, pointing to a room on the right. "Merlin's beard, what have they done to this place?" The underground classroom had been utterly transformed into a demonic lair. Its walls had vanished, allowing everyone to see the glowing green portal at the center of the room. Demons were pouring out of it ceaselessly, the reason the castle's demon infestation refused to end. "I can't hold it, Minister," Dawson cried out desperately. "It's slipping." "Everyone with me," Scrimgeour commanded without hesitation. "Finite incantatum." Kneeling halfway to the ground, Scrimgeour drove his wand forcefully into the stone floor. The other Aurors mirrored his action. Under the surge of magical energy, their wands seemed to gain astonishing resilience. No ordinary wood could pierce stone so easily. Finite incantatum, a spell as powerful as its name suggested, could end all magical effects within its range. When cast by multiple wizards, its potency and range were amplified. It was also one of the few spells capable of stopping fiendfire. Though it was a pity the flames hadn't consumed all the demons, letting them burn unchecked risked reducing all of Hogwarts to ashes, and likely everyone present along with it. The phoenixes and dragons formed by the flames finally dissipated under the spell's effect. All that remained were scorched black marks and wisps of smoke, not even ash left behind. Clang! A warhammer swung fiercely toward the back of Scrimgeour's neck as he struggled to rise. A barbed dagger materialized there, and with it, an Aranasi spider demon with bony wings appeared out of thin air, shifting from invisible to visible. Her expression betrayed surprise, but before Harry's hurled fireball could strike her, she executed a nimble backflip, landing on the other side of the corridor. "Interesting," the Aranasi said, raising an eyebrow. "A mere mortal saw through my stealth." "Your stench is so foul I could smell it from streets away, demon," Harry said coldly. "So, you're their commander." This was a textbook Aranasi demon assassin. Harry recalled that in their race, females held far higher status than males. Physically, they weren't particularly strong, often serving as warlocks or assassins. "Commander," the demon burst into laughter. "That's what those fools in the Burning Legion call their leaders, isn't it? Interesting. You seem to have dealt with demons before, which explains why you're here." "So you're not with the Burning Legion?" Harry felt a weight lift from his chest upon hearing her call the Legion fools. Demons of the Burning Legion would never speak of themselves that way, and any who dared would face swift retribution from an unseen force. Unlike the wild demons outside, those of the Burning Legion served a powerful master. "Of course not," the Aranasi spider demon sneered disdainfully. "We're not slaves. You talk too much, mortal. Remember my name? I am Lanax, the first assassin of the Aranasi under the spider mother Aranath. Let's see what secrets your soul is hiding." Harry's question seemed to enrage her. Under the tense gazes of the surrounding wizards, Lanax vanished into thin air. Evada Kedevra. Perhaps because he had just narrowly escaped death, Scrimgeour finally realized what had happened. Without time to thank Harry, he unleashed the killing curse at the spot where Lanax had stood. The green light tore through the air, striking the wall at the corridor's turn. Lanax was long gone from that spot. Apersium. Revelio. The Aurors demonstrated the diversity of their spellwork, rapidly casting every anti-invisibility spell they knew. Some even pulled handfuls of strange powder from their pockets, scattering it into the air. "Protect yourselves," Harry shouted. "She's fast, pair up back to back, cover each other." Before his words could fully settle, Harry swung his warhammer to his right. The spider demon was there. Surprisingly, she didn't target the more vulnerable wizards, who were slower to react. Instead, she seemed fixated on Harry, the one who knew about the burning legion and demons. After missing her strike, Lanax vanished into the air again. The revealing spells and powders had little effect, causing only a faint ripple in the air at first before everything went still again. "Targeting me, are you?" Harry scanned his surroundings and sneered. "I know what you are, Aranasi spider demon, right? I've heard about your kind from my warlock friend, from a pathetic planet already conquered by the Burning Legion. Sorry, your kind is so weak that my friend didn't bother saying much about you." Clang! The warhammer clashed with her dagger, sparking red. On the other side, the wizards were forced to deal with the demons still pouring through the portal, while Harry and Lanax remained locked in their standoff. Patience was the key to victory. From countless encounters with rogues, Harry knew that facing these rats in the shadows required patience. No offense, rogue friends. "Getting mad?" Harry taunted deliberately. He had to keep this demon focused on him, or the wizard's slower reactions and abilities would likely lead to their deaths. "Why would I be mad?" Harry continued. "You're home. Sorry, I can't even recall what your pathetic planet was called. No one cares. It's long been the Burning Legion's territory, and your entire race was turned into demons. So what makes you think you can look down on the Burning Legion? Calling them fools?" Harry laughed loudly. "If they're fools, what does that make you? The garbage crushed by the Legion? Fools among fools. You're just a remnant hiding in some corner of the twisting nether the Legion hasn't bothered to touch. Look at your ugly form. No matter how much you deny it, you're a demon created because of the Burning Legion's invasion. Your race is gone." "Shut up, mortal." The demon's shriek echoed. Harry's words had struck a sacred, untouchable nerve, mercilessly tearing away the veil she draped over herself, forcing her to face the brutal reality. The dregs of a defeated race. "Got you." Provoked to the brink of madness by his words, her stealth was no longer flawless. It proved that even demons had things they held dear, just as the world tree mattered to Archimonde or Velen mattered to Kil'jaeden. This was what they called obsession. Noticing a subtle distortion in the air, Harry swung his warhammer, wreathed in storm energy. Frost spread like serpents across the floor, and even the ceiling was ablaze with fire. One strike. Just one. The fragility of the rogue class was laid bare. Even a demon's body could be shattered with a single blow. Lanax's bony wings snapped, her right ribcage caved in, and she collapsed to her knees, no longer the arrogant figure she'd been. Her eyes burned with hatred as she glared at Harry. "You're no assassin, demon," Harry mocked. "If you can't stay calm at all times, you might as well find a quiet corner in the twisting nether to retire, if you get the chance." "You..." Crack. Uninterested in hearing her dying words, Harry swung his hammer twice more, crushing her skull. Dead beyond doubt. With the leader of the demon invasion force eliminated, destroying the portal was straightforward. They only needed to dismantle the magical array on the ground and the rune stones brimming with fell energy. Demons were like a pile of reeking garbage, polluting wherever they went. Even after killing them, one had to grit their teeth and deal with the lingering fell taint. This was Hogwarts. If they couldn't fully purify the demonic corruption and remove every trace of fell energy, a curious young wizard might accidentally come into contact with the residue and turn into a budding warlock. That would be a disaster. Some with exceptionally strong wills might resist the corruption of fell energy and hold true to their principles, but such individuals were rare. Most, no matter how kind they'd been before, would succumb to the fell's influence, becoming cruel and obsessed with power. Harry had worked with Illidan and his demon hunters. Even among their ranks, betrayals happened, those who went from controlling demonic power to becoming demons themselves. Chapter 249. Compared to other forms of energy, fell magic inherently symbolizes destruction. Those who wield it for long periods risk corruption and downfall at any moment. This is why, despite many warlocks bravely stepping forward to defend Azeroth, they still cannot appear openly in public. Thus, rather than testing human nature, Harry preferred to snuff out this possibility at its root. It's worth mentioning that, when the last demon emerging from the portal was instantly transformed into a teacup and shattered, and the portal was promptly sealed, a charred corpse dropped to the ground where the portal had been. Is this Professor Lockhart? After closely examining the body, Professor Flitwick exclaimed in shock, he was here. It was indeed Lockhart. His emaciated frame, little more than skin stretched over bones, was draped in his favorite garish purple robe, the only clue identifying him. His once prized hair had been burned away, and his skin was covered in vivid green fell runes from head to toe. Where his eyes should have been, there were only empty sockets, with 2 flickers of fell flames burning within. Lockhart had been utterly drained. Devoid of consciousness and unable to speak, he was alive, but only just. If my judgment is correct, Lockhart was the anchor and sacrifice that allowed these demons to cross into our world, Harry said, standing up after a closer inspection and shaking his head. Kill him, he's beyond saving. Killing him would be a mercy. I never imagined he'd sink to this, Professor McGonagall said, shaking her head sadly, not out of pity for Lockhart, but for the catastrophe that had befallen Hogwarts. I thought he was just vain, Professor Flitwick said, glaring at Lockhart's body with disgust. Because of scum like this, bah, he doesn't deserve to be called a professor. When Miss Granger and the others brought me to the dungeon classroom, this filth was using those children as sacrifices. Disgraceful. For someone as mild-mannered as Flitwick to be this enraged, Lockhart had truly outdone himself. Not bothering to say more, Flitwick raised his wand to finish Lockhart off. But before he could act, a flash of green light struck the body. Any issues? Snape asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. I've wanted to do that for a long time. The other professors exchanged glances. None at all, Harry said. You merely killed a demon worshipper. Lockhart's soul was already destroyed by fell magic. Professor Potter, Scrimgeour approached with purposeful strides. The situation now. What? Harry asked, puzzled. The demon commander is dead, and the anchor that allowed them to open a portal to this world has been destroyed. All that's left is to clear out the remaining demons in the castle and purge the fell corruption. No, that's not what I meant, Scrimgeour said, shaking his head. I mean, please say something to them, Professor Potter, as a conclusion to this battle, this war. Me? Harry froze for a moment. Turning around, he saw not only Scrimgeour but also the Aurors and Hit Wizards watching him, their eyes gleaming with expectation. Understanding dawned, and he raised his voice. Everyone, we've won. Oh. The tension in the air dissolved, and the Aurors erupted into cheers. Some, wearing expressions of relief at surviving the ordeal, even shed tears of joy. We defeated legendary demons. I protected Hogwarts. Professor Potter, Professor McGonagall, can we get a special award for this? I've wanted one ever since I was stuck polishing trophies as a student. The voices mingled in a chaotic but joyful cacophony. In the celebratory atmosphere, no one minded the noise. I think every one of you deserves a Merlin medal, Harry said, glancing at McGonagall. As for the special award. I'd love to say yes, McGonagall replied, but you've all graduated, my dears. The special award is for students. Her words drew groans from the Aurors, but then she broke into a rare smile. However, as Hogwarts Deputy Headmistress, when Headmaster Dumbledore returns, I'll propose to him that we create a special award just for you. Brilliant, an Auror shouted. I love you, Professor McGonagall. Laughter swelled again, and in this festive mood, even McGonagall became more approachable, cracking a rare joke. But as the laughter continued, some of it gradually turned to sobs. If only Jack were still here, we could have won that trophy together and become Hogwarts legends. Jack. One Auror's voice quieted the revelry. For these Aurors, it had been a long time since they'd faced such devastating losses. Demons, after all, were demons. Though they'd eventually found ways to counter them, dozens of Aurors had still perished. For the wizarding world, with its small population, this was a staggering loss, especially since these were carefully selected, highly trained Aurors and Hit Wizards. If Hogwarts didn't hold such profound significance to the British wizarding community, the Ministry would never have sent so many to defend it. Seeing the mood grow somber, Harry raised his wand and conjured a loud, dazzling firework, drawing everyone's attention. After that battle, I trust you've gained some understanding of these demons, yes? Harry asked. Their reproduction rate, their strength, their magic. Demons are like locusts. They rapidly corrupt the world with fell energy, transforming our home into an environment they thrive in. You saw it on your way here, fell-tainted waters, air thick with sulfur, and those dense clusters of spider eggs. And we're their food. This wasn't fear-mongering. The Aurors, having witnessed the demon's horrors firsthand, shuddered at the thought. Harry continued. We could become food, slaves, or worse, gradually corrupted by fell energy into new demons. Either way, humanity, whether wizard or muggle, would cease to exist. Thank you, Harry said, performing an ancient bow of respect. Your bravery stopped the demon's plot. You didn't just protect Hogwarts, this historic school, you safeguarded the entire world. And you, Professor Potter, someone shouted. Yes, and me, Harry said with a grin. So hold your heads high, for now we can proudly call ourselves heroes. As the Auror spirits lifted again, Harry turned to Scrimgeour. The stern-faced director of the Auror office now wore a faint smile. I didn't expect you to ask me to speak, Harry said to Scrimgeour. Aren't you their leader? I am, Scrimgeour admitted. But much as I hate to say it, the turning point of this war wasn't me, it was you. I owe you an apology, Professor Potter, for underestimating you because of your age. I always thought those stories were just Rita Skeeter's nonsense. I understand. Rita was like that before, Harry said with a nod. But she's been getting better, hasn't she? True, Scrimgeour said earnestly. At least now she tells the truth. Thank you for saving my life, Harry. Can I call you that? Of course. Good, Scrimgeour said, visibly relieved. I can't quite express how I feel, Harry, but that demon's dagger was less than an inch from my throat. I didn't even realize how close I was to death. It's not your fault. You're a spellcaster with no experience against rogues, Harry said reassuringly. No, it is my fault. I'm the director of the Auror office. I should be better than anyone, Scrimgeour said, taking a deep breath before calming himself. Thank you, Harry, for letting me live to see Alice again, my wife. You're welcome, Harry said with a smile. You're a brave man, Scrimgeour. Keep it that way. Of course, Scrimgeour said, nodding. Call me Rufus. With no reinforcements, the remaining demons were steadily being cleared from the castle, their bodies piling up in the open space between the castle and the great totem, some stacked into a small hill, not counting those burned to ash. To prevent the land from being tainted, the demon corpses buried by Dottie, Hermione's earth elemental, were unearthed, and the blood-soaked soil was continuously purified. Harry gave his shaman apprentices an impromptu lesson on water elementals, distributing vials of water elemental binding potion. Once the apprentices bonded with their water elementals, they immediately learned healing waters and purifying waters. Whether they sprinkled pre-prepared water with healing and purifying properties or used another method, the goal was clear. Purge all fell corruption from the castle. To prevent curious or reckless students from hiding dangerous demon artifacts or body parts, those evacuated were still housed in Hogsmeade. The fields near the wizarding village were once again filled with tents, though this time occupied by students. Truth be told, for many students, it felt like a camping trip. Aside from the initial panic, they barely grasped the gravity of the situation. Patrolling professors had repeatedly caught students trying to sneak back to the castle from Hogsmeade. These troublemakers were sent straight to Snape, with McGonagall specifically instructing him to ensure they learned their lesson. Ron silently mourned for those unfortunate students for 3 seconds. No one understood better than him the psychological terror Snape could inflict. Fortunately, the shaman apprentices were on the approved list to enter Hogwarts. They worked alongside Harry to purify every fell-tainted corner of the castle. As the most experienced, Harry had already cast 2 purifying rains that enveloped nearly the entire Hogwarts grounds. The demon's corruption within the castle had to be cleansed bit by bit, but the elementals helped by detecting hidden or dead demons in obscure corners or secret passages. Elementals, native to this world, were highly sensitive to fell energy and tainted objects. The Daily Prophet had already reported on this invasion from another world, with demons as the enemy. Alongside Harry's leaked intel about the demons, the paper included numerous photos, first-hand shots by Rita Skeeter. These were truly first-hand, as many captured demons battling stone statues, armors, and elementals within Hogwarts. Thanks to the Wizarding World's moving photographs, anyone reading the paper could vividly see what had transpired. Honestly, Harry had no idea where Rita had hidden to take those shots. In her articles, she lavished praise on Professor Potter's divine intervention at critical moments, while, unusually, commending the Ministry's Aurors and hit wizards. Several photos of Aurors and hit wizards fighting valiantly stirred readers' emotions. Yet, despite the Ministry's rare positive contribution and the flood of commendatory letters delivered by owls to the Auror office, Minister Fudge couldn't muster any joy. As a minister who had fled during the crisis, Fudge had been thoroughly lambasted by Rita. Chapter 250. By the way, another person who's been getting thoroughly roasted is Dumbledore. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he was nowhere to be found when the school needed him most, a clear dereliction of duty. Even Harry couldn't defend him against Rita Skeeter's accusations this time, because, for once, she was telling the truth. The only thing Dumbledore had going for him over Fudge was that the owls sent to berate him couldn't pinpoint his location and had to return to their senders. Fudge, on the other hand, was practically marinated in owl droppings by now. Whether Fudge would stubbornly cling to his position as Minister of Magic or slink off in disgrace was no longer Harry's concern. After the Battle of Hogwarts, he and the other professors were busy scurrying around the castle, not only trying to repair the shattered structure, but also dealing with an overwhelming number of parents. "Sorry, Professor, I have to go," Zacharias Smith said nervously, standing before Harry with his luggage already packed. "Hogwarts isn't safe anymore. My dad wants me to transfer to Beauxbatons." "You're running away, Smith," Katie Bell asked bluntly. "Hey girl, watch your mouth," Smith's father snapped viciously. "Hogwarts isn't safe. I'm not leaving my son in a place like this, a dump where even the headmaster's gone AWOL and still hasn't shown up." "Don't you dare insult Dumbledore," Katie shot back furious. "Smith's a shaman apprentice too. We're working to purify Hogwarts. It's our duty and responsibility." "Then let your duty go to hell, little girl," Smith's father retorted without a hint of courtesy. "Come on, Zacharias, I've already booked the ship to France. We're not wasting any more time in this broken-down place." "You—" "Enough, Katie," Harry interrupted calmly. He turned to Zacharias, his expression serious. "Do you remember my first lesson? I won't stop anyone from leaving, but as long as you keep what I've taught you in your heart, that's enough." "I will, Professor," Zacharias said, swallowing hard. "Hey, watch how you talk, little professor," Smith's father interjected, stepping forward. "Zacharias isn't a Hogwarts student anymore, got it? What does it matter if he forgets your stupid lessons?" "He'll die," Harry said coldly, fixing the man with a stare. "You can test that if you want." Smith's father opened his mouth, his face flushing red with wounded pride. His fist clenched as if he might swing, but when he met Harry's eyes, he froze. An overwhelming pressure radiated from the young professor, who barely came up to his shoulder, a pressure he'd never felt from anyone else. "Let's go, Zacharias," the man finally barked, snatching his son's suitcase and storming off. "This place is insane, mad school, mad professors," he muttered incessantly as he left. Zacharias glanced back at Harry and the others before turning and leaving without another word. "Nice one, Professor," Katie said, shaking her fist at the retreating figures. "Those cowardly jerks, "No need to get so worked up, Katie," Harry said, shrugging it off. "We're not some cult that traps people here. As long as he doesn't use what I taught him for evil, I don't care." "All right, you're the professor, you call the shots," Katie said with a shrug. Zacharias was the only one of Harry's shaman apprentices to leave Hogwarts, but Harry wasn't particularly upset about it. After all, he was just an ordinary apprentice, and Harry wasn't running some rigid Azeroth-style mentorship system. As long as Zacharias didn't break any laws, he was free to go. The other apprentices, meanwhile, were buzzing with excitement. They darted around the castle daily, eagerly using purified water to cleanse every trace of fell magic and demonic corruption. Aside from Zacharias, several other students had already been pulled from Hogwarts by their parents. They couldn't bear the thought of their children staying in a school that had been attacked by demons. From Death Eaters to basilisks to demons, these parents had had enough of Hogwarts' dangers. There was no right or wrong in these choices. The students who stayed were undeniably brave, but those who left weren't to be blamed either. Hogwarts was a school, and expecting students to face dangers beyond their studies was fundamentally wrong. For Harry, though, the more pressing issue was Ginny. Ron and his brothers came to him almost daily, asking about her condition. Having been possessed by 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and with Harry still a learner in the wizarding magical system, he couldn't confirm, without Dumbledore, whether Ginny was free of Voldemort's lingering influence. "So, you're saying that on the day of the demon invasion, you were in the headmaster's office destroying 2 Horcruxes?" Professor McGonagall asked, taking a deep breath. "Voldemort's Horcruxes." "Yes," Harry nodded. "Lockhart wasn't the real demon summoner, Voldemort was. His Horcruxes corrupted Lockhart, turning him into a sacrificial pawn and a beacon for the demons. One of the Horcruxes even used fel magic to transform itself into a new demon." "Merlin's socks," Professor Flitwick said, clutching his forehead. "I never imagined that day could get any worse. I thought demons in the castle were bad enough." "So, your injuries were because of her?" Snape said expressionlessly, glancing at Ginny, who stood silently beside them. The girl, now aware of what had happened to her, clung fearfully to Harry's sleeve, hiding behind him. "I didn't expect 2 Horcruxes, so I was caught off guard," Harry admitted frankly. "There's no need to blame Ginny. The poor girl has no memory of anything since the start of term. When she woke up, she thought it was still her first day at Hogwarts." "Oh, poor dear," Flitwick said immediately. "She's got a lot of catching up to do, assuming she's physically all right." "That's why I asked you all here," Harry said with a sigh. "I'm still learning wizarding magic, and with Dumbledore missing and unreachable, I need your help to check if Ginny's still affected by Voldemort's Horcruxes." "Your divination can't find Dumbledore either," McGonagall asked. "Nothing," Harry said, puzzled. "It's like he's trapped somewhere. I can only sense he's probably alive, but we can't wait for him forever. Ginny can't stay locked in my trunk indefinitely, and I haven't even told Ron and the others to inform Mr. and Mrs. Weasley yet." "Understandable," McGonagall nodded, turning to Ginny, who was still hiding behind Harry. "Don't worry, dear, it's just a check. It won't be dangerous." What followed was a thorough, no stone unturned examination by Hogwarts expert professors, covering everything from common spells to obscure potions. With Voldemort involved, they weren't taking any chances. After confirming there were no lingering effects, McGonagall finally informed Mrs. Weasley. Only then did the Weasleys learn the full extent of what had happened to their youngest daughter. Harry received a massive hug. Thank you, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said, her voice breaking with emotion. "I can't believe if we'd lost her, oh Merlin." "Don't worry, Mum," Ron chimed in. "Ginny's fine now." "And you lot," Mrs. Weasley whirled on her sons. "An entire term, and you didn't notice anything wrong with your sister." "No need to blame Ron and the others, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said, defending his friend. "Ginny was possessed by Voldemort's soul fragments. With his cunning, he wouldn't let anything slip in front of them." "Vol, you know whose soul fragments?" Mr. Weasley's hair seemed to stand on end. He'd never imagined his little girl could be connected to something so terrifying. "This," Harry said, pulling a tattered black diary from his pocket. A notebook. Even McGonagall was hearing this for the first time. "His diary," Ginny sobbed, clinging to her mother. "I kept writing in it, and he wrote back." "Ginny," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, stunned. "Haven't I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself unless you know where it keeps its brain. Why didn't you show this to me or your mother? Something this suspicious is obviously full of dark magic." "I didn't know," Ginny cried harder. "I found it in one of Mum's books. I thought it was just—" "It's all right," Harry said to McGonagall. "Ginny shouldn't be punished, right? She didn't know anything, she was just possessed." "Even as deputy headmistress, I know Dumbledore wouldn't punish a child for this," McGonagall said, her tone softening. "During the darkest times, even clever adult wizards were deceived by you-know-who, let alone a young girl like her." "So, Dumbledore really isn't at Hogwarts," Mrs. Weasley said, unable to hold back. "Even with everything that's happened, his students threatened by monsters, the school in ruins, he's still not here." They were sitting in McGonagall's heavily damaged office, and the Weasleys had seen the castle's dilapidated state on their way in. "I can't make excuses for Dumbledore," Harry sighed, "but I believe he's either doing something critical or trapped by some unknown enemy. You've seen how chaotic the world has been lately." "All right, we understand," Mrs. Weasley said with a sigh. "It's Dumbledore, after all. There are so many things in the world that need his attention. I just wish he'd focus a bit more on his actual job. The children are what matter most, aren't they? Absolutely. Both McGonagall and Harry agreed. The demons' defeat didn't mean things were over. If anything, Harry was busier than ever. Hogwarts' corruption needed cleansing, the school's reconstruction required massive amounts of materials, and even the Board of Governors insisted McGonagall bring Harry to their meetings. Because, whether some wizards liked it or not, with Dumbledore missing, Harry Potter, not McGonagall or the other seasoned professors, was the one best equipped to protect Hogwarts and its students. That made Harry's input vital. Power brought influence. So, these demons, they won't come back to our world, right? Hector Parkinson, Pansy's father and a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, asked Harry in a meeting room filled with antique furnishings. Admittedly, Pansy's father had a bit more sense than she did. How can you guarantee that? Well, maybe not much. How can I guarantee that? Harry raised an eyebrow. Let me put it this way, Mr. Parkinson. Say a thief is eyeing an antique in your house. You've set up protective spells and stay vigilant, but you can't guard every corner of your home and your magic has gaps. That thief could slip through at any moment to steal your treasure. How do you ensure they never succeed? You'd probably have to kill the thief, a Ravenclaw-born governor chimed in. Otherwise, no one can stay on guard forever. Chapter 251. Yes, you can only choose to kill the thief in advance as a precaution. Harry nodded and continued. But what if the thief is in a place so vast it's beyond your imagination, where even if you used your fastest method of travel for a lifetime, you'd never reach the end? And what if such thieves were everywhere in that space? Silence fell over the room. That's what I'm trying to tell you all. We can only eliminate the presence of fell magic, destroy those demon worshippers, and do everything we can to prevent them from coming to our world. If they do come, we drive them back, cutting off every claw the demons extend toward our world. That's really all we can do. After all, even the Burning Legion was gone, but the demons of the Twisting Nether were endless. Therefore, when we rebuild Hogwarts, we need to further strengthen its defenses, Professor McGonagall said gravely. We'll add more protective charms, use ancient runes to create guardians. A whole series of protective measures to ensure that when a crisis strikes again in the future, we have enough strength to protect the students in the school. That will cost a fortune, said a governor from Hufflepuff. I've seen the repair plans you sent, Professor McGonagall. Just restoring the castle to its former state is already exorbitantly expensive. I think it's necessary, countered a governor from Ravenclaw. We all know the world is in chaos right now because of those elementals and the muggles. We have to consider whether, if things truly come to the worst, Hogwarts can still fulfill its greatest role from 1,000 years ago. The room fell silent again. They all understood what Hogwarts' duty had been 1,000 years ago, to gather young witches and wizards in Britain and shield them from Muggle persecution, ultimately training them to become competent wizards. The key was avoiding Muggle persecution, and the Muggles. Muggles were gradually becoming aware of the wizarding world's existence. Even with the Muggle government's top officials working hard to conceal it, they couldn't fully cover it up anymore. The thought of the increasingly severe international crisis of magical exposure made the governors' faces grow even grimmer. There was a very real sense of standing at a crossroads in history. Everyone could clearly see two paths ahead, yet no one knew which one was the right choice. This uncertainty made the wizarding world restless and uneasy. Ahem, Lucius Malfoy suddenly coughed twice. As one of Hogwarts' governors and a representative of Slytherin, he drew everyone's attention before turning to Harry. Actually, before you arrived, we had a brief discussion. Lucius glanced at the other governors, noting no objections, and continued. Would you be interested in becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts, Professor Potter? Headmaster, Harry's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Lucius to spring something like this on him. He looked at Professor McGonagall, only to find her staring back at him, not with shock, but with a thoughtful expression, as if she'd already moved past the initial surprise. Forgive my bluntness, but if you're looking to remove Dumbledore for dereliction of duty, I have no objections, Harry said earnestly. But me as headmaster? No, thank you. I'm too young and I don't have the prestige. Compared to me, Professor McGonagall, who's worked at Hogwarts for so many years, is the far better choice. She's not only familiar with all aspects of Hogwarts, but has also proven her capabilities. Oh, Professor Potter, We all know Dumbledore usually leaves his work to Professor McGonagall, a Gryffindor governor said with a chuckle. That's not entirely true, McGonagall said, her face slightly embarrassed as she quickly defended Dumbledore. I only helped with a few things. As for the headmaster's duties, Professor Dumbledore has managed them quite well. I believe he's just been delayed by some matters. Please, Professor McGonagall, a Ravenclaw governor interrupted, shaking their head. We're all Hogwarts graduates. We know Professor Dumbledore is often absent from the school, and you've been the one handling most of his work. Exactly. In peaceful times, we might overlook this, but as you well know, the world is far from peaceful now, a Hufflepuff governor sighed. As headmaster, Professor Dumbledore should stay at the school, ready to respond promptly and handle any emergencies. That's what he's supposed to do. That's our view. If Professor Dumbledore's time prevents him from fulfilling so many responsibilities, then he should hand them over to someone capable and available, not gamble with the students' lives. Another governor said, clearly displeased. Don't you think Hogwarts has had too many dangerous incidents these past 2 years? The basilisk issue aside, since that was Slytherin's legacy, but last year's Death Eater professor and this year's Lockhart. Especially this year's Lockhart, another governor chimed in immediately. I heard he's the one who summoned the demon at Hogwarts, and he even planned to use the children as sacrifices. Merlin's beard. What kind of people has Dumbledore been hiring as professors? Can't he find someone reliable? What about his Order of the Phoenix? Even a retired Auror would be better. The matter of the 2 fragments of Voldemort's soul was still highly confidential, with the public only told that Lockhart was responsible for everything, which wasn't entirely unfair. McGonagall opened her mouth, but her honesty prevented her from defending Dumbledore further. In truth, the parents who had recently withdrawn their children from Hogwarts had all blamed Dumbledore as they left, and all McGonagall could do was apologize repeatedly. It had left the diligent old professor looking noticeably worn out. We all understand Dumbledore's greatness, Professor McGonagall, the Ravenclaw governor continued. We also acknowledge that some things only he can do, but as we all know, a person's energy is limited. You can't do everything well at once. Rather than doing a little of everything, it's better to divide responsibilities and do one thing well. That's our consensus, Lucius concluded. Don't rush to refuse, Professor Potter. There's a reason we didn't choose Professor McGonagall. Yes, I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, a Gryffindor governor said, scratching his head. If it were 2 years ago, I'd have voted for you without hesitation. But the world outside isn't safe anymore. And neither is the world inside, for that matter. We need a headmaster with great strength. Strength enough to handle a basilisk, a demon, or even you-know-who, and to reliably protect the students under any threat, the Ravenclaw governor said seriously. This is especially important. We need to give the students' parents some confidence, and Professor Potter is the one who can inspire that confidence. Powerful enough to rank among the top adult wizards, Lucius said unhurriedly. And with great influence. Those elemental beings played a critical role in defending Hogwarts this time. We've all seen the mountains of demon corpses. We must admit, we lack experience in dealing with such powerful and numerous enemies. Age isn't an issue, Professor Potter, the Ravenclaw governor said with a smile. What matters is ability, and no one can deny your magical prowess. We've all read Skeeter's articles about you. According to her, you want to spread your shamanic ways, don't you? The Hufflepuff governor said earnestly. So you'd need to stay at Hogwarts to teach the students, and you could remain there to guide them. It's a win-win, Professor Potter, because no matter what happens at the school, you'd be there. Exactly. As for administrative duties, I'm sure Professor McGonagall would be happy to assist you, the Gryffindor governor said with a hearty laugh. If you're diligent enough, you could even learn to handle them yourself. I'm sure Professor McGonagall would be delighted to teach you. The atmosphere in the meeting room lightened considerably. I need to think about it, Harry said, neither agreeing nor refusing. He shook his head. Right now, the most important thing is finding Dumbledore. Haven't you heard? He's missing. The discussion about Dumbledore ended inconclusively, as his absence was no longer a secret, especially after so many incidents had occurred without his presence. When the meeting concluded, Harry found a moment to meet with Lucius privately in a side room. What's going on? Harry asked. Why the sudden push for me to be headmaster? My apologies, my lord. It came up rather suddenly. I only learned of it during the impromptu governor's meeting before you and Professor McGonagall arrived, Lucius said respectfully. In truth, it's not just the 12 of us governors. Many pureblood nobles and ministry officials feel the same way. Everyone is afraid. Afraid? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, Lucius said with a bitter smile. Like my son and Parkinson's children, who are currently at Hogwarts, the other governors have children or relatives there, so do the ministry officials. No one wants their children in danger, and no one would joke about this. Even Pruett, that Gryffindor governor who's always at odds with us, didn't object, Lucius explained. Even during the height of the Dark Lord's power 12 years ago, Hogwarts remained largely unaffected. People said the Dark Lord feared Dumbledore, that Dumbledore protected Hogwarts. Lucius sighed softly. I don't deny that, but the problem now is that Dumbledore hasn't protected Hogwarts. None of us want Hogwarts to close, but if we don't do something to reassure people, and parents keep withdrawing their children, Hogwarts might as well be closed. Harry nodded in understanding. For the wizarding community, with its small population, nothing was more important than the safety of young witches and wizards. I understand, Harry said calmly. Once I find Dumbledore, I'll discuss this with him. Now let's talk about your issue. Find Dumbledore? Lucius' eyes widened, but before he could ask anything, Harry pulled a tattered black diary from his robe pocket and tossed it onto the table. My lord, Lucius shot up from his chair as if propelled by a spring, his expression tense. Sit down and talk, Harry said, flicking his wand. Lucius' body moved like a puppet, sitting back down. So, you know what this is. I know, Lucius stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. It's a dark magic artifact the Dark Lord entrusted to me, many years ago, my lord. And then you secretly gave it to the Weasleys' youngest daughter, Harry pressed. Yes, my lord. I needed to gain the trust of the other pureblood nobles, and at the time, Arthur Weasley had people search Malfoy Manor. I had to retaliate, so I took this dark magic artifact from the Malfoy vault and slipped it to the Weasleys. I thought Arthur would notice. He's sensitive to these things, dealing with them all the time. Lucius spoke quickly, as if afraid that slowing down would bring dire consequences. Adrenaline was coursing through his veins. Calm down, I've told you I'm not Voldemort, Harry said, exasperated. I knew you were retaliating against the Weasleys, and I told you to keep lying low. Why are you so nervous? Do you think I'm going to kill you? Ah ha ha, Lucius managed a dry laugh, wiping his sweat but saying nothing. So you didn't actually know what it was? Harry asked, pressing further. Chapter 252. Huh? Lucius responded blankly. I don't know, is it valuable? Is it valuable? Harry echoed Lucius's words, trying to hold back but failing as a laugh burst out. Voldemort isn't dead yet. To be precise, a part of him is still alive in this world. You already know that. Yes, my lord, Lucius said respectfully. I've followed your instructions and kept searching for traces of the Dark Lord, but there's been no progress so far. None of the people I know have shown anything unusual. Wait, could it be? Lucius's pupils dilated suddenly, his breathing quickening as he realized what Harry was implying. This, could it be? Exactly, Harry said calmly. This diary is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He paused, then added, Congratulations, Lucius. You've completed my task in a way even you didn't expect. Lucius was speechless. He had never imagined that Voldemort would entrust something so precious to him, nor that the Dark Lord had been so close all along. Most importantly, it was because of him that this fragment of Voldemort's soul was gone. He was the one who had given it away. No one understood the implications better than Lucius. If that piece of Voldemort's soul were to fully revive and come for him, and if he discovered that the item he'd entrusted to Lucius was gone. Lucius felt like it might be time to start writing his will, unless. The Dark Lord gave many things to us, Lucius said, his mind racing faster than ever as he racked his brain. My father, Abraxas Malfoy, was one of the first Death Eaters. The Malfoy family has served the Dark Lord loyally since the beginning, investing heavily, which gave us considerable influence among the Death Eaters, second only to a few mad fanatics. For those of us high-ranking Death Eaters, the Dark Lord rewarded us with many things, but most were galleons, meaningless to pure-blood families like ours. As for actual objects, aside from me, only Barty Crouch Jr., Bellatrix Lestrange, and Regulus, as the Black family heir, received such rewards when they joined. Not many then, Harry said with certainty. Are you sure that's all? The Dark Lord rarely rewarded his followers, Lucius said with a bitter smile. He was our master, and serving him was our duty. No need to make yourself sound so pitiful, Lucius. Do you take me for one of those naive children who knows nothing of the world? Harry said coldly. You purebloods stood behind Voldemort and profited plenty. Didn't you pin your rival's deaths on him? I wouldn't dare, my lord, I wouldn't dare. Lucius didn't hesitate for a second before dropping to his knees. Aye. Enough, Harry said impatiently, waving a hand. You don't need to grovel before me like you did with Voldemort. These people you mentioned. Can you find out what he gave them? That might be difficult, my lord, Lucius said with a wry smile. It's not that I'm unwilling to serve, but to those people, I'm just a despicable traitor. Especially after they've languished in Azkaban for years while I escape judgment, they'd never tell me anything. And many didn't survive Azkaban's conditions, like Crouch Jr. What about their family vaults? Harry pressed. Purebloods always have places to hide their treasures. Could we get in? He was thinking of the Potter family vault, which no outsider had breached even after all these years. Though that was partly because the Potters were war heroes, so no one would dare brazenly tamper with their estate. Those things, only the heads of pureblood families would know, Lucius said, clearly troubled. Those who survived Azkaban and remain loyal to the Dark Lord are fanatically devoted. He personally taught them magic, and even memory charms can't uncover the secrets hidden in their minds. I can ask Narcissa to talk to Bellatrix. They grew up as sisters, after all, but the others. Lucius hesitated. Many died so suddenly that their family lines ended. Wait, I've got it. Including the Malfoys, many pureblood families opened high-security vaults at Gringotts for business purposes. There could still be treasures stored there. Can you convince the goblins to let us into a vault without a key? Harry asked. No, the goblins are strict about that, Lucius said, smiling awkwardly. But we might be able to use less formal methods. Harry understood. Through the sewers, a tunnel, or breaking in directly, right. Fine, have Narcissa ask Bellatrix first, Harry said with a nod. Yes, my lord, Lucius replied respectfully. After leaving the meeting room, Harry and Professor McGonagall returned to Hogwarts. Do you want to be headmaster, Professor Potter? McGonagall asked suddenly as they walked across the castle grounds, watching students playing in the distance. Me? Harry shook his head. Headmaster or professor, it makes no difference to me. Besides, you've been handling the headmaster's duties for years. All you're missing is the title. I think the students would prefer to see you as headmaster. Thank you for the sentiment, Professor Potter, McGonagall said with a small smile, then shook her head. But I could never be headmaster. Shacklebolt was right. I'm no match for the Dark Lord, nor can I stop those demons from invading. Compared to geniuses like you or Dumbledore, my magical strength isn't enough to protect the students in these increasingly turbulent times. I worked with Professor Dumbledore for decades, first as his student, then as his colleague, so I know him well, she continued. More than the title of headmaster, Dumbledore valued the purity of this school and the safety of its children. To be honest, I'm worried about Professor Dumbledore, who still hasn't returned. But more than that, I fear a future where Hogwarts is forced to close because of these attacks. She fixed Harry with a serious gaze. I cannot allow Hogwarts to shut down. It's more than a school, it's a symbol that unites Britain's wizards. So, Harry, what I'm saying is this. If Professor Dumbledore doesn't return soon, please don't hesitate. McGonagall took a deep breath, as if preparing for the worst. Dumbledore once told me that those with power must bear greater responsibility. I hope you can do the same. I understand, Harry said calmly, nodding. So, the Board of Governors wants you to be the new headmaster, Sirius said, nearly choking on a cherry as he sprawled on a couch inside the Great Totem. You, Hogwarts headmaster. What's that reaction? Harry said, exasperated. What, you think I'm not cut out for it? Of course not, Sirius said without hesitation. You were born for this, Harry. I say Dumbledore should have retired ages ago. Ha! Hang on, I need to reclaim the Black family's seat on the Board of Governors. That way, no one can stop you when you make decisions, and if anyone tries to oppose you, I'll tip you off. What are you up to? Hermione, sitting by the fireplace playing with her cat, chimed in. Is that really what a governor should be doing? Of course not, Sirius said, switching tones with a righteous air. A proper governor should be limiting the headmaster's power and controlling the school. I've never done it myself, but I know how it works from my family. And yet you're still. Obviously, Sirius isn't normal, Ron said without looking up from his wizard's chess game with Neville. The rebellious Sirius Black, whose name even kids like me know, the pureblood traitor who cut ties with the Black family. Exactly like the Weasleys, Sirius said, laughing heartily. Didn't Molly cut ties with the Prewetts? Well said, let's high-five for pureblood rebels. Ron grinned, turning to slap Sirius's hand with a loud clap. Hopeless, Hermione muttered, shaking her head. She looked at Harry. Control your godfather, Harry. The governor position isn't for personal agendas. But the 12 governors poured so much money into repairing Hogwarts, they deserve some payoff, Harry said, joking. Still, you should be careful, Sirius. Don't corrupt the innocent kids. Innocent? Sirius muttered. When I was your age, I was already, okay, fine, Professor Potter, I get it. I'll keep them pure, so stop staring at me like that, all right. Laughter filled the great totem. Harry loved this feeling. To him, it was like having a lively family in this world. By the way, don't you need some healing, Ron? Harry asked suddenly. Your nose is still crooked. No way, Ron refused instantly, turning with a proud grin. This is a badge of courage, like Dumbledore's crooked nose. Oh, you've noticed his nose is crooked, right? I bet it's from fighting dark forces in his youth. Don't bother, Harry, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. You have no idea what we've been through lately. Yeah, it's been 3 whole minutes since I heard the crooked nose story, Neville said, suppressing a laugh as he looked up from the chessboard. I'm getting antsy. Hey, how can you say that? Ron protested. This is a mark of my heroic fight against Lockhart. I told you that creep was cursing me and punching me, even used the Cruciatus curse. But I never gave in. I'm Ronald Weasley. Ronald Weasley? Lavender said you were shouting Ron Weasley back then. Now you're getting all formal? Hermione teased. Enough already. We've heard it a million times. Lavender's practically your disciple now, going on about your bravery every day. It's terrifying. Terrifying? It's awesome, Ron said, puffing out his chest. I'm their big hero. I used the Spirit Link totem to take down Lockhart and stop them from being sacrificed. For Ron, these had been the best days of his life. People crowded around him daily, eager to hear about that fateful day. By now, everyone at Hogwarts knew of Ron's unyielding spirit. A small fan club had even formed, though Snape's mood had soured lately, thanks to Ron's infamous line, "Your fists were weaker than Snape's words, like a slug." Now, students compared Snape's sharp tongue to something deadlier than Death Eaters or demons. It was glorious. Ron wished he could face a few more Lockharts. Even his parents, who'd initially scolded him for not protecting Ginny, had wept and hugged him after learning what he'd endured, promising a new wand. For once, Ron, often overlooked as the youngest boy in a big family, felt like one of the Weasleys' most treasured kids. Though Fred and George got their ears twisted for failing to look after their siblings, they bore the blame quietly. Chapter 253. Ron Weasley, 12 years old, only regretted that there weren't enough Death Eaters at Hogwarts for him to rack up more heroic deeds. I get it, you've said it a million times already, Hermione Granger said, rolling her eyes impatiently. You used a soul link totem to split the damage you took with Lockhart, making that Git feel the pain too. She waved a dismissive hand. Instead of going on about it, you should be thanking Luna properly. If she hadn't used her divination to pinpoint your location and led us there, no totem in the world would have saved you from Lockhart. It wasn't exactly kind to speak like that to someone who'd just been injured and earned some glory, nor was it what a good friend would do. But even the most thrilling story gets old when it's repeated endlessly, right? On the first day, Hermione had listened to Ron's tale of that day's events with curiosity. On the second day, she'd been shocked as Ron started twisting the story. By the third day, she was speechless as he began fabricating details outright. So now, all that was left between friends was exasperation. Yeah, 'cause when we got there, Ron was tied up tight to that totem, Neville Longbottom remarked casually. Hey mate, that's not how it went, Ron protested, his face flushing. What followed was a flurry of "if it weren't for me," and Luna did help, but a jumbled mess of words that dissolved into incoherence, drowned out by laughter echoing through the great hall. Knock, knock. As the group bantered, a knock came at the door of Harry's office. When Sirius Black opened it, an unexpected figure stood in the doorway. Fudge, Sirius's lip curled in distaste as he sized up the visitor. What are you doing here? Is the Ministry of Magic really that idle? Oh, Sirius, good to see you, Cornelius Fudge replied, seemingly oblivious to the hostility. He extended a hand for a greeting, only to have Sirius pointedly dodge it. Undeterred, Fudge squeezed his way inside. Harry, so glad you're here, could we have a word? Just the two of us. Fudge's hands fidgeted nervously in front of his chest. A word, Harry raised an eyebrow. Fine. With that, Sirius and the kids were ushered upstairs, leaving Harry and Fudge alone on the ground floor. You've been doing quite well for yourself, Harry, Fudge said warmly, using Harry's first name with a familiarity that felt forced. Yes, very good indeed. I heard about the matter of you becoming Hogwarts' new headmaster. It's just a proposal, Harry corrected. I haven't agreed to it, and I've always thought Professor McGonagall is far better suited for the role. Compared to their previous encounters, Fudge seemed overly friendly today, almost desperate, like a man chasing a woman who wouldn't give him the time of day. It was painfully obvious. Oh, we all know what that means, Harry, Fudge said with a forced chuckle. I'll admit, Professor McGonagall is an excellent educator. I've respected her for years, but she's simply not right for that position now. Maybe, Harry replied noncommittally, but the appointment of Hogwarts headmaster isn't something the Ministry gets to decide. Of course, that's Hogwarts' prerogative, and the Ministry would never interfere, Fudge said, his smile overly ingratiating. Speaking of which, have the centaurs from the Forbidden Forest approached you lately? The Ministry's been struggling with how to reward them for their aid in the Battle of Hogwarts. Isn't there precedent for something like this? Harry asked. The centaur tribes haven't come to me about it. No, Fudge admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. You know how it is, wizards. We have our own perspective. Magical creatures like centaurs don't usually. He trailed off, but Harry understood. Wizards rarely acknowledged the critical help provided by magical creatures. That's your problem to solve, Harry said evenly. I'm just a professor, but Triton's tribe did contribute immensely to the Battle of Hogwarts. 4 centaur warriors died, and many more were injured, some severely. I know, Fudge said, rubbing his temples in frustration. Fudge continued to ramble, circling around compliments and vague complaints about the Ministry's challenges, avoiding the point. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Harry wasn't either, responding curtly to each of Fudge's remarks. By the way, Harry, have you ever considered a career in politics? Fudge finally asked, feigning casualness. Not just your current role as Minister of the Shamanic Priesthood, but Minister for Magic. Fudge held his breath. You're already thinking about successors? Harry asked bluntly, cutting through the pretense. Fair enough, but putting aside my age and experience, I have no interest in being Minister for Magic. You don't need to test me. Ha. Fudge's face turned the color of liver, but he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he forced a laugh. No, this isn't a test. Age isn't an issue, Harry. With enough strength and prestige and the support of most British wizards, you could be minister. According to the Ministry's latest polls, your approval rating is high, Harry. Very high, Fudge said, avoiding specific numbers as he took a deep breath. People trust you. They see you as the next Dumbledore. Or rather, a young Dumbledore, not muddled with age. Sorry, no offense meant. That's just what the Ministry's staff heard during the surveys. So, if you had any interest. I don't, Harry interrupted firmly. I have enough on my plate. My priority is training more reliable shaman priests. You know what the world's like out there. Only enough shamans can balance the increasingly volatile elemental spirits. Is that so? Fudge said dryly. Well, that's excellent. We've had great cooperation before, haven't we? You cleared your godfather's name and I helped sideline Crouch's overambitions. Looking back, those were good times. Get to the point, Minister, Harry said, his patience wearing thin. This is a school, not a political office. I don't have time for games. Of course not, Fudge said quickly. I just mean our talks could be more direct. We know each other better than the average wizard, and we've worked together before. Could I say I've consulted you for advice, not just on the minister's succession, but other matters like the centaurs, the elements, or even those demons? I'd value the input of an expert like you, Harry. His voice quickened. Perhaps you'd consider a new role, like an advisor to the minister or a senior assistant. Fudge finally revealed his true intentions, and Harry understood why he'd come. It was just like when Fudge first became minister. Widely doubted, he'd only secured the position through his rival's missteps. To hold onto power and gain public support, Fudge had styled himself as an extension of Dumbledore's will. He'd send owls to Dumbledore before every major decision, and though Dumbledore always replied that he wouldn't interfere with the minister's choices, Fudge would claim the decisions were Dumbledore's ideas. That strategy had helped him solidify his position. Now, Fudge was trying to pull the same trick again. Because for Fudge, life had become incredibly difficult. If Ron was basking in glory, Fudge was drowning in misery. He didn't even dare walk through the ministry's main hall to get to work anymore. Crowds of protesting wizards filled the atrium, chanting for his resignation. Once, Fudge had loved strutting through the ministry, basking in greetings from passers-by. Now, he had to take the flu network straight from home to his office. And then there were the owl droppings bombarding him. Fudge's actions during the Battle of Hogwarts hadn't stayed secret. He'd led the Aurors into battle, only to flee at top speed after the first clash with demons. Despite issuing a gag order to the Auror office, the battle-hardened Aurors, who no longer respected him, let the truth slip. The story spread like wildfire. Rita Skeeter had devoted an entire front page to mocking Fudge's cowardice. For days, even the global chaos and the failing statute of secrecy couldn't overshadow Fudge's headline. Dumbledore had merely gone missing, but Fudge, the Minister for Magic, had run. Skeeter had even interviewed Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, who didn't spare Fudge's feelings. Scrimgeour recounted the events plainly, even praising Harry's strength based on his first-hand experience, proving Professor Potter's reputation wasn't just talk. "I refuse," Harry said calmly. "Face it, Fudge, you're finished. You should have known the consequences when you fled the battlefield. You don't deserve to be a leader. At least if you resign now, you might save some face," Harry continued. "But if the wizarding public has to force you out, you'll have nothing left." Fudge didn't respond. It was as if his spirit had been drained. His shoulders slumped, his back hunched, and he looked utterly defeated. "But I've only been in office for less than 2 years," Fudge croaked, his voice barely audible. "I don't want to." "There've been ministers who died in office," Harry said. "At least you won't." The word "died" made Fudge flinch visibly. Without another word, he stood, looking lost. He grabbed his hat and left without so much as a goodbye. No sooner had Sirius and the others, who'd been eavesdropping from upstairs, come back down than the office door was knocked on again. Harry opened it to find Rufus Scrimgeour, a man he'd fought alongside, standing there. "Fudge was just here, wasn't he?" Scrimgeour asked gravely as he sat down. "Yes," Harry replied, pouring him a cup of tea. "You followed him." "Word at the ministry was he was headed to Hogwarts. I knew he'd come to you," Scrimgeour said with a scoff. "You're his last hope for support. You didn't agree to help him, did you, Professor Potter?" "No," Harry said evenly. "I won't help a coward who fled the battlefield. As minister, he should have been prepared to die there if necessary." "Exactly," Scrimgeour said, his voice dripping with disdain. "A leader stands at the front, not runs away. No one at the ministry supports him anymore. I don't know why he's still clinging to that position." "That's your business," Harry said, shaking his head. "But if you're here, does that mean you want to be minister?" "I'm not a pure politician, Professor," Scrimgeour said frankly. "I don't hide behind fancy words. So, yes, I want to be minister, and I believe I'd be a better one than Fudge." "Then run for it," Harry said with a nod. "Win the public's support, just don't repeat Fudge's mistakes. I think you've got a good shot, you're practical at least." "You don't have any ambitions yourself, Professor?" Scrimgeour pressed. "Not just for Britain, but the entire wizarding world is facing massive challenges. The ministry needs a leader with strength and vision now more than ever. If it were you, I'd step aside and back you fully." Harry stared at Scrimgeour, stunned. He couldn't fathom why the head of the Auror office had such faith in him. Why? Harry couldn't understand how things had spiraled to this point. Pureblood families and many wizarding households wanted him to become Hogwarts headmaster to ensure the school's safety. And now, others were hoping he'd step up as Minister for Magic to lead Wizarding Britain forward. Chapter 254. Scrimgeour's change was particularly striking. When they first met, he had deemed this young wizard unreliable, but now he was saying that if Harry were willing to run, he would step aside. Surprised, a faint smile flickered across Scrimgeour's stern face. "I've always adhered to one principle: Professional matters should be handled by professionals. You know far more about those elemental spirits and demons than we do, and you've proven your capabilities when you shared your expertise with the ministries of magic across the world, I mean. There's another important reason, Scrimgeour said, his tone growing serious again. He glanced toward the castle, though it wasn't visible from here, he knew what lay there. Those statues. I want to thank you on their behalf, Professor Potter. It's not my achievement alone, Harry said, shaking his head. It's the gratitude of everyone at this school. You deserve it. It was your bravery in battle that won us this war. The reconstruction of Hogwarts was still ongoing, even more than a week after the battle. Yet, the day after the war ended, a cluster of stone statues had already been erected on the lawn outside the castle's main entrance. These statues didn't commemorate famous heroes, but the Aurors and hit wizards who had fallen in the fight, unsung individuals, their faces carved with fierce determination, wands raised high, fearless even in the face of death. Before heading to the Great Totem, Scrimgeour had made a point to visit the statues, standing in silence for a long time. In short, thank you, Scrimgeour said, his expression complex. Their children will surely be proud when they see them in the future. Yes, they're all heroes, Harry said softly. You really don't want to? Scrimgeour asked again. No, Harry replied candidly. I don't have the energy for political scheming. Then, if I choose to run, will you support me? If you're doing the right thing, Harry said earnestly. The wizarding world is facing new challenges. A capable minister is crucial, and at the very least, you're better than Fudge. Indeed, Scrimgeour said, breaking into a sudden smile. Of course. Scrimgeour left, brimming with confidence. Before departing, he asked Harry to use his prophetic abilities to locate Dumbledore as soon as possible. As for Harry, favored by the Hogwarts Board of Governors and many wizarding nobles as a future headmaster, and seen by numerous ministry officials as a potential candidate for minister, he was, in the eyes of the British wizarding world, a figure of considerable influence. And yet, Harry Potter was currently, well, plotting to infiltrate the ministry. The illegal kind. The kind that would land him in Azkaban if he were caught. Harry needed to enter the Department of Mystery's death chamber. He had submitted multiple requests through Fudge, but each time, the head of the Department of Mysteries had denied him. Fudge, the Minister of Magic, had no sway with the department's head. Rumor had it they'd even had a heated argument, after which Fudge stormed off in a huff. Since legitimate methods had failed, Harry had no choice but to resort to unconventional ones. He had to check the death chamber. The prophecy Gellert Grindelwald had made, using the wizard's own methods, was showing signs of coming true. Demons from the twisting nether had indeed appeared in this world, suggesting that the world Harry hailed from was one of the countless worlds enveloped by the twisting nether. Perhaps Azeroth was out there somewhere, reachable by starship. The thought of possibly seeing his familiar family and trusted comrades again made Harry's calm heart pound faster. This made Nicholas Flamel's prophecy, the one foretelling the arrival of the Ebon Blade, all the more critical. The death chamber. Harry had already infiltrated the ministry. It was almost too easy. He blended in with a crowd of protesters in the atrium, dressed in a black robe with a hood concealing his face, a common enough look among wizards. Once inside, he found a quiet corner and cast a disillusionment charm to hide himself, then swiftly made his way to the lifts. Level 9, Department of Mysteries. When the lift doors opened, there was only a simple corridor beyond the grill, ending in a plain black door. There were no extraneous sounds. In fact, the moment Harry stepped out of the lift, he could no longer hear the clatter of the lift itself. This was a silence achieved through magic. Tapping the door's handle with his wand, Harry cast a detection spell to check for any alarm charms or curses. Once he confirmed it was safe, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The Department of Mysteries was, well, mysterious. Even Arthur Weasley, who had worked at the ministry for decades, had no idea what the unspeakables did here. Their work was top secret, and they didn't even give face to the Minister of Magic. After all, the Department of Mysteries predated the ministry itself, dating back to the days of the loose Wizarding Council. Harry found himself in a vast circular room. Everything, from the ceiling to the walls to the floor, was black. 12 identical black doors, unmarked and without handles, were spaced evenly along the walls. A few candles burning with blue flames provided the only light in the pitch-black space. As Harry stepped into the room, the door behind him snapped shut instantly. Then the walls began to spin rapidly, making the 12 doors indistinguishable. Harry wasn't sure if this was a standard procedure for accessing the department's rooms, or if an unspeakable had detected his intrusion and triggered a trap. He strode quickly to the now still wall and pushed open one of the doors. Beyond it was a square room, illuminated not by torches or candles, but by an eerie glow. In the center stood a massive tank filled with inky green liquid. Harry's brow furrowed as he saw what swam inside, not fish, but pale, ghostly brains trailing white tendrils. He didn't recklessly use astral vision to examine the room or touch the spirits within. The brain room, Harry recalled from Nicola's intelligence. This was where wizards studied the brain and memory, likely where spells like the memory charm were developed. But it wasn't his destination. Before the curious brains could poke their heads out of the tank, Harry closed the door and moved to the next one. The planet room, Harry realized the moment he opened it. The dark room, devoid of extra light, made him feel as if he were standing in the void, surrounded by enormous planets. Drawing on the natural science he'd learned in Muggle school, Harry recognized the planets of the solar system. Still not his destination. He closed the door and, after the walls stopped spinning, pushed open another. The moment he did, Harry knew he'd found the right place. The room was dimly lit, a single beam of light from an unknown source illuminating an archway-like relic in the center. A chilling cold permeated the air, as if it could freeze the soul. Everything matched Nicola's prophecy perfectly. A square stone pit, about 20 feet deep, sat in the room's center, surrounded by steep stone steps descending in tiers, much like the courtroom Harry had visited twice, except for the black veil. The veil, half-hanging before the archway, fluttered as if stirred by an unseen breeze in this sealed room. But in Nicola's prophecy, the veil was supposed to be still. So far, the supposedly impenetrable Department of Mysteries had triggered no alarms. The unspeakables, also clad in black robes, seemed to be in some unknown space. Harry hadn't encountered a single person. Standing at the entrance to the death chamber, he heard whispers, as if someone were calling him, inviting him to learn some secret. The voice was so intimate, so compelling. It was faint but undeniably real. As Harry snapped out of his trance with immense willpower, he was shocked to find himself at the bottom of the stone steps, standing before the broken archway. The edge of the fluttering black veil was inches from his nose. Harry saw clearly. For a fleeting moment, as the veil swayed, a human face slid across its silken surface like water. Hollow eye sockets and a gaping mouth appeared, then vanished. Harry pressed his hand against the archway. The stone was ice cold, chilling to the bone. "Harry's Harry." The voice calling him grew clearer, coming from beyond the black veil. It wasn't an illusion. Gripping his wand tightly, Harry took a deep breath and swung it to the left. With his motion, the two halves of the black veil, previously joined, were suddenly pulled apart. Thud! A heavy thud echoed as Harry stared, dumbfounded, at the figure that tumbled out from the veil. Clad in a teal robe adorned with golden stars and moons, a wizard's hat falling to the ground, and pale white beard and hair, it could only be Dumbledore. Completely unprepared for Dumbledore to appear in such a place, Harry looked up at the veil. The curtains, which had been fluttering moments ago, now hung still on either side of the archway, motionless as if they had always been so. Harry even noticed a thin layer of dust on the veil, as if time had passed in an instant, coating them in grime. But this had all just happened. Dumbledore? Harry cautiously drew the warhammer from his waist, using his wand in his other hand to roll Dumbledore over. Dumbledore was indeed alive. Harry could see his chest rising and falling. Then, his eyes snapped open. Harry's spell was barely contained. Cough, 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 cough. Dumbledore hacked violently, as if trying to expel his lungs. "This air is truly dreadful, cough, cough, cough." Harry didn't lower his guard just because Dumbledore could speak and seemed rational. He kept his hammer in one hand and wand in the other, watching him warily. "Are you really Dumbledore?" Harry asked in a low voice. "How can you prove you're you?" "How does one prove oneself?" "That's a fine question, Harry," Dumbledore said, finally ceasing his coughing. He propped himself up against the archway. "Let's see. How about some sherbet lemons? Cockroach clusters would do nicely too. I haven't had sweets in ages, and honestly, I never realized they'd play such a significant role in my life. Not enough, Harry said coldly. Not enough, Dumbledore lowered his head in thought. Well, I'd rather not be caught by you lurking outside the headmaster's office in the middle of the night again. How's that? The headmaster's office doesn't exist anymore, Harry said, his expression shifting subtly. After a moment's silence, he reattached the warhammer to his belt but kept his wand out. He used his other hand to help Dumbledore up. How did you come out of there? The headmaster's office is gone, Dumbledore repeated, sitting up and looking around. It seems a lot has happened in my absence, and this place, the Death Chamber, I knew it. Astonishingly, Harry noticed Dumbledore's expression looked as if he might cry in the next moment, but he quickly took a deep breath, regaining his composure. It seems I've embarked on a new adventure ahead of schedule, Harry, Dumbledore said, turning to him. Forgive me, my thoughts are still a bit muddled. I didn't expect this. I suddenly felt your presence, Harry, in another world. I thought it was just my imagination, but that feeling was real, the Death Chamber. Merlin's beard, this is extraordinary. Every time I think magic has reached its limits, it surpasses my imagination. Chapter 255. Something was clearly off with Dumbledore. It wasn't that some unknown magic had altered his mind, but his thoughts were chaotic, his words disjointed, jumping from one idea to another as if he couldn't help but blurt out whatever came to mind. He was also unusually agitated. So, I'm part of the prophecy too, am I? Dumbledore raised his head, his eyes fixed on the stone archway beside him and the black curtains draped on either side, now drawn open. Just as Nico's prophecy had foretold, the curtains, once constantly rippling as if stirred by an invisible breeze, now hung still, no longer swaying. The center of the archway was empty, lacking only the gray-white light of the portal described in the vision. We've come this far. Let's leave for now, Harry said, unable to respond to Dumbledore's question. He reached down to help Dumbledore up from the ground. I broke in illegally. Do you have the strength to walk? Where's Fawkes? Oh, I hope Victor doesn't get too upset. He's always been particular about this place, Dumbledore said with a chuckle, showing no trace of anger. As for Fawkes, she's awaiting her rebirth, so I'm afraid we can't rely on her to get out of here. I know you have many questions, Harry, but let's leave first. Leave it was, then. Harry had no desire to clash with the unspeakables, but fortunately, as he supported Dumbledore and used a disillusionment charm to slip out of the Ministry of Magic and back to Hogwarts' Great Totem, no unspeakables or aurors emerged to apprehend them. The Ministry remained as noisy as when Harry had first entered, with no signs of anything amiss. That's not surprising, Dumbledore said with a smile, reclining on a conjured sofa bed. Victor must have seen something that made him hold back. You know about the Department of Mysteries time room, don't you? The unspeakables study the secrets of time there. So, you're saying Victor might have sent someone to stop us, but they were defeated, possibly with serious consequences, so he chose not to interfere, Harry mused. But aren't events that have already happened unchangeable? How could he alter things based on a future he saw? Is that prophecy or just glimpsing the future? A glimpsed future isn't set in stone, Harry, Dumbledore said, winking. You never know what lies beneath a seemingly calm surface. But that's not what we should discuss today. Can you tell me what happened at Hogwarts? When I came in, I noticed many of the castle's walls seemed to have been damaged. Hogwarts was attacked by demons. Harry thought for a moment before deciding to recount everything that had happened recently, including the Board of Governors' invitation and the requests from Fudge and Scrimgeour. He had no reason to hide anything. Is that so? Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. Lockhart summoned demons and tried to use sacrifices to steal the students' talents. I made a grave mistake. You didn't exactly consider character when hiring professors, Harry said earnestly. That's pretty important. No, I did consider it, Dumbledore sighed. I read Lockhart's books. Some of the experiences he described were strikingly similar to those of old friends I know. But when I visited those friends, they had no memory of those events. So you knew Lockhart was a fraud? Harry asked. Only a suspicion, Dumbledore shook his head. That's why I needed to keep him close. By putting him in the spotlight, he'd reveal his flaws. And the facts proved me right, didn't they? The students have learned that hollow fame means nothing. It was certainly educational, Harry nodded, but his actions caused greater harm. I won't deny my mistakes, Dumbledore said, his posture slumping slightly. I never imagined Voldemort would have 2 Horcruxes at Hogwarts at the same time, or those demons. I'm sorry, Harry. As Hogwarts headmaster, I failed in my duties, leaving you and the others to bear this burden. No need for that, Harry shook his head. Whether it's me or the other professors, we're all part of this school. Protecting it and the students is our duty, just as it is for the Aurors and hit wizards. He walked to a cabinet by his desk, retrieved the damaged diadem and diary, and handed them to Dumbledore. 2 more Horcruxes. Dumbledore stared at the objects in his hands. The tattered pages of the diary and the broken edges of the diadem revealed the violence their owner had endured. After a long pause, Dumbledore suddenly laughed. Do you know, Harry, he said, turning to him, before you came along, I spent years searching through every possible method and channel for the secret of Voldemort's immortality and power. But in all that time, I never found a single Horcrux, not even proof that he used them. That is, until you appeared. 2 Horcruxes and his main soul, Dumbledore said, waving the objects with a pleased expression. Perhaps I should call you the Voldemort Slayer, as Professor Trelawney's prophecy foretold. You're steadily fulfilling it. Fate is truly marvelous, isn't it? A prophecy about me, Harry froze. Yes, a prophecy about you, the one that led to the tragedy of the Potter family, Dumbledore said softly. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The 7th month. Neville's birthday is also at the end of July, just a day apart from mine, Harry said after a moment of silence. Yes, so the key to the prophecy is that the Dark Lord marks him as his equal, Dumbledore said gently. Neville's parents also defied him thrice, but Voldemort chose you over the Longbottoms. I don't know if my potions professor ever told you about the crime he committed. He overheard the first half of the prophecy and reported it to Voldemort, never imagining it would lead to the death of the woman he loved most. So that's why he's been consumed by guilt, Harry said, shaking his head slightly. They never told me. That's the wonder of prophecies, Dumbledore said wistfully. Voldemort chose his own enemy, and you indeed possess a power he doesn't understand. People like me searched for years without uncovering even a hint of his immortality, yet in less than 2 years, you've destroyed 2 of his Horcruxes and his main soul. You truly are the one destined to kill him, Harry. Or be killed by him, but that doesn't matter. I won't lose, Harry said calmly. Anyway, I've told you everything that happened while you were gone. Now it's your turn. Where did you go? Why did you come out of the veil in the Death Chamber? Fair enough, Dumbledore nodded. I almost forgot. Why did you go to the Death Chamber to find me? I wasn't looking for you, Harry said, exasperated. I was checking the place to figure out why the Black Knight Order was coming through there. Who could have guessed you'd emerge from it? I was following Gellert's trail to Egypt. You know the Department of Mysteries predates the Ministry of Magic, don't you? After Harry nodded, Dumbledore continued, the department, though it wasn't called that back then, was built atop an ancient ruin. There are many such ruins across the world, actually. He's calling him Gellert now, not Grindelwald, Harry thought, amused. These 2 old men might really be having a second spring. So where's your Gellert? Why did only you come out? Harry asked. What did you find in the ruins? It was extraordinary, Harry. Beneath a pyramid in Egypt, we discovered a remarkable stone tablet inscribed with symbols we couldn't decipher, whether they were a language or some kind of runic magic, Dumbledore said, his voice tinged with recollection. I don't know what Gellert did. You know how seers are, they often act in ways that seem incomprehensible to others, guided by the futures they see. Anyway, the ancient tablet suddenly came to life. Some of the stones floated upward, separate yet part of a whole. Then I saw that gray-white light on the tablet, the same light as the portal in Nico's prophecy. And you entered the portal, Harry asked. I don't know, Dumbledore said frankly. All I can say for certain is that we were no longer in that pyramid. Don't ask where we went. When I woke up, I was alone. Gellert wasn't with me. I've never seen such beautiful scenery, Harry, Dumbledore said, his expression dreamy, as if part of him lingered in that unknown world. A sky of deep blue, with soft golden light flickering through it, and clouds like flowing glass. Golden grasslands and trees, and those majestic, towering buildings. I might have been in paradise, Harry. I never thought the Muggle tales of heaven could be real, Dumbledore said earnestly. The people flying overhead had beautiful white wings, not feathers, but something that turned into crystalline fragments when they fell. And their skin, blue, like in fairy tales or even pure energy. Ha! It wasn't a long story, but it wasn't short either. Dumbledore's tale sounded like something out of a fantasy book. It was hard to imagine the expression on his face as he recounted his adventure. For a man over 100 years old, he gestured with his hands like an excited child, his face alight with enthusiasm. "They didn't tell you where you were?" Harry asked, not dismissing Dumbledore's words as a magical illusion, but analyzing the information seriously. "You could communicate with them." "Of course not," Dumbledore shook his head. "But the Kyrian, that's what they called themselves, said they could communicate effortlessly with any intelligent being. Fascinating, isn't it? They called the place I arrived at, Bastion." Dumbledore paused, and Harry waited a few seconds. "And then?" "That's it," Dumbledore shook his head. "I wanted to learn more about that world, but before I could get to know the Kyrian better, I heard your voice. Then it was like falling from a great height, with mist swirling around me. When my old eyes cleared, I was with you in the death chamber, surrounded by those stones." "I see," Harry said, thinking for a long moment. "Can you recall every specific term they mentioned?" "You mean Azeroth?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I didn't get the chance to ask about that, and they didn't mention anything like it. Are you thinking that place might be connected to our world and the Azeroth that taught you your skills?" "It's possible," Harry nodded. "If that really was a portal. Otherwise, how could I have gone to Azeroth myself?" "But where did Grindelwald go? If you were together, and so much has happened in this world without him reappearing, did he really disappear with you?" "A good question," Dumbledore said after a moment's thought, then shook his head. "But for now, it remains unknown. More pressing for me, as Hogwarts headmaster, is fulfilling my responsibilities." "I know I've said it already, but I must say it again. Thank you, Harry," Dumbledore said, struggling to his feet and bowing. "Thank you for protecting the students. Thank you for protecting Hogwarts." Chapter 256. "You're welcome," Harry accepted the gesture graciously, "but you really can't keep disappearing like that. You've put a lot of pressure and responsibility on Professor McGonagall that she shouldn't have to bear." "I understand, and I'll apologize to Minerva," Dumbledore nodded. "It's your call," Harry shrugged. "The diary doesn't matter much, but Ravenclaw's diadem is worth saving. I'm not a Ravenclaw student, but I know how much it means to them." "Indeed," Dumbledore said with a hint of humor, "if Professor Flitwick saw you smash Ravenclaw's diadem into this state, he'd probably let out a shriek." Both of them burst into laughter. "So, I'd like to repair it," Harry said, grinning. "At the very least, it shouldn't look this bad. I don't want Professor Flitwick thinking I'm someone he needs to duel. Hogwarts treasures deserve a better fate, don't they?" "I don't know much about wizarding alchemy. Can you fix it, or is it even possible?" "It's difficult, and I can't do it," Dumbledore admitted, examining the diadem closely. "As for Nicola's, I'm not sure it's right to trouble someone who's already preparing for their final days. Since our last meeting, Nicola's has refused all visitors." "You think he'd say no?" Harry asked. "Of course not," Dumbledore said with a sudden shift in tone. "This is Ravenclaw's long-lost treasure, said to enhance the wearer's wisdom. No alchemist could resist the chance to handle such an artifact. I couldn't, and Nicola's certainly wouldn't either." As he spoke, Dumbledore placed the diadem on his head. It's definitely broken. I don't feel any smarter," he said with mock disappointment. "That's what happens when you smash it with a warhammer forged from a basilisk fang," Harry said, glancing at the diadem. "It's not just deadly to people, it seems to wreak havoc on magical artifacts too." "A basilisk, after all," Dumbledore nodded. "This is good news. It gives us another way to destroy Horcruxes, and it's relatively safe." "One diary, one Ravenclaw diadem," Harry mused. "How many Horcruxes do you think Voldemort made?" "Not too many, Harry. Splitting one's soul too many times would drive a person mad, though Voldemort's already mad enough. Even so, I'm certain he wouldn't create too many. I know him well, Harry, very well. He's an intensely proud man. Not just anything would qualify as a Horcrux for him." The diary was a record of his youth, and the soul fragment inside looked young too. Maybe it represents his past, which is why he chose it, Harry analyzed. "And Ravenclaw's diadem? It's valuable enough, priceless even. Are all the Founder's artifacts gone? Gryffindor's sword, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Harry asked, referencing Hogwarts, a history. I can assure you Gryffindor's sword isn't a Horcrux. It's been held by successive headmasters and never left Hogwarts. But the locket and the cup have been missing for a long time, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. It's an interesting theory, and I think you're likely right. Hogwarts means something special to Voldemort. He might well have sought out these artifacts. I heard that after graduating, he worked at a dark magic shop for a while before disappearing. When he resurfaced, he was already Voldemort. Then we have a new lead, Harry nodded. What was that shop called? Does it still exist? Borgin and Burke's, Dumbledore replied. It's in Nocturne Alley, dealing in dark magical items. I'll look into it. Be careful. The Burkes are a pureblood family, and old Borgin is no pushover, Dumbledore warned. Try not to cause too much of a stir in Diagon Alley. The Ministry's got enough on its plate. Neither Harry nor Dumbledore cared much about a shop like Borgin and Burke's. After exchanging information, Dumbledore fell into a deep sleep, clearly needing rest. He didn't reappear immediately. After waking, he visited the Ministry of Magic and then vanished again, only returning to Hogwarts the next evening during the feast. When students spotted the familiar white-haired figure at the high table, cheers erupted. You're back, Professor Dumbledore. It was the kind of adulation Gilderoy Lockhart could only dream of. Students greeted Dumbledore warmly, and he responded to each in kind until McGonagall's stern glare quieted them down. I'm delighted to see you all again, safe and sound, Dumbledore said before the feast began, his voice carrying across the Great Hall. In recent times, Hogwarts has faced many challenges. A traitorous professor invading demons. Most importantly, as headmaster, I failed to stand with you and protect you during these dangers. That is my failure. His apology was sincere. I owe you all my deepest apologies. I'm sorry, children, I failed you. Don't say that, headmaster, Fred Weasley shouted. We know you were off doing something important. The world out there's a mess. Those who left will regret it. Fred's words sparked agreement. Students jeered at those who'd fled, shouting their support for Dumbledore until he conjured a loud burst of fireworks to restore order. I ask you not to blame those who left, Dumbledore said firmly. They've done no wrong. Hogwarts is a school, a place for you to gain knowledge, not to face mortal danger or bear responsibilities that aren't yours. He sighed. I must admit, Hogwarts has become less safe in recent years. Death Eaters, basilisks, even demons. You are the future of the wizarding world, and you're not yet ready to bear such burdens. If Hogwarts cannot protect you, you have every right to leave. You're here to learn, nothing more. But I'm also grateful to those who stayed. Thank you for your trust in Hogwarts, he continued. I cannot make promises, as I've already failed you too many times. Promises from someone like me lack credibility. We'll always trust you, Professor, a Hufflepuff student stood and shouted. Thank you, truly, Dumbledore said warmly. But as headmaster, I wasn't here when Hogwarts needed me most. That's something I cannot forgive myself for, and it's why I feel I'm no longer fit to serve as headmaster. Silence fell over the 4 long tables. Even Slytherin students, often at odds with others, were stunned. Professors and students alike stared at Dumbledore, unable to believe their ears. Dumbledore stepping down. I've submitted my resignation to the Wisengamot and the Ministry, he said. I'm stepping down as headmaster of Hogwarts, passing the role to someone more capable of protecting this school. The hall remained silent. Why the long faces? Dumbledore chuckled. I thought you'd congratulate me. One less burden means I can focus my energy elsewhere. You can't leave, Professor, Ron stood, shouting. You're Dumbledore. Hogwarts isn't Hogwarts without you. His words unleashed a chorus of agreement. Oh, I didn't expect to teach you one final lesson before I go, Dumbledore said gently. No one is irreplaceable, not even me. There are many exceptional wizards out there. But, Ron stammered at a loss. Who'll be the new headmaster, Professor? Roger Davies, sensing Dumbledore's resolve, asked. Professor McGonagall. That'd be brilliant, George chimed in. Professor McGonagall, we'd back you as headmaster. Laughter erupted, though McGonagall's face darkened at George's comment. He was in for it now. Minerva is an excellent choice, Dumbledore nodded. I owe her thanks for taking on so many of my duties over the years. Thank you, Minerva. You're welcome, Albus, McGonagall said, her face tight. She's a fine candidate, but I'm afraid the new headmaster isn't her, Dumbledore said with a smile, no hint of suspense. You've all heard, through newspapers or letters, that the world outside is changing rapidly. A faltering statute of secrecy, awakening elemental spirits, and countless conflicts, he continued. Hogwarts is a place for learning, and safety is paramount. You need a headmaster who can protect you in a world on the brink of war and new dangers. Who is it, Professor? Fred called impatiently. Spit it out, I can't wait. Someone you know well, Dumbledore said, winking at Fred. Our very own Professor Potter. Harry Potter. A piercing shout rang out and the hall exploded. Students yelled, their eyes turning to the boy, no, the man sitting at the side of the table. That's my brother, my brother. Ron was so excited his whole body shook. He stood on the bench, shouting to everyone, my brother's gonna be headmaster. Harry Potter's the headmaster of Hogwarts. I told you he'd be the next Dumbledore. No, he is Dumbledore already. The cacophony of voices filled the hall, and this time Dumbledore didn't stop it. He just smiled, arms crossed, watching the chaos unfold. Surprisingly, or perhaps not, there was little opposition to Harry becoming headmaster. A few faces soured, but most, even Slytherins, seemed relieved. Harry Potter's strength was undeniable. No student saw him as just another peer anymore. He was firmly in the adult category. Unbeatable, truly unbeatable. The excitement wasn't limited to the students. The professors at the high table were just as stirred. Chapter 257. Your mother would be proud of you, Snape said in an unusually gentle tone, sitting beside Harry. Make sure to tell her. I will, Harry nodded. Dumbledore choosing this moment to break the news was inconvenient, to say the least. If Professor McGonagall weren't still seated at the staff table, the Gryffindor students below would probably have rushed up and devoured him with excitement. I always knew you'd have your day, Harry, Professor Flitwick said cheerfully, patting Harry's arm from the other side. Ever since your face started appearing in the papers, I wondered if you'd one day become Hogwarts headmaster, but I never imagined it would happen so soon. I suppose it's a reluctant choice, Harry said to Flitwick with a wry smile. If the world weren't in such chaos right now, I doubt this role would have fallen to me. Harry had no intention of shirking this responsibility. The world was growing visibly more dangerous by the day, elemental spirits with their own agendas invading demons. These threats might even be tied to him in some way. Those with power should stand at the forefront, leading others. That was the duty and burden of a hero, something Harry still firmly believed. That's why, with Hogwarts under demonic assault, he would step up to protect the young witches and wizards. It was his responsibility to bear. This also freed Dumbledore to focus on his duties as president of the International Confederation of Wizards, and maybe track down his old flame in the process. This tells us that those with ability will always find their rightful place, Professor Sprout said, leaning forward slightly from her seat a bit further down. Congratulations, Professor Potter. Oh, I mean Headmaster Potter now. I believe you'll be a fine headmaster. Listen, the students are all behind you. Exactly, Flitwick said with a mischievous grin. Let me tell you a secret, Harry. No matter who the public elects as headmaster, if the students don't support them, they won't last long. Phineas Black, you mean? Harry chuckled. Exactly, you know about him, Flitwick said, slightly surprised. I heard a bit from Dumbledore, Harry nodded. Even his portrait is insufferable, isn't it? Oh, yes, I mean, Flitwick coughed, then grinned wider. Let's just say all 4 houses united to drive him out. Even the Board of Governors couldn't go against the will of so many students. After all, it's been a while since anyone thought of Headmaster Potter as just a classmate, right? Professor Sinistra, one of the younger staff members, said as she dragged her chair over to join the conversation. Especially after those reports of your speeches at international conferences. Oh, you've switched to calling him Headmaster Potter awfully quick, Aurora, Sprout teased. I just hope Headmaster Potter can increase the greenhouse budget. Between Snape's potions and Madame Pomfrey's remedies, we're always running short on herbs. Harry pretended he didn't hear that. Budget discussions were a heavy topic in any world, and Harry knew it all too well. The great hall buzzed with lively chatter, from the staff table to the 4 longhouse tables below. Close friends like Ron were enthusiastically preaching Harry's greatness to anyone who'd listen, while the more spirited types, like the Weasley twins, were singing songs to celebrate the grand ascension of Gryffindor's Ragehorn Lion King. Most students, though, were speculating about what Headmaster Potter's leadership would bring, how Hogwarts might change, what it would become. Some were already imagining their place in magical history as witnesses to this moment. By now, no one cared about dinner. Hunger seemed to have vanished on its own. After waiting in vain for the students to quiet down, Dumbledore finally launched a series of fireworks into the air above the Great Hall, which at last hushed the crowd. "Oh, you lot really know how to wound an old man's heart," Dumbledore said, feigning hurt. "At least for today, I haven't resigned yet." "Don't worry, Headmaster Dumbledore, you'll always be my favorite headmaster," Fred shouted. "At least until Headmaster Potter takes over, you're my favorite," George added. Their words sparked another wave of laughter through the hall, and even Dumbledore chuckled heartily. All right, but let's save the popular Headmaster Potter's inauguration speech for when his appointment is officially announced. You'll have to put up with this old codger a bit longer," Dumbledore said with an exaggerated sigh. "In the meantime, while I'm still headmaster, I have some unfinished business to attend to. I've missed too much already. I can't miss the final act as well." "Quiet, please." Dumbledore's tone turned serious as he addressed the students. "Just over a week ago, Hogwarts faced its most dangerous attack since its founding. I won't make excuses. As headmaster, I failed to be here when the school needed me most. That is my failing, and it's why I've chosen to step down and entrust Hogwarts to someone better suited to protect it. Before the feast begins, I ask that we observe a minute of silence for the Aurors and Hit Wizards who gave their lives defending Hogwarts. Their bravery safeguarded this school and our world." With that, Dumbledore closed his eyes and bowed his head. Even the most mischievous students, and even the Slytherins who often sneered at other bloodlines, joined in the solemn silence. When demons had attacked Hogwarts, the students had been swiftly evacuated to the relative safety of Hogsmeade under the professor's protection. Though they hadn't witnessed the demons' cruelty firsthand, the castle's damaged state and the sight of the fallen told them enough. They were still just children, after all. Even the worst among them weren't that bad. The minute passed quickly. "We must never forget those who sacrificed their lives for us, nor should we ever take for granted the peace we enjoy because of them," Dumbledore said, his eyes glistening slightly. But he quickly brightened. "Now, it's time to honor some of those who fought bravely a week ago. Ron Weasley." The sudden mention of Ron's name made the Weasley siblings tense up. Before that brutal battle began, Mr. Weasley bravely confronted the demon cultist Lockhart. With extraordinary courage and quick thinking, he used words to provoke and stall Lockhart, buying time until help arrived, saving students who were nearly sacrificed in a dark ritual. Ron's face turned as red as a monkey's backside, his whole body trembling with excitement. For this, Mr. Weasley paid the price of 2 broken ribs, half his teeth knocked out, and severe injuries, Dumbledore said solemnly. Not everyone could muster the courage to protect others in such a dire situation, nor endure such pain. Many adults couldn't do what you did, and yet you, a mere 12-year-old wizard, did. Your actions embody true Gryffindor courage. For this, Gryffindor House will be awarded 200 points. The moment Dumbledore's words landed, the Gryffindor table erupted. The cheers and whistles were deafening, nearly matching the uproar when Harry's headmaster appointment was announced. Even students from other houses, including some Slytherins, clapped and cheered for Ron. Especially those who had been lured by Lockhart as sacrificial victims. They came from every house. "Of course, points alone cannot fully honor such bravery," Dumbledore said, casting a sonorous charm on his throat to be heard over the din. "Mr. Weasley will also receive a special award for services to the school. May this honor follow him for life." It was like New Year's for Gryffindor. Their cheers drowned out even Dumbledore's amplified voice, and amidst it all, Harry could hear Fred and George's manic shouts. "That's my brother, you all know it, that's my brother." Percy even ran over and hoisted Ron up, lifting him by the armpits. "Hero, hero, hero." Gradually, the cheers coalesced into a single word, and Ron, red-faced, was tossed into the air by his peers. From the staff table, Harry watched with a smile. He knew this moment would be one of Ron's most cherished memories, far surpassing any tale he'd told before, especially with Dumbledore's personal recognition, 200 points, and a special award. It was beyond cool. "Of course, we mustn't forget the others who fought bravely," Dumbledore said as the cheers finally subsided. Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood were the first to notice their classmates' disappearance. They courageously sought out Professor Flitwick and used magic to locate Mr. Weasley and the others, leading to their rescue. I don't judge individuals by the qualities of a single house. Take Miss Lovegood. Though a Ravenclaw, she showed remarkable bravery in saving her peers. For this, Gryffindor House will receive an additional 200 points, and Ravenclaw House will receive 100 points. Now the excitement wasn't limited to Gryffindor. Ravenclaw students erupted in wild cheers, the usually composed and rational little eagles losing all restraint. Like Ron before her, Luna was swarmed by Ravenclaws, while Hermione and Neville received similar treatment at the Gryffindor table. "Yes, I know what you're all waiting for," Dumbledore said with a wink. "Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, and Miss Lovegood will each receive a special award for services to the school for their heroic actions. A night of jubilation. We're the champions." The Gryffindor table's shouts were unstoppable, with some students climbing onto the tables to dance tap or other bizarre moves, venting their overflowing excitement. 400 points, 400, the House Cup is ours this year. Dumbledore watched the lively scene with a delighted grin, clearly loving the vibrant energy. "But what about Professor Potter's award, Headmaster?" Roger Davies suddenly shouted. "He's a professor, sure, but he's also a student, isn't he? He fought to protect us, and I think he deserves a special award too." Roger's words sparked a wave of agreement. Harry gave a wry smile as his apprentice cheekily winked at him, clearly trying to secure some perks for his mentor. "Thanks, but no need," Harry said, casting a sonorous charm on himself. "I've already received the greatest reward, haven't I, becoming headmaster of this ancient school." "I think Davies has a point, Albus," McGonagall interjected. "Student or not, Potter still holds a student's status, and he did study magic here." "Tricky, isn't it?" Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Fortunately, I anticipated this. I'm delighted to announce that our shamanism professor will be awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, for his efforts in the defense of Hogwarts. Additionally, all professors who fought in the battle will receive the Order of Merlin, second class, as will the participating Aurors and hit wizards. I must say, this is likely the first time in centuries that the Wizengamot has issued so many medals at once," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. Chapter 258. It wasn't a war between wizards, but a counterattack against foreign invaders. The Wizengamot handed out Orders of Merlin like they were splashing water, probably the result of Dumbledore visiting those old friends over the past 2 days. But unlike the Orders of Merlin that Lockhart had bought with money, at least these people's awards were truly deserved, with no one raising any objections. If anyone had objections, they'd be sent to the front lines next time. Heroes couldn't be allowed to bleed and then shed tears too. But for Harry, what was more important right now was taking up his position at Hogwarts. "What do you mean by leaving it all to me?" Standing amid this, pile of ruins, Harry said to Dumbledore. "Just the literal meaning, Harry," Dumbledore replied quite casually. "You are the headmaster of Hogwarts, aren't you? So the task of repairing this place and arranging it however you like is yours." The two of them were currently in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, or rather, what used to be the headmaster's office. The battle between Harry and Voldemort's soul fragment had destroyed it. Even though the fell corruption clinging to the walls, ceiling, or floor had been fully purified, the place still looked utterly chaotic at a glance, filled with broken stones and damaged objects. Given that Dumbledore's office might contain many important or dangerous items, Professor McGonagall hadn't cleaned it up, planning to let Dumbledore sort through them himself once he returned. During this time, the Sorting Hat had been staying in Professor McGonagall's office. Rumor had it that the hat was chattering every day, driving Professor McGonagall to distraction. "Oh, I'm glad Voldemort didn't do anything to them," Dumbledore said with relief. "It seems Hogwarts still holds some weight in his heart." "This is the Book of Admittance and the Quill of Acceptance," Harry said after examining them. A book with a black dragon leather cover, though some of the dragon's scales on it had started to peel. Just from its appearance, one could sense its ancient history. Beside the book sat a small silver inkwell with a faded quill inserted into it. "Yes, that's them," Dumbledore confirmed. When a child in Britain first displays magical talent, the quill of acceptance flies out of the inkwell and tries to record that child's name in the book of admittance. Ah, just like this. As Dumbledore spoke, the book suddenly opened on its own, and the seemingly tattered quill flew up from the inkwell beside it. It attempted to write a name on the open page, Omi. It was a silvery, glowing liquid. Harry took a deliberate look. The inkwell was empty, but the quill was indeed producing silver writing, though only the beginning. Ah, it seems this child's talent isn't clear enough yet, Dumbledore said regretfully, as the name on the book slowly faded until it vanished completely. Was he rejected? Harry asked. I don't know, Harry. No one can know the Book of Admittance's thoughts, Dumbledore said with a chuckle. From my observations over the years, I only know that the Quill of Acceptance has a more lenient standard than the book. Only children approved by both can become Hogwarts students. So that child needs to show his magical talent again, like a magical outburst or something, to get his name recorded, Harry summarized. Yes, it won't misjudge due to residual magic from the child's parents or other reasons. That's the real reason Hogwarts has never admitted a single squib in over 1,000 years, Dumbledore said leisurely. People always say this castle is the soul of Hogwarts, that it's everything about the school, but that's not true, these are. As long as the Book of Admittance and the Quill of Acceptance exist, a new Hogwarts could be rebuilt anywhere, even if not in the Scottish Highlands. After a fond glance at the dragon leather book in his hand, Dumbledore handed them over to Harry without hesitation. Now, safeguarding them is your responsibility, Harry. I swear I will, Harry said, standing straight with a serious expression as he accepted the two treasures. No one will destroy Hogwarts. Enemies would only find them over my dead body. Oh, no need to be so serious, Harry, Dumbledore said, waving his hands. I think with your strength, protecting them won't be a problem. Just remember not to take them outside of Britain. After handing over Hogwarts' most core treasures, Dumbledore seemed much more relaxed overall, no longer fretting over the ruined headmaster's office or worrying about trivial administrative duties. Now, it was Harry who had to deal with the headaches. I'm sorry to say I can't call you all children as warmly as Dumbledore did. After all, forget Whitebeard, at my age, I haven't even grown a black one yet. At the first evening banquet after the new headmaster took office, Harry, now seated in the center of the high table in the Great Hall, got the originally 10 students below laughing with that one line. Don't worry, I won't ban your various clubs, big or small. I won't ban Quidditch, and I won't ban older students from going to Hogsmeade every weekend, Harry said, and the students' cheers grew louder with each point. Yes, all the school rules will stay the same as when Dumbledore was headmaster. I think the rules he set are excellent and good for your growth, so I don't plan to change them. Of course, I do have to remind you on behalf of my apprentice Filch that the list of forbidden items in the castle is still in effect. No casting spells in the corridors, no deliberately breaking things. You know what I'm talking about, Fred, George. Tgthegood. The students loved this friendly vibe and laughed heartily. Oh no, headmaster, we haven't even started yet. In this cheerful atmosphere, Fred shouted playfully. That's right, you can't punish us for things we haven't done, George chimed in, unless we actually do them. Whatever you say, Harry shrugged. But I have to remind you, Professor McGonagall is still Hogwarts' deputy headmistress. If you're bold enough, go ahead. Tgthegood. Seeing Professor McGonagall's face brewing with anger, Fred and George immediately shrank back into their benches, pretending to be obedient good kids. And just like that, without any waves or objections, Harry smoothly took on the duties of Hogwarts headmaster. Dumbledore didn't even attend his inaugural banquet. According to the old man, a territory doesn't need two lords. His presence might not be a good thing. Even after shedding one heavy burden, Dumbledore still couldn't sit idle. He wanted to search for his old flame. After all, he and Grindelwald had disappeared together, but now he had returned to the real world, while Grindelwald remained missing. Moreover, the old man said he seemed to have found a clue about a Horcrux. To wipe out Voldemort completely, he needed to investigate thoroughly. In short, he vanished again, the only difference being that owls could still find Dumbledore this time. Harry's appointment as Hogwarts headmaster didn't face opposition from British wizards. When the Daily Prophet published the news, most British wizards reacted with celebration, or rather, a sense of pride they boasted about. No one questioned Harry's strength, though there were voices doubting whether someone his age could handle Hogwarts' various affairs maturely and reliably. But once they learned Professor McGonagall was still deputy headmistress, those doubts vanished. In the end, it was the French wizards across the sea who questioned whether Britain's magical community was short on talent, to the point that a 12-year-old could become headmaster of a 1,000-year-old magic school. Naturally, British wizards weren't happy being mocked by their old neighbors, especially the French. Well, the already busy Ministry of Magic suddenly had another task: arresting wizards from both countries who were dueling privately along the border coasts over this. The existence of magic made wizards' mobility a bit too high. After taking office, Harry truly didn't have a moment's rest. As Hogwarts headmaster, he immediately faced the same dilemma Dumbledore had dealt with, finding a new defense against the dark arts professor for the students. After all, this year's defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart, had died without even a sliver of soul left. Currently, the class was being covered by Snape, who had volunteered. At the time, Snape had come alone to the Great Hall, made his request, and then fallen silent, just staring at Harry with an air that said he wouldn't leave until Harry agreed. After looking into the history of teachers for this course, Harry discovered that whenever a new professor died mid-year, Snape would step in as substitute. And most importantly, Snape had always survived unscathed without any torment or danger while substituting. So Harry approved his request. But this didn't change the fact that Harry urgently needed to find a new professor for the class. After all, the Christmas holidays had long passed, and the school year was nearing its end. If he didn't want Snape to meet an untimely end in the new term, and then have to find a new potions professor too, he needed to act fast. It was only at this point that Harry realized where he fell short compared to Dumbledore as headmaster. Over a century of experience had built Dumbledore an endless network of contacts. As long as the old man used his clever mind to think, he could always pull a suitable old friend from the corners of his memory to serve as professor. Well, according to Dumbledore, after he'd personally seen off more than a dozen old friends, his remaining ones would vanish or hide whenever they heard he was visiting before the summer term started. No wonder the old man had smiled so happily and relaxedly when warning Harry to find a new professor quickly. He'd truly escaped a big hassle. Harry had even considered recruiting a senior Auror from the Ministry to teach defense against the dark arts. At first, the Aurors were eager to sign up when they heard Harry wanted to invite them to Hogwarts as professors. But as soon as they heard it was for defense against the dark arts, they all suddenly fell ill, with aches everywhere, especially stomach pains. In short, they just couldn't go. "We're all Hogwarts graduates, Professor Potter," one Auror said frankly with an embarrassed expression. "No one knows better than us what a nightmare teaching that class is. At the end of the year, leaving with just serious injuries is the best outcome. Many have even died on the job." That's the downside of everyone being Hogwarts alumni. You couldn't fool them even if you tried. By the time the students' final exams ended, the school year fully concluded, and the Hogwarts Express pulled into the platform once more to take the students home. Harry still hadn't found a new victim. I mean, new professor. He was starting to feel a genuine sense of anxiety. Harry wouldn't allow himself, as headmaster, to fail in providing the students with a qualified professor who could teach the subject, leaving the class vacant in the end. Honestly, he was even tempted to teach defense against the dark arts himself. His current knowledge of wizarding magic might still not match old wizards like Dumbledore or Grindelwald, who had delved deep into the field for years, but it was more than enough to teach 7 years of students. Unfortunately, this idea was vehemently blocked by Professor McGonagall. Hogwarts absolutely couldn't afford an accident where a young, newly appointed headmaster died from the curse. Considering that the professors for the past 3 years had all met unnatural deaths, Professor McGonagall didn't dare gamble on luck. Harry could become headmaster because his strength was sufficient to protect the students, but if something happened to him, Hogwarts might truly have to close. So in the end, somehow Sirius got wind of it and came bounding into Harry's office, jumping around and insisting on applying for the position. "You're doubting my magical prowess, Harry." Sirius slammed a hand on Harry's desk, fuming. "Just a year ago, everyone thought I was a powerful dark wizard, the kind who could go a few rounds with you-know-who. Yes, I am doubting it. You can sit back down, Harry said without a moment's hesitation, not even looking up. I've already lost my parents. I don't want to lose my godfather at such a young age too. Chapter 259. One sentence had left Sirius utterly deflated. His dog of a godfather still pressing both hands against the desk, his mouth opening and closing as if he couldn't quite find the words. I really wouldn't know, Harry, Sirius finally managed to mutter. You know, Sirius, Harry said, setting down his quill and looking up. After becoming headmaster, I went through the list of past defense against the dark arts professors. I also asked Dumbledore about the curse. What did Dumbledore say? The curse probably started over 40 years ago, right around the time he turned down Voldemort's application to teach at the school, Harry said seriously. From then on, Voldemort placed a curse on the position. When people first noticed that it kept sending these professors packing, from minor injuries to severe ones to outright death, no one could last more than a year in the job. That's when the challengers started showing up. Challengers? Sirius threw his head back and let out two barking laughs. People who wanted to break the curse. Yeah, just like you now, Harry snorted. People who think they're experts on the dark arts, who fancy themselves masters of magical secrets, who rely on their own raw power. Guess where they all are now. Sirius's laughter died instantly. Since Hogwarts was still stuck with its tradition of a new professor every year, their fates were all too obvious. Surviving with just a few injuries was about the best any of them could hope for. And your academic record, Mr. Sirius Orion Black, shall I pull your old report card? Harry said with a smile. No need, thanks, Sirius replied with a dry chuckle, then asked, So what are you going to do? The students can't just skip defense against the dark arts. Of course they can't, Harry shook his head. The world out there is so dangerous right now. The more it is, the more they need to learn how to protect themselves. Even setting aside combat against demons or dark wizards, just knowing how to handle dangerous magical creatures from the wider world is essential. Then what about? I'm not about to gamble with other people's lives, so I'm planning to just create a whole new course outright, Harry said bluntly. Curses need a specific target. Over all these years at Hogwarts, with so many professors coming and going, only the defense against the dark arts ones have met with constant accidents, none of the others. That means the curse is keyed to defense against the dark arts as its trigger. Dangerous magical protections, Harry said candidly. That's what I'm calling the new course. Then I'll put out a public call in the Daily Prophet for a new professor, explaining exactly what the class is for. Someone's bound to give it a shot. Hogwarts professor pay and perks are pretty decent, after all. And me? Sirius's eyes lit up again. You really want to be a professor that badly? Harry hesitated. I'm not sure about your magical prowess. What could you even teach the students? Just so we're clear, this job isn't just about being a strong fighter. You need real adventuring experience, enough to give students a solid grasp of the wizarding world before they graduate. What experience did Sirius have? A stint in Azkaban. He'd graduated over a decade ago and jumped straight into the war against Voldemort alongside James Potter and the others. Harry didn't doubt his godfather's combat skills for a second. You couldn't survive Voldemort and the Death Eaters without serious power. But being a professor wasn't just about throwing punches. Even if wizards lived far longer than Muggles, Sirius had spent most of his prime years rotting in Azkaban. There probably wasn't much he could teach. All right, damn it. I have to say, Harry, you aren't pulling any punches for my sake. I'm your godfather, Sirius grumbled. He knew his own situation well enough that, without getting emotional, he wouldn't push back too hard. Sorry, Sirius, Harry said, standing and circling the desk to pull his godfather into a hug. But I'm the headmaster. I have to look out for the students. Yeah, responsibility? Sirius's expression softened. He hugged Harry back, patting his shoulder. You know, thinking about it like that, you're a lot like Dumbledore. No wonder he picked you as his successor. For someone like me, though, responsibility feels a bit too distant. I just tossed the whole Black family legacy aside. No, Sirius, Harry countered. You just can't keep track of everything at once. At least you held fast to your duty to your friends. Not so much to your godfatherly duties, eh? Sirius shrugged with a wry grin. But if you're really looking for someone who can teach the kids real skills, how about Remus? This isn't about playing favorites or anything. Remus really is that exceptional. Well, his marks were the best in our year at school. He never even copied homework, you know it was always us copying his. Not just owls, all O's. Most of his newts were O's too. He remembered everything the professors taught. Honestly, I always thought Remus was held back by his condition. Without that little furry problem, I reckon he could have run for Minister of Magic. As if slowing down might get him shot down, Sirius rattled off his pitch for his old friend at top speed, dredging up every virtue of Lupin he could from the depths of his mind. He's got a good temper, barely ever got mad, even when we pranked him. And he's reliable, miles better than that traitor Pettigrew. Most importantly, Harry, you know this. Remus has been wandering the world all these years since you know who fell. No one knows the dangerous dark creatures out there, or what to watch for when you're roaming, or adventuring, better than he does. Right, right, right. 3 rights in a row, and by the end, Sirius had even shifted into his animagus form. A massive black dog with a tail wagging furiously, barking twice, eyes pleading. Harry's. This was his dog of a godfather. Honestly, Sirius really ought to reflect on why he never had any godfatherly dignity. All right, quiet down, no more barking, Harry said, waving him off as his head started to throb. Remus? Yeah, he's a solid choice. I don't care about his werewolf status anyway. We've got Wolfsbane potion now, and the school's got a master brewer for it. Snape? Sirius snapped back to human form, eyes bulging in outrage. Absolutely not. Snape would poison him, he absolutely would. No one understood Snape quite like Sirius did. How could he? Harry said irritably, shoving down the dog head that was nosing toward him. Stop judging him by old grudges. Snape's mellowed out now. Mellowed? Sirius yelped. That's mellow. Look at us every time we meet. He looks like he wants to murder me. Don't think I haven't noticed that you're always the one starting it. Harry shot him a stern glare. Come talk to me when you can hold back from provoking him first. That'd be pretty tough, Sirius muttered sheepishly. Who knows what Lily told him? Tusk, Harry, you too. Fine, I won't say it, stop glaring. So, do you think Remus could be a professor? I really do. At least he's miles better than that hack Lockhart. Remus? Yeah, he's a good pick, Harry nodded slightly. And things haven't been going smoothly for him with the goblins lately. Not smoothly, Sirius's eyes widened. Why not? Because he's been handling everything solo, Harry said with a thin smile. If I remember right, Sirius, I assigned the goblin situation to both of you. How long has it been since you last checked in? Cough, 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 Sirius hacked violently. I've been sorting out the Black family estate, you know. Hey, want to come with me? Harry, the Black family home is at 12 Grimmauld Place. You'd like it there. Well, I mean, we could clean it up together. It's your other home. Sirius was getting excited again as he spoke. No objections here, Harry said with a smile. And I do want to see the Black ancestral home. Even among all the pureblood families, the Blacks rank right up there. Don't think I don't know what you're after, Harry. The Black family magic books, right? Sirius said, squinting at him. Fair warning, those tomes are mostly vile dark magic stuff. If it wasn't twisted enough, the Blacks didn't collect it. Don't go getting any bad ideas. Don't worry, Harry assured him. My will is ironclad. I'll have Remus in for an interview later, but the goblin business. Leave it to me, Sirius snorted. Goblins? They're just pushing Remus around because he's a werewolf. I still hate my family, but the Black name carries weight. Just some goblins, more than enough to crush them. Don't go overboard, just make sure they know we're not to be trifled with, Harry cautioned. Relax, Harry, Sirius said, taking it all on. Someone from that family knows better than you how to put on pureblood airs. Harry nodded. As long as Sirius had his head on straight, that was fine. Harry's first order as headmaster passed without a hitch. The school board unanimously approved keeping defense against the dark arts on the curriculum, but not assigning a professor to it. As board members, they knew the curse's intricacies better than most, so they were willing to back Harry's experiment. Just as Dumbledore had once stubbornly added divination, a course of dubious use to most students, Harry now used his headmaster's authority to introduce a new one: dangerous magical protections. To keep the curse from bleeding over through some arcane link to the new class, Harry had to instill a clear perception. Dangerous magical protections wasn't a replacement for defense against the dark arts. The two would coexist, with this one being Headmaster Potter's response to a world growing ever more perilous. The core content would cover refined protective charms, adventuring know-how in the wizarding world, and more, essentially what defense against the dark arts ought to teach. But now, he had to hammer home the idea that the classes were unrelated. Rita Skeeter took on the job and splashed it perfectly across the Daily Prophet. By keeping defense against the dark arts on the books while downplaying it, Hogwarts might end up with a new school legend someday. A ghost class that existed only on paper. The new course would open to all students starting next year, and Harry had already sprung a surprise test on Lupin. "I just need to confirm, Headmaster Potter," Lupin said, addressing him formally in the official setting. He stood a few paces away, wand raised warily at Harry, a touch of lingering nerves in his voice. "My interview's over, right? It's really over? I've got the job." "Yes, Remus. Sorry for the ambush, I had to see if you had the real chops," Harry said, shrugging. "Have a seat." Moments earlier, when Lupin had returned to the now-familiar Great Totem office for the interview and barely settled into his chair, Harry had hit him with a sudden disarming charm. Lupin handled it well. He blocked with a swift pratigo, then dove behind the sofa for cover, wand at the ready. "Your reflexes are sharp," Harry said with a grin. "Even caught off guard, you reacted. That's good, Remus. I bet you can pass that kind of experience on to the students, right?" "Students need to learn that nowadays," Lupin gaped. "I thought this was Hogwarts, the safe Hogwarts." "Hogwarts is safe, of course," Harry said, then sighed. "Well, after the demon attack, that does sound a bit hollow." Chapter 260. In short, I want you to train the students to develop a sense of crisis and vigilance, to teach them not to wander into dangerous places or fall for scams. "It's not just about being able to fight back after an attack," Harry said, shaking his head slightly. I'm afraid I must correct you, Headmaster Potter," Lupin said weakly. "Being able to protect oneself with a spell in the instant of an attack is already an exceptional standard for most Aurors, let alone pinpointing the enemy's position and counterattacking immediately afterward. Well, that requires both rigorous training and natural talent. Having magical talent doesn't mean having combat talent. Not everyone is like you or, well, Dumbledore, a prodigy in every sense," Lupin said with a troubled expression. "It's really quite difficult." "I know. That's why I only ask you to teach them to the best of your ability. How much they learn is up to them," Harry added after a moment's thought. "And it's not just about this kind of training. I also need you to teach them some practical knowledge." "Practical knowledge?" Lupin asked. "Smugglers, con artists, dark wizards, poaching gangs, even ways to deal with less-than-honest Aurors or hit wizards. Anything you can think of that they might encounter while adventuring in the wizarding world," Harry continued. "Both Dumbledore and I know what the world out there is really like. But where I differ from Dumbledore is that he tried to let students enjoy a carefree time during their school years, to savor their last moments of innocence. I, on the other hand, want them to face the world's harsh realities early. It's better than them stumbling out there, getting battered and bruised, and paying a steep price before they learn to grow up. That's the true purpose of a school, isn't it?" "To be honest, I don't entirely agree," Lupin said plainly. "But you're the headmaster, so you call the shots. I'll pass on my experiences to them." "Ha, who would have thought those days of wandering would come in handy one day?" "Excellent. Then congratulations, Professor Remus Lupin," Harry said with a smile, handing a letter from his desk to Lupin. "You're hired. The benefits are all detailed in there. I'll coordinate with the ministry to ensure you get the same legal exemptions as the other professors. You have 2 months to decide on your textbooks. Just don't pull a Lockhart and make the students buy 7 books." "Absolutely not," Lupin said with a laugh. "By the way, can I continue using the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks? Like the Dark Arts, a guide to self-defense? I think a lot of the material in those traditional books is still useful." "Of course, that's your call," Harry affirmed. "Just submit your textbook list to Professor McGonagall later." "Got it, Headmaster." Without any resistance, Lupin happily accepted his new role as a professor. After all, even in the broader wizarding world, a teaching position at Hogwarts was a coveted job, well-paid and highly respected. Harry still had to placate Snape, though, to ensure he didn't tamper with Lupin's Wolfsbane potion, a potion that allows werewolves to retain their sanity during the full moon, preventing them from harming others. At the very least, Harry had to make sure Snape didn't slip in anything life-threatening or something that would prevent Lupin from fulfilling his duties as a professor. When it came to the grudges between the previous generation, Harry found it hard to say much. Decades ago, there was no such thing as wolfsbane potion. Back when Lupin was a student at Hogwarts, he had to sneak through a secret passage to an abandoned house in Hogsmeade every full moon to endure his painful werewolf transformations, ensuring he didn't harm innocent students. But back then, Sirius Black had tricked Snape into following that same passage during a full moon, an act that amounted to attempted murder. If Snape had come face to face with Lupin in his werewolf form, the best outcome would have been Snape becoming a werewolf himself. More likely, he would have been torn to pieces by a frenzied werewolf. If it weren't for Harry's father, James Potter, who at least knew things couldn't go too far and risked his life to drag Snape out, there wouldn't be a Severus Snape today. Arrogant, cold, and utterly indifferent to the lives of those he didn't care about, Harry hated to admit it, but that was his godfather. Even though Sirius had publicly disowned his family, the Black family's influence still ran deep in him, impossible to sever. Even after being sorted into Gryffindor, becoming friends with James, and earning fame as a war hero, Sirius still carried the unmistakable air of a Slytherin pureblood aristocrat. Harry couldn't change what had happened in the past. All he knew was that if what happened to Snape had happened to him, there wouldn't be a Sirius Black anymore. So when it came to Snape pulling harmless pranks on the remaining 3 members of the Marauders as a form of petty revenge, Harry didn't really mind. Walking down the streets of Diagon Alley, Harry's face was well known these days, but with his hood up, he went unnoticed. Muggle-repelling statue. As long as the statue's intact, Muggle guns can't hit you. Only 3 galleons, 3 galleons. Healing potions, cheaper than the shops, fake 1 get 10 free buy now. The main street of Diagon Alley remained as lively as ever, seemingly untouched by the growing tension in the outside world. However, the items being peddled had subtly shifted, with more and more goods related to Muggles appearing on the market. The Daily Prophet had reported several incidents where memory charms failed to fully erase Muggle awareness of wizards. Muggles didn't yet know to call them wizards, instead referring to them as superhumans. Some confused wizards with the newly emerged Muggle shamans, while others believed wizards were angels sent by God or divine emissaries. It was all a chaotic mess. There were even reports of wizards being shot by Muggle bullets, not from high-caliber firearms, but even a handgun bullet had caused one wizard to botch an apparition due to pain and distraction, resulting in a splinching accident. If his destination hadn't been Diagon Alley's main street, he might have died unnoticed in some obscure corner. Mr. Weasley's hard-fought Muggle Protection Act was gradually losing its effectiveness, not just because of Harry's speech at the International Confederation of Wizards, but because more and more wizards were realizing, through their everyday lives, that Muggles didn't need protecting. They were, in fact, quite dangerous. Rumor had it that in America, Muggles were quick to empty their gun clips at any wizard who seemed suspicious. While wizards had plenty of spells and potions to heal purely physical, non-magical injuries if death came too quickly for them to act. Well, the only way to stay in this world was as a ghost. By now, almost everyone, even those outside the ministry or the well-informed circles, even the most ordinary wizards in the magical world, had come to a stark realization. The statute of secrecy was not far from collapse. No one knew what the future held, or whether a massive, world-encompassing war would sweep them up. This tension and panic drove people to seek out any means to protect themselves. Amulets, smuggled goods, even ministry-hit wizards, and some Aurors weren't immune to the trend. Crackdowns on smugglers had noticeably softened during this time. As a result, Diagon Alley had become even more vibrant, as if unaffected by the looming crisis. But when Harry stepped into Nocturne Alley, the chaotic area known as a haven for dark wizards and criminals, the shouts of vendors took on a different tone. Poisonous frog hands, guaranteed to kill anyone who harms you. What's this? Harry stopped at a stall, eyeing an object on the ground. Small, black, wrinkled, and bound with blood-red chains. A cursed doll, the vendor, a shriveled old witch with 2 missing front teeth, said with a wheezy laugh. Want one? It'll curse those foolish muggles, making them think they're just unlucky. Guarantees a gruesome death for every one of them. Made from babies? Harry asked. Muggle babies, the old witch cackled. Effective, plentiful, you. Her words cut off abruptly as a green flash shot from beneath Harry's cloak, piercing her hastily conjured shield charm and striking her. She collapsed, dead. For a brief moment, the cacophony of Nocturne Alley fell silent, only to resume as if nothing had happened. Everyone suddenly found something else to focus on, and the malicious stares directed at Harry quickly turned away. No one wanted trouble. A killing curse cast with enough malice to kill instantly wasn't the work of someone harmless. No need to take unnecessary risks. In a few swift motions, Harry obliterated the old witch and her stall's contents, ensuring nothing could be salvaged for reuse. He couldn't tolerate such vile dark magic artifacts, or the people who peddled them. So he didn't. A rapid series of green flashes caught the witches and wizards of Nocturne Alley off guard. Harry struck without warning, not using shamanic spells but the classic wizarding killing curse, Avada Kedavra. Fueled by genuine intent to kill, each green flash claimed a life with precision. Before acting, Harry had cast an anti-apparition jinx, trapping his targets. These dark wizards were no amateurs, and after the first 3 or 4 fell, they immediately tried to fight back or flee the jinx's range. Anyone capable of repeatedly casting a high-cost, high-power spell like the Killing Curse was not to be trifled with. When a few who dared to counterattack were twisted into knots by a transfiguration spell, escape became the priority for the rest. Harry's efficiency was remarkable, far surpassing the Ministry's Aurors when it came to clearing out the scum. It wasn't that Aurors lacked skill, it was that they arrested rather than killed on sight. Decades ago, those who slung Avada Kedavra at the first opportunity were called Death Eaters. And the Death Eaters had been crushed. It didn't take long before Harry was left staring at a dozen corpses and an empty Nocturne Alley. The anti-apparition jinx he'd cast in haste had a limited range, and these seasoned denizens of the gray underworld were adept at escaping such situations. Harry watched as a one-legged wizard hopped onto a nearby wooden board, which sprouted 2 pairs of wheels and sped off with him in a puff of smoke. Each had their own tricks. Using a vanishing charm to dispose of the bodies and their repulsive wares, Harry turned to find the shops on either side of the alley locked tight. They, too, were experienced. No matter, Harry could open doors. Boom! The glass door and windows of a shop shattered as Harry strode in. A balding man with a smile on his face rose from behind the counter, bowing politely. "Welcome to Borgin and Burke's. How may I assist you, dear customer?" His expression remained calm, as if his shop's door hadn't just been blasted apart. "Caractacus Burke?" Harry asked. "The very same, sir," Burke said with a slight bow. "I admire your boldness and respect your strength. Old Borgo was no fresh-faced Hogwarts graduate, yet you dispatched him like a chicken, along with the others. May I ask what they did to anger you? Knowing might help me serve you better." As expected of someone who once served Voldemort, Caractacus Burke appeared deferential but utterly unshaken, as if he believed nothing could harm him in his own shop. "No reason," Harry said casually. "I saw them, so I killed them." Those vile dark magic artifacts and the wicked wizards who sold them disgusted Harry just by existing. Since he had no intention of tolerating them and possessed the power to act, he followed his instincts. And the results spoke for themselves. For a while at least, Nocturne Alley's air would be cleaner. "Fair enough," Burke said dryly, his composed facade slipping for the first time since Harry entered. Chapter 261. To run a shop in a place like Nocturne Alley, where the slightest hint of weakness could get you devoured whole, and to run a shop dealing in dark magic artifacts no less, Caractacus Burke had been in business for years without fear of crossing paths with ruthless dark wizards. After all, these dark wizards, for all their cruelty, valued their own lives above all else. They wouldn't do anything reckless on their own turf. No one knew what kind of traps a wizard skilled in dark magic might set up in their own shop. But the one thing Caractacus Burke feared was a lunatic. Lunatics were unpredictable. They had no reason, no logic. They might kill someone just for the thrill of it or set a house ablaze not for plunder, but simply to watch the flames dance. Even during the height of the Dark Lord's reign, Voldemort didn't kill without reason. Well, at least not without reason when it came to wizards. Muggle lives didn't count. But now, the cloaked figure who had just smashed through the shop's windows and door gave Burke the distinct feeling of facing a lunatic. From the moment this person appeared in Nocturne Alley to the moment they killed the dozen or so people outside, it hadn't even taken 3 minutes. It was as if they had come to Nocturne Alley specifically to kill. Even dark wizards, knew that a murder case in Nocturne Alley, especially one involving the deaths of a dozen wizards, would bring the Aurors down to arrest the culprit. But if this person was some kind of righteous wizard, here to purge the evil dealings of Nocturne Alley with heroic justice, who in Merlin's name would believe a righteous wizard could wield the killing curse with such proficiency? Even most dark wizards couldn't cast it so expertly. The sheer intensity of their killing intent was overwhelming. "A shop with history," Harry said, surveying the various items displayed in the store. "Rumor has it, even Voldemort worked here when he was young. That makes you quite the veteran, doesn't it?" A shriveled human hand, a blood-stained deck of playing cards, a glass eyeball that spun on its own to stare at people, and a terrifying mask hanging on the wall. There was no doubt about it. These were dark magic artifacts, many likely already stained with blood. That's impossible." Burke's back broke out in a cold sweat. He forced a smile and stammered, "The Dark Lord working in my shop, that's just..." "You know, Burke," Harry said calmly, "I've always lived by a principle: treat people the way they deserve to be treated. If someone acts with kindness and justice, I'll try to reason with them through words." As he spoke, Harry reached up and pulled back the hood covering his head, revealing his face. There was no disguise, no transfiguration to alter his appearance. "Headmaster Potter," Burke's eyes widened in shock. "But if someone acts unjustly, their hands stained with blood, their mouth full of lies," Harry continued, his voice steady, "then I have no choice but to deal with them in a different way." A brief silence fell over the shop, so quiet it was almost suffocating. Suddenly, "Avada Kedavra." Burke whipped out a wand from somewhere and fired the killing curse at Harry without hesitation. He didn't bother trying to apparate away. Harry had already cast an anti-apparition jinx over the entire area of Borgin and Burke's. After unleashing the killing curse, Burke didn't even wait to see how Harry would react. He dove behind a nearby counter with surprising agility for someone of his slightly rotund build. At the same moment, the ghastly masks hanging on the walls let out piercing shrieks and flew into the air. Blood tears streamed from their hollow eyes as they locked onto Harry's position and hurtled toward him. Boom. A torrent of flames erupted from Harry's wand, transforming into the shape of a phoenix. The snarling masks, unable to dodge, collided with the fiendfire and were incinerated to ash in an instant. The traps Burke had set in his shop weren't limited to the masks, but in the face of fiendfire, a flame that could devour nearly anything, they were utterly useless. Whether physical traps or invisible magical ones, they were all consumed without resistance. Harry was growing fonder of this spell by the day. The only challenge was controlling the intensity of the fiendfire to prevent it from spiraling out of control and devouring too much. No, Burke screamed. "Finite incantatum, finite incantatum." Burke's response was technically correct. Finite incantatum was indeed a counterspell for fiendfire. The only problem was, he was too weak. No, that wasn't entirely fair. Burke's magical prowess was respectable by wizarding standards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived running a shop in Nocturne Alley for so long. The real issue was that his magic paled in comparison to Harry's. When Burke realized, to his horror, that his finite incantatum only caused the ravenous fiendfire to flicker briefly before roaring back with even greater ferocity, he hurled his wand out from behind the counter. "I surrender," Burke shouted. Yes, it's true, the Dark Lord worked here for a time, but then he vanished. For Merlin's sake, make it stop." Watching his precious inventory being consumed one by the fiendfire, Burke's heart ached to the point of suffocation. For someone like him, fighting tooth and nail was the most meaningless choice of all. As Burke pleaded, the fiendfire, which had taken the forms of various magical beasts rampaging through the shop, vanished in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. The once-tidy shop was unrecognizable, reduced to piles of ash and blackened, charred remnants. Stumbling out from behind the counter, Burke rushed forward and dropped to his knees before Harry. Thank you for your mercy," Burke gasped, reaching to kiss the hem of Harry's robe but quickly pulling back when he noticed Harry's discomfort. Any idle chatter he'd shared about Hogwarts' recent headmaster appointment was now completely forgot. In this moment, to Burke, the widely celebrated and beloved headmaster Potter was a figure more terrifying than Voldemort or even Dumbledore. At least Voldemort wouldn't treat a wealthy and respected pureblood like him this way. At least Dumbledore wouldn't destroy someone's livelihood with fiendfare the moment they met. Never had Burke missed Voldemort so much. Never had he longed for Dumbledore like this. All he could hope for now was that Headmaster Potter would finish his questioning and leave, seeing as Burke was cooperating fully. "I swear on my ancestors' honor, Headmaster Potter," Burke groveled, not daring to lift his head. "The Burke family has run this shop for decades. I've never killed an innocent person, nor have I crafted any evil dark magic artifacts. Borgin and Burke's only buys and sells. We don't make anything, I swear." "Let's start with Voldemort," Harry said, his tone neutral. "Yes, my lord," Burke replied respectfully. "Please forgive my earlier lie. As you know, Vol, the Dark Lord didn't like people talking about his past, and I didn't want my shop associated with him." "The Dark Lord's real name was Tom Marvolo Riddle," Burke continued. "When he was at Hogwarts, he was an exceptional student, gifted at winning people over. Even before graduating, he'd gathered a group of pureblood nobles around him, lesser nobles mostly." "Lesser nobles?" Harry asked. "Yes. At that time, families like Black, Malfoy, or even Burke, purebloods from the Sacred 28, weren't Death Eaters, nor did we serve the Dark Lord as our master," Burke said with a smile uglier than a sob. "The purebloods saw potential in his talent and his ideals. They thought he could bring them greater influence and profit." "So how did Voldemort end up lording over you all?" Harry pressed. "I don't know," Burke said, his expression bitter. "Maybe it started after old Malfoy's generation died out, or maybe we didn't notice when the Dark Lord won the fanatical loyalty of our younger generation. He started proclaiming himself the heir of Slytherin, showing off his Parseltongue ability. But those of us who watched him rise knew the truth: he was a half-blood, never a pureblood. I still remember when the Dark Lord graduated from Hogwarts. Many of those who'd flocked to him at school abandoned him, which infuriated him." "Why did they leave?" Harry asked. "Because they graduated," Burke repeated. "Yes, the Dark Lord was exceptional at Hogwarts, but so what? He needed a job. His grades could have landed him a great position in many fields, but those fields were ultimately controlled by the old families. Even if he wanted to join the Ministry of Magic, he'd have to start as a lowly clerk, and he couldn't do that without the support of families like ours. When those young purebloods realized the person they'd idolized at school now had to beg for jobs under their family's banners, it became hard for them to keep worshipping him," Burke said, chuckling despite himself. "But you lost control of him," Harry said calmly. "He brainwashed your next generation, made them see him as their master." "Yes, he spiraled out of control," Burke admitted, lowering his head. "I can't explain in mere words what kind of charisma the Dark Lord had back then, his words, his actions. In any case, many families' children followed him without hesitation. This forced many families to place their bets on him because they had no choice. Pureblood lines are limited, after all. Who else could they entrust their legacies to, if not their own children? Especially the Blacks. Old Black would never leave anything to that traitor." Harry knew Burke was referring to Sirius. "But this was all after he disappeared from your shop and re-emerged," Harry said. "What I want to know is about the time when he was still Tom Marvolo Riddle. What did he do in your shop? What did he gain?" "I don't know," Burke said, looking up blankly. "He applied for a job here, and given his excellent grades and the backing of other purebloods, I agreed, until one day he resigned and left." "More details?" Harry interrupted sharply. "What exactly did he do here? Why did he suddenly quit? What was he working on before he left? I don't believe Voldemort's actions were ever without purpose." "His job here was mainly evaluating dark magic artifacts," Burke said, thinking back. "Even though he was just a recent graduate, his knowledge of dark magic was astonishingly deep. I barely had to teach him anything. He could accurately identify dangerous items, curses, and poisons using professional expertise. And he learned quickly, even with unfamiliar knowledge." "That's it, he came here just to learn." Harry raised an eyebrow. "No, I don't think so," Burke said, shaking his head after a moment's thought. He'd realized Harry's visit was specifically about him, or rather about Voldemort, so he racked his brain, not daring to hold anything back. The Dark Lord was unsettling. I hate to use that word to describe a young graduate, but he truly was. He knew too much. His interest in dark magic artifacts went far beyond what a shop assistant should have. He'd often try to buy rare artifacts from me at low prices, but I always refused. "And you're still alive," Harry said with a laugh. "From what I know, Voldemort wasn't exactly forgiving. You refused him and he let you live." "Well, back then, the Dark Lord wasn't that unhinged," Burke said with an awkward smile. "As for his behavior, let me think. He was very interested in dark magic artifacts. He'd constantly try to strike up conversations with my customers, getting familiar with them. If there's anything odd to point out, it would probably be Hepzibah Smith's death," Burke said suddenly, as if recalling something. "That was the only major event around the time the Dark Lord resigned." Chapter 262. "Hepzibah Smith," Harry asked. "What's so special about her?" "It's she," Borgin corrected. "Even among pure-blood nobility, Hepzibah's lineage is one to be respected. She descends from Helga Hufflepuff, one of Hogwarts' 4 founders, and she's also an avid collector of rare magical artifacts." "A collector of rare magical artifacts," Harry echoed. "A customer of your shop." "Indeed," Borgin said with a knowing smile, catching Harry's drift. "Ancestors are one thing, descendants another. Besides, back in Hufflepuff's time, many spells weren't even considered dark magic yet." "Let's get back to Voldemort," Harry said. "Of course, my lord," Borgin replied. "To sum it up, before the Dark Lord disappeared, he was quite close to Hepzibah. Oh, don't look at me like that. I must say, the Dark Lord was incredibly charming and knew exactly how to win over witches, young or old." Borgin let out a sly chuckle. Truth be told, he'd kept these secrets buried for years, never daring to speak of them. But things were different now. To be honest, spilling the Dark Lord's private secrets was rather amusing. At least, it was something he'd never have dared to do when Voldemort was at the height of his power. And then Hepzibah died. Harry had already started piecing things together when he heard about her Hufflepuff lineage. Yes, not even a week after the Dark Lord resigned, Hepzibah died suddenly. They say she was murdered by her house elf, but, Borgin grinned, how could a house elf betray its master? Those foolish little creatures would rather die for their owners. I suspect you've already guessed the truth. "The Imperious Curse," Harry said, understanding dawning. On that point, Borgin was slightly mistaken. There were rare cases, perhaps one in a million, where a house elf might defy its master and choose a new one they felt more loyalty toward, like Harry's devoted steward, Alfred. "I believe it was the Imperious Curse," Borgin nodded. "And the reason?" "Hepzibah was a great collector," Borgin said seriously. "She only collected true antiques or the rarest of items. After attending her funeral, I visited her home and noticed that her 2 most prized possessions were missing: a golden cup passed down from her ancestor, Hufflepuff, and a locket, a treasure of Slytherin." "Ha, relics of 2 Hogwarts founders." Harry's mind flashed to Ravenclaw's diadem, and he almost laughed. There was no doubt about it. Voldemort had turned Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket into Horcruxes. Suddenly stumbling upon clues to 2 Horcruxes lifted Harry's spirits. Borgin had unwittingly done him a great service. That left only Gryffindor's sword, untouched by Voldemort's corruption, among the founder's relics. As Hogwarts headmaster, Harry had already secured custodianship of the sword. Now, he just needed to track down the cup and the locket. "Yes, I believe the Dark Lord used the Imperious Curse to control Hepzibah's house elf, killed her, and then stole the founder's relics," Borgin said respectfully. "Was my information useful, my lord?" "Very," Harry nodded. "You're a clever man, Borgin. Dumbledore told me you never got involved with truly dangerous dark dealings." "Dumbledore was right," Borgin said, forcing a smile. "For someone in my line of work, nothing is more important than caution and safety." "Voldemort isn't dead," Harry interrupted suddenly. "Since you claim to be an expert in appraising dark magic artifacts, you must have heard of Horcruxes, haven't you?" "Yes, my lord," Borgin said dryly, but then his eyes widened as realization hit. "You mean?" "Exactly what you're thinking. Hepzibah's 2 treasures have likely been turned into Voldemort's Horcruxes," Harry said with a smile. "Thank you for the information. I hope your shop keeps running, and if you come across any leads about the cup or the locket, let me know. I'll be at Hogwarts." "Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while," Harry added, hearing the faint sound of apparition outside. Glancing at the shop's interior, he said, "You know what to say, don't you?" "Of course, my lord," Borgin said, his smile looking more like a grimace. "Rest assured, I won't say a word out of line." "Good," Harry nodded. The next moment, he lifted the anti-apparition jinx and vanished from the shop. Immediately after, 3 figures apparated into Borgin's shop, Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. The leader, upon landing, pointed his wand warily at Borgin. "Is that fiendfare?" the lead Auror exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. "What's going on, Borgin?" "Nothing at all," Borgin snapped, a bit of frustration creeping into his voice as he faced the tardy Aurors. "Just a dangerous artifact that got out of hand." "Out of hand?" "Yes, out of hand." A shrewd man like Borgin would never say anything to stir trouble. The fact that he'd once served under Voldemort, witnessed the Dark Lord's lowest moments, and still managed to survive his reign, keeping his shop open through those perilous times, spoke volumes about his cunning. How Borgin would handle the Aurors was no longer Harry's concern. He trusted that after this encounter, Borgin fully understood the gravity of what he'd done and the difference between Harry, Dumbledore, and Voldemort. As a dealer in dangerous magical artifacts, Harry was confident Borgin had the time and connections to gather information about the Horcruxes, if only to save his own skin. For now, Harry turned to divination. He located Hepzibah's grave. Though it felt deeply wrong to find Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, Harry dug up her tomb on a quiet, moonless night. Hepzibah's body, buried for decades, had long decomposed into a few brittle bones. After muttering apologies, Harry selected the smallest bone, a medium for his divination. No matter how Voldemort had stolen the cup and locket, Hepzibah had been their owner in life, and as her most cherished possessions, they had likely been by her side for years. Simple divination wouldn't reveal the exact locations of the cup and locket, but with this bone, tied to Hepzibah through mystical significance, Harry could trace their current whereabouts. In a brazier, he lit herbs and ground the bone into powder, sprinkling it into the flames. This time, he used pyromancy. "Oh, ever-present flames, tell me. Tell me, where are Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket now? Tell me." Staring into the flickering flames, Harry saw a small fireplace in a dusty, dilapidated room. Tattered cloth and grimy objects littered the space, with dust coating tables and sofas. Where was this? The vision offered little clarity. From the shifting, illusory images, Harry could only discern an old house. Despite the dust, the table's ornate carvings and the objects' faded grandeur hinted at their value. Before he could glean more, the flames shifted again. This time, they revealed a cavern filled with treasure. Piles of galleons, dazzling jewels, and countless objects of unknown purpose were stacked together. Amid it all, a small, two-handled golden cup sat unremarkably on a shelf, blending into the hoard. With a whoosh, the flames extinguished, leaving only wisps of smoke curling from the ashes. A pureblood's vault, or Gringotts. Recalling the visions, Harry fell into deep thought. He'd likely need to ask Dumbledore to view these memories in the pensive. Hopefully, the old wizard's experience would uncover some clue. But before Harry could summon Dumbledore back to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall found him. Unlike her usual composed demeanor, today she looked distinctly displeased. "Headmaster Potter," McGonagall said coolly, "may I ask where you've been?" I was just." "Do you recall the promises you made before taking this position?" Before Harry could finish, McGonagall placed a stack of documents on his desk and continued. "Of course I do. Please, Professor, take a seat. Would you like something to drink?" McGonagall's tone made Harry uneasy, and he quickly gestured for her to sit on the sofa. "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty," McGonagall said, sitting ramrod straight and fixing Harry with a piercing stare. "Headmaster Potter, I understand the headmaster's office is still under repair, and I fully appreciate that great wizards like you and Albus always have more pressing matters to attend to." "No, not at all," Harry said quickly. "There's no need for that tone, Professor. You're one of my most respected teachers. Just call me Harry, like you call Dumbledore Albus." "Very well, Harry," McGonagall said after a few seconds, her expression softening slightly. She sighed heavily. "I understand the world outside is teeming with rogue elemental spirits, and I know your expertise in such matters. But Harry, you're Hogwarts headmaster. In your first year, your focus should be on the students. Their grades are the school's top priority." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, not quite following. I mean that Madame Marchbanks from the Wizarding Examinations Authority is about to arrive with her staff, McGonagall said, rubbing her temples. The term is nearly over. 5th years are preparing for their OWLS and 7th years for their NEWTS. I know this is unreasonable, but Harry, most wizards out there won't care that you've only been headmaster for less than half a term. They'll only know that this graduating class is under your leadership and their results. McGonagall trailed off. I get it, Harry said, rubbing his chin. But there's not much to change, is there? Students who have mastered the material will do fine, and those who haven't can't improve much by cramming now. At the very least, you need to be here when the examiners arrive, Harry, McGonagall said flatly. You're the headmaster. What about Dumbledore? When Albus was headmaster, he oversaw both exams alongside Madame Marchbanks every year. All right, don't be upset, I'll be here. I won't go anywhere, Harry promised quickly. You'd better not. With that stern remark, McGonagall turned and left for her office in the castle, which had mercifully escaped major damage during the war. If she hadn't come to deliver those documents for Harry to sign, she wouldn't have even noticed the new headmaster had slipped away. Harry didn't mind her anger. In fact, he was genuinely grateful for her handling the administrative tasks that should have been his burden. Without her, he couldn't imagine the chaos his life would be. Sighing quietly, Harry began sorting through the papers on his desk. He picked up a letter bearing a blue crest with 2 crossed golden wands, the emblem of Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. The elegant, flowing French signature on the envelope revealed the sender, Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbaton's. Chapter 263. Why would the headmistress of Beauxbaton's send a letter? Harry opened the letter with some surprise and began reading. Dear Headmaster Potter, it is with great pleasure. The wizarding world is about to face unprecedented. Wizards need more. Therefore, Headmaster Karkaroff and I wish to revive the Triwizard Tournament. After a long while, Harry set the letter down. Though the handwriting was ornate, Madame Maxime's letter was straightforward and to the point. Aside from congratulating Harry on becoming the new headmaster of Hogwarts at the start, the rest of the letter focused on the current state of the world and the matter of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry needed to visit the library to look up records about the Triwizard Tournament and, while he was at it, seek Professor McGonagall's opinion. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang want to revive the Triwizard Tournament? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Why, because of those elementals or demons or whatever they are. According to Madame Maxime, they want students to have the strength to protect themselves in these turbulent times, Harry said, handing her the letter. Not just spend their days eating, drinking, and having fun. But isn't that awfully dangerous? McGonagall said, her brow furrowing. I don't disagree with their idea of using this tournament to instill a sense of urgency and help students become stronger. But what if a student dies during the competition? To die not from external dangers but within the school, that's absurd. And it's not like this hasn't happened before in past tournaments. The Triwizard Tournament, established roughly 700 years ago, was a friendly competition between the 3 largest magical schools in Europe. The kind of friendly competition where participants could die. Held every 5 years, the 3 schools took turns hosting. However, after centuries of tradition, the tournament was discontinued because too many young witches and wizards had lost their lives. According to the records Harry had dug up, the last Triwizard Tournament took place centuries ago. Yes, it's certainly dangerous, Harry nodded. And we can't deliberately lower the difficulty just because we're afraid of the risks. That would defeat the purpose of the tournament. He continued, keep reading, Professor McGonagall. Madame Maxime suggests we could impose several restrictions, such as allowing only students aged 17 or older, those who are of age, to participate. That could work, McGonagall said thoughtfully. In the past, most of the deaths in the Triwizard Tournament involved underage students. At 17, they've at least mastered enough magic and are mentally mature enough. We could also hold a preliminary selection tournament at the school to weed out students who aren't skilled enough but want to join for the thrill, Harry added. Only those who win the selection would be allowed to put their names in the Goblet of Fire. That way, we'd prevent the goblet from choosing anyone who isn't up to the challenge. Good idea, McGonagall agreed. It wasn't just his imagination. Was this the spirit of a true Gryffindor graduate? After her initial concern for the students' safety, when she heard the Triwizard Tournament might be revived, McGonagall was now thinking about how to make the tournament a success. She was already getting excited. In that case, there's no need to limit the tournament to just students, is there? Harry's mind suddenly opened up to a new idea. Professors could participate too. What? McGonagall's eyes widened. Headmaster Potter. When Old Cat Lady, as some fondly called her, disapproved, she stopped calling him Harry and switched to Headmaster Potter. No need to be surprised, Professor McGonagall. We all know the statute of secrecy is on the verge of collapsing. Madame Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff want to revive this tournament partly because of that concern, Harry said, feeling his ideas flowing freely. Sooner or later, we'll have to interact with Muggles. The wizarding world can't stay isolated forever. Why not make this tournament a public event, something grander and more meaningful? He continued. Like the Muggle Olympics, I want the new Triwizard Tournament to be more than just a competition between students. The audience shouldn't just be students or their parents, it should include wizards and even Muggles. The participants shouldn't just be students, but also professors from the 3 schools. Maybe even the headmasters. McGonagall was speechless, staring at Harry with wide eyes, stunned by his bold vision. Headmaster Potter, she started, hesitating, her expression complex. But isn't this a bit too sudden? I mean, many wizards might not be able to accept. Don't worry, Professor McGonagall. It's decided, Harry said firmly. I'll discuss this with Madame Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff. If they don't agree, we'll just work with the British Ministry of Magic and the Muggle government to host it ourselves. But the Board of Governors. I'm the headmaster, aren't I? Faced with Harry's resolute expression, McGonagall opened her mouth to argue, but ultimately let out a deep sigh. Fine, you're the headmaster, you call the shots. And so, the matter was settled, at least on Harry's end. Whether Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would agree to this new vision for the Triwizard Tournament, Harry was determined to host a competition open to the entire world, both wizarding and Muggle. If necessary, he'd rename it the Hogwarts Tournament. Madame Maxime's letter had sparked a brilliant idea in Harry. Lately, it wasn't just him. Dumbledore, in several conversations, had expressed his concerns about how the wizarding and Muggle worlds could integrate. The statute of secrecy wouldn't hold for much longer. In a world with elementals, the difference between Muggles and wizards might not be as significant as it once was. Magic or not, it was all supernatural power in the end. The process of integration had to ensure neither side felt threatened by the other. It needed to be peaceful, avoiding conflict or war between 2 societies that had long been separate. What better way to show the harmless side of wizards than through a school, a place of education filled with children? A competition between students, combined with one between professors, would showcase the wonder of magic to Muggles who were curious or skeptical, while the innocence of children would highlight its harmlessness. It would also demonstrate the strength of wizards, giving pause to those with malicious intentions before they acted. It was perfect. Reviving a centuries-old tradition that had been abandoned was no small feat. Over the years, many had tried and failed to restore the Triwizard Tournament. Harry's vision of a tournament bridging the wizarding and Muggle worlds was even more ambitious, requiring coordination and preparation far beyond the scope of a single headmaster. The British Ministry of Magic couldn't be avoided. As for the ministry, well, Harry wasn't sure how efficient they'd been lately. He only knew that departments like the Auror Office and the Obliviator Headquarters had urgently recruited new Aurors and hit wizards, sending them into the field without even completing basic training. They were desperately trying to keep the wizarding world hidden despite the cracks in the system. Rumor had it that many ministry employees hadn't had a day off in over 2 months, working themselves to the bone. The ministry's leadership wasn't faring much better. Fudge had resigned. One ordinary morning, he called a press conference with various newspapers, stood there like a corpse, and submitted his resignation. There was no attempt to Chinese letter him, nor did he retain any position within the ministry after stepping down as minister. Fudge had left the ministry entirely, a rather undignified exit, as he'd essentially been forced out. Fudge had only become minister by a stroke of luck, and even then, he'd relied on clinging to Dumbledore's influence to maintain any semblance of authority. But after a series of incidents, and, most damningly, his cowardly flight during the Battle of Hogwarts, his orders no longer left his office. No one in the ministry listened to him anymore, and even the pureblood families he'd once courted abandoned him. Still, Fudge had clung to his position for nearly 2 months before finally resigning. Since the next election was still some time away and Fudge's departure was irregular, an intense internal competition ensued. Ultimately, Rufus Scrimgeour, former head of the Auror office, became the new minister, serving out the remainder of Fudge's term. He'd need to run for election again when the time came. Harry had seen Scrimgeour's confident demeanor, and it made sense. Fudge's political career was effectively over. Barty Crouch, once a strong contender, was out of the running due to the serious black case. Amelia Susan Bones, the capable head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had been defeated by Scrimgeour and wouldn't recover politically anytime soon. Scrimgeour had every reason to be confident. "In principle, I don't oppose your plan, Headmaster Potter," Scrimgeour said earnestly, handing Harry a cup of coffee in the minister's office. "But will this really allow us to coexist peacefully with Muggles? I mean, aren't we exposing our weaknesses by letting them see us so closely? Won't this tournament make them think we're weak?" Scrimgeour spoke quickly, his words tumbling out. "Because we all know that wizards like you, Dumbledore, or, you know who, exceptionally powerful wizards, are incredibly rare. Maybe 2 or 3 in a century. For most ordinary wizards, many can barely cast a levitation charm without trembling. Their best spells are apparition or household charms for daily life. Even the weakest Auror would be too much for them to handle, and even within the ministry, training a competent Auror is no easy task." Scrimgeour's rapid speech suggested he'd been mulling over these concerns for a long time. "You're afraid," Harry said calmly, watching the new minister catch his breath. "You're afraid that if war breaks out, wizards won't be able to defeat Muggles." "I'm not," Scrimgeour snapped instinctively. He glanced at the office door, ensuring they were alone, then sighed deeply. "All right, fine, I admit it, I'm afraid, but only here in this room. Once I step outside, I won't admit it." "I understand," Harry said reassuringly. "You're afraid of Muggle weaponry." "Yes," Scrimgeour admitted, his face slightly pale. "Lately, my Aurors and I have seen how Muggles deal with those elementals. They use those weapons called guns to attack the elementals, and those shells, deafening explosions. Even if an elemental occasionally kills a Muggle soldier, it's quickly blown to pieces. The Muggles even collect the elementals' cores. They're truly dead. The aggressive elementals are killed outright, while the friendly ones are captured," Scrimgeour said, his voice hollow. "We've sent Aurors to infiltrate the Muggle bases where these elementals are taken. They conduct all sorts of experiments on them." Chapter 264. Fire elementals are doused in water, water elementals are thrown into flames, and subjected to all sorts of bizarre, unspeakable methods. They're practically torturing those elementals, no need to hold back either, since elementals are everywhere. If one dies, they can just capture another. I never thought I'd hear such agonizing screams from creatures. From beings so close to natural phenomena, Scrimgeour growled, clenching his fists. Those Muggles are terrifyingly cruel. If they can do this to a race that can speak, that has intelligence just like theirs, then what about us? If they learned about wizards, realized there's another race out there that looks so much like them but possesses powers they can't even imagine, how would they treat us? On this matter, the greatest difference between wizards and Muggles was that wizards knew the world was full of intelligent races, many with their own civilizations. They had long grown accustomed to this multi-species coexistence, seeing it as the most ordinary thing. Muggles, however, were different. For centuries, Muggles believed humans were the only intelligent species in the world. So, when faced with the sudden appearance of one or more unknown races, their instinct was to react with caution or even malice. "I'm certain, Headmaster Potter," Scrimgeour said through gritted teeth. "Those ordinary wizards, the ones who can barely cast a decent cleaning charm, they're no match for Muggles, and there are just too many Muggles. They'll always find an opportunity, always find a way." "Calm down, Rufus," Harry soothed. "Things haven't gotten that bad yet." "Sorry, Harry," Scrimgeour said, correcting himself. He took a deep breath, quickly trying to steady his emotions. "It's just, I saw too many horrific things at that Muggle military base. I'm sorry, but that place, it was worse than the lairs of the darkest wizards. Those things haunt me like nightmares. I understand, Harry nodded slightly. But Rufus, you have to admit, there are evil dark wizards among us too, ones who take pleasure in slaughtering muggles. And just as there are differences among muggles, the same goes for wizards. The majority of wizards are ordinary, just like most muggles are ordinary, living their lives, working, dying. Honestly, aside from our ability to use magic, there's little difference between their lives and ours. And the things wizards can do with magic, muggles are gradually achieving through their technology. Perhaps, in the future, the gap between us will shrink even further. I know, Scrimgeour sighed. But that's a distant future, isn't it? They can't do it now. I'm the Minister for Magic in 1992, so I only need to deal with the problems of 1992. I support your plan, Harry, Scrimgeour said earnestly. I agree that we need to start engaging with people beyond the Muggle Prime Minister, but we shouldn't show them our soft side. We need to be firm, make them aware of our strength. We can't let them understand us too well, because if they do, they'll realize. Scrimgeour's increasingly impassioned voice cut off abruptly. That we're actually quite weak. Harry calmly finished the sentence Scrimgeour couldn't bring himself to say, voicing the truth wizards had long refused to admit. Since ancient times, only the weak needed to hide, to conceal their tracks. Truth be told, Harry was rather pleased with Scrimgeour as minister. The man's temperament reminded him a bit of Madame Margolies. Both were hardliners, the kind who never backed down. When faced with challenges, people like them would stand firm and take responsibility. Unlike someone like Fudge, who'd likely turn tail and run. Scrimgeour was dependable. If it were Fudge sitting across from Harry now, his personality would probably prevent him from ever admitting the weaknesses of the wizarding world, or he'd refuse to yield simply to protect his own authority. Don't worry, Rufus, Harry reassured him. You can't view Muggles as a monolith. Their society is divided into hundreds of nations, not a single unified entity. They're constantly embroiled in wars and schemes among themselves. They can't unite. More importantly, just like wizards, most Muggles have little control over the bigger picture and are merely swept along by it, Harry continued. In other words, whether Muggles and wizards go to war in the future depends on the decisions of those at the top. Do you see where I'm going with this? It means we could easily assassinate their prime minister, Scrimgeour ventured, thinking it over. Not just the prime minister, but all their leaders, Harry corrected. Muggles have no way to counter apparition. A wizard skilled in apparition could kill them effortlessly. In fact, hasn't the peace between your ministry and Muggle leaders over the years been maintained precisely because of this threat? At least until they develop a way to counter such assassinations, Muggle leaders won't dare start a war with wizards. I understand, Scrimgeour nodded. Those who hold power and enjoy its benefits fear losing what they have far more than ordinary people do. Very well, then. The British Ministry of Magic will cooperate with you to make this Triwizard tournament a success. I'll speak with the Muggle Prime Minister myself. Thank you, Harry smiled. If we no longer have to expend so much effort hiding the wizarding world, your work should get a bit easier. Though, I suppose it'll be quite busy at first. That's an understatement, Scrimgeour gave a wry smile. Half the ministry hasn't had a proper vacation in months. They'll love hearing this. I think so too, Harry agreed. But Rufus, I need to warn you, if Beauxbatons or Durmstrang, more specifically the French or German ministries, don't agree to this. Then we'll do it ourselves, Scrimgeour snorted. Who cares what the French think? On the island nation far from the mainland, Britain once again took the lead. Harry didn't go anywhere. He stayed at Hogwarts, overseeing exams alongside Madame Marchbanks. According to Madame Marchbanks, while grades wouldn't be finalized until the holidays, the practical exam results suggested this year's 2 batches of students ranked above average compared to previous years. Perhaps the string of incidents at Hogwarts over the past couple of years had instilled a sense of urgency in the students. Or maybe the presence of those shaman apprentices had spurred them on. Either way, the students had been noticeably diligent in their studies. Finally, holidays. Kneeling on the grass outside the Great Totem, arms raised high, Ron looked like a prisoner who'd just been released, practically vibrating with excitement. What am I going to do? I think I messed up one of the questions. I mixed up the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Damn it, I definitely got it wrong. In stark contrast, Hermione was frantically flipping through a thick book nearby, her brows furrowed as she checked her answers. She'd let out a sigh of relief for every correct answer and a frustrated yell for every mistake, looking for all the world like she'd lost her mind. Neville, on the other hand, had already given up thinking about grades. He was busy playing with Fang. "Oh, Hermione, can you stop being such a buzzkill?" Ron groaned, unable to stand her obsessive answer-checking any longer. "It's the holidays, summer's started, and no matter how much you check, you can't go back and retake the exam." "At least I'll know how many points I got," Hermione shot back, undeterred. "Fine, whatever," Ron shrugged. "I don't get you. Hey, Harry, you're such a cheat. How come you don't have to take exams?" "Because I'm the headmaster," Harry replied matter-of-factly. "Headmasters don't take exams." "Damn it, you got off easy," Ron grumbled. "And you skipped the death march of revision before the exams, too. You should have been with us, Harry. You wouldn't believe how many books Hermione made me and Neville go through every day." "At least you'll have decent grades to enjoy your summer with," Hermione retorted sharply. "Unless you want to spend the whole holiday being nagged by Mrs. Weasley." "No thanks," Ron said, shrinking back. "Anyway, that's all in the past now. Time to have some fun. Got any plans for the summer, Harry?" "Work, school stuff, preparing for the new term," Harry said, deliberately keeping the Triwizard Tournament a secret to surprise his friends, and to prevent Ron's big mouth from spreading the news too soon. "Oh, I thought." Ron's face fell, clearly disappointed. "No helping it, Ron. Harry's not like us anymore," Neville said, walking over with Fang. "He's got bigger things to worry about, like Dumbledore did." "It's not that bad," Harry said, chuckling. "Actually, I was thinking of inviting you all to my other home this summer. Well, to be honest, it's more like inviting you to help out. Interested in exploring an old wizarding manor." "A visit? Help out? A wizarding manor?" Each of the three latched onto a different part of the invitation. "Exactly," Harry explained. "Sirius isn't a student or a professor, so he can't stay at Hogwarts forever. We talked it over, and we're planning to clean up the old Black family manor this summer so he can have a proper home. According to Sirius, the place is full of dust and junk, not to mention all sorts of mischievous creatures that have moved in while it's been empty." "It's his home, after all," Ron said excitedly. "I mean, the Black family's down to just him now, right? Who else has a better claim to it? I'm in, Harry, a real pure-blood manor. Who knows what kind of secrets we'll uncover?" "I can come too, but I'll need to visit my parents first," Hermione said after a moment's hesitation. "It's been a while since I've seen them." "Same here," Neville raised his hand. "I need to go back with Gran first. We can stay in touch by Owl." "Oh, if you don't mind, I could ask Mum to come help," Ron said suddenly, an idea sparking. "Even without Lockhart's useless books, Mum's brilliant with household charms. She's great at dealing with those pesky critters." "Of course," Harry said with a grin. "I was actually thinking about asking Mrs. Weasley for help myself, and don't worry, there's no rush. I'll send owls to let you all know when." "Deal," Hermione said quickly. "Oh, Neville," Harry said, turning to him, "remember that promise I made you?" "What?" Neville looked back, confused. "Your parents," Harry said softly. "Can I come see them?" "What?" Neville's eyes widened. You mean. "Don't get too excited," Harry said quickly. "I've made some progress with my spell research lately, so I just want to take a look first." Of course you can," Neville said, practically buzzing with excitement. "Right now, or whenever you're free, I'm ready anytime." "How about now?" Harry said with a smile. "I'll take you." "Yes." With that, Harry apparated with Neville straight to the entrance of St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. After explaining their purpose to an ugly dummy in the shop window, Harry followed Neville through the glass. Even in the hospital's bustling entrance hall, patients with all sorts of bizarre magical ailments were everywhere. One man, his head wreathed in flames, sat chatting casually as if nothing was wrong. Perhaps because St. Mungo's was the only major magical hospital in Britain, it was crowded with people, visitors asking for ward numbers and directions, and healers in emerald green robes weaving through the throng. Harry's face was well known by now, and as soon as he stepped inside, he was swarmed by patients with all manner of odd conditions, eagerly greeting him. Chapter 265. The situation was truly bizarre. One patient's head had transformed into a cluster of flowers, and despite the absence of eyes, he could still clearly see his surroundings. He was even excitedly shaking Harry's hand without stopping. In Harry's view, magical accidents were perhaps even more wondrous than magic itself. At least proper magic required study and practice, but magical accidents always produced marvelous outcomes that ordinary spells could never achieve. After finally escaping the enthusiastic fans, the two made their way to the 5th floor of the hospital. "They're really enthusiastic," Neville said, standing at the staircase and glancing back with lingering trepidation. "We're here, Harry. The 5th floor is all locked wards. The people staying here are those who need long-term care." Neville's mood visibly darkened, and even his attempt at a smile felt forced. "Let's go," Harry said simply, without offering excessive comfort. "Let me take a look." Perhaps it was the shadow of his childhood or the influence of a stern grandmother, but despite Neville's usual timid and shrinking demeanor, Harry believed he was actually a very resilient person. In moments like this, words of comfort often felt hollow. It wasn't a private ward. The room where Neville's parents stayed held over a dozen beds, each adorned with colorful curtains. The walls were decorated with peculiar landscape paintings hand-drawn by healers. There were no healers present in the room at the moment. Some patients were muttering incoherently, others stared silently at the ceiling, and some made strange noises. "I'm here to see you, Dad, Mum," Neville said sadly, approaching a bed near the back. "This is my friend Harry Potter. He's a great man and he's here to save you." "Hello, Mr. Longbottom, Mrs. Longbottom." Harry greeted them politely, but as expected, there was no response. By wizarding standards, Neville's father should have been in his prime, but the man lying in the bed looked far older than his years. His hair was white, and he appeared gaunt, almost skeletal. As if completely disconnected from the world, Mr. Longbottom mechanically shuffled a deck of playing cards in his hands, not playing a game, just mindlessly handling them. Mrs. Longbottom, on the other hand, seemed to be in slightly better condition than her husband. At least she showed some reaction to the outside world. When she heard Neville and Harry's greetings, Mrs. Longbottom lifted her head blankly. Her face was gaunt, her eyes hollow, and she handed each of them a candy wrapper. "Mum, she gives these to everyone she sees," Neville stammered to Harry. "Sorry, Harry, she doesn't." "It's okay, Neville," Harry interrupted, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to him. "I'll keep this gift safe. Thank you, Mrs. Longbottom." At some point, tears had begun streaming down Neville's face. Seeing his parents like this always filled him with overwhelming sadness. Thank you, Harry." Patting Neville's shoulder, Harry stepped forward to examine Mr. Longbottom's condition. Healing the sick was a fundamental skill for every shaman of the Horde, and Harry had also studied alchemy. Even in a different world, he could still make an accurate assessment of Mr. Longbottom's physical state. Though he appeared withered and frail, Mr. Longbottom's body was technically healthy. His current state was simply the result of years spent bedridden without exercise, sustained only by minimal nutrition. If his mind could be restored and he underwent some physical rehabilitation, Mr. Longbottom could be as healthy as any normal person. After checking Mr. Longbottom, Harry examined Mrs. Longbottom as well. Their conditions were strikingly similar. The healers at St. Mungo's had used charms and potions to restore their physical health, healing the bodily injuries they had suffered during the war, but only their physical injuries. The reason Neville's parents were in this state was that, 12 years ago during the war, they had been captured by Death Eaters. The Death Eaters had tortured them relentlessly with the Cruciatus curse until they were driven mad. The Death Eater responsible was named Bellatrix. At this thought, Harry glanced at Neville beside him. He hadn't killed Bellatrix himself precisely to leave that vengeance for Neville to claim. Taking down an enemy with one's own hands was the truest form of satisfaction. Harry was no longer the apprentice who had just entered the unknown world of magic last year. Now, he had even mastered the 3 unforgivable curses. It was because of his practice and understanding of the Cruciatus curse that Harry had wanted to examine Neville's parents himself. Their condition matched what he had observed in experiments on ordinary animals. Their souls were shattered. The Cruciatus curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, had a fundamental trait. The damage it inflicted was irreversible and could not be healed. To successfully cast the Cruciatus Curse, the caster had to genuinely relish the act of inflicting pain, to take pleasure in tormenting others, driven by pure malice. To understand the curse's effects, Harry had once asked Snape to cast it on him, an act that nearly sent Snape into a rage. While hurling insults at Harry's intelligence with venomous words Harry had never heard before, Snape had pulled a potion from his pocket, intent on forcing it down Harry's throat, claiming it would wake him up. It had taken considerable effort to calm Snape's fury, at least enough to stop him from saying things like, "Is this how you honor your mother?" Snape's Cruciatus Curse had been cast with some difficulty. His malice was insufficient, but in the end, he steeled himself and succeeded. Having experienced the Cruciatus Curse firsthand, Harry grasped its true nature. The excruciating pain that felt like every inch of skin and every nerve was set ablaze was merely a symptom. The curse's essence lay in tearing apart the victim's soul. Even someone with nerve damage, unable to feel physical pain, would be driven to agony by the curse, as their soul was repeatedly sliced apart as if by a knife. When someone endured excessive exposure to the Cruciatus Curse, their soul would be ground to pieces, their will shattered, and their sense of self destroyed, leaving them an empty shell. Just like the Longbottoms now. When Harry observed them through the astral perspective, he saw that their astral forms were fragmented, like crumpled, torn sheets of paper. Their souls were broken, their memories shattered, their minds in pieces. This kind of injury was beyond the capabilities of the healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, as soul damage was something wizards in this world could not heal. But Harry was different. It might sound odd, but aside from warlocks who specialized in manipulating souls, shamans were also quite adept at handling soul energy. This naturally included healing soul-related injuries. Lowering his hand from Mr. Longbottom's forehead, Harry stood up and saw Neville beside him, so tense he seemed to be holding his breath, staring wide-eyed. "Don't worry, it's treatable," Harry said with a smile. Neville gasped sharply, clenching his fists. He looked like he might leap up in excitement but caught himself, realizing where he was and forcibly restrained himself. "Thank you, Harry, thank you." Trembling all over, Neville struggled to calm himself, repeating his gratitude to Harry. "No need to thank me. We're friends, aren't we?" Harry said with a smile. "Your parents made such a great sacrifice fighting against Voldemort's cause. Of course, I don't want to see heroes like them waste away in a hospital. Don't worry, I'll heal them." With that, Harry called upon the ever-present water elementals, summoning their purifying and healing powers to envelop the Longbottoms. From the outside, it looked as though the Longbottoms were encased in a sphere of water. The spectacle naturally drew the attention of the other patients in the ward, though given their conditions, they could only stare blankly, unable to comprehend what was happening. Soon, a soft blue glow began to permeate the water sphere, as if invisible hands were reaching into the depths of the Longbottom souls. Harry suddenly felt like he was assembling a puzzle, piecing together the fragments of their souls, torn apart by the Cruciatus Curse, and placing them back where they belonged. The process sounded simple in theory, but in practice, it was anything but easy. Harry not only had to locate the correct positions for the shattered soul fragments, but also use soul energy to mend them, replenishing the strength they had lost due to years of neglect. The treatment took a long time. When Harry finally wiped the sweat from his brow and sat up, he realized that Neville wasn't the only one anxiously watching him. An elderly woman stood nearby, Neville's grandmother, whom Harry had met once before. "Headmaster Potter, Neville's told me everything," she said bluntly as Harry looked up. "Can Frank and Alice really?" In Neville's stories, his grandmother was always described as stern and unsmiling, but Harry couldn't see that now. She was as agitated as her grandson, so overwhelmed that she struggled to articulate her words clearly. "Mum." Suddenly, a hoarse, weak voice, sounding as if it hadn't been used in years, echoed through the ward. That frail voice struck Neville's grandmother like a bolt of lightning. It was hard to imagine that this resolute woman, who had raised her grandson alone after her son and daughter-in-law's tragedy, would break down in tears in an instant. She looked at the gaunt man staring at her and called out his name. "Frank." "So, mate, your parents are really recovering?" Ron said loudly, tossing a box full of rubbish into the corridor. "I knew Harry could do it. He's Harry Potter after all." They're not fully recovered yet, Harry sighed. The Longbottom souls still have some fragmented pieces. The Cruciatus curse and years of neglect have destroyed parts of them almost completely, and it's hard to piece them back together perfectly. That means they'll permanently lose some memories, and while they won't be squibs, their magical abilities will be significantly reduced. At the very least, Mr. Frank won't be able to return to being an Auror. That's okay, Harry, it doesn't matter, Neville interjected before Harry could finish. It's already amazing like this. I mean, they're awake, aren't they? They recognize Gran, and now they recognize me. That's more than enough. Honestly, I thought they'd be like that for the rest of their lives. Neville continued, tears welling up again. Thank you, Harry, really thank you. As he spoke, Neville's emotions overwhelmed him again. He rushed forward and gave Harry a fierce hug, squeezing so tightly it felt like he might crush him. They can eat on their own now, joke with me, and listen to me talk about what's happened over the years. I've only ever seen that in my dreams. But this isn't a dream, it's real. No need to be so formal, Neville, Harry said gently, patting Neville's back as he hugged him. I told you we're friends. Of course I wouldn't refuse to do something I'm capable of, something that makes you happy. That's what friends are for, right? Exactly, friends don't fuss over stuff like this, Neville, Ron added enthusiastically, waving his fist. This is true Gryffindor friendship. Chapter 266. Completely speechless, Neville finally understood the kind of mood Ron had been in during the final days of last semester, utterly overjoyed. So happy that every morning he woke up wondering if he was still dreaming. By the way, Harry, Neville said, wiping away his tears and sniffling as he turned to Harry, Mum said they want to help. They want to properly thank you. For patients who have been bedridden for so long, the most important thing is to rest and recover, Harry said with a shrug. So, let's not worry about it. If they really want to thank me, they can treat me to a meal once they're better. I'd like some roast meat. All right, Neville agreed immediately, though I'm not sure if they'll go for it. Oh, just don't bring them along, Ron said with a cheeky grin. But speaking of this place, I reckon it'll take us at least the whole summer to clean this house, maybe even longer. It's just too big and way too dangerous. Can you imagine? I was trying to take out some rubbish earlier, and this broken pipe sneaked up and wrapped itself around my neck. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd have been strangled. Still shaken, Ron gestured dramatically at his neck as he recounted the close call. As expected of a pure-blood family steeped in dark magic for generations, the Black family's Grimmauld place was practically a paradise for dark magic. Old Borgin would probably drool just stepping inside. The place was littered with ancient magical artifacts and dark objects. These items significantly slowed down their cleaning progress, as they had to cautiously check each one to ensure it wouldn't harm them. Bang! A loud slam echoed from downstairs, followed by Sirius's shouting and a woman's shrill cursing. Filthy blood traitor, daring to step into our... The woman's voice cut off abruptly, and Sirius's voice grew louder. Kids, come see what I've brought back. To the dining room, Ron, Harry. Yes, and Hermione too. Come check out the goodies we've got. The grim, ancient house suddenly buzzed with lively energy. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances before heading to the second-floor living room. The second floor was one of the first areas they'd managed to clear, as they needed somewhere to sit and eat. When they arrived, they saw Fred and George, and their dad, Mr. Weasley, enthusiastically unpacking food and drinks from a large sack onto the table in the center of the room. What's this? Ron sniffed the air. Smells amazing. Burgers, Mr. Weasley replied with excitement. And other kinds of fast food, that's what they call it, right? Exactly, burgers, fish and chips, Yorkshire pudding, jellied eels, and roast meat. Don't just stand there, kids, grab whatever you want, Sirius said, laughing heartily. I recommend trying the KFC burgers, they're way better than McDonald's. It was as if they'd raided a fast food joint. The table was soon overflowing with food and bottles of cola. Nah, I think McDonald's is tastier, Fred mumbled through a mouthful of food. Spicier, looks more appetizing. What do you think, Dad? They're both great, I say. Mr. Weasley looked as if he were in a dream, holding a burger in one hand and a piece of fried chicken in the other, his eyes scanning the other items on the table. Honestly, this stuff is almost as good as... Mum, you're back already. George interrupted with a loud cough, glancing toward the staircase. Nowhere near as good, Mr. Weasley quickly corrected himself. No wonder muggles call this junk food. It's just not as good as Molly's cooking, no. Ignoring the amused looks on Harry, Ron, and Hermione's faces, Mr. Weasley turned around, only to see the staircase empty. Fred. Oi, Dad, I'm Fred. Oh, sorry then, George. A heartwarming scene of fatherly love and filial piety. Sirius laughed especially hard, slapping his thigh dramatically. He and Mr. Weasley had grown quite close lately, especially since Sirius was something of a mentor to Mr. Weasley when it came to enchanting Muggle objects. Compared to Mr. Weasley, who was only half knowledgeable about Muggle culture, Sirius was practically an expert. He knew how to use Muggle money, how to dress like a proper Muggle, and what various Muggle items were for. 12 years ago, Sirius had already been zooming around on a magically modified motorbike in the sky, so Mr. Weasley looked up to him like an apprentice, full of admiration. Learning, asking questions, and putting it into practice. This had been Mr. Weasley's happiest summer since graduating from Hogwarts. His passion for knowledge had grown immensely, and he'd found a safe place to experiment without worrying about Molly swooping in. Honestly, Sirius, are you really going to get rid of all those magical items? Ron asked, chewing on a piece of fried chicken. Seems a bit of a waste, doesn't it? They'd already cleared out plenty of bizarre magical objects just from the second-floor living room, like the rusty dagger in the cabinet by the fireplace, some unknown animal's claw, coiled snake skin, a biting snuff box, or that metal contraption made of tweezers that crawled on its own. Not at all, Sirius said decisively. I'm sick of looking at them. Honestly, if my mother hadn't enchanted that family tapestry and everything else she deemed important with a permanent sticking charm, I wouldn't even want to see them. Even finite incantatum doesn't work, Hermione asked. Nope, useless. That's the beauty of a permanent sticking charm, Sirius said with a booming laugh. But don't worry, I've found another way to shut her up. In the entrance hall on the first floor hung a portrait of Sirius's mother, who would curse anyone she saw with the vilest insults. Even Sirius wasn't spared. Unable to remove it, he'd covered it with a curtain, but if anyone made too much noise passing by, she'd still wake up and scream. It was practically an alarm system. That's, haha, Hermione gave a dry laugh, not keen on recalling the old woman's descriptions of her. Over the past few days, she'd learned all too well what Muggle-born witches like her were in the eyes of pure-blood wizarding nobility. In comparison, Draco Malfoy's old attitude almost seemed friendly. Well, I actually think keeping these things for a collection would be pretty cool, Ron said, rummaging through a box with a hint of regret. You never know when something in here might come in handy. Why not set aside an empty room to store them? Absolutely not. Sirius made an exaggerated X with his arms. I'm a true Gryffindor, and a Gryffindor's home doesn't need any dark magic items. A Gryffindor from a long line of Slytherins, eh? George said, laughing loudly. But it's not a bad idea. Starting with your kids, the Black family could be a Gryffindor dynasty for generations. Honestly, it doesn't matter which house you're in. No need to act a certain way just because of your house, Harry said, shaking his head slightly. But you're right about one thing, Sirius. Have you found a girl you fancy? I'd love to attend your wedding. Harry, I think I need to remind you again, I'm your godfather, Sirius said with a complicated expression. Shouldn't I be the one nagging you about this? I want to attend your wedding. You're pushing 40, Sirius, Harry said calmly. So you first, got any prospects? I could help you out. These burgers are feeling a bit dry today. Where's the cola? Pass me a bottle, thanks, Sirius said, swiftly changing the subject. He shuffled over to sit next to Ron and started rummaging through the box. This junk is probably all stuff Creature dragged back. This portrait, I swear I've thrown it out at least 10 times, and Creature keeps bringing it back. That disloyal little, I need to see what else he's been dragging into this house. With that, Sirius bolted like he was fleeing for his life, heading straight for the kitchen. The Black family's house elf, Creature, lived in a cupboard by the kitchen boiler. It didn't take long before they heard Sirius's shouting from the kitchen, followed by an even louder outburst from the house elf. Give it back, give Creature's things back. I'm the master of this house, your master, your very life belongs to me. The disowned young master has no right to order Creature. Mistress will curse you, he even stole Creature's treasure. It belonged to Master Regulus Arg. Bad creature, bad creature. Bang, 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 bang. The unmistakable sound of something being smashed rang out, followed by Sirius's furious roar. "What did you say? Regulus's? You stole Regulus's things." Master Regulus was the true black. The wastrel young master isn't fit to lick his boots. Defiler of mistress's family tree. Scum. Filthy creature, causing trouble again. Not only did he fail Master Regulus's orders, he let these mongrels, scum, and brats ruin. "Answer my question." Sirius was now bellowing in rage. "I'm your master, now, immediately, answer your master's question, creature." This wasn't just Sirius dodging Harry's teasing about marriage anymore. He was genuinely furious. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances and rushed to the kitchen, they saw Sirius kick an elderly house elf to the ground. "You dare steal Regulus's things." Creature didn't. Screaming, Creature seemed oblivious to Sirius's kick. He was lost in his own world, kneeling on the floor, frantically smashing his head against the ground with such force that blood soon streamed from his forehead. It was Master Regulus who gave it to Creature. Creature failed. Creature didn't carry out Master's orders. The house elf was punishing himself relentlessly. "Stop," Sirius roared again. I forbid you to punish yourself." The Master's command took effect. Creature went rigid, lying flat on the cold stone floor, tears streaming from his sunken eyes. "Yes, this is it," Harry murmured, scanning the kitchen. "This is the scene from the prophecy. Damn it, I should have checked the whole house thoroughly from the start." The dusty objects, the ancient manor, everything in the room's layout matched the vision Harry had seen when divining Voldemort's Horcrux. "What?" Ron turned bewildered. "Prophecy? What prophecy? You divined something." "Voldemort's Horcrux," Harry said, his eyes fixed on the object Sirius was holding. "That's it. Give it to me, Sirius." "Ha?" Sirius's eyes widened. "Voldemort's Horcrux, this." Though Sirius never had a kind word for Voldemort, realizing what he was holding sent a shiver through him. It's creatures. As Sirius moved to hand the Horcrux to Harry, Creature, who had been lying still, suddenly lunged forward, clawing at Harry's hand like a mad creature. "Relatio." A flash of light shot from Hermione's wand, and the frenzied creature instantly lost all strength, collapsing limply to the floor. Chapter 267. "Well, at least this way he won't hurt himself, right?" Hermione gave an awkward smile as she noticed the others' gazes, lowering her wand. "No problem, good girl, well done," Sirius said briskly, then turned his attention to the locket in his hand. "So, it really is a Horcrux." "I never would have thought, why would a Horcrux be with the Black family? Did Voldemort give it to Regulus?" Sirius mused, his mind racing. "It's not impossible. Regulus always admired the Dark Lord. The moment he left school, he joined the Death Eaters. After I was disowned, Regulus became the Black family heir, so it's entirely possible Voldemort entrusted him with something like this, though he definitely wouldn't have told Regulus what it was." "Master Regulus knew, he knew everything," Creature wailed. "He knew it was the Dark Lord's treasure. That's why Master Regulus told Creature to destroy it, but useless Creature couldn't do it. Bad creature, bad creature." If Hermione's spell hadn't still been in effect, the ancient house elf would likely have started slamming his head into the floor again. "So this isn't your locket, it's Regulus's," Harry concluded, taking the locket from Sirius's hand. "Regulus told you to destroy it, but you couldn't. That's not surprising. This locket isn't just Voldemort's Horcrux, it's Salazar Slytherin's locket, a Hogwarts heirloom." Harry examined the locket closely. It looked exactly as he'd seen it in his divination vision. Small, about the size of an egg, with a silver frame encrusted with a large emerald. Most striking was the prominence marking it as Slytherin's. "Slytherin's locket," Fred and George exclaimed in unison. "It's actually real." "Of course it's real," Harry said, tossing the locket lightly in his hand. "Just as real as Ravenclaw's diadem, Gryffindor's sword, and Hufflepuff's cup." "Why'd you put Gryffindor's sword after Ravenclaw's diadem?" Ron protested. "That's not something a true Gryffindor would do." "Is this really the time to nitpick?" Hermione snapped, rolling her eyes at Ron. "So, we've just found a Horcrux." "We need to contact Dumbledore immediately," Mr. Weasley interjected. "Only he can handle something like this. I'll send an owl right now." "No need, Mr. Weasley," Harry said, shaking his head. "Even if Dumbledore had this locket, he'd do the same thing I'm about to destroy it." As he spoke, Harry drew his warhammer from his belt. Creature, still sprawled limply on the floor, suddenly widened his eyes at Harry's words, muttering something incoherent under his breath. "Wait, you're just going to smash it with that hammer?" Sirius stammered, breaking his silence. "I mean now, will it even work?" "This warhammer was forged with a basilisk fang," Harry said, looking at Sirius. "I've already destroyed one Horcrux with it. Are you being affected by it, reluctant to destroy it?" "What, reluctant?" Sirius blinked, then snapped angrily. "Of course not. I want nothing to do with anything tied to Voldemort. I just damn it, get up. Tell me everything about this locket. How did Regulus die?" "No, Creature cannot. Master Regulus told Creature not to tell anyone," Creature mumbled. "He told Creature to destroy the locket. Potter scum says he can destroy it? Impossible, impossible." At Sirius's command, Creature shakily rose from the floor, but his words only further enraged Sirius, who kicked the elf in frustration. "I told you, Harry is your master too. Now tell me, how did Regulus die? Why was it him and not you?" "Sirius, calm down," Hermione cried, horrified. "He's pitiful enough as it is." She rushed to help Creature up, but the elf recoiled violently, scrambling away from her in a frantic crawl. "Mudblood touched Creature. Creature won't allow it. What would Mistress say?" "I forbid you to call her that, Creature," Sirius roared like an angry hound. "Now, answer my question. I order you as your master." "Master Sirius commands Creature to answer, so Creature must?" Creature began, his voice trembling. "Though he's a bad boy with all his improper behavior breaking Mistress's heart, but Master Regulus." He knew what the black name and pure blood meant. "Master Regulus often spoke of the Dark Lord," Creature continued. "The Dark Lord would let wizards rule openly over muggles and their spawn. So, at 16, Master Regulus joined the Dark Lord's cause. He was so proud, so happy to serve. Ruling over muggles. I'm not surprised," Sirius muttered, arms crossed, his voice dripping with disdain. It was clear that, despite his contempt for the black name, and most of his family, Sirius held a flicker of warmth for his younger brother, the one he'd grown up with. "But a year later," Creature went on, his voice faltering, "Master Regulus said the Dark Lord needed a house elf. Master Regulus offered Creature. The Dark Lord took Creature to a cave." Creature's words came slowly, broken by sobs. "Years ago, Voldemort had taken a house elf from the Black family. He placed his Horcrux in a basin filled with a torturous potion, one that could only be removed by drinking it, leaving the drinker in agony and defenseless. The cave was also filled with inferi, dark creatures crafted from the corpses of the dead. Voldemort assumed Creature would drink the potion and die, becoming one of the inferi. But he hadn't accounted for Regulus's distant command. Creature used apparition to return to the Black family home, as anti-apparition wards meant for wizards didn't restrict house elves. Thus, Regulus learned Voldemort's secret. After a period of inner turmoil, he betrayed the Dark Lord. He ordered Creature to take him back to the cave. Unlike Voldemort, Regulus didn't force Creature to drink the potion. Instead, he drank it himself, enduring its torment to retrieve the Horcrux. He commanded Creature to take the real locket and replace it with a fake. And so, Regulus died in that cave, becoming one of the inferi. Creature returned home with the order to destroy the locket, but found himself unable to do so, no matter how hard he tried. When Creature finished his tale, the kitchen fell silent, save for his soft sobs. Sirius leaned against a cabinet, wordless for a long time. "It's not like him," Sirius finally whispered. "He was so timid, I never thought he'd have the courage to do something like this. No question, he betrayed Voldemort, stabbed him in the back. I never imagined." "Can you take me to that cave, Creature?" Harry asked, slipping the locket into his dragonhide pouch. "I need to check it out and bring Regulus's body back." "I'm coming with you, Harry," Sirius said, snapping out of his daze. I have to bring him home." "All right," Harry agreed after a moment's thought. "Mr. Weasley, could you stay here and keep cleaning with the others? Sirius and I will be back soon." "Understood, be careful," Mr. Weasley said gravely. "If you're not back by evening, I'll notify Dumbledore." "Of course," Harry nodded, then turned to Creature, who stood frozen. "Let's go, Creature. Don't you want to bring Regulus home?" Harry's words jolted Creature like a shot of adrenaline. The elf's eyes lit up with fervor. "Yes, Master Potter, yes." For the first time, realizing Harry's intent, Creature called him Master Potter instead of Potter scum. With the familiar crack of apparition, Creature brought Harry and Sirius to a small island within a cave. The water surrounding it was nearly black, but closer inspection revealed countless corpses faintly visible beneath the surface, shrouded in dark magical energy. Voldemort had killed many to create these inferi. Sirius rushed to the water's edge the moment they landed, careful not to touch it, straining to spot Regulus's face among the lifeless forms. Harry turned to the stone basin Creature had described, filled with green potion. At its bottom lay another Slytherin locket. "That's it," Creature said mournfully, clutching the basin's edge. "Master Regulus placed it there. Creature failed to fulfill his command." "I found him," Sirius's shout startled Creature, who let out a brief squeal. The elf scrambled to Sirius's side, and together, master and servant peered into the water. "It's him, Regulus. His robes still bear the Black family crest," Sirius shouted, turning to Harry. Without a word, Harry summoned the water elemental within the cave, gently parting the water to reveal the dense cluster of inferi at the lake's bottom, swaying like seaweed. As the water receded, the inferi stirred, but before they could act, a stream of water coiled around Regulus's body, pulling it to shore. A small flame sparked, then roared into a blaze, reducing the exposed inferi to ashes. Sirius stared at Regulus's body, now writhing and clawing as if to attack, restrained only by the water's grip. "Regulus," Sirius whispered, barely audible. Inferi were cursed beings, their souls trapped in torment within their corpses. Harry purified Regulus's body, dispelling the dark magic. At last, Regulus's form grew still, lying peacefully on the ground. "Let's go, Regulus," Sirius said calmly, lifting his brother's body. "I'm taking you home." Voldemort's magic was tied to the cave's structure. Harry destroyed the seaside cavern, collapsing and shredding it. The protective spells centered on the basin unraveled, and the potion no longer replenished, revealing the locket at the bottom. A fake. Regulus's forgery was crude compared to the true Slytherin locket in Harry's pouch. This one was smaller, lacked the intricate patterns, and bore no S symbol. Inside, where a portrait might sit, was only a folded piece of parchment. Harry unfolded it. "To the Dark Lord. I will be long dead before you read this, but I want you to know it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death willingly, in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more." R.A.B. Chapter 268. The Black Family Graveyard. Even though Harry had cleansed the taint of dark magic from Regulus's corpse, the body could never find peace. Its contorted expression seemed to whisper of the agony its owner had endured in life. In the end, Sirius chose to cremate Regulus's body. He stood motionless, watching the flickering flames as that familiar face melted away, reduced to ashes. Without a word, Harry stood beside his godfather, gently patting Sirius's back. I never thought." Sirius's voice, rare in its tremble, carried a weight of confusion more than sorrow. "Regulus was 2 years younger than me, but we were nothing alike. He clung to our parents' pureblood ideals with fervor. The perfect, good boy. But clearly, he wasn't just a good boy," Harry said softly, handing Sirius the note from the fake locket. "He was far braver than most." Staring at the handwriting on the paper, Sirius's face was soon streaked with tears. "Regulus idolized me once, until I ran away and got myself disowned," Sirius said, wiping his face haphazardly. "By 16, he worshipped Voldemort and became a Death Eater, made our parents proud. Then one day, he was just gone. I figured he either failed a mission and got silenced or regretted it and tried to leave. But Death Eaters don't let you walk away." "No question about it, Sirius," Dumbledore said, approaching slowly. "Regulus was a hero, one who uncovered Voldemort's secret and dared to defy him, even if few will ever know." Sirius could only nod silently, at a loss for words. "So, you'll admit it now," Harry said, tilting his head. "Even Slytherins can have extraordinary courage, sometimes more than most Gryffindors." "Even Slytherins," Sirius muttered. Declining help, Sirius dug Regulus's grave himself, shovelful by shovelful, and buried the urn of ashes. A tombstone, indistinguishable from the other Black family markers, bore a simple inscription: "A brave warrior who rebelled against the Dark Lord Regulus Arcturus Black." For Regulus, perhaps the greatest wish in life would have been to hear such praise from his brother. Harry retrieved both lockets, handing the real one to Sirius and unstrapping his warhammer, Ragehorn, from his waist. "Go on," Harry said curtly. "You want to take revenge yourself, don't you?" "Of course." Sirius wiped the tears from his eyes, took a deep breath, and seized the warhammer, forged from a basilisk's fang. He tossed the locket to the ground. Suddenly, as if the fragment of Voldemort's soul within sensed its impending doom, Slytherin's locket sprang open. A wisp of soft smoke billowed out, and figures began to take shape within it. Harry saw his parents, not the Bloodhoof family, but his true parents, James and Lily, waving to him, pleading for him to save them, to spare their lives. Sirius stood frozen, staring at the figure of Regulus in the mist, the brother he felt he'd failed to recognize for his courage. Everyone present saw their heart's deepest desire in the smoke, yet the urge it stirred was the same: to rush forward and protect the locket at all costs. "Master Regulus!" Creature's anguished cry pierced the air. The house elf saw his most longed-for figure in Voldemort's illusion, not even his mistress, but Regulus himself. Without a moment's resistance, Creature scrambled toward the locket, desperate to shield it. "Stand back, Creature," Sirius barked, his command instinctive. Bound by the nature of a house elf, Creature's charge halted mid-step. "No," Creature wailed, forced to watch as Sirius swung Ragehorn down with force. The exquisite locket crumpled and shattered under the blow. A piercing scream, as if it could rupture eardrums, erupted. The venom from the Basilisk Fang warhammer seeped into the soul fragment, eroding its last vestiges of power, making it fade, dissolve. Just as Harry had seen with the other two soul fragments, memories from this one bled out in torrents, then vanished into nothing. Within seconds, all that remained was a broken locket, its hinges twisted, the large emerald within cracked. Panting heavily, Sirius bent down, picked up the ruined Horcrux and tossed it into Regulus's grave. "Regulus died because of it," Sirius said quietly. "Let it stay with him, that all right." "Of course," Harry replied calmly. "It's not a Horcrux anymore." "I agree," Dumbledore said with a smile. "A fitting reward for a brave soul." Without another word, Sirius swiftly filled the grave with earth until it was level. "Let's go." After one last look at Regulus's tombstone, Sirius paused. He pulled the fake Slytherin locket, the one Regulus had crafted from his pocket, stuffed the note with its defiant words into it, and tossed it to Creature, who had been staring blankly at the grave. "For you," Sirius said gruffly, then strode away from the graveyard. He needed a night to himself. "As I've said, Harry, you're the one who can truly defeat Voldemort," Dumbledore said, sitting on a bench in Grimmauld Place. "Isn't it fascinating? By sheer chance, you found Voldemort's real Horcrux. I'll be honest, Harry, I found the cave's location myself. It's where Voldemort, as a young boy, first terrorized other orphans, or perhaps not the first time. Regardless, that place holds deep meaning for him." Dumbledore turned to Harry. "That's the crux of it, Harry. If it were me, I'd likely have drunk the potion in that basin and retrieved only Regulus's fake Horcrux. I wouldn't even have known who RAB was, but you're different. That's fate." "You'd have figured it out," Harry said evenly. "Perhaps, but I might have died in that cave after drinking the potion. He's cunning, isn't he?" Dumbledore chuckled. "You had Creature apparate you to the island, but I'm certain Voldemort left other traps along the way. He wouldn't want to kill intruders outright." "Who knows?" Harry shook his head. "You'd find a way." "Oh, thank you for the confidence. It's truly touching," Dumbledore said, feigning a tear. "But I haven't let you down, Harry. I've found a trace of another Horcrux." "You've got it?" Harry asked. "Not yet," Dumbledore said, a rare hesitation in his voice. "I'm wondering if I can face it." "It?" Harry pressed. "What treasure did Voldemort defile this time?" "The Resurrection Stone," Dumbledore said softly. "You may not know its legend growing up in the Muggle world. For wizard children, it's a familiar tale. It's from the tales of Beedle the Bard, like a Muggle fairy tale. 3 brothers, skilled in magic, crossed a dangerous river by conjuring a bridge. They didn't drown, which angered Death, who usually claimed travelers in that river. Furious but cunning, Death pretended to praise their magic and offered each a reward. The eldest, a warlike man, demanded the most powerful wand in the world, unbeatable in battle, until someone slit his throat in his sleep. The second, an arrogant man, sought to humiliate Death further. He asked for the power to recall the dead. When he used the stone Death gave him, the girl he loved, who had died young, appeared before him. But she was sad and distant, separated by a veil. She was in the world but didn't belong. Driven mad by hopeless longing, the second brother took his own life. Death claimed 2 souls, but the third brother, humble and wise, didn't trust Death. He asked for something to keep Death from finding him. So, Death gave him his own invisibility cloak. Death searched for the third brother for years but could never find him. Only when the brother, old and ready, chose to remove the cloak did he calmly meet Death and depart with him. Dumbledore finished his tale, gently stroking his wand, waiting. "You're saying this fairy tale is real?" Harry's gaze fell on Dumbledore's wand. "Death is real." "I don't know, Harry," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "No one's seen death, not even me, but in my youth I sought the Deathly Hallows. And that's the result." "Yes, the Elder Wand, the Wand of Destiny, call it what you will," Dumbledore said, raising his knotted wand. "Even I can't deny its power. Spells cast with it are amplified beyond compare, achieving effects far beyond their normal limits, as if failure is impossible." An Elder Wand. Harry had long been curious about Dumbledore's wand, unlike the smooth sticks of other wizards, knotted and made of elder wood. "No wonder," Harry murmured. "No wonder you could repair a magically reinforced ceiling with a simple charm, while I couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. I thought I just hadn't mastered the spell." "My apologies for not telling you then," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. "I must admit, I found your confusion rather amusing." "It doesn't matter," Harry said, shaking his head. "So, Voldemort used these, Deathly Hallows, to make his Horcruxes." "I'm afraid so." "If the Elder Wand is with you, then Voldemort could only have used the other 2, Harry reasoned. "Which one did you find?" "Just one," Dumbledore said lightly. "You haven't used your father's heirloom in a while, have you? That invisibility cloak." Harry froze. "You mean?" "Exactly. The Potter family's invisibility cloak has been passed down for centuries," Dumbledore said with a smile. "I've seen your library records at Hogwarts. You've read books on magical creatures and artifacts. You should know ordinary invisibility cloaks, made from demiguy's hair, lose their power after a few years." Harry opened his mouth, but found no words. He suddenly recalled Dumbledore's earlier words about fate. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes was among the Deathly Hallows. One was in Dumbledore's hand, and the other was in Harry's bag. "This is incredible," Harry said softly. "I haven't used it in ages." Chapter 269. "Indeed, you hardly need it," Dumbledore suddenly chuckled. "Your father, your grandfather, generations of Potters have used it to roam the castle at night without a care of being caught. But you, Harry, you rarely sneak about, or rather, you have no need to hide yourself in such ways. Even my castle caretaker, if he happens to spot you in the dead of night, would hurriedly bow his head and pretend he saw nothing. Not even Severus can faze you." As Dumbledore pointed out, given Harry's unique circumstances, he hadn't relied on the invisibility cloak much at all. In truth, when unexpected situations arose, a disillusionment charm was far more practical. "I know what you're thinking, Harry," Dumbledore said with a shrug. "The disillusionment charm, right? I must admit, when I take a moment to tally it up, you've got quite a collection of remarkable items, too many, perhaps, to fully appreciate their value. The invisibility cloak, the Philosopher's Stone. If you ever tested that cloak properly," Dumbledore continued, his tone certain, "you'd find that ordinary spells can't penetrate its defenses. That's something no other invisibility cloak can achieve. Setting aside the old tales, I believe it's an exceptional alchemical creation, nearly impossible to replicate." "Like Ravenclaw's diadem?" Harry asked. "Any progress on nearly headless Nick's restoration work?" "It's difficult," Dumbledore replied. He was already prepared to spend his final days with his wife, though even he admits that studying Ravenclaw's diadem is quite tempting. "If it's too much, let him be," Harry said, shaking his head. "There's no reason to disturb an old man as he nears the end of his life. Let him go in peace." "Indeed," Dumbledore said with a smile. "You've already inherited everything from Nicholas Flamel, including his Philosopher's Stone. You've got plenty of time to study it yourself, but let's return to the Resurrection Stone. In the stories, that's the name of the stone Death gave to the second brother. When I realized Voldemort was scouring the world for significant magical artifacts to use as Horcruxes," Dumbledore continued, "I immediately thought of what could rival the relics of Hogwarts' 4 founders. As he spoke, Dumbledore traced a peculiar symbol on the ground, a triangle enclosing a circle with a vertical line running through it. Decades ago, Gellert used this symbol as the emblem of his organization. To most wizards, it represents the saints, Grindelwald's followers, but only a few know it also signifies the Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore pointed to each part of the symbol. The triangle represents the invisibility cloak, the circle the resurrection stone, and the vertical line. The Elder Wand, Harry finished. Voldemort managed to acquire relics from 3 of Hogwarts' founders as Horcruxes. As a latecomer to your and Grindelwald's story, he naturally heard of the Deathly Hallows and sought them out. But I have a question. How many pieces has he split his soul into? No one knows the answer to that, Harry, Dumbledore said, gazing into his eyes. Just as no one knows how far Voldemort's madness to escape death has driven him, but I suspect 7 is a number of great magical significance, don't you? The diary, the goblet, the diadem, the locket, and the resurrection stone, Harry listed. I must correct you there, Harry, Dumbledore interjected. We're not yet certain the resurrection stone is a Horcrux. It's merely a hypothesis based on Voldemort's behavior and personality. His mother used a love potion to ensnare his father, leading to his birth. When the potion's effects wore off, his father abandoned her and their unborn child. Ultimately, his mother gave birth to Voldemort at the doorstep of an orphanage and died. A tragic origin, Harry remarked, but it's no excuse for his atrocities. Quite right, Dumbledore nodded slightly. Yet those experiences undeniably shaped Voldemort's cruel, loveless nature. He despised his mother for being a witch yet dying so weakly, and he loathed his father's Muggle heritage. He also deeply resented his half-blood status, Dumbledore added. That's why, during his school years, Voldemort always claimed to be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, citing his Parseltongue ability as proof. And others just believed him, Harry asked. Why wouldn't they? Dumbledore countered. Parseltongue is indeed a hallmark of Slytherin's legacy, and Voldemort displayed it naturally. More importantly, he was exceptional and powerful, convincing enough in his own right. When he shed the name Tom and re-emerged as Voldemort, he declared himself pure blood, burying his half-blood truth entirely. Quite an obsession, wouldn't you say? That's the thread I followed. Voldemort cared more about blood purity than anyone, Dumbledore continued, shrugging. And he was fanatical about collecting significant magical artifacts, like the Founder's relics, the goblet, the diadem. Naturally, he'd pursue anything tied to Slytherin. I once thought he might target Ilvermorny, founded by Slytherin's descendants. Rumor has it Slytherin's wand is buried there, transformed into a tree. Is the wand safe? Harry asked. Yes, it's not a Horcrux, Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. Then I followed the trail to Voldemort's mother, Merope Gaunt. The Gaunt family, direct descendants of Slytherin, practiced inbreeding for generations, with many Parselmouths among them. Such an ancient, pure-blood line would surely be a target for Voldemort, wouldn't it? And the resurrection stone was with the Gaunts? Harry asked. It sounds like you found it. Yes, Harry, I have, Dumbledore said, his voice suddenly heavy. I just don't know how to face it. Why did Voldemort set a trap with it? Oh, traps are a given, Dumbledore replied. You know, Harry, in my youth I had my share of reckless days. I saw my family as a burden and chased the Deathly Hallows with Gellert. So, the moment I saw it, the ring from the Gaunt family, I knew what was embedded in it. I saw Ariana's soul, Dumbledore said, taking a deep breath. It called to me, urging me to wear the ring. I saw her beckoning. You're a shaman, Dumbledore, Harry said, his voice rising. With your magical talent and sharp mind, I don't know how far you've progressed in the ways of the shaman, but if you wish, you could see Ariana again any time. I know, Dumbledore said with a bitter smile. Why else do you think I'm still sitting here, talking to you? It was precisely because I realized this at the last moment that I'm here now, not as a corpse lying before you, leaving you to mourn. So where is it? Harry asked. After a moment's silence, Dumbledore reached into his robes and pulled out a small box, placing it on the ground between them. This is more than just a lead, Harry murmured. He picked up the box and opened it. Inside lay a ring adorned with golden, scale-like edges, sharp and angular, with a glossy black gemstone set at its center. But there was a clear, visible crack in the gem. It had been destroyed. Another of Voldemort's Horcruxes was gone. Can I touch it? Harry asked. Of course, do as you please, Dumbledore said, his voice hoarse. Harry's fingers brushed the gem, the resurrection stone, but nothing happened. Dumbledore had destroyed it thoroughly, leaving no chance for the soul fragment to linger. "All right," Harry said briskly. "The diary, the diadem, the goblet, the locket, the resurrection stone. We've destroyed 4 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I'm still searching for the goblet. I hope he hasn't truly made 7 Horcruxes. At least, as a demon now, Voldemort no longer needs to create them. Unless he's killed by the proper means, he's already immortal." "You know, Harry," Dumbledore said suddenly, "I once suspected you might be one of his Horcruxes. 13 years ago, that night of slaughter, it was the perfect condition for creating a Horcrux. Given Voldemort's nature, he might well have made one while targeting someone as significant as you." Harry instinctively touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "But later, I dismissed the idea," Dumbledore continued. "From the moment you faced Voldemort's main soul 2 years ago to when you destroyed him last year, every encounter showed no unusual signs, no headaches, no strange visions, no unfamiliar memories. There was no connection between you, which means you're not a Horcrux." "Honestly, that realization was a relief," Dumbledore admitted. "Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face you to tell you. Well, you understand. To truly kill Voldemort, all his Horcruxes had to be destroyed. If Harry were a Horcrux, it would mean he'd have to die, a reality few could face easily." "I understand," Harry said, exhaling softly. Then, abruptly, he added, "Your suspicion was correct. I was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes once." "What?" Dumbledore's eyes widened. "That soul fragment was in this scar," Harry explained, grinning. "When I underwent the Ascension ritual in Azeroth and became an elemental being, that fragment was exposed and torn to shreds by the raging elements. Honestly, I didn't realize what it was until I faced Voldemort's main soul 2 years ago. It answered a question that had puzzled me for years." "Ha?" After a stunned pause, Dumbledore burst into laughter. "So that's fate, Harry. That means we've destroyed yet another Horcrux, haven't we?" "Exactly," Harry said, clapping Dumbledore on the back. "This calls for a drink. I won't offer you empty comforts, you're wise enough to not need them. You succeeded in destroying the resurrection stone, didn't you?" "Let's head back to Grimmauld Place," Harry said, pulling Dumbledore to his feet. "We've avenged Regulus. Sirius will want to celebrate, you know him, he's not one to dwell in sorrow." "Oh, he certainly isn't," Dumbledore said with a sigh. "But I'm also certain your motives aren't that simple, are they?" "Guilty as charged," Harry said with a playful wink. "The Black family home is undergoing a revival, and it could use someone with your magical prowess, capable of casting spells with extraordinary effects." "Ha, I knew it," Dumbledore said, his expression a rare mix of exasperation and amusement. "You've got me, dear Harry, is that all?" "I'm sure you've heard about my recent moves, dangerous magical defense classes, and the new Triwizard Tournament," Harry said with a grin. "I'd like your opinion." "My opinion?" Dumbledore chuckled. "My opinion is to do what you think is right, Harry. I'm an old man, over a century old. My views might not keep up with this changing era. You're not Fudge, are you?" "No, I'm not." Fudge always sought Dumbledore's approval, relying on his prestige to bolster his own authority. Harry didn't need that. When the two returned to number 12 Grimmauld Place, Harry's judgment about his godfather proved correct. Sirius had already shaken off his grief. He'd zoomed off on his motorbike to a Muggle restaurant, returning with heaps of food and drinks, ready to celebrate the Black family producing another true hero and to toast Regulus's vengeance. Chapter 270. And that Black family house elf creature seemed like a completely different person. The constant muttering of curses under his breath was gone. He no longer called Sirius Master Waste of Space or Master Traitor, but instead bowed respectfully and addressed him as Master. Similarly, Creature stopped calling Harry and Ron mudblood-loving scum, instead respectfully referring to them as young Master Harry and his friends. Even Hermione gained the right to receive service. Although Creature was still unwilling to let her touch him, he was at least willing to make her a cup of hot tea. It was an unprecedented, massive change, so significant that Sirius was almost feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Can you believe it? Creature actually entered my room and cleaned it. In the past, my room was practically forbidden ground for the entire Black family. If I hadn't also used a permanent sticking charm, they probably would have scraped the entire room clean down to the bare walls," Sirius said with an incredulous look, sitting at the dining table. "But when I went back to my room last night, I found it so clean you couldn't even find a speck of dust. This is a good thing, isn't it? Hermione said happily. It's certainly much better than Creature wishing you were dead. Yeah, it really is a good thing, Ron mumbled in agreement. At least we don't have to struggle to clean this old house ourselves. A house elf willing to work is far more capable than we are. Exactly, Ron, Sirius said, snapping his fingers. They're born for this. You absolutely cannot imagine how touched Creature was just now in the kitchen when I promised him that after he dies, I'd cut off his head and mount it on the wall. I dare say I've only truly become his master now, and at least I don't have to worry about him deliberately causing trouble for me anymore. Does it really have to be done that way? Hermione frowned, her expression troubled. The act of decapitation is just so, regardless. After all, the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place held a whole row of house elf heads. Those were Creature's ancestors. Only the most excellent, dutiful house elves who had worked hard their entire lives were worthy of such an honor. This was Creature's lifelong dream. After his master Regulus's death was avenged and the locket was destroyed, this was Creature's final wish. Oh, I know you probably find it hard to accept this custom, Hermione, Ron said from beside her, munching on a steak. But this is Creature's wish. Believe me, if you went and told him you wouldn't do it, he wouldn't be happy. He'd probably even turn around and curse you. Well, just like when you first arrived here. But it's wrong, Hermione said angrily. Everything he knows was told to him by others. He grew up in this environment, exposed to these ideas, which is why he is the way he is. If he could learn what the outside world is really like. Creature has always known what the outside world is like, Sirius said somewhat impatiently. My good girl, I know you mean well, but I must say house elves are just like this. It's in their blood, their instinct. They can't defy it, and to be honest, I don't see what's so bad about it. At least Creature is willing to cook now, and his cooking is quite good. Hermione fell silent. She began angrily stabbing the steak on her plate with her fork, as if she were stabbing the very nature of house elf bloodline. What about you? Why aren't you saying anything? Harry, Hermione suddenly turned and asked. You didn't treat Alfred that way. Creature can't be changed, Hermione, Harry explained patiently. He's old enough and doesn't have much life left, so letting him fulfill his final wish in his last days is a form of mercy in itself. That's a lie, Hermione said gloomily. Perhaps, Harry shook his head slightly, but for Creature, this is the last thing he wants. There's no need to shatter his world at the very end of his life. All right, after a few seconds of silence, Hermione finally relented. Sirius immediately looked utterly relieved. You have a point, Harry. Just like Dumbledore, Neville suddenly interjected. Is this what happens to everyone who becomes headmaster? Harry is sounding more and more like Headmaster Dumbledore lately. Well, I probably still have a long way to go. At least I can't match him in the beard department, Harry said, gesturing to his own chest with a laugh. And as headmaster, I must remind you all to remember to finish your summer homework. Don't get too carried away playing here. That single sentence instantly made Ron and Neville lose their appetite, and their miserable expressions made everyone else laugh. By the way, as your friend, I must remind you all to keep practicing magic over this holiday as well, Harry said suddenly. You never know when you might need it. What? Hermione asked, somewhat surprised. What's going to happen? Is something else happening at Hogwarts? That's a secret. Harry. Headmaster Potter kept a sense of novelty and curiosity for his friends. Then, he had to rush off to France to meet with the heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to discuss the details of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry's plan and the British Ministry of Magic's stance had indeed been communicated to them, but in their replies, they hadn't explicitly agreed or refused, only stating that a face-to-face meeting was necessary. The existence of magic certainly made travel exceptionally convenient for wizards. Harry traveled directly from Britain to France via the Ministry's Flu network, then proceeded to Beauxbatons, a school of magic located in the Pyrenees Mountains. Unlike Hogwarts, which was centered around a single castle, Beauxbatons more closely resembled a breathtakingly magnificent estate, surrounded by vast lawns maintained by magic. Upon entering, one could see a huge fountain and statues of Nicholas and his wife. Nicholas was a long-time benefactor of Beauxbatons. So, from the perspective of being Nicholas's heir, Harry actually had a connection to Beauxbatons too, and a rather close one at that. Headmistress Maxime was the second tallest person Harry had seen in this world, the tallest being Hagrid. To put it simply, Madame Maxime's height and build gave the immediate impression that she and Hagrid would be well matched. But unlike Hagrid, she carried herself with elegance, exuding a distinct French air, and was impeccably groomed. "Welcome, Headmaster Potter," Madame Maxime said, having to bend down slightly to allow Harry to kiss her hand. Even then, Harry had to stand on his tiptoes, making the hand kiss a somewhat awkward endeavor. "I anticipated Headmaster Dumbledore's retirement, but I never imagined his successor would be so young," she said, carefully choosing her words. It was clear she didn't want to offend Harry. "This indicates you are truly a capable individual. Otherwise, I cannot imagine the British wizarding community selecting a 12-year-old child as the head of a school of magic. Even the British wouldn't do something so peculiar without good reason." 13, actually, Harry joked. "As for capability, I am quite confident I am up to the responsibilities of headmaster." "That is excellent to hear," Madame Maxime said with a smile. "Come, Headmaster Potter, Headmaster Karkaroff and the various ministers have been waiting for some time. Now, I hope you won't feel constrained at Beauxbatons. After all, for you, this is practically a second home. You are aware of Nicholas's relationship with Beauxbatons, I presume." "Yes," Harry nodded slightly. "You know about it." "Indeed, I know of you, and Nicholas is my friend as well," Madame Maxime said. "As Nicholas's heir, logically, you should have closer ties to Beauxbatons. Yet the reality is that this is your first time setting foot here." Matters have been rather unexpected," Harry said with some helplessness. "Your attitude is better than I imagined. I thought French wizards might find it difficult to accept my inheritance of Nicholas's knowledge." "Oh, they certainly would," Madame Maxime laughed. "But you needn't worry about that. After all, Nicholas hasn't seen outsiders for a very long time, and the few friends he has left are all rather advanced in years. Rest assured, I will not speak of your matters publicly, nor will I let Headmaster Karkaroff know," the two chatted as they walked. "It's a pity it's the summer holidays now, otherwise you could have seen many beautiful and passionate French girls." Beautiful and passionate French girls, what did she mean by that? Harry pretended not to hear that remark and followed Madame Maxime to a meeting room within Beauxbatons. Headmaster Karkaroff was already waiting there, looking agitated and, of course, impatient. Although he feigned surprise upon seeing Harry enter, he fortunately wasn't foolish enough to directly question anything outright. Naturally, it wasn't just the three school heads present. Also, there were British Minister for Magic Rufus Scrimgeour, French Minister for Magic Fernando. Only these two ministers were present, as Durmstrang was located far north in Europe and drew students from several smaller nations, making it impossible for a specific minister to represent it. Having all the ministers from those smaller nations would have been too many. Harry took a seat next to Scrimgeour. "Now that we're all here, let's begin promptly," Karkaroff said hastily once Harry and Madame Maxime were seated. "Regarding this new Triwizard tournament you've proposed, Headmaster Potter, are you serious? Are you truly prepared for such a public event, one that even involves muggles?" "One moment, Headmaster Karkaroff," Harry raised a hand to interrupt. "I am not certain how the British ministry communicated with your respective ministries, but the matter of the new Triwizard tournament is already settled, at least for Hogwarts and Britain. Whether Beauxbatons or Durmstrang choose to participate or not, this tournament will be held. The only question is what it will be called. The Hogwarts Championship, Wizarding Competition. Whatever the name, the key point is that its occurrence is confirmed," Harry stated in an unequivocal tone. "So, if your intention was to say you disagree with such a tournament or anything similar, you can save your breath." As Harry's words faded, an odd silence fell over the meeting room. Even Madame Maxime, who had just escorted Harry in, stared at him in astonishment, completely taken aback by the fact that the polite and amiable Harry from moments ago had opened the discussion with such an unyielding, non-negotiable stance. The others turned their gazes towards Scrimgeour on the other side, but they didn't see what they might have expected. Scrimgeour merely nodded, affirming Harry's statement. I truly didn't know the will of the Hogwarts headmaster could directly represent the British Ministry of Magic these days." Karkaroff couldn't help but let out a short laugh. "What is this supposed to be?" "It represents a consensus," Scrimgeour said sternly, his gaze sharp as a lion's, locked firmly on Karkaroff's face. Isn't that right, Karkaroff? If I recall correctly, 13 years ago I personally caught you, a former Death Eater. You named quite a few names to barely escape a trial yourself. I hadn't expected you to end up as headmaster of Durmstrang. It seems the rumors about that school being rotten to the core aren't unfounded. Scrimgeour's aggressiveness was a bit too strong. He directly exposed Karkaroff's past, causing the ill-faced headmaster to nearly jump out of his chair in agitation. That slander, I was under the imperious curse, I was innocent, Karkaroff stood up and shouted. The atmosphere of the meeting seemed less than pleasant, having immediately entered a confrontational stage. Calm down, everyone, French Minister Fernando said with a weary expression, tapping the table. Those matters are in the past. I thought we gathered here today to discuss the Triwizard Tournament. Quite right. Hold on a moment, Rufus, Harry nodded. And please sit down, Headmaster Karkaroff. Whether you were a Death Eater is not for us to judge definitively, but rather for those Death Eaters still at large. We all know what truly happened back then. After all, I had an excellent potions master. You understand my meaning, I'm sure. Karkaroff was left speechless. He merely tugged at his collar, his face flushed red. Only after several seconds did he sit back down. And this time, the look he gave Harry held no trace of disdain. Chapter 271. Is he really resurrected? Out of the blue, Karkaroff suddenly spoke up and asked. Who, Voldemort? Harry said leisurely. He never died, he just temporarily lost his power over the past dozen years or so. If you're asking whether Voldemort has returned to the wizarding world now, then my answer is, yes, he's resurrected. Karkaroff's face instantly turned ashen white. He looked as if he might jump up from the table and flee at any moment, only forcibly reminding himself after glancing at his surroundings that he was in France, not Britain. All right, Karkaroff finally said dryly. All right, resurrected, all right. From this reaction alone, Harry knew that what Scrimgeour had said earlier about Karkaroff being a former Death Eater, who had escaped trial by ratting out others, was undoubtedly true. Because if Voldemort had truly returned, the first people he'd deal with wouldn't even be those who had bravely resisted him back then, but those who had betrayed him the moment he fell. Let me say it again, Headmaster Karkaroff. We're here to discuss the Triwizard Tournament, Fernando emphasized with some impatience, then turned to Scrimgeour and said, in fact, the French Ministry of Magic is quite willing to start making contact with Muggles. My people are fed up with the endless memory wipes and cover-ups to hide the existence of the wizarding world. In fact, if it weren't for Minister Fernando's high prestige, there would probably already be wizards striking by now, Madame Maxime explained helpfully. And it couldn't have happened without your help, Madame. You did persuade many people for me, Fernando said with a bitter smile. Anyway, overall, the French ministry agrees with your plan, Headmaster Potter, but the specifics need to be discussed. Why must it be held at Hogwarts? We could host this Triwizard Tournament at Beauxbatons instead. No, absolutely not. The vehement protest didn't even come from Harry, but from Scrimgeour. His school loyalty was barely contained in the face of the French. The Triwizard Tournament hasn't been held for centuries. If it's to be revived now, it has to start again from Hogwarts. But Britain's current environment is extremely chaotic. That man who terrifies all British wizards, is it Voldemort? Hasn't this dark wizard resurrected? Can you really guarantee the safety of everyone coming to participate in the tournament? Why not? Could French wizards guarantee safety? What would you do if problems arise? Strike. Watch your words, Minister Scrimgeour. I know exactly what I'm saying. Hogwarts is the oldest school of magic in Europe and the original host of the Triwizard Tournament. Do you understand the unique significance of that? Yes, but according to the information I've received, is Hogwarts really safe? 2 years ago, a Death Eater became a professor, and last year demons destroyed half the castle. I can't imagine the consequences if something like that happens again while Muggles are watching the competition. Those were demons from outside the world trying to invade ours. Hogwarts professors and the British Ministry of Magic bravely protected our world and yours. Frenchmen. Who knows where those demons came from? All this information is just what you British put out yourselves. The British wizarding world now has not only Dumbledore, but also Harry Potter. Headmaster Potter's power is enough to protect Hogwarts. It was hard to imagine such an argument happening between the magic ministers of two countries. but Scrimgeour truly looked ready to come to blows with Fernando at any moment. From quarreling over the venue for the new Triwizard tournament to the inherent flaws of British and French wizards, Scrimgeour, as the new minister, urgently needed a convincing political achievement to prove his capability and secure his position in the upcoming elections. Personally leading the revival of the Triwizard tournament and the first formal contact between wizards and muggles was weighty enough, so he couldn't give it up. Clearly, Fernando had similar intentions, so the two ended up arguing like this. On the other side, the three headmasters gradually joined the fray. Karkaroff didn't demand like the two ministers to hold the tournament at Durmstrang. Rather, he seemed somewhat distracted, head lowered, lost in thought. All right, in that case. We probably need to discuss the changes to the tournament events you mentioned in your letter, Madame Maxime said, turning her head after glancing at the battlefield on the other side. According to your plan, Headmaster Potter, doesn't that mean professors would become champions too? How many champions would the Goblet of Fire need to select? Yes, professors need to become champions as well, Harry nodded slightly. After all, students are just students. Limited by their age, their magical levels probably can't provide enough impact for the muggles expected to attend. That's when professors need to step in. We have to showcase the diversity of magic as much as possible. Oh, limited by age? Madame Maxime said with a smile. It's quite something to hear you say that, since your existence is the best counterexample. Then we'll probably need to add more difficulty to the events between professors. Though Madame Maxime also wanted the Triwizard tournament held at Beauxbatons, as an elegant lady, a mature one with considerable prestige, she naturally couldn't bring herself to argue with Harry, so the pressure fell entirely on Fernando and Scrimgeour. At least compared to the two magic ministers on the verge of fighting over there, the discussion of event details among the three headmasters was quite harmonious. Karkaroff had lost his initial impatience, merely chiming in occasionally. Clearly, Karkaroff didn't care what Durmstrang gained from this tournament. What mattered more was his own affairs. Headmaster Potter, as if finally returning to reality, Karkaroff suddenly said, "Is Dumbledore still at Hogwarts?" "No," Harry said, somewhat surprised. "Dumbledore has his own matters to attend to. If you have something to say, feel free to speak directly, Headmaster Karkaroff." I hope the tournament can be held as soon as possible," Karkaroff stammered for a long while before saying in a low voice. "I agree to holding the Triwizard tournament at Hogwarts, but on the condition that I bring Durmstrang's students to Hogwarts early. As headmaster, you must ensure the students' safety. At least don't let the Dark Lord, you need to bring Dumbledore back. Only then will the wizarding world recognize the tournament's safety." The students' safety, Harry looked deeply at Karkaroff. He figured the man was simply coming to Hogwarts for protection. After many years, Harry once again arrived at his most loyal Azkaban. But this time, he wasn't accompanied only by Lucius Malfoy. There were also the Longbottom couple and Neville. Is this really okay? Alice Longbottom stared in stunned amazement at the distant Azkaban fortress, where Dementors occasionally glided through the towers. "We're just at Azkaban. This isn't a legal entry, is it?" "You're right, this isn't something normal wizards should do, Harry," Frank Longbottom said with a wry smile on the other side. "I have to say, compared to Dumbledore, your style is indeed much more unexpected." "I promised Neville he'd get to take revenge with his own hands," Harry said quite casually. "That's why I spared Bellatrix Lestrange's life back then. Though the situation now isn't quite what I envisioned, it's a good thing you two can take revenge personally too." I never imagined I'd get to go into Azkaban specifically to kill someone." Frank's expression grew complicated for a moment. "What about the Ministry's opinion?" "Scrimgeour's thinking is actually similar to mine. He's not too keen on letting these Death Eaters keep living now that Voldemort's resurrected," Harry said briefly. "Whatever Voldemort plans to do, he'll need help from these Death Eaters. What we're doing now is taking out his helpers in advance, at least so he can't emerge with a bunch of them and start causing destruction right away." Harry didn't know how long it would take for a fell-tainted imp like Voldemort to resurrect from the Twisting Nether and find his way back to this world. But he had no desire to see Voldemort turn all his loyal Death Eaters into demons too, maybe not strong, but truly disgusting. Better to kill them off early. Scrimgeour not only had no objections, but thoughtfully withdrew the Aurors from the island in advance. This new minister, who had risen from the ranks, harbored deep malice toward these heinous criminals. He hadn't killed them before, not because he didn't want to, but because Fudge wouldn't allow it. After all, Death Eaters were at least pure-blood nobility, and pure-blood nobles were all somewhat related. The purebloods outside didn't want to see those noble bloodlines cut off one after another, so Fudge naturally wouldn't offend his financiers and supporters. But now things were different. This way, the Dementors have been driven off in advance. This path is safe now. Lucius led the way at the front. Frank and Alice, following behind, looked at his back with somewhat strange expressions. As people quite familiar with the Malfoy family, they couldn't quite understand why Lucius Malfoy had defected to Harry. Not just a simple gesture of goodwill, but firmly standing on the side, striking down his former colleagues without mercy. It didn't take long for the group to reach the deepest part of Azkaban. "Just as I once told you, Bellatrix Lestrange," Harry said calmly, gazing at the witch in the cell whose one arm hung limply, staring at him with venomous eyes. "The people here to avenge themselves on you have arrived." "Harry Potter's." Hoarsely uttering Harry's name, Bellatrix clutched her severed arm. Without timely and proper treatment, it was completely crippled. "Ha, let me see, who's this?" After shifting her gaze from Harry, Bellatrix spotted the Longbottom family. "Isn't this dear Frank and you, Alice? Did you enjoy my hospitality?" As if recalling some fond memory, Bellatrix excitedly licked her lips. "You know, in the decade plus I've been locked up here, your screams have always been a delicacy I could never forget, especially yours, Alice." Bellatrix suddenly pinched her throat and shrieked, "Neville, please, don't let Neville." She was mimicking Alice's words from back then fixed her gaze on the slightly plump young boy who was currently being held by his father's shoulders, trembling all over, face flushed red. "So, you're Neville, right?" Bellatrix smiled maliciously. "It's me. Have you forgotten? Didn't you see everything? Why do I only see unfamiliar hatred in your eyes? Who took your memories?" That won't do. Child." Bellatrix suddenly grew fanatical. "That was my masterpiece, bit by bit, torturing your parents to madness. Their screams were simply supreme delight." "Tgthegood." Suddenly drawing his wand, Neville roared out what was arguably the most malicious spell he knew. Bellatrix was indeed hit by the spell. Her front teeth began to grow wildly, but what grew even louder was her laughter. "Tgthegood," Bellatrix cackled madly. "You're using that spell against a Death Eater. Ha ha. Even with her voice distorted by the overgrown teeth, Bellatrix's mocking intent came through clearly, making Neville's face turn even redder. "Earth Elemental, please help me." "Avada Kedavra." As Neville began chanting a shaman's incantation, a green light shot from Alice's wand, striking Bellatrix directly. And so the frenzied laughter abruptly stopped. Bellatrix futilely raised her arm, but her body slumped heavily backward onto the ground. "Dead." "Sorry, Bella," Alice said calmly. "I don't share your hobby of torturing people." Chapter 272. In the final moment of her life, Bellatrix's gaze even slid from the Longbottoms to Lucius Malfoy, who had been standing silently at the back from the beginning, her brother-in-law. Lucius merely stood there expressionless, his gaze profound, and then what awaited Bella was a stretch of darkness, until her soul returned to this world once more. Harry, he was necromancing. Essentially, what he was doing now wasn't much different from those dark shaman priests. That is, no longer treating spirits or souls as equals, but forcibly extracting everything he wanted from the soul. Harry communed with Bella's spirit, and from the mouth of this dark soul, he learned what Voldemort had once bestowed upon her, and where she had stored those treasures. An unexpected place, not some secret vault specially built by a pureblood family, but Gringotts, the goblins' territory. The Lestrange family vault. Bellatrix was indeed a servant Voldemort trusted deeply. At least one step above the average Death Eater, but even so, Bellatrix had no idea that Voldemort had once bestowed a Horcrux upon her. She only remembered keeping everything Voldemort had given her intact in the safest place, Gringotts. To be honest, Harry was quite curious why all wizards, even extreme ones like Death Eaters, considered Gringotts safe. The goblins' last rebellion hadn't even been 100 years ago. But now, or rather for a long time to come, probably no wizard would think Gringotts was safe anymore. Because Harry and Dumbledore had arrived at Gringotts. Having taken Polyjuice Potion, transforming themselves into the appearance of ordinary British muggles. Even the wands in their hands were second-hand ones with no original owners. Clearly, when Harry and Dumbledore appeared in Gringotts in this form, it was no longer a safe place. The two were currently sitting in a private reception room, sipping tea. They had appeared at Gringotts as guests entering from Egypt, opening with a request to discuss a big deal with the goblins. And after the goblins got a brief glimpse of the jewelry in their bag, they excitedly led them into a small reception room. Interview time, Harry suddenly turned to Dumbledore on the other side after taking a sip of hot tea. "Carl, how are you feeling right now?" "Oh, Bruce, you know what? That's actually the question I wanted to ask you," Dumbledore laughed. Carl Kent, that was the alias Dumbledore was using now, a man in his 30s or so, an American wizard who had struck it rich in Egypt and wanted to cash in big in Britain. Every year, hordes of wizards went tomb raiding in Egypt, mostly Americans, and those who struck it rich would usually sell their goods through Gringotts, since those goblins had a huge operation in Egypt. And Harry's name was Bruce Wayne, Kent's good buddy. The two had made their fortune together. The goblins couldn't possibly be unaware that the pair's identities were suspicious, but they didn't care, because the jewelry and antiques Harry had shown them were genuine. Since they were real, that made them Gringotts' most honored guests. As long as the goblins still wanted to pocket those shady treasures from the outside world this way, they couldn't choose to rob them blind at a time like this and give wizards in the gray areas an unreliable impression. Me, Harry thought for a moment. Pretty ordinary, nothing special. If I think about it carefully, I've done stuff like this before, disguise myself to infiltrate someone else's castle or fortress, then assassinate, or maybe it doesn't count as assassination. Anyway, just take out anyone who's our enemy. Oh, that sounds thrilling, Dumbledore shrugged. As for me, I just find it wondrous. You know, Bruce, when I was young, I did fantasize about robbing Gringotts. Not that I'd actually do it, but every boy must have imagined himself being that dashing. Dashing? Harry's expression was a bit odd. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to have actually thought about this. Yes, dashing of course, Dumbledore affirmed without waiting for a theory. Remember those words at the entrance to Gringotts? Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. He who takes heed will find not treasure, but retribution, Harry continued. Sounds like those words not only didn't serve as any warning for you, but more like an invitation. Well, I wouldn't want to admit it, but you have to say young people always have more guts, right? Dumbledore blinked. You're right, Harry said with a smile. So now you get to fulfill your childhood dream. Correction, it's not exactly a dream, more like whimsical idea. Then whimsical idea it is. As the two chatted idly, suddenly the reception room door opened, and an elderly goblin strode in quickly, followed by a few smaller goblins. Sorry to keep you distinguished guests waiting. I'm Bogrod, the old goblin said with a face full of smiles. Per procedure, I need to confirm again what you want to deposit in Gringotts. The treasures, so. No problem, it's all here. Harry stood up, thought for a second, and simply turned over the leather bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, dumping everything inside onto the table. The crisp clinking of gold and gems colliding made the goblin's eyes widen a bit, and Bogrod greedily pounced at the table, incessantly tapping each piece of gold and jewelry with his fingers. Very good, all genuine. After a long while, Bogrod buried his head among the jewels, took a deep breath, and said, "Confirming again, you want Gringotts to handle the sale of these gold and jewels." Just a portion, Dumbledore, already familiar with goblin habits, shook his head slightly. Leave a third of the items to store in a vault. We can trust Gringotts' vault security, right? Of course, you can absolutely trust Gringotts' security, Bogrod said without hesitation. In that case, let's head over quickly. I'll personally escort you. I hope you'll be satisfied. If you have more goods of this quality in the future, please continue contacting Gringotts. Those wild goblins outside are untrustworthy. No problem, Harry said readily. Isn't that why we're here, for the security? Gringotts has a solid reputation in that regard. Of course, Bogrod looked even happier. Following this old goblin, Harry and Dumbledore began heading toward the underground vaults of Gringotts. They passed through a spacious marble hall, where about 100 goblins sat behind desks incessantly handling customers, some weighing coins on scales, others examining gems in their hands. Harry even spotted Lupin and a few novice goblin shamans. They wore attire starkly different from the other goblins, decorated with animal pelts and skulls, and they were arguing with the elementals beside them. "Why not? We've paid you." "That's right, we've gotten you elemental cores from other elements before. We've signed a contract. Per the contract, you should help us take out those business rivals." "Take them out." The angry voices of two goblin shamans were loud enough for half the hall to hear, while the two elementals opposite them babbled in self-defense. And then there was Lupin. Harry had no idea why Lupin was here again. By rights, he shouldn't be handling goblin affairs anymore. "That's because they can't possibly take out your rivals." One hand on his forehead, Lupin looked like he was about to faint from anger. "I told you before, you're shaman priests. You're meant to maintain world peace, protect the world, shaman priests of elemental balance. Elementals aren't your hitmen." "But we signed a contract," a goblin shaman argued, "and who they want taken out aren't wizards but goblins." "Even if they're goblins, no." Lupin took a deep breath. "Whether goblins or elementals, everyone has to follow wizard law, got it? Absolutely do not let elementals take out your opponents, not business rivals either." "Damn it, you could just pretend not to know. Elemental beings aren't even formally registered as magical races yet. They're still unrestricted." "I don't care about that. Ropes, I'm not your teacher anymore, understand? I'm a professor at Hogwarts now. I'm only here helping because of our brief friendship. Don't make me call the ministry. Don't cause trouble for the shaman priest profession." Lupin, this was the first time Harry had seen his werewolf uncle this angry. "Ignore them." Bograd didn't even glance that way, continuing to walk briskly as he said, "Young folks these days always mess with these flashy things. Back in the day, ha." Gringotts vaults were located hundreds of meters underground in London. Passing through the hall led to narrow stone corridors and a small railway. The goblins used these enchanted carts to transport passengers to each vault. But each vault's security level was different. The Lestrange family vault was in the deepest section, one of the most heavily guarded batches. Without a certain status, mere money wouldn't get you a vault here. To keep this operation as low-key as possible, Dumbledore had likely dipped into part of his retirement savings. At least to get the goblins to place their vault far back, Vault 693. They passed through a maze-like winding tunnel and an underground lake hung with massive stalactites and stalagmites. The old goblin deftly drove the cart. This was now deeper into Gringotts than Harry had ever reached before. "We're here, gentlemen." The cart suddenly stopped. Bograd tried to stand and head to the platform. "Vault 693, yes, right this way. Very secure. No matter what needs customers have, Gringotts can precisely meet different customers' requirements, understanding their difficulties." "Here?" Dumbledore asked. "How come it feels like we haven't arrived yet?" "Huh?" Bograd turned blankly, his gaze clearly sliding over the number at the top of the vault. 693, then nodded. "Indeed not yet. Sorry, it's been many years since I personally handled such a big deal. My mistake. Sit tight, we need to keep going." When the cart started up again, Harry lightly bumped Dumbledore's shoulder from the back seat. "Imperious curse." "No, just a confundus charm. Sorry, we'll talk in a bit, Harry. I'm feeling really bad right now." Setting down his wand, Dumbledore gripped the handrail tightly with one hand, his face extraordinarily pale. When the cart stopped again, Dumbledore poked his head out of the cart as fast as possible, looking like he might vomit any second. Here, Harry looked left and right. He only saw a massive dragon guarding the path ahead, with a few vault doors farther off. "Not yet, honored sirs. We have to pass the dragon." Bograd shook his head slightly. He took out some small metal instruments from his side and raised his hand to rattle them. A loud, crisp clanging sounded, like a hammer striking an anvil, and this dragon was clearly impressed by the noise. It writhed in pain, roaring as it shrank back a few steps to clear the way. "The Lestrange vault has arrived, honored gentlemen," Bograd bowed deeply. "It's been a long time since anyone from the Lestrange family came here. This is truly." "Open the door, no nonsense." Stepping out of the cart, Harry reached out to pull Dumbledore up. "You okay?" "I am fine." Dumbledore took a deep breath. "My God, the goblin's transportation isn't friendly to old folks, is it?" The Polyjuice potion hadn't actually made Dumbledore young. Though probably many young people couldn't handle this speed and jolting either. "Luckily, we're only using it this once. Harry said with a smile. "Even without the Elder Wand, your spells are still that powerful." The effect of Dumbledore's Confundus charm was practically like the Imperious Curse. Even now, the old goblin thought he was at Vault 693's door, not realizing anything off even when he uttered the Lestrange name. Chapter 273. In case you didn't know, Harry, Dumbledore turned his head with a youthful face and blinked, smiling as he said, "I once used a Confundus charm on a young Madame Marcia during my NEWT exams, and she didn't notice until the end of the test." "Then you were really?" "Gryffindor." Harry gave Dumbledore a strange look. In that case, this old man's personality in his youth was indeed worlds apart from now. Bograd pressed his hand against the door, and the vault door abruptly vanished, revealing a cavernous opening stuffed from floor to ceiling with gold coins and goblets, suits of armor, pelts from various bizarre creatures with thorns or wings, potions bottled in jewel-encrusted flasks, and even a skull still wearing a crown. Not just common treasures like gold and jewels, far more were magical items, materials, or books. This was the gap between ordinary wizards and true pureblood nobility. Lumos. Dumbledore lit his wand to illuminate the vault, and Harry spotted a sword on a high shelf. "Gryffindor's sword?" Harry said in surprise. "It must be a fake, though. The Slytherin nobles actually collecting replicas of Gryffindor's sword." After officially becoming headmaster, Harry had seen the real one preserved in the sorting hat. The last founder's relic not corrupted by Voldemort into a Horcrux. "Quite sharp." "It's indeed a replica, but likely goblin-made, so it still has value." Dumbledore nodded slightly. He had already begun searching through the piles of treasures and shelves for that small golden cup. "Be careful, Harry," Dumbledore said seriously after bending down to tap a massive ruby lightly with his wand. "Don't touch anything rashly. They've been enchanted with flagrante and gemino curses. If you touch them, they'll burn you and multiply rapidly, and the copies are worthless. So we can only look with our eyes." "Yes, no time to dispel the curses," Dumbledore shrugged. "I suspect the goblins up there will soon realize we didn't go to the vault we were supposed to. Opening a prestigious vault like the Lestrange's always draws attention. That makes it a bit tricky." Indeed it was, because the mountain of treasures completely filled the vault, and from where Harry and Dumbledore stood, they couldn't see the items piled behind the gold mountains. "Remember a small golden cup about the size of a palm," Dumbledore reminded aloud. "Engraved with a badger, 2 handles." "Found it." It didn't even take much effort. Harry's wand pointed to the top of a layered shelf nearby, where a small golden cup sat, its little badger visible under the light. "Accio cup." Nothing happened. Clearly, anti-summoning charms were standard on these treasures. At the same time, faint clamor and clanging sounds echoed from the supposedly quiet underground passages outside, like the noise Bograd made with that metal instrument to repel the dragon, along with rushing water sounds. "They've released the thief's downfall," Dumbledore said suddenly. "It washes away all enchantments and magical concealments. Looks like they've discovered we've opened the Lestrange vault." "Then let's hurry," Harry nodded. He pulled a wooden stick from his pocket, and under a transfiguration spell, it elongated, eventually reaching the cup's position and hooking its handle. Like sliding down a slide, the cup glided right to Harry's side. Without direct touch, the stick turned into a rope, hoisting the cup up. "It really is Hufflepuff's cup," Dumbledore said casually, not worried at all about the incoming horde of goblins. "But we have a quicker way to verify." "Yes." Harry pulled his warhammer from the dragonhide pouch, not his imagination. In the past 6 months, he'd done this operation far too many times. "Raise the hammer, bring it down." A mass of dark gray, blood-like smoke erupted with a piercing scream from the cup's smashed, twisted mouth. This was Voldemort's last Horcrux, at least the last one Harry and Dumbledore had clues for. The diary, Ravenclaw's diadem, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, the Soul Stone, and finally, a fragment of soul that had already died in Azeroth. 6 pieces. "It's a pity we can't verify from Voldemort's main soul if he'll truly die," Dumbledore sighed with slight regret. "Can you divine if he has any other Horcruxes?" "Probably," Harry thought for a moment. "Then let's take the cup back. So far, we have remnants of 5 Horcruxes, all closely linked to Voldemort. Using that connection, we should manage a successful divination." That couldn't be better, Dumbledore looked relieved. At least for me, it couldn't be better. Not leaving the trouble of Voldemort to future generations, but resolving it while he was still alive. That was the best outcome for Dumbledore. I have a question. The Lestrange family is gone, right? After Bellatrix died, Harry asked suddenly. So won't these treasures just stay here forever? What will the goblins do with them? According to the goblins, they'll be preserved forever in Gringotts. But you know how goblins view treasures? Dumbledore smiled. All treasures in the world are theirs, and others are just temporary custodians. Harry laughed too. Exactly, so want to take some? Even with the goblins' shouts of pursuit growing closer, Dumbledore showed no panic, just nodding toward the vault. I'm sure the Lestranges wouldn't mind their wealth being used for a more meaningful cause. No joke, Harry shrugged. Then I'll grab some. The earthen ring could use it for recruiting. Adventure, slay enemies, divide treasures. This routine was all too familiar to Harry. They're there, hurry, hurry. The goblins had spotted the figures on the platform, torches in one hand, swords in the other. Clearly a magical race capable of spellcasting, yet for some reason they looked like cold weapon warriors. All right, let's go. Harry stepped out of the vault. Just taking that little, Dumbledore said in surprise. I must remind you, Bruce, an opportunity like this won't come again. Thanks for the reminder, Carl. I grabbed your share too. Harry had already stepped into the cart. Consider it a memento, fulfilling a dream. Haha, Dumbledore laughed. Then let's depart. Dumbledore's mental state was unprecedentedly good. He was as carefree as if he'd shaved a 1 off his age, not 112, but 12, the kind of 12-year-old yelling to blow up the school. Only today, Dumbledore wasn't blowing up a school, but a bank. A minority race's bank. No need for the old goblin Bogrod to board this time. Once Harry and Dumbledore were seated, Dumbledore tapped the cart with his wand, and the next second, it rocketed off like it had a jet engine, speeding back the way they came, toward that dragon. Do what you want, Bruce. Don't say I didn't give you the chance. No need for more hints. Harry swung his wand directly at the dragon, or more precisely, at its rear half, the heavy shackles binding its hind legs and the massive stakes tied with thick chains. Snap. Shackles and chains that could restrain an adult dragon, such massive things, turned in an instant into a cluster of blue-glowing flowers. Beautiful transfiguration, Bruce, Dumbledore laughed loudly. That's worth at least 50 points. Then Hogwarts gets 50 points. Harry couldn't help laughing too, because now the two were in the speeding cart, the velocity, the whistling wind, this thrill making his rusty bones feel alive again. Harry thought of how this dragon must have been chained since young, forcibly trained to cower at mere metal clangs, losing the majesty of its kind, more like a pitiful guard dog. Even worse than a guard dog, since at least those could see sunlight and run on the ground. Harry disliked the sight. Thanks to his past green dragon companion and now Ragehorn, Harry actually had a soft spot for dragons. He didn't want to see a free life chained here forever, even if this dragon couldn't speak and might not even understand that Harry was freeing it. Its eyes were ruined. Years in the lightless underground had degenerated its vision, rendering it blind. Its scales were pale and loose from lack of sun. The painful training from youth made it fear leaving, and the goblin's constant rattling of metal sheets drove it to spit flames in rage. But it didn't notice its backward shrinking had shredded the flower clusters wrapped around it, meaning the chains and stakes were no longer an issue. The goblin's eyes were fine, so they clearly saw the dragon break free. This realization made many forget to keep shaking their metal sheets, their raised swords drooping instinctively. Some goblins were already retreating in small steps. More just hadn't reacted yet. Bruce! The clanging rush of the oncoming cart and a long shout snapped the goblins to the situation, but Harry had no time to respond to Dumbledore. He just raised his wand. Rip! Like tearing fabric, Harry slashed a small wound on the dragon's rear. Not big, not deep, but enough as a switch to drive the dragon mad with pain. If the dragon hadn't realized its freedom before, then when the sudden pain made it instinctively lunge forward a few steps without being yanked back, even its dull brain grasped the situation. The dragon roared, it bellowed, rearing up. The goblins sprawled on the platform looked like tiny crackers before it, then it flung open its wings, trying to fly in the underground cavern, more like gliding, toward the tunnel exit. "Follow it tight, Carl," Harry shouted. "We'll save a lot of trouble." Things went far smoother than Harry anticipated. He and Dumbledore reached Gringotts' deepest vault like strolling in their own garden, found Hufflepuff's cup without a hitch, and destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux without fanfare. Even though the goblins had now spotted the anomaly and sounded the alarm, Harry and Dumbledore didn't need to worry about fighting their way out. The dragon was their vanguard, bulldozing a path like a bowling ball. Reinforcing goblins, massive stalactites, or boulders, nothing hindered it in the face of the dragon's brute force. The goblins who'd come down earlier scattered in flight. They had no intent to die for Gringotts, or rather, for others' property. The ones above couldn't descend now. Instead, they desperately fled outward, lest they be ground to paste like soy milk by the dragon. Along the long tunnel, the dragon clawed outward with all its might, forcibly widening the passage by at least double, while Dumbledore and Harry followed in the cart behind it. Their only caution was avoiding the swipe of its spiked tail. Not to mention in overly narrow spots, Harry and Dumbledore used spells to clear the way. Reducto and softening charms ensured the dragon wouldn't truly get stuck. It had realized help was behind it. Chapter 274. It was unexpectedly simple. Harry had originally thought that he and Dumbledore would have to fight their way in and out, from goblins to aurors, but he hadn't expected the process of sneaking in to be so straightforward with almost no difficulty, and getting out was even simpler. They didn't even need to lift a finger. The dragon's flames cleared the path for them. With just a bit of blasting curses and reductor curses, the dragon quickly broke through the underground tunnels and reached Gringotts' marble entrance hall. Before they even stepped out, Harry could already hear the screams of goblins and wizards. It was utter chaos, with no chance for resistance as both goblins and wizards scattered in flight, avoiding being crushed by the dragon. A fully grown dragon required a team of at least 12 elite wizards casting spells in unison to control it in the wizarding world. Although the dragon in front of Harry wasn't in the best condition, it was still a massive beast with powerful scale armor and immense physical strength. Especially in such confined spaces, even dragon handlers wouldn't have much of a way to deal with one. The dragon finally found space to spread its wings. It had already caught the scent of cool, fresh air from the open doors, so it charged out, squeezing Gringotts' gates right off the walls. It staggered into Diagon Alley, then took to the skies. As for Harry and Dumbledore, they had already blended into the fleeing crowd once the cart reached its destination, and by now, they had even apparated back to Hogwarts. "So, let's start dividing the loot," Harry said, barely having sat down, which made Dumbledore turn his head. Dividing the loot. The old man felt like laughing, and he didn't hold back. "Of course, dividing the loot," Harry affirmed. "After every adventure, you have to divide the loot, or the team members will start fighting among themselves." "I know what dividing the loot means, Harry," Dumbledore said after a pause. "What I mean is, you seem a bit too proficient at this." As they spoke, Harry had already dumped out all the various gold, jewels, and ornaments he'd packed from the Lestrange family vault onto the table, then quickly divided them into 2 equal piles. "One pile for you, one for me," Harry said succinctly. "Very fair. That's how we always distributed it after adventures in the past." Thanks," Dumbledore said dryly. "You're welcome. It's what you deserve," Harry joked. "And congratulations on fulfilling your childhood dream, robbing Gringotts. Don't forget how you feel today." "Thanks, it's hard to forget," Dumbledore said humorously. "Here, the destroyed goblet. Let me think. And these, the previously destroyed Horcruxes. Next, should we do some divination?" "Of course. I'm quite curious to know how many pieces Voldemort split his soul into, and how he stabilized it without collapsing," Harry shrugged. It was a routine divination, nothing dramatic. Harry simply placed Voldemort's destroyed Horcruxes in front of the brazier. As one of Voldemort's former Horcruxes himself, he was the perfect one to perform it. Inhaling the bluish smoke through his nose, Harry vaguely saw endless green flames, that chaotic aura. The soul fragment that had devoured the main soul and revived seemed to have resurrected again in demonic form, but it was still in the twisting nether. That was all. The divined vision didn't change, it didn't shift to any unknown place. What Harry could see was just that. "So, your hunch seems to be wrong," Harry said to Dumbledore as he opened his eyes again. "It's not 7 Horcruxes, but 6, Accurately speaking, 5. The piece of Voldemort's soul that ended up in me was just an accident. Oh, I think he just didn't get around to making it yet, Dumbledore shrugged. But if your divination is true, then this is indeed the best news possible. Honestly, Harry, I've never felt this relieved. Yeah, Harry nodded. Once we find Grindelwald, you can truly retire. Retire? Haha, Dumbledore's expression was a bit subtle. That's a word that's both distant and close. So, like before, call me when you need help. Speaking of which, do you remember Karkaroff? Harry thought for a moment. He seems terrified by Voldemort's revival. Even though I've emphasized repeatedly that Voldemort is mostly dead, he still doesn't feel safe. So he insists that you join as one of the judges for this Triwizard tournament, Harry sighed. Otherwise, he'll run off. Hey ha ha ha, Dumbledore couldn't help bursting into laughter. That's really, all right, I'll come. Then it's settled. The breach of Gringotts and the vault robbery made the already tense wizarding world even more on edge. After all, Gringotts had once boasted the title of the safest place in the wizarding world, never breached by anyone. But now, even the proudest goblins couldn't say that with a straight back. After Gringotts underwent emergency repairs and reopened the next morning, a flood of wizards soon rushed in to withdraw their money. At first, the goblins would comply, but it wasn't long before they couldn't stand the feeling of so much treasure being taken from their vaults and refused to process withdrawals, which undoubtedly infuriated the arriving wizards. Even with the ministry having dispatched Aurors in advance to the scene, some hot-tempered wizards, upon being clearly denied service, drew their wands and started fighting the goblins. The most bizarre part was that while the ministry Aurors tried to intervene, honestly, their efforts were weaker than a fresh graduate recruit's. What could you do? Aurors were wizards too, after all. Aurors deposited money at Gringotts too. And now the goblins were refusing withdrawals. Who could tolerate that as a wizard? Before things escalated further, Scrimgeour himself arrived on site. The minister, promoted from head of the Auror office, had considerable combat prowess. Upon arrival, he disarmed an agitated wizard in a few moves and took down a resisting goblin. In the name of the Minister for Magic, Scrimgeour ignored the goblins' faces, which looked like they'd lost their parents, and ordered them to process withdrawals for any wizard who wanted their money. It was the wizard's rightful entitlement. At this point, Scrimgeour couldn't be bothered to soothe the goblins' emotions. Well, or rather, the emotions of magical creatures like goblins had never been a priority for wizards. The most important were always their own kind. What was giving Scrimgeour a bigger headache now was that dragon that had flown out of Gringotts yesterday. Even with the ministry urgently recruiting more wizards as reinforcements, their staff was still operating at full capacity. Every day, there were massive traces of elemental spirit activity that needed covering up, and in this situation, a dragon flying straight over London from the city centre to the outskirts, a colossal beast like that was naturally seen by countless muggles. Photos, cameras, the internet. The incident couldn't be concealed anymore. The current manpower simply couldn't cover up these piled-up magical traces. Muggles were openly suspecting the existence of magic and dragons, and even with the Muggle government trying to help cover it up, the effect was minimal. Because that half-blind dragon, after taking off, perhaps unable to find where to go, had circled in the London skies for several minutes before heading to the wilderness. How could anyone hide that? Some Obliviate squad members had broken down to the point of suggesting they call in Master Newt Scamander, beg for his Thunderbird, mimic the response to the American magical exposure crisis back then, and use a rain laced with Thunderbird venom to make Muggles forget everything, from London to Ireland, make everyone forget. Forget. It was a nice idea, but unfortunately not very realistic. After all, when the American magical exposure crisis happened, Muggles didn't have the internet. Times had changed. That's the situation, Prime Minister, Scrimgeour said wearily from behind the round table. Oh, the British Prime Minister across from him nodded. He looked like he understood, but also like he didn't. Harry figured the man more like understood, but didn't know what to say. I mean Humphrey. The Prime Minister's eyes kept darting to his side, toward his cabinet secretary. Yes, Prime Minister. Humphrey's face immediately filled with a smile. I believe what the Prime Minister means is that the magical world can no longer remain hidden. Yes. You're going to reveal the existence of magic to everyone. Yes. Has the Queen agreed? What does the Queen have to do with it? Oh, according to records, many wizarding nobles once swore allegiance to the Queen's ancestors, Humphrey shrugged. This naturally requires the Queen's consent. She'll agree, Scrimgeour said expressionlessly. You're missing the point, sir. It's not that I want to reveal magic's existence, it's that we can't hide it anymore. This is quite surprising, Humphrey said with an air of astonishment. Even your wondrous magic can't manage it. What I mean is, we can try our best not to reveal it. After all, secrecy is the principle, we can claim nothing happened. And then, Scrimgeour challenged, they'll still see it, especially when they see the cheese in their homes starting to dance, or milk spilling out of cups and starting to mop the floor. Then we declare that perhaps something is happening, but we shouldn't act rashly, Humphrey replied immediately. Harry couldn't help but want to applaud. Clap. And after that, Harry asked, when muggles, that is, non-magical ordinary people, demand to know more. Then we announce that perhaps we should act, but there's nothing we can do, Humphrey nodded affirmatively. That's right, without a doubt, completely correct. After all, we truly can't do anything. We don't have magic this, headmaster sir. Excuse me, the Prime Minister beside him couldn't help raising his hand like a student eager to answer. I know this might be presumptuous, but are you really the headmaster of a magic school? This British Prime Minister named Jim Hacker seemed quite delighted. He certainly is, Scrimgeour said irritably. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the best magic school in all of Europe with over 1,000 years of history. 1,000 years, Humphrey immediately adopted an astonished expression. That's truly historic, ancient, noble. Oh, so your appearance. So you're actually an old man? Hacker gestured excitedly with both hands. You've just used some magical means to make yourself look this young. No offense intended, sorry. Let me put it this way, Prime Minister. Harry decided to satisfy the man's curiosity. My age doesn't exceed my appearance, meaning I am indeed young. The reason I became headmaster of Hogwarts is that my magical prowess surpasses that of most wizards. Talent, Humphrey said immediately. Exceptional talent is a ladder that the mediocre can never reach, I understand. So Hacker turned to look at Humphrey. Is this the time for such talk? Scrimgeour grew increasingly impatient, tapping the table. And finally, you can't forever appear incompetent in front of your people. Yes, that's the problem, Humphrey nodded. That's why we must conceal it even more. After all, we're a democratic society. Yes, a democratic society, Hacker nodded repeatedly. Democracy, yes, that's it. And the essence of democracy is that the people have the right to make mistakes, and our duty is to prevent them from exercising that right, Humphrey continued. Is that so? Hacker tilted his head. Yes, Prime Minister. Then yes, that's what I mean too, Hacker nodded again, turning back to Harry and Scrimgeour. You can't conceal it forever, Scrimgeour said helplessly. What will you say then? Say that perhaps we could have done something back then, but now it's too late, Humphrey said with a smile. The problem hasn't been solved, Harry said seriously. Yes, but at least by then, we'll all be out of office, Humphrey said leisurely. If something is worth doing, it's worth delaying. Chapter 275. Well, Harry had fully understood the work attitude and willingness of the Muggle government leaders. It was quite subtle. The Muggle government actually had no desire to reveal the existence of magic to the public. Harry had originally assumed that in the past, it was the Ministry of Magic that had required the Muggle government to help keep things hidden. Revealing it would mean dealing with more issues. The Muggle Prime Minister and his secretary certainly wouldn't turn down the chance for their own power to grow, but they resisted surprises and changes, or more precisely, they resisted reform. As the secretary put it, reform meant the bad times weren't over yet. Other concerns, like the riots or protests that ordinary people might spark upon learning about magic, hardly needed mentioning. Knowing more would only fuel greater desires, and many government employees themselves craved magic, not minding the idea of wielding it personally. Ordinary people gaining control of magic would be like handing them a firearm that could go off at any moment, one that couldn't even be inspected beforehand. In short, it was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The Muggle Prime Minister wasn't incapable of grasping the current situation. He simply refused to accept it. Meanwhile, Scrimgeour was unwilling to expose too much of the Ministry of Magic's incompetence, so he could only keep emphasizing that the elemental revival was inevitable, and incidents of magic leaking out would only become more frequent in the future. But the Muggle Prime Minister and his secretary's stance on the matter was that they had to keep it hidden for a few more years, until the next government took over. At that point, whether it involved reforming to handle magic or restructuring things, it wouldn't matter. It would have nothing to do with them. Scrimgeour was nearly furious enough to curse right there on the spot. He hadn't expected fudges everywhere. The negotiations hit a deadlock for a time, and just as Harry was starting to get a headache, someone suddenly knocked on the door, entered the conference room, and whispered a few words into the Prime Minister's ear. "What?" Hacker bolted upright, eyes bulging as if he'd seen the sun rise in the west. "The Soviet Union has dissolved." One of the Muggle world's two superpowers had vanished just like that. The reasons for the Soviet Union's collapse hardly needed elaboration, but the impact extended far beyond Muggle society. It deeply affected the wizarding world as well, since the Soviet Union had its own Ministry of Magic, one formed by a union of several ministries. In places most ordinary people knew nothing about, the Soviet Ministry of Magic had dissolved too. But that wasn't the key point. The real issue was that with the Soviet Union's collapse, the existence of the magical world had been directly exposed to ordinary Muggles. Those unwilling to accept the dissolution had promptly revealed every secret they could get their hands on, and the biggest secret in the world right now was the elemental revival and the existence of magic. It was broadcast directly via radio and live television to the masses. Well, that settled it. Scrimgeour no longer needed to argue with the British Prime Minister about this. At the quickest pace, the details of the new Triwizard tournament were finalized. The British Prime Minister would personally attend and watch, accompanied by a large number of Muggle spectators, not limited to government officials. After a long absence, Harry returned to his Muggle uncle's home, invited back by a letter from Aunt Petunia. "So, does that mean the world is going to stay like this forever?" Uncle Vernon said from his seat at the dining table, his big belly protruding as he stared wide-eyed. Things around the house could start moving at any moment. The fire in the fireplace might suddenly spit out words. "Jesus, the other day I even saw garbage from the bin running across the lawn. This is a nightmare." For someone like Uncle Vernon, who saw all magical things as freakish nightmares, the world had already taken on the shape of a nightmare. He'd thought that once his magical nephew was gone, the family could finally live a normal, harmonious life. But Uncle Vernon had never imagined the world could be filled with them everywhere. "It really is a nightmare, Harry." Aunt Petunia's expression was hard to read, neither happy nor regretful. "You have no idea how terrifying it was when the neighbors knocked on the door asking if we'd noticed anything strange at home." "Yeah, Mom nearly had a heart attack. She thought your secret had been found out," Dudley mumbled, chomping down the sausage on his fork in one bite. "Now it's all good. Everyone knows magic exists in the world." As he spoke, Dudley flipped on the TV. "A very good piece of news. We have already made contact with the magical society existing in Britain." Channel change. "It's quite astonishing. Wizards actually have their own Ministry of Magic. I mean, they even have their own government." Channel change. "I imagine many of you have noticed those little sprites appearing in your homes from time to time lately. Now we know the formal name wizards give them: elemental spirits." "See, it's all anyone's talking about now," Dudley said, tossing the remote onto the sofa and shrugging. "I think it's pretty cool." "Shut up, Dudley," Uncle Vernon snapped at his precious son for once. "Eat your dinner properly. The important thing is our safety." Uncle Vernon slapped the table irritably. "Do you get what I mean, boy? Do you have any way to stop those weird, dangerous, inexplicable elements from suddenly showing up at home? I don't want to get crushed in my sleep by the house suddenly coming to life." He wasn't sure why that metaphor had popped into his head, but Uncle Vernon truly felt a deep-seated fear. Harry knew the reason, but he couldn't say it. "It's tough," Harry said, after a moment's thought. "Even I can't completely prevent elemental spirits from appearing on Privet Drive." More accurately, Harry could do it, but he'd never consider it. No normal shaman would ever extinguish the elemental activity in an entire area like that. As long as the elements in a region weren't excessive enough to disrupt the world's balance, a shaman had no need to intervene. You're just too on edge, that's all. Relax, the other neighbors on Privet Drive don't know you already knew about magic beforehand. Don't scare yourselves, Harry reassured them. Or, would you be interested in visiting Hogwarts? Hogwarts? Aunt Petunia's eyes widened instantly. Visiting? Dudley perked up excitedly. Us? Uncle Vernon held his breath. That's right, Harry replied to all of them. For certain reasons, I've become the headmaster of Hogwarts now, and soon the British magical community and the Muggle government will have a major, what's the word? Cooperative project. Anyway, not only will the Muggle Prime Minister be going to Hogwarts to watch the competition, but will also temporarily allow Muggles to broadcast the events so most Muggles can get a general sense of magic and wizarding society. Are you interested? Harry explained. Uncle, you're only this panicked because you don't understand it. Think about it, even the Muggle Prime Minister is going to Hogwarts. The Prime Minister? It had to be said, that word hooked Uncle Vernon's attention perfectly, he couldn't refuse. Gym Hacker. It was oddly fascinating. Titles like Minister of Magic or Headmaster of Hogwarts meant little to Uncle Vernon, but Prime Minister, the British Prime Minister. That word held unusual significance and authority for him. That's right, Scrimgeour. Oh, that's the Minister of Magic, and I just finalized this with the Muggle Prime Minister a couple of days ago. There'll be a group of influential people from the Muggle world coming to Hogwarts to tour and watch the competition, Harry continued. If even they have accepted magic and plan to cooperate with the magical world in the future, what reason do you have not to join in? Uncle Vernon nodded with effort. Wait, you became headmaster of Hogwarts. As if her reaction was delayed by more than a beat, Aunt Petunia only now let out a startled cry. You, headmaster of Hogwarts? Doesn't that, oh my God. Just to clarify up front, Aunt, I can't enroll you right now, Harry said quickly, but a visit is fine. Of course I don't want to attend a school like that. Aunt Petunia's response was a bit heated. I'm just going to visit. Shaking his head slightly, Harry didn't call out Aunt Petunia's fib. After all, he'd heard from his mother about what happened with his aunt back then, so he knew Aunt Petunia had once been full of longing and yearning for magic. She'd even written to Dumbledore begging to enroll, only to be turned down by the old man. Being able to see Hogwarts in person now would at least fulfill that wish. The Dursleys excitedly accepted Harry's invitation, and after making the trip himself, Harry realized what his aunt's family really wanted was simple: a sense of security. The ripples from the Soviet Union's collapse had hit their family too, leaving them disoriented by the magical world exposed so abruptly. The Muggle government had urgently announced contact with the Wizarding Society's Ministry of Magic. Per the plan, the initial phase would involve simple introductions to magic and Wizarding Society via television and radio, aimed at ensuring ordinary people didn't develop aversion out of ignorance. At the same time, the wizarding community would provide basic introductions to Muggle society through newspapers and broadcasts, preventing wizards from making baffling blunders in future interactions with Muggles. This phase would likely last 2 or 3 months, roughly until school reopened in September. Only then would both governments launch large-scale promotion of the new Triwizard Tournament. On the wizarding side, the focus would be on the tournament's return, emphasizing that it wasn't limited to students, but would include professors and headmasters from the 3 schools, with Muggles attending as visitors. On the Muggle side, the promotion would center on a deep dive into Wizarding Society, allowing viewers to witness magic's wonders through live broadcasts in a documentary style, helping Muggles understand wizards' lives and the differences between wizard schools and Muggle ones. Overall, the goal was to show that wizards were people too, with children and schools. They weren't mysterious or terrifying. Those child-eating witches from fairy tales, all made up. At least most of them. The Ministry of Magic staff were already preparing the events for this new Triwizard Tournament. To accommodate the wizards and Muggles who would come to watch, Harry planned to construct a dedicated building on the large open area near the mountains outside Hogwarts for the audience. It had originally been slated for the Quidditch pitch, but considering student safety, it was better not to place so many outsiders too close to the castle. With magic, accommodating a large crowd in the venue wasn't difficult. They could even stay overnight there. the ministry employees were brimming with enthusiasm for these tasks, as they finally didn't have to spend days, weeks, and months working overtime to conceal the magical world's existence. The statute of secrecy was effectively just one official announcement away from being defunct. And that announcement arrived formally soon enough. Given the increasingly active elemental spirits and the signs of magic appearing everywhere, along with the growing difficulty of hiding the magical world, I, Rufus Scrimgeour, as Minister for Magic of Britain, hereby formally declare the International Statute of Secrecy is officially invalid in Britain. For Scrimgeour, this was undoubtedly a day of profound significance, because no matter where the magical world headed in the future, the names of the two ministers who had announced the statute's implementation and its termination would be etched into magical history, never to be forgotten. Released alongside this declaration was a photo of Scrimgeour shaking hands with British Muggle Prime Minister Jim Hacker. In the immediate aftermath of announcing the statute's invalidation, the Ministry of Magic and Muggle government jointly issued a statement. The specifics didn't need to be listed out one by one. It was essentially a public recitation of wizarding laws, informing Muggles that wizards were bound by legal restrictions too, with things they could and couldn't do. It also sternly prohibited using magic for profit or to bully Muggles. Of course, if a Muggle shot a wizard with a gun or exploited wizards' lack of familiarity with the Muggle world for gain, that Muggle would face extremely severe punishment. Overall, it wasn't complicated, as these rules had existed in practice for a long time. Previously, only the Muggle Prime Minister and his inner circle knew them, but now, even ordinary Muggles could look them up if they wished. Beyond that were clauses establishing cooperative ties between the two sides. Wizards would brew targeted potions that Muggle bodies could handle and sell them, while Muggles would help wizards better integrate technology with magic. Chapter 276. At least, we can't let wizards still look like they're nearly a whole world behind. Wizards need their own internet too. No, a magic net. But these things would probably take a long time to change gradually. After all, truth be told, wizards are quite stubborn. In this collision between the two sides, all sorts of incidents and disputes might arise, and the laws governing both would need to be revised over time until a version emerges that most people can accept. This process could easily take 10 or 20 years, or even longer. No one knows what the future will look like once the two worlds start making contact. Adults always have endless things to worry about, but for the students, the most important thing right now is just one: summer vacation is over. Harry's plan to surprise his friends had ultimately fallen through. At this point, what student wouldn't know about the Triwizard Tournament? An ancient competition that had lasted for centuries, where the participants would be the most outstanding individuals from each school, true champions. For these adolescents in the prime of their youth, this tournament offered not only substantial prizes, but also immense honor. There was simply nothing better. Not to mention, this time the Triwizard Tournament contestants wouldn't just be students in school. Professors from the 3 schools would participate too, making it far more exciting than previous ones. Europe had 3 highly renowned magical schools. As the one with the longest history among them, Hogwarts had always looked down on the other 2 with an air of superiority. This mindset hadn't changed even in recent decades, when Hogwarts had fallen behind the other 2 in school rankings. So for Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, this tournament was an excellent opportunity to prove, in an undeniable way, that they had surpassed Hogwarts. Everyone was gearing up for it. And Harry couldn't stay idle either. He finally understood what Dumbledore must have felt like in the past. As the first batch of new students, he was welcoming as the new headmaster. For some reason, Professor McGonagall seemed even more tense than he was, constantly telling him what to watch out for. She emphasized reminding Harry not to be too casual, because unlike Dumbledore, Harry's physical age was what it was. If he was too approachable, he'd lose his authority, and those bold students would climb all over him. A headmaster needed to act like one. Even though the past 2 years had seen plenty of turmoil, and last year demons had nearly destroyed half the castle along with most of its decorations and furnishings, when school reopened this year, the castle showed no signs of post-war dilapidation. Instead, it was as grand and imposing as ever. Perhaps to prove that Hogwarts was still safe even after such an attack, this year's start-of-term feast was decorated more lavishly than usual. Professor Flitwick had conjured many beautiful, semi-transparent bluebirds that flew around high in the hall, and the ceiling had been transformed into a snowy sky, with white snowflakes constantly drifting down from it. But when someone reached out to catch them, they'd find the flakes had vanished without a trace. Aside from a few professors with more reclusive personalities, basically every professor had contributed something to this year's start-of-term feast, each showing off their skills. Hundreds of candles floated suspended above each table, making the golden plates and goblets gleam brightly. The older students were already seated at their respective house tables, either chattering away to friends about their holiday experiences or heatedly discussing the Triwizard Tournament, of course. Some would occasionally look up at Harry and smile. Everyone found this feeling novel, especially when they lifted their heads to the staff table and saw that the person who used to sit in the middle had changed from a white-haired old man to a black-haired young man. It made the sensation even more wondrous. The school's ghosts had all turned out in full. Speaking of which, one very curious thing was that wizard ghosts could actually change their clothes after death, rather than being stuck in what they wore at the moment of dying. For example, Gryffindor's ghost, Nick, was wearing one of his usual tight-fitting tunics today, but with the addition of an especially large ruff collar, which made him look quite elegant. James and Lily, whom Harry had summoned back with the ancestral totem, couldn't do something like that. They were forever dressed in the clothes they wore at death. Nick was now happily performing his newly learned acrobatics for the Gryffindor students, head juggling. This was a new trick he'd picked up after contentedly joining the Headless Hunt Club. It was clear that Nick was truly delighted right now. The students were trying their best to observe Harry with movements they thought were unnoticed, while Harry was enthusiastically observing the students below. If you were sitting at the long tables, it might be hard to spot, but from the higher staff table at the front, Harry had to say their little actions were obvious at a glance. It must be tough for Professor McGonagall to always pretend not to see the students' antics on normal days. This feeling was incredibly fun, a novel sensation Harry was experiencing for the first time in his nearly 40 years of life. Being the headmaster of a school, with not his soldiers or adventuring party members sitting below, but his students. Is something the matter, madam? Just as Harry was observing the students below with great interest, the Ravenclaw ghost suddenly descended in front of him, blocking his view. "I want to talk to you," the Grey Lady said, completely ignoring the other professors at the staff table, her eyes fixed intently on Harry. "Talk?" Harry was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Of course. How about after the feast? The new students are arriving soon, and as headmaster, I can't be absent." "Of course." Though she seemed a bit anxious, the Grey Lady agreed and floated back to the Ravenclaw table. "She's been looking for you for almost the entire summer, but you were away from school most of the time, Harry," Professor Flitwick explained quietly. "I have to say, you're busier than Dumbledore ever was." "Yeah, so the moment he had a chance to rest, he took off without hesitation," Harry whispered back. "If I'd known being headmaster involved so much busyness, I might not have agreed back then." Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, who overheard nearby, both chuckled. They didn't keep the people in the hall waiting long. Soon, Professor McGonagall led a line of new students in through the doors. The sorting ceremony. The Sorting Hat had composed a new song. Perhaps because of the major events at school last year, its singing voice was still not great, but at least the lyrics were more interesting than usual. It passionately praised the professor's deeds in defending Hogwarts and took the opportunity to congratulate Harry, the newly appointed headmaster. Once the Sorting Hat's song ended, the sorting ceremony officially began. Lando Samas, Hufflepuffs. The 11-year-old first-years nervously put on the Sorting Hat one by one, then hurried to their respective tables. It was clear that many had been badly misled by their parents or friends beforehand, so when they put on the hat, they wore expressions of profound relief. At least they didn't have to face any dangerous magical trials or wrestle a troll. "How does it feel?" Professor Flitwick whispered in Harry's ear. "I once asked Dumbledore the same question." "What did he say?" "He said that seeing these young lives always put him in a good mood," Flitwick shrugged. "Sounds like a vampire spotting a blood bag." Harry couldn't help but laugh, and Flitwick burst out laughing too, which made McGonagall turn around and glare at them fiercely. Once the last first year headed to the Gryffindor table, the sorting ceremony finally concluded, and McGonagall sat down beside Harry. "Welcome, everyone, welcome," Harry stood up and said. "To the returning students, welcome back to Hogwarts. Thank you for your trust and love for the school, and to the new students, welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you find precious friendships and valuable knowledge here." Naturally, no one whispered while Harry was speaking, not even Fred and George. "Some things are better said before you start eating, when your heads are still clear," Harry continued. "I have a few important matters that I need you to take seriously." The Triwizard Tournament. Well, Fred couldn't hold back and shouted, and quite a few others wore excited expressions, even beyond just the Gryffindors. "One thing at a time," Harry said with a smile. "You might have noticed there are 2 empty seats at the staff table. Professor Kettleburn, who should be here, is not. Yes, I'm sorry to inform you that your familiar care of magical creatures teacher, Professor Kettleburn, has officially retired. In his own words to me, he needs more time to enjoy what's left of his old arms and legs. Though I never took his class, I'm sure some of you know just how professional and knowledgeable a professor he was. The only issue might have been paying attention to teaching safety." Harry's words drew a wave of laughter. "In any case, I'm pleased to announce that filling Professor Kettleburn's position is none other than our already familiar Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching role in addition to his duties as gamekeeper," Harry said with a smile. "Whether as headmaster or as a friend, I can assure you that Hagrid's knowledge of magical creatures is no less than Professor Kettleburn's." Harry wanted to say more, but the students' enthusiastic applause drowned him out. Hagrid was popular in at least 3 houses, well, except Slytherin. The applause at the Gryffindor table was especially fervent. Amid this enthusiastic applause, Hagrid pushed open the doors and entered. His face was flushed red. Despite having the largest build in the room, at that moment he seemed so nervous he might duck into a hiding spot at any second. A big smile was hidden behind his bushy, tangled black beard. Harry had considered helping Hagrid tidy up his hair and clothes earlier, but he'd given up before the feast started. A professor teaching about magical creatures didn't need to be perfumed and dressed up like he was going to a ball. Those scents and outfits would only scare off the magical creatures. At least the 2 masters Harry had seen who excelled in care of magical creatures, Newt and Kettleburn, both had an unkempt appearance. That's what made them professional. Hagrid even had more arms and legs than Professor Kettleburn. Of course, we'll have a second new professor as well. Once Hagrid was seated at the staff table and the applause began to die down, Harry continued. "You might have already seen in the papers about this new course, Defense Against Dangerous Magic. Given that over the past many years, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class has consistently failed to teach students more practical and accurate knowledge, I've deemed that course somewhat outdated and behind the times. So I've specially introduced a new one. We all know the world outside isn't exactly peaceful right now, and it's foreseeable that this unrest might continue for quite some time. In this class, you'll learn some basic, useful spells that have protective effects, ones you can instinctively use in moments of danger. I've specially hired a professor with rich practical experience and a deep understanding of the magic world's shadier corners." Harry's words made the students' eyes light up. "He'll teach you how to recognize who's trustworthy, who's to be wary of, and who's to be handled with patience or even utilized. Not just dangerous dark magical creatures, but more importantly, how to deal with dangerous wizards. My suggestion is ask him plenty," Harry said, then raised his voice. "Please come in, our new professor." As Harry's words fell, Lupin pushed open the door and walked straight in. He looked much neater than Hagrid, but the overall impression was still ordinary and approachable. He was different from when they'd first met last year, when Lupin had resembled a muggle vagabond, gaunt, thin, and listless. But after a full year of eating well, recuperating with Sirius, and receiving enough respect and care for his mental state, Lupin now at least appeared full of vitality. Chapter 277. Although his attire couldn't be called luxurious, at least it wasn't ragged, with patches upon patches. Harry suddenly thought that if Lupin's clothes looked worn and layered with patches, it might actually better illustrate his rich experiences. Remus Lupin, our new professor, With a turn of thought in his mind, Harry continued. Perhaps some of you are not unfamiliar with this name. If you know him, then you should know that when I say he's skilled in practical combat, I'm not joking. He experienced the Wizarding War and survived the pursuits of Death Eaters and Voldemort. When Harry uttered that name, a wave of gasps rose among the students. After the war ended, he began wandering through various parts of the wizarding world. He's familiar with those dangerous magical creatures that can be found everywhere in the wild or aren't so common, as well as those dark magical creatures that can silently take your life. He's also well-versed in how to deal with dangerous individuals and survive. Yes, judging by your expressions, it's just as you imagine, Harry laughed. Smugglers, con artists, poachers, dark wizards. I believe he can teach you crucial survival skills, which are exactly what you might need after graduating from school. That would be incredibly useful, Professor, George couldn't help shouting. Smugglers, con artists, poachers, dark wizards. Although it sounded a bit off for students still in school, or rather, for these adolescents in their prime, a person who could navigate dealings with such dangerous figures with ease held a kind of fatal attraction. Not to mention that Lupin also carried the title of a war hero. If earlier tonight the students had been most looking forward to news about the Triwizard Tournament, now their anticipation for the new professor and the new course had even caught up to that of the tournament. They could hardly wait to hear Lupin tell stories right then and there. This was a professor personally endorsed by the headmaster as having real adventuring experience, nothing like that self-promoting bookwriter Lockhart. The students' fervent gazes made Lupin's scalp tingle. He fidgeted uncomfortably. He couldn't remember the last time so many people had stared at him at once, and for a moment, he was terribly nervous. At this point, I've introduced our two new professors to you. Harry had to raise his voice to quiet the chattering students. Next, there's one last matter. I'm sorry to tell you all that there will be no House Cup Quidditch this year. There were no sounds of disbelief, no questions, not even a hint of shock. You already knew the answer in advance, which robs you of much of the surprise, Harry said with a slight shake of his head. In any case, starting from October and lasting through the entire school year, Hogwarts will host a magical competition that was interrupted for hundreds of years, the Triwizard Tournament. Finally, the moment they'd been waiting for arrived, and the students erupted into loud cheers, whistling, pounding on the tables, celebrating wildly. Harry had to wait nearly a minute and a half before he could speak again. Since some among us don't know what this tournament is about, I need to explain it to you. Those who already know can think about what they'll eat in a bit. The Triwizard Tournament was established about 700 years ago as a friendly competition between Europe's three largest magical schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school selects one champion, and the three champions compete in 3 magical tasks, ultimately claiming the title. The tournament is held every 5 years, with the 3 schools taking turns hosting. It was intended to foster friendships among young wizards from different countries, but unfortunately, it was discontinued due to the excessively high death toll. The mention of the death toll cooled the enthusiastic students a bit. After all, many of them who didn't enjoy reading magical history truly didn't know the detailed background of the Triwizard Tournament. They only knew that the selected person would be called their school's champion, full of honor. And most importantly, if they were the champion, it would be incredibly cool. But honestly, not many students cared about the death toll. Most still looked eager to sign up and start the competition right away. In any case, over the centuries, people have tried several times to revive the tournament, but none succeeded, Harry continued. Until now, in this moment when the whole world is undergoing great changes. There's no need to explain the specific reasons to you. I'm sure you don't care anyway. In short, this time we've done a lot of work to ensure that every champion faces as little life-threatening danger as possible. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will lead their carefully selected competitors here, and the champion selection ceremony will take place on Halloween Eve. An impartial judge will decide which students are most qualified to participate in the Triwizard Tournament and win glory for their school. I know you've already heard that this Triwizard Tournament is different from every previous one, but please don't worry about the fairness of the competition. No one will require you unfinished students to compete against professors. The tasks for students and professors are separate, so ultimately, 2 groups of champions will be decided, and the winners will also receive a prize of 5,000 galleons. I have to say, that's a substantial sum. It was indeed substantial. This prize amount was enough for many wizarding families to live on for over a decade without any extra entertainment expenses. I want to participate. I have to participate. Words like these were roughly what every student at the long tables was saying now, especially Fred and George, who looked so excited they were about to jump up. Imagining the possibility of gaining such honor and wealth made him beam with excitement. People like Fred fantasizing about becoming Hogwarts champion weren't alone. Harry could clearly see that beside every long table, there were people staring at him fervently or whispering excitedly to their neighbors, yearning for both fame and fortune. Don't rush, I know you're all eager to win the Triwizard Cup for Hogwarts, Harry continued. But I have to say, given the grandeur of this tournament, each school will select 3 champions instead of the previous one, which means the winners will have to split the prize with their teammates. Even so, that's over 1,500 galleons each. Someone couldn't help shouting. Yes, even split, the prize is still high enough, Harry nodded. But remember what I said earlier? The Triwizard tournament has a death quota, meaning if you die in a task, there's no one to avenge you, and no one will be punished for it. Of course, attacking each other to death is definitely not allowed. Harry's renewed warning cooled the students down a bit. Death still carried some deterrent power. This is a tournament of far greater grandeur than any previous Triwizard, because this time, not only wizards will come to watch, but the Muggle Prime Minister will attend in person, and there will be Muggle television broadcasts, Harry said somewhat seriously. You don't need to understand the implications behind this tournament. The first formal contact between wizards and Muggles has nothing to do with you. You just need to know one thing. This tournament cannot have any incidents where students or professors die. That would be all about showcasing the wonder and charm of the wizarding world and magic to ordinary wizards and Muggles from that perspective. Therefore, after our careful discussions, the participating schools and the Ministry of Magic unanimously agree that we won't use an age limit to restrict you, limiting participation only to students who are 17 or older, that is, adults. Some students began cheering. But given the danger of the tournament, even though we've taken many preventive measures in advance, students below 6th or 7th year simply couldn't handle it. However, it must be admitted that there are indeed some magical geniuses in this world who possess strength beyond their peers. For example, you, Professor, George shouted. Yes, for example, me? This time Harry didn't feign modesty, but nodded in agreement. In short, to allow geniuses like me to freely showcase their abilities, we indeed won't use an age restriction to directly disqualify those who don't meet the age. But I also have to regrettably tell you that this won't make participation easier for most of you. Because for those under 17 who want to sign up, you must obtain signatures from Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Lupin, and Professor Snape. Oh, sorry, you don't need all of them, just 2, and you can enter. These 4 professors will consider your usual knowledge reserves and magical abilities. They'll only give a signature if they believe you have the strength to survive, Harry shrugged. Trust me, this isn't any easier than an age limit, but at least you have a chance. In an instant, 4 more people were being stared at with fervent gazes, especially Lupin. As the new professor who didn't know the students well yet, many set their sights on him as the key target. That's about all I have to say, Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Protect yourselves, stay safe, study hard, that's all I want to caution you about. Now eat. With Harry's words, the 4 long tables were instantly filled with heaps of food, making the already famished students' mouths water. But you forgot the most important thing, Headmaster Potter. Instead of cheering and diving into the meal like the other students, Fred stood up and shouted, "This is your first opening feast as host. Congratulations on becoming our headmaster." Fred's words reminded the other students, and in an instant, voices congratulating and welcoming Harry rose one after another from the long tables. Thank you. After a slight pause, Harry smiled and raised his glass. Thank you for your support. Needless to say, it was a sumptuous dinner, and it only stopped when everyone was walking out holding their bellies. Harry, without hurrying to leave, Hagrid shuffled over to Harry's side and said, I can still call you that, right? I mean, fancy coming to my place for a drink. What nonsense are you talking, Hagrid? Harry said somewhat helplessly, patting Hagrid's forearm. Of course we're still friends, how could that change? But I didn't expect you to have room left for drinking. Remus, want to come along? Consider it a celebration for you. Oh, you're right, Harry, I was overthinking. Hagrid looked relieved. He patted his belly and said, I just have some things I want to ask you about. Come along, Remus, we haven't had a drink in ages. Round 2, Lupin smiled mildly. I don't mind. By the way, I guess Sirius has probably arrived at the Great Totem by now. Just a heads up, he's pretty angry that you didn't agree to let him attend the feast. By the rules, non-staff can't enter Hogwarts. It's already good that he can come to the Great Totem, Harry sighed. Let's go, don't keep him waiting. Sirius was indeed already waiting at the Great Totem, with his favorite Muggle fast food, busily grilling meat on the grass outside the Great Totem, and even stacking bottled beer into a mountain on the grass. I was originally planning to let you try my new collection, supposedly a wine brewed by some Eastern magical creature that looks like a monkey. Very precious, Hagrid grumbled, sitting beside Harry with a huge beer mug in hand. But with this many people, there won't be enough to go around. Then hide it away for when it's just the two of us. As a fellow drinker, Harry whispered with a wink. Good, I've already hidden it, Hagrid winked back. Then the two of them burst into laughter together. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Sirius walked over with a plate of grilled meat and said, Here, Harry, congratulations on officially becoming Hogwarts headmaster. Actually, I already was last year, Harry said with a smile, picking up a rib. That doesn't count, Sirius said nonchalantly. Only a headmaster who successfully hosted a new student's opening feast is a real headmaster. The graduation feast you hosted last year only counts as half. Right, this makes it complete, Hagrid said after chugging a mouthful of beer. I have to thank you, Harry, and Dumbledore too. If it weren't for you two killing the basilisk and finding evidence that the basilisk was the one who killed Myrtle, there's no way I could have become a professor. Chapter 278. Hagrid carried the stigma of a murderer on his back. The young Voldemort had pinned the crime of killing Myrtle on Hagrid, using the excuse that the killer was an acromantula to prevent Hogwarts from being shut down. As a result, Hagrid spent a stint in Azkaban, and his wand was snapped. Normally, someone burdened with such a crime would never be able to hold a prestigious position like a Hogwarts professor for the rest of their life. But who could have predicted last year's basilisk attacks on Harry and Dumbledore? Since it had been proven that a basilisk existed in the school, and Myrtle herself confirmed that she had been killed by the basilisk, Hagrid's charges naturally evaporated. No longer needing to hide his secretly bought second-hand wand in his pink umbrella to cast spells covertly, he openly went to Ollivander's wand shop and bought himself a new wand. During that time, Hagrid was so happy that he got roaring drunk every day. There's no need to put it that way, Hagrid, Harry said after clinking glasses with him. Actually, it was Professor Kettleburn who directly recommended you to take over his position. He said your knowledge of magical creatures is more than enough to teach students, and that you've helped him care for a lot of little critters every year. Oh, he's too kind, Hagrid said, his emotions seemingly getting the better of him from sheer joy, tears welling up in his eyes. Glad you're happy, Hagrid, Sirius said casually. No matter what, you've become a professor now. That's something a lot of people dream about. Now you can really mess around with those fierce little darlings of yours. Yeah, I've already gotten a letter from the Ministry of Magic. Starting today, I can breed new magical creatures myself, Hagrid said, his eyes practically sparkling. You don't know how long I've waited for this day. Harry, Sirius, and Remus exchanged glances. Hagrid was still chattering away about his grand plans, but based on what they knew of Hagrid's tastes. All they could hope was that he wouldn't let the students get too close to his furry, little darlings. Every master of magical creatures seemed to have a fondness for dangerous ones. The more perilous, the better. Wait, what's that? After taking another swig of beer, Lupin suddenly said, pointing toward the castle. A pearl-colored glow appeared, and before long, a ghost arrived in front of them. You promised me, Headmaster Potter, the Grey Lady said coldly. Yes, Harry said, standing up. I'll be right back. He walked with the Ravenclaw ghost to a shadowy spot away from the bonfire before saying, So, what's the matter, lady? The Grey Lady opened her mouth but stopped abruptly. Her earlier cold arrogance vanished completely. After stammering a few words, she lowered her head and whispered, I heard from Dumbledore. that you have Ravenclaw's diadem." "Yes, it's in my possession now," Harry said, raising an eyebrow slightly. He wouldn't mention something like that to irrelevant people, so, "Voldemort got the diadem from you." The only things that would concern Dumbledore were Voldemort and his Horcruxes. Voldemort had gradually found these treasures, meaning they each had an original owner before him, so the Ravenclaw ghost was the original owner of Ravenclaw's diadem. "Interesting." "Ravenclaw. Not from my hands. No, it was from me. I told him." Denying it at first, then negating her denial, the Grey Lady looked even more dejected. She suddenly said, "Can I see it?" "Sorry, it's not with me right now," Harry said frankly. "It was damaged, so I sent it to an alchemist to see if he can repair it." "Damaged?" After a brief moment of shock, the Grey Lady flared up in anger. "Why was it damaged? It has so many protections. That's Ravenclaw's." "Watch your tone, lady," Harry interrupted coldly. "Voldemort turned it into a Horcrux, so it had to be destroyed. No matter its significance, that Horcrux diadem even played a hand in last year's demon invasion at Hogwarts." "It's my fault," the Grey Lady said sadly, shaking her head. Her entire ghostly form seemed to wilt. "It's my fault, I told him." "So, Voldemort did get the diadem from you," Harry summarized. "Then you have no right to blame me or Dumbledore for anything." "He deceived me," the Grey Lady suddenly exclaimed, agitated. "I'd never seen anyone like him, handsome, charming, so eloquent, then he just vanished." "That just means he'd gotten what he wanted, so he disappeared," Harry said, suddenly feeling like laughing. Thinking along these lines, whether it was Hufflepuff's cup or Ravenclaw's diadem, Voldemort had pretended to be benevolent to approach those older women, using his handsome appearance to lower their guards, then charming them with his words to win their favor, and finally getting what he wanted. He built his empire by deceiving women. Wasn't Bellatrix the same way? Did Voldemort have any fanatical male followers? Harry thought carefully, from Lucius to Snape to Peter. Actually, no. Wait, there was one? Young Crouch. Harry recalled the Crouch who had been implicated in Sirius's case. He was an upright, meticulous man, but his son had fallen under Voldemort's sway, even seeing him as a father figure. How peculiar. "My name is Helena Ravenclaw," the Grey Lady said with a sorrowful expression. "Yes, just as you thought, Ravenclaw was my mother." Harry raised an eyebrow. The daughter of a Hogwarts founder, that was a truly ancient ghost. "I longed to be wiser and more renowned than my mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, so I stole her diadem, the symbol of wisdom, and hid it in a hollow tree in the Albanian forest." The Grey Lady recounted softly. "The Baron found me, I refused to go back. Then he killed me and afterward he killed himself. We both became ghosts. Voldemort defiled my mother's diadem, without a doubt," the Grey Lady said, gazing into Harry's eyes. "I'm furious, but powerless, thank you. Thank you for destroying his Horcrux, for not letting my mother's diadem remain tainted forever." "As headmaster of Hogwarts, it's my duty," Harry said calmly. "So, did you reveal clues about any other treasures to Voldemort? I suspect he has more than one Horcrux." "No," the Grey Lady shook her head. "I've said enough. Can I ask you one thing?" "What?" "Get the diadem back from that alchemist for me, even if it's damaged. I still want to see it again." "I'll remember," Harry promised. Without another word, the Grey Lady floated back to the castle. Harry wasn't sure if he should show the diadem's remains to the Grey Lady. He figured he'd need to discuss it with Dumbledore. Wizard ghosts appeared because they couldn't move forward on the path after death, meaning only wizards afraid of death, or those with strong unfinished wishes, became ghosts. So the question was, would the Grey Lady suddenly find courage upon seeing Ravenclaw's diadem again? If she suddenly let go and moved on, vanishing from the real world entirely, wouldn't Ravenclaw House be left without its ghost? Would Professor Flitwick eat him alive? Shaking his head, Harry decided not to disturb the two old men's peaceful sleep right now and returned to the bonfire. "What was that? The Ravenclaw ghost needed something from you?" Sirius asked. "Nothing much," Harry said, turning to Hagrid. "Let's keep talking about you, Hagrid. I saw the textbook you've chosen." "The Monster Book of Monsters." Hagrid perked up immediately at the mention. He said enthusiastically, "What do you think? Pretty good, right? Isn't it fun?" Harry fell silent. He really didn't know how to evaluate Hagrid's choice. He could only say the book was indeed very in line with the style of care of magical creatures. Fun, Sirius said with a laugh. The word textbook never goes with fun. Oh, this one's different, Hagrid retorted. You should have it too, right? Harry, get it out quick and show Sirius. Monster Book of Monsters, Accio. With a summoning charm, a book flew out from the window of the Great Hall and landed straight in Harry's hand. It looks downright dead. Hey, I've never seen this book look like that, Hagrid said in surprise. What did you do to it, Harry? I beat it until it stopped biting, Harry said with an odd expression. As a textbook, it's way too lively. Biting, Sirius's interest was piqued immediately. He took the book from Harry's hand and said, and this, ah. Before he could finish, Sirius got bitten. The book had only looked subdued earlier. When Sirius's hand reached what was probably its front, its protruding fang structure snapped open and chomped down on his hand. I can't imagine what shape the students will be in this year after dealing with this book, Lupin said with a subtle expression. From what I know of Hogwarts students, at least 80% of them won't be able to beat this book. 80%? Sirius burst out laughing. You should be more confident, Remus. 99%. I'd bet only top students like Harry and Hermione could tame this thing. Hagrid, you're a genius. Damn it, Remus. Why didn't you pick a book like this for your class? Then we could hear the students wailing. He didn't seem angry at all about being bitten. On the contrary, Sirius was laughing so hard he couldn't stop. He really could get along with the Weasley twins. The three of them got ridiculously excited whenever they saw something that could be used for pranks or surprises. Pick what? Lupin said, exasperated. A book that bites off students' heads. Is it that hard? Hagrid's expression turned troubled. You just need to stroke them like this. Watch. As if it were as simple as putting food in your mouth, Hagrid ran his thick index finger down the book's spine. And the book, which had just been flailing and trying to bite, immediately quieted down, lying peacefully open in his hand. Perfect, Sirius said, clapping exaggeratedly. Aggressive, yet so easily controlled, it's the perfect prank tool. But it's a textbook, Hagrid protested, not some prank gadget. Same difference, Sirius waved it off. Trust me, Hagrid, you've got to give those brats a real shock, especially those Slytherin punks. You think they'll respect you? Like they respect Professor McGonagall, the kind where they don't dare mock you. That question? Though Hagrid wanted to straighten up and say he was a professor and they wouldn't dare disrespect him, his reason told him Sirius was right. The Slytherin students had always looked down on him as the gamekeeper. See, you know it yourself, Sirius snapped his fingers jauntily. So you've got to use this book to bite them hard. Just a reminder, Sirius, Hogwarts banned corporal punishment decades ago, Lupin said helplessly, watching his friend get increasingly worked up. That's why I say Hagrid's a genius, because this is his textbook. If it's a textbook, how can it be corporal punishment? Sirius declared confidently. Trust me, Hagrid, your current attitude won't cut it, too soft. Those Slytherin brats will climb all over you if they see you like this. You've got to be tough. Show them who's boss, that you're the professor. Is that right? Hagrid looked confusedly at Harry. Is this correct? In a way, yes, Harry said after thinking it over. Your situation is actually similar to mine back then. I became a professor as a second-year student, and it wasn't just Slytherins questioning me, it was students from all houses. So I showed them how capable I was first, and that shut them up. Those elemental giants? Hagrid immediately recalled what had happened in Harry's first class. Yeah, those elemental giants. They were impressive. Chapter 279. See, even Harry agrees. Sirius snapped his fingers excitedly. So you've got to do it, Hagrid. Establish your authority as a professor. You can't just let the students walk all over you. You're the professor. The more they push back, the more you push forward. If they don't listen, dock points. Take every last point from those Slytherins. Sirius already had a full plan in mind. Remus was right. Students can't handle that book on their own. You've got to rub it in their faces why they're so clueless, why they can't even calm the thing down. Think about how Snape does it. Heads like trolls, Hagrid recalled hesitantly. Exactly, then dock points. Sirius punched the air. Snape plays favorites with Slytherin, so you play favorites with Gryffindor, lay into them. Show those Slytherins what it's like when their nasty head of house gets a taste of his own medicine. That doesn't seem right, does it? Hagrid mumbled. Professor McGonagall would be cross. She won't, Sirius paused, then grinned. Okay, she might, But that's not the point. Do you think McGonagall, as Gryffindor's head, enjoys watching Snape pick on her house and dock their points? Would you be happy if you were her? She's deputy headmistress. She can't do anything about it. I wouldn't be happy, Hagrid admitted in his deep, rumbling voice. Exactly, Sirius filled Hagrid's goblet to the brim. The problem is you're not like other professors. You're not like Remus. The students know you too well, they still see you as the gamekeeper. If you don't act strict, they won't take you seriously. They'll run wild in your class, especially those Slytherins. Yeah, those Slytherins, Hagrid muttered, taking a deep breath. You're right, I get it now. Hagrid wasn't drunk, which meant Sirius had actually convinced him while he was stone-cold sober. Harry didn't stop the exchange. He just grinned as Sirius worked his magic on Hagrid. Sure, Sirius's motives weren't exactly pure. He just wanted to see Slytherin squirm. He'd pitched the same idea to Lupin before, but Lupin had shot it down. Still, Harry agreed Hagrid needed to command more respect, not the friendly kind, but the kind students give a professor, tinged with a bit of fear. Otherwise, with Hagrid's soft heart, any troublemaker in class could send him spiraling into self-doubt, crushing his confidence entirely. So, maybe learning a thing or two from Snape wasn't such a bad idea. By the way, Harry, Hagrid said suddenly, rubbing his hands together with a sheepish grin, I was wonderin', could I borrow Ragehorn? Just for a class demo, you know, a dragon. You do know Ragehorn's got the smarts of a human now, right? Harry said, thinking it over. I can ask her, but whether she agrees is up to her. Course, Hagrid beamed. Just askin's enough, thanks, Harry. No problem, mate. At Hogwarts, something unprecedented was happening, unseen in over 1,000 years. The headmaster was attending classes. Officially, Harry was there to observe and ensure the professors were up to standard, but anyone with half a brain could guess the real reason he was there. It was McGonagall's desperate suggestion, at least to make the excuse sound respectable. The next morning, Harry sat with his friends as Hagrid's first lesson loomed. It was care of magical creatures, second period, with Gryffindor and Slytherin together, a combination that always spelled trouble. This was a massive test for Hagrid. Harry was curious to see how much Sirius's pep talk had sunk in. As a friend, he had to cheer Hagrid on. Hagrid's class was held at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, right by his hut. When the students arrived, Hagrid was already waiting at the door, one hand holding Fang's leash, with several open wooden crates at his feet. Fang was straining, desperate to sniff whatever was inside. As Harry got closer, he heard an odd clattering noise from the crates, mixed with faint pops like tiny explosions. Morning, Hagrid boomed. It was hard to believe Hagrid could keep such a stern expression. At least, it looked stern. He didn't even come over to chat with Harry, Hermione, or the others, just stood rigidly in front of his hut until every student had arrived. Good, I'm pleased no one's late or absent, Hagrid said gravely after taking roll. I won't tolerate anyone missing this, blast-ended Scroots. Ooh, he's channeling McGonagall, Ron whispered. I know that tone all too well. He wasn't the only one who noticed. But the new term grabbed everyone's attention. What? Hermione blinked, confused. Blast-ended Scroots. Disgusting. Lavender Brown peeked into a crate, then leapt back as if bitten, shrieking. And it was disgusting. The crates were filled with slimy, pale gray things like shellless prawns. Their many legs stuck out at odd angles, heads impossible to spot, hundreds of them wriggling together. Every so often, sparks shot from their tails, propelling them forward with a stench like rotting fish. They move that fast, Harry looked up, incredulous. You've been at this for a while, haven't you? These blast-ended Scroots were clearly a brand-new magical creature, bred by Hagrid himself. Officially, he'd only have the authority to create new species as a professor, but he'd just become one yesterday. Which meant he'd started this project over the summer. Oh, just a tiny bit early, Hagrid said with a wink, lowering his voice. Cute little things, aren't they? Ron, overhearing, looked like he was about to choke. Hagrid's taste in creatures never failed to surprise his friends. Anyway, these are brand new magical creatures, never seen before, Hagrid announced proudly. You lot get to raise 'em. I'll tell you now, your term project is to rear these Scroots. Why? A cold, sharp voice cut through the crowd. Merlin's beard her again, Ron muttered, grimacing. Ever since Malfoy stopped being such a git, Pansy's somehow taken his place. Maybe she was always this bad, and you were just too busy hating Malfoy to notice," Neville whispered. "What?" Ron gaped at his friend. "You might as well hex me." "Why?" Hagrid looked puzzled, thrown off by the question. "I mean, what are they good for?" Pansy pressed. "What's their use?" Hagrid's mouth fell open. He'd braced for Slytherin trouble, but not this. There, he stammered. Harry kicked Hagrid's leg. Rubeus Hagrid, remember Sirius's advice. The kick was hard enough to jolt Hagrid back to the moment. "Slytherin minus 10 points. No, 20, Hagrid barked, channeling Sirius's coaching. Disrespecting a professor, ignoring my instructions. He belatedly realized he should explain. "I already said they're a brand new magical creature." Brand new, got it. "And you have the nerve to ask what raising a new magical creature is good for." Pansy froze, stunned by the 20-point loss. It was the first day of term, not even past noon, not even lunchtime, and she'd already cost Slytherin 20 points. Then came the anger. "How dare you?" Pansy screeched. "I'll tell Professor McGonagall, I'll tell the head." She stopped mid-sentence. First, she realized McGonagall wouldn't care. Then she noticed Harry, the headmaster, sitting right next to Hagrid, silently watching. Tears welled up. "I'll tell my father, he's on the board. He'll make sure you're never." "Shut it, you dung-filled troll," Hagrid's roar cut her off, loud enough to echo to the castle. "Is your head stuffed with gillyweed? Your stupidity's clearer than a troll's snot." "Blimey, that's Snape," Ron said, pinching his leg to keep from laughing, his face red. Never thought Snape's insults would hit so hard when shouted by a bloke like Hagrid. "Yeah, same words, totally different vibe," Hermione said, biting back a grin. Other Gryffindors weren't as restrained, bursting into laughter. For the first time ever, Snape's biting insults were being flung back at a Slytherin like a bucket of water. "A brand new magical creature," Hagrid declared, brimming with pride. "Most wizards never get to discover one. Their habits, their preferences, these are things that'll go in new textbooks. This is nothing like your average care of magical creatures class." Pansy looked ready to argue, but Draco, sitting nearby, flicked his wand, silencing her. "Enough, Parkinson," Draco said coldly. "Stop embarrassing Slytherin. Professor, if we help you study these new creatures' habits, will our names be included in the new textbook?" "Of course," Hagrid answered quickly after a brief pause. "Absolutely, but only the best students the ones who perform best, get that chance." "Good," Draco nodded, saying no more. But his words had done their job. The idea of having their names in a textbook, maybe even a note about discovering what these creatures like to eat, lit a spark. Honor. After the Triwizard Tournament's glory, students were hungry for anything that could etch their names in history. Hagrid had won them over. For now, the students stared at the slimy, spark-shooting creatures with eager eyes, a strong start. "Right, Malfoy, for your cleverness Slytherin gets 10 points. Hagrid's generosity with points made a few students cover their faces. "If you don't want to be here, go back to the castle," Hagrid snapped at Pansy, mimicking Snape's glare. "Care of magical creatures doesn't need someone who doesn't love magical creatures." That was Hagrid's true heart speaking. "Everyone else follow me. Like I said, these are brand new creatures. Even I don't know what they like, what their personalities are, or what they hate. Today we're going to try feeding them. Call it exploring the unknown. I think you'll enjoy it." "Oh, one more thing," Hagrid added suddenly. "Get your textbooks out. I want you to find something you think a blast-ended Scroot might like to eat." Chapter 280. "Books." A miserable voice rose from the crowd. "That's right, your textbooks," Hagrid said cheerfully. "You'll probably want to start with their parents' eating habits. See, I bred these from a manticore and a fire crab, so you can begin your research there. I've got plenty of options ready for you, pick based on the book's recommendations, kids." "But Professor," a Gryffindor student raised their hand, face contorted in distress. "We can't even open it, it's terrifying." When it came to these textbooks, hardly any student looked pleased. Some had their books tightly bound with ropes to keep them from biting, others stuffed them into small boxes, or simply clamped them shut with large clips. "Nobody can open their books?" Hagrid wasn't entirely surprised, thanks to last night's heads-up from Harry and a few others. All right. I reckon you've noticed that Harry's book and a few others are perfectly calm. No need for ropes, all you have to do is stroke its spine." Unfortunately, perhaps because of Pansy Parkinson's earlier example, No one dared to contradict Hagrid this time, leaving him oddly disappointed despite his preparedness. "You're third-year students now," Hagrid continued, echoing the advice Sirius had given him. "You ought to have a way to handle these books by now." The strategy was simple: put the problem back on the students. Once you've got your books open, you can start looking for what a blast-ended Scroot might like to eat. Remember, their parents are a manticore and a fire crab, so start with what those two like. Hagrid's voice boomed across the group. "I'll let you in on something," he added. "By the end of this term, if you've raised your Scroots well, you'll get a chance to touch Ragehorn." With a mighty roar, as if summoned by Hagrid's shout, an ice-blue dragon soared out from the forbidden forest. She swooped low over Hagrid's hut, eliciting gasps and cheers from the students before gliding back into the trees. "Focus!" Hagrid clapped his hands loudly, pulling the students' attention back. "Did you see her? That's Ragehorn. Isn't she beautiful?" Truth be told, Hagrid's expression was even more awestruck than the students. "Yeah, she's stunning," someone said. This time, even the Slytherins didn't argue. "That's the ice dragon that protected Hogwarts last year, right?" a student asked excitedly, reluctantly tearing their gaze away. "If we take good care of these little things, will we get to fly with her?" "I don't know," Hagrid shrugged. "Ragehorn is Headmaster Potter's battle companion. I can only promise you'll get to touch her if you do well. Whether she'll let you fly depends on whether you can convince her." Or, Hagrid thought to himself, convince Harry. Suddenly, eager eyes turned to Harry. "Ragehorn's clever," Harry explained, feeling the weight of their stares. "She's not like ordinary, witless fire dragons. Her intelligence is on par with a human's, so if she doesn't want to, I can't force her." "So, Headmaster, is Ragehorn a new kind of fire dragon?" a student asked. "I've never seen such a beautiful dragon before." "Yes, an elemental dragon, a new breed of fire dragon, an ice dragon," Harry nodded slightly. "I think you're starting to see the allure of magical creatures." "Absolutely, Professor," someone shouted to Hagrid. "Let's get started, I can't wait." Hagrid's first class ended on a high note. Fueled by the tantalizing promise, even the hundreds of slimy, dead fish-smelling grubs in the crates seemed almost beautiful. The students eagerly tossed in whatever they thought a blast-ended Scroot might eat: breadcrumbs, sausages, grass, water bugs, frog livers, ant eggs, emerald snakes, you name it. Hagrid had prepared a wide variety of options. By the time class ended, many students felt they hadn't had enough fun. By dinner, the story of Hagrid and his blast-ended Scroots had spread like wildfire among the students, along with his promise about the magnificent ice dragon and the challenge of raising a new, unknown magical creature. For those who hadn't seen the Scroots in person, the prospect was particularly enticing. Compared to Hagrid, Lupin's teaching career started far more smoothly. Thanks to Harry's groundwork, the students had no reason to question Lupin's authority. He also knew exactly what they wanted to hear. For his first class, he announced they'd set the textbooks aside for a practical lesson, dueling to assess their skills. As for the young witches and wizards dueling, well, it was underwhelming. For many students, whose deepest daily concerns revolved around what to eat for lunch or dinner, casting spells often took a backseat to simply dropping their wands and throwing a punch. Even for third years, this held true. With Lupin's experience and composure, winning over the students required no effort at all. Harry's role shifted constantly: teacher, student, headmaster. He had written to Nicholas Flamel about the Grey Lady's request, but instead of a repaired diadem, he received an invitation to Nicholas's funeral. Nicholas had invited many to attend his funeral. Harry once again saw the stooped, white-haired wizards, though this time there were younger faces like Madame Maxime. Still, Harry remained the youngest. "Do you think the Grey Lady should see the diadem again?" Harry asked Dumbledore, who stood beside him. "What if it causes her to disappear?" "Why not?" Dumbledore replied without hesitation. "I think it's a good thing, Harry. If a ghost finds peace and faces what they couldn't in life, moving forward in the afterlife is surely a positive step." "But then Ravenclaw would lose its iconic ghost," Harry mused. "If the Grey Lady moves on, who do you think I should find to replace her?" "That's your problem now," Dumbledore chuckled heartily. "You know, Harry, I'm delighted I no longer have to worry about these things." If he could, Dumbledore would have resigned from his role as chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards. The old man had tasted true freedom. Voldemort was no longer his concern. Even if he dropped dead right now, he wouldn't worry about the wizarding world lacking someone to counter Voldemort. The headmaster's duties were in the hands of someone responsible, and the new Minister for Magic was a practical leader. To Dumbledore, the world suddenly felt lighter. The only thing still nagging at him was Gellert Grindelwald's whereabouts. Since their last adventure together, Grindelwald had vanished without a trace. "Oh, Albus Harry," Nicholas's frail voice interrupted their conversation as he shuffled over. "You're a bit late." Compared to their last meeting, Nicholas now resembled a withered tree, his body devoid of muscle, just thin skin stretched over bones. His eyes were deeply sunken, almost enough to frighten a child. "Sorry, classes just ended," Harry said apologetically. "No worries, I'm just teasing," Nicholas said with a cheerful smile. "Seeing so many old friends at the end of my life is already a priceless treasure." "Actually, if you wanted," Harry began hesitantly. "No, I don't," Nicholas cut him off firmly. "I've lived long enough, and so has Perenelle. You don't understand, young Harry. About 200 years ago, my body started to weaken. The slightest bump would dislocate a joint or break a bone." "We've lived enough," Nicholas said with a smile. "Albus must have told you that line he loves, hasn't he? Death is but the next great adventure." "The starting point," Dumbledore added with a grin. "Just a beginning." "Yes, a beginning," Nicholas nodded. "Come on, it's almost time." Not in France, but in Devon, England, where Nicholas and his wife had settled over a decade ago. Harry had once asked why a Frenchman with so much wealth in France chose to retire in England. Nicholas's answer was simple: the French were too passionate. "I'm delighted to introduce my heir," Nicholas said, placing both hands on Harry's shoulders as he addressed his friends. "You may have heard already, but yes, his name is Harry Potter, the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm bequeathing my home in France, my entire library, and all my collections to him, in hopes he'll advance further in the path of alchemy, once he's done with his own affairs, of course." A ripple of good-natured laughter followed. "We thought you'd pick a Frenchman, Nicholas," a white-haired witch remarked. "It wasn't my choice," Nicholas shook his head slightly. "It said it wanted to go to him." Nicholas's words were cryptic, but he offered no further explanation. Instead, he leaned in to whisper to Harry, "Sorry, you'll have to repair the diadem yourself. As you can see, my time is running out." "It's all right, teacher," Harry said earnestly. "It's my responsibility, I'll fix it." "Good, I trust you," Nicholas said, patting Harry's shoulder with a relieved smile. There was no intention of returning to France, even in death. Nicholas's grave was in Devon, right beside his cottage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to die," Nicholas announced cheerfully, lying hand in hand with his wife in their shared coffin. "Farewell, we'll try not to let you catch up too soon." It was a peculiar farewell, one that could only exist among wizards, and even then, it was rare. After sharing a final kiss with his wife, Nicholas closed his eyes. He passed quickly, as if he could choose the moment of his death. The second his eyes shut, he was gone. "Oh, by the way, feel free to take anything you like from the house as a keepsake," Nicholas suddenly added, his eyes snapping open for a moment before closing again. The moment was odd. Everyone waited in silence, ensuring Nicholas's chest no longer rose, that he wouldn't suddenly sit up with another quip. He was indeed gone. The coffin lid closed on its own, and the soil piled on either side began to fill the grave of its own accord. "That sly old dog," someone in the crowd muttered. A legendary alchemist, the only man to create the elixir of life, a figure who profoundly shaped the wizarding world, had ended his story in a light-hearted, whimsical atmosphere. Harry thought this was probably exactly what Nicholas wanted: no mournful faces at his funeral. Each guest took something from Nicholas's cottage as a memento, per his will. As his heir, Harry saw off every wizard, at least becoming familiar with their faces. When he was finally alone, Harry locked the cottage door. After a moment's thought, he drew his wand. He didn't want Nicholas's final resting place disturbed, and he knew just the spell to ensure its secrecy. The Fidelius Charm. With a precise casting, Harry hid Nicholas and Perenelle's grave and cottage under the Fidelius Charm. Then, he returned to Hogwarts. In the Ravenclaw Tower, he found the Grey Lady. "This is your mother's diadem," Harry said softly, placing it on the table. I'm sorry it was damaged, but destroying Voldemort's Horcrux was necessary. It's all right, the Grey Lady said, her expression tinged with sorrow but composed, perhaps because she'd long known the diadem's fate. Voldemort defiled it. It's not your fault. It's mine. I didn't keep it secret. Chapter 281. The Grey Lady extended her translucent hand, reaching for the diadem placed on the table. Compared to the state it was in after last year's battle, Nico had restored the diadem's appearance perfectly. The ornate details, once crushed by a warhammer, were now as pristine as ever. However, Nico hadn't repaired the diadem's true function, the ability to grant wisdom to its wearer. As a ghost, the Grey Lady couldn't touch physical objects. Her hand passed through the diadem, but her expression grew content. At least it's back at Hogwarts, she murmured after a long pause. It's back. I wish Mother could see it again. I think, Harry said softly, that Rowena Ravenclaw would want to see you most of all. You're her only family, her most beloved daughter. The Grey Lady, no, Helena Ravenclaw, stared at Harry speechless. Suddenly, she smiled. You're right, Helena said, her voice lightening. Mother would want to see me. Yes, that's it, I should go to her. I can't keep her waiting too long. As she spoke, her pearlescent ghostly form began to fade rapidly, as if the essence holding her together was being drawn away. In mere moments, she vanished completely from the empty classroom. Her final words lingered in the air. Tell Barrow I'll never forgive him, and I'll never love him. Tell him to go die. Though her words were a curse, Helena's tone was oddly cheerful, as if she were casually discussing dinner plans. Harry considered for a moment and decided to pass on Helena's message. After asking a few portraits for directions, he found the Bloody Baron in a dungeon classroom. That's what Helena left behind, her final words, Harry said, quickly explaining what had happened. The next moment, a relieved smile spread across the Bloody Baron's face. She's chosen to move on, Barrow muttered to himself. She acknowledged me, haha, she. Just like the scene Harry had witnessed in Ravenclaw Tower, Barrow's form began to dissipate rapidly. Soon, he was gone entirely. Did a ghost just ascend? Severus Snape's voice cut through as he stepped into the room, having heard the commotion from his office nearby. He arrived just in time to see Barrow vanish. Yeah, ascended, Harry said, turning his head with an innocent expression. Sorry, Slytherin's out of a ghost now, but don't worry, Ravenclaw's in the same boat. Snape, his face darkened. Are you telling me, esteemed Headmaster Potter, Snape said, taking a deep breath and speaking in his characteristic drawl, that with 2 other schools about to arrive, 2 of Hogwarts' houses have lost their representative ghosts. It's a good thing, Severus, Harry said thoughtfully. At least they've both found the courage to move on. We should be happy for them. Don't mimic Dumbledore. Snape's face grew even darker. I need to find new house ghosts for Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Any recommendations? Harry asked. Do you think suitable house ghosts grow like weeds by the roadside? Snape snapped. Why can't you be more like Lily, always causing trouble, typical Gryffindor, just like your father? Mind your tone, Severus, Harry said with a grin. In school, it's Headmaster Potter. Yes, Headmaster Potter, Snape said through gritted teeth. Then this is a matter for the headmaster and deputy to handle, not a poor, innocent potions professor like me. With a dramatic sweep of his black robes, Snape turned to leave. But you're the Slytherin head of house, Harry called after him, barely suppressing a laugh. You wouldn't want some dreadful ghost representing your house, would you? Snape froze mid-step. He turned, his dark eyes boring into Harry. I'll look into it, he said curtly before stalking off. Harry shook his head slightly. The thought of breaking the news to Professor Flitwick about Ravenclaw's ghostless state gave him a headache. He could only hope the return of Ravenclaw's diadem would lift the professor's spirits. It was strange, Harry reflected. Over time, he'd begun to notice a shift in Snape's behavior. At first, it seemed Snape had projected his feelings for Harry's mother, Lily, onto Harry himself. But as Snape spent more time with Lily's spirit and heeded her guidance, Harry sensed Snape was starting to lump him together with James, someone Snape decidedly didn't care for. Lily was Lily, pure and untouchable. This became especially clear before term started, when Harry and Lupin approached Snape to ask him to brew Wolfsbane potion for Lupin each month during his tenure. Snape had unleashed a venomous tirade, sparing neither Lupin nor Harry. The only silver lining was that Snape agreed to make the potion and promised not to make it taste too vile. Well, not excessively vile. When Professor Flitwick learned his house ghost had ascended, his expression was as if the sky had fallen. But Harry quickly produced Ravenclaw's diadem, which mitigated the disaster. Though Harry explained the diadem's functionality hadn't been restored, only its appearance, Flitwick's enthusiasm was undampened. The white-haired professor, both mentor and friend to Harry, eagerly volunteered to find a new ghost for Ravenclaw, on the condition that Harry let him keep the diadem temporarily to savor it. No Ravenclaw could resist the allure of Rowena's diadem, just as no Gryffindor could resist Gryffindor's sword. The start of term always passed quickly. New classes, new magic, and the thrill of sharing summer adventures with friends made time slip by unnoticed. Random new dishes appearing on the dining tables only added to the excitement. Until late October, the eve of Halloween. At 6 o'clock that evening, representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were due to arrive, and afternoon classes had been cut short by half an hour to prepare. "They're finally coming," Ron said, wiping sweat from his brow. The potions lesson they just endured had left him feeling like his bones were jelly. "Honestly, if they took any longer, I'd have suffocated." "It's a bit much," Neville said glumly. "Merlin, I never thought Filch would revert to his old self. He goes ballistic if anyone dirties the corridors." "Cut him some slack," Hermione said with a sigh. "Filch isn't just our apprentice mate, he's the castle caretaker. If the place is a mess when Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrive, it'll embarrass Hogwarts. He's probably under a lot of pressure." "Is he? I think he's enjoying himself, like he's rediscovered his true calling," Ron muttered. "You think?" Hermione laughed. "I thought your eyes were only for Lavender these days. Didn't know you had room for Filch." "Hey mate, what do you mean, room for Filch? That's a weird way to put it," Ron protested. "And Lavender and I, we're just good friends, that's all." "Oh, friends," Hermione teased with a sly smile. "Friends who snog in the library." "How'd you know?" Ron yelped, jumping as if electrocuted. "Because you were so caught up you got kicked out by Madam Pince," Hermione said, rolling her eyes. "You think I'd go looking for your little rendezvous?" "Of course not," Ron said quickly, but... "Looks like it's true," Harry said, eyeing Ron closely. In seconds, Ron's face had turned as red as his hair. "Mate," Ron said, rubbing his hands nervously, "Lavender and I, yeah, we're together. What's the problem?" "No one said there was a problem," Hermione said, blinking innocently. "You're the one overreacting. And you and Lavender, it's practically a hero saves damsel story, isn't it? Totally normal." "Yeah, hero saves damsel," Ron said, breaking into a goofy grin. "She says she totally admires me, especially when I stood up to Lockhart last year." Here we go, Harry thought. Ron's storytelling mode had kicked in. He exchanged a glance with Hermione and Neville, who shrugged. No one interrupted. Ever since Ron had heroically distracted Lockhart last year, Lavender Brown had become his biggest fan, pursuing him with fervor. Harry wasn't surprised they'd finally gotten together. Even over the summer, especially during their time at Grimmauld Place, Ron had been bombarded with owl post, sometimes 2 or 3 letters a day. The poor owl had gone on strike a few times. Ron probably thought he'd been discreet, but Fred and George had just been too kind to tease their little brother too much. "Wait, Dumbledore's here," Hermione said suddenly, spotting a familiar white-bearded figure at the Great Hall's entrance. "Yeah, Karkaroff insisted Dumbledore be present during the Triwizard Tournament," Harry whispered. "I'll catch up later, I've got to go." "Go get 'em, show Beauxbatons and Durmstrang what our headmaster's made of," Ron said, snapping out of his daze and pumping a fist. The Great Hall had been transformed since morning. It wasn't just decorated, it was a complete overhaul. Massive silk banners in red, yellow, blue, and green hung on the walls, each bearing the emblem of a Hogwarts house: lion, badger, eagle, and snake. Behind the staff table, the largest banner displayed Hogwarts' crest. The display amplified the students' school pride. For the past week, the castle had buzzed with one topic: the Triwizard Tournament. Who would be Hogwarts champion? What were Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students like? How did they compare to Hogwarts? Now, with the other schools' arrivals imminent, Hogwarts' 4 houses stood united as one even Slytherin. Even Slytherin. The students gathered in the entrance hall, with professors lined up in front and Harry, Dumbledore, and McGonagall at the forefront. How does it feel to be back at Hogwarts? Harry asked Dumbledore with a grin. You lived here for decades. This place must feel like home. Ever think about coming back? Oh, I must admit, seeing Hogwarts again is wonderfully nostalgic. Thank you, Headmaster Potter, for allowing an outsider like me to return, Dumbledore replied with exaggerated playfulness. Don't mention it. It was Karkaroff who insisted on your presence, Harry said, smiling. You give him more of a sense of security than I do. Not the most flattering sentiment, Dumbledore said, winking. But I understand his unease. You may not know this, Harry, but there's a curious rumor in the wizarding world. A rumor? Harry asked. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. They say someone was approached by Death Eaters. Death Eaters? Harry tilted his head, surprised. Lucius didn't mention anything. What's the rumor about? I'm not questioning Mr. Malfoy's loyalty, Dumbledore said seriously. I'm only saying that someone claiming to be a Death Eater approached a person. I've verified it myself. What's curious is that the person is still alive, and there was no dark mark over their house. Chapter 282. So why are the Death Eaters after him? Harry asked. They raided a huge stash of potions, Dumbledore said, looking somewhat puzzled. According to my old friend, the Death Eater claimed Voldemort has returned. Perhaps that's why Headmaster Karkaroff is so on edge. They've always had their own ways of communicating, or rather, secret channels for information. So he thinks Voldemort's back out there, gathering his old followers and taking revenge on those who betrayed him, Harry said, rubbing his chin. No wonder Karkaroff's in such a hurry, practically dragging his students here from the first day of term. Are you sure your friend's all right? Like, not under the Imperious curse or anything? Unlikely, Dumbledore replied, though he seemed a bit uncertain. I'd say he's something of a master when it comes to memory charms. If his memories had been tampered with, he'd likely notice. Honestly, though it's not exactly ethical to say, I'm rather curious why he's still alive after being tracked down by Death Eaters. Maybe he struck some kind of deal, Harry speculated, to save his own skin, you know. Perhaps, Dumbledore said calmly, but we can't condemn him for something like that without proof. The students were whispering incessantly. It was a chilly evening, with night already fallen and a bright white moon hanging over the Forbidden Forest. They were busy guessing how the representatives from the other two schools would arrive. Quiet, please, Harry suddenly shouted. The Beauxbatons delegation has arrived. Professor, where are they? A student called out immediately, but Harry didn't need to answer. Everyone soon spotted a massive shape soaring swiftly over the Forbidden Forest, heading toward the castle. What is that, an airplane? A first-year student shrieked, clearly from a Muggle family. Don't be ridiculous, it's a flying house, another student retorted. Under the students' eager gazes, a gigantic powder blue carriage landed on the open ground in front of the castle, pulled through the air by 12 magnificent winged horses, Abraxans, each the size of an elephant. Harry had ridden them before during his time at Beauxbatons. The carriage bore an emblem of 2 golden wands crossed, each emitting 3 stars. The door swung open, and a boy in a pale blue robe leapt out. He fumbled on the ground for a moment before a golden spiral staircase descended. Then, Madame Maxime stepped down from the carriage, her towering height eliciting gasps from the students. Aside from Hagrid, they rarely saw someone so tall, especially a woman. Harry began clapping to welcome her, and the students quickly followed suit. Though he'd once privately imagined pairing Madame Maxime with Hagrid, their heights were strikingly similar. She was distinctly different from him, at least in appearance and demeanor. Today, her hair was swept back into a shining bun at the nape of her neck, and she was draped in black satin from head to toe, with opals gleaming at her throat and on her thick fingers. Harry stole a glance at Hagrid and noticed his eyes fixed on Madame Maxime, clapping absently. Got it, mate, Harry thought. In such a formal setting, the meeting between the two headmasters was naturally more solemn than Harry's last encounter with Madame Maxime. The only issue was his height, or lack thereof, compared to hers. When she extended her hand, Harry's attempt at a courteous hand-kiss was, to put it mildly, a bit awkward. There was no mistaking the stifled giggles from both Hogwarts and Beauxbatons students. "Dear Madame Maxime," Harry said earnestly, ignoring the laughter, "welcome to Hogwarts." "Headmaster Potter," Madame Maxime replied in her deep voice, "I trust you've been well." "Thank you, everything's going smoothly," Harry said with a smile. "And of course you, former Headmaster Dumbledore," Madame Maxime added, clearly an old acquaintance of Dumbledore's, as she smiled at him. "I hope you're well, too." "Very well, thank you," Dumbledore replied, performing a hand kiss with ease. Despite his age, his height allowed him to do so without bending at all. "My students," Madame Maxime said, waving a hand behind her. The Beauxbatons students had already disembarked and were curiously eyeing Harry and the towering Hogwarts castle. "Let me introduce you, Harry," Madame Maxime said with a smile, pulling forward a girl wrapped tightly in a scarf, revealing only a pair of striking blue eyes. "Fleur, I mentioned her to you when you visited France, remember?" "Of course," Harry nodded. "Pleased to meet you, miss." "Likewise," Fleur said confidently. "You're younger than I imagined, but I believe you're headmaster of Hogwarts because of your exceptional abilities." "Thank you," Harry said, smiling. "I hope you'll enjoy your time at Hogwarts." "I will." "Well, it seems you've already made introductions," Madame Maxime said, clapping her hands. She glanced around. "Has Karkaroff arrived?" "Not yet, but he should be here soon," Harry replied. "Would you like to wait or head inside to warm up?" "Let's go inside," Madame Maxime said. "Oh, and our horses. You remember what they like, don't you, Harry? You got along so well with them during the holidays." "Single malt whiskey," Harry said with a grin. "They're excellent mounts. I'll have Hagrid take care of them." "Hagrid?" "My care of magical creatures professor," Harry said, gesturing toward Hagrid. "Trust me, he's an expert in this area. You can rely on him." Madame Maxime glanced at Hagrid, momentarily taken aback by his size, then quickly turned back. "Perfect, then," she said, giving a slight bow before addressing her students. "Follow me." Harry returned the courtesy and watched as the Beauxbatons group headed into the castle, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who would guide the guests. Durmstrang was late. By late October, the evening chill had many students shivering in the breeze, craning their necks to the sky, speculating about what kind of carriage Durmstrang might arrive in. "Wait, look at the lake," Lee Jordan suddenly shouted, pointing at the black lake. The once calm water began to churn, waves crashing against the damp shore as a massive whirlpool formed in the center, as if a giant plug had been pulled from the lake's depths. Within moments, a grand black ship rose from the water, gleaming under the moonlight, reminiscent of ghostly vessels from old tales. As the ship neared the shore, an anchor splashed into the shallows, and a plank was lowered. The passengers disembarked swiftly. Compared to their last meeting during the holidays, Karkaroff looked far more haggard, his ornate robes unable to mask his weariness. "Dumbledore," Karkaroff's eyes lit up as he stepped ashore, calling out enthusiastically. "My dear old friend, how are you?" Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, Karkaroff rushed over, ignoring his own students. "Quite well, thank you, Professor Karkaroff," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Oh, that's wonderful, truly wonderful," Karkaroff said, visibly relieved as he shook Dumbledore's hand vigorously. "Hogwarts is lucky to have you. Everyone knows it's only safe with you around. Splendid." "Not necessarily," Dumbledore said lightly. "Last year, I stepped down precisely because I failed to protect Hogwarts in time. In fact, I believe Headmaster Potter has done a far better job than I ever did." Of course," Karkaroff said, as if only just noticing Harry. He extended a hand. "Headmaster Potter, naturally. I only meant Dumbledore's experience, you understand." "I'm just a guest," Dumbledore said with a shrug, committing to nothing. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Headmaster Karkaroff," Harry said calmly, shaking his hand. "Please, come inside. The Beauxbatons group has already arrived." "Yes, Hogwarts, dear old Hogwarts," Karkaroff said, looking up at the castle. His smile didn't reach his eyes, which remained cold. "It's good to be back. I mean, it's good that Beauxbatons is here. Let's get inside and warm up. Victor, come here." "You must know him, Headmaster Potter," Karkaroff said, his smile finally carrying some genuine warmth as he mentioned the name. "Victor Krum, the best seeker in the world, I'd say. You're something of a Quidditch star yourself, Potter. You'd understand, wouldn't you?" Victor Krum's appearance sparked an even louder cheer from the Hogwarts students than Beauxbatons' arrival. As a Quidditch celebrity, his fame among wizards needed no explanation. Lee Jordan and the Weasley twins were among those jumping and craning their necks to get a better look at Krum, some frantically searching their pockets for pens to get his autograph. Krum had a prominent hooked nose, thick black eyebrows, and a muscular build, though his cloak concealed much of it. "Hello, Headmaster Potter," Crumb said politely, bowing before speaking, unlike Karkaroff. I've read about your matches. The feints you used have become something many Quidditch players try to emulate. Thanks, I know of you too, Harry said with a smile. When Professor McGonagall recommended me to the Kenmare Kestrels, they used you as an example to get me special permission. It's different, Crumb said, shaking his head. I was much older when I joined the Bulgarian national team. No offense, but will you be playing in next year's World Cup? I hear you haven't played for the Kestrels in a while. Their performance has been lacking. Hard to say, Harry replied thoughtfully. You know how things are, wizards, muggles, everything's a mess right now. I'm not sure if I'll have time for the World Cup. Quidditch was always just a way for me to stay active, really. That's a pity, Crumb said, genuinely disappointed. I was hoping to face you in next year's match. Enough, Crumb, Karkaroff interrupted, clapping Victor on the shoulder. Headmaster Potter has far more important things to deal with, so you'll have to carry the Quidditch star mantle on your own. Let's not dawdle, it's freezing by the Black Lake at night. The guests filed into the Great Hall, and the Hogwarts students returned to their seats, eagerly watching the newcomers. The Beauxbaton students chose seats near the Ravenclaw table, while the Durmstrang group, true to the reputation spread by Slytherin students, sat right at the Slytherin table. After all, Durmstrang was the only one of the 3 schools that openly taught dark magic, and Slytherin had always prided itself on such studies. Look at the Slytherins, Ron sneered. They're swarming Crumb like a pack of overexcited lapdogs. I bet a celebrity like him can see right through their nonsense. Can you believe it? Even Malfoy's trying to cozy up to him. He's embarrassing us shaman apprentices. Chapter 283. Wasn't that a bit much? Neville mumbled through a bite of sausage. Crumb's a famous Quidditch star, after all. Malfoy supporting him isn't exactly throwing a shaman priest's honor to the wind, is it? Why? Ron whipped his head around, growling under his breath. Harry's a Quidditch star too. Kay Champagne's Harry's rival, his competitor, as Harry's friends were supposed to back him. Oh, my dear little Ronnie, Fred leaned over with a grin. Sure, we're all Harry's supporters when it comes to Quidditch, got his posters plastered all over the burrow, but there's a harsh truth here. Harry hasn't played in a club match in ages. The Kenmare Kestrels have even got a new member on the team. Yeah, but they haven't kicked Harry out, Lee Jordan interjected. They said he could come back for a guest appearance anytime. You can't stop people from liking their favorite players, Ron, even if Harry's our mate and Gryffindor's Tauren Lion King. Speaking of, I thought Hermione would be the one fussing over this, not you. He glanced at her. Hermione. Lee's words drew everyone's attention to Hermione, who didn't seem to hear her name being called. She was staring daggers at a girl across the table, her face half hidden by a scarf, only her eyes visible. I feel a murderous vibe, mate, Jordan said, swallowing a bite of bread. You feel that? Yeah, mate, I do, Fred replied, following Hermione's gaze, but I'd call it more of a war between women. He turned to Ron and Neville. Any idea what's got her like that? Who knows, Ron said, slathering gravy on his bread, still fuming about Malfoy. It started outside, acting like she's got a grudge against her and they've only just met. Well, haven't even seen her face yet. I know why, Lavender Brown, sitting next to Ron, perked up. She glanced at Hermione, making sure she wasn't listening, then whispered, You lot are just too used to Hermione to see it. You don't treat her like a lady. What's that supposed to mean? Ron asked, bewildered. What's a lady got to do with it? Dummy, Lavender huffed. Everyone knows Hermione fancies Harry. And just now, when that giantess headmistress from Beauxbatons came down, what did she say? What? Neville looked just as lost. She introduced Harry to that girl, Lavender said, her eyes wide as if it were obvious. Said they'd met before in France or something. Correction, Fred said, looking like he'd just solved a mystery. Not met, she mentioned her name to Harry before. Can't blame you for missing it, Ron. Took us a second too. Yeah, George nodded eagerly. What did the girl say? Something about Harry being younger than she imagined, and having exceptional abilities. Exactly, Lavender said, pleased. Girls are way more tuned into this stuff than you lot. Wait, what are you all on about? Ron's confusion deepened. I'm completely lost here. Your girlfriend's saying that Beauxbaton's headmistress is trying to set Harry up with that girl? Fred explained, exasperated. And the girl didn't exactly say no, so Hermione's not thrilled, because she wants to be Harry's girlfriend. Clear enough, my dear little Ronnie. Got it, Ron started. I am not, Hermione cut him off sharply. Her face flushed red as she protested. I'm not trying to be Harry's girlfriend, I just think she's a bit odd, that's all. The keyword seemed to snap Hermione back to reality. She noticed everyone staring at her, and her scalp prickled with embarrassment. Oh, come off it, Lavender said sharply. Every girl at Hogwarts wants to be Harry's girlfriend. It's just that none of us get as close to him as you do. Hey, hold on, Ron sensed trouble brewing. Oh, that was then. Now you're my one and only sweetheart, Lavender cooed. That was enough to melt Ron's scowl into a sappy grin. The two shared a quick kiss right there at the table, oblivious to everyone else. Fred and George, sitting nearby, made synchronized gagging noises, clearly grossed out. People in love, Fred muttered. Wait, hang on, is she coming over? Neville suddenly sat up straight, nudging Ron. She's actually coming. And she was. Hermione's intense stare wasn't unusual, everyone was eyeing the foreign students, but hers was particularly blatant. The girl broke away from the Beauxbatons group and approached, finally removing her scarf. A cascade of silvery blonde hair tumbled down to her waist, and the simple act of tucking it back caused a collective gasp around the table. The already chilly October air in Hogwarts seemed to drop a few degrees. Pardon me, may I sit here? The girl asked. Her voice was melodic, like the chime of bells. Fred and George instantly scooted over to make room. Please do, they said in unison. Ron, who'd been about to say something, was silenced by warning glares from his brothers. Don't ruin this for us, mate. It was hard to blame Fred and George for their quick defection. Ron, still recovering from his kiss with Lavender, hadn't gotten a good look at the girl yet. But when he did, his face turned beet red, his mouth slightly agape, making odd little noises like his throat had seized up. It wasn't just Ron. The entire Gryffindor table and nearby ones wore the same dumbstruck expression. It was the kind of look you'd call utterly captivated. P.S. In the books, Fleur is described as stunningly beautiful. Movie casting didn't quite do her justice. Ron, Lavender's sharp tone snapped him out of it. He was in trouble now. You're all quite amusing, the silver-haired girl said with a radiant smile, completely at ease with the attention. She turned to Hermione. I'm sorry, you're Hermione, right? Hermione Granger. Yes, you know me. Hermione, who'd been sitting with her arms crossed defensively, faltered. I've heard about you, the girl said candidly. According to Madame Maxime, you're Headmaster Potter's only female companion, very close to him, important to him. Aye, is that so? Hermione stammered. It was like a dam breaking under a flood. The hostile, icy demeanor she'd been wearing crumbled instantly. Of course, the girl continued without missing a beat. So, if I want to win Headmaster Potter's heart, I'll have to best you first. What? Hermione's mouth fell open, her composure shattered. What do you mean, best me? What are you even talking about? Why are you so shameless about it? Hermione was dumbfounded. What was this French girl going on about? Where was her decorum, her modesty, her restraint? Did French people not have those things? How could she say something like that so boldly? Why not? The girl seemed genuinely surprised by Hermione's reaction. When you care for someone, you should pursue them bravely. Those who shy away from love only get hurt by it. But you've never even met him, Hermione sputtered. You haven't spoken to him, you don't know his personality or what he likes, and he doesn't know you. Hermione was panicking. Panicking so much she didn't care about the stares from Ron, Neville, the Weasley twins, or the other Gryffindors nearby. She was too busy trying to argue her point. I know, the girl said calmly, smiling, but everything has to start somewhere. I can get to know him, and he can get to know me. If we find each other suitable, we'll have a lifetime to learn about one another. You're so much older than him, Hermione blurted, her usually sharp mind a tangled mess. You're not compatible at all. It was a weak argument, and she knew it. Age, the girl looked Hermione up and down, amused. Don't you know how long wizards live? A few years difference is nothing. It's not even a barrier for muggles. Your reasons for stopping me aren't reasons at all, Miss Granger, she said confidently. There's only one reason you're trying to block me. You like Headmaster Potter too. We're rivals. You may have heard earlier, but I'll introduce myself again. She tossed her hair with a flourish. My name is Fleur Delacour, and I don't intend to lose. With that, Fleur stood from the bench. Thank you for the seat, gentlemen. Enjoy your meal. She gave Fred and George a graceful curtsy before returning to the Ravenclaw table, where her Beauxbatons companions sat. The Gryffindor table, or at least this corner of it, fell into an awkward silence. Bold, Fred said. Confident, George added. Elegant. Completely in control. Oi enough, whose side are you on? Ron snapped, cutting off their play-by-play. Just stating facts, Fred said, sliding back to his spot with a shrug. She's got style, very cool. Yeah, not your average girl, George agreed. Didn't you notice? She owned that conversation, had it all under her thumb. Oh, I think Hogwarts girls are just as good, Ron muttered, quickly turning to Lavender. Like you love. Oh, really? Lavender sniffed, because it looked like your eyes were glued to her. She's off, Fred said bluntly. Joking aside, as brothers, they weren't about to let Ron's relationship implode. Yeah, I reckon she's got some weird bloodline, George said, drawing out the words. Like Vila. I thought so too, Lee Jordan mumbled around a chicken leg he'd finally managed to bite into. That kind of charm isn't normal. I mean, yeah, she's gorgeous, but look, everyone was staring. That's not just beauty. Is it? Hermione said glumly, staring at her plate. Seems to me you lot just like pretty faces. Her reflection in the shiny dish caught her eye. Her prominent front teeth stood out, making her mood sink further. Don't lose heart, Hermione, Fred said, trying to cheer her up. To be fair, in that little showdown just now, yeah, you got trounced. I haven't lost. Hermione's head snapped up, her eyes red with defiance. I'm not done yet. Chapter 284. Struggle heart, activate. Even if you say that, Fred shrugged, his tone casual but pointed. The truth is, you were just super fidgety and you were stuttering like mad, which made you look pretty weak. Don't give me that look, he added as Hermione's eyes narrowed. If you want to beat your rival, you've got to at least acknowledge her strengths. Oh, Merlin's pants, George, Ron mumbled through a mouthful of soup. You're starting to sound like Dumbledore. Shut it, you prat, I'm Fred, Fred shot back, rolling his eyes. Anyway, that girl's got a lot going for her. She's gorgeous, confident, and most importantly, she's not afraid to make her feelings clear to Harry. That's a lot braver than you've been. I don't know what you're talking about, Hermione stammered, her face flushing as she realized the thing she'd been trying so hard to hide was apparently crystal clear to everyone around her. Tonight's sudden exposure caught her completely off guard. Oh, come off it, Hermione, Lavender said with an exasperated sigh. Why can't you just face your own feelings? Do you know how many girls at Hogwarts are jealous that you can waltz into the headmaster's office whenever you want or have dinner with Harry at the Great Totem? It's not like that, Hermione snapped, her voice rising. It was just a barbecue. It wasn't just me, Ron was there, Neville was there. Whatever you say, Lavender replied, undeterred. But the fact is, you were the only girl there, and we all know you like Harry. You spend so much time buried in the library, Hermione, you don't even hear what people say about you. Why should I care what they think? Hermione crossed her arms and tilted her chin defiantly. Oh, really? Then why were you so nervous just now if you don't care what we think? Lavender said, barely holding back a smirk. I don't get what you're hiding. Why can't you just admit you love someone? Take me, for example. I like Ron. I've liked him ever since he saved me last year, so I told him straight up. And guess what? I didn't make the wrong choice, did I, darling? Obviously, Ron nodded enthusiastically. I'm Ron Weasley. Of course you didn't choose wrong. Hermione, well, she was beyond despair at this point. She'd completely given up on Ron, who was now utterly lost in the throes of his romance with Lavender. This man's brain was entirely filled with lavender. Don't sweat the small stuff, Hermione, George said, trying to sound comforting. Don't forget where you are. It's the Great Hall, Hermione replied, a bit confused. Wrong, Hogwarts. Fred cut in decisively. Right now, you're not just representing yourself, you're representing all of Hogwarts. And that Fleur, she's representing Beauxbatons. We're not about to let some French witch steal our headmaster. Exactly, Lee Jordan nodded vigorously. When it comes to school pride, you're not fighting alone, we've all got your back. School pride, Hermione stammered, caught off guard by how this had escalated to such a grand scale. Wasn't this a bit much? Exactly, George said, looking pleased. Think about it. What if that woman wins Harry over and convinces him to become headmaster at Beauxbatons? Or worse, move to France? Or transfer the earthen ring to France? No way, that'd be a massive loss for Hogwarts, Neville blurted out. A loss for Britain. This had to be the most obvious display of Anglo-French rivalry yet. But what can we even do? Hermione asked, her mind reluctantly accepting this bizarre narrative. We need to give you a major makeover, Lavender said, sizing Hermione up with a thoughtful hand on her chin. At the very least, we need to make you, well, more womanly. Harry needs to see you as more than just a good friend or a little girl. He needs to see you as someone he could marry. Marry? The word hit Hermione like a bludger, and she could practically feel steam shooting out of her ears. This early? I mean, we're only in third year. Was this really something third-year students should be worrying about? Have they even finished their transfiguration essays? It's not early, Lavender said with a dismissive wave. Don't you know tons of Hogwarts students get married right after graduation? Unlike Hermione, Lavender, who wasn't exactly the studious type and focused her energy on gossip, knew far more about these things. Think about it, we're in third year now. If you start dating now, you've only got 4 years until graduation. What if your first relationship fails? Wouldn't you need time to get to know someone else? 4 years isn't enough. And besides, you need a few years to really figure out what someone's like, don't you? Is that right? Hermione couldn't help but retort. It's not like we have to get married right after graduation. Do we have to date in school? For most people, maybe not, Lavender said, wagging a finger. But for you, it's different. How are you going to make sure Harry doesn't meet some other girl who catches his eye in the next 4 years? How are you going to make sure Fleur doesn't win him over while you're sitting around doing nothing? Yeah, and Harry's not like us, Fred added with a shrug. He's the headmaster. That means he's meeting all sorts of women we'd never even cross paths with. You know how many admirers he has. Age isn't exactly a barrier for wizards. Harry just wants to revive the ways of the shaman, Hermione mumbled after a long pause, though even she didn't sound convinced. But honestly, she'd read enough books to know that when true love hits, no one can predict what they'll do. Harry would surely be the same. Harry, of course, was oblivious to the plotting at the Gryffindor table. He was too busy at the head table, entertaining the distinguished guests who traveled far to attend. His gaze occasionally flicked toward his friends below, noting their serious expressions. Probably discussing what events might be in the new Triwizard tournament, he guessed. Welcome, though you're a bit late, Harry said, standing to greet the newcomers. Sorry, Headmaster Potter, said the man trailing behind the group's leader, quickly stepping forward to explain. You know how it is, organizing so many dangerous events and hosting all these visitors puts a lot of pressure on the ministry. I understand, Harry said with a slight nod. Though I must say, I didn't expect to see you back in office, Mr. Crouch. Scrimgeour must be a generous man. I'll admit I've made mistakes, and my son was undeniably a vile Death Eater, Crouch said, his voice hoarse. But that doesn't make me a villain. My entire life has been dedicated to fighting evil. I have no regrets, Headmaster Potter. I respect that, Harry said, shaking Crouch's hand. Please take your seats over there. How to put it? Despite Crouch throwing Sirius into Azkaban without a trial and letting him suffer for years, Harry didn't actually hold a grudge. In fact, he kind of admired Crouch. The man was devoted to justice, spending his life combating crime and evil. Even during Voldemort's reign of terror, when the Dark Lord was at his peak, Crouch never backed down. Despite his high rank, he led Aurors into battle on the front lines. Sure, it was unfair to Sirius, but when Voldemort fell, so many Death Eaters claimed they'd been under the Imperious curse to escape justice. Crouch's hardline stance, trial for anyone with a criminal record or evidence, wasn't entirely wrong. Only ruthless measures could stand against an inhuman monster like Voldemort and his Death Eaters. And, well, Sirius hadn't exactly spoken up for himself back then. Crouch's biggest stain was probably his Death Eater son, which cost him his position as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and any chance of becoming Minister for Magic. He'd been demoted to head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. When the truth about Sirius's case came out 12 years later, Crouch lost even that post. But now, it seemed, Scrimgeour had reinstated him. Before we dive into the rules of the Triwizard Tournament, allow me to introduce 2 special guests, as most of you don't know them, Harry announced loudly. This is Mr. Barty Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. A smattering of polite applause echoed through the Great Hall. The students knew Crouch, of course. His name had been all over the papers last year, thanks to Rita Skeeter practically dissecting his life. Suffice to say, most students, because of the serious case, weren't exactly fans. And beside him is Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The applause for Bagman was noticeably louder. Before taking his current role, Bagman had been a well-known beater, and he waved cheerfully to the crowd. By all accounts, we should also have a Muggle representative at this table, but since many details are still being finalized, this is our group for now, Harry continued. For the past few months, Mr. Bagman, Mr. Crouch, and their teams have worked tirelessly to organize the new Triwizard Tournament. You may have noticed the massive structure being built near the base of the mountains, far from the castle. That's the result of their hard work. Thus, I'm honored to announce that Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, along with myself, Madame Maxime, Professor Karkaroff, and 2 Muggle Prime Ministers who aren't here today, will form the judging panel to evaluate the champions' performances. The word champions seemed to electrify the students, who listened with renewed focus. Filch, please bring up the box. Yes, Headmaster. Filch, ever prepared, respectfully carried up a large, jewel-encrusted wooden box. The thing was practically an antique in its own right. The specific tasks for this year's champions have been thoroughly reviewed by the 3 headmasters, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman. Whether you're a student champion or a professor champion, you'll face challenges tailored to your skill level. But I must remind you, these tasks are not guaranteed to be safe. You could still face death. Or actually die, in which case all we can do is close our eyes and mourn for you. So take this seriously and choose wisely. There will be 3 tasks spread across different points in the school year. Hogwarts students, remember, you need 2 signatures to enter. This is not a joke. Break that rule and I'll expel you on the spot. Harry's calm but firm words silenced the hall. Unlike Dumbledore, who'd never threaten expulsion, Harry's approach was different. And it worked. The threat was enough to quell the reckless impulses of any students itching to bend the rules. Let's continue with the rules. Both the student and professor groups will face 3 tasks, but the tasks for each group are completely different. The student tasks will take place first, followed by the professor tasks. These tasks will test the champions in different ways: courage, intelligence, adaptability, and the ability to overcome danger. Each school will have 6 champions, 3 chosen from students and 3 from professors. The judging panel will score each champion based on their performance in each task. At the end of the 3 tasks, the school with the highest total score will win the Triwizard Cup. One key difference from past tournaments. While the school with the highest total score wins the Triwizard Cup, the individual champion with the highest personal score will also receive a trophy of their own. So never give up, even if your teammates aren't performing well. Chapter 285. The total scores of the champions from each school would determine whether they could claim the Triwizard Cup. But if someone from your own camp performed poorly, there was no need to lose heart and give up, because there were still individual awards. This way, the competition's basic entertainment value was guaranteed, preventing it from falling apart if a lagging champion decided to throw in the towel. But Professor, you haven't said whether you'll participate in the tournament yet. A student suddenly shouted from the crowd. I mean the professor's competition. Of course not, Harry said firmly. We're responsible for scoring the champions, so you don't have to worry about Madame Maxime, Professor Karkaroff, or me making the competition even more intense. A ripple of laughter spread through the hall. By the way, although the 3 of us won't participate directly in the tournament, as headmasters of each school, we will have an exhibition match. You can look forward to that in advance. The students immediately buzzed with excitement. After all, dueling spectacles were a human pastime unchanged since ancient times, and the eternal debate over which of the 3 magical schools was superior was finally going to get a public resolution. Anyway, according to Dumbledore, the selector for the champions is an absolutely impartial one, and that is it, the Goblet of Fire. As he spoke, Harry opened the wooden box and lifted out a roughly carved wooden goblet burning with blue-white flames. It wasn't exquisite. In fact, the carving was quite crude. Without those blue flames, it would be utterly unremarkable. Write your name and school on a piece of parchment, then toss it into this goblet, Harry said, patting the cup for emphasis. Let me remind you again, only those who meet the requirements can enter. You have 24 hours. Tomorrow evening, on Halloween night, the Goblet of Fire will select the names of the 18 champions it deems most representative of the 3 schools. From now on, the goblet will be placed in the entrance hall. As your headmaster, I must solemnly remind you to take responsibility for your own lives, Harry emphasized tirelessly. Do not impulsively or recklessly participate just because you're blinded by honor or gold. Once selected by the Goblet of Fire, no matter how difficult the tasks or how many people die, the champion must see the tournament through to the end, or they will pay with their life. Submitting the slip itself is equivalent to signing a binding magical contract that must be honored. Even Dumbledore couldn't undo this contract, so don't count on any loopholes. I have nothing more to say, Harry said after thinking for a moment to ensure he hadn't missed anything. Now, let's eat. The news of the Triwizard Tournament had drawn so many people that some even forgot their hunger, but now it was time to remember. The Beauxbatons contingent retired to their carriage to rest, while the Durmstrang students returned to their ship. The next day, Halloween, happened to be a Saturday. Normally, many students would drag themselves to breakfast late on such a day, but today, the entrance hall was already crowded before the sky had fully brightened. It was almost like some mysterious ritual was underway. Even though many couldn't submit their own names to the Goblet of Fire, they just loved waiting here to watch others do it. By the time Harry arrived for breakfast, the Durmstrang students had already submitted their entries en masse. After all, those selected by both schools were the elite of their respective institutions. "Did you enter, Percy?" Standing beside the Goblet of Fire, Harry asked the red-haired boy. "Yes, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick gave me permission," Percy said with a smile. "They said I have a good shot." "I think you're excellent too. Good luck," Harry encouraged. "By the way, you and Penelope." Cough, 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 cough. At the mention of it, the composed Percy suddenly broke into a coughing fit. He leaned in and whispered, "Don't talk about this out here, Harry. I still need to maintain my dignity in front of the lower years. Penelope and I are doing great. It's just that she doesn't want to join the Ministry of Magic right after graduation." Percy and Penelope were in their 7th year now, meaning some of Harry's first batch of apprentices were about to graduate. "And you want to join the ministry?" Harry asked. "What does Penelope want to do?" "Yes, I want to become Minister for Magic," Percy said with a sigh. "As for Penelope, she wants to officially join the Earthen Ring after graduation and spread the ways of shamanism. Actually, I wanted that too, but after trying so many times, I've realized I might really not have the talent for it. The elements don't like me." "Everyone has their own strengths, Percy. No need to get discouraged over this," Harry consoled. "We're wizards, aren't we? Even if Penelope doesn't join the ministry, seeing each other won't be hard. Fighting for your ideals is a good thing too." "I think that's pretty good too. It's just that Fred and George keep making weird comments," Percy said with a shrug. "Why can't a Weasley become minister? I originally wanted to go under Mr. Crouch because he's fair, selfless, even Dad praises him as capable and admirable. But Mr. Crouch." Sirius's case had still affected Percy to some extent. "Crouch, I don't actually have any issues with Crouch, and I admire what he's done, standing on impartial ground to deal with his son as a Death Eater," Harry said after thinking. "But Percy, I don't recommend working under him." "Why?" Percy's eyes widened immediately. "Because of Sirius." "Not Sirius, it's because he's a bit too rigid or too arrogant," Harry pondered. "I don't know if you remember, but last night when I introduced him and Bagman to you all, Bagman greeted you normally, while Crouch acted like he hadn't heard, stone-faced and just sitting there." "Yeah, that does ring a bell," Percy said, scratching his head. "It was like that." "I don't really like people like that," Harry said frankly. "And your problem is that you read too many books, Percy. You lack experience dealing with different situations in the real world. You're actually the same type as Hermione, and you're even more outstanding than her," Harry said seriously. "You both understand the world through books, but the knowledge in books, I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's often polished or beautified. When you actually graduate and enter society, you'll find that many situations described in books basically never happen. You're honest, hardworking, and diligent. These strengths, in some people's eyes, just mean you're easy to bully and exploit. And the position of Minister for Magic, Percy, I can tell you clearly, This isn't a job you achieve through diligence, reliability, and hard work alone. Those who become minister for magic either possess magical power far beyond ordinary wizards, so even if you don't want it, people will push you into the role, or you need to balance the interests of all sides. Pureblood nobles, muggle-born wizards, gathering supporters for yourself. Only then can you become minister through compromises. As a headmaster giving advice to an outstanding student, Harry was being very thorough. Pureblood nobles, Percy's face darkened. They've always looked down on our family. I could never side with them. Yeah, so your only options are muggle-born wizards and the non-pureblood supremacists, Harry said, patting Percy's arm. Then if I don't go to the ministry, where do you suggest I go, Harry? Percy asked, a bit lost. I recommend you wander around outside after graduation, Harry said with a shrug. Become an adventurer, like in Lockhart's books, of course. Don't do the things Lockhart did. Of course I wouldn't, Percy said immediately. In the process, you'll meet all kinds of people. Good ones, bad ones, ordinary ones, disgusting ones. By the time you roughly understand how to handle different people, you should be ready for the ministry, Harry said seriously. And it won't take too long, with your smarts. Adventuring outside for a year or two at most should do it. An adventurer, Percy murmured. Mum probably won't be happy. She was against Bill going to Gringotts back then. Mrs. Weasley just loves you all too much. She wants to see her children every day, but we all know that's impossible. You'll eventually have your own lives, Harry said calmly. Don't make your family sad, but don't just obey them blindly either. Chicks have to leave the nest to grow. I understand, Percy said, taking a deep breath as if resolving himself. He suddenly added, then this way I could be with Penelope again. She's joining the Earthen Ring, right? Not yet, but after she graduates this year, she will. I need her as a shaman priestess representative to travel to ministries of magic around the world and help them quell elemental disasters. Wait, what do you mean, be with her again? If you're thinking of breaking up because Penelope won't join you at the ministry, then you're about to find out how hard my fist is, Harry said with a grin that didn't reach his eyes, flexing his right hand. I still remember how you got together with Penelope. If you break up for some other reason, I could accept it, but this. Of course not. Percy's face turned beet red as he stammered. I mean, I can go with her around the world. That's adventuring too, right? Then she won't have to rush back to Britain to see me. We'd see each other every day. You'd better mean that, Harry huffed. As a mentor, he had to look out for his apprentice's romance. Penelope had poured her heart into Percy, and two people in love deserved a happy ending. Harry loved seeing that. Good morning, Headmaster Potter. Just as Harry was advising Percy, a group from Beauxbatons pushed open the doors and entered. The girl named Fleur walked straight over and greeted Harry. Good morning, Fleur, Harry said politely. I hope Hogwarts food is still to your taste. Quite good, Fleur said with a smile. Especially that French fish stew, I liked it a lot. That's good news for our house elves, Harry laughed. To welcome our far-traveled guests, they learned many new dishes in advance. They're so diligent, unlike Beauxbatons house elves, who always serve the same things, Fleur said in mock complaint. Actually, Hogwarts is the same, Percy suddenly interjected. If not for this Triwizard tournament, Hogwarts' menu wouldn't change in 7 years. As a Gryffindor, especially as the brother of the troublesome twins Fred and George, Percy always kept a high level of vigilance toward his siblings, which was how he knew about Fred and George's new plan from last night. So, as a Hogwarts student, as Hermione's friend and senior, he felt he couldn't let Harry and this French woman keep chatting. She was really beautiful. Honestly, from the moment Fleur started walking over, Percy had wanted to interrupt, but the instant he saw her face, he froze. That freeze cost him a bit of time. Then I won't disturb you further. Can you wish me to become Beauxbatons champion, Headmaster Potter? Fleur said with a pursed-lip smile. I'm your loyal admirer. I think your blessing will work. You will become Beauxbatons champion, Harry said sincerely. Madame Maxime told me how excellent and smart you are. And how beautiful. Fleur tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, an action that made many students' sneaking glances suck in a breath. There was a captivating charm to it. This move really suited her. Yes, Harry couldn't help but stun for a moment at the stunning sight. Indeed beautiful, but... I inherited my grandmother's Vila blood, and I never hide it, Fleur said with a carefree flick of her hair. I hope you don't discriminate against those with magical creature heritage. Of course not, Harry shook his head. Only livestock and pets are divided by bloodlines. Humans don't need that. Thank you, Fleur blinked. I knew you were different from ordinary people. Cough, 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 cough. Percy started coughing loudly. He felt he had to do something. For his friend, for Hogwarts. Chapter 286. Percy's rescue plan didn't work, because soon Fleur went with her companions to sign up at the Goblet of Fire. The wooden cup, burning with blue flames, swallowed the slips of paper bearing names and schools. The students watched it with pounding hearts, whispering among themselves about who Hogwarts champions would be. Overall, most people's guesses circled the same few names. After all, everyone could see who excelled in class and earned the professor's favor. From Gryffindor, Percy Weasley, Fred and George, even Hermione Granger. From Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory. From Ravenclaw, Penelope Clearwater, Cho Chang. From Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. These were basically the prefects from every year, the male and female student body presidents, and the shaman apprentices. They'd earned those positions through sheer excellence and the professor's approval. As for Draco, no joke, these days, Draco had a certain commanding presence in Slytherin. The bullied first year was gone. Now he was ruthlessly settling scores with the upperclassmen who'd tormented him. As an enhancement shaman, Draco excelled in close combat and, under Harry's guidance, trained his body comprehensively. The result? Razor-sharp senses and lightning-fast reflexes. Even when those upperclassmen ambushed him mid-revenge, their curses were child's play. A few dodges, and Draco evaded them all, then came the merciless beatdown. The kid seemed to have awakened to some bizarre creed. Boy or girl, anyone in his way got pummeled. Add the Malfoy family's prestige and the protection of family friend Snape, and by this year, Draco strutted through Slytherin unchallenged. No one dared mock him to his face, hide his things, or harass him anymore. The tables had turned completely. Wherever Draco went now, a cluster of Slytherin students trailed him. Not just Goyle and Crabbe, these little snakes were experts at latching onto power, and right now, Slytherin's power was Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall signed yours too. Before the banquet began, Harry asked his friends. Professor McGonagall and Remus signed mine, so I didn't bother Professor Flitwick, Hermione said hesitantly. But honestly, I think McGonagall was just encouraging me to try. She didn't seem to think I'd actually be chosen. You're only a third year, Harry consoled. I'm already shocked she signed it. He turned to Ron and Neville. What about you two? Hi, no. Me neither. The pair were refreshingly straightforward. Professor McGonagall chewed us out and told us to study hard instead of daydreaming, Ron sighed deeply. Damn it, I've dreamed of being a champion. Oh, I'm glad she said no, Neville said, looking a bit pale. In hindsight, I never should have asked. My magic's not exactly presentable. Don't say that, Neville. You've got to be brave and try, you know? Ron laughed. Think about Hagrid. He's bravely pursuing love. Pursuing love? Harry echoed in surprise. He's started already. Huh, you knew? Neville stared blankly. Hey, that's not cool, man. You didn't tell us. It's not that. I just thought they were well matched in height, at least. Harry shook his head. And yesterday, when Madame Maxime arrived, Hagrid was pretty lively. Yeah, lively, Hermione said, stifling a laugh. We spent the afternoon at his place. You have no idea how interesting he looked getting ready. He combed his hair, put on new clothes, even sprayed cologne. Spot on, Ron nodded vigorously. If only those blast-ended Scroots weren't there. They looked terrifying. The new magical creatures had already shown their aggressive side. Ron was already worrying about Hagrid's fingers. I think he might need some advice, Harry mused. Madame Maxime is a romantic Frenchwoman. Hagrid has a lot to learn about grooming. Exactly, I think he overdid the cologne, Hermione agreed. She glanced at Harry, her cheeks flushing slightly, not too noticeably. Even Hagrid was. Come on, the banquet's starting, Harry said, missing it entirely as he led the way into the Great Hall. Like last night, it was a feast. The tables groaned under sumptuous dishes. The only difference, hardly anyone focused on eating. Anxious faces, fidgeting bodies, everyone wanted to finish their plates and learn who the champions would be. The professors were excited too. This Triwizard tournament was unlike any before. They weren't just spectators, they could be champions. They buzzed with anticipation. Oddly, even Barty Crouch looked eager. That clashed with the stiff, bored persona Harry expected from him. Quiet, Harry had to amplify his voice with a charm to cut through the students' chatter. The goblet is about to decide. When your name is called, walk past the staff table and enter the room to my left. There, you'll be briefed on the rules. The goblet's blue flames suddenly turned red. Sparks crackled and shot out. A tongue of fire leaped upward, carrying a charred piece of parchment. Harry caught it. Durmstrang's champion, Victor Krum. Cheers erupted from all 4 house tables. Krum's selection was no surprise, and as a Quidditch star, he had plenty of fans at Hogwarts. Durmstrang's champion, Maria Miller. The cheers were quieter this time, though Durmstrang's own students clapped enthusiastically. Durmstrang's champion, Wolfgang Fischer. The named student grinned uncontrollably, weaving through the crowd amid applause to the side room. The goblet seemed to select by school, finishing one entirely before moving to the next. First, Durmstrang's 3 student champions, then 3 professor champions. Michael Weber, Durmstrang's transfiguration professor. Leon Marks, Durmstrang's dueling and martial magic professor. Anna Thomas, Durmstrang's dark arts professor. The last one was particularly formidable, especially for schools like Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, which banned dark arts teaching. A professor specializing in it was always cause for wariness. Durmstrang's 6 champions are chosen, Harry said briefly, catching another parchment from the goblet. Good, Beauxbaton's champion, Fleur de Lacquer. Fleur's applause outstripped even Krum's, perhaps the perk of being a beautiful witch. It crossed schools and houses. The catch, the loudest cheers came from the men. The women, well, they mostly sneered. Even Beauxbaton's own students. It was almost poignant. Beauxbaton's second champion, Elaine de Haka. Beauxbaton's champion, Isabella Lando. Following the 3 student champions came 3 professors. Jacques-Jean Albert, Beauxbaton's alchemy professor. Alchemy, like potions, wasn't a direct combat subject, so his early selection as champion was surprising. Then again, think of Snape, maybe not so surprising. Louise U. Madden, Beauxbaton's charms professor. Henry Albert, Beauxbaton's care of magical creatures professor. Once Beauxbaton's final champion entered the room, Hogwarts students collectively held their breath. The other schools were done, now it was their turn. Who would it be? Crackle. Harry caught the flying slip. Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory. Hufflepuff's table erupted in a rare, deafening roar. For the Badgers, used to staying low-key and out of the spotlight, a champion from their house was unprecedented. Harry saw Professor Sprout grinning ear to ear. Usually, the other 3 houses fought for glory, but this time, Hufflepuff had its moment. Clearly, Hufflepuffs didn't love peace and modesty. They just never had the chance before. Cedric trembled with excitement, sprinting from the Hufflepuff table to the staff dais. He bowed deeply to Harry, then hurried to the side room. Applause and cheers continued, but the goblet spat out the next slip. Hogwarts' second champion, Draco Malfoy. Even Harry was taken aback. Draco himself seemed stunned, staring blankly at Harry until Goyle shook him awake. Then, face alight with thrill, he left the Slytherin table. Slytherin gave their king thunderous applause. The usually aloof snakes couldn't stay cool now, many shouted and cheered. Draco Malfoy's transformation over 3 years had dropped jaws across the school. And in this charged moment, the other 3 houses clapped too, just less enthusiastically. Even Gryffindor, even Gryffindor. Thank you, Mentor, thank you. Barely containing his excitement, Draco reached the head table, bowed deeply like Cedric, and shouted his gratitude. Get in there, Harry said with a helpless smile. Draco's dramatics made it seem like Harry had rigged the list. Just then, the goblet ejected another parchment. This time, Harry froze upon reading it. It wasn't his name, of course. Hogwarts' final student champion, Hermione Granger. Harry shouted the name, and Gryffindor lost its mind. Hermione clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes glistening with tears. Ron pounded her shoulder, bellowing something incoherent. Cedric had set a precedent. Amid the deafening cheers, Hermione jogged to Harry. No bow, she just waved, then dashed into the room. It was Hogwarts' home turf. The elite contingents from the other schools couldn't match the volume. The roar threatened to lift the Great Hall's ceiling. Dumbledore watched with a beaming smile. He loved this. The only ones looking less than thrilled? Ravenclaw. Of the 4 houses, theirs alone had no champion. The proud eagles now resembled plucked chickens, clapping mechanically, faces bitter. Many slumped against neighbors, souls seemingly drained. The other 3 houses didn't care. They wanted to dance in celebration. Hey, we're sending 3 champions to the Triwizard Tournament. Guess which house got left out? You tilde, it's you, tilde tilde tilde. Quiet, a little quieter. Catching the next parchment, Harry fired deafening fireworks from his wand to tamp down the cheers. Now for the Professor Champions, naturally our Transfiguration Professor, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall deserved universal applause. No one could question the stern, fair, and dutiful old witch. Chapter 287. Naturally, no one would question whether Professor McGonagall had the strength to become a champion. The heads of the 3 schools could not become champions, but deputy heads were not included in that restriction. Every professor currently in service had been required to submit a slip of paper with their own name written on it. Professor McGonagall becoming a champion naturally elicited the most enthusiastic cheers from the Gryffindor students, but Ravenclaw alone, every single Ravenclaw student at that moment, was staring intently at Harry, staring at Professor Flitwick, praying that their head of house would be successfully selected as a champion. The hope of the entire house, though not a student champion, at least it would be a Ravenclaw, please, head become a champion. Crack! The goblet of fire spat out another tongue of flame, and a still warm piece of parchment fell into Harry's hand. Hogwarts' second Professor Champion is Professor Flitwick. Screams! The Ravenclaws finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many of the young eagles were patting their chests nonstop, and those who were more emotionally stirred were hugging each other. 6 slots and Ravenclaw finally hadn't been completely left out. Great, fantastic, there was simply nothing better than this. Yes, Ravenclaw House did indeed pride itself on being aloof, fully devoted to knowledge and paying little mind to trivial matters. But that didn't mean they were indifferent to everything. Ravenclaws often used all sorts of methods to achieve or obtain what they wanted. It didn't mean they cared about nothing, for those truly important things, or tell a joke that's not actually a joke. The house with the most former students imprisoned in Azkaban wasn't even Slytherin, but Ravenclaw, and many of them ended up there for financial crimes or exploiting legal loopholes. The laws in the wizarding world were indeed quite vague in many areas, but vagueness didn't mean they were easy to exploit. Vagueness meant you could be hauled in for just about any reason. In short, the proud young eagles could hardly imagine what they'd be mocked, as if, once the 6 champions were freshly selected, not a single one had any connection to Ravenclaw. What smug expressions those Slytherin snakes would wear, not to mention the always high-profile Gryffindors. But now things were different. They had a savior. No problem, Professor Flitwick, Harry asked the white-haired old professor. Putting aside everything else, Professor Flitwick was indeed a bit too old. Even Professor McGonagall didn't have a full head of white hair. Though Flitwick had won the Wizards' dueling championship trophy in his youth, he was old now, with old arms and legs. Harry was genuinely a little worried. Of course, Professor Flitwick himself looked completely at ease. He patted his chest and said, "Rest assured, Harry, I'll bring the cup back to Hogwarts." Safety first. Harry nodded slightly and caught the parchment spat out by the goblet of fire for the final time. But this time, he didn't read it out immediately. Instead, he stared wide-eyed at the parchment, saying nothing for a long while. "Professor, hurry and call it out. The last Professor Champion, who is it?" "We're dying to know." Fred stood up directly from his chair and shouted, looking utterly impatient. "Hogwarts' final Professor Champion is Harry Potter." His face still etched with confusion. Harry was certain the name on this parchment was his own. Hogwarts. Harry Potter. The entire Great Hall fell silent. Everyone already knew the rules of the Triwizard Tournament clearly. The heads of the 3 schools could not enter, only serving as judges to score the champions' performances. So the question was, why had Harry's name been spat out by the goblet of fire? Gradually, a single clap echoed in the Great Hall, and soon that clap spread into enthusiastic applause and cheers, with students shouting, "Headmaster Potter is a champion. We're guaranteed to win. We're guaranteed to win." For the ordinary students, They didn't care about this or that. They only knew Harry's magic was incredibly strong, and now Harry had become Hogwarts champion. That meant Hogwarts was guaranteed to win. But for the people from the other schools, this wasn't exactly friendly. "Why are you a champion, Headmaster Potter?" Karkaroff immediately said in a rage. "This is unfair. It's unreasonable. Crouch, right, Crouch, you can allow this kind of rule-breaking to happen." Madame Maxim's expression looked a bit grim too, but she didn't say much. "Calm down a bit, Karkaroff." Harry glanced at Karkaroff and calmly displayed the parchment in his hand. "This isn't my handwriting." "I think the most important thing now is to head to that room first," Dumbledore suddenly said from beside Harry. "This is still the Great Hall, after all, and the children are down there." Some things truly couldn't be let known to the children. And so, amid the students' cheers, Harry smiled and waved in response, then walked into the side room off the Great Hall where the other champions would enter. The room wasn't large, and with 18 champions crammed in, it felt a bit cramped to stand, let alone with Dumbledore and the others following close behind, plus Crouch and Bagman. "Professor Potter," Professor McGonagall asked in some surprise, "has something happened? Why are you all—" "Something has indeed happened, Professor McGonagall," Karkaroff interrupted her irritably. "Headmaster Potter has become a champion. He became a champion. How is this possible?" "This is indeed somewhat unfair to us," said Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. No matter how much she admired Harry, she had to defend her school's position at a time like this. And it violates the rules. Heads of schools should not be allowed to compete. "I have to remind everyone, the Goblet of Fire's flames have gone out," Ludo Bagman said, scratching his head. "Which means Headmaster Potter has already signed a magical contract. He can't withdraw. If he does, he'll die." "Are we just supposed to watch this happen?" Karkaroff's voice suddenly turned oily. "What about you, Mr. Crouch? What do you say?" "We must abide by the regulations. The regulations clearly state that anyone whose name is spat out by the Goblet of Fire must compete in the tournament," Crouch said in a rasping voice. "Hey, Barty's got the regulations memorized backward and forward," Bagman said with a sigh of relief. "I insist on re-entering," Karkaroff said, no longer smiling, his voice no longer slick. He looked furious. "You must reignite the Goblet of Fire, but this time, Madame Maxime and I will add our names too." "Frankly, Karkaroff," Snape, who had followed in, suddenly said with disdain, "even if you added your name, you'd probably have a hard time being selected as a champion." "What did you say?" Karkaroff whirled around to glare at Snape. "But Karkaroff, once the Goblet of Fire goes out, it can only be relit for the next tournament. We can't make it burn early." "So we're just supposed to watch Hogwarts cheat. In that case, Durmstrang absolutely won't participate in the next Triwizard tournament," Karkaroff thundered. "Despicable, shameless, using such despicable methods." "Durmstrang is more than welcome not to participate," Harry said coldly. "And you don't need to throw a tantrum here, Karkaroff. There are plenty of magical schools in the world. Besides, you can't leave now anyway. Durmstrang's champions have signed the magical contract too." "Everyone," Harry said after suppressing Karkaroff with his presence, scanning the room and raising the parchment in his hand. "I can swear to all of you that I did not put my name into the Goblet of Fire, and the handwriting on this parchment is completely different from mine. This can be proven with my past letters." "Who knows?" Karkaroff muttered. "You could easily have had one of your people write it and toss it in." "Unfortunately, that's impossible, Karkaroff," Dumbledore suddenly said. "The Goblet of Fire only selects from those who willingly submit their own names themselves. This is to prevent students from secretly entering others' names, leading to unprepared people dying in tragedy. Such things have happened before, and ever since, the goblet has had this restriction added." Karkaroff opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know where to begin. At that moment, Lupin suddenly pushed open the door and came in, holding the Goblet of Fire in his arms. "Everyone," Lupin said seriously, "after my careful examination, I've discovered that a powerful confundus charm was cast on the Goblet of Fire. It was this charm that made it ignore Headmaster Potter's status as headmaster and also ignore that this parchment wasn't submitted by him personally." "Aha, I knew it." Karkaroff snapped his fingers as if he'd suddenly found a target. "You cast the confundus charm on it, didn't you? It was right there, in the entrance hall. You had a whole evening." "Shut up, Karkaroff," Snape threatened irritably. Has your brain been taken over by a troll? Can't you see that someone is clearly trying to murder Headmaster Potter? Why exactly did you come to Hogwarts? Snape's gaze cut into Karkaroff like a knife, burning with intensity. He had reason to suspect Karkaroff, and he wouldn't trust him just because Karkaroff wanted to avoid the fact of Voldemort's return. What if Karkaroff had secretly pledged allegiance to Voldemort? Harry being unexpectedly selected as champion, the Goblet of Fire under a powerful Confundus charm, these things were, in Snape's eyes, ironclad proof that someone was trying to murder Lily's child. He would never allow it. He had to strike at Karkaroff immediately. Karkaroff was suddenly speechless, his face red as if it were on fire. Frankly, Crouch suddenly said from the side, but from the perspective of the regulations and rules, Hogwarts and Headmaster Potter have not actually violated them. What? Karkaroff's eyes widened. Because while Headmaster Potter is the head of Hogwarts, he is also a professor at Hogwarts, and currently the only shamanism professor in the wizarding world, Crouch explained in his rasping voice, unhurried. Which means he is a member of the Hogwarts faculty, qualifying under the restrictions for this Triwizard Tournament's professor category. How can this be? Karkaroff stammered, like a third-rate villain whose plot had been exposed. The small room fell silent for a moment. No one spoke. The selected student champions didn't dare speak either, had roughly realized what was happening now, so much of their joy at becoming champions had dissipated. All right, then that's settled, Madame Maxime suddenly said. Since Headmaster Potter himself shoulders the duties of teaching a class, this indeed doesn't count as violating the rules. The only issue is that we'll probably need to select another judge. Madame Maxime's gaze fell on Dumbledore. Dumbledore, she said. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman, as headmistress of Beauxbatons, I only recognize Dumbledore as the replacement judge at this moment. I believe he can score fairly. If no one minds, Dumbledore said with a slight shrug. Fine, I have no objections, Karkaroff said, his face still looking terrible, but no one particularly cared about his opinion now. That's settled then. Bagman rubbed his hands together, looking relieved. As the newly appointed head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, Ludo Bagman didn't want the first major event he oversaw to end in unexpected failure. Excellent, then shall we proceed? Barty, it's time to brief our champions, isn't it? Yes, Crouch said, still expressionless. The first task is to test your courage. 18 champions, there has never been a Triwizard tournament with so many, from students to professors. The first task will bring you danger and wash out those timid champions among you, especially those who are just filling numbers. Therefore, we will not tell you what the first task specifically is. Even though the student champions and professor champions will face different tasks, this point is the same. The courage to face the unknown is an essential quality for wizard champions, especially since this tournament will be open to muggles. We absolutely will not allow anyone to lose face for wizards. The first task will take place on November 24th, at the end of this month, completed in front of your fellow students and the panel of judges. Crouch was extremely serious. His words themselves represented Scrimgeour's attitude, or rather, the attitude of the vast majority of wizards in the magical world. Absolutely no letting muggles look down on wizards. Chapter 288. After centuries of hiatus, the restarted Triwizard Tournament was no longer merely a symbol of friendship between the three schools. It now also involved the first formal contact between wizards and muggles, leaving no room for the slightest carelessness. While completing the tasks, champions must not request or accept any help from others. Therefore, during the first task, a champion's sole weapon will always be their own wand. At this point, Crouch's gaze flicked briefly to Harry's waist. Perhaps a sword or hammer as well, but no people. You will only learn about the second task after the first one ends. And because the competition is extremely demanding and lasts a long time, student champions will be exempt from end-of-year exams. Wait, I have a question, Karkaroff asked. Since Principal Potter has become a champion, doesn't that mean he already knows in advance? This was supposed to be the 3 tasks we decided on together. That's what I mean. I know, Karkaroff, Barty Crouch said expressionlessly, but time is tight now, and there's no room for changes. The first task will proceed as planned, but the next 2 will be appropriately adjusted. To be honest, it's not that big a deal, Bagman shrugged beside him. We all know what the Triwizard Tournament's traditions are. As soon as those words left his mouth, the room fell silent, no one spoke. The adults shared a knowing look, while the minors glanced around curiously, unsure what riddle the grown-ups were hinting at. I think that's about it then, Principal Potter. Crouch turned to Harry, his tone still laced with impatience. It should be, Harry nodded slightly. I'm sorry this accident happened. I'm afraid someone with ill intentions has infiltrated Hogwarts again. It's truly embarrassing. I'll arrange personnel to ensure security. You'd better, Karkaroff snorted coldly. In the great hall outside, the students had long since dispersed. Members of all 4 houses had their own things to do. They needed to celebrate the champions their house had produced. Especially Gryffindor. Madame Maxime exchanged greetings before pulling Fleur and the other Beauxbatons champions away. She seemed to be imparting some experience to Fleur, but her voice was too low for anyone else to hear. As for Durmstrang's group, aside from Crumb giving Harry a slight bow before leaving, the rest followed Karkaroff's steps with sour expressions. But truthfully, no one cared about Karkaroff's displeasure. At least Harry didn't. Right now, he only wanted to know why the hell Hogwarts had been infiltrated again, why someone had cast a powerful Confundus charm on the Goblet of Fire, and why they'd ultimately entered his name. Harry just couldn't understand how Hogwarts was like some drafty old sieve, with ill-intentioned people sneaking in year after year. Was it another of Voldemort's Horcruxes? How many pieces had that guy split himself into? Or had Voldemort's main soul already resurrected from the twisting nether? Could a kid pull this off? Had they pledged allegiance to some abyssal lord or demon lord? A turncoat. Utterly mysterious. Congratulations, mentor, Cedric leaned in and said. Good thing you're on the professor's side, or I really wouldn't know how to beat you. The tournament is scored, Cedric, Harry replied casually. You just need to perform beautifully enough to get high marks. Don't be afraid. Then what about Professor McGonagall and me? After everything settled, Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall approached. The white-haired little old man grumbled. This is just great. How am I supposed to defeat you? There might be a chance, Harry thought for a moment. The professor's tasks will be more realistic and brutal. There'll be opportunities for champion duels. That's hardly good news, McGonagall pursed her lips. She rarely joked, but she did now. I hope you'll tell your Earth Elemental to go easy. We're on the same side, Professor, Harry joked back. There's also the individual prize, Professor Potter, McGonagall said with a smile. Let me say in advance, I won't give up. Neither will I, Flitwick chimed in. Thank goodness I was chosen as a champion too, or I can't imagine how Ravenclaw would be mocked for being left out of such a grand event. So you can head back to the common room and enjoy the celebration now, Phileas, McGonagall said, in an exceptionally good mood. I suspect tonight won't end easily. The usually stern and proper old professor was unusually lighthearted in front of the students. Gryffindor had produced 3 whole champions. Even though Harry was the headmaster, when he was headmaster, he was still a Gryffindor. His 7 years as a student hadn't even ended yet. Oh, thank heavens, professors, you're finally out, Colin said, standing at the door and looking around anxiously. He only relaxed when he saw them. Did something happen? McGonagall asked sternly. No, nothing happened, Colin stammered under McGonagall's gaze. I mean, they told me to wait here for you, to, invite you to the common room when you came out. I mean, of course Gryffindor's common room. Everyone wants to celebrate properly. I see, McGonagall's expression softened. She thought for a moment, then said, I'll go, but I need to stop by my office first. That's perfect, Colin said immediately. As for you too, McGonagall's gaze lingered on Harry and Hermione. You probably haven't been back to your own house common room in a long time, have you, Headmaster Potter? Remember not to stay too late. McGonagall's voice carried a rare teasing note, because Hermione was flushed with excitement and clutching Harry's arm. They walked quickly. It wasn't curfew yet, but Hogwarts was eerily quiet tonight. The corridors were unusually empty, at least everywhere outside the common rooms. The Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students had returned to their carriages and ship, so as Harry and Hermione passed through the long hallways, it was just the 2 of them. Come to think of it, I haven't congratulated you in person for becoming Hogwarts champion, Harry said after a moment. Congratulations. Your name will probably go down in magical history, the first batch of champions in the restarted Triwizard Tournament. Thank you, Hermione said loudly. I mean, thank you for everything you taught me, whether it was magic, elementals, or anything else. If it weren't for you, I'd probably collapse after casting 2 spells. Growing more excited, Hermione suddenly pulled Harry to a stop, stood on tiptoe, and hugged him tightly, as if trying to drag him down, before letting go just as abruptly. If Hermione's face had only been faintly pink before, it was truly red now. That was your own effort, Harry said gently. Your hard work deserves this reward. Oh, you sound just like Dumbledore now, Hermione muttered, looking down. In a place no one could see, a flicker of disappointment and a hint of irritation crossed Hermione's face. This idiot. Fred was completely wrong. Even when she suddenly hugged him like that, he just smiled, like some old man hugging his grandson, tui tui tui. What a terrible analogy. I'm nowhere near that, at least I don't have a white beard, Harry shrugged. Sorry, I've been dealing with those people too much these past few months, so my speech might be a bit. It's fine, let's hurry. Hermione quickened her pace. Huh? Harry blinked, then caught up. By the way, how's that thing working out? Pretty good, Hermione clenched her fists and answered quickly. Very smooth, it's really helped me a lot, letting me attend so many classes at once. Ron told me you've seemed a bit irritable lately. Harry tilted his head. You're pushing yourself too hard, Hermione. No, I'm not tired, Hermione said, a little angrily. That's just normal. Didn't you and Professor McGonagall warn me when you approved my application? It's normal, even Percy said so. Third-year students face the dilemma of elective courses. Hogwarts offered numerous electives, but a week had limited hours. This meant that if a particularly studious student chose all of them, many classes would completely conflict in scheduling. But it was no problem, marvelous magic would solve it. Such exceptionally diligent students, after proving their ability and applying, would receive a magical item called a time turner. With it, the user could turn back time and attend 2 classes at once. Such a wondrous device naturally came with heavy restrictions, but Hermione had indeed obtained one. That was also the reason for her recent irritability. More class time than other students, more homework, more knowledge, these were not just rewards for the studious. They were a heavy burden, both physical and mental. In recent decades, only one person had successfully borne this burden and graduated, Percy Weasley. He had taken every course and graduated with perfect marks. This was one of the reasons Harry admired Percy. The boy was truly exceptional. All right, if you insist, Harry sighed softly. I just want to tell you, there's no need to follow Percy completely. Many courses really aren't necessary to master, just follow your interests. Then my interest is mastering all knowledge and becoming stronger, Hermione declared, turning around with hands on her hips. If Percy can do it, so can I. That's it, let's go. With that, Hermione turned and strode quickly toward Gryffindor Tower. Watching his friends back, Harry scratched his head in confusion. He didn't understand why Hermione's mood had suddenly dropped when she'd been excited about becoming a champion just moments ago. So mysterious, women. Girls, too. Gryffindor's common room was once again decorated, in an extravagantly golden and scarlet way, shiny golden and scarlet. Someone had enchanted the ceiling, and images of the 6 champions floated in a row overhead, each smiling and waving down at the cheering crowd below. Honestly, it was a bit creepy, especially the image of Professor McGonagall smiling like Dumbledore. That wasn't like her at all. Harry was certain that once McGonagall arrived, she'd have a word with whichever student had cast this spell about the finer details of their magic. It felt like 2 years ago, when Harry had first won big on the Quidditch pitch. He'd opened the common room door and been yanked inside by dozens of arms, hoisted up amid cheers. Hermione didn't get quite the same treatment. Ladies always needed gentler care. But even so, Hermione was still surrounded by a noisy crowd. The people who usually thought of her as a bookworm who only ever read seemed to have vanished. Everyone was congratulating her or loudly asking how she'd done it. In the blink of an eye, Hermione became one of Gryffindor's most popular people. The festive atmosphere didn't peak until Professor McGonagall pushed open the common room door. To everyone's shock, Gryffindor's Lioness Queen, their great head of house, had swapped her usual severe black robes for light, casual clothes. No student had ever seen McGonagall like this, which showed just how happy she was. Even if she was usually stern, Professor McGonagall was, at heart, a Gryffindor. And no Gryffindor could resist honor, the Triwizard Tournament champion. If only students could participate, that would be one thing. But now, she was a champion too. An exceptionally lively night. The students nearly cleared out the kitchen's stock of house-elf-prepared snacks. The diligent little creatures squeaked as they restocked, only for everything to be carried off by members of all 4 houses. Some older students had somehow procured alcohol, and McGonagall had a few cups herself, leaving her cheeks rosy. The entire Halloween weekend was extraordinarily lively, and the newly selected 18 champions received enthusiastic cheers wherever they went. For the first time, Hogwarts students were united in their determination to defeat the other 2 schools. Chapter 289. The champions had become the moving focal point of all Hogwarts, at least for this year. They enjoyed special exemptions from many school rules and were even permitted to enter the restricted section of the library to study magic that ordinary students were not allowed to learn. The Daily Prophet certainly wouldn't miss such big news. Rita Skeeter had come to Hogwarts once again and interviewed the champions, and as a thoroughbred old British witch, her reporting naturally focused on Hogwarts' own champions. The Ministry of Magic had specially invited Ollivander to inspect the wands of the 18 champions, ensuring they were in the healthiest possible condition. The old man was still as eccentric as ever, clearly remembering the core and wood of every wand he'd ever sold, coming across as highly professional. His words were laced with disapproval for the other wandmaker, Gregorovitch. As Hogwarts headmaster, in theory, I shouldn't tell you the tasks for the Triwizard Tournament, Harry said to Hermione as he and his friends walked toward the Great Totem after the wand inspections. Then don't, Hermione replied dryly. That's the right thing to do. In theory, yes, but in practice. Well, it's sort of a Triwizard tradition, Harry said with a light chuckle. Professor McGonagall even hinted that I should tell you. She was afraid I'd be too rigid and say nothing at all. Tradition? Ron asked in surprise. What tradition? Cheating, Harry said succinctly. Exactly what you're thinking. Every school uses all sorts of ways to let their champions know the tasks in advance and prepare accordingly. It's a required step. Huh, that's allowed. Neville's eyes widened instantly. Of course, Harry nodded slightly. You know, Sirius originally wanted to hold a barbecue party at the Great Totem to celebrate me and Hermione becoming champions, but when he went to invite Hagrid, he found Hagrid inviting Madame Maxime on a date. Whoa, that's fast, Ron couldn't help but sigh. Is Hagrid's romance going that smoothly? Way too smoothly, Harry said, holding back a laugh. Do you know where he took Madame Maxime on their first date? The Forbidden Forest, Hermione said without thinking. It has to be the forest. I hope Hagrid hasn't shown her the blast-ended scroots yet. I don't think a French lady would appreciate those. Giant lady, you mean? Ron muttered. That ought to be interesting. So what did they do in the forest? Nothing, Harry said, certain Ron wasn't making any innuendo. The kid wasn't at that age yet. Hagrid just took Madame Maxime to see the first task. What is it? Dragons, Harry said briefly, and his friends stopped dead in their tracks. As people who had once helped raise a dragon, no one understood better than Hermione, and the others just how powerful a dragon truly was. You mean Ragehorn? Ron's voice was already trembling. Of course not Ragehorn. Ragehorn isn't something ordinary wizards can defeat, Harry shook his head. Just regular dragons, and you don't need to worry too much. We're not expecting student champions to take down a full-grown adult dragon. That's what the professor champions are for. That sounds like good news, Ron gave a dry laugh. I don't doubt for a second you could take down a dragon, Harry. So what do the student champions have to do? Hermione stammered. The student champions have to face a nesting mother dragon. The dragon handlers will place a conspicuous golden egg in her nest alongside her real eggs, and your job is to figure out a way to steal the golden egg right from under the mother's nose. What? Ron immediately clutched his head. You have to be careful. Hermione, a mother with eggs. Merlin, Charlie says mothers like that will even attack the males. They're incredibly aggressive and will kill anything that gets near their eggs. Hey Ron, stop it. You're scaring Hermione. Neville quickly grabbed Ron's arm to stop him. He was right. Hermione's face was already turning pale. It's fine, but Hermione's mouth was stubborn. It's just taking the golden egg, we're not defeating the dragon. That's simple, let me think. The disillusionment charm should work, or maybe I could use the eye curse to disrupt the dragon's vision. She was done worrying about anything else. At that moment, Hermione's brain was spinning wildly, trying to find a way to complete the task successfully, muttering nonstop under her breath. To the others, who knew her well, this was exactly her sign of nervousness. Of course, there's also your... Hermione started, then stopped, suddenly turning her gaze to Ha. At your service, my lady. Harry chuckled lightly and pulled a cloak from his belt pouch that flowed like liquid mercury. The Potter family invisibility cloak. Thank you. Hermione's body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly ignored Ron and Neville's stares and took the cloak. But the invisibility cloak. Can I use it? According to Crouch, champions can only rely on their own wands during the tasks, right? So you need a very simple spell to help you, Harry shrugged. The summoning charm, you get it. Of course, Hermione's eyes lit up. Accio invisibility cloak. The cloak in her hand didn't budge. Hi. This cloak is special. It resists the summoning charm, Harry explained. You'll need to put it in a small bag beforehand and summon the bag instead. Of course, you don't have to, I'm just giving you an option. You can complete the task any way you can think of and show the audience just how powerful you are. No doubt about it, Harry was egging her on. You could even defeat the dragon outright? Ron got excited. I'm betting if you take it down head-on and then grab the egg, you'd get way higher scores. At least way more than sneaking it with the cloak. Everyone loves that kind of thing. Ron had a point. With so many people desperately leaking information, even more than 20 days before the first task began, every champion already knew what it was. Time seemed to speed up in the strangest way. It was as if someone had kicked it hard from behind. Many weren't even ready, but the tournament had arrived. From 1,000 years ago, when Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was formally established, this corner of the Scottish Highlands had never been so lively. Wizards, 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 as far as the eye could see, wizards. Far from the castle, near the mountains, a massive structure now stood, modeled after an ancient Roman Colosseum. Honestly, building something in that style on this island nation was a bit odd, but no big deal. The important thing was that it was cool. This retro Colosseum was the venue for the Triwizard Tournament. The building itself was already grand enough, and the wizards had used undetectable extension charms to expand the interior space. It included not only many public facilities, but also numerous rooms for resting and lodging. Yet more ticket-buying wizards chose to pitch tents on the open ground outside the Colosseum, even though they weren't allowed within a step of Hogwarts. But what was truly memorable was so many Muggles setting foot on Hogwarts grounds. The last time so many Muggles had entered here was probably during the witch hunts, when wizards invented spells like the Muggle-repelling charm to hide themselves. But that was ancient wizard history. For modern wizards, it felt a bit unreal. The Muggle prime ministers of Britain and France would personally attend the first task, accompanied by their entourages and a large number of Muggle government officials, plus television and newspaper media workers from around the world. The Ministry of Magic had to ensure these Muggles' safety, preventing attacks from wizards who weren't fond of Muggles or injuries from ignorance of magic. It was a great time for graduates to find jobs. Tons of positions were created, and the ministry needed more hands. The students were full of curiosity about these early arriving Muggles, who carried strange camera-like devices on their shoulders as they walked around Hogwarts. According to Muggle-born students, they were called video cameras. In any case, in front of these cameras, there was always a beautifully dressed woman walking backward while introducing the ancient castle and the wizarding school. A professor would always follow these reporters, answering their questions, though it wasn't clear who they were explaining to. Harry had used his headmaster authority to temporarily lift the massive Muggle-repelling charm and electronic interference spells over the Hogwarts area, allowing these Muggle television stations to do such detailed reporting and commentary on Hogwarts in the form of a documentary. Curiosity and pursuit of the supernatural were human instincts. In the past, most people just thought such things didn't exist, but the resurgence of the elements had shattered that notion. Now, it was simply about letting them know magic existed in the world, and those who wielded new powers weren't alone or unregulated. Harry knew the Muggles' agents or spies would use all sorts of methods to gather intelligence on Hogwarts, like surveillance cameras or listening devices, but none of that mattered. Muggles still didn't understand magic well enough. They couldn't imagine that, if a wizard wanted to invent a spell and thought, "I want to make Muggle whatever stop working," such a spell would appear and function in every conceivable way. No need to understand, just make it work. "Welcome, Prime Minister Hack," Harry extended his hand. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you have a pleasant time here and experience the charm of magic." "Ah, hello, Headmaster Potter," Jim Hack smiled and shook his hand. "Of course, we're certainly looking forward to it, right, Humphrey?" "Yes, Prime Minister." Humphrey's face immediately broke into a smile. "I hear there are dragons in this tournament, the kind from my memories, mythical story dragons." No one could resist the allure of dragons, wizard or Muggle. It was clear the British Prime Minister and his cabinet secretary were very much looking forward to the trip. "To be precise, dragons will appear in the first task," Scrimgeour said in his rough voice. "As for the next two, please allow us to keep them secret for now." "Yes, surprises," Hack nodded repeatedly. "I like surprises. This is great." "I hope the Muggle government is prepared for the public revelation of magic," Scrimgeour continued. "No issues." "Of course," Humphrey nodded quickly. "We've prepared 32 episodes of television broadcasts to deeply imprint one idea in ordinary people's minds, that wizards are just a type of human who were hidden in the past. Magic has always existed. The old witches in fairy tales were hidden in the forests, right?" Hack suddenly laughed. "It's reasonable, fits everyone's imagination. How is there a problem?" He suddenly couldn't keep laughing, because Hack noticed that everyone, including Humphrey, was staring at him in silence. "No problem," Harry changed the subject. "But real dragons are probably a bit different from what you two imagine. They don't speak human languages, don't breathe world-ending flames, and aren't symbols of Satan. At least wizards haven't found any traces of Satan, hell, or heaven." "That's a relief," Hack crossed himself. Can we go see the dragons first? Sorry, I'm a bit curious." "Of course," Bagman, waiting nearby, said immediately. "In fact, the French Prime Minister has already gone ahead." "What?" Hack tensed up instantly. "Damn it, we can't fall behind the French, this is Britain." "Yes, Prime Minister," Humphrey followed right away. The Muggle governments were quite cooperative. Though accurately, with the ministry no longer willing to hide, they had no choice but to cooperate. But for the average Muggle, they were already starting to see experts and professors on television, gradually paving the way for magic's exposure. Chapter 290. The initial narrative was that this world likely held many secrets we had yet to uncover. As we proceeded, we pursued and explored, indeed finding mysterious traces, wonderful creatures previously undiscovered. Further along, there were people waving wooden sticks and the like. Then we made contact with a real wizard, gradually beginning to film the existence of magic, showcasing its wonders to fulfill people's fantasies, and finally revealing the wizarding society itself. This extended to exposing that wizards had a ministry of magic, an organization akin to Muggle government which had always coexisted with us. That was the step the Muggle society had been progressing through. Now, it had advanced to delving deep into the wizarding world, visiting magical competitions among young wizards. The first match wasn't even live but recorded to ensure no issues arose. The governments of both worlds chose to conduct this phase tentatively. If the first match went without incident, these tapes would be publicly broadcast on television. During the matches, the revelatory reports were already unfolding continuously. "Welcome," Harry said to the three people stepping down from the Thestral carriage at the road junction near Hogsmeade, close to Hogwarts. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and you, Dudley." "This is Hogwarts." Aunt Petunia stared in a daze at the massive castle perched on the distant cliff and the enormous totem beside it, murmuring in awe. "Unbelievable, boy." Uncle Vernon climbed down from the carriage edge, eyes wide as he shouted, "A castle? You've got yourself a castle." In Vernon's eyes, a castle was synonymous with money and status, and a lot of money at that. "Only while I'm fulfilling my duties as headmaster," Harry explained briefly. I hope this trip is enjoyable for you. Oh, and you're welcome to watch my match. The Dursleys had come to Hogwarts at Harry's invitation. He had even sent a Thestral carriage specifically to pick them up. Oh, it's been quite pleasant. At least far better than that damned bus, Uncle Vernon said, snapping out of it and scratching his belly. Ha, everyone's talking about magic and wizards now, from the office to the neighbors. I haven't met a single person who doesn't love discussing it. They're all obsessed. They'd never imagine we've truly entered the magical world, Aunt Petunia added, no longer screaming at the mention of magic like before. Instead, her face lit with excitement. So there's really an invisible animal pulling the carriage for us? Dudley glanced at the castle a few times before turning his attention back to the carriage. He excitedly reached toward the empty space in front, groping around. My God, I touched it. It really exists. So skinny, I think I felt its bones. Harry, what does it look like? Can you make it visible? Those are the Strals, right? I know about them. Aunt Petunia also reached out, cautiously touching the empty space in front of the carriage, then twisted around excitedly toward Harry. I heard about these, magical creatures from Lily. They're called that, aren't they? Yes, the Strals, Harry nodded with a smile. Only those who have seen death can see them, but honestly, that's just one way of putting it. I'm sorry it's not the start of term. I couldn't have you ride the Hogwarts Express. I know you were looking forward to that, Aunt Petunia. I've seen dead people too, but why can't I see them? Uncle Vernon immediately said. Dear, can you? No, Aunt Petunia replied with regret. But why? Perhaps because there's still a difference between death and the dead, Harry thought for a moment before saying, but I do have another way to let you see them. As he spoke, Harry drew his wand and waved it. Suddenly, white snowflakes began falling over their heads, but they didn't drift freely. Instead, they seemed conscious, drifting toward the Thestrals' bodies in scattered points. Eventually, two hollow Thestrals outlined by intermittent white snowflake dots appeared in the air, though everyone knew they weren't truly hollow. There are two, Uncle Vernon exclaimed in amazement, and they have wings. The tiny snowflake points delineated the Thestrals' forms in exquisite detail, even revealing their gaunt, sunken ribs. They're pure black creatures, Harry said softly. Maybe turning the snowflakes black would make them easier to imagine. He did it instantly, and the white snowflakes turned black, though the shapes remained the same. Wow, Dudley couldn't help but admire. They look even cooler now. Harry's magic allowed the Dursleys to see the Thestrals' movements, so they watched somewhat timidly as these seemingly fleshless, gaunt monsters bent their enormous heads, as if sniffing lightly in front of them. Off you go, Hagrid's prepared your favorite treats. Good work, Harry said with a smile, patting the Thestrals' heads. As his magic dissipated, the two Thestrals pulled the carriage toward Hagrid's hut. The Thestrals raised at Hogwarts were all Hagrid's treasures. Come on, you can stay in the Great Totem during the matches. That's my office. The huge totem with horn decorations next to the castle. Harry led the way. Yeah, I figured, Uncle Vernon shrugged. No one but a freak like you who likes wearing horns on his head would go for that style of building. It had been a long time since Harry heard the word freak from Uncle Vernon, but this time it carried none of the old malice. You can wander Hogwarts as you like. Hermione's parents will arrive soon too, they're muggles, so you can explore together. Sirius was already waiting in the Great Totem. As Harry's godfather, who saw himself as his guardian, he couldn't miss his godson's stellar performance. In fact, he was eager to watch Harry crush the competition. Vernon Dursley, Sirius said at the Great Totem's entrance, arms crossed as he eyed the family. It had been a long time since his release from prison, and he knew what kind of life Harry had endured with them. Though they'd normalized under Harry's influence, that didn't erase what they'd done. Don't just stand there, Sirius, Harry said calmly. Bring out the grill. Hermione's parents will be here soon. We need to prepare a feast to welcome them. Fine, since you said so, Sirius reluctantly stepped aside. Come in. Thanks. The first wave of muggles entering the magical world in groups were mostly the wealthy, powerful, or well-connected. The Ministry of Magic had dispatched personnel to watch them, preventing accidents from touching things they shouldn't. Add in the ticket-buying wizards, and Hogwarts grounds became chaotic. Wizards were used to chaos, but to muggles, it was overwhelming. The first match was about to begin. The arena was packed on all sides. Wizards and muggles alike held monocular telescopes, allowing them to capture every subtle move of the champions clearly. Muggle spectators each had one too. In one corner of the lowest arena field lay a massive dragon, a Hebridean black from the Hebrides, native to the British Isles. More aggressive than the common Welsh green, with extreme territorial instincts. Magical protections lined the central field's edges and overhead, so the dragon couldn't see the dense crowd of human spectators. Otherwise, it wouldn't stay so calm. A brooding mother dragon would eliminate any moving life around her, even nipping at passing goats. The competition arena was magically expanded, not a flat empty space, but terrain with mountains, rivers, forests, deserts, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, what we see now is the competition arena crafted by wizards for their young champions. Can you imagine an empty space of just 1,000 square meters expanding more than double in a few breaths? Those forests, grasslands, mountains, they appeared in mere breaths. This reporter witnessed wizards waving their wands to achieve it effortlessly. This is a miracle. It's magic. Hebridean black, that's the species of the black dragon below. I can't fathom these colossal beasts lived in our world all along, coexisting with us, yet we never discovered them. Muggle TV reporters waved their hands frantically like mad, gesturing at the bizarrely sized arena, the dragon below, or the packed audiences. Though it was recorded, they acted as if live. That's professionalism. Everyone, welcome to Hogwarts. Harry's voice, amplified by magic, thundered across the arena. Honestly, Harry wasn't sure how many cameras were on him. He only knew the flashes hadn't stopped since earlier. Ragehorn was nearly blinded by them. But he had to act unfazed. Welcome to the Triwizard Tournament. Every word from Harry drew tidal waves of cheers. These were unamplified voices, but combined, they roared like a tsunami. Harry gave the opening remarks, followed by the Minister for Magic's speech, and finally the Muggle Prime Ministers. Tedious but necessary. The resurgence of elements and proliferation of magic have made it impossibly difficult for the wizarding world to hide as before. Muggles have even grown accustomed to objects in their homes suddenly coming alive. The statute of secrecy has utterly failed, and we will find our place in this new world. We have restarted the Triwizard Tournament to serve as a bridge for mutual understanding between the two worlds. Scrimgeour was increasingly ministerial. He no longer spoke like the head of the Auror office, but like a true politician. Thanks to Headmaster Potter, Headmistress Maxime, and Headmaster Karkaroff for their cooperation. And let us welcome our special guests. British Muggle Prime Minister Jim Hack, French Muggle Prime Minister Casimir Perrier. As host, Scrimgeour introduced the two Muggle Primes to the wizards. Hack waved enthusiastically, face flushed with excitement. Perrier was the same. They knew that even if they left office in a few years, their names would be etched in both societies' histories as the first points of contact between wizards and muggles. The 5 judges were introduced to all. As the audience sighed in relief at the leaders' speeches ending, the match finally began. 18 champions. The first 9 to compete are the student champions from our 3 schools. Their task is to pass by the dragon. I expect you've all seen the nest, and retrieve the fake golden egg from among the dragon eggs. Ludo Bagman had volunteered as commentator. As a retired Quidditch star, his lively personality suited the role. This is no easy feat. Our Muggle friends don't understand dragon's power, so let me explain. Subduing an adult dragon requires at least a dozen elite adult wizards working together. A brooding mother is at her most aggressive. Notably, for this first task, we transported 18 dragons from around the world. I must say, managing them has nearly balled my colleagues. They gave their all to keep these beautiful beasts from fighting each other. Oh, we can see our first student champion has entered the arena. First up is Hogwarts champion, from the ancient Hufflepuff house. Cedric Diggory. Chapter 291. From the audience's perspective, compared to that massive, ferocious fire dragon, the person walking into the arena seemed unimaginably small, like the contrast between an adult and an ant, a staggering difference in size. A wave of gasps immediately rose from the stands, not just from the Muggles, but even many wizards doubting whether such a young child, a student who hadn't yet graduated from Hogwarts, a 5th year, could really defeat this dragon. Even if it was just stealing an egg from the dragon's nest without letting the egg get damaged, wasn't that even harder? Do you think this child can succeed, Principal Potter? Madame Maxime asked with keen interest. I hear he's your apprentice. Cedric is an excellent apprentice. He's very diligent, especially when it comes to knowledge. Harry thought for a moment and said. So, rather than stealing an egg from the dragon's side, I think he's more likely to try defeating the dragon outright. Defeat it? Fudge sat up straight in disbelief. I just heard that commentator say a dragon like this would require a dozen trained adult wizards to subdue. Yes, Prime Minister Fudge, Dumbledore said cheerfully. That's the wonder of magic, age isn't always a limitation. Look, Cedric's making his move. He did indeed make his move. Cedric stood at a distance from the dragon, drew his wand, and swung it sharply. Oh, transfiguration. Bagman's voice carried surprise. Is Hogwarts' first champion planning to use transfiguration to distract the dragon? Turning inanimate objects into living ones is indeed advanced transfiguration, especially if you want the transformed creature to seem real. No, Bagman. I don't know any living thing that's round and straight like a barrel. That looks more like a wooden post, Ludo's co-commentator retorted. I know what that is. It's a totem. Yes, you're not mistaken, David. That is indeed a totem, a shaman's totem, Bagman said enthusiastically. So what we're about to see is brand new shamanistic magic. Let me add a quick note. Even in the entire wizarding world, very few people have mastered shamanistic magic right now. I can guarantee this boy will play a crucial role in the shaman-priest department in the future. Compliments were free, and Ludo blew them out relentlessly. As a shaman apprentice, Cedric had already passed the initial stages, which meant he didn't need to carve a totem on the spot. Instead, he directly used transfiguration to create one and then slammed it into the ground. The next second, an earth elemental twice Cedric's height burst out of the ground, its body composed entirely of hard stone blocks. Aha, I know this one, Perrier, the French Prime Minister, said excitedly, slapping his thigh. I've seen them in my garden, though not this big. He was thrilled that something in the competition had finally appeared that he could understand and recognize. At least this way, he wouldn't seem like a fool who knew nothing. The French Minister of Magic sat beside him, ready to explain at any moment. In the arena, the earth elemental Cedric had summoned drew the dragon's attention with its impressive size alone. The mother dragon roared restlessly, hot sparks shooting from its nostrils. Then, amid a chorus of gasps, it suddenly left its nest and lunged at the earth elemental. A brooding mother dragon was like this. It would actively attack any moving creature that approached its nest, ensuring it stopped moving. It wouldn't let go even if the target was a moving lump of earth. The dragon moved fast, faster than Cedric had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, the massive beast charged over, its entire body crashing down onto the earth elemental. Its huge jaws opened wide, blasting scorching dragon breath straight at the elemental's small head. Boom! The blazing dragon breath melted the earth elemental's small head in just a few seconds. If the true essence of an elemental life wasn't its elemental core, Cedric's summoned earth elemental might have perished on the spot. This is truly surprising, Dumbledore said in astonishment, pushing up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. I'm quite certain a Hebridean black's breath shouldn't have such intense power. As an alchemist, Dumbledore had extensive knowledge of dragons and had even contributed to discovering 12 uses for dragon blood. In his memory, dragon fire shouldn't be capable of melting stone in just a few seconds. Clearly, Dumbledore, Scrimgeour said gruffly, your information is outdated. The elemental resurgence has had unknown effects on these rugged magical creatures. Many of the Ministry's best have been burned into St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries because of this tournament. Indeed, marvelous, Dumbledore sighed after a moment of silence. Wait, I think I get what you mean, Fudge said, raising his hand like a student. So these dragons are more dangerous than before. What happens if that student down there, has an accident? He'll die, Karkaroff snorted coldly. You can say it outright, he'll die horribly. But that's allowed by the rules. If they die in the tasks, it just means that's all they're capable of. Though Headmaster Karkaroff puts it harshly, that's the truth, Madame Maxime explained gently to Perrier. Even though this Triwizard tournament has extraordinary significance, that point remains unchanged. Isn't that a bit? Fudge opened his mouth. Don't the parents complain, PTA or something? You have organizations like that. What's that? Scrimgeour asked, looking puzzled. Why would there be complaints? Becoming a champion is an extreme honor in itself. Facing death is normal. They should have been prepared when they signed up. Well, Fudge said dryly, that's certainly different from us. Very different. At the very least, Fudge couldn't imagine the uproar if someone died in a Muggle school competition. From that angle, wizarding society might be unexpectedly barbaric. Or rustic. While the people in the stands were shocked by the dragon's powerful flame breath, Cedric in the arena was already scrambling and rolling away as fast as he could. Without a doubt, the Hebridean Black's intense flames had shocked him too, even singeing him. With a few leaping sparks. The scorching heat made it impossible for Cedric to linger near the earth elemental, let alone fight alongside it to defeat the dragon. Everything was completely different from what he'd planned before the match. He wasn't unfamiliar with dragons. He'd even visited the dragon sanctuary in Romania under his father's guidance and gotten up close to them. But Cedric didn't remember dragon fire having this kind of power, melting rock in the blink of an eye. The only silver lining was that the earth elemental's truly vital elemental core remained unharmed. Even if the stone block that seemed like its head melted, it didn't affect its ability to perceive the outside world. On the contrary, it faithfully carried out the contract it had with Cedric. Its two rock-composed arms wrapped around the dragon's body from below, then it rolled. The audience's gasps grew even louder. They loved this. Monster versus monster. This was way more exciting than King Kong or Godzilla because it was real. Monster battles in the real world. It got the adrenaline pumping. Even many wizards were thrilled by the spectacle. After all, they didn't get to see dragons in their daily lives. The earth elemental hugged the dragon and rolled right in the center of the arena. Rivers were diverted, forests crushed, and Cedric. He put out the flames on his robes and bolted straight to the dragon's nest, then scooped up a golden egg from inside. He'd passed. As for his initial idea of defeating the dragon, well, that could wait for later. Perfect. Hogwarts' first champion has successfully retrieved the golden egg. Bagman was already roaring in excitement. You could tell the Hebridean Black scorching flames were beyond his expectations. That's one of the variables that makes this tournament so unpredictable. I'm very seriously telling everyone. After confirmation from multiple magical creature experts, including Newt Scamander and numerous dragon handlers, we've been astonished to discover that many magical creatures in this world, including dragons, are growing stronger with the elemental resurgence. Take this Hebridean Black's flame breath, for example. Now, let's have our professional dragon handlers calm this irritable beast, and most importantly, our judges will score champion Cedric Diggory. I must remind everyone to strictly control your scores, because we have a full 18 champions competing today. You can't give full marks just because a young champion successfully faced a dragon, haha. Bagman burst into hearty laughter. More than a dozen dragon handlers on flying broomsticks swooped into the arena as Bagman spoke. One of them shouted at Cedric as he passed to recall the earth elemental. Soon, the Hebridean Black realized it had no opponent left, replaced instead by those annoying little bugs that always buzzed around it. The handlers tossed out large numbers of blood-soaked, live cows from their pockets. These fresh, moving delicacies effectively drew the panting, irritable dragon's attention. The scent of delicious blood fixed its gaze on the running cows, and it pounced to hunt. This coordinated effort gave the handlers some relief. Without a doubt, the live cows had been drugged. Before long, the dragon fell asleep and was carried off the field by the handlers. Wow, that was thrilling, Fudge said enthusiastically, watching the scene. Honestly, in his eyes, the dragon's hunting segment was no less exciting than the young champion's attempt to breach the dragon. So it takes at least that many people to control one dragon? That kid was pretty impressive. It's different, Prime Minister Fudge, Harry said, shaking his head slightly. The student champions only need to take the golden egg from the dragon's side, not kill or defeat it. That already greatly reduces the difficulty. So, do the Professor Champion's tasks involve defeating or killing a dragon head-on? Humphrey asked with interest. Wasn't it said that one dragon requires a dozen adult wizards to control? Clearly, sir, some people's magical prowess exceeds the ordinary, Scrimgeour said with a grin. Like our principal Potter, for example. Yes, I can understand that, Humphrey nodded. Elites decide everything that makes sense. Forgive my bluntness, everyone, but have you decided on the scores? Bagman hurried over and said. The next champion is about to enter. I need your scoring results. Right away, Bagman, Dumbledore said cheerfully. He raised his wand, and a long, ribbon-like strand of silver shot from the tip, twisting in the air high above the judges' seats to form a large number 8. On a scale of 10, Dumbledore gave an 8. I'm sorry, Harry, Cedric was burned by the dragon's flames, so I couldn't give him a higher score, Dumbledore said with a shrug. Fair enough, Harry nodded slightly. Even if the dragon grew stronger due to the elemental resurgence, his reaction was too slow. Madame Maxime also gave an 8, and Karkaroff. Given certain acknowledged facts, I must remind you, Headmaster Karkaroff, Harry said suddenly, narrowing his eyes as it was Karkaroff's turn to score. If a judge's scoring shows obvious unfairness or injustice, leading to strong opposition from the audience, we will discretionarily revoke that judge's scoring rights, retroactively adjust their previous scores, and replace them with a sufficiently impartial judge. What do you mean, Principal Potter? Karkaroff's nose looked like it was about to twist in anger. What are you implying? I think that's quite reasonable, Scrimgeour suddenly spoke up. After all, this Triwizard tournament is of extraordinary significance. We can't allow certain judges to leave a bad impression on the outside world. That would negate months of effort by the magical ministry employees of both nations. Right, Headmaster Karkaroff. Scrimgeour's attitude was extremely firm. He stared down Karkaroff. After all, no one knew better than a former head of the Auror office what kind of person Karkaroff was. Chapter 292. A pure scoundrel, and the kind who doesn't even bother to put on an act. Everyone already knows what sort of person he is anyway. If circumstances allowed it, Scrimgeour would have loved nothing more than to throw Karkaroff, this man who once escaped judgment, straight into Azkaban. I think that's fair, Madame Maxime agreed. Even deductions need a reason for the lost points. Madame Maxime was also a bit worried that Karkaroff might deliberately give low scores to all the champions from schools other than his own. Fine, Karkaroff said irritably, thinking it over. In the end, he raised his wand with obvious reluctance and cast his score, a 7. The score wasn't good or bad. At most, it could be called strict. But since Cedric was the first champion to perform, a cautious approach was reasonable. That's already the highest I can give him, Karkaroff snapped, even more irritated when he noticed the others still watching him. If he wants a 10 from me, he'll have to defeat that damned dragon. That's reasonable enough. Madame Maxime nodded slightly after exchanging a glance with Harry. Excuse me for interrupting, Huck asked timidly. How are Perrier and I supposed to score? I mean, we can't use those sticks like you to make the numbers appear. Please rest assured, we've prepared for that, the French Minister of Magic, Fernando, said with a smile as he handed each of the Muggle Prime Ministers a sheet of parchment, or rather, something that had once been parchment. The 2 sheets were exceptionally smooth and rigid, so sturdy that they wouldn't bend in hand and could even be written on directly. You two just need to write the score you want to give directly on it, Scrimgeour added. The corresponding number will appear above your heads. Oh, Perrier wrote a number on the parchment with interest. The next second, a large 9 floated above his head. I know my score might be a bit high compared to yours, Perrier explained with a smile, but I think that boy showed extraordinary courage. Not everyone can face such a massive dragon so calmly, at least I couldn't. Well, though I don't know magic. A reward for courage, Dumbledore nodded slightly. That's reasonable, Prime Minister. Please score according to your own judgment. Following the French Prime Minister, Huck gave a 9 as well, as if unwilling to be outdone, with much the same reasoning. The champion from Durmstrang who followed Cedric was Maria Miller. She faced a Romanian Longhorn and, with equal stubbornness, chose to attack the dragon's eyes directly with the conjunctivitis curse. Unfortunately, the effect was shockingly poor. It wasn't that the dragon was immune to the curse. It's actually one of the effective spells wizards use against dragons. The only problem was that Maria's spell clearly enraged the Romanian Longhorn. The furious dragon wildly spewed flames at everything in front of it, then madly tried to gore the little pest that dared attack it with its gleaming golden horns. What followed was despair for Maria. In its pain-fueled rage and blinded state, the dragon accidentally crushed its own clutch of eggs underfoot. Thus, quite unexpectedly, the second champion received 5-0 scores because those eggs were truly gone. Maria Miller had triggered the single biggest deduction possible. Even though Karkaroff struggled to give his school's student a pity point, under the furious roar of the dragon handler chief who charged over, he obediently gave a 0. He had no choice. If Karkaroff insisted on giving Maria a 3 or 4, the dragon handler chief would probably beat him into a 3 or 4. Ministers, headmasters, the chief said without ceremony, we cannot afford to lose any more dragon eggs. For the remaining eggs, we'll substitute props. This may cause some suspicion in the dragons, but it's necessary preparation. Farewell. That was quite the storm, Humphrey remarked oddly, watching the dragon handlers retreating back. No helping it, they did unexpectedly lose real eggs, Scrimgeour explained, uncharacteristically embarrassed. No, I didn't mean. Let's just continue watching the competition. The next champion is about to go on, Humphrey changed the subject. What he had wanted to say was that the hierarchy among wizards didn't seem very pronounced, even between a dragon handler and a minister of magic. Was it because of magic? The existence of magic made many things different. Something to explore. Though there were 9 student champions in total, the competition honestly moved quite quickly. The champions either swiftly stole the golden egg from the dragon's nest or failed outright, sometimes unbelievably fast. Dragons were like a threshold. Those who could pass it might take some risks but still managed relatively easily. Those who couldn't were completely stumped, unable to bypass the dragon's guard no matter how hard they tried, and sometimes nearly got themselves killed in the process. Beauxbaton's student champion, Elaine Dihaka, nearly got stomped to death by the dragon. If he hadn't desperately jumped into the gap between the falling dragon's claws at the last moment, he'd probably be paced by now. Dihaka's close call made the audience gasp, further driving home the danger of the task. Though Dihaka survived, he was judged 0 like Maria Miller. Not only did he fail to get the golden egg, he nearly died. As for the others, the students each headmaster favored performed much better, like Karkaroff's prize student, Crumb, and Madame Maxim's favorite, Fleur. Was it that Durmstrang students were just stubborn, or was their style simply aggressive? More like getting back up where you fell. In any case, after Durmstrang's first student used the conjunctivitis curse, only to cause the dragon to crush all its eggs and eat a 0, Victor Crumb still chose the conjunctivitis curse to attack his dragon. While the dragon thrashed in pain, Crumb used a summoning charm to call his flying broom from Durmstrang's great ship, then rode it to steal all the eggs. As expected of an internationally famous Quidditch player, Crumb's agility, as he flew through the dragon's spewed flames, slashing claws, and beating wings, was like casually grabbing a piece of toast from his own kitchen. This effortless performance earned him higher scores than the other students. Karkaroff had every reason to give Crumb a 10 this time. Dumbledore gave 9, Madame Maxime gave 8, and both Muggle Prime Ministers gave straight 10s, because Crumb used a flying broom, which perfectly matched their image of wizards. Most importantly, Crumb flew fast and flew well, which thoroughly impressed them. I must remind you both that the scoring standards for student champions differ from those for professor champions, Crouch said in his rasping voice. Of course, that's easy to understand, Huck replied immediately. Unfortunately, Fleur embarrassed Madame Maxime. Compared to Crumb's flawless egg retrieval, Fleur had a rough time. It was hard to imagine competing in such a tense, intense event while wearing a skirt that restricted movement. Fleur also underestimated Dragon's resistance to magic. She used a spell to put the dragon to sleep, and it did enter a slumber. Under those circumstances, her egg retrieval should have gone smoothly without incident, but she accidentally got her skirt ignited by flames snorting from the sleeping dragon's nostrils. Karkaroff docked her points heavily for that. In the end, Fleur scored 46 points. Her beauty captivated many in the audience. I think I've figured it out, Huck said, having grown familiar enough to lean in and joke. Headmaster Karkaroff clearly favors that student named Crumb, and Headmaster Maxime favors that beautiful Fleur. So, Headmaster Potter, Which student do you support most? This could also be taken as asking which you think is Hogwarts' most outstanding student, Perrier added curiously. Definitely not that, Cedric, right? They are all Hogwarts' most outstanding students, or the Goblet of Fire wouldn't have chosen them, Harry said, shaking his head slightly under Dumbledore's amused gaze. But if we must rank them, Hermione Granger is probably the strongest among them, because while studying wizarding magic, she's also been learning shamanism from me. Among all the student champions, Hogwarts are the youngest, Madame Maxime said calmly. Especially Mr. Malfoy and Miss Granger, they're only third years. That means they'll face greater pressure than the other champions. We'll know the results soon enough, won't we? Karkaroff said suddenly, pleasantly. Look, the Malfoy boy is up. Draco took the field. Today he wore, well, a rather wild outfit. A short jacket sewn from beast hides with a wolf head draped over his shoulder as decoration. This distinctive attire drew cheers from the stands, from both wizards and muggles. To wizards, it signaled that this boy was an unusual shaman priest. To muggles, they just wanted to see something strange, something out of the ordinary. Dual-wielding warhammers, Draco had later acquired a pair forged from basilisk corpse materials, though not from the fangs, just a section of bone. Combined with steel by Harry, they had become Draco's most comfortable weapons. He was now a mature enhancement shaman, apprentice. In the days leading up to the competition, with Harry's help, he had established connections with all 4 common elements. This meant Draco could infuse his weapons with elemental energy. But more than that, over the past month, Harry had focused on improving Draco's close combat skills. And those skills, ultimately, they came down to constant fighting, taking hits or giving them. Instincts etched into the body through long battles and training couldn't be crammed in a day or two. Harry could only ensure Draco wouldn't get swatted by claws, tail, or wings the moment he got near the dragon. So over that month, the thing Draco did most was take hits. Then dodge. My God, what am I seeing? Ludo Bagman shouted frantically. Look, one of our youngest champions, Malfoy, is charging like a real wolf. He's facing a Hungarian horntail, the most irritable, most aggressive breed of dragon. It's attacking Malfoy. It missed. Unimaginable agility. I'd swear this isn't speed a wizard should have. Merlin's pants. Malfoy just leaped onto the claw, swiping at him. He's jumping again. What am I seeing? Malfoy is bouncing around on the dragon's back like a cat. The dragon can't touch him. Oh, he's swinging his war hammers. But will that even work? I mean, those 2 little hammers against a massive dragon are like poking a person with a toothpick. You could mash the flesh to bits and still not kill the person. Sorry, my analogy might be off, but you should understand my excitement. You can see Malfoy is annoying the Hungarian horntail. It's starting to roll, trying to crush Malfoy on its back. Failed, Malfoy jumped away, but is this right? This can't be right. The student champion's task is just to steal the golden egg, isn't it? But we can all see that Malfoy hasn't gone anywhere near the golden egg so far. His target is only the Hungarian horntail. I get it. He wants to defeat the dragon. He wants to kill it. Heavens, our youngest champion wants to take down a dragon head-on. Malfoy's wild actions kept the cheers in the stands rising without pause. His every move gripped the audience's hearts. Chapter 293. At that moment, even the most Slytherin-hating Gryffindor would cheer for Malfoy, because this close-quarters dance with a dragon meant sheer danger. One slip-up, and he'd be dead under its claws, or crushed flat beyond any hope of rescue. But that kind of thrill was exactly what gripped the audience, especially the Muggles. They didn't understand magic, so they couldn't fully appreciate the previous champion's tactics. Like turning invisible with a spell to snatch the golden egg, or distracting the dragon and sneaking it away. For Muggle spectators, those matches felt a bit dull. They craved something more exciting, scenes that truly satisfied their fantasies of magic. The last one that got them this fired up was Crumb's firebolt. A wizard on a flying broomstick fit plenty of Muggles' ideas of what a wizard should be, but compared to Draco now, a mere broomstick just didn't cut it. Because he was the first young wizard attempting to defeat a dragon head-on. Especially after the dragon handlers had struggled to remove nearly 10 dragons from the arena, both wizards and Muggles now fully grasped just how powerful these dragons were. But here was a young wizard trying to take one down all by himself. Even from the safety of the stands, the crowd put themselves in Draco's shoes, holding their breath as they watched that small figure dodge and roll amid the dragon's furious lunges and razor-sharp claws. His dual hammers were wrapped in flames and lightning, and every strike shattered scales, sending them peeling away. The spraying dragon blood was especially riveting. Even before it hit the ground, it was devoured by roaring flames, but scenes like that were enough to get the audience's blood pumping. Because melee combat is romance. It was way more thrilling than standing at a distance, waving a wand and shooting colorful lights. Malfoy's still weaving across the dragon's body. Heavens, I never imagined a wizard could be this agile, or is it all because he's not a full wizard? Did the shamans teach Malfoy all this? But shamans are supposed to wield elemental magic, right? Is there some shaman spell that makes a person more nimble? I don't get it. Ludo was shouting frantically, jumping up and down. He'd even climbed onto the commentary table, tearing at his collar just to vent his excitement. Oh no, this Hungarian horntail has completely lost it. Is Malfoy about to face the embarrassment of the dragon egg getting crushed? Wait, it rolled again, my god. Its wings. The wings are sweeping toward Malfoy. No, hold on. Malfoy turned into a wolf. Did I just hallucinate? Ludo yelled feverishly. No, just as Malfoy was about to get hit by the dragon's wing, he instantly transformed into a massive, semi-transparent wolf. Incredible jumping power, he slid across the ground like that, and he even bit into the dragon's torn flesh with those massive jaws. Listen, the dragon's screaming. What was that? Was that Malfoy's animagus? But a Slytherin student's animagus is a wolf. Is that really an animagus? I clearly remember animagi can only turn into ordinary animals without magic, not a semi-transparent, ghostly wolf like this. What's an animagus? Hack asked again. A transfiguration magic that lets a wizard turn into an ordinary, non-magical animal, Harry explained briefly. But what Malfoy just used isn't an animagus, it's a special shaman spell, Ghost Wolf. Ghost Wolf? Scrimgeour asked. That semi-transparent body, so it's like a ghost. Pretty much, Harry nodded slightly. Shamans can harness the power of spirits, and this spell is one application of spirit power. I see, Scrimgeour said with understanding. At least I don't have to debate arresting him for illegal animagus and sending him to Azkaban. What's Azkaban? Hack asked cautiously. The wizard prison. Scrimgeour's icy response shut Hack up. He didn't dare ask more. Prison wasn't exactly a fun topic. Not the time for it. While they were talking, a loud dragon roar suddenly echoed from the center of the arena. But unlike any before, this one was still full of anger, yet mostly helplessness. What's wrong with it? Perrier stood up, leaning over the railing in surprise. Why isn't it moving? It really wasn't. The dragon Malfoy had drawn was also a Hungarian horntail, but this creature, known for its explosive temper, aggression, and ferocity, was now lying rigid on the ground. It looked pretty pitiful. Its once impressive black scales were now patchy, like a fish half-scaled, missing chunks everywhere. Even the spikes running from its head to its tail along its spine were knocked off in places, broken and uneven. Its body was covered in craters and wounds, some still burning with flames or crackling with blue lightning. But most importantly, it wasn't moving, just sprawled there panting heavily, its chest heaving. Amid the buzzing chatter of the crowd, that striking ghost wolf leaped lightly from under the horntail's torn wing membrane, then gracefully landed atop the downed dragon's back, transforming back into a wizard wielding dual hammers. Surveying the arena, Malfoy suddenly raised his right hand war hammer high. Malfoy, Malfoy, Malfoy. It started from the Hogwarts student section, specifically the Slytherin stands, but in seconds, it spread to all Hogwarts students. Even Gryffindors, yes, Gryffindors were cheering Malfoy's name in that moment. Because he'd truly defeated a dragon, at least exhausted it to the point it couldn't fight back. Malfoy was standing on its spine. Even the pickiest, most anti-Slytherin Gryffindor couldn't deny Malfoy now. A third-year student defeating a dragon was an unbelievable legend in itself, something most people could never replicate in their lifetimes. Not to mention Malfoy was a Hogwarts student too. With so many outsiders and spectators around, all Hogwarts students were on the same side. Full marks, absolute full marks. Ludo Bagman was slamming the table and roaring. This has never happened before. A third-year student, a student who hasn't even graduated, he defeated a dragon head-on all by himself, and he didn't even get a scratch. Draco Malfoy has undeniably created a brand new legend for us. There's no deduction possible. Anyone who docks his points has ulterior motives. I'm not a judge, but I'll say it anyway, this boy deserves perfect scores across the board. Because he defeated a dragon fair and square. He held his head high, strode boldly, and took the golden egg in broad daylight. Needless to say, Karkaroff gave him a 10 with a face like he'd lost a family member. The only person besides Krum he'd scored that high, while Dumbledore and the others, of course, gave full marks. The student champions were originally just supposed to steal the golden egg from beside the dragon, but Draco had single-handedly elevated the student division to new heights. Good thing this Malfoy went late, Perrier joked. Otherwise, I'd probably struggle to give anyone else more than an 8. Yes, Hack nodded vigorously. What a shame we can't. I'd give him 20 if it were allowed, haha. It was predictable, not just for the first task, but for any future student champion. Getting high scores would be tough. The judges would undoubtedly expect more from Draco Malfoy in the coming events, so they'd score more cautiously. Congratulations, Dumbledore, Principal Potter, Madame Maxime said with a sigh. You've raised a legendary wizard. I'm already looking forward to the important role this Malfoy will play in the magical world. Oh, Maxime, you got one thing wrong, Dumbledore said humorously. The magic Draco used was all shaman spells, which means I didn't contribute much to his training. Otherwise, in all my years as headmaster, I would have produced at least one such outstanding student. Malfoy's strength comes from the combined teaching of all the professors and his own hard work, Harry said with a smile. No need to be so modest, Dumbledore. Just as Perrier had said, the student champions who followed Draco all performed excellently. But after someone had straight up defeated a dragon and seized the egg, their matches felt a bit lackluster, not exciting enough. Makes sense, how could stealing compare to outright taking? Forcibly grabbing something from a ferocious dragon sounded way cooler than sneaking it away, like slaying the evil dragon and claiming its treasure. Classic tale. Excellent, we've finally reached this moment, Ludo said excitedly after taking a sip of water. I've been waiting for this since the champion list came out, especially after Malfoy dominated that dragon so hardcore. Now, we've finally got the third shaman champion. She's Hogwarts' genius witch, perfect scores in all subjects, Principal Potter's assistant in shamanism class, and just like Malfoy, a shaman champion, Hermione Granger. Ludo's shout reignited the crowd's interest after watching the other school's champions. They craned their necks toward the arena entrance, where a vigilant Chinese fireball was already crouched. This was Hermione's opponent, striking in appearance, with smooth scarlet scales gleaming in the sunlight. Unlike other dragons, the Chinese fireball had a lion-like snout ringed with golden, fringed spikes and bulging eyes. The biggest difference from other dragons is that the Chinese fireball doesn't breathe a full sheet of flame. It shoots mushroom-shaped fireballs from its nostrils that can even explode, making its breath more dangerous than the others. As commentator, Ludo was dutifully explaining the dragon's features to the audience. The dragons chosen for the task were all aggressive and ill-tempered ones. Gentle breeds like the common Welsh Green would never be brought in. Maybe we should just call it off, sweetie, Mrs. Granger said worriedly outside the champion's entrance tunnel, holding Hermione's hand. I've seen the others, they were so brave, but you. It's okay, Mom, Hermione interrupted with a big hug, saying seriously, I'm stronger than a lot of adult wizards. Trust me. Mrs. Granger was speechless. She just stared at her daughter, watching as Hermione stepped back to hug her father, then turned confidently, wand in hand, and strode into the arena. It'll be fine, Mr. Granger said, hugging his wife. I trust Harry wouldn't let Hermione take needless risks. He's the headmaster now, right? Such an outstanding person, Hermione must have learned so much from him. Trust her. Even with his own worries, Mr. Granger wouldn't show them now. Hermione had already entered the arena amid cheers, and the moment she stepped in, the crowd's noise vanished, blocked by magic. Even looking up, she saw only clear sky, no stands, no spectators. Just the dragon irritably scraping its claws. Chapter 294. The fireball is a dragon with an extremely strong sense of territory, and now, Hermione had already stepped into its domain. It's fine, if Draco can do it, I definitely can too. I can. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Facing such a colossal creature for the first time, tension was a human instinct. Hermione muttered under her breath, taking a deep breath. Unlike Draco, she wasn't an enhancement shaman. She was an elemental shaman, specializing in commanding the elements and wielding nature's destructive power to strike down enemies. Though she hadn't personally witnessed Harry using raging elemental magic to kill the basilisk last year, that style of combat, drowning the basilisk under a tidal wave of massive spells, was exactly what Hermione aspired to. And now she faced a beast just as enormous as the basilisk. The perfect target. Even knowing it was wrong to think this way, the idea still bubbled up unbidden in Hermione's mind. Under the wary gaze of the Chinese fireball, as if lifting something from thin air, Hermione raised her right hand high. With her motion, a totem formed from stone rose from the ground, its surface naturally etching itself with the corresponding elemental runes and patterns as it ascended. Unlike Cedric, Hermione didn't use transfiguration as the basis for her totem. Magma totem. Boom! As the totem slammed into the earth, the Chinese fireball sensed a surge of intense heat from the direction of that tiny pest. This was only natural. The patch of ground centered on the magma totem had begun to boil the moment it was planted. In mere seconds, it melted into a pool of scalding, blazing, crimson lava. This was one way this world differed from Azeroth. Azeroth had the 4 elemental planes, so planting a magma totem allowed the elements to hurl lava from the fire elemental plane to attack foes. Here, the elements could only draw materials from the environment on the spot. This undoubtedly increased the time needed for the attack. Hermione hadn't yet advanced far enough on the path of the elements for Harry to perform an ascension ritual for her, so summoning their aid required more time. The magma totem served perfectly to buy her that delay. The Chinese fireball seemed to regard the totem, constantly hurling lava globes at it as a living enemy. It reared up in fury, then, like sneezing, spat 2 blazing fireballs toward the totem's position. Boom, boom. The burning fireballs landed around the magma totem in the blink of an eye, exploding massively the next second. The totem Hermione had just planted was destroyed, and the barrage of lava globes ceased. But as a time-buying tool, the magma totem had fulfilled its purpose. If the spectators in the stands could hear the champions' voices, they might think Hermione was chanting some unknown, mysterious wizarding spell. In reality, omnipresent wind elements, you are the atmosphere, the untamed force that gallops freely. I beseech you to coalesce into form, manifest in this world, and aid me in defeating the enemy before me, elemental tongue. Hermione was simply praising the elements in their tongue, using her mental focus and magic to gather more wind elements. Finally, just as the Chinese fireball turned back after destroying the thing that kept scalding it with lava, it saw a bizarre construct, fully a dozen meters tall, even taller than the dragon standing upright, appear opposite the tiny pest. Its entire body seemed composed of the dark, brooding clouds of a stormy day, with deep blue arcs of electricity flickering from within to without. It had no face, only a bright blue core glowing where a face should be, and no legs. In their place, dark gray air streams sank continuously, like falling rain. This was the ally Hermione had summoned, a storm elemental. But this wasn't Hermione's limit. After catching her breath, she continued reciting her spell. For some reason, the elements of any world loved wizards' magic. Because of this, both the Harry of the past and the Hermione of now, even in their weaker phases, could elicit stronger responses from the elements by infusing their spells with the magic in their bodies. This moment was no exception. One wasn't enough. Hermione wanted 2. Champion Granger has summoned a giant elemental. Perhaps I should say a giant element? Anyway, the situation is clear now. Just like Champion Malfoy earlier, Champion Granger hasn't glanced at the golden egg once. She intends to defeat a dragon head-on. Heavens, what is wrong with these shamans? Ludo was still shouting excitedly, but neither Hermione nor the Chinese fireball could hear him. Dragons in this world were ultimately creatures without higher intelligence, not even comparable to centaurs or Vila, magical beasts with advanced minds. Thus, the Chinese fireball missed its best chance to strike. It postured as it would in the wild, roaring, bearing claws, spreading wings to intimidate the sudden giant elemental. only to find, in the end, another fire elemental of equal size awaiting it. Its body was formed entirely of flames burning gold red, and its appearance raised the temperature of the entire arena by several degrees. Both had summoned elements to fight, but if Cedric's earth elemental from the first task was a child, then Hermione's too were full-grown adults. The audience had been thrilled watching Shaman Malfoy's match, the danger so intense that many held their breath, swaying with his every move. Yet watching fellow Shaman Hermione, the crowd, couldn't help but want to laugh. Not maliciously, but in a helpless, amused way, they watched the two massive elemental giants swat at the dragon left and right. The enormous Chinese fireball looked like a life-size toy before them, batted this way and that. Just as it began to roar in fury, the storm elemental clamped its jaws shut and zapped it with crackling lightning, while the fire elemental delivered heavy punches. In just a few blows, the dragon's scales were scorched nearly black, losing all their initial luster. Holding a sphere condensed from all four elements, Hermione had intended to join the fray with an elemental blast. But after watching a few seconds, she quietly dispersed the gathered magic and walked straight to the nest to pick up the golden egg. Beside her, the Chinese fireball lay on the ground like the Hungarian horntail that had faced Malfoy, whimpering faintly now and then. "Thank you," bowing slightly to the two elementals, Hermione flashed a sweet smile. An astonishing feat, Hogwarts champion Hermione Granger has also defeated the dragon. This is an achievement the student champions from the other two schools could never match. Once Hermione took the egg, the magic enveloping the arena lifted, letting her hear the crowd's cheers and Ludo's frenzied roars. A Hogwarts graduate through and through, Ludo's commentary was blatantly biased. At least Harry saw Karkaroff beside him fuming. That's because of the rules. The rules say student champions only need to take the egg, so our champions didn't aim to defeat the dragon. What is Ludo Bagman even saying? Harry exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, neither spoke. Especially since Karkaroff, despite his rage, had to award full marks to Hermione for defeating the dragon unscathed. The two were even more tempted to laugh. "Well, I'll head down then," Harry said, standing. "My match is next." In the fair draw, Harry would go first among the professor champions. "Aha, Principal Potter's match is starting?" Hagrid rubbed his hands excitedly. "Brilliant. I've always wondered just how powerful a wizard has to be become headmaster of a magic school." "That might disappoint you, Prime Minister," Harry said with a smile. "The match will probably end quickly." "Eh?" On his way to the champion's tent, Harry found Hermione, still inside with the Grangers, who hadn't left yet. "I did it, Harry." Hermione, who had been excitedly telling her parents something, shrieked the moment she saw Harry and flung herself at him, a huge hug. "I did it. I successfully summoned 2 giant elementals. It was easier than I thought. The dragon couldn't even fight back. I never imagined it'd be this simple. It's great. I did it. I didn't embarrass you. I'm still the best among all the shaman apprentices." Her words tumbled out at breakneck speed. In this moment, Hermione was like the girl from 3 years ago on the Hogwarts Express when they first met, speaking so fast, so emotionally charged that Harry couldn't get a word in. He could only helplessly catch her as she launched herself at him under the Grangers' odd gazes, keeping her from falling. Smack. Maybe because she was too excited. Words alone couldn't vent Hermione's exhilaration. She'd been so calm on the field, but now she was the opposite, like a different person. In her fervor, she even stood on tiptoe and planted a firm kiss on Harry's cheek. Only when her heels touched the ground again did Hermione finally realize, belatedly, what she'd done in the heat of the moment. "Ah!" Like a screeching prairie dog, Hermione shrieked, then clapped her hands over her face and bolted from the tent, leaving Harry and the Grangers behind. Even Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. After a beat, he said, "Defeating a dragon head-on as a third year is quite an achievement. Her excitement is normal." "Of course, we understand perfectly," Mrs. Granger said with a knowing smile. "Seeing you too." "Dad, Mom, what are you still doing in there?" Hermione's head suddenly popped back through the doorway. Without glancing at Harry, she yelled, "Harry's match is starting soon, hurry up." With that, her head vanished again. Harry caught only a glimpse of her still crimson face. All right, Mr. Granger said with a shrug. "We'll be off then. Good luck, Harry." "Thanks." Striding toward the stands, Hermione didn't dare look back at her parents trailing her, even though Mrs. Granger had called her name several times. Then she spotted Fleur, waiting at the corridor entrance to the spectator area. "Congratulations," Fleur said, her expression sour but gracious nonetheless. "I heard you got the egg too." "Of course," Hermione lifted her chin. "I defeated the dragon." "That's only because the task briefing said to take the egg." Fleur couldn't hold back. "If we'd been told to defeat the dragon—" "No, I already did, it's asleep." "But your skirt caught fire," Hermione pressed. "I defeated the dragon." "That wasn't even your power, it was the elements." Fleur was getting angry. "Not your spells, the elements defeated the dragon." "What's it to you?" Hermione shot back without mercy. "I can call such powerful elements, can you? Can any other shaman? You're just jealous." "I am not," Fleur retorted. "I'm stating facts. I defeated the dragon." "I could too." "I just kissed Harry." For some reason, courage surged in Hermione. She jutted her chin at Fleur, tapping her left cheek. "Right here." "Percentendat hisham percentet." Fleur suddenly rattled off a long string of words Hermione didn't understand, probably French. It didn't matter that she couldn't understand. Hermione no longer cared. Like a victor, she said no more to Fleur. Head high, she pushed open the door and strode into the stands. As for the burning glare from the woman behind her, she couldn't care less. On the other side, Harry had entered the arena. The heavily damaged field had been magically restored, and his opponent, a Hungarian horntail, lay in the distance. Chapter 295. The omnipresent elements did not carry the duel between Hermione and Fleur to his ears. The headmaster of Hogwarts deserved the fiercest dragon, so the dragon handlers directly selected the most ferocious of the fire-breathing breeds, the Hungarian horntail, as Harry's opponent. But for Harry, he was only considering how to defeat this dragon. Killing it outright was definitely out of the question. Every dragon was a precious asset, the darling of the dragon sanctuary. Slaying one rashly would be a completely unnecessary loss. After all, the sanctuary had gone to great trouble sending 18 dragons for the competition. So, Harry couldn't see the people above, but he knew the audience was focused on his every move. The Hungarian horntail seemed to sense some threat from Harry. It bared its teeth and roared at him. Honestly, this dragon covered in spikes from head to tail looked a bit like an oversized lizard. In Harry's eyes, it paled in comparison to his old ragehorn, let alone the current one. He raised his right hand. No fancy incantations, no swirling elements, just a tightly clenched fist. Those with keen senses suddenly felt their eardrums vibrating. More precisely, their entire skulls were trembling, buzzing. But most people could see the scattered fragments of stone, large and small, left uncleaned from previous battles, in the center of the arena rapidly shaking. "What's happening?" Someone couldn't help but stand up from their seat and shout. "An earthquake." It wasn't just the arena floor vibrating. The entire Colosseum structure was shaking, from the corridors to the walls, making many people anxious enough to want to bolt out immediately. But soon, they no longer had to worry about that. The earth twisted and compressed. The entire arena seemed squeezed by countless hands from all directions toward the center. Soil and rock surged upward toward the Hungarian horntail as the target. In the blink of an eye, it formed a towering peak, hoisting the dragon skyward. Boom. A volcano erupted. That was the only thought in the minds of everyone witnessing the scene. The arena, face it, this was happening in the real world right now. A volcano had emerged from the ground, and it was erupting, with the Hungarian horntail at its pinnacle. Even the fiercest dragon couldn't contend with the might of nature. The spectators in the stands seemed to have lost their voices, even forgetting to breathe. They just stared dumbly at it all, whether wizard or muggle. Was this truly power a single person could achieve? It wasn't until an earth elemental, having protected the nest of dragon eggs amid the volcano's fury and delivered them to Harry, handed the golden egg to him, that the stands finally erupted in gasps. Harry's task was complete. Simply unbelievable. Headmaster Potter actually summoned a volcano. Merlin's pants. The Hungarian horntail was like a toy in front of that mountain. Ludo Bagman was roaring himself hoarse, nearly breaking his voice. "I never imagined I'd see something like this, a dragon scorched by a volcano. Sorry, I mean, a dragon getting burned by a volcano is normal, what am I even saying? I must immediately explain to our muggle friends. Even among wizards, nay, 99.9% of wizards, cannot wield magic this powerful. This is a miracle only Headmaster Potter can perform. Heavens, I owe Headmaster Potter an apology. I once doubted whether you were fit to be Hogwarts headmaster, but now I don't. Sorry, and full marks. This absolutely deserves full marks. Ludo was bellowing from the commentary box. He didn't turn around, so he missed the dark scowl on his boss Scrimgeour's face in the judges' seats. Still wary of muggles and unwilling to abandon the idea of intimidating them with force, Scrimgeour was particularly displeased with Ludo Bagman's commentary right now. Why tell these muggles that not all wizards could summon volcanoes to attack enemies like Harry? Why say such a thing? Scrimgeour withdrew his gaze and looked at the muggle government officials beside him, satisfied to see they still wore expressions of stunned disbelief. H. Humphrey? As if jolted awake from a dream, Hacker abruptly twisted his head toward his cabinet secretary, hands gesturing wildly, mouth babbling incoherently. But Humphrey understood. He shook his head gravely. As the true ruling class of Muggle nations, every leader present was thinking the same thing: how to counter this wizard magic. Like nuclear weapons. No one could imagine the consequences if a wizard appeared in a critical area of their capital, be it the White House or Downing Street, and unleashed a volcano summoning spell. It was far more convenient than nukes, at least, since nuclear weapons couldn't teleport to their target and detonate in the next second, but wizards could. Without controversy, the 5 judges quickly awarded full 10s. Karkaroff was speechless, urgently reflecting on his recent attitude toward Harry and sadly realizing he might have already courted death. Thank goodness Headmaster Potter wasn't like the Dark Lord. Otherwise, he'd probably be dead without knowing how, his body reduced to ash. Headmaster Potter was like Dumbledore, how fortunate. With that thought, Karkaroff hastily flashed Dumbledore a fawning smile. Unlike the other champions, Harry couldn't simply leave after defeating the dragon and let other wizards and handlers deal with the arena. He had to dispose of the volcano he'd summoned. It wasn't essentially a complex spell, just condensing earth and fire elements. The difficulty lay perhaps only in condensing such vast quantities. At least to other shaman priests, everything Harry did was indistinguishable from myth. They couldn't fathom how to achieve it. How big is this arena, the competition field, exactly? Perrier suddenly asked, gazing at Harry below as he smoothed the erupted volcano back flat. I know wizards have space expansion magic. How much did you enlarge this field? About 1,500 square meters, I think, Scrimgeour pondered. We didn't calculate precisely. To give the champions the widest possible arena and complex terrain, the staff applying the undetectable extension charm expanded it as much as possible while keeping the spell stable. So Headmaster Potter effortlessly destroyed an area roughly the size of 2 football fields, Perrier murmured. Oh, no need to worry about that, Scrimgeour said casually. Trust in Headmaster Potter's control. This is just a competition. He wouldn't let the audience come to harm. Right, Dumbledore? Yes, Dumbledore said leisurely after a pause. As far as I know, Harry is beloved by the elements. This little volcano is far from his full power. Dumbledore chose to back Scrimgeour. After all, they were both wizards. Perrier nodded and said no more. Silence fell over the judge's box. A few lost interest in watching the rest. The subsequent professor champions, even unleashing all manner of novel magics beyond students' grasp, couldn't snap the Muggle officials out of their distraction. Frankly, compared to Harry's tsunami-like overwhelming display, the professors' matches felt a bit dull. Not that they lacked power, but after Harry's as a benchmark, their dragon defeat seemed almost playful. Durmstrang's transfiguration professor was pretty brutal. He transfigured Rock into a stone golem nearly as tall as the dragon, then controlled it for a clod-a-fist brawl with the beast. That earned cheers from the crowd. At least it was thrilling. Michael Weber ultimately scored 44, a high mark, though normally his performance deserved more. But Harry's match had just ended. Judges and audience alike struggled to award decent highs. Even the crowd had no objections. Beauxbaton's alchemy professor won extremely easily, at least it looked that way. He simply waved his wand and smashed a few bottles beside the dragon, and it collapsed limply. He defeated it, but it lacked spectacle, so he got only 39. Both Muggle primes gave low scores, and the audience agreed, except Beauxbaton's students. Professor Jacques Dismal's fate instantly made the remaining champions realize a key scoring criterion in this Triwizard tournament. It had to be spectacular, beautiful. Merely completing the task wouldn't earn high marks. Thus, in the following matches, nearly every champion unleashed their full instincts and imagination to add special effects to their fights. The more magic, the better. The more gorgeous the dragon defeat, the better. The grander the scene, the better. Durmstrang's dark arts professor, Anna Thomas, even used dark magic outright. The dragon's entire body was cloaked in black shadow. It wailed in agony as its flesh visibly withered, growing gaunt, until it collapsed limply. Not dead, but honestly not far off. The moment her victory was announced, the dragon handlers rushing in to save it nearly came to blows with her. Aurors intervened immediately, but the handlers' faces remained sour. Yet, compared to conventional magic, the sole dark arts professor's match was eye-catching. Especially when the dragon, now skeletal, was levitated away by multiple wizards' mobilicorpus charms. The audience remembered how robust that Australian opali had been upon entry. Draining life was somewhat horrifying. The only pity was dark magic's prevalence only in Durmstrang, so Anna got just 42. Professor Flitwick's match was entertaining too. Against a massive magical creature like a dragon, he skipped ordinary wizard spells, using charms he and Harry had developed to drive elements. Countless hailstones condensed in the sky like meteors, smashing down one after another. In that moment, Flitwick was like a legendary cryomancer. The poor dragon barely ran a few steps before accumulating ice elements froze its limbs, then encased the whole beast. 45 points, Flitwick deserved it. Every professor selected as champion had their strengths, no Gilderoy Lockharts here. Some just lacked flair due to their specialties. Henry Albert, Beauxbaton's care of magical creatures professor, somehow dispelled the dragon's hostility. He even rode its neck, having his new friend fly him around the arena a couple times. The crowd loved it. Dragon riders have appeal, so Henry earned plenty of cheers. Many wished they could take his place. He got 44. Even the same spell varied by wizard's understanding and mastery. Professor McGonagall didn't transfigure a giant stone man to slug it out like Michael. As they say, competition is fiercest among peers. McGonagall took transfiguration another route. Countless thick vines lashed toward the dragon. Flames it breathed couldn't ignite the vines gleaming with metallic sheen. Oh, according to my notes, Professor McGonagall is using an extremely advanced transfiguration technique called substitution transfiguration. Ludo read dutifully from Dumbledore's explanation. Chapter 296. First, she transfigures the soil into vines, then infuses them with metallic properties. That way, these vines become an extremely tough chain, capable of binding even a fire dragon so it can't escape. I don't know how difficult that is, but at least I couldn't do it. Ludo's voice was very cheerful. Aha, look at that. I'm not surprised at all that Professor McGonagall took down this Swedish short snout, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. It couldn't even put up a fight before being bundled up like a caterpillar, haha. 43 points. Professor McGonagall's score was 1 point lower than Durmstrang's transfiguration professor, because her match wasn't as grandiose as Michael's. From morning to night, the first task proceeded quickly. When the sun had fully set and the moon rose, the last champion, Leon Marks, successfully defeated his opponent, a Peruvian vipertooth, drawing a perfect close to the first task. Unlike the students, none of the professor group's champions scored 0, and they all defeated their respective dragons. It was just a matter of difficulty and time. The wizarding spectators either returned to the tents they'd pitched outside the arena to rest or spent the night in rooms inside the arena itself, while the invited Muggle spectators were escorted home by Ministry of Magic employees. This will absolutely be an unprecedented event, Perrier said seriously, gripping Harry's hand. I'm honored to be part of such a great undertaking. Today's competition has already proven our assumptions correct. The timing is a bit tight, Harry said, shaking his head slightly. After all, it's just a rehearsal, yes, a rehearsal, Huck said with a smile. When we come back here next time, I wonder if Principal Potter could give us a proper tour of Hogwarts, including my daughter. We're all full of curiosity about magic. Of course, Harry smiled as well. The students tonight were probably too excited to sleep. Every house common room was decked out in sparkling decorations, with photos of each champion plastered everywhere, along with freshly taken shots of the champions in action during the task. If you looked out the castle windows, you could see the Beauxbatons carriage and the ship anchored on the Black Lake lit up with countless lights. They were celebrating too, no doubt. A wonderful night. Though as headmaster, he ought to remain impartial toward any specific house. Harry had, after all, been a Gryffindor student himself, and still carried a student's identity in some ways, so he ended up being invited to the Gryffindor common room. The tables and chairs were piled high with mountains of cakes, pots of pumpkin juice and butterbeer-filled shelves transfigured into existence, and banners covered the ceiling and surrounding walls, some depicting Hermione summoning 2 elemental giants to pummel the dragon, others showing the volcano Harry had summoned, or Professor McGonagall bundling the dragon into a ball, all enchanted to move, letting everyone relive the moments over and over. Lee Jordan, Fred, and George were acting like absolute maniacs, setting off bundles upon bundles of Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs. The common room air shimmered with countless stars and sparks that never stopped, the lingering smoke gathering into a stubborn cloud on the ceiling. The most terrifying part was that Professor McGonagall didn't even try to stop them. Instead, she was cheerfully chatting with Percy, pointing at different firework patterns. Ron figured they were debating which ones looked best, but he didn't dare go over to check. By the latter half of the celebration, a slightly tipsy Professor McGonagall even directed the students to clear a space in the center of the common room, then transfigured a miniature erupting volcano. No heat, just the appearance. Even so, it sent the students into excited cheers. The only problem was that Harry felt a bit awkward and couldn't sit still. It was somewhat embarrassing. And most importantly, no one was sharing the embarrassment with him. Professor? Amid the noisy clamor, a student shouted toward Harry and Professor McGonagall. So what exactly is inside that golden egg? What secret does it hold? For the students right now, this was the thing they were most curious about. No one believed the Ministry would put something useless in a dragon's nest for the champions to retrieve. Surely it held some crucial clue related to the second task. Unfortunately, when I became a champion, they changed the content of the next 2 tasks, so even I don't know what secret this golden egg holds, Harry said, standing on a table. Seeing the disappointed looks on some students' faces, he continued, but I think it's not too late to explore its secret together now. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry pulled his golden egg from his dragon hide pouch. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment before taking hers out as well, and Hermione dashed off to the dormitory to fetch hers, returning in a rush. It didn't take much effort to open the eggs. The puzzle was revealed far quicker than anyone expected. Harry just applied a bit of force and split his egg neatly down the middle with a seam, but he didn't open it fully. Instead, he looked at the other 2. I'll count to 3, then we open them together. No problem. The students who had gathered around had formed a tight circle around the 3 of them, everyone staring tensely at the golden eggs. 1, 2, 3. Click. With no resistance, all 3 golden eggs opened at the same time. A swarm of heads immediately pressed in close, eyes wide to see what was inside. A roll parchment. A rolled-up piece of parchment sat in the center of each egg, not large, tied with golden thread. As soon as someone picked up the roll, heads immediately craned to peer at the bottom of the egg. That's it, just this one sheet? Ron leaned in even closer. What's on it? A treasure map. Does the second task involve the champions competing in a treasure hunt in the Forbidden Forest? Someone immediately speculated wildly. Ignoring the students' random guesses, Harry unrolled the parchment. What looked like a large sheet contained only one sentence, or more accurately, one spell, Incendio Flagrante. And yours? Harry asked the other 2 champions. Explosivo, Hermione said, looking puzzled as she showed her parchment. Reducto, Professor McGonagall said, spreading hers out. The students exchanged glances, all racking their brains. Just a single spell. The discussion heated up. What does it mean? Will these spells be used in the second task? Maybe they're spells needed for solving a puzzle. Isn't the Triwizard Tournament supposed to test every champion comprehensively? From their combat ability to their intellect. I think the combat part was already shown with the dragons, so next should be the intellect, right? This guess gained a lot of traction, but among the three involved, aside from Hermione clearly growing tense, Harry and Professor McGonagall remained relaxed, settling onto a corner sofa with their butterbeers. Professor McGonagall consulted Harry on some decisions regarding Hogwarts during this time. That was his duty as headmaster. Who knows when the students from the other houses finally wound down, but the Gryffindors truly celebrated all night without rest. By dawn, the common room was littered with people sprawled across tables, chairs, and the floor, all sleeping soundly. Harry had originally planned to head back to the Great Totem for a nap, but at the entrance, he was intercepted by Rita Skeeter. "I must speak with you, sir." Her face was utterly bloodless. Rita had no idea how long she'd been waiting there. She kept her head down, speaking hurriedly, her eyes darting around as if terrified of being spotted. "Did something happen?" Harry said, frowning. "I thought the champion interviews were scheduled for the afternoon." "It's not about the interview. Oh heavens. Please let me inside, sir. I have to tell you in a safe place." Rita stammered, gesturing frantically. She looked genuinely frightened. So Harry brought Rita into the Great Totem and poured her a cup of hot cocoa. After sipping a few mouthfuls from the cup, Rita finally began to calm down. "You don't look well," Harry said during this, having carefully observed her. "Pale face, sunken eyes, dark circles. Did you not sleep last night?" "Actually, sorry, sir." Rita started stammering again as soon as she spoke, her eyes shifting left and right, avoiding Harry's. Ever since you educated me, I've upheld the principles and conscience a true journalist should have." "I know, I've read your reports," Harry said with a slight nod. "So, were you threatened by someone for telling the truth? Why are you this scared?" It's been a long time since I've written those kinds of baseless, fact-twisting articles." Rita stammered, dodging the point. "Honestly, I really like this life now, being able to write articles with a clear conscience and even earn people's praise." "Get to the point," Harry sighed. "Sorry," Rita apologized immediately. "What I mean, please don't punish me, I may not write those articles anymore, but I still enjoy using my animagus form to observe people." Rita's voice grew smaller and smaller, but Harry's expression grew increasingly stern. Rita spoke quickly, her voice low, blurring over many parts as if afraid Harry would hear too clearly. But unfortunately, Harry heard it all. This woman truly wasn't writing those fact-distorting, agenda-pushing, slanderous pieces anymore, but that didn't mean she'd fully settled down. The habits she'd developed over decades still drove her to eavesdrop on others' hidden secrets. Using her animagus form. Eavesdropping, peeking. The only difference from the past was that Rita no longer published what she overheard or saw. Even as she defended herself this way, in Harry's eyes, her behavior was still utterly deplorable. But before he could punish this journalist with her unique hobby, Rita had already flung herself from the chair and knelt before him. "Please forgive me, sir. I swear I haven't harmed anyone," Rita cried out in panic. "And it's exactly because I did this that I discovered a shocking secret. Crouch is fake." Rita's useful information saved her. "Continue," Harry said calmly. "I originally just wanted to check on Crouch, see if he held any malice toward you or wanted revenge. After all, I know someone wants to harm you. You never intended to be a champion, but someone entered your name behind your back. I wanted to check on Crouch, yet I never expected. Rita tried her best to make her eavesdropping sound righteous, like she was looking out for Harry. It's Barty Crouch. He's actually fake. The real Crouch is locked up. Crouch used Polyjuice Potion to turn into Crouch's appearance." "Crouch turned into Crouch," Harry said deadpan. "You should hear yourself." "No, sir, it's different." Rita finally got her tongue under control. "It's Barty Crouch Jr. Jr. didn't die. He used Polyjuice Potion to become his own father. The Crouch you've all seen this whole time is Jr." Harry grew serious. "It's true," Rita shouted, her emotions nearing hysteria. "I'm certain that's the real old Crouch. He was stuffed in a trunk. Junior dragged him out, yanked a few hairs from his head. When old Crouch tried to say something, he punched him, knocked him out cold." "I understand," Harry said, standing up. Finish that cocoa and rest on the sofa. I'll handle the rest. Harry walked quickly, only turning back just before exiting the Great Totem. Oh, right. Though your behavior is still deplorable, you did render a service this time. If Crouch is verified as fake, I won't punish you this once, but there won't be a next time, understood? Rita nodded so fast she left afterimages. Harry believed what Rita said, because this journalist had fully pledged her loyalty to him and had no reason to lie. Chapter 297. After leaving the Great Totem, Harry hurried to the castle at top speed and found Dumbledore. The old man had been staying in his former headmaster's office during this time. After all, Harry's usual residence was still the Great Totem. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Snape, Professor Sprout. With the most combat-capable people from all of Hogwarts, Harry and the group headed straight for the arena far from the castle. Without revealing Rita's existence, Harry only briefly explained Crouch's abnormality and the purpose of this trip on the way. So, although Professor McGonagall and the others found it hard to imagine that little Crouch was still alive and had used Polyjuice Potion to disguise himself as his father and infiltrate the school, they still prepared for battle. The arena, with its audience already departed, felt somewhat empty and desolate. On the way, Harry and the others only encountered some Ministry of Magic employees busy repairing damaged buildings, clearing garbage, and doing odd jobs. Upon inquiry, they learned that Crouch was in his temporary office and showed no abnormalities. Harry knocked on the door. "Come in." Old Crouch's voice came from inside. But when Harry and the others entered, it was clear that Old Crouch was surprised by so many people appearing in his office at once. "Has something happened?" Crouch asked in confusion. "Did muggles or wizards sneak into Hogwarts during yesterday's match?" "Something has indeed happened," Harry explained casually. His gaze quickly swept over the temporary office, and in just a few seconds, he spotted the large box Rita had described, placed right beside the cabinet next to the bed. After yesterday's match ended, when Professor Snape returned to his office, he discovered that some of his rare herbs. Avada Kedavra. He struck without warning. No one could have expected such a ferocious expression on Crouch's old face. Before Harry could finish speaking, he suddenly drew his wand and unleashed a killing curse without any foreshadowing. Harry was right, the same thought flashed through the professor's minds simultaneously. Having prepared in advance, they naturally wouldn't be hit by such a spell. But little Crouch seemed to have anticipated being discovered. Right after the unexpected killing curse, he cast a second spell, the blasting curse. Boom! It was just like the explosion Peter Pettigrew had used 12 years ago to cover his tracks. The entire temporary office, along with this section of the corridor in the arena, was blown to smithereens. This decisiveness left even Harry in awe. Wasn't little Crouch worried about blowing himself up? And he didn't care about killing his father. Did he truly feel no love at all for the father who had raised him, and who, from what it seemed now, had secretly rescued him from Azkaban's prison? But soon, Harry no longer puzzled over this question. Because he had already caught a whiff of an extraordinarily familiar stench, the stench of Fel. In the dust and smoke from the explosion that hadn't yet settled, Harry was certain what that flash of green light meant. Little Crouch had actually become a demon transformed from the wizard race. Demon? Without hesitation, Harry let out a battle roar and shouted, "Stay alert, be careful of anyone approaching us." Evanesco. Dumbledore waved his wand to clear the smoke and dust blocking their vision. Some nearby Ministry of Magic groundskeepers had already run over to the now open corridor, nervously raising their wands toward the scene, both tense and curious. After all, what had just been blown up was the office of one of their top bosses, Crouch. But there was no trace of little Crouch, and even that hint of Fel stench had dissipated, leaving no possibility of pursuit. His face grim, Harry knew he had likely encountered the worst, and most disgusting, situation. That is, Voldemort's fragment of soul, which had fully transformed into a demon, had returned to this world from the twisting nether and turned some of his still loyal Death Eaters into demons. The key point was that these demons transformed from wizards seemed to have astonishing stealth abilities, able to easily conceal their Fel energy and assume the appearance of ordinary people. This was extremely similar to a type of utterly repulsive demon from Harry's memory, one skilled in disguise. but Harry could also confirm that the fleeting fell energy just now was definitely not from a Nathresm, what the people of Azeroth commonly called a dreadlord. Those demons used shadow, not fell. What a pain. It was like stepping in dog shit while walking outside, then stepping in more with every stride. Disgusting. In Harry's eyes, demons with disguise and infiltration abilities were exactly that kind of dog shit. Using this ability to lurk among enemies, tempting those with weak wills to fall, leading them astray in countless battles of the past, Harry hated fighting these enemies the most. Dreadlords sat at the same table as satyrs in his book, both disgusting scum. He'd rather go toe-to-toe in a fair fight with orcs. That kind of thinking would make Harry a pit lord in the Burning Legion, no doubt. With that in mind, Harry leaped to a high spot and shouted, "Everyone, I am Hogwarts Headmaster Harry Potter. Quiet down." The title of Headmaster Potter now carried considerable authority and credibility. A Death Eater has infiltrated here and disguised himself as Mr. Crouch. After being discovered by me and numerous professors, he caused this explosion and fled. Now, I require all of you to stand still and not move. I suspect he has used the chaos from this explosion to hide among you. I need to verify the identities of everyone here. Until your department heads arrive, I hope you remain calm, don't panic, don't overthink, and avoid any actions that could lead to misunderstandings. Professors Dumbledore and Snape will be watching you. Understood. He gave a brief explanation of the current situation, and these ministry employees naturally had no objections. Both Dumbledore and Snape were highly intimidating, especially the latter. The other professors weren't idle either. They used their prestige to help control the situation at this time, keeping an eye on the people in the surrounding area who had been nearby when it happened. And sure enough, for these graduates of Hogwarts, the professors' names carried a lot of weight. Many even joked lightheartedly with the professors from their own houses without any tension. After roughly arranging things, Harry headed straight for the large box Rita had mentioned for hiding people. There were no complications, no traps. When Harry opened the box, he saw an elderly man lying quietly inside. It was Crouch. Harry carefully identified him before recognizing this haggard, gaunt man as the one he had seen in court long ago. The hair that had once been combed neatly against his scalp was now matted with grime. Who knew how long he had been confined in this box? "Let me handle it," Professor Sprout leaned in and said. "He probably needs some nourishing potions." "Thank you," Harry nodded slightly. The herbology professor wasn't just good at nourishing plants. She could do the same for humans. Under Professor Sprout's efforts, it didn't take long for old Crouch to regain consciousness. But his eyes were vacant, his soul as if dead, blank, dazed. Dumbledore tried speaking with him several times but got no response. It wasn't until Harry grew impatient and had Snape force-feed him some invigorating potion that old Crouch started to look somewhat like a living person. "I can hardly believe the message you sent, Headmaster Potter. Ah, Dumbledore, you're here too. This is truly..." Leading a group of personnel, Scrimgeour pushed through the crowd aggressively. "Crouch, my God, you really..." He started to speak but stopped, then tried again. Scrimgeour had rushed to Hogwarts at top speed with Aurors after receiving Harry's magical express message. He couldn't believe what Harry had written. What about old Crouch and little Crouch? But the haggard old Crouch before him, even sitting in the box, forced him to believe everything Harry had said. That is, old Crouch had done something stupid. A very, very stupid thing. "We can't have so many people watching here," Scrimgeour said quietly to Harry after taking a deep breath. "Crouch is still the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. He still represents the Ministry's face." "That's difficult, Rufus," Harry replied in a low voice. "I'm certain little Crouch has become a demon, and the most troublesome kind, one that can disguise itself as others." "What do you mean?" Scrimgeour paused. "You mean he's among these people right now?" "Yes, so we need our own screening. Ask them some secrets to prove they're still themselves," Harry said with a headache. He kind of missed those cold-faced, bad-tempered, stubborn demon hunters. At least those hard-to-get-along-with guys could easily spot demons hidden in crowds. Those stubborn blind ones were experts at it, professionals. Too bad they weren't in this world. "Minister, we did find Polyjuice potion in the kettle that had been partially consumed." An Auror who had finished checking the scene suddenly leaned in and whispered, gesturing to the side. To verify the potion's effects, one Auror had taken a sip, and soon he transformed into a brand new Barty Crouch. This undoubtedly proved that the information Harry sent was true, at least in part. And when another Auror used specialized tracking magic and special dust to reveal a young figure in the air, one that hadn't consumed Polyjuice Potion, there was nothing more to say. Scrimgeour, Crouch suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention to him. He seemed like someone just returning to the real world from another, surveying his surroundings before lowering his head. Sorry. I really wish you'd put that apology energy into upholding the law instead of repeatedly, over and over, trampling it underfoot. Scrimgeour said furiously. I never thought you'd do something like this. Crouch, even though we don't get along and we were rivals in the minister election, I did respect you, once. But not anymore. Scrimgeour reverted to his expressionless demeanor. No matter what, when little Crouch, this man who should have died long ago, reappears, it's over. Barty Crouch, by the authority of the Minister for Magic, you are dismissed. Your review will be held shortly. I hope you've thought about what to say then, and your final destination. There wasn't much to think about, really. Using authority to free a prisoner from Azkaban, that meant Crouch himself would have to stay in Azkaban. Even unrelated to Sirius's case, Crouch had already committed a crime. No need, Crouch sighed deeply, looking utterly defeated. It was him, my son, little Barty Crouch. He's no longer a wizard, no longer human, he's a demon. Crouch's voice was extraordinarily hoarse. Back then I used my authority to swap him out of Azkaban. There was no choice. Jenny kept crying, she couldn't let him go, even willing to trade herself for him. I had no choice. Jenny kept begging me. So Jenny drank the Polyjuice Potion and swapped that bastard out of Azkaban. Then she died inside. You should know, when someone dies after drinking Polyjuice Potion, the body doesn't revert. Crouch continued, revealing the secrets of the past. Then I kept him locked up at home, controlling him. He hated me, resented me, saw the Dark Lord as his true father. He wanted to escape every moment to find his master, so I fed him draught of living death and used the Imperious Curse to control him, keeping him from fleeing the house. Those who heard Crouch's confession couldn't help but gasp. Self-admitting to using the Imperious Curse, and on his own son, no less. Just using one of the 3 unforgivable curses was enough to land Crouch in Azkaban until he died. But more than that was the shock. Whether the professors or the Aurors present, everyone was stunned by Crouch's words. No one could imagine that the ever-serious, rigidly just Crouch, who had sentenced his own son to Azkaban and fought on the front lines against Voldemort, had done such things. Chapter 298. When Crouch's final words fell, the ruined room remained silent for a long while. I'll send someone to Azkaban to examine the bones, Scrimgeour said gravely after a moment's pause. But for now, Barty Crouch, you are under arrest. It was strangely ironic. Everyone had rushed here initially to save old Crouch, yet now he was being apprehended by the Aurors, his position stripped away. Anyone with eyes could see that what awaited him was a one-way ticket to Azkaban. But this didn't mean the matter was over. On the contrary, the real trouble was just beginning, the hunt for the demon. Scrimgeour had someone fetch the roster of ministry personnel assigned to the arena, preparing to verify each one individually. Harry and the professors stood guard at one end of the corridor, hoping the old teacher's impressions of their former students might reveal something amiss. Roger Carr. Yes, Professor. Graduated from Ravenclaw, you should remember me. Yes, I remember you clearly. You conducted a dangerous magical experiment in the dormitory that nearly blew up the Ravenclaw Tower, Professor Flitwick said with a slight shake of his head. That experiment was your attempt to verify the... Actually, I was trying to create a magical item that would automatically do my homework for me, but it failed. Very well, Carr, move along. Thank you, Professor. Wizards must have excellent memories, at least those who become professors do, even including Snape. Everyone could clearly recall the names of students who'd passed through their hands, and for those who'd been particularly notable, they even remembered their signature infractions. Well, those being questioned by Snape were mostly tense to the point of exploding, and one timid girl nearly burst into tears under his suspicious gaze. Feeling the pressure from a former professor, even after graduation, was truly terrifying. Zebby Beckett. That's me, Professor. Slytherin. Snape's voice was as low and drawn out as ever, each question laced with prolonged suspicion. No, Hufflepuff. Very well, Snape said slowly, then turned his gaze toward Ha. Stormstrike. Before Snape's eyes could even land on Harry, Harry had abruptly seized the warhammer tucked at his waist, instantly enchanting it with storm elements and swinging it down. Boom! It was indeed the sound of striking flesh, but muffled, or rather, hardened, as if a thick layer of hide was blocking it. Why? The voice wasn't human. It was deeper, raspier, the voice of a demon. Bodies transformed by fel energy allowed them to speak in the distinctive demonic tongue. Without a doubt, this Zebby Beckett was the disguised young Crouch. He was confused and in pain. Harry's sudden hammer blow had undoubtedly dealt him massive damage. He wasn't some thick-skinned abyssal lord or demon guard, but more unbearable than the physical agony was the ease with which his disguise had been shattered. My disguise was flawless. How did you detect it? Because you're an idiot, Harry said with a cold laugh. No Hufflepuff student would face Snape with that kind of fearlessness, even after graduating. Professor Sprout seemed to grumble something in dissatisfaction from behind, but no one could make it out. Young Crouch's demonically warped, ugly face twisted horribly. He hadn't expected his cover to be blown for such a ridiculous reason. Everyone clear the area. Aurors, draw your wands. Lethal curses are authorized. Scrimgeour charged forward, roaring at the top of his lungs. This time you won't escape. Young Crouch, Avada Kedavra. What can one say? As expected from a minister of magic from the Auror office, Scrimgeour was uncompromising, straight to an unforgivable curse without a word. But that was fine. Having personally experienced the defense of Hogwarts and witnessed demons firsthand, Scrimgeour's response couldn't have been more appropriate. Coordinating with Scrimgeour's attack, Harry swung his warhammer again. Azure lightning tore across the corridor like a chain, and even as young Crouch desperately dodged backward, the lightning bound his ankles and yanked him back hard. Roar! Young Crouch bellowed, desperately drawing on the fel energy within him to unleash its destructive power. Avada Kedavra. The same spell, but from young Crouch, it produced an entirely different effect. If Scrimgeour's killing curse was a blinding green light, Crouch's was a web of green lightning. Thick, unrestrained, not just aimed at Harry, who was pulling him, but at everyone present. Even an idiot could guess that getting hit by this net-like killing curse would be fatal. Young Crouch had clearly been a demon for quite some time, long enough to explore his powers to a degree and even fuse them with wizarding magic, much like Harry had once done. In fact, it surpassed in destructive force, as fel energy was inherently a high-level power suited for annihilation and assault. Earth Elemental. In the urgency, Harry had no time to worry about preserving the arena structure. He could only summon the Earth Elemental to raise walls along the curse's path, but honestly, it wasn't very effective. The fel-infused spell overcame the killing curse's old flaws, gaining immense destructive power even against inanimate objects. The walls Harry hastily raised with the Earth Elemental were shredded in the blink of an eye. The green web continued spreading, but as a delaying tactic, the walls had done their job. The professors and Aurors cast their own protective spells to block it, ensuring no casualties from this enhanced curse. Farther away, ordinary ministry employees had screamed and fled the moment fighting broke out. Even those too close to escape quickly huddled in the deepest part of Old Crouch's destroyed temporary office. "Stay calm," Dumbledore shouted, releasing a burst of colorful fireworks that exploded loudly, drowning out the panicked cries and giving the civilians a direction to follow. "Evacuate along the walls. No one escapes. You'll all perish in the Dark Lord's shadow." Young Crouch laughed maniacally, waving his wand. From his gnarled, spiked fingertips surged fiendfire, or rather, something that had once been fiendfire. But fiendfire wasn't bright green. This new fel-driven spell retained fiendfire's most vicious trait, devouring everything in existence, even faster now. And what emerged from the flames were no longer phoenixes or dragons, but massive, grotesque demons. They were illusory yet cackled or menacingly threatened those watching. When Auror's spells struck them, they exploded into bursts of green flame, devouring the curses entirely. Adohata. Young Crouch laughed wildly, reveling in the joy of destruction and life-devouring. It was an instinct etched into every demon's bones, and after becoming one, it was his guiding principle. Boom! A wave of blazing heat suddenly rose beside Harry and the others. Dumbledore's summoned flames. Strangely, they weren't green or red, but blue. Is this still fiend fire? Harry stared in surprise at the blue flames swirling around Dumbledore. He was certain it was fiend fire, well, a variant of it. The blue flames churned endlessly, constantly shifting into phoenixes or dragons. Thus, everyone witnessed a bizarre sight, flames devouring flames. The green flames consumed the blue, while the blue simultaneously consumed the green, neither yielding. The emergent demons and magical creatures clashed, colliding constantly, ready to dissolve back into the fiery tide. Harry! Dumbledore shouted. I know, Harry yelled back, charging forward. As he ran, his body rapidly transformed, swelling, growing taller, more muscular. Then he bent his knees and leaped. Boom! He jumped straight from midair toward young Crouch in the distance. The anti-apparition jinx had already re-enveloped Hogwarts grounds. When Harry landed, he revealed his animagus form. Like the Minotaur of myth, his muscles were even more robust than young Crouch's demonic body. The warhammer he'd crafted in human form looked comically like a toy in his grip. Shaking his head, Harry set the warhammer aside, then extended a hand. With his motion, a totem pole of condensed rock rose from the ground. For a Tauren warrior, this was a weapon of proper weight. Ha, Tauren, young Crouch said without panic, flashing a malicious grin. I know what you are now, Harry Potter Azeroth, right? The twisting nether is full of news about Azeroth, that wondrous world, its races, your magics. We know what kind of place it is. Even if the so-called Burning Legion failed there, our master is different. You've lost that edge. We've mastered new power. Boring, Harry replied in a muffled voice, ignoring the taunt. He swung the storm-wreathed totem pole at the demon. Stormstrike. Why limit your next warhammer to just a warhammer? Boom! Harry's powerful blow shattered the floor where young Crouch stood. Useless, completely useless, young Crouch laughed arrogantly. You'll never kill me, Harry Potter. I'm immortal. The Master has granted me undeath. His words cut off abruptly as Harry's totem pierced his protective demonic flames, slamming into his chest with full force. Even demonic bones cracked under the impact. The entire demon, young Crouch, was sent flying, crashing into the spectator seats on the opposite side. Cough, cough, cough. Pain, but to a demon it was more like stimulation. Young Crouch laughed even more wildly. So what? This is outside the twisting nether. You can't kill me. That's what makes you demons so disgusting, Harry said, approaching with heavy steps. Relying on your special death conditions to rampage in others' worlds, lurking, corrupting, tempting falls, especially self-willing degenerates like you, dragging your birth world into demonic claws. Wrong, into the Dark Lord's hands. Even struggling to rise, young Crouch lifted his head as high as possible to declare. The Master will become a new demon lord. He will rule the entire world. Voldemort, Harry couldn't help but snort. Not to underestimate him, but with his intellect, he couldn't outplay the surviving Eredar, or even the succubi. Unlike you, those demons are born for destruction and corruption, Harry said calmly, gazing at young Crouch. But you won't live to see Voldemort's death. You don't think I'll let your soul escape back to the twisting nether, do you? What do you mean? Young Crouch struggled to maintain his composure. I'm immortal, you can't kill me. Your master probably didn't tell you how pathetically he fled last time, did he? Harry hoisted young Crouch off the ground with one hand, sneering. I admit I was unprepared then, letting his disgusting soul slink back to the twisting nether. But now it's different. Chapter 299. I've specially prepared an execution ground just for a demon like you. Get ready, little Crouch. The last words to reach Barty Crouch Jr.'s ears were these, and then he blacked out completely. The damage done by Crouch himself paled in comparison to the fell inferno he had unleashed. Dumbledore countered fell fire with fiend fire, and the result was that more than half the arena was reduced to scorched earth, nothing left, not even ash. The two flames devoured everything in their path. Yet Dumbledore's wondrous blue fiend fire, though outmatched by the fell blaze, stubbornly consumed and burned away the rampant fell energy bit by bit, preventing that highly corrupting force from inflicting further harm on the land. In the end, the Aurors and professors worked alongside Dumbledore, master of the flames, to extinguish the last flickers. It was clear that suppressing a fiendfire that had swallowed both physical matter and fell energy had pushed even Dumbledore to his limits. When the fire finally died, the white-haired old man let out a sigh of relief. Harry could see sweat beading on his forehead. "Well, that's that," Harry couldn't resist joking. "All that talk about you not knowing much about dark magic, officially debunked." "Indeed," Dumbledore sighed softly, then suddenly smiled. "Thank goodness I did it to protect more people, or a spell like that would land me in Azkaban." "The greatest Dark Lord in the world," Harry laughed louder. "Impressive fiendfire." "You understand," Dumbledore said, "I'm not its original inventor." He winked. "Gellert Grindelwald," Harry nodded in realization. "Then he must." "Thank heavens you didn't let him escape." Wiping sweat from his brow, Rufus Scrimgeour strode over with heavy steps. "Ha, little Crouch, I remember that face. He looks just like Barty, when he was younger." "Sorry, Rufus, I can't let you take him," Harry said, cutting off Scrimgeour's intent before it was voiced. "Why not?" Scrimgeour's expression turned grave. "I promise you, little Crouch will get a fair trial. He'll spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. This time, no one can save him." "That's not the issue," Harry shook his head. "You might not have seen clearly earlier. This human form of Crouch's is just a glamour. He's become a demon, the same kind you've seen before." "A demon?" Scrimgeour's eyes widened. The earlier battle had been too chaotic, the fell fire burning too fiercely for him to get a good look at Crouch. Instead of explaining with words, Harry kicked the unconscious Crouch with a foot crackling with electricity. The demon, which had automatically reverted to its human glamour upon fainting, immediately revealed its true form. Skin interwoven with green and brown, covered from head to toe in knobby growths, faintly shimmering with fell glow, this grotesque demonic visage instantly sobered Scrimgeour. Azkaban really couldn't hold a demon. "I remember you saying demons are immortal," Scrimgeour said, frowning deeply. "Not immortal, just that unless killed the right way, they'll respawn in their home realm," Harry explained. "But don't worry, I've prepared a method to kill a demon for good. Leave him to me." "Fine, it's settled then," Scrimgeour said decisively. "I trust you, Harry. You won't let a demon escape. What about the Triwizard Tournament? Do you think it's still?" "Good heavens, what happened?" Madame Maxime's voice rang out from afar, accompanied by Karkaroff. The commotion in the arena had been so massive that it drew them over. Maxime and Karkaroff stared in stunned silence at the arena, or rather, the remnants of what had once been the arena. Yesterday, they had been scoring champions from its stands. Today, more than half the structure was simply gone, not even ruins left, just burned-out empty ground. "Something happened," Harry explained briefly. "You might know the term, but now you're about to see it with your own eyes, a demon." He kicked the demon at his feet and continued. "Maybe you recognize him, Karkaroff. Won't you come say hello to little Crouch?" "Voldemort is hiding in the shadows." Karkaroff, hurrying toward them from a distance, abruptly halted. Under the sunlight, his face turned ashen, his lips trembling as if he might bolt at any moment, desperately wanting to flee right then and there. Fell energy falls under chaos, one of the 6 cosmic fundamental forces directly opposed by arcane under order. For demons, beings rooted in chaos, order is the attribute that can utterly destroy them. From that perspective, the light, holy light, even feels a bit meddlesome, since chaos and order are the true direct opposites. What about the elements? In the cosmic hierarchy, elements are a bit beneath notice, just one step above the physical world, born as 3rd or even 4th-tier phenomena from the clash and fusion of the 6 fundamental forces. Most elements are chaotic by nature, wind and fire, for instance, yet some maintain strict internal order and hierarchy, earth and water. The 6 fundamental forces manifest in the elements, meaning Harry could indeed find the portion of order within them and use it to kill a demon. After all, the demon he needed to kill wasn't Sargeras, just a minor imp. Deep beneath Hogwarts, precisely in what had once been the Chamber of Secrets, Harry set up a ritual site in a hidden chamber behind the Slytherin statue. The demon's body granted Crouch immense regenerative power. He had already regained consciousness, but was bound by elemental restraints, unable to do anything but curse Harry verbally. Harry naturally didn't grasp the 6 fundamental forces in such detail, but as a shaman, he had deep mastery over the orderly aspects of the elements, especially with the added power of soul energy. The ritual Harry meticulously designed used the purifying flow of water and soul energy to erode Crouch's demonic soul. Once the energy reached a critical threshold, even a demon couldn't return to the twisting nether to respawn. It would be an excruciating process, like grinding away a person's flesh, nerves, and bones bit by bit with sandpaper, made worse by the clear, terrifying awareness of one's essence vanishing piece by piece. Crouch's screams never ceased from the start. A battle-hardened veteran like Harry wouldn't waver or feel tormented by an enemy's wails. If anyone was to blame, it was Crouch for being too resilient, forcing Harry to use a method originally reserved for Voldemort. If anyone else entered this hidden chamber, they might question who the true dark wizard was. By the end, Crouch had stopped cursing and was desperately begging for mercy. Harry, of course, wouldn't grant it. A fanatic follower of Voldemort like Crouch, once human, had innocent Muggle blood on his hands. Those Muggles had begged too, but the Death Eaters never showed mercy. When they once reveled in Muggle screams, they should have known retribution would come. Honestly, it felt pretty good. After fighting demons for over a decade, hearing one scream now filled Harry with nostalgia. He really missed Azeroth. He shook his head, banishing the thought to a corner of his mind. Everything was different now. He had responsibilities in this world to protect it from demons, as always. All that remained of Crouch in this world was a handful of white, crystalline ash, strangely beautiful, even for a demon's soul residue. Harry collected the ashes into a jar, planning to show Voldemort later. The fate of his subordinate, or rather, his godson. After all, Crouch had seen Voldemort as a true father, and Voldemort never denied it, did he? Compared to that minor matter, what truly troubled Harry was the arena, more than half destroyed. The Ministry had spent months with staff working overtime to build it, only for it to be ruined after one task. When Scrimgeour realized he'd have to oversee repairs, he went numb. Rebuilding a structure was simple for wizards, but the real challenge lay in the reinforcing charms, undetectable extension charms, and countless others. Making them function while preserving their effects was no easy feat. Fortunately, there was over a month until the second task. The Ministry staff had time to fix it. Before that, December arrived. With several heavy snowfalls, Christmas crept up on Hogwarts unawares. Unlike previous years, the Triwizard Tournament meant tradition demanded a Christmas ball, open only to 4th years and above. Champions were exempt, of course, and younger students could attend if invited by an older one. So, whether as a champion or as headmaster, you need to find a partner, Harry. In the great hall-turned headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall said with barely concealed amusement. A partner, Harry rubbed his temples. Do I have to? Of course, McGonagall affirmed. And with your status, you'll lead the champions' dance in dress robes. Absolutely no beast pelts or wolf head boarhead decorations. Her expression suddenly turned stern, as if imagining something horrific. The ball will be held in the Great Hall at 8 o'clock on Christmas night, ending at midnight. I'll handle decorations with the other professors. Your job is to practice your steps. At least don't break your partner's foot. You won't embarrass Hogwarts, will you? He did know how to dance. Tauren war dance. Every proper, Tauren learned to shake their hips around the bonfire with the tribe. But that war dance clearly wasn't suitable for a Christmas ball. I will try my best, Harry said dryly under McGonagall's stern gaze, unable to refuse. Excellent, don't forget your partner. With that, McGonagall left, satisfied. As deputy headmistress, it was her duty to cover for the headmaster's oversights. Harry found himself in a bizarre predicament. Ever since news of the ball spread, girls waited outside the Great Hall from dawn to dusk, watching for him to emerge, low years and high years alike. The moment he appeared, some gazed at him expectantly, others boldly asked to be his partner. Very forward, very enthusiastic. Inside the castle, it was even more exaggerated. Harry had lost count of how many times a simple glance sent girls scurrying away giggling with hands over flushed faces, or standing their ground, red-cheeked, meeting his eyes. It was getting hard to move. He'd never dealt with anything like this or spent so much time around so many teenagers. "So, will you be my partner, Hermione?" After dinner, Harry asked her straight out, no beating around the bush. "Wha?" A strangled, desperately suppressed squeak, pitched so high it cracked. Hermione, who had spent the whole day pretending nothing was amiss, turned beet red, unable to keep up the act. "Too sudden, why would you ask me that now?" She clenched her fists and shrieked, her whole body flushed. "And we're both champions, aren't we? I need to find a—" "No rule says champions can't pair up, right?" Harry shrugged. "Or do you not want to? Got someone you want to ask?" Chapter 300. "Of course not." Hermione answered at the speed of light, without even a moment's hesitation. "I just didn't expect, why would you suddenly invite me?" "Because," Harry faltered under her question, "because we get along really well, because we're friends, because we're the same age, because we both need a partner." All right, that's enough." Hermione raised one hand in front of her face and let out a long, dramatic sigh. "I get it, I accept." Harry exhaled in visible relief. "Good, otherwise I really wouldn't know where to find a date." "All those girls, the older students, you didn't have anyone else in mind?" Hermione asked, genuinely surprised. "I'd rather not have one at all," Harry said with a small shake of his head. "I don't even know them, I don't know anything about them." Hermione didn't reply. She just pressed her lips together, the corners of her mouth twitching as though she were trying not to smile. The news that Harry had a date spread through Hogwarts faster than a firebolt. Wherever he went, the hopeful stares that used to follow him turned into something closer to mournful resentment. It gave the acutely perceptive Harry goosebumps. At the same time, Hermione suddenly became public enemy number one for most of the girls who fancied Harry. But as a champion, especially the champion who had scored full marks in the first task by taking down a dragon single-handed, she had plenty of supporters of her own. The two camps inevitably clashed. It escalated to the point of people sneaking hexes at each other in the corridors, until Professor McGonagall lost her temper completely and sentenced the lot of them to mucking out dragon dung under Professor Sprout. In McGonagall's words, "If you have that much excess energy, put it towards something actually useful." A tragic reality for third years Ron and Neville was that no upper-year girls asked them to the ball, so they had no choice but to go home for Christmas with their families. Ron grumbled about it for ages. After all, he already had a girlfriend. Lavender was in third year too, and in private he'd bragged to Harry that if he weren't already taken, he absolutely could have snagged an older girl to take him. Well, it probably wasn't impossible. Ron was something of a celebrity at Hogwarts these days, after all. The Great Hall had been transformed into a winter fairyland. The walls glittered with silver frost, the enchanted ceiling showed a brilliant starry sky, and hundreds of mistletoe and ivy garlands hung overhead. The 4 long house tables had been replaced by more than 100 little lanternlit tables, each seating about a dozen people. "Don't be nervous, Harry Turn. You almost stepped on my foot," Hermione murmured, one hand resting lightly on his arm. As champions, more precisely, as the pairing of 2 champions, Harry and Hermione were the first couple to lead the dance. Even though they'd practiced for days, both of them were still a little tense. "I know," Harry muttered back. You look really pretty tonight." "Thanks," they kept turning as Hermione glanced up at him in surprise. "I thought you wouldn't notice." "Why wouldn't I notice?" Harry said with a grin. "I'm not blind." "In a certain sense you might as well be," Hermione muttered under her breath. "What?" "Nothing," she shook her head quickly. Say more." "More?" Harry thought for a second. "You used a charm to shrink your front teeth, right?" "Ah, what keen powers of observation," Hermione laughed, swatting his arm. "Say something else." "They're very pretty, but still a bit young," Harry said after another moment. "Like a lily that's just about to bloom, you can smell the fragrance, but it hasn't fully opened yet." Tonight Hermione wore a white dress robe adorned with sparkling silver decorations. She had clearly tried her hardest to look mature and elegant, but in Harry's eyes, with her still childish features and figure, the overall effect was simply adorable. Thanks." Hermione hadn't expected that. When he finished speaking, she lowered her head, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Neither of them was particularly passionate about dancing. So after leading the opening waltz, they slipped out a side door, turning down countless other invitations along the way, until they finally found a quiet spot in the courtyard. The courtyard had been set aside for anyone who wanted a breather from the ball, or, more accurately, for couples looking for a bit of privacy. Since the dance floor was at its liveliest right now, the place was still empty. Magic kept the air as warm as midsummer, so even thin dress robes were perfectly comfortable. Little magical fairy creatures flitted through the flower beds. They had no real intelligence, just peeked out from the leaves at Harry and Hermione and occasionally giggled. The moonlight tonight was extraordinarily bright, making the decorative chains gleam white. "Better than I expected," Hermione said suddenly, sitting down and rubbing her knees. "Good, I was worried the whole time I'd step on your feet." "Oh, your steps are heavy," she snickered. "But, can I ask you something kind of personal?" Harry considered. "Go ahead, but I reserve the right not to answer." "Of course," Hermione nervously pressed her knees together. "Well, according to you, you lived in that world Azeroth for many years, right?" "Yes," Harry answered frankly, "so I'm a lot older than I look." "Like Dumbledore." "Not that old," Harry said, waving his hands. "If you don't count the age I was when I left, I only lived 27 years in Azeroth." Hermione whipped her head around, eyes gleaming mischievously. "So you're actually a middle-aged uncle in his 40s? Uncle Harry." Harry coughed. "If my body from the other world had come back exactly the same, you could call me that. But for some reason, when I returned to this world, my body reverted to 11 years old." He sighed. "You probably can't understand, but it's really inconvenient for me." "Being a child and being an adult are completely different," Hermione consoled him. "When you suddenly came back like that, the family you had in Azeroth must miss you terribly." "Yeah," Harry fell silent for a moment. "They're the family I love most. If I just vanished, they'd be worried sick. And Azeroth has never truly known peace. War never ends." "I believe they'll be all right," Hermione said suddenly. "And you said demons have already appeared in our world, right? The elemental languages from Azeroth work here too. That has to mean there's some kind of connection between the worlds. Sooner or later you'll see them again." "Yeah," Harry smiled. "I think so too." "So, was there never anyone you liked in that world?" Hermione kicked off her shoes, tucked her feet under her dress, hugged her arms around herself, and turned to study Harry's face. "You were an adult there, right? Powerful, with your own responsibilities. A 40-something uncle should have been at the age to settle down and start a family." She spoke quickly, almost as if she herself didn't understand why she sounded so calm, as though this were the most ordinary topic in the world. "No, and I'm not 40-something, Harry said, rolling his eyes. "That's not the point." Hermione reached over and poked him in the side. "Come on, were you married?" "No," Harry sighed. "Why not?" Hermione's tone was starting to sound suspiciously like Professor McGonagall. "War is the fastest way to forge friendships or love. I refuse to believe there wasn't a single woman you were close to. Have you really never been in love? Or, do you like men? Wait, do you actually like real Tauren? The kind that are a different species from you physically?" "I do not like men, and definitely not male Tauren, and especially not female Tauren," Harry said, utterly exasperated. "What goes on in that head of yours?" "Then was there someone you liked?" Hermione pressed. "Someone who made your heart race, someone you wanted to spend the rest of your life with? Was there no one at all?" Harry opened his mouth then closed it. "Fine." "Aha, I knew it." Hermione clapped lightly like Sherlock Holmes who just found decisive evidence. "I knew there was someone." "But it was only liking. Liking someone doesn't mean we'd end up together," Harry said quietly. "Why not?" Hermione fought to keep her excitement under control and tilted her head. "By your own account, you became the High Chieftain of the Tauren tribes, didn't you? You had power, you had authority." "Maybe that was exactly the problem," Harry said with a bitter smile. "If either of us had just been ordinary people, we might actually have had a chance. But that was impossible. If one of us had been ordinary, we would never have met in the first place." "That's true," Hermione swallowed. "I mean, yeah, that makes sense. What kind of person was she? Were you from different nations?" "She was the princess of the maritime kingdom of Tgthegood, maybe queen by now, Jaina Proudmoore." Harry gazed up at the moon, voice calm. "Tgthegood belongs to the Alliance. The Tauren tribes I led belong to the Horde. There has never been true peace between Alliance and Horde. War is the eternal song." "I'm sorry." Even though Harry's expression stayed serene, Hermione could still see sorrow and regret in the eyes of the boy beside her, or rather, the man inside the boy's body. There's nothing to be sorry for. Harry seemed to snap out of his memories and smiled. There's no such thing as a perfect ending in this world. No one can hold every beautiful thing in their hands. That's normal. Come on, we should head back. If both champions disappear for too long, Professor McGonagall might have a fit. Hermione said nothing, just took the hand Harry offered her, slipped her shoes back on and stood. I don't think things are as hopeless as you believe, she said after they'd walked a little way. Lady Jaina, sorry, I keep thinking of your owl anyway. I think she might be waiting for an opportunity too. I don't really understand your alliance and horde, but even you admitted there have been brief periods of peace, right? As long as leaders like you keep working at it, one day you'll definitely achieve lasting peace. She stopped walking and pulled Harry to a halt, looking at him earnestly. When that day comes, you can be together. Maybe, Harry said after a long silence, meeting her shining eyes. But right now, that's impossible. Yeah, the corners of Hermione's mouth curved slightly. You've come back to our world after all. Let's go in. She didn't say anything more, just tightened her grip on Harry's hand. Inside the Great Hall, the music was still joyous. Time flew by amid the students' excitement. The secret of the golden eggs was no longer a secret. Everyone knew each champion's egg contained a parchment inscribed with a different spell. Speculation immediately shifted to what those spells might be for, and the guessing games continued unabated. Winter slipped away unnoticed. When the students next realized Professor McGonagall was looking tense again, they finally looked up from their piles of homework and practice drills and remembered that the second task was almost upon them. 24 February, that was the official date of the second task. The half-destroyed arena from the first task had somehow been fully repaired. The weather had warmed slightly, but it was still cold enough to bite. Chapter 301. Welcome everyone back once again to the Triwizard Tournament Arena. Ludo Bagman's shout echoed through the entire Colosseum after several months, thanks to the relentless efforts and emergency repairs by Ministry of Magic employees. The competition venue was finally restored just in time for the second task, and to accommodate the contents of this task, the entire arena had been expanded with the undetectable extension charm to be 2 to 3 times larger than the first task's field. It's simply unbelievable. Can magic really achieve this level? French President Perrier sat back in his familiar seat and exclaimed in amazement. For a spectator, the arena below looks like a miniature model. It's far too exquisite and far too vast. Not only was the arena expanded, but it was also landscaped with a variety of terrains and features. From mountain ranges to caves, from rivers to lakes, and even stocked with numerous ordinary wild animals and magical creatures. If the audience used telescopes to look closely, they could see these animals naturally hunting and living, completely unaware that their habitat had changed. For the spectators in the stands, it all resembled a miniature model, with the creatures inside a box and the viewers outside it. Just like a chessboard, Hack chuckled happily. He was excitedly peering through his telescope at a forbidden forest native, an acromantula, viciously pouncing on a plump wild boar, sinking its venomous fangs in, and then wrapping it tightly in silk to feast. At least I can be sure of one thing. Wizards certainly don't have to worry about housing problems. And no need to fret over those pesky folks marching in the streets all day. The Prime Minister means magic is truly wondrous, Humphrey, seated next to Hack, said immediately. If I may be so bold, have those strangely shaped creatures down there always lived in our world? Yes, the French Minister for Magic replied. One of the major duties of our ministry is to keep them hidden, preventing them from being discovered by muggles. It's difficult and very tedious. Are they very dangerous? Hack asked with keen interest. Take that spider, for example. I saw it kill that boar effortlessly. Good heavens, that boar was huge. Yes, acromantula, extremely dangerous, Scrimgeour said in a raspy voice. They possess near-human intelligence, can speak human language, and lure victims. Humans are also on their menu. That's really terrifying, Hack forced a dry laugh. Talking spiders and all, so the arena is filled with these dangerous beings right now. Yes, acromantula, sphinxes, chimeras, neasels, horned serpents, quite a few anyway. They're one of the dangers in this task, Madame Maxime nodded and said. Oh, look, the champions are about to enter officially. The group quickly turned their gaze to the arena entrance, where 9 champions were already standing. Unlike the previous task, this time the professor group's champions would start first. Compared to the other 8 professors of similar height, Harry's stature far exceeded that of his peers, yet when eyes reached his position, they still instinctively dipped downward. It was a bit amusing, but no one would question Harry's strength. After all, that volcano was the best proof. Remember the golden eggs the champions seized in the first task? Ludo explained loudly from the commentary booth. By now, we can openly tell you all, each golden egg contained a piece of parchment inscribed with a different spell. The rule for the second task is that champions can only use the spell written on that parchment when they first enter. But don't panic, you've seen how enormous the entire arena is. Throughout the field, our ministry employees have buried, who knows how many treasure chests. Champions can open these to gain permission to use other spells. And it's not just chests. These parchments are hidden in any place you can imagine or can't. Under waterfalls, in the habitats of those magical creatures, on their bodies, in their nests. Use your imagination. Go find them. For each parchment you obtain, you can use one additional spell. But if the spell on the parchment is one you don't know, sorry, it's as if you didn't get it at all, absolutely. Absolutely do not use any spell beyond those on the parchments you've obtained, or will regrettably have to disqualify that champion. Of course, there's the most important part, the winning condition for the entire task. Ludo deliberately drew out his words to build suspense. Yes, just as you thought, the second task will have only one winner. The match ends only when the final champion eliminates all the others. The judges will score each champion based on their performance and elimination time. Of course, the spell permissions they've unlocked are a key part too. Anyway, I know you're all itching to start, because I am too. Let the task begin. Amid the audience's cheers, of course, the champions in the arena couldn't hear them. They had stepped into the field. But they knew the spectators were watching them through the false sky overhead. Everything in the arena felt extraordinarily real. The dry wind blowing from afar, the lake beyond the mountains seen before entering, the forest close at hand. Then, according to the scores from the first task, higher scores enter first. Headmaster Potter, this way please. A ministry employee guided enthusiastically. Thank you, Harry nodded slightly, then said to Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, we'll meet inside. Don't let your guard down, Harry, Professor Flitwick said competitively. I might just defeat you. The elderly little man seemed to have gained a second youth after becoming a champion, brimming with enthusiastic vitality. He truly saw Harry as a rival and was preparing from every angle to beat him. Oh, I'm looking forward to your surprise, Professor. Harry blinked and smiled. Haha, then you. Professor Flitwick's words cut off abruptly. Not just him, Harry instantly looked up too. In that moment, the magically simulated sky, which should have been blue with white clouds and bright sunshine, suddenly tinted with a vivid green glow, allowing everyone in the field to glimpse the outside audience for a split second before only the blinding green remained. This is, Professor McGonagall murmured. A barrier, a fell barrier. Harry stared at the fell curtain, frowning deeply. There are more demons hidden here than we imagined. He's here. Voldemort had come, accompanied by a wild, arrogant, boisterous laugh. Harry Potter's. As someone Harry had truly killed twice, the current Voldemort, even as just a soul fragment, harbored unprecedented hatred for Harry, surpassing even that for Dumbledore. To the point that even after becoming an undead demon, Voldemort couldn't forget it. No, it was precisely because Voldemort had become a demon that hatred deepened in his heart. He called Harry's name, but his words were laced with killing intent. You just stay down there and watch, Potter? Through the fell curtain, Voldemort gazed at Harry below. He knew Harry could see him too. You're completely trapped now. This is a barrier only demons can use. From this moment, you'll be locked in a sealed space, unable to do anything but watch helplessly as I conquer this world. Just that, Harry retorted without mercy. You went to all that trouble to become a demon, and this is your courage? You don't even dare face your opponent directly. A demon like you would be looked down upon even in the Burning Legion. The Abyss Lord would crush your soul outright. Burning Legion? Voldemort couldn't help bursting into laughter. You can't fool me, Potter. I'm completely different from the past, reborn. The Burning Legion is long gone. Even the lowliest imp in the twisting nether knows that. They went all out to invade a remote planet, only to get counterkilled by the natives there. Even Argus was blown up, ha. Only I, Voldemort, I will become the most powerful demon. I will build a legion of death far stronger than the Burning Legion. I will rule all realms. And this world will be my base. All wizards will become new demons, demons under my command. We will possess unique powers that other demons cannot. Compared to Little Crouch, Voldemort had integrated fell energy with wizard magic far more deeply after mastering it. As he said, he was a brand new type of demon. Perhaps in the future, he could even rival the Eredar. Alia! Screams and pleas for mercy echoed from the stands everywhere. With wizard demon power, Voldemort had infiltrated and guided his subordinates to tear open portals to the twisting nether, releasing massive numbers of demons into this world. Harry could clearly see those demons chasing down pitiful, ordinary people and wizards. He said nothing, merely hurling a lava ball at the green curtain in the sky, like a pebble into the ocean. The curtain barely rippled. "What do we do, Harry?" Professor McGonagall shouted anxiously. "We have to protect them. The children are here too." "Don't panic, Dumbledore is still outside," Harry said, frowning. Fell energy itself had deep ties to space. Demons could easily traverse worlds and space because of it. Harry had seen this fell curtain several times. It effectively trapped those inside in another dimension, unbreakable by simple means. It could only be dispelled by destroying the fell generator or the demon leader or mage who created it. But now, Harry's heart sank a bit. He began repeatedly trying to shatter the curtain with lightning bolt or primal elements. Energy impacts did have some effect, but as Voldemort and his demon wizards continuously infused fell, the dimming curtain brightened again. Not just him, all the professors trapped below were trying to destroy it with spells, but honestly, the results were minimal. Outside, the Ministry's Aurors had engaged the demons, but truthfully, against the demons' numbers and power, the Aurors were a drop in the bucket. Even with many adult wizards who came to watch joining the fight, it didn't improve. The demons' assault was too sudden. The wizarding world's long peace had left many adult wizards merely adult. They couldn't even cast a decent reducto accurately. Roar! Until Ragehorn's roar echoed from the sky. It sensed the element's fury at the demons' invasion and rose from the forbidden forest, flying toward them. Ragehorn's frost breath rained from above, but it could only target areas with only demons or dense demon clusters, not the stands mixed with people and demons. Back and forth, it seemed at a loss where to start, and instead, some demon wizards seized the chance to hit it with fell-driven curses, eliciting pained cries. Time was urgent. Harry had even activated Fire Ascendant form, bombarding the fell curtain with raging elemental power. He needed time. The entire Hogwarts area felt like it had reverted to last year's defense battle. Massive elements emerged from everywhere, instinctively resisting the fell invasion and even spontaneously attacking the demons. "Harry, hurry, Harry," Professor Flitwick urged anxiously. "Damn it, why didn't I see Dumbledore up there? He didn't come to watch today. He hasn't disappeared again, has he?" "Calm down, Professor." Harry's voice deepened from his elemental form. "Dumbledore hasn't lost contact, and I trust Scrimgeour has notified him. He's been busy with something very important lately." I know, but now more, good heavens, what is that?" Professor Flitwick suddenly pointed at the sky, eyes wide. A fiery red meteor streaked diagonally from Hogsmeade's direction, fast and growing larger, boom. Miraculously, the fell curtain shattered under the meteor's impact. Smoke billowed, even Harry was stunned, and Voldemort too, luckily dodging in time or it would have hit him directly. "Sorry, everyone, hope I'm not too late." Dumbledore's voice emerged before the dust fully settled. "A bit late, but it helped a lot." Harry sighed in relief as the curtain dissipated, allowing him to target those cunning demons. But seeing Dumbledore after the smoke cleared with vanishing charm, he froze. Because Dumbledore hadn't come alone, he brought something Harry knew well. More precisely, Dumbledore had brought the most precious item from the Department of Mystery's death chamber. That battered stone archway, with its 2 black veils still drooping on either side. Its appearance stunned not just Harry, but the hovering Voldemort above. He couldn't figure out why Dumbledore dragged this stone door here, but old psychological shadows from facing Dumbledore made him cautious. You might not believe this, Harry, Dumbledore said seriously. Gellert told me to do this, in a way I don't know how, sending the message to me. Gellert? Harry's question was destined unanswered, as the battered stone door suddenly emitted light, a silvery gray light, as Dumbledore had once described. It gradually formed a swirling portal vortex. Harry knew this all too well, from Nico's prophecy, Death Knights he knew emerged from such portals, and now. Robes flashed, and someone truly stepped out, a person Harry knew incredibly well. Shock so shocking he forgot to breathe, even forgetting to maintain ascendant form. Harry rarely showed such a dumbfounded expression. Jaina. Not the owl named Jaina, but the real Jaina, golden hair, familiar face, and that equally shocked expression upon seeing him. The only difference was she looked much older than in his memories. How long had he been away from Azeroth? Why was Jaina emerging from the Death Chamber's stone door? Too many questions, too many for Harry's brain to process without chaos. Long time no see, Harry. Unlike him, after brief shock, Jaina smiled first. You look a lot cuter now. You're really? Ignoring the cute comment, Harry's voice even trembled slightly. As they spoke, more people emerged from the portal behind Jaina. To Harry's surprise, they included not just Alliance warriors, but Horde champions too. Of course it's me, Jaina nodded slightly, her gaze never leaving Harry. We both have many questions for each other, including those strange new horns of yours. But before that, let's deal with these annoying demons. You can still fight, right? No need to ask, joy bubbling from some corner of his body, Harry said lightly. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. Against demons still, Jaina added with a smile. Will you win? Of course. At the end,